right. So today we're diving deep into a case that's got it all. Gang activity, legal strategy, and some seriously high stakes.
Oh, yeah. This one's fascinating.
We're looking at Clarence Heatley and John Cuff. And for our listeners who haven't heard of them, they were both part of the Preacher Crew.
Yeah, a pretty notorious gang. They were involved in a lot of criminal activity. I mean, we're talking murder, robbery, extortion, drug trafficking, the whole 9 yards.
And Heatley, who also went by the alias Preacher, was the leader.
That's right. And get this. Between Heatley, Cuff, and 10 other members of the gang, they were hit with a whopping 86 counts.
86. Wow.
That gives you an idea of the scale of their operation.
Yeah.
The government was definitely not messing around.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider that both Heatley and Cuff were facing the death penalty.
Exactly. The government had filed notices of intent to seek the death penalty against both of them.
So that brings us to the big question. Knowing that they were potentially facing execution, why would they take plea deals?
Well, you have to imagine the kind of pressure they were under.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, facing the possibility of execution, it's a lot to process.
Yeah.
And their lawyers probably advised them that a plea deal was their best shot at avoiding that outcome.
Yeah, a classic risk-reward situation.
Exactly.
But here's where it gets really interesting. Part of their plea deal involved waiving their right to appeal.
Yeah. They essentially traded the chance of ever being free for the certainty of avoiding the death penalty.
Which brings up a whole host of ethical questions, right? I mean, what happens if new evidence emerges later on? Or if someone is pressured into taking a plea deal, even if they're innocent?
Absolutely. It really makes you think about the balance between efficiency in the legal system and making sure individual rights are protected.
No easy answers there.
Nope. But let's get back to Heatley and Cuff. Because even though they took those plea deals, they later tried to challenge their convictions.
They did.
Yep. Heatley argued he had ineffective assistance of counsel, meaning he felt his lawyers didn't do a good job representing him. He also brought up some procedural issues with the case. Cuff went even further.
Oh.
Yeah. He claimed ineffective assistance of counsel too, but he also argued that some of the charges against him didn't involve interstate commerce, so the federal court shouldn't have had jurisdiction.
Oh, wow.
And then on top of that, he threw in accusations of prosecutorial misconduct and selective prosecution, like he was pulling out all the stops.
Sounds like he was trying everything he could think of.
He was. But before we get into how the court responded to all of that, let's talk about what they actually pleaded guilty to.
Okay, yeah. What were the specifics?
Well, Heatley admitted to participating in 13 murders and 1 attempted murder.
13 murders.
Yeah. And during his plea allocution, which is basically a formal statement in court where you admit your guilt, he gave some pretty chilling details, like how he ordered hits on people, engaged in robberies, extortion, even arson.
That's a lot to take in. And what about Cuff? What did he plead guilty to?
He confessed to his role in 11 murders, all carried out on behalf of the Preacher Crew.
Wow. It's clear these weren't just small-time offenses.
Absolutely not. This was serious, organized crime, and their confessions really painted a picture of how brutal the Preacher Crew's operations actually were.
So we've got these two guys, both admitting to horrific crimes to avoid the death penalty, and then they turn around and try to get their convictions overturned. What did the court think about all this?
Well, before we get to the court's decision, there's this really fascinating legal concept that comes into play here, the dual sovereignty principle. And this is where things get really interesting.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
All right, so the dual sovereignty principle. So the dual sovereignty principle, it basically means that both the state and federal governments can prosecute someone for the same conduct without it being considered double jeopardy.
Hold on, so you're saying someone could be tried and convicted in state court,
Yeah.
and then the feds could turn around and try them again for the same exact thing. I don't get it. How's that not double jeopardy?
Yeah, it seems kind of counterintuitive. But the key is that state and federal governments, they're seen as separate sovereign entities, right? Each with their own set of laws. It's kind of like two different referees calling fouls in the same game.
Okay, so they each have their own area they control.
Exactly.
But then doesn't that mean someone could essentially get punished twice for the same crime?
Yeah, it's a valid concern for sure. There's actually this famous Supreme Court case, United States versus Lanza, where a guy was convicted in both state and federal court for the same act. He was selling illegal liquor.
Yeah.
And the Supreme Court, they upheld it. They basically said, look, state and federal governments often have different interests that they're trying to protect.
So thinking about the Preacher Crew, could Heatley and Cuff Could they have faced separate charges in state court for those murders, even after being convicted in federal court?
Oh, absolutely. See, the federal government was focused on racketeering and other federal offenses, but the state, they could have gone after them for murder under their own laws.
So they really could have been tried twice for the same killings.
Yeah. It gets complicated.
Definitely. But there has to be some limit to this dual sovereignty thing, right? What if it's obvious that one government is just trying to tack on extra charges after the other one already went after them?
You're right. There is an exception. It's called the sham and cover exception. Basically, if one sovereign is just acting as a puppet for the other, just trying to skirt around double jeopardy, then that second prosecution might get thrown out.
So, like, if the feds were pulling the strings to get a state prosecutor to go after someone they'd already convicted, that wouldn't fly.
Exactly. The court's been pretty clear that that kind of collusion, trying to sneak in a second prosecution that's basically just a do-over of the first one, it's not allowed.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
But I bet it's pretty hard to prove that kind of like behind-the-scenes stuff.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a high bar to clear, this sham and cover exception. The courts want to see solid evidence of bad faith, real collusion between the governments.
Did Heatley try to use this sham and cover argument in his case?
He didn't. And from the information we have, there's no indication that there was any prior state prosecution for these crimes, let alone any hint of collusion.
Okay, so back to Heatley and Cuff trying to overturn their convictions. What did the court ultimately decide?
They denied both of their petitions.
Denied? Why?
A couple of key points. First, they pointed out that Heatley's own statements during his plea allocution, remember, where he admitted guilt, those statements directly contradicted his later claims that his counsel was ineffective. He clearly admitted guilt and said he understood the charges.
So his own words came back to bite him.
Pretty much. And the court also made a point of saying that both Heatley and Cuff, they specifically waived their right to appeal or file these types of petitions when they signed those plea agreements. They knew what they were giving up.
But what about Cuff's argument about not appealing earlier because of issues with his lawyers? Didn't that give him some grounds to challenge it later?
The court addressed that too. They basically said Cuff hadn't shown a good enough reason for not appealing when he had the opportunity. He dissed his window, and this later petition couldn't change that.
So, tough luck for Cuff.
Basically, they stuck to the idea that plea agreements, they're binding contracts. You can't just try to undo them later on without a very compelling reason, which neither Heatley nor Cuff had.
So in the end, despite trying everything they could, they were stuck with what they had agreed to.
Yeah. Life sentences without parole. And they had used up all their legal options. The court's decision really hammered home the serious nature of those plea bargains and the whole idea of, finality in the legal system.
It's a lot to think about. It shows how tough those choices can be when the stakes are so high.
Yeah.
And it highlights how complex the justice system can be, all those gray areas.
For sure. It's not just a story about a couple of criminals and their punishment. It's a way to look at how our justice system works, how we balance individual rights with making the system run smoothly.
It really makes you think about the bigger picture, right? Like, we see these awful crimes,
Right.
and of course we want justice to be served. But then there's all these, legal procedures, and while I get why they exist, they definitely raise some questions.
Absolutely. It's not just a story about these two guys, Heatley and Cuff. I mean, it makes you think about how the whole justice system works. How do we balance, being fair to everyone and making sure the system functions properly?
Yeah, those plea agreements. They were so important to what happened to these guys. And I get it, from a practical point of view. Imagine if every single person who took a plea deal could later appeal it.
Oh, the courts would be completely swamped.
Totally. So plea bargains are like a tool, right?
Yeah, they help manage all the cases. But as we talked about, they also have these ethical implications. Like, when you waive your right to appeal in a plea deal, you're giving up something pretty fundamental, legally speaking.
It's like you're losing a safety net. And what really gets me is the potential for coercion. Think about being Heatley and Cuff, facing execution, under pressure, maybe scared for their lives, even in prison. Did they really choose that plea deal? Or did they feel like they had no other option?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's hard to know what was going on in their minds, but there's definitely a power dynamic there, right, when you're bargaining with the state. I mean, there are rules to prevent someone from being forced into a plea, but the possibility of pressure, even subtle pressure, it's there.
And then there's the whole dual sovereignty thing. It's fascinating from, a legal standpoint. But it's like, can someone really be punished twice for the same thing? I mean, theoretically, someone could do their time in federal prison and then get hit with another trial and another sentence in state court for the same actions.
Right, and it does feel kind of unfair on the surface, but the courts have said time and time again that this separation between state and federal, it matters. They have different powers and interests. The important thing, like you said before, is to make sure this dual sovereignty idea isn't being used, just to pile on charges or to get revenge.
A lot of nuances there.
Yeah.
This case really shows how complex things can be, all the moving parts.
Yeah.
So what are the big takeaways for our listeners? What should they keep in mind?
I think the biggest one is to be skeptical. It's easy to just take what happens in court as like the final word. But this case really shows how important it is to look deeper, to think about the process, about whether things were fair or not.
To question everything. Basically.
Exactly. This case, it's not just about two guys. It's about how our whole legal system works. And the more we know about how it works, the better we can push for fairness and hold the people in power accountable.
This deep dive has definitely given us a lot to think about. From gang violence to plea bargains to dual sovereignty. Behind every case, there are these human stories, these complicated questions that are worth talking about.
I couldn't agree more. And for everyone listening, I hope this encourages you to learn more about these issues, to ask questions, to have these important conversations about how we can make our legal system fairer for everybody.
That's a great note to end on. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. It's been a wild ride.
My pleasure.
All right, so today we're diving deep into Memphis.
Ooh, Memphis.
Yeah, we're going to uncover the story of Craig Petty's.
Okay.
And, you might not know the name right off the bat.
Yeah.
But this guy, he built a drug empire that stretched all the way down to Mexico.
Wow.
It's a story about ambition and power and some really, really tough choices.
Sounds intense.
It is intense. Are you ready to get started?
Absolutely, I am. What I think is so fascinating about Petty's is that it's not just like a typical rise to power. It's really about the connections between poverty and opportunity and, just that allure of easy money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's rewind back to the beginning.
Okay.
Our sources paint this picture of Petty's childhood in Riverside, Memphis.
Okay.
It was the 80s. And this was a neighborhood riddled with poverty.
Right.
Not really a place where dreams come true,
Not an easy place to grow up, for sure.
And he was exposed to crime from a young age.
Yeah.
Like even as a teenager, he was already in trouble with the law.
Right.
And I think these early encounters really reveal a pattern of this rebelliousness and lack of impulse control.
Yeah, definitely. And we're not just talking about like petty theft here.
No.
At 15, Petty's is caught with a sawed-off shotgun.
Wow.
Yeah, he said he needed it for protection.
Yeah.
And then just a year later, he's charged with attempted murder after shooting a rival.
That escalated quickly.
It did. It really did. And this is where that psychologist's evaluation becomes so important.
Right.
They noted a low verbal IQ and that rebelliousness we talked about and a serious lack of impulse control.
Right.
So you combine all of those factors with his environment and it really, you can see how things kind of went the way they did.
Yeah. So how did those specific traits, the low verbal IQ, the impulsiveness play out in those early crimes, and even his later leadership style?
That's a really good question. So the impulsiveness that might explain, that quick escalation to violence.
Yeah.
But his low verbal IQ doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't intelligent. It just means that he might have struggled with expressing himself conventionally.
Yeah.
He might have relied more on actions than words.
Oh, interesting.
And that could be seen in his leadership later on. He wasn't a super charismatic speaker, rallying troops.
Right.
But he was decisive and he was ruthless in his actions, which unfortunately resonated with his followers.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought about it that way.
Yeah.
So it's this mix of nature and nurture that's shaping him, right?
Absolutely.
And then at 18, there's this huge turning point.
Okay.
Petty's gets involved in this scheme to steal $500,000 from an impounded car.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
It is. And that theft was a catalyst.
It was.
It gave him the capital to get into the drug trade on a much larger scale.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like he had the resources to match his ambition.
Yeah.
And from there, He climbs the ladder fast.
He did.
He becomes a major player in the Gangster Disciples,
Okay.
which is this powerful street gang out of Chicago. And he eventually heads up their Memphis branch,
Wow.
which gives him control over this vast network.
Yeah.
And his business sense was sharp. He was outselling all his rivals,
He was,
reinvesting the profits to expand the operation.
he was like a twisted entrepreneur in a way.
Yeah.
He wasn't content with just the local market. He had much bigger plans.
Oh, yeah. By his early 20s, he's living large, fancy house, luxury cars, even property in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah, expensive taste.
He did. He definitely did. Which, begs the question, how did this young man from such a tough background make the connections to build this type of empire?
Yeah.
This is where the Mexican cartel comes in.
Okay.
So Petty's wasn't content with just marijuana.
Right.
He wanted to move into cocaine. And to do that, he needed a serious supplier.
Right.
So he reaches out to Edgar Valdez Villarreal,
Okay.
also known as La Barbie.
La Barbie.
Yeah, who was a high-ranking member of the notorious Beltran-Leyva cartel.
Wow, that's a whole different level.
It is. What made this partnership possible?
Yeah, because wasn't there a huge risk for the cartel in working with an American?
Right. So at that time, the Beltran-Leyva cartel, they were vying for power. They were looking to expand their influence.
Right.
And they were known for their brutal tactics and willingness to break from tradition.
Okay.
Partnering with Petty's was unprecedented.
Yeah.
A Black American accepted into a powerful Mexican cartel.
Wow.
It was a game changer.
Yeah, I had no idea that a connection like that was even possible.
It really was.
So we're talking next level stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It gave Petty's access to massive amounts of cocaine and a distribution network that stretched across the entire U.S.
Oh, wow.
And it gave the cartel a foothold in new markets. It was a
Right.
win-win for both of them in a way.
So this is more than just a local drug operation now. This is international.
It is.
We're talking tons of marijuana, hundreds of kilos of cocaine, millions of dollars flowing back to Mexico.
Millions.
Yeah. Petty's also had ties to the Black Mafia family in Detroit, supplying them with cocaine. This guy was weaving a web of criminal connections all across the country.
A criminal mastermind for
Yeah.
sure. But, with that level of success comes incredible risk.
Right.
And in 2002, a major drug bust leads to Petty's indictment.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he knew the feds were onto him.
So he disappears? He goes to Mexico?
As he pulls a disappearing act and seeks refuge with his powerful allies in the cartel.
Right.
And that's when his story takes a much darker turn.
Okay.
He's living this life of luxury under their protection,
Right.
but he's also becoming more and more ruthless.
So let's unpack that.
Yeah.
He's living the high life.
He is.
But at what cost?
Well, the cost is steep.
Hmm.
Influenced by the cartel's methods, Petty starts ordering hits on anyone he sees as a threat.
So anyone.
Yeah, anyone. And we're not just talking about rivals or enemies.
Right.
He even ordered the death of his own cousin, Antonio Allen.
What?
Yeah, who he's suspected of being an informant.
Wow, that's gold.
It's incredibly cold. It just shows how far Petty's was willing to go to keep his power and control. The violence wasn't just about eliminating threats. It was about sending a message.
Wow. This is where the story gets really chilling. We need to talk about some of these other murders that Petty's ordered.
Right.
But before we do, let's take a quick moment to reflect on what we've learned so far.
Yeah.
This story, it's full of twists and turns.
It is.
And we're just getting started.
I know, crazy, right?
It is crazy.
It's really a stark reminder of how power can corrupt. I mean, the deeper Petty's got into this world, the more desensitized he became to the violence.
Yeah. And it wasn't just Antonio Allen. He also ordered the deaths of Latrell Small and Kalonji Griffin.
Right.
Small had actually impersonated a police officer to rob one of Petty's associates.
Oh, wow.
Pretty bold move considering who he's messing with.
Yeah, a fatal mistake.
It was.
Petty saw any challenge to his authority, no matter how small as a threat, that had to be eliminated.
Yeah.
I mean, these murders were a way to enforce his code of silence.
Right. So it's not even about the drugs anymore.
No.
It's about power and control through fear and intimidation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And for a while it worked. Petty's empire thrived. He was living it up in Mexico, orchestrating murders, shipping drugs by the ton. He was basically untouchable.
Until he wasn't.
Right.
In 2008, a massive raid on his Mexican hideout brought his reign to a very dramatic end.
It did.
We're talking snipers, helicopters,
Yeah.
Mexican military swarming his home. It sounds like an action movie.
It does. It was a major operation, a real testament to the cooperation between U.S. and Mexican authorities.
Yeah.
I mean, capturing Petty's was a huge win in the fight against international drug trafficking.
But even when cornered, Petty's was still a master strategist.
Oh, yeah.
He knew he was facing serious charges.
Right.
Possibly even the death penalty.
Wow. So he struck a deal.
He did.
He agreed to cooperate with the authorities
In exchange for
the safety of his children.
Oh, wow.
They had been born in Mexico under assumed identities.
That's a shrewd move. It shows even facing a possible life sentence, he was still thinking about his family's future.
It's a complex situation, you know.
On one hand, you have this ruthless criminal mastermind.
Right.
On the other hand, you have a father willing to sacrifice his freedom for his children.
Yeah. It makes you question everything you thought you knew about the guy.
It does. It reminds you that even in these dark corners of the criminal world, there's still shades of humanity.
There is.
So Petty starts talking, giving authorities this glimpse into the inner workings of his organization.
Okay.
And its connections to the cartel. But there's this chilling quote where he says,
What's that?
referring to the Sinaloa cartel, he says, "Wherever you put me, they'll kill me."
Wow. That statement really highlights the power and reach of these cartels. Even behind bars, Petty's didn't feel safe. His cooperation had made him a target.
Yeah. After years of investigations and numerous arrests, Petty's case finally goes to trial in 2013.
Okay.
He pleads guilty to 19 charges,
Wow.
including drug trafficking, racketeering,
Right.
money laundering, and of course, murder.
Yeah.
The judge sentenced him to 9 life sentences without parole.
9 life sentences.
Right.
That really puts the scale of his crimes into perspective.
It does. And it wasn't just Petty's. This massive investigation led to the conviction of 40 individuals connected to his organization.
Wow. 40.
Yeah. Key associates like Clarence Brody, his enforcer, and the Lewis cousins, who were basically his right-hand men, they all received significant prison sentences.
They did.
Even Edgar Valdez Villarreal, Petty's cartel contact, was captured and sentenced to 49 years.
Wow.
So it was a sweeping crackdown that dismantled this network that had operated with impunity for years.
It's important to note, though, that these convictions were only possible because people within Petty's own organization cooperated.
Yeah.
It just shows how important witness testimony is in breaking down these huge criminal enterprises.
So the empire crumbles. Petty's and his crew are behind bars. Case closed.
Right.
But it's not that simple, is it?
No, it's not. Petty's legacy is much more complicated than that.
Right.
I mean, his story raises some important questions about the systems that create criminals like him. You have to think about the poverty he was born into, the lack of opportunities, the allure of easy money in a community struggling with drugs and violence.
It's true. It's like a cycle that's almost impossible to break.
It is.
You can't just focus on punishment. You have to address the root causes.
Absolutely. We need to talk about the systemic issues that lead people to choose a life of crime.
So it's more than just a true crime story.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of some deeper societal problems.
It is. And that's what makes this case so fascinating and thought-provoking. It's not just about one man, it's about understanding the complexities of the world we live in.
Okay, so connecting this back to the listener, what can they take away from this deep dive into Craig Petty's world?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, what if things had been different for him?
Yeah.
What if he had grown up in a safer neighborhood,
Right.
had more opportunities,
Mhm.
maybe even had some positive role models? Could his path have been different?
It's a question that comes up a lot, when studying these kinds of cases.
Yeah.
We can't change the past, but we can definitely learn from it.
In Petty's story, I think it emphasizes the need for programs that help young people,
Yeah.
especially those in struggling communities.
Yeah.
Things like early intervention, better education and strong community support systems, those can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
They can provide alternatives to a life of crime.
It really does take a village.
It does.
But what happens when the village itself is in trouble? When poverty and violence are just everyday life, it's a vicious cycle.
It is, and that's why it's so important to tackle these issues head on.
Yeah.
You have to invest in struggling communities, create jobs, and provide resources that empower people to make positive choices.
Right.
It's not just about punishing crime, it's about preventing it.
Exactly. So connecting this back to you, the listener, I think Petty's story is a powerful reminder that our choices have consequences.
Yeah.
Not just for ourselves, but for everyone around us.
Mm-hmm.
It also challenges us to really think about the systems we live in
Right.
and ask ourselves, what can we do to make society fairer and more just?
I completely agree. I think Petty's life, as tragic as it was, can be a catalyst for change.
Yeah.
By understanding the complexities of his story, we can start to untangle, all the factors that contribute to crime and work towards creating a future where stories like his are the exception, not the norm.
This deep dive has been a real eye-opener. We've only scratched the surface of this really complex world. Now it's your turn to keep exploring. Ask those tough questions. Challenge your own perspectives. And remember, knowledge is power, but it's what you do with that knowledge that really matters.
All right, so today we're diving deep, really deep into the life of David Barksdale.
A name that's pretty much synonymous with Chicago gang history, you could say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't really talk about one without the other, can you? And we're going right to the source with this one, using an excerpt from his Wikipedia page.
Which always comes with its own set of caveats, right?
Oh, absolutely. Especially with a figure like Barksdale, there's going to be, well, let's just say there are a few issues flagged on this particular page.
Oh, that's right. Issues.
Makes you wonder what we're going to find, doesn't it? So where do we even begin with a guy like David Barksdale? Well, the story starts down south, Mississippi to be exact. Denise David Barksdale, born into a family of, get this, 13 children.
Wow, 13 kids. That's a full house.
Yeah, no kidding. But the family didn't stay in Mississippi. They packed up and moved to Chicago in 57.
57, huh? That's a big change, going from rural Mississippi to the heart of Chicago, especially back then.
Huge, right? Chicago was a whole different world. The city was booming, lots of industrial growth, but also a ton of social tension brewing under the surface.
Yeah, I can see how that kind of environment could create a breeding ground for figures like Barksdale.
And rise he did. Here's the thing. Just 3 years after arriving in Chicago at the age of 15, Barksdale was already known as a gang leader. 15 years old.
That's incredible. I mean, what do you think it was about him, or maybe about that time period, that allowed someone that young to rise up so fast in that world?
It's a good question, right? It's like, what makes someone a leader in that kind of environment? He must have had some serious charisma or maybe a knack for, I don't know, strategy.
Yeah, maybe a bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
But you also got to remember the social context. Back in those neighborhoods, there wasn't a lot of, traditional support systems. So gangs, they offered a sense of belonging, a kind of twisted sense of community.
It's like they filled a void in a way.
Right, exactly.
Huh?
Especially for young people who felt like they were being ignored or left behind,
Yeah, I get that. So fast forward a few years to 1966. Barksdale's gang, they'd been absorbing all these smaller groups. And by then they were known as, get this, the Black Disciple Nation.
Nation, huh? That's a pretty bold statement.
It was more than just a gang at that point. It was an organization with structure, hierarchy, almost like a paramilitary group or something.
Yeah, it's a different level of organization.
Yeah.
And with that came more power, more control, more influence in those neighborhoods.
More money, too, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It wasn't just about turf wars anymore.
Yeah.
These gangs, they were running businesses, protection rackets, getting involved in drug trafficking. The stakes were much higher.
And, of course, that meant more violence, and there was a lot of it, especially with rival gangs like the Blackstone Rangers. But then, here's where things get interesting. Barksdale, despite being right in the middle of all this, he starts talking about peace.
Really? Peace?
Yeah. He actually proposes a merger in 1973 with Larry Hoover, the leader of the Supreme Gangsters.
Wow. That's a pretty unexpected move coming from a guy known for leading a powerful and, let's be honest, sometimes violent organization.
Yeah, it's like, is this a genuine desire for peace, or is it some kind of strategic power play? What do you think?
It's hard to say for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he saw the damage that all the fighting was doing to his community. Maybe he was looking for a way out. Or maybe he saw it as a way to consolidate power, create an even bigger, more dominant force.
It could be a little of both, right? The idealist and the pragmatist all rolled into one.
Yeah, maybe. But regardless of his motivations, the merger did happen. They formed the Black Gangster Disciple Nation, a whole new chapter.
And that brings us back to Barksdale, the individual, because there's this one detail in the Wikipedia article that really jumped out at me. It says he was arrested 25 times.
25 times?
But never convicted of a serious offense.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable for a guy in his position. How do you explain that?
I don't know, maybe he was just incredibly good at working the system, or maybe he had connections, people on the inside looking out for him.
Yeah, or maybe he was just lucky. Who knows?
Or maybe he was playing a different game altogether. The article also mentions that he used an alias, David Jones.
An alias.
Interesting. It makes you wonder, was he trying to fly under the radar? create a separate identity or maybe even distance himself from the increasingly dangerous world he was a part of?
Yeah, it adds another layer to the whole mystery, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah.
who was the real David Barksdale? Was he the feared gang leader, the peacemaker, the savvy operator? Or was it all just a carefully constructed facade?
It's easy to get lost in all the talk of gangs and power struggles, but we gotta remember we're talking about a real person here, a guy with a family, with a life outside of all that.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, the Wikipedia excerpt, it mentions his wife, Yvonne Yarber,
Oh, yeah.
and their 3 kids.
Huh. So they had a family. I wonder what that was like for them, living with, everything that came with Barksdale's lifestyle.
Well, it definitely wasn't easy. One of their sons, he was actually killed in '96 by a member of the Gangster Disciples.
Oh, wow. The Gangster Disciples, that's the group Barksdale helped create when he merged with Larry Hoover.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, even when you try to escape the violence, it can still come back to haunt you.
That's heavy. And what about Yvonne? What happened to her?
Well, sadly, she was murdered too, just a few years after Barksdale died.
It's like their family was trapped in this cycle of violence that they just couldn't break free from.
Yeah, it really makes you think about the lasting impact of those choices, how they can ripple outward and affect generations.
It's a tragic story for sure. When we were talking about those issues flagged on the Wikipedia page, one thing that really caught my eye was the account of the assassination attempt on Barksdale back in 1970.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's just so incredibly detailed. Like, it mentions the attackers were armed with M14 rifles, even gives the exact address of the bar where it happened.
I mean, that does sound pretty specific.
It's almost like too specific, Makes me wonder if it's all completely accurate or if some of it's been, I don't know, embellished over time.
Yeah, you always have to be careful with these kinds of accounts,
Yeah.
especially when they rely on memories, which can fade or get distorted over the years.
So how do we even know what to believe? I mean, how do we separate fact from fiction when it comes to a guy like Barksdale? It's like we're trying to solve a puzzle, but some of the pieces are missing.
That's the challenge, isn't it? We have to look for corroborating evidence. Try to cross-reference different sources, see if the details line up.
Like police reports, newspaper articles, that sort of thing.
Exactly. And even then, there might be gaps in the information, conflicting accounts, biases we need to be aware of.
It's like playing detective, right? Trying to piece together the truth from all these scattered fragments.
That's a good way to put it. And even with all that effort, we might never have the complete picture. But the process of searching, that's what's important.
It's about the journey, huh?
Exactly. It's about asking questions, being critical, and always being open to new information that might challenge our assumptions.
Thinking about Barksdale's story, it's hard not to see it as a product of its time. You know what I mean? Like what was happening in Chicago back then, socially and politically, that might have contributed to his rise and to the rise of gang activity in general.
We have to remember, Chicago in the 60s and 70s, it was a city in transition. Lots of racial tension, poverty, inequality.
So those conditions kind of created this perfect storm for gangs to take root.
Yeah, exactly. For a lot of young people, especially in Black communities, gangs offered a sense of belonging, a way to make money, a way to exert power in a world that felt stacked against them.
It's like they provided a twisted sense of opportunity that wasn't available through traditional channels.
Right. And Barksdale, with his charisma, his
Yeah.
leadership skills, he was able to tap into that, to create a structure, an organization that gave those young people a sense of purpose, even if that purpose was ultimately destructive.
So he was both a product of his environment and a shaper of it. It's like it all kind of feeds back into itself, this cycle of poverty, violence, and despair.
Yeah, it's a complex web of factors.
Yeah.
And Barksdale's story, it reflects that complexity. It's a reminder that historical figures, even the ones who did bad things, they weren't operating in a vacuum. They were influenced by the world around them.
That's a really good point. It's not about excusing their actions, but it's about understanding the context, the forces that shaped them. And that brings us to the question of legacy. You mentioned earlier that the Black disciples still celebrate Barksdale's birthday, right?
Yeah, they do, every year. It's a big event for them.
But how do we reconcile that with the fact that he was a criminal? I mean, some people see him as a hero, a community leader, while others see him as a villain, a symbol of violence and destruction.
It's a tough question, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you deal with a legacy that's so complicated, so full of contradictions?
Yeah, it's a real head scratcher, right? How do you make sense of a guy who is both a leader and, let's be real, involved in some pretty serious criminal activity?
It's a tough one, for sure.
I mean, it's not about saying what he did was okay, but trying to understand, the whole picture, the choices people make when they're in that world.
It's about nuance, right?
Okay.
You can acknowledge the damage that gang violence causes, the lives lost, the communities torn apart. But you also have to recognize that these stories are never simple.
Like we were saying before, it's those shades of gray.
Exactly.
Barksdale might have been involved in crime, but he also wanted peace. He tried to find common ground between these rival gangs. And don't forget, he had a family. He was a part of this community. It's all got to be considered.
And I think those contradictions, that's what makes these historical figures so interesting, It reminds us that people aren't just one thing. They're capable of both good and bad.
So how do we approach these legacies then? Do we focus on the negative, the harm that was done? Or do we try to find those moments of hope, those times when someone tried to make things better, even if they didn't completely succeed?
I think it's about seeing the whole person, the good and the bad, the successes and the failures, getting the full context, understanding the social forces at play, the choices they made, and what happened because of those choices.
It's about remembering that these figures were human beings, not just characters in some story. They were shaped by their circumstances, by the time they lived in cities.
Exactly. And I think that understanding can help us grapple with these bigger issues, things like poverty, inequality, the systems that keep these cycles of violence going.
It's about finding ways to break those cycles, right?
Right.
To build a world where everyone has a fair shot.
Absolutely. That's the goal.
So Barksdale's life, even though it ended tragically, I think it can be a lesson for us, a warning about the dangers of unchecked ambition, the terrible consequences of violence, but also a reminder that there's always hope for change, this desire for something better.
Yeah, even in the darkest parts of history, there are lessons to be learned, opportunities to grow, and to understand things better.
And those lessons are so relevant today. We're still struggling with a lot of the same problems: poverty, inequality, violence.
Yeah, it's like we haven't fully learned from the past.
What do you think Barksdale's story can teach us about dealing with these challenges now, in the present?
I think it shows how important it is to fix the things that cause these problems in the first place, We got to invest in communities, create opportunities for young people, give them a real alternative to gang life.
Yeah, it can't just be about punishment. It's got to be about prevention, too, right? Addressing the root causes of violence instead of just reacting to it after it happens.
Absolutely. Things like education, job training, mental health services, and programs that bring communities together, that give people a sense of hope and belonging.
It's about creating a world where kids don't feel like they have to join a gang to find those things.
That's the dream, right?
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the life of David Barksdale, what's the one thing you want our listeners to take away from this? What can we learn from this complicated and, let's be honest, pretty disturbing story?
I think it forces us to really examine how we view the past, to understand that people are complex, and even in the darkest parts of our history, there are things we can learn from, opportunities to become better.
It's a call to action, right? It's a reminder that we have to learn from what's happened before, to work towards a future that's fairer and more just, to break these cycles of violence that have gone on for far too long.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, thanks for joining us on this journey through the life and times of David Barksdale. Hopefully it's given you some things to think about, maybe even inspired you to do something to make a difference. Until next time, keep digging deeper, keep asking questions, and keep trying to understand this crazy world we live in. All right, so get ready, because today we're diving deep into the story of Sly Green.
Sly Green.
A notorious gangster, whose legacy is intertwined with the world of hip hop.
Yeah.
Kind of wild. We're going to look at his rise to power as the head of the LA Boys, his dramatic downfall,
Right.
and his unexpected presence in music today.
Yeah.
And all through the lens of
It's a really...
some articles and research that you've shared.
Yeah, what's super interesting about Sly Green is that his story is not just like a typical gangster tale. That it makes you think about how we're so fascinated by these crime figures and how their stories get told and retold, especially in music.
Yeah, for sure. It's a unique situation.
Definitely.
For those who might not know, Sly Green was the leader of the LA Boys gang. And back in the 80s and 90s, they basically controlled the drug trade in Buffalo, New York.
That's right.
They had this reputation for being ruthless and powerful,
Yeah.
which made them almost legendary in the criminal world.
And that reputation wasn't just hype. Their name, the LA Boys, actually gives you a clue about how big their operation was.
Oh, how so?
They were getting their drugs straight from Los Angeles,
Wow.
which shows just how ambitious and far-reaching they were right from the get-go.
So they weren't messing around.
No, not at all.
They were moving serious weight and weren't afraid to use force to protect their business.
Right.
There are even stories about Sly Green himself getting into these crazy high-speed chases with rivals,
Yeah.
trying to jump into their cars in the middle of it all.
It's wild. That kind of audacity, that willingness to take huge risks. It's something you see a lot with people who rise to the top of criminal organizations. It takes a certain kind of mindset,
Yeah.
almost a disregard for the boundaries that most people wouldn't even think about crossing.
They operate on a different level.
For sure.
And it wasn't just Sly calling the shots.
Right.
His brother Clayton, who is known as Iceberg, was also a major player in the gang.
Oh, yeah, Iceberg.
Years later, Clayton was arrested in a police raid where they found a stash of cocaine.
Wow.
Which shows how deep that family was in that world.
It really makes you think about the influence of family and environment,
Yeah.
on a person's path.
Yeah.
But let's shift gears a bit and talk about the turning point in Sly Green's story. Because as high as they climbed, the fall was just as dramatic.
For sure. In 1991, Green was arrested on murder charges,
Oh, yeah.
which set the stage for his downfall.
Big time.
And while he was in jail awaiting trial, there's the story about him showing us your inmate newspaper clippings about his gang.
Oh, wow.
He was like, these are my guys. This is what they're doing, like with zero remorse.
That detail always stuck with me. It really shows how deeply ingrained his pride and his criminal enterprise was, even when he was facing serious charges. It's like foreshadowing his conviction.
And that conviction came in 1994.
Right.
Green, along with 27 other members of the LA Boys, were found guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, you name it.
Wow.
The trial even revealed that Green was planning to make a massive $50 million from cocaine deals.
$50 million. That's insane. That kind of ambition is fascinating.
Yeah.
But it makes you question the psychology behind it. What drives someone to go after that much wealth through illegal means?
Right. Is it pure greed, or are there other factors at play?
Yeah,
Green seemed to have that all-or-nothing mentality. He even tried to appeal the verdict
he did.
and extend his trial, but the judge wasn't having any of it.
No.
In the end, he was sentenced to 4 life sentences plus 110 years.
Wow.
Basically, game over.
It's a reminder that even the most powerful criminal empires eventually crumble. But here's where things take a really unexpected turn. Sly Green's story didn't end there,
What do you mean?
even though he's locked up for life.
Right.
His legacy is living on in a surprising place. Hip-hop music.
Wait, hold on. How did a convicted gangster end up in the world of hip-hop?
Well, there's this connection between Sly Green and 2 rappers who also came up in Buffalo.
Okay.
Westside Gunn and Benny the Butcher. Both of them had their own experiences in the drug game and started referencing Green in their music.
So these rappers are name-dropping a guy serving multiple life sentences.
They are. That seems unusual.
It is. And it's not just casual mentions either. Benny the Butcher actually has a song called Sly Green.
Wow.
And Westside Gunn included a Sly Green skit on his album Fly Why God.
Okay, now that's interesting.
Yeah.
It definitely blurs the lines between art and reality.
It does.
I'm curious to understand why they'd choose to feature someone like him so prominently in their music.
Right. It's a complex issue. On the one hand, you have this figure who is involved in a lot of illegal activities, but on the other hand, his story clearly resonates with these artists in a way that's shaping their music.
So it's almost like they're reclaiming their narrative.
Yeah.
Even if it involves a dark and controversial figure, they're saying this is where we came from. This is part of what shaped us.
Right. And it forces us as listeners to confront the complexities of storytelling. Who gets to tell these stories? And how do we navigate the moral ambiguity of figures like Sly Green?
Yeah, it's not about condoning his actions,
No.
but acknowledging the impact he had on their lives and on the city of Buffalo.
Exactly. It speaks to the power of music to connect with people on a visceral level, even when dealing with challenging subject matter.
For sure.
It can make us rethink our assumptions and biases.
This is making me think about hip-hop differently. It's not just entertainment.
Right?
It's social commentary,
Yeah,
a reflection of lived experiences that might not always be pretty.
that's a great point. It's something to keep in mind as you explore more music,
Yeah.
particularly hip-hop. Look for those layers of meaning, the stories behind the rhymes. It can really enrich your understanding.
I'm definitely going to pay closer attention. So what's the big takeaway here from our deep dive into Sly Green's world?
Well, I think it highlights this complex relationship between crime culture and artistic expression. We have to think critically about how we view Figures like Sly Green, how their stories are told and retold.
It's also a reminder that even behind bars, someone's influence can continue.
Absolutely. Especially if their story resonates with others.
Yeah.
Even if it's in a complicated way.
For sure. And in this case, that resonance found its way into hip-hop blurring the lines between reality and art, sparking these conversations about morality storytelling and the legacy of figures who have done both good and bad things.
And it's definitely made for a captivating deep dive, to say the least.
I agree. Sly Green's story is this captivating blend of ambition, violence, and this unexpected afterlife in music.
Right.
It's a story that lingers, prompting deeper thought.
It's interesting. We started this deep dive talking about Sly Green's daring jump into a rival's car during a chase.
Oh, yeah.
A pretty bold move for anyone.
Striking image of audacity.
And now, decades later, his voice makes another leap.
Right.
This time into the world of music. There's almost a poetic symmetry to it, don't you think?
I see what you mean. It speaks to the lasting power of his story.
Yeah.
And the surprising ways it continues to captivate and challenge us, even if we grapple with the implications.
Yeah. It reminds us that the lines between fact and fiction, good and bad, can be blurry.
Yeah.
And sometimes the most compelling stories emerge from unexpected places, challenging our comfort zones.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, let's shift our focus to explore some of the specific examples of how Sly Green's presence is felt in hip-hop.
Yes. Let's delve into the music itself and see how these artists are incorporating his story and voice into their work. It's almost like he's become this, larger-than-life figure,
It is fascinating, isn't it?
Even though he's physically confined.
It makes you wonder what draws artists to a figure like Sly Green, someone convicted of serious crimes.
Right.
Is it purely for shock value?
Right.
Or is there a deeper connection there?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards there being something more to it.
Yeah.
I mean, to feature his voice on a whole EP,
Right.
that's not just a casual shout-out. That's a statement.
It's definitely a statement.
Yeah.
And remember, West Side Gun and Benny the Butcher, they grew up in Buffalo.
Right.
They saw the LA boys rise and fall firsthand. Their music is often rooted in those experiences. And Sly Green becomes a symbol of that era.
Right.
A part of their history they're trying to process through their art.
So it's almost like they're reclaiming their narrative.
Yeah.
Even if it involves a dark and controversial figure.
Exactly.
They're saying, this is where we came from. This is part of what shaped us.
Right. And it forces us as listeners to confront the complexities of storytelling. Who gets to tell these stories, and how do we navigate the moral ambiguity of figures like Sly Green?
It's not about condoning his actions,
No.
but acknowledging the impact he had on their lives and the city of Buffalo.
Exactly. It speaks to the power of music to connect with people on a visceral level. Even when dealing with challenging subject matter, it can make us rethink our assumptions and biases.
This is making me think about hip-hop differently. It's not just entertainment, it's social commentary.
Right.
A reflection of lived experiences that might not always be pretty.
That's a great point. And it's something to keep in mind as you explore more music, particularly hip-hop. Look for those layers of meaning, the stories behind the rhymes. It could really enrich your understanding.
I'm definitely going to pay closer attention. So what's the big takeaway here from our deep dive into Sly Green's world?
Well, I think it highlights this complex relationship between crime culture and artistic expression.
Okay.
We have to think critically about how we view figures like Sly Green, how their stories are told and retold.
It's also a reminder that even behind bars, someone's influence can continue.
Absolutely.
Especially if their story resonates with others.
Right.
Even if it's in a complicated way.
Exactly. And in this case, that resonance found its way into hip-hop, blurring the lines between reality and art.
Yeah.
Sparking these conversations about morality storytelling and the legacy of figures who have done both good and bad things.
It's definitely been a captivating deep dive, to say the least.
I agree. Sly Green's story is a captivating blend of ambition, violence, and this unexpected afterlife in music. Yeah.
It's a story that lingers.
Right.
Prompting deeper thought.
It's interesting. We started this deep dive talking about Sly Green's daring jump into a rival's car during a chase.
Oh, yeah.
A pretty bold move for anyone.
Yes, a striking image of audacity.
And now, decades later, his voice makes another leap, this time into the world of music.
Right.
There's almost a poetic symmetry to it, don't you think?
I see what you mean. It speaks to the lasting power of his story and the surprising ways it continues to captivate and challenge us, even if we grapple with the implications.
It reminds us that the lines between fact and fiction, good and bad, can be blurry.
Yeah.
And sometimes the most compelling stories emerge from unexpected places challenging our comfort zones.
That's a great point. And with that in mind, let's shift our focus to explore some of the specific examples of how Sly Green's presence is felt in hip-hop.
Yes, let's delve into the music itself and see how these artists are incorporating his story and voice into their work. So we talked about Sly Green and these two rappers, but what does it actually sound like?
How are West Side Gun and Benny the Butcher using him in their music?
That's where it gets really interesting. When you listen to their tracks, you realize they're not glorifying a criminal.
Okay.
They're using his story to explore deeper themes, like poverty ambition, the allure and consequences of street life. It's like they're holding up a mirror to a specific part of American culture.
So it's more about using his story as a springboard for social commentary than just like a straight-up tribute.
Exactly. Take Benny the Butcher's song, Sly Green. It's gritty and raw and doesn't shy away from the violence that was part of Green's world.
Right.
But it also hints at those systemic factors that might lead someone down that path. Lack of opportunity, the cycle of poverty, the allure of quick money.
Right.
It's nuanced, thought-provoking stuff.
And what about West Side Gun?
Yeah.
He seems to have taken this connection even further by featuring Sly Green's voice on his EP.
Yeah, and that's where it gets really fascinating.
Right.
The way they've incorporated his voice on 11 is almost haunting. It's not like he's rapping or giving interviews. It's more like snippets of conversations, reflections, almost like a ghost from the past commenting on the present.
That sounds incredibly powerful.
It is.
I imagine it adds a whole other layer of depth to the music.
It does. It gives you this sense of history repeating itself,
Yeah.
of the past reaching out and touching the present.
Right.
It makes you think about the lasting impact of choices, both for the individual and for the community.
Yeah, it also challenges the simple narrative of like good guy versus bad guy.
It does.
You have a convicted criminal's voice woven into the music.
Right.
It makes you confront the complexities of his story.
And I think that's one of the most intriguing aspects of this whole thing. It goes beyond a simple celebration or condemnation. It's about acknowledging the nuance, the gray areas, the fact that even someone who committed terrible acts can still have a story that makes you think.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that music can be an incredible vehicle for exploring these tough topics.
Absolutely.
It can spark a dialogue, make us question our assumptions, and broaden our understanding of the world.
This deep dive into Sly Green's story has taken us from the streets of Buffalo to the world of hip-hop, highlighting how crime culture and art are all connected.
It's been a thought-provoking journey. We've seen how a notorious gangster's legacy lives on in music.
Yeah.
It's made us think about storytelling, the lines between glorification and social commentary, and the power of music
Right.
to make us think critically about the world.
Absolutely. And I think that's what makes this such a compelling story.
Yeah.
It challenges us to look beyond the surface and grapple with some uncomfortable truths.
So as we wrap up this deep dive,
Yeah.
we encourage you to check out the music of West Side Gun and Benny the Butcher.
Yeah.
Listen to how they use Sly Green's story in their work and think about what it means to you. Does it glorify him,
Right.
criticize him, or something else entirely?
Because the important thing is that you're engaging with these complex issues.
Right.
Asking questions and forming your own opinions.
And that's what the deep dive is all about. Thanks for joining us. And until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep.
All right, diving into a fascinating figure today. We got a ton of stuff about Felix Mitchell, and honestly, it's more than just your average gangster story. Thousands at his funeral, horse-drawn carriage, 14 Rolls Royces. It's wild.
It's definitely not your typical send-off, that's for sure.
It makes you wonder, what's the real story here? Was he some kind of community hero, or was it just a glamorized, glorification of crime?
That's what we're going to try to figure out. It's a lot more complicated than it seems. I mean, to even begin to understand that funeral, you really got to go back, look at Mitchell's whole life.
Okay, so let's rewind. We got all this material you sent.
Yeah.
And it's like Oakland in the 60s and 70s, poverty, no opportunities.
Right, a breeding ground almost. And there's young Felix Mitchell right in the middle of it all.
Born 54, right?
Yeah, born and raised in Oakland, grew up in the project San Antonio Village, if I remember correctly, drops out of high school, starts this group that turns into, the 69 mob.
Yeah, infamous.
And get this, he wasn't just some small-time hood. He had connections all over L.A., even Detroit.
Wow, so this was organized, thought out. He had big plans, clearly.
Definitely ambitious. And we got to remember, this was before crack. Heroin was the big thing back then. Mitchell, he saw an opening, a way to make a name for himself.
So how did he get so powerful so fast? There's got to be more to it.
Well, from what I gathered, seems he hooked up with this LA kingpin, Tootie Reese.
Reese.
Yeah, already had a huge network in the Bay Area and beyond. So kind of like a mentor, I guess you could say, in the drug world.
Ah, that explains it.
Mitchell, he was in the thick of it. Turf wars all the time, rival gangs, Mickey Moore's crew, Funktown, USA. Super violent stuff.
So we've got Felix the Cat.
Oh, yeah, that nickname.
It does add this whole other layer to it all, doesn't it? Like cartoonish, but he's running this giant heroin ring.
$5 million a year, some estimates say.
5 million.
That buys you a lot of power influence. But it also makes you a target. That's where things start to unravel, I guess.
Leads to the downfall, right? 1985, cops finally catch up to him.
Yep. Arrested, convicted, life sentence, off to Leavenworth.
Typical story for a guy like that, you'd think.
You'd think, except here's where it gets really weird.
Weird how?
Just over a year later, 2 days shy of his 32nd birthday, Mitchell's killed in prison. Stabbed.
Oh, wow. Tragic, but I guess not totally surprising, given, the life.
Yeah. But then you get to the funeral, and that's when things get really interesting.
Thousands of people, horse-drawn carriage, all those Rolls Royces. You said it before, not your typical send-off. Almost felt more like a celebration.
It did, didn't it? And then you add Huey P. Newton into the mix.
Black Panther Party co-founder. What was he doing at a drug lord's funeral?
Right. Adds another layer of complexity to it all. Why would someone like that, such a prominent figure, be there?
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, you have this huge outpouring of respect, almost worship. But on the other, wasn't it, I don't know, kind of dangerous?
Yeah.
Sending a mixed message, especially to young people who maybe saw him as a role model. How do you even start to make sense of that? It's almost like a legend, His death, the funeral, the whole thing. But hold on, we got to talk about this other crazy twist. His conviction, it gets overturned, right?
A year after his death, yeah. He died before they could hear his appeal. So, legally speaking, he wasn't a criminal anymore.
So officially, he died an innocent man. Talk about a bizarre turn of events. But even if his name was cleared, his impact on Oakland, especially on the criminal side of things, that doesn't just disappear, right?
Exactly. And this is where we get to this thing called the Felix Mitchell paradox. You'd figure take out a major player like Mitchell, crime goes down. But that's not what happened at all.
Wait, hold up. It actually increased after he was gone. I don't get it. How does that even work?
Imagine it like, a dam holding back a flood. Mitchell, his control, his grip on everything, it kept a weird sort of balance, a monopoly on violence almost. Brutal, but it kind of worked. Take him out of the picture, the dam breaks. Chaos everywhere, all these smaller gangs fighting for scraps.
So his power, it actually stabilized things.
Yeah.
That's kind of mind-blowing.
It really goes against everything we think we know about crime. You'd think just locking up the big guy solves everything. But the Felix Mitchell paradox, it shows us that's not enough. You got to deal with the root causes. The poverty, no jobs, the cycle of violence.
It's way more complicated than just bad guy goes to jail, happy ending. Huh?
Way more. But it still leaves us with this puzzle. Felix the Cat. Criminal mastermind. Just a product of his environment. Was he both? I mean, he did have that Robin Hood image, giving back to the community, those huge parties he'd throw for the kids, even paying people's rent sometimes, buying groceries.
Right, those parties were legendary, weren't they? Like, he was flaunting his success, but also sharing it.
Yeah.
Even if the money came from, well.
Yeah. Exactly. Fueled that Robin Hood image.
Yeah.
But we can't forget the damage. The drug trade, the lives lost, families destroyed.
It's a tough one. We're trying to fit these two extremes together. Community leader, drug lord.
You've hit it, Mitchell. He's not black and white. All these contradictions, that's what makes him so fascinating.
So what does it all mean for us now? His story's a mess of contradictions. What are we supposed to learn from it?
I think it shows us that things are rarely simple. It's a reminder, Look for the nuances, people, situations. They're rarely just good or bad. And the solutions, those aren't always clear-cut either.
Getting rid of a kingpin, that's a headline. But it doesn't magically fix a broken system. We got to tackle the big stuff. Poverty, inequality, the lack of opportunity. That's where guys like Mitchell come from.
You got it. And maybe his story can make us think differently about the stories we tell about crime, about poverty. It's easy to judge, slap a label on someone, hero or villain. But Mitchell, he shows us those labels don't tell the whole story.
So we've gone deep on Felix Mitchell, and we're left with a lot to think about. This paradox, that funeral. A snapshot of a man, a community, fighting forces bigger than them.
And for you listening, here's a final thought. If Mitchell's conviction was overturned, does that change how you see him? Was he just a victim of his circumstances who found power in a bad way? Or did he take advantage of those circumstances?
Yeah, it's heavy stuff. Makes you think about what making it really means, especially when the system is, you know, stacked against you.
For sure. And that's where I think Mitchell's story gets really interesting. It ties into all these bigger issues. Social mobility, inequality, that whole idea of getting rich quick, even if it's not exactly legal.
Right, because for a guy like Mitchell, growing up poor, violence everywhere, maybe the right way just wasn't an option, you know? So he makes his own rules, his own way, even if it means breaking the law.
Yeah, it's like the ends justify the means, right? But Mitchell's story, it shows what happens. Those means, they come back to haunt you. Violence, chaos, it affects everyone for years.
Which brings us back to that funeral. The spectacle. The message it sent. What do you think it says about Mitchell's place in Oakland?
Honestly, I think it shows just how much confusion, how much uncertainty there was, even within his own community. Some people, they genuinely mourned him. They saw him as a leader, someone who took care of them. But for others, there had to be this unease. Like, yeah, he did some good, but look at the cost.
Almost like the community itself was torn. They lost someone who, in his own twisted way, brought some order. But they knew he was also responsible for so much darkness.
Exactly. And that's what makes this whole thing so captivating. There are no easy answers. It forces you to confront the hard truths about ourselves, about society.
So, as we wrap up this deep dive, we're left with this question. How do we remember Felix Mitchell? Criminal mastermind, folk hero, something else entirely?
That's up to each of us to figure out. But I hope, that this has made you curious. To dig deeper, look past the simple explanations. It's a fascinating chapter in Oakland's history, even if it's a tragic one.
And to everyone listening, keep digging, read those sources, find different viewpoints, and come to your own conclusions about the Felix Mitchell paradox. What does it tell us about crime, poverty, about what it means to be human? Until next time, happy diving. Welcome to another deep dive with us. This time we're headed to 1980s Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
The city where the American dream got tangled up with a booming drug trade.
Yeah.
And our main player in all this is Fluky Stokes.
Wow.
A name that just screams extravagance and controversy.
Yeah.
And a life that was as captivating as it was tragic.
It's a good word.
So we've got excerpts from his Wikipedia page,
right,
ready to unpack a story that asks,
okay,
was Fluky Stokes just a product of his environment? Or did he actively shape it?
I think what makes Stokes so fascinating is that he's not just another gangster.
Yeah.
He was almost like a celebrity,
Yeah.
So flamboyant. His life really makes you question the allure of wealth and power, especially when they're obtained outside the law.
Okay, so to really get into this, we got to set the stage.
Yeah.
Fluky Stokes wasn't just a drug kingpin.
Right.
He was known for, flaunting his wealth.
Oh, yeah.
Silk suits, diamond rings, high-stakes gambling in Las Vegas.
Oh.
He even claimed gambling as his income on tax returns.
Oh, wow.
It's like he wanted everyone to know he was living large.
Yeah.
Consequences be damned.
That's a really good point.
Right.
It wasn't enough for him to just have money. He needed to be seen.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder if that was part of some big plan or just a deep need for recognition.
And speaking of making a statement.
Yeah.
We can't talk about Fluky without talking about the Cadillac coffin.
Of course.
So his son Willie, the Wimp Stokes Jr., was also involved in the drug trade. And sadly, he was murdered in '84.
Yeah.
And Fluky decided to give him a send-off no one would ever forget.
This wasn't just any funeral.
Oh, no.
Willie was laid to rest in a custom-designed Cadillac Seville casket.
Wow.
It had working headlights and taillights, white wall tires, and even a personalized Wimp license plate.
That's incredible.
And he was dressed to the nines, a red suit, a gray hat, diamond rings.
Wow.
Even had $100 bills tucked between his fingers.
I'm picturing this whole thing, and it just seems unbelievable.
I know.
This wasn't just about honoring his son, was it?
Yeah.
Feels like a show of force.
Yeah.
Like a challenge to death itself.
Exactly.
Even in death, he's in control.
It wasn't just grief. It was a message to the world. I'm still in charge.
And that funeral became legendary, even inspiring Stevie Ray Vaughan's song, Willie the Wimp.
Oh, wow.
It really cemented Fluky's image in everyone's minds.
It did.
But what about Fluky himself? He lived just as extravagantly as his son.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe even more so.
He loved the finer things in life. Silk suits, diamond rings, won and lost fortunes gambling in Vegas.
Yeah.
He even threw a $200,000 party for his 30th wedding anniversary in 1985.
Oh, my gosh.
Talk about a lavish lifestyle.
But here's where things get really interesting.
Okay.
And maybe a little contradictory.
Uh-huh.
Despite renewing his vows at that anniversary party,
Yeah.
Fluky was out with his mistress when he was murdered just a year later.
It really makes you think about Fluky's image. Was it all just a show? Like, was he trying to project something totally different from his real life?
Yeah, and his death was just as dramatic as his life.
Oh, tell me about it.
So in November of '86, he's dropping off his mistress.
Right.
And these two gunmen ambush him in his limo.
Oh, wow.
He gets shot multiple times while he's on his car phone.
Oh, jeez.
His driver, Ronald Johnson, was also killed.
Oh, man.
And the mistress survived by ducking down in the back seat.
Gosh, and this was all happening while the DEA was closing in on Fluky with a grand jury indictment.
So he was living a double life.
Yeah.
The flashy public figure and the target of a huge criminal investigation. What were they even looking at him for?
Well, they were building a case against him for drug racketeering, running a criminal enterprise, and tax evasion.
Sounds like Fluky's world was about to come crashing down.
It really does. It's interesting how Fluky's life kind of mirrors what was happening in Chicago in the 80s.
Yeah.
You had this like booming stock market, but also a lot of poverty and inequality. And organized crime just thrived in that kind of environment.
Right.
It offered a path to wealth and power that was totally outside the system.
So you're saying Fluky's rise was almost like a symptom of the times?
Yeah, possibly.
Like he wouldn't have been as big in a different era?
It's definitely possible. He really embodies those contradictions of the 80s, you know?
I see what you mean.
The obsession with money, the willingness to break the rules.
Yeah.
And that disillusionment a lot of people felt with the American dream.
Right.
It all ties together.
And there's this theme of Fluky presenting himself as a Robin Hood type figure.
Right.
Like a benefactor to his community.
Yeah.
How much of that was real generosity versus strategy?
Hard to say for sure, but a lot of organized crime figures throughout history have cultivated that image.
Yeah.
Providing for the community helps them gain acceptance, which lets them operate more freely.
So it's like a trade-off.
Yeah.
They give material support, and the community looks the other way.
Yeah.
But people knew what Fluky was doing, right?
Of course.
So how does that work?
It creates a moral gray area.
I guess so.
People see the good deeds.
Yeah.
And it's harder to condemn them.
It's like a blurred line.
Yeah. Especially in communities where poverty and lack of opportunity are widespread.
Right. It's a reminder that the lines between good and evil aren't always clear.
Yeah.
And Fluky's story still resonates with people today, even decades later. Why do you think that is?
I think there's a fascination with people who live outside the rules.
Yeah.
Those who achieve a level of success most can only dream of.
Even if it's through illegal means.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the allure of the anti-hero.
Yeah.
The bad boy with a heart of gold.
But we can't forget, Fluky contributed to the problems that plagued his community.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
While his generosity might have helped some people, his involvement in the drug trade definitely caused harm.
Yeah.
And it perpetuated those cycles of poverty and violence.
It's like a reminder that even the most captivating stories can have a dark side. And Fluky's own downfall came pretty quickly.
You did.
Remember he was dressed really casually when he was murdered?
Yeah.
It was a huge contrast to his usual flashy style.
Almost like he had a feeling something was coming.
Really?
Sweatpants, sneakers, no jewelry.
Like he knew it was over.
Like his world of luxury and power was about to disappear.
And even in death, Fluky made a statement.
He did.
His funeral was more low-key than his son's, but it was still an event.
Yeah.
Over 7,000 people attended.
Wow.
Shows how much he impacted the community.
It does.
He was buried in a custom coffin with a powder blue interior.
Oh, wow.
And he was dressed up in a blue suit, silk shirt, tie, handkerchief, python shoes, sunglasses, a portable telephone.
A portable phone.
Yeah.
It's almost funny, but it shows his need to be connected, to be in control.
Even in death.
Right. Like he wanted to decide how he'd be remembered.
Exactly.
It's like the Cadillac coffin all over again.
Yeah.
They both seem to defy death, projecting an image of power and wealth that goes beyond the grave.
But what about the people who went to those funerals?
Yeah.
What do you think brought them there?
I don't know.
Was it just morbid curiosity or genuine respect?
Or something else entirely.
It's wild how Fluky Stokes built his empire on illegal stuff, but still had this big presence in his community.
Yeah.
What was it about him that people connected with?
Maybe it was him going against the grain,
Yeah.
making his own rules in a system that felt rigged.
Mm-hmm.
Especially back then in the 80s.
Yeah.
Opportunities were limited.
Right. Especially for marginalized communities.
Exactly.
So he was like a rebel.
Kind of, yeah.
Rejecting the normal path to success.
Right. And his methods were obviously criminal.
Of course.
But his success, even though it was dirty,
Yeah.
might have resonated with people who felt stuck.
Like they couldn't get ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, he showed that even with a bad hand, you can still win.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you got to bend the rules. Yeah. But that brings us back to our big question.
Okay.
Was Fluky a product of his environment? Or did he shape it?
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
On one hand, he was definitely shaped by Chicago in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Limited opportunities, the pull of easy money.
Yeah.
All that fueled his rise.
But he wasn't just along for the ride.
No.
He chose to do illegal things.
Yeah. Built his empire through crime.
Right.
He made choices that affected him and tons of other people.
He was both a product and a shaper.
Exactly.
That's what makes his story so interesting.
It really is.
It makes us think about individual choices versus society's influence.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder what success really means.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you win in a system that feels rigged?
Right.
Can you achieve the American dream without being shady?
Big questions.
Yeah. And they're still relevant today.
Definitely. Even though Fluky's gone.
His story is a warning about power and taking shortcuts.
A cautionary tale, for sure.
It reminds us that illegal success comes at a cost.
Yeah.
Not just for you, but for everyone.
It does.
Behind all the flash and wealth,
Mm-hmm.
there's real pain
Real consequences.
that we can't ignore.
You can't.
So as we wrap up this deep dive on Fluky Stokes,
Okay.
we'll leave you with this.
Right.
Was he a villain? A folk hero?
Or somewhere in between.
Like so much of his life, there's no easy answer.
Nope.
It makes us think about our own values.
Yeah.
What would we sacrifice for success?
What compromises would we make?
And it forces us to confront how complex people are.
Exactly.
Fluky Stokes lived on the edge,
He did.
full of contradictions.
So many layers.
And his story, even decades later, still fascinates us.
It does.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
We hope it sparked some curiosity and gave you something to think about.
Definitely.
Remember, every story has layers.
Mm-hmm.
And even a life as crazy as Fluky Stokes
Yeah.
can teach us about ourselves and the world.
Absolutely. All right, let's dive into the life of Frank Lucas. This guy was a drug lord who built a serious empire in 1970s Harlem. And we're using his Wikipedia article to guide us. So get ready for a wild ride. Now, Lucas wasn't your average gangster. He's known for saying he, skipped the mafia middlemen and got his heroin straight from the Golden Triangle.
Yeah, that's what makes Lucas so interesting. He didn't want to play by the mafia's rules. Instead, he went right to the source, the Golden Triangle. You know, that region in Southeast Asia, notorious for opium production. It was like a lawless zone, perfect for someone like Lucas to operate under the radar. And this wasn't just about getting cheaper heroin. By going around the mafia, Lucas showed everyone how weak their system was. And that had ripple effects on organized crime in the U.S. for years.
Wow, so his actions had a way bigger impact than just his own business, huh? Okay, so I've heard stories about how he smuggled heroin in coffins of American servicemen coming back from Vietnam. It's a pretty dark image.
Yeah, that story was in the movie American Gangster. But it's been disputed. Lucas's supposed partner, Leslie Ike Atkinson, denied it ever happened.
So the coffin thing's a bit of a mystery. Either way, Lucas's path from a small town to a big-time kingpin is fascinating. Let's go back to his childhood in LaGrange, North Carolina. He grew up in the rural South during the Jim Crow era. Lucas claimed witnessing a horrible event as a kid steered him toward crime.
Right, he said that seeing his 12-year-old cousin murdered by the Ku Klux Klan was a turning point for him. He accused his cousin of hitting on a white woman. You can understand how an experience like that would mess someone up.
It's tough to imagine the kind of impact that would have, and things didn't get much easier for him as he got older. He had a run-in with a former employer, and it ended in violence, theft, and arson. Not exactly model citizen behavior, right? His mom, worried sick about him, told him to leave North Carolina, which is how he ended up in Harlem.
And that's where he supposedly met Bumpy Johnson, the notorious gangster. Lucas always said he was Johnson's driver for 15 years, but people have questioned that. Even Johnson's widow disputed how close they actually were.
So even his early days have some conflicting stories. But whether he worked closely with Johnson or not, Lucas clearly figured out how to navigate the criminal world. After Johnson died, Lucas set his sights on the drug trade. He realized quickly that he'd need to outsmart the mafia families. They were the ones controlling the heroin coming into New York. So that's where his trip to Bangkok becomes super important.
You got it. That trip changed everything. He met Leslie Ike Atkinson there, the guy who was said to have connections with opium growers in the Golden Triangle. That meeting was a turning point for Lucas. He realized he could cut out the mafia completely and get heroin straight from Asia.
So he teams up with Atkinson, and because he was such a good strategist, he saw this as an amazing chance. Getting rid of the middleman meant he could control it all, the quality, how much, and most importantly, the price.
Exactly. That's what led to Blue Magic, his infamous brand of heroin. What made it stand out was its purity. It was almost 100% pure.
Wow, so what did that do to the drug market at the time?
Well, think about it. Back then, most street heroin was cut with all sorts of stuff. But Lucas's product was way stronger. So it was more desirable and, of course, way more dangerous. This meant he could charge more and build a loyal customer base, sadly.
So he was making serious money then. I heard he was pulling in $1 million a day at one point.
Now, while that is impressive, I think we should be a little skeptical of that number. Even Lucas himself admitted later that it was an exaggeration. But there's no doubt he made a ton of money. Real estate, a massive ranch in North Carolina, even a breeding bull worth a fortune.
That's a classic rags to riches story, just with a really dark side. But here's what's interesting. Even with all that cash, Lucas didn't show it off. Why was that?
Lucas was smart. He knew that flashing your wealth would attract attention you didn't want, like from the police. He dressed simply and liked to stay under the radar. He understood that it was important to not draw attention to himself. Lucas wasn't your typical flashy gangster. He was more of a businessman who knew how to stay in the game.
He was playing the long game, which makes his downfall even more crazy. In 1975, it all came crashing down. Picture this, a cold January morning. Lucas is at his home in Teaneck, New Jersey, probably having a cup of coffee when, bam, a DEA task force busts through the door.
It was a carefully planned raid, years in the making. The Z Team, a special task force, had been working hard. They were infiltrating Lucas's network, gathering evidence, building a case against him.
So they finally had enough to get him. What happened during the raid?
They took a bunch of cash, almost $600,000. But Lucas always insisted there was way more. Millions stashed in the attic that the officers took for themselves. We might never know what really happened that day. But the raid was the beginning of the end for Lucas's empire.
Sounds like something out of a movie. So this arrest leads to one of the most ethically tricky parts of Lucas's story, his decision to work with the authorities. He turned informant. What are your thoughts on that?
It's definitely a controversial move. He gave him everything, his whole operation, names, the whole 9 yards. In exchange, they gave him a lighter sentence and protection for him and his family.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. Lucas turning informant adds a whole new layer to this. But before we get into that, let's look at what happened because of his cooperation. I understand it led to a lot of drug-related convictions.
Yeah, his testimony was a big reason why over 100 people were convicted on drug charges. It was a huge blow to the drug trade. But, Lucas' freedom didn't last. In 1984, he got into trouble again. He was caught trying to trade heroin and cash for cocaine.
It seems like some habits are hard to break. What happened next?
He was sentenced to another 7 years in prison. It just goes to show how hard it is to get away from that life, even for someone who had it all. Money, power, success. Lucas's story is a powerful example of how crime can trap you and how hard it is to escape.
It shows that even the people at the top can fall. But before we move on to his later years and talk about American Gangster, let's think about something that often gets overlooked, his family life. How did he balance being a drug lord with being a husband and a father? This isn't something people talk about a lot, but it gives us a different perspective on him.
You're right. That is an interesting and often ignored part of his life. Lucas was married to Julie Ferret. She was also convicted for her role in his drug empire and went to prison. They had a complicated relationship. They even lived apart for a while. But eventually, they got back together and stayed married for decades.
That's wild. Their story says a lot about the crazy relationships that happen in organized crime. The loyalty, the sacrifices, the secrets. It reminds us that behind all the headlines and the drama, there are real people living really complicated lives. And Lucas was a father, too. He had 7 children. It's difficult to picture a ruthless drug lord as a family man.
It's this kind of contradiction that makes you ask a lot of questions. What was it like for his kids growing up with that legacy? How did he handle the moral compromises and all the secrets he had? We may never know the answers to these questions, but they're important for understanding who Frank Lucas really was. as a complete person.
Yeah, it definitely adds another layer to his story. And speaking of complex stories, we got to talk about American Gangster. The movie from 2007 with Denzel Washington as Lucas, it brought his story to a whole new audience.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was a huge hit. And Lucas was actually involved in making it. He even gave Denzel Washington tips on how to hold a gun. Talk
Yeah.
about authenticity, right?
Pretty interesting, huh? But the movie caused a lot of controversy, too. Some people said it made Lucas look too good, like some kind of hero fighting a corrupt system. But like we talked about, the reality was way more complicated.
And there were things that weren't even true in it, right? Oh, absolutely. Former DEA agents who worked on the case sued Universal. They said the movie made them look bad and twisted the truth. Even Lucas admitted that only a little bit of the movie was accurate.
So American Gangster might be a fun movie. But we gotta remember that Hollywood changes things. It makes you wonder how much we can trust movies about real people and events.
It's a good reminder to be critical of what we watch and read, especially stuff based on real events. We have to look deeper and try to get different perspectives.
Speaking of perspectives, Lucas's legacy is a mixed bag. He was a ruthless criminal who made money off other people's suffering, no doubt. But he also helped the authorities take down a big part of the drug trade.
Yeah, it's that duality that makes him so fascinating. He represents those contradictions in human nature, capable of doing terrible things, but also unexpectedly cooperating with the law. He's hard to put into a neat category, and that's what makes his story so interesting.
He had a long life. He passed away in 2019 at 88 years old. His story really reflects a crazy time in American history, when drugs were everywhere and organized crime had a lot of power.
And it makes us think about some hard truths about race, poverty, and the systems that can keep people trapped in a cycle of crime. Lucas's story still resonates today because it forces us to look at all the things, the complicated things that contribute to someone like him rising to power.
It leaves you with a lot to think about. Lucas might be gone, but his impact is still felt in pop culture, in how we understand the drug trade, and in the ongoing debate about criminal justice reform.
It's amazing how Lucas's life connected with so many important events in America. The Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, the war on drugs. He was both shaped by these events and helped shape them.
Yeah, exactly. His life was a mix of ambition, betrayal, and ultimately facing the consequences of breaking the law.
Lucas's story challenges us to look beyond what's obvious, to think about the things in society that lead to organized crime, and to really grapple with the tough ethical questions about law enforcement. It's a story that, even though it's about dark stuff, shows us the human condition and all its messy and captivating reality.
So, as we're wrapping up our deep dive into the life of Frank Lucas, what are some of the key things we should remember?
Well, I think it's important to realize that Lucas's story isn't just about him. It's a reflection of a specific time and place in American history, a time when it was hard to tell right from wrong, and when people were willing to do anything for power and money.
And for you personally, what stands out as particularly insightful or interesting from everything we've learned?
What really gets me is how Lucas shook things up in the drug trade. His willingness to go straight to the source, the Golden Triangle, was a total game changer. It exposed how weak the mafia's control was, and it had lasting effects on organized crime.
That's a good point. It shows how strategic he was and how he knew how to take advantage of opportunities. But we can't forget about all the damage he caused. The lives lost, the families broken, the communities destroyed by addiction.
Absolutely. We have to acknowledge the human cost of his crimes. And while American Gangster might have made him look glamorous, it's important to remember the truth.
And to always look for different perspectives. To question the stories we're told. Frank Lucas's story is a reminder that the truth is usually messy and complicated. There are no easy answers, only tough questions.
That's a perfect way to put it. Lucas's life was a paradox, a mix of ambition and ruthlessness, success and destruction. It's a story that still fascinates and challenges us. It makes us question our assumptions and reminds us of the power of human ambition, for good or bad.
That's a good place to stop for today. But before we go, I've got one last question for you. After everything we've learned, how would you answer this? Was Frank Lucas a product of his environment, someone who came from poverty and racism and built his own empire? Or was he just a heartless criminal who took advantage of the system for himself?
Wow, that's a tough one. It deserves a lot of thought. I don't think there's a simple answer. There's probably a bit of both. His experiences with poverty, racism, and violence definitely influenced his choices. But we also have to hold him responsible for his actions and the harm he caused. In the end, I think it's up to each person to think about those questions and come to their own conclusions.
Well said. And to our listener, we encourage you to keep exploring this story and what it means. Learn more about the drug trade, the criminal justice system, and the things in society that contribute to crime and poverty. Frank Lucas might be gone, but the conversation about his legacy and what it means for us continues. Keep asking questions, stay curious, and never stop learning. It's amazing how one person's life can be a part of so many big moments in history, and how it can make people argue and debate. So, as we wrap up our deep dive into Frank Lucas, what's the one thing you hope our listeners will remember from all this?
Well, I hope they understand that even though Lucas's story is really interesting, it's not that unusual. It shows us bigger problems in society, like poverty, racism, and people wanting to get rich quick. These things create a world where people like Lucas can become powerful.
You're so right. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of his rise and fall, but we can't forget the bigger picture. What do you think, listener? Does learning about Frank Lucas change how you see the drug trade? Or organized crime? Or even the American dream? We'd love to hear your thoughts.
We really encourage you to keep learning. Read more, do your own research, and form your own opinions. This deep dive was just the beginning. It was like a peek into a complicated world.
And remember, there are always different sides to every story. Keep asking questions, be curious, and never stop learning.
That's what's great about learning. It never ends. There's always something new to find out.
Thanks for taking us through this deep dive. It's been really eye-opening to learn about such a fascinating person from American history.
It was my pleasure. And to everyone listening, keep diving deep.
All right, so you wanted to dive into the history of organized crime in America.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we found a story, and it is fascinating and baffling all at the same time.
Oh, really?
It's about this guy, Frank Matthews.
Okay.
Now, you might not recognize the name, but trust me, his story, it's like straight out of a movie, you know. A powerful drug lord
Right.
built this massive empire, made a ton of money, and then, poof, vanished without a trace. Took millions of dollars with him.
Oh, wow.
Millions.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So we're talking like real Scarface kind of stuff.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what makes this Frank Matthews case so fascinating, you know?
I see, yeah.
It's not just a crime story. It's a window into a very specific moment in American history, really.
Oh, okay.
The late 60s, early 70s.
Interesting.
This was when all those traditional mafia families, you know, the ones you see in the movies,
Right.
they were starting to see their power challenged,
Right.
right? And ambitious figures, guys like Matthews, they were ready to step into that void.
Yeah, I can see that. So before we get into this whole mysterious disappearance, let's back up a bit.
Yeah.
Who was Frank Matthews, and how did he rise to power?
Right. So he starts out in Durham, North Carolina.
Okay.
What was his early life like?
Well, it definitely wasn't a life of privilege, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Some run-ins with the law, even as a teenager, actually.
Really?
Yeah. He even spent some time in juvie.
Wow.
For assault.
Oh, wow.
It seems like even back then, you know, he had this daring, this willingness to kind of bend the rules a little.
Yeah, push it, right.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because it seems like those tendencies, they kind of followed him north.
Right.
First to Philadelphia, then to Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like each move he took, each stop he made, it took him higher and higher up the criminal ladder.
Yeah.
So our sources say that he got his start in this world of numbers running. Can you explain what that is?
Sure, yeah. Numbers running, sometimes they called it the numbers game.
Okay.
It was an illegal lottery, basically. Really popular in a lot of urban communities.
Oh, okay.
People could gamble small amounts of money and, well, they hope to win a bigger payout, you know.
So kind of a precursor to the lottery we have today.
Exactly, yeah.
But run by these criminal organizations.
Yeah, basically. And it was a lucrative business, especially in those densely populated areas like Brooklyn.
Right.
And that's where that's where he really began to hone his skills as an organizer, you know.
Yeah.
Building this network of runners and collectors.
Right.
But he was clearly a man with, you know, bigger ambitions.
Yeah.
He realized pretty quickly the limitations of the numbers game.
Yeah.
So he set his sights on something much more lucrative.
Yeah.
The drug trade.
The drug world. And our sources describe a pretty rapid rise to power for him in this world.
It was.
Right. He starts dealing heroin and he connects with some real heavy hitters in that Philadelphia underworld.
He did.
Guys like Major Coxon, notorious gangster.
Yeah.
And members of this so-called Black Mafia.
Right.
Can you tell us a little more about the Black Mafia and their role in organized crime at the time?
Sure. The Black Mafia was this loosely organized group, African-American criminals.
Okay.
And they operated all over the U.S., various cities.
Yeah.
Mainly involved in, drug trafficking, extortion, gambling.
Right.
And they emerged partly because of those racial barriers that they faced, within the traditional mafia families.
Right. So even in the criminal underworld,
Yeah,
there was segregation and a struggle for control.
absolutely.
Crazy.
Yeah. And Matthews, being an ambitious, savvy operator, he recognized this.
Yeah.
Saw an opportunity there,
Right.
to build his own empire, independent of the mafia.
Right. And it seems like he tried to play the game, at least initially, right? Our sources say he reached out to some of the big mafia families in New York, the Gambinos, the Bonanos,
Right.
but they weren't really interested in a full partnership with him.
Well, the rejection, that was a turning point for Matthews, really.
Right.
It solidified his determination, to build his own power base.
Yeah.
Completely independent.
Right. So what did he do? Where did he find the connections, the supply to kind of launch his own operation?
Well, he found a key partner in this guy, Rolando Lucas Gonzalez Nunez,
Okay.
a Cuban mafia boss.
Okay.
Now, the Cuban mafia, that was another force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
They had strong connections in South America, which was a major source of cocaine and heroin at the time.
So this partnership gave Matthews direct access to the source.
Yes.
He was able to bypass those mafia middlemen. That's a big deal.
Huge. It allowed him to control the entire supply chain, importation, distribution.
Right.
Meant bigger profits.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Less reliance on anybody else.
Right. And he set up these incredibly sophisticated drug mills
He did.
in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Heavily fortified.
Yeah.
Guards armed to the teeth.
And we're not talking about some small-time operation.
Right.
I mean, one source describes a raid where they seized enough heroin to supply the entire East Coast for weeks.
Wow. So this guy was not just some back alley drug dealer.
No, no, no.
We're talking about a major...
He was. And Matthews wasn't shy about flaunting his success either.
Right. Of course not.
I mean, he lived this lavish lifestyle, mansion on Staten Island.
Oh, wow.
A fleet of luxury cars,
Yeah. She's
frequent trips to Las Vegas for, gambling, money laundering.
a mansion on Staten Island. That's pretty close to where some of the big mob bosses lived, right?
It was, yeah. Some people saw that as a deliberate power play.
Right.
Like he was saying, hey, I'm here, I'm successful, and I'm not afraid of you.
Come and get me.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got this growing empire, this life of luxury. Did he ever try and legitimize his business? Or was he always firmly in the criminal underworld?
No, there's no evidence that he ever seriously considered going legit.
Really?
Actually, it seems like his ambition went way beyond just running a successful criminal enterprise.
Right.
He wanted to, reshape the entire drug trade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he started organizing these summits, bringing together major Black and Hispanic drug dealers from all over the country.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he's essentially trying to create this new power structure, one that challenges the dominance of these traditional mafia families.
That's exactly right, yeah.
Wow.
He envisioned this, network of independent drug lords,
Okay.
all working together to control the flow of narcotics into the U.S. It was a bold plan, audacious, and it put him directly in the crosshairs of some very, very dangerous people.
Well, I'm guessing that's where things start to get real complicated, right?
Yeah.
And maybe even dangerous for Frank Matthews.
You got it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll dive into the escalating tensions and the eventual downfall of this incredibly ambitious and maybe reckless drug lord.
Can't wait.
Stay with us.
So Frank Matthews, he's building this massive drug empire, living large, and he's got this ambitious plan to kind of reshape the entire drug trade.
Right.
But, like you were saying, that's going to put him in some dangerous territory.
Oh, yeah. He was making a lot of enemies along the way.
Right.
Not just the traditional mafia families that he was trying to bypass, but, rival gangs.
Right.
Even some of his own associates.
Right.
People who might have been tempted by his success.
Yeah. I mean, our sources point to one group in particular that became a major problem for Matthews.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Black Mafia.
Yeah.
They were already a powerful force in the drug world, and they weren't just going to sit back and watch Matthews muscle in on their territory.
Well, remember, this is a time when the drug trade is becoming increasingly violent.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of different factions all vying for control.
Right. And they weren't afraid to use force to get what they wanted.
Right. And things really came to a head with this infamous Easter Sunday shootout in Atlantic City in 1972.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like something straight out of a gangster movie.
It was a wild scene.
Really?
An Atlantic City nightclub, packed with people, celebrating Easter Sunday.
Wow.
Suddenly, gunfire erupts.
Oh, wow.
This wild shootout between Matthews' organization and the Philadelphia Black Mafia.
What sparked the violence?
Well,
Was it a planned hit? Or did things just kind of spiral out of control?
the exact trigger is still a little murky,
Okay.
but it's clear that tensions have been building between those two groups for some time.
Mm-hmm.
They were competing for control of lucrative drug routes,
Yeah.
distribution networks.
Right.
There was a lot of bad blood between them.
Yeah. I mean, this shootout had a huge impact, right?
Well, yeah, it did.
Not just on the people involved, but I mean, on Matthews' reputation, his ability to operate freely.
It really did.
Hmm.
5 people were killed in that shootout.
Oh, yeah.
Another 26 injured. Many of them innocent bystanders, just caught in the crossfire.
Wow. And it's almost unbelievable, but despite the large number of witnesses, no one came forward to testify against either group.
That's right.
So it really shows the power these organizations had, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the fear that they instilled in people.
Absolutely. Even in the face of such a horrific event, people were too scared to speak up.
Wow.
It also speaks to the code of silence that just permeated the criminal underworld. That loyalty to the organization and the deep distrust of law enforcement. I mean, it made people reluctant to cooperate with authorities,
Yeah.
even if it meant protecting those responsible for violence.
So the Easter Sunday shootout was a major turning point in the story of Frank Matthews.
It really was.
It showed just how violent the drug trade was and how difficult it would be for him to achieve his ambitions without making some really powerful enemies.
Yeah. It also exposed him to increased scrutiny from law enforcement.
Right.
I mean, that shootout brought unwanted attention to his operations, and the authorities were starting to close in.
Yeah. Our sources mentioned that Matthews had some close calls with the law even before the shootout.
He did.
Apparently, he was almost busted in a major heroin deal that went wrong with, of all people, the Genovese crime family, one of the most powerful mafia families in New York.
That's right. It seems Matthews had agreed to buy a large quantity of heroin from an associate of the Genovese family.
Okay.
But the deal went south. The associate took Matthews' money and fled to the Bahamas.
Wait, so Matthews got scammed by the mafia?
Yeah.
That's kind of ironic considering he was trying to break free from their control.
It does seem a bit ironic, doesn't it? But, it just shows that even someone as powerful and connected as Matthews wasn't immune to the double-crossing and treachery that was commonplace in the underworld.
Right. So what did Matthews do? Did he just kind of cut his losses and move on?
Well, not exactly. Matthews wasn't the kind of guy to let someone walk away with his money.
Right.
Especially not someone connected to the mafia. He retaliated by kidnapping the associate's bodyguard.
Wow. That's a pretty bold move.
Yeah.
Kidnapping someone connected to the Genovese family. I mean, that's asking for trouble.
It was definitely a risky move,
Oh.
but it worked. The kidnapping put enough pressure on the associate that he eventually returned to the U.S., gave Matthews his money back, and delivered the heroin as promised.
So Matthews managed to salvage the deal and even kind of turn the tables on the mafia?
Yeah, he did.
But this whole episode probably didn't do him any favors with the law enforcement agencies that were already keeping a close eye on him.
You're right. The DEA was building a case against Matthews.
Right.
They were using all the tools at their disposal, undercover agents, informants,
Right.
and most importantly, wiretaps.
Those wiretaps must have been a goldmine of information for the DEA.
They were. The agents were listening in on Matthews' conversations, gathering evidence of his drug deals, his money laundering operations, his connections to other criminal figures. I mean, it was only a matter of time before they had enough to bring him down.
And that's exactly what happened in January of '73, right?
Yep. Matthews was arrested at the Las Vegas airport. Initially, he was held on a $5 million bail.
Wow.
Which was an astronomical sum at the time.
Yeah.
He just shows how seriously the authorities were taking his case.
$5 million. That's a king's ransom. He must have had some serious resources to even think about making bail.
Oh, he did. His bail was eventually reduced to $325,000, which he was able to pay. He was released pending trial, scheduled to appear in court on July 2nd, 1973.
So he's out on bail, facing serious charges, Trial is looming. What happened next? Did he show up in court and fight the charges?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because on July 2nd, 1973, Frank Matthews vanished. He didn't show up for his court appearance, and he hasn't been seen since.
He just disappeared, like completely off the grid.
Completely.
Yeah.
Gone without a trace. And to make things even more intriguing, he took an estimated $20 million in cash with him.
So the drug lord who built this incredible empire, who outsmarted the mafia, who is facing serious prison time, he just pulled a vanishing act.
Yeah.
Taking a fortune with him. It's almost too perfect. Like something out of Hollywood script.
It is a story that bears belief, and that's what we're going to explore in the next part of our deep dive.
Yeah.
The mystery of Frank Matthews' disappearance and the theories about what might have happened to him.
Okay, so we've got this larger-than-life figure, Frank Matthews, who built this drug empire, challenged the mafia, and then just when it seems like, you know, the walls are closing in, he pulls off this incredible disappearing act.
Right. I mean, it's almost too good to be true.
It is. Did he really manage to escape and start a new life? Or is there a darker truth lurking beneath the surface?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
The mystery of St. Matthew's disappearance, it's fueled speculation for decades. We've gone through all the research you sent, and there are a few prevailing theories, each with its own set of intriguing possibilities and unanswered questions.
Right. So let's start with what seems like the most obvious theory escape. Did Frank Matthews use his wealth and connections to vanish into thin air and build a new life for himself somewhere far away?
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, especially considering the resources he had at his disposal. We're talking about a man who was earning millions of dollars, had connections all over the world.
Yeah.
And he clearly wasn't afraid to take risks.
Right. And there were rumors circulating for years.
Huh?
Sightings in different countries, whispers of him living the high life under a new identity.
Right. Yeah. Some sources mentioned possible sightings in South America,
Yeah.
Europe, even Africa.
Wow.
There were stories of him resurfacing in the Caribbean, you know, living a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women, far removed from the reach of the law.
So it's almost like a modern-day pirate tale. The outlaw who escapes with his treasure and lives out his days on some tropical island.
It's a romantic image, for sure. But so far, none of these sightings has ever been confirmed.
Really?
No concrete evidence has ever emerged to prove that Matthews is actually alive and well, living under an assumed name.
So the escape theory is intriguing, but it's also pretty flimsy, right?
Yeah.
No solid proof, just rumors and speculation.
Right.
What about the darker side of things?
Hmm.
Is there any evidence that points to foul play?
Well, given the world Matthews operated in, it's certainly a possibility that can't be ignored.
Right.
He crossed some very powerful people, mafia families, rival gangs, even people within his own organization
Right.
who might have seen an opportunity to take over.
Eliminating Matthews would have been a way to eliminate a major competitor. Send a chilling message to anyone else thinking of challenging the status quo.
Exactly. And let's not forget that $20 million in cash he disappeared with.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's a powerful motive right there.
It is. So who are the most likely suspects if we're looking at this foul play angle?
Well, the Philadelphia Black Mafia certainly had a score to settle with Matthews
Right.
after the Easter Sunday shootout.
Right.
I mean, they had the means, the motive
Yeah.
to take him out.
Right.
And there were rumors that Matthews had made some enemies within the Cuban Mafia as well.
But wouldn't those groups want to make a statement?
Mhm.
If they killed Frank Matthews, wouldn't they want everyone to know it was them?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Sometimes, in the world of organized crime, the best way to eliminate a threat is to make it look like they just vanished.
Right.
No body, no evidence, no problem.
That's a chilling thought.
Yeah.
It's like he was erased from existence? A ghost story in the annals of organized crime?
And then there's the possibility that someone close to Matthews might have betrayed him,
Right.
a trust lieutenant,
Mm-hmm.
disgruntled associate, someone who saw a chance to seize power and wealth for themselves.
It's like something out of Shakespeare. The ambitious underling who betrays his master for a chance at the throne. But if that's the case, where's the evidence?
Right.
Wouldn't there be some trace of what happened to Matthews?
Well, it's possible that his body was disposed of in a way that left no trace.
Right.
Or maybe there are people out there who know the truth but have stayed silent all these years,
Right.
bound by fear or loyalty.
So we've got escape, we've got foul play.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other theories out there that might explain what happened to Frank Matthews?
There's one more theory, and it might be the most intriguing of all. Some people believe that Matthews might have struck a deal with the authorities.
You mean he turned informant?
Exactly.
Traded his knowledge of the criminal underworld for a chance to disappear and start a new life.
That's right. It's possible that Matthews, facing some serious prison time, decided to cut a deal with the DEA or the FBI. He had a lot of information about the drug trade,
Yeah.
the mafia,
Yeah.
corrupt officials, information that would be incredibly valuable to law enforcement.
So in this scenario, Matthews is living under a new identity, protected by the very people who are trying to put him behind bars. It's a pretty wild twist.
It is.
Yeah.
And it would explain why he was able to disappear so completely, and why no one has ever been able to find him.
But if he did turn informant, why haven't we heard anything about it?
Right.
Wouldn't some of that information have come out over the years?
Maybe. Or maybe the authorities are still protecting him, keeping his new identity a closely guarded secret
Right.
for their own reasons.
So what's the bottom line? After all this research, all these theories, are we any closer to solving the mystery of Frank Matthews?
Unfortunately, no. The truth remains elusive. We've got these tantalizing clues, intriguing possibilities, but no definitive answers. Frank Matthews' disappearance remains one of the most enduring mysteries in the history of organized crime.
What a story. I mean, it's a real-life thriller, complete with ambition, betrayal, vast sums of money, and an ending that leaves us hanging. It really makes you wonder. What really happened to Frank Matthews? Did he escape and live out his days in some exotic locale? Was he silenced by his enemies, his body buried in some unmarked grave? Or did he strike a deal with the devil, trading his freedom for a life in the shadows? We may never know for sure. But one thing's for certain, the story of Frank Matthews is a powerful reminder of the allure and the danger of the criminal underworld. A world where fortunes are made and lost in the blink of an eye, and where the line between success and ruin is razor thin. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the mystery of Frank Matthews. We hope you enjoyed it, and maybe even learned a thing or two along the way. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and never stop searching for the truth, no matter how elusive it may be.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to the deep dive. We all know you guys are busy out there, and we respect your time.
Yeah,
So we promise to always get right to the point.
that's right. The good stuff. The insights.
We'll always bring you the crucial information without bogging you down in a mountain of irrelevant details. You ready to dive in?
Let's do it. Today, we're diving deep into a criminal complaint. This one was filed in the Central District of California.
Okay.
So we're talking Southern California. And it's pretty heavy stuff. This document lays out an FBI investigation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, not speculation or news reports or anything like that. This is straight from the court. It's a serious set of allegations.
This isn't some tabloid story, folks. This is the real deal.
Yeah.
And who's at the center of this investigation?
It's a guy named Eugene Henley Jr. You might know him as Big U.
Big U, okay?
And the FBI is calling this whole operation the Big U Enterprise.
All right, so the Big U Enterprise. Now, we always like to be upfront about our sources here. For this deep dive, we're focusing exclusively on this criminal complaint.
Exactly. That's our primary source.
That's our Bible for today, folks. So what's our goal here? What do we want to help our listeners understand by the end of this deep dive?
So the complaint itself, it's a big document, lots of detail. But we're going to sift through it all for you. We're going to pull out the core accusations against Henley.
All right, I'm ready. Lay it on me.
And we'll try to make sense of this Big U Enterprise. You know, how it allegedly worked, what it was all about, all based on what the FBI is claiming in this document.
Okay, so let's start with the basics. Who are we dealing with here? Who are these major players named in the complaint?
Well, you got Eugene Henley Jr., Big U himself, right at the center of it all. But it doesn't stop there. There are a bunch of other defendants named too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We've got Sylvester Robinson, Mark Martin, Tremaine Ashley Williams, Armani Aflel, Frederick Blanton Jr., and Tiffany Shinrika Hines.
Okay, so a whole crew here.
A whole network. And the complaint goes into detail about their alleged roles in all of this as we dig in deeper.
Okay, so Big U, not just some random guy off the street, you know.
Oh, not at all. The complaint, it paints him as a pretty formidable figure. They say he's a purported former enforcer for the Rollin' 60s, a powerful street gang. And that's not all. They say he has a, shall we say, a well-documented history of violence.
So already not someone you want to mess with.
Definitely not. The complaint emphasizes his connection to the Rollin' 60s. They're saying he used that reputation, that history of violence, to basically give him the clout to run this whole Big U enterprise.
Okay, so power and intimidation, part of his MO.
Right. And here's another layer to it.
Mm-hmm.
The complaint mentions that in past interviews, Henley has actually compared himself to, get this, a modern-day mafia figure.
Whoa, okay. That's a bold claim.
It is, and it suggests how he views himself. He's not shying away from that image.
Okay, so we've got a powerful figure with a history of violence and sees himself as some sort of mob boss. This is getting intense.
Oh, yeah. And now we get to the meat of it. The complaint lays out a laundry list of alleged criminal activity. And I'm talking a wide range, from violent felonies to some pretty sophisticated financial fraud.
Okay, so give it to me straight. What are the big ones? What are the most serious allegations against Big U and this enterprise?
We're talking about murder, kidnapping, robbery, extortion. And then they get into interstate transportation for prostitution. That involved the Mann Act. Then there's wire fraud, bank fraud, and even tax offenses.
Whoa, that's a rap sheet.
And it doesn't stop there. The complaint also claims that members of the enterprise tried to throw off the FBI's investigation to cover their tracks.
Okay, so we're already seeing a pattern here. Intimidation, violence, and then trying to hide it all.
Exactly.
Now, there's this thing called the check-in that's mentioned in the complaint. This sounds particularly strange. Can you break that down for us? What was this check-in all about?
So this check-in was something Henley supposedly started, and it mainly targeted hip-hop artists and celebrities visiting L.A.
So, like a welcome to L.A., but not in a nice way.
Not exactly. The complaint makes it sound like these folks were expected to get permission to pay tribute to Big U and his crew.
You've got to be kidding me. They had to pay to be in L.A.
That's what the FBI is alleging, almost like a toll. And the complaint even quotes Dr. Dre. Remember that docuseries where he talked about the value of having an OG to clear the streets?
Yeah.
Well, the complaint ties that right into this check-in. They're saying Big U used his OG status, his tough guy image, to make people think he owned L.A. And they quote someone saying, "Not one human being who not gonna check in."
So basically they're saying he was running a protection racket.
That's what it sounds like. He's playing on fear and this idea of respect, but it's all about control.
It's like a twisted version of hospitality.
Right. And complaint goes on to say that Henley also tried to present himself as a legitimate figure, a pillar of the community.
So he's playing both sides.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
He set up nonprofits, like Developing Options, they say.
Mm-hmm.
And he was asking celebrities for donations, trying to get grant money.
So on one hand, this fearsome gangster, and on the other, a philanthropist. That's a weird mix.
It is. But the complaint suggests it was deliberate. Maybe a way to deflect suspicion, to gain influence. It's like a classic tactic, honestly. You see it in organized crime sometimes.
A wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Okay, let's move on to the specific allegations. The complaint talks about the murder of someone they're calling RW. What happened there?
This is where things get really dark. The complaint claims Henley murdered RW in Las Vegas back in January 2021. They found his body in the desert. Multiple gunshot wounds.
Brutal.
And the complaint says it was all about retaliation. They say RW had made a diss track, a song disrespecting Big U and the enterprise.
So someone spoke out of turn and paid the ultimate price.
That's the implication. And it gets even creepier. The complaint actually quotes some of the lyrics. It talks about getting shot in the face and a .38 revolver with no trace.
Geez, talk about foreshadowing. But how did they tie Henley to this? What's the evidence?
They've got travel records. They say Henley and Sylvester Robinson went to Vegas together in a dark gray Lexus. And there's a witness, they call him Witness 1, who saw Henley and Robinson at a recording studio in Vegas, said they were acting strangely.
Suspicious behavior.
Yeah. And then there's the phone records. The complaint details cell phone location data for phones they say belong to Henley. And guess what? Around the time of the murder, the location data just stops for a while. And when it comes back online, it lines up with the estimated time it would have taken to travel to where the body was found.
So the phone's going silent, almost as incriminating as if they'd caught him on camera.
Exactly. And you know what's ironic? The complaint actually quotes Henley himself from a Drink Champs interview.
Huh?
He says, "Phones tell all about where you've been."
Yeah, well, his actions seem to contradict his words in this case.
For sure. And Witness 1, remember them? They said when Henley got back to the studio, he was soaking wet. Claimed he'd been at the gym.
In the middle of the night. That's a little hard to believe.
Seems that way.
What about physical evidence from the crime scene itself?
They found DNA on RW's ankle and sock. They think he was dragged. The DNA wasn't conclusive. They couldn't definitively link it to Henley. But they did rule out Robinson.
Okay, so not a smoking gun, but it doesn't help his case either.
Nope. And there's more. After the murder, the complaint says recording equipment disappeared from the studio and security cameras were suddenly disabled.
Sounds like a cover-up.
That's what it looks like.
Did the FBI talk to anyone who knew RW? Did they have any suspicions?
They did. The complaint says they talked to his family and friends, and they all pointed the finger at Henley. And get this, RW sent Henley an Instagram message right before he disappeared. And Henley never responded, which was totally out of character for them.
Interesting. So a sudden change in communication.
Exactly.
Now, the complaint mentions intercepted communications, wiretaps. What did those reveal?
Yeah, so the FBI was listening in on Henley and his crew in 2023, and they caught them talking about the investigation into RW's death. Yeah, pretty much. Apparently, detectives went to Henley's house, and he freaked out. He didn't go home for 2 weeks, made Robinson drive his car around, and in one call, Henley straight up tells Martin he wants to meet face-to-face because he thinks the feds are tapping his phone.
So he knew they were onto him.
It seems so.
Wow, okay. So we've covered murder, intimidation, cover-ups. But what about the financial crimes? The complaint goes deep on robbery and extortion too, right?
It does, and they suggest that this was another big part of how the Big U enterprise operated. It was about money and maintaining their control.
All right, break it down for us.
Well, they talk about this robbery of an unlicensed marijuana dispensary that went down on July 5, 2021. And the victim, they call him Victim 1, he'd been paying the Big U enterprise protection money for years.
Extortion, classic mob tactic.
Right. And guess who was allegedly involved in the actual robbery? Sylvester Robinson and Tremaine Ashley Williams.
Figures.
And here's the kicker. During the robbery, they made the victim call Henley.
So like rubbing it in his face.
Exactly. Showing him who's boss. And afterward, they actually returned some of the stolen money. The complaint suggests it was a way to keep the victim in their pocket, to set him up for more extortion later.
So calculated.
Oh yeah, very strategic.
And it gets even wilder. The complaint says Tremaine Ashley Williams basically confessed to this robbery on a podcast.
You're not kidding. He went on the No Jumper podcast and spilled the beans.
Oh,
Talked about the robbery, talked about how Henley would return some of the money as a manipulation tactic. And then, guess what? The episode got taken down after a cease and desist.
Wow. Damage control.
Seems like it. But even after saying he wasn't with Big U anymore, Williams kept making threats and talking about robberies.
He couldn't help himself.
Apparently not. There was an alleged assault outside where they filmed No Jumper. He even posted a YouTube video threatening violence and talking about robbing celebrities who didn't check in.
He was still playing the game.
Yeah, and he didn't stop there. He claimed he was with Henley when rapper PNB Rock was robbed and murdered. And he even talked about kidnapping a famous rapper. Said he was with Henley for that too.
These guys weren't exactly keeping a low profile.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And the feds were listening. The complaint details intercepted calls where Robinson uses the slang lick for robbery and talks about taking over Victim 1's dispensary. And there's this crazy story where Henley, Mark Martin, and others supposedly staged a fake robbery to get back stolen equipment from a celebrity rapper. They even caught Henley and another guy, Zahir Mitchell, a.k.a. Brick Baby, on the phone, allegedly talking about splitting the loot from some robberies.
So these robberies, they weren't just random acts. They were planned, organized.
That's what the complaint suggests. And they weren't just going after anyone. They targeted people they knew they could exploit.
Like Victim 1, they really went after him, didn't they?
They did. The complaint lays out years of extortion. They've got recordings of phone calls, payment records, dates, amounts, the whole 9 yards.
This poor guy.
Robinson even told him straight up that the payments were like a retainer fee for protection.
Protection from the very people who were robbing him.
Exactly. That's the twisted logic.
And the complaint details this incident at Deja Vu, Henley's birthday party. What happened there?
So Henley throws this birthday bash at Deja Vu, and he makes a deal with the owner for a cut of the profits. Then he gets greedy and starts making threats, saying he wants all the money. He demands $30,000 in cash plus a percentage of the bar's future earnings. The complaint even quotes some of his phone calls, and they say his threats were super aggressive.
So much for a happy birthday.
Yeah, not exactly a celebratory mood.
The complaint also alleges that Henley was involved in prostitution, specifically interstate transportation for prostitution. And it mentions the Mann Act. Can you explain what that is for those who might not know?
Sure. The Mann Act is a federal law that basically makes it illegal to transport women across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So the complaint is alleging that Henley and Armani Afflel were running some kind of prostitution ring, bringing women from California to Vegas.
And what evidence do they have to support these allegations?
Well, they've got those wiretaps again. The complaint mentions intercepted calls between Henley and Afflel. In one call, they're allegedly talking about making women get naked and perform sexual acts. Pretty explicit stuff. And they also have a witness, a woman who says she transported other women from California to Vegas for prostitution and that she was paid $1,000 by Henley to do it.
Wow, that's pretty damning.
It is. So we've got murder, extortion, robbery, prostitution. And it doesn't stop there. The complaint also accuses Henley and his associates of a whole bunch of financial crimes.
Right, we talked about the violence and intimidation, but this is a whole other level of criminal enterprise.
Absolutely.
What were they up to on the financial side of things?
Well, for starters, they alleged that Henley committed fraud to get a COVID relief loan.
Oh, no, not that.
Yeah, the complaint claims he got a $90,000 loan through his music company, Unmeek Music, by lying about their revenue. They say he inflated the numbers to make it seem like his business was hurting more than it was.
So taking advantage of a program meant to help struggling businesses.
That's the allegation. And it gets worse. They say he was embezzling money from his own charity, Developing Options.
You've got to be kidding me. Stealing from a charity.
That's what they're saying. The complaint lists specific donors and amounts, tens of thousands of dollars, that were supposed to go to things like youth football and social justice programs. But the money allegedly ended up in Henley's personal accounts.
So much for community betterment.
Yeah, not exactly living up to the mission statement. And there's more. The complaint accuses Henley, Mark Martin, Frederick Blanton Jr., and Tiffany Shanrika Hines of bank fraud. They supposedly cooked Blanton's income record so he could qualify for a bigger mortgage than he deserved.
So they were manipulating the system left and right.
Seems that way. Yeah, and of course, where there's financial fraud, there's often tax fraud. The complaint accuses Henley of not reporting the money he allegedly embezzled from Developing Options, which means he was dodging taxes, too.
This guy thought he was above the law.
It certainly seems that way. But the FBI was watching, and they were building their case. And the complaint doesn't just focus on these big headline-grabbing crimes. It also mentions a bunch of other shady dealings.
Like what? Give us some examples.
Well, they say Henley tried to strong-arm a witness in an assault case involving one of his associates.
Oh, wow. Obstruction of justice.
Basically. The FBI had wiretaps on Henley, and they caught him telling the victim's relative to pressure the victim into picking the wrong guy in a lineup. He even coached the relative on a fake story to tell the cops.
Jeez. So he was trying to control every aspect of this case.
It seems so. And then there are all the threats. The complaint mentions tons of intercepted calls where Henley's bragging about violence and making threats against people who crossed him. It's all about creating this atmosphere of fear, of showing everyone who's in charge.
Yeah, that's a recurring theme here.
Definitely. And they even mention an incident where Robinson is talking about threats made to someone called Jew Boy. Pretty disturbing.
So they're not just threatening rivals or enemies. They're going after anyone they perceive as a threat, even someone with a nickname like Jew Boy.
It paints a pretty bleak picture of how they operated.
So after building this massive case, where did the FBI go from there?
Well, the complaint lays out all the places they wanted to search for evidence. They wanted to search Henley himself, his Mercedes, both his houses in L.A. They wanted to search Sylvester Robinson and his place in Northridge, Mark Martin and his place in L.A., and the Developing Options office on Crenshaw Boulevard.
So they were casting a wide net.
They were. And the complaint goes into detail about why they believed these specific locations would have evidence. They talk about surveillance they conducted, financial records they obtained, the content of the wiretaps, all sorts of things.
So they had to connect the dots, show the judge they had good reason to believe these places held evidence of the crimes.
Exactly. And they use everything. Phone location data, eyewitness accounts, surveillance footage. They even mentioned that they saw Henley and Robinson at their respective homes, and Henley driving his Mercedes. The complaint says that Henley's Arlington property was allegedly used for illegal activities separate from his main residence. They say they have evidence that the Developing Options location on Crenshaw Boulevard is their current address, and that it was being used for fraudulent activities.
So it's not just about speculation. They're providing concrete reasons why they want to search these places.
Exactly. They're not just throwing darts at a map. And the complaint goes even further. They say they want to search digital devices, even use biometric features to unlock them if they have to. They argue that this is necessary because of the nature of the crimes and the evidence they've already gathered. And they mentioned that they had already tried to subpoena data related to the investigation, so they knew there was more digital evidence out there.
It's pretty comprehensive.
It is.
And just to reiterate for our listeners, everything we've talked about today comes directly from this criminal complaint.
Yeah.
We haven't added any speculation or conjecture. We've presented the information as it is laid out in the document.
That's right. It's crucial to remember that these are allegations, and Henley and his associates are innocent until proven guilty. But this complaint gives us a very detailed glimpse into the FBI's investigation, and it's a pretty disturbing picture.
Yeah, there's no sugarcoating it. This deep dive has definitely delivered some of those aha moments we promise, even if they're more unsettling than exciting in this case. This whole case really makes you think, doesn't it?
It does. You've got this guy allegedly running a criminal enterprise involved in violence and fraud, but he's also trying to build this image as community leader, a philanthropist. And it makes you wonder how many other people are out there doing the same thing. How many organizations are hiding behind a facade of good intentions while secretly engaging in criminal activity? It's a pretty sobering thought.
It is. It's a reminder that things aren't always what they seem. And it makes you question, who can you trust?
Absolutely. And that's something we're thinking about long after this deep dive is over.
Thanks for listening, everyone, and we'll catch you next time.
See you then. All right, strap yourselves in, because today we're diving deep into the music industry. We're looking at the legal battle between Kirk Burroughs and Sean Puff Daddy Combs, and wow, this one's a doozy.
It's a case from 2006, but it still gets brought up today, even in like legal circles.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it touches on a lot of legal issues that still matter today.
That's fascinating. Okay, so Kirk Burroughs and Sean Combs, they were partners, right?
Yeah.
At Bad Boy Entertainment.
At Bad Boy Entertainment, Burroughs was actually one of the first people to really help launch Puff Daddy's career.
Good to see.
And then in 2005, things went south, and Burroughs ended up suing Combs.
And what were the claims? Like, what was he suing over?
Oh, Burroughs claimed a whole lot of things. I mean, we're talking breach of contract, we're talking fraud, and there's even this crazy incident where he claims there was a baseball bat involved.
Wait, a baseball bat? Okay, hold on. We have to rewind. What's the story with the baseball bat?
So in 1996, Burroughs says that Combs threatened him with a baseball bat to try and force him to sign away his part of Bad Boy Entertainment.
Oh, wow.
And to add to the drama, Combs' lawyer, Kenneth Meiseles, was supposedly there when this all went down.
Oh, man, that's intense. So on top of the baseball bat incident, Burroughs also claimed that Combs messed with his business by convincing Mary J. Blige to leave him.
Yeah, that's right. Burroughs said that Combs convinced Mary J. Blige to break her talent management contract with him.
So that brings up this whole legal idea of interfering with a contract, right?
Exactly. It's called tortious interference with a contract. Basically, it means that someone intentionally gets in the way of an existing contract between two other parties.
So let's say you and I have a deal for you to paint my house, but then someone comes along and talks you out of it.
Right.
And convinces you to paint their house instead. Would that be tortious interference?
Yep, that's a good example.
So with Mary J. Blige, Burroughs is saying that Combs interfered in his contract with her.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, in court, you can't just say someone meddled. You have to prove that their actions directly caused the contract to be broken. It's this idea called but-for causation.
Oh, I see. So it's but for this person's actions, the contract would have been fine.
Exactly. The court needs to see that direct link.
Gotcha. Now, I'm a little confused about the timeline here. This baseball bat incident was in '96, but Burroughs didn't file this lawsuit until 2005. That's almost a decade later. Why'd he wait so long?
Right. Well, there's this thing called the statute of limitations. Basically, each state has laws that set a time limit for when you can file certain types of lawsuits.
Oh, like a deadline.
Yeah, think of it like if you and your friend had an argument, you can't keep bringing it up years later.
Right.
There has to be some kind of time limit.
Makes sense.
Otherwise, things would get messy. So these time limits are there to make sure legal claims happen within a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, so how did Burroughs try to get around that deadline? A decade seems way past any deadline.
Well, he argued that Combs hid information from him. He said he couldn't have known the full extent of what was going on until much later. He also claims he was actively trying to find out the truth all along.
So he was being diligent.
Yeah, that was his argument.
Okay, so did the court buy it?
Well, here's where things get really interesting legally. This 2005 lawsuit is actually connected to a lawsuit Burroughs filed earlier against Combs back in 2003.
Oh, there's another lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yep.
In that one, Burroughs accused Combs of violating the RSA Co. Act. That's the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. But the court dismissed that case because the statute of limitations had already run out. Now, because this 2005 lawsuit had a lot of the same facts and legal issues as the earlier ISE case, it triggered something called collateral estoppel.
Collateral estoppel. Okay, that sounds like a mouthful.
No, right? Basically, think of it like this. Imagine you and your roommate are arguing about whose turn it is to do the dishes.
Okay.
You finally agree on a system for who does what, right? Well, you can't keep re-arguing that same point every time the sink's full of dishes.
Okay, I get it.
You had your chance to argue. The decision was made. You have to stick with it.
So you can't keep bringing up the same issue over and over.
Right, and that's kind of what collateral estoppel does in legal terms. It prevents the same legal issue from being relitigated between the same people.
Okay, so because the court had already made a decision on these issues in the RKO case, Burroughs couldn't just bring them up again in this new lawsuit.
Exactly.
So the outcome of that earlier case really messed things up for him in this 2005 lawsuit.
Yeah, you could say that. The court had already shut down Burroughs' arguments about the statute of limitations in the RKO case.
Okay, so then what happened to the rest of his claims in this 2005 lawsuit? Did they just throw them all out because of the deadlines?
Pretty much. The court dismissed most of them, including the breach of contract claims, because they were filed too late.
Wow.
But there was one claim that wasn't dismissed right away, that claim about Combs interfering with Mary J. Blige's contract.
Huh. Why did that one survive?
It seems like the court needed more info to decide if that specific claim was also too late.
So they weren't sure if the deadline had passed for that one?
Right. They wanted to look at the evidence and see if there was really a strong enough link between what Combs did and Mary J. Blige leaving Burroughs.
So this whole case really highlights how crucial it is to know about legal deadlines.
Oh, absolutely. You could have the best argument in the world, but if you miss the deadline, you might be out of luck. It's a big reminder for everyone, even if you're not involved in some high-profile music industry feud.
Yeah, you really have to know your rights and make sure you're acting within those timeframes.
Exactly.
It's kind of wild to think about how statutes of limitations and collateral estoppel played such a big role in the court's decision.
Yeah.
But even with all the legal stuff, I think what's really interesting is the human drama behind all of this. You've got Kirk Burroughs and Sean Puff Daddy Combs, right? They were friends, partners.
Yeah.
And now they're like battling it out in court.
It really makes you think about the whole thing with ambition, you know?
Yeah.
Loyalty and betrayal, and maybe even like the price of success, especially in a field like the music industry.
It is competitive.
It is, yeah.
And speaking of roles, I'm also curious about the lawyers in all of this. We know that Kenneth Meiselas, Combs' attorney, was allegedly there during that baseball bat incident in '96. It makes you wonder, like, what are the lines that lawyers have to walk in these situations?
For sure, lawyers, they have this duty to represent their clients, you know?
Right.
Fight for them. But there's also a whole code of ethics they have to stick to.
Yeah.
It's a tough balance sometimes.
Absolutely. And we can't forget about Mary J. Blige.
Oh, yeah, she got caught right in the middle of this whole thing.
She did. She was managed by Burroughs, but then she ends up signing with Bad Boy. I mean, talk about a conflict of interest.
Definitely a classic conflict of interest. And this situation really shows just how complicated the relationships are in the music industry.
For sure. Artists, they often have contracts with so many different people. And sometimes, yeah, things clash.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about the legal ins and outs of this case, but I'm kind of curious about the bigger picture. Did the court ever actually say whether or not what Combs did was ethical? I mean, even if it wasn't technically illegal?
That's a good question. I mean, from what we see in the documents, they didn't really dig into that ethical side. The court's focus was strictly on, you know, the legal stuff.
So we're left to make our own judgments.
I guess so. The court might have said that Burroughs' claims were too late, but that doesn't mean they were like, oh yeah, what Combs did was totally fine.
Right. So maybe legally it's over, but ethically there's still questions.
Absolutely. And that's probably why this whole case still has people talking, even all these years later. I mean, it makes us think about power, about loyalty, and, you know, what people are willing to do to succeed. It's messy.
It's really interesting to think about what might have happened if things had gone differently. Like, what if Burroughs had sued sooner?
Yeah.
What if he'd had more proof? Could things have turned out differently?
It's definitely possible. I mean, statutes of limitations are important, but they can be kind of tricky when you think about how sometimes people don't even realize they've been wronged until much later.
It's true. And what about the judge? Like, what if a different judge had been in charge of the case? Could their own opinions have changed the outcome?
It's hard to say for sure. Judges, they're supposed to be impartial, right?
Yeah.
But they're also people. They have their own experiences, their own views.
Yeah.
So it's possible, but we can't know for sure. It's an interesting thought, though.
It is. And this case also makes me think about how much public opinion matters. Sean Combs, Puff Daddy, he's a big name. Do you think that affected things?
It's hard to say for sure, but I mean, public opinion can definitely have an influence, even if it's not something that's like officially acknowledged in court.
Right.
These big cases, they get so much attention from the media, it shapes how people see things.
Yeah. And sometimes that pressure from the public can actually achieve things that the courts can't.
Yeah.
Like think about boycotts or protests or even like online campaigns.
Oh, for sure.
They can really change how people think and even make powerful people change what they're doing.
You're right. You're right. I mean, the legal system is supposed to be fair, but it's not perfect. Sometimes it takes that public pressure, people speaking out, to hold those in power accountable.
This whole case, it's like opening up a can of worms. It shows how even what seems like a simple legal fight can bring up all these complicated questions about what's right, what's wrong, who has the power, and what justice really means.
I agree. It reminds us that legal battles, they're just one part of a much bigger story.
And we're back diving deeper into this whole saga with Kirk Burroughs and Sean Puff Daddy Combs. We've really gone through it all, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Contracts, legal deadlines, all that power stuff, and the crazy world of the music industry. It's fascinating.
It is. So as we wrap things up, I want to hear your final thoughts. What does this whole case tell us about the connection between law, ethics, and personal responsibility?
Well, to me, it really highlights how important it is to understand your legal rights, no matter what you do in life,
Yeah.
Like whether you're signing a contract, starting a business, or just navigating relationships in your career, you got to know the rules of the game.
Absolutely. And it's not just about knowing the rules. It's about having the guts to stand up for yourself if you think you've been wronged. I mean, Kirk Burroughs went up against Sean Combs, a giant in the music industry. That's a big deal.
Yeah, he did. And even though it didn't turn out the way he probably wanted, him taking that stand, it sends a message, doesn't it? It shows that even if it seems like you're fighting an uphill battle, you can still challenge the way things are and go after what you believe is right.
Yeah, he didn't back down.
Yeah.
It's also important to remember that these legal battles, they can really take a toll, emotionally and financially. It makes you think about what Burroughs went through.
It does. Taking legal action, it's a long, tough road, and there's no guarantee you'll win. You really have to weigh the costs and what you might gain before you jump into something like that.
That's true. But sometimes the biggest victories, they don't happen in court, They happen when people see you being brave and standing strong, even when things are unfair.
That's a good point, a really good point. And maybe that's the real takeaway from this case, the part that sticks with us. It reminds us that even when the legal system might not deliver, people can still persevere, and fighting for what's right, well, that's always worth it.
What an incredible conversation. Big thanks to all of you listening in for joining us on this deep dive. We hope you've learned something new and maybe even started looking at the world a little differently. Thanks for being here. Imagine pleading guilty to a crime, but then turning around and arguing, wait a minute, I didn't actually break the law.
Yeah, talk about a head scratcher, right?
It's a wild situation. And that's exactly what we're diving into today. United States v. Caswell Sr. This case throws a wrench into the whole idea of compassionate release and how judges make those tough calls.
Absolutely. It really gets at the heart of what accepting responsibility means, legally speaking, when someone's trying to get their sentence reduced.
So before we get into the nitty-gritty of Senior's case, can you give us a quick rundown of compassionate release in general, for those of us who aren't legal experts?
Of course. In a nutshell, it's a way for federal courts to potentially shorten someone's prison sentence. But, and this is key, it's only granted under very specific, strict circumstances. We're not talking about just a change of heart here.
Okay, so what kind of situations are we talking about?
Think serious medical conditions, like a terminal illness, Or maybe someone is of advanced age and their health is declining rapidly in prison. Sometimes it's even granted because of extreme family circumstances.
Like if the person in prison is the sole caregiver for a child or a sick family member.
Exactly. It's about recognizing those truly extraordinary situations where keeping someone behind bars might not make sense anymore. Now, this particular case, it all hinges on a specific part of the law, 18 U.S.C. Section 3582C1. Sounds like legal jargon, I know.
It does sound a little intimidating.
But basically, it's the rule book for when a judge can even consider modifying a sentence.
So it's like the first hurdle, right?
Yeah.
Before compassionate release is even on the table.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And Senior's case really puts those rules to the test. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Absolutely. So let's get into it. What landed Caswell Sr. in this situation in the first place? Why is he asking for compassionate release?
Well, he based his entire request on what he called an extraordinary acceptance of responsibility for the crimes he committed. And this is where things get interesting.
Because he's admitted to robbing someone, but now he's saying it wasn't technically robbery.
You got it. He took a plea deal, admitted to the robbery, but now he's arguing that what he did didn't actually meet the legal definition of robbery.
So wait, is he trying to have it both ways? Saying he's sorry, but also that he didn't really do anything wrong?
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? And that's the issue the judge in this case, Judge Halpern, had to wrestle with. Can you claim to accept responsibility while simultaneously saying, but I don't think I actually broke that law? It's a tricky territory.
It sounds like a real legal puzzle. So
Yeah.
how did the judge even begin to unravel this? What was his reasoning for denying compassionate release?
Well, to understand Judge Halpern's decision, we have to look at his ruling, which was divided into two parts. He had a very specific thought process.
All right, so two parts to this ruling. Break it down for us.
Yeah.
Okay, so two parts to this ruling. Break it down for us.
Right. So first, Senior had to prove there were what the law calls extraordinary and compelling reasons for letting him out early.
Ah, so it's not enough to just say, hey, I've changed my ways.
Exactly. The bar is set really high for compassionate release. And while the law does give judges some wiggle room to decide what counts as extraordinary and compelling, in Senior's case, Judge Halpern wasn't convinced.
I can see why that would be a tough sell, given how he's arguing both sides.
Exactly. Pleading guilty, but then saying you didn't technically break the law, it kind of undercuts the whole remorse thing, you know?
Yeah, tough to argue you're super sorry for something you don't think you did wrong.
Right. It's a bit of a contradiction.
So that's hurdle number one. What about the second part of the judge's reasoning?
Okay, so even if Senior had cleared that first hurdle, and it's a big if, the judge also has to consider what are known as the 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A factors.
More legal jargon. Lay it on us. What are those exactly?
Haha, don't worry, it's not as complicated as it sounds. Basically, these factors are like a checklist the judge uses to make sure the punishment still fits the crime, even if someone is asking for a reduced sentence.
Okay, so it's about making sure the punishment is fair and makes sense overall.
Precisely. They want to deter future crime, protect the public, those sorts of things. And a key factor here is the seriousness of the original offense.
Right, so in Senior's case, how much time he's served so far would come into play, right?
You got it. And this is a key detail. Senior had served less than 20% of his sentence when he filed for compassionate release.
So even if the judge was moved by his claims of remorse, he'd have to balance that against the fact that Senior hadn't served very much time.
Absolutely. Judge Halpern basically said releasing him early wouldn't really achieve those bigger goals we talked about, like deterring others from committing similar crimes. It comes back to that balance, recognizing potential rehabilitation, sure, but also thinking about justice for everyone else.
Makes sense. So zooming out a bit, what does this case tell us about how judges make these really complicated decisions about compassionate release?
You've hit the nail on the head. It's about navigating this tension between acknowledging someone might be changing for the better, like genuinely accepting responsibility, while also making sure the punishment still serves its purpose. And Judge Halpern actually pointed out that Senior already got some credit for taking the plea deal. Initially, it factored into his sentence.
So it's almost like, we already gave you credit for that back when you were sentenced.
Exactly. And it highlights how complex these cases are. Judges aren't just looking at legal checkboxes. They're trying to understand all the angles, the individual's actions, and the impact their decisions have on society's sense of justice as a whole.
So much to think about. Senior's case really throws a wrench in things.
It really does. And it begs the question, what does accepting responsibility really mean? Is it just saying the words, or is there a deeper level of understanding required?
Deep stuff.
Ugh.
It really makes you think, if you were the judge in this situation, what would you do? Would you prioritize Senior's claim of remorse, even with all the contradictions, or would you focus on the fact that he still has so much time left on his sentence?
Wow, yeah. That's the million-dollar question, right? It's tough. I wish I had a simple answer for you, but there's no easy solution here. It's a judgment call every single time. Judges have to juggle so many things. The law, past cases, the specific arguments being made, and ultimately they have to rely on their own understanding of justice.
So there's no magic formula, no checklist they can just follow?
Nope. It's about grappling with those gray areas. In Senior's case, it definitely throws a wrench into things, makes us confront those places where the law and what feels fair, might not perfectly line up.
It does. For someone listening who's fascinated by the legal system, what do you think is the biggest takeaway from all of this? The one thing they should remember about compassionate release?
I think it's important to remember that compassionate release isn't some kind of get-out-of-jail-free card. It's a long shot. It's a process with a really, really high bar for approval. And there's a good reason for that. We're talking about potentially shortening someone's prison sentence. It shouldn't be easy.
It's not just about saying, oh, I'm sorry, and walking free.
Right. And as we've seen, even when someone claims they're taking responsibility, there's still no guarantee. It's up to the judge to look at the whole picture, weigh everything, and decide what serves justice best.
It's definitely a balancing act. Well, this has been a fascinating deep dive into United States v. Caswell Sr. It feels like we've only just scratched the surface of a much bigger conversation.
I agree. Accountability, remorse, what justice really means, those are questions we're always going to be grappling with.
Absolutely. Any final thoughts for our listeners as they continue to explore these ideas on their own?
Here's a question to ponder the fact that there's no easy answer in Senior's case. Does that make compassionate release seem more problematic, or does it highlight why it's so essential? Think about it.
Ooh, good one. Definitely something to chew on. Well, on that note, we'll leave you to ponder that very question. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the fascinating and sometimes baffling world of compassionate release. Until next time. All right, so you know how much we love to dig into the stories behind the headlines? Well, get ready for a wild one. Today, we're diving deep into all the allegations surrounding Sean P. Diddy Combs. And let me tell you, this one's got more layers than a puff pastry.
Oh, absolutely. We're talking decades worth of accusations here. Assault, coercion, even human trafficking. It's heavy stuff.
Yeah, it definitely paints a different picture of the guy we saw in those shiny suits, making hit after hit.
Right, and that's actually a key part of this whole thing. The video we're looking at really emphasizes just how much power and influence Diddy had, especially in the music industry.
He wasn't just some artist. He was calling the shots, shaping careers left and right.
Exactly. He was a kingmaker, And when you have that kind of power, it makes you wonder, how was it used? Was it used to silence people, to keep them from speaking out?
Especially because these accusations didn't just come out of nowhere. The video mentions all these whispers about Diddy's behavior that were circulating way before any lawsuits were ever filed.
Oh, yeah, like way back in '99, there was that assault lawsuit. And then you have the accusations about what was going on in his clothing factories, the labor violations.
Let's not forget the whole Biggie and Tupac thing. Those rumors never really went away, did they?
Nope. They definitely added to this image of Diddy as a guy who always seemed to be surrounded by controversy, like where there's smoke, there's fire. But then 2023 hits, and whoa, things really explode, starting with Cassie Ventura's lawsuit.
That felt different, like a turning point.
It was. I mean, first of all, it broke the silence. Suddenly other people are like, wait, maybe I'm not alone here. But Ventura also alleged this really disturbing pattern of abuse. We're talking coercion, assault, even being forced into sex acts with male prostitutes.
The video called them freak-offs.
Yeah.
Just joke.
Yeah. Not mincing words there.
So Diddy's lawyer denies everything, calls Ventura a liar, but then they settle out of court. Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
For sure. I mean, a settlement doesn't equal guilt, right? But it definitely raises questions, especially because, and this is important, Ventura's lawsuit happened right when New York passed that Adult Survivors Act.
Which, just so everyone's on the same page, that law basically gave victims of past abuse a chance to sue, even if way too much time had passed.
Exactly. So this legal window opens up, and all of a sudden, bam, 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 Diddy's hit with all these lawsuits. And the accusations are eerily similar: assault, coercion, even human trafficking.
Like a pattern was finally coming into focus.
Right. But just as things couldn't get any crazier, guess who gets involved?
The feds, which is never a good sign.
Not at all. And it wasn't just a little peek either. The video made it sound like they were building a whole racketeering case against Diddy, claiming he used his companies to cover up criminal activity.
Okay, so we're talking about some serious legal trouble here. What exactly does that even mean? Racketeering.
So basically, the indictment portrays Diddy's whole operation as this calculated system of intimidation and violence. They even alleged drug use was involved, all to control people, keep them quiet. And get this, the feds actually seized evidence, including recordings and a crazy amount of baby oil.
They found what?
Thousands of bottles allegedly used in these freak-offs.
Wow, that is a lot to unpack. But when you hear those two words, federal charges, things just got very real. Their conviction rate is no joke.
Absolutely. This is serious business. And the feds are still investigating. In fact, they're encouraging anyone with information to come forward. They clearly believe there's more to the story.
Yeah, when you hear the feds are involved, it's like, this isn't just tabloid drama anymore. This is the real deal.
It really is. And it makes you think about all the people who might have been afraid to come forward before,
Exactly. Because if you're going up against someone with that kind of clout, it's intimidating, to say the least.
To say the least. And that's what makes these allegations from Lil Rod so interesting. Remember him? Another music industry figure.
Oh, yeah. His lawsuit kind of adds a whole other layer to this whole thing. He's not just accusing Diddy of, harassment and threats. He's saying he saw this stuff firsthand.
Yeah, and some pretty disturbing stuff, too. Like, Lil Rod claims Diddy would actually record these encounters he had with people, almost like he was trying to collect, compromising material on them.
Oh, wow. Talk about a power move.
Right. It's like, imagine the control you would have if you had something like that over someone. And Lil Rod didn't hold back either. He named names.
He did, including Diddy's own son, Justin Combs, though he was later removed from the lawsuit.
Yeah, but still, it just shows you how deep this whole thing goes. And it makes you wonder, who else knew about this? Who else might have been involved? Like, the video mentions that at one point even Universal Music Group got dragged into this.
Wait, hold on. Universal, as in one of the biggest music labels on the planet.
The one and only. Now, they were later removed from the lawsuit too, but the fact that their name even came up, it makes you think.
It makes you think, how high up does this go? Were people looking the other way because it was Diddy?
Exactly. And it's not just about Diddy. It's about the whole system, the culture that might have allowed this to happen. This culture of, don't bite the hand that feeds you, especially in an industry as cutthroat as music.
It's like that whole too good to be true thing. You get promised fame and fortune, but what happens when you realize it comes at a cost you never agreed to pay?
And who are you going to tell?
Oh,
you're up against these powerful figures, these huge corporations.
It's scary and heartbreaking to think about the people who might have been trapped in those situations, feeling like they had nowhere to turn.
Yeah.
And it's impossible to ignore the elephant in the room here, these freak-offs the video kept mentioning.
Right.
The planning, the coercion involved, it's just, disturbing doesn't even begin to cover it.
No, it really doesn't. And the detail about the feds finding all that baby oil, that wasn't just some random coincidence. That speaks to a whole other level of darkness, It's like
he thought he was untouchable.
Exactly. Like the rules didn't apply to him.
Which is why I think those federal charges are so important.
Yeah.
It's like they're saying, no, this isn't just how the music industry works. This is criminal behavior, and we're not letting it slide.
And they're not. They've made it very clear they believe there are more victims out there, more to this story than we even know.
It's kind of chilling when you think about it. We see these glamorous industries, music, movies, and we don't often think about what might be going on behind the scenes.
Right. It's easy to get caught up in the fantasy of it all.
Totally.
Boy.
And this whole Diddy situation, it's like a wake-up call. It makes you realize these power imbalances, they can pop up anywhere.
Oh, absolutely. It's not just about the music industry, right? We've seen it in Hollywood, in sports, even in politics. It's like anywhere there's power, there's a potential for abuse.
It's a human problem, not a music industry problem.
Exactly. It's this thing in us, this need to create these hierarchies, these systems where some people are on top and some are at the bottom. And then we trust the people at the top blindly instead of,
Instead of questioning things, holding them accountable.
Exactly. We need to be questioning these systems constantly, encouraging people to speak up, not just, go with the flow, look the other way.
Right. Because if we don't say anything, if we don't demand better, nothing's going to change.
And change is possible, but it takes all of us. It takes awareness, education, and action.
So what can we actually do? Like, what's a concrete step we can take to make sure this kind of stuff doesn't keep happening?
Well, first, educate yourself, right? Understand how these systems work, how this kind of abuse can fester. And then support organizations that are fighting for victims' rights, organizations that are trying to prevent this from happening again.
And maybe even more importantly, when someone speaks out, believe them, support them. Because coming forward, especially when you're going up against a powerful figure, that takes serious guts.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Speaking up, even when it's terrifying, that's how change happens.
It's like that saying, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Wow. Powerful stuff.
This whole deep dive into these P. Diddy allegations, it's been intense.
Yeah.
And honestly, at times, it's been pretty damn hard to hear.
For sure.
But you know what? It's important. We can't just look away from these uncomfortable truths.
Nope.
Because the more we know, the more we understand, the better equipped we are to actually make a difference.
Exactly. Knowledge is power.
It really is. Well, on that note, thanks for joining us for this deep dive. It's been real, as always.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure.
And remember, if you or someone you know needs help, you are not alone. We'll be sure to include some resources in the show notes. Until next time, stay curious and stay informed.
Okay, so get ready because this deep dive, it's going to be a heavy one. We're dealing with some really disturbing stuff, allegations of abuse and power dynamics, and what looks like a massive cover-up that could go back decades.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack, and it's important we go into this with our eyes wide open.
Absolutely. And you might be tempted to think, oh, this is just another day in Hollywood, right? Another celebrity scandal, but trust me on this one, this goes way beyond the usual gossip.
I agree. This isn't about bad behavior. This is about potential systemic abuse, and that's a whole different ballgame.
Exactly. And the scale of this thing is just mind-blowing. We're talking about attorney Tony Busby. He held this press conference and just dropped a bombshell saying his firm has been contacted by over 285 people.
Oh, 385.
385 people, all with accusations against Sean Diddy Combs. And we're not talking about just recent years. This goes all the way back to 1991.
That's over 30 years of potential abuse.
Yeah.
So the question that immediately comes to mind is, why now? Why are these claims surfacing after all this time?
It's like you said, this isn't just some isolated incident that happened yesterday. This is
Yeah, it's a pattern. And it's a question that deserves a nuanced answer. Part of it has to do with the legal concept of revived claims. Some states, they recognize that it can take years, even decades, for victims of abuse to come forward, especially when we're talking about people who were minors at the time.
right, because trauma like that, it can be incredibly difficult to process, let alone talk about.
Exactly. These laws, these revived claims, they provide a legal avenue for these victims to seek justice even after all this time.
So it's like these laws are giving a voice to those who were silenced for so long.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the legal aspect either. We have to remember the psychological impact of trauma. You take years to process what happened, to even admit it to yourself, and then even longer to find the courage to speak out.
And seeing others come forward, that can be a catalyst, right?
Absolutely. It's often called the domino effect. When one person bravely breaks the silence, it can empower others to share their own experiences. Busby's announcement, it seems to have opened those floodgates. And what we're seeing now is this waves of accusations that paint a very, very disturbing picture.
Yeah, and you said it before, but this isn't just about one person's alleged actions. This is about a pattern. Busby described a chilling modus operandi, and it's like something out of a nightmare.
It's a classic case of power and control dynamics sadly playing out on a massive scale.
So walk us through this. What did Busby say about this pattern? Because I got to tell you, when I was reading through the source material, it was like each detail was more unsettling than the last.
Right, and that's no accident. These patterns are often designed to be insidious, to operate in the shadows.
Yep.
But let's start with the beginning with what Busby called the lure.
And I think this is where it gets really insidious, right? Because it's not like some obvious threat. This is about exploiting people's dreams.
Precisely. According to the allegations, it often involved the promise of opportunity and access invitations to exclusive parties, after parties, even auditions. Imagine the appeal for a young, aspiring artist. eager to make their mark in the industry.
It's like dangling the brass ring right in front of them, and who wouldn't be tempted to reach for it?
Exactly. And that's where, according to Busby, the pressure would escalate. He described victims being offered drinks, often laced with drugs, with the implication that refusal wasn't really an option.
And this is where things take that dark turn, because we're not just talking about a little something to loosen people up. He specifically mentioned a horse tranquilizer called xylazine.
Which, if true, is horrifying. Imagine being drugged without your knowledge, losing control over your own body, and then...
And then, according to the allegations, comes the abuse. Busby spoke about sexual assault often taking place in front of others, leaving victims not just physically injured, but deeply traumatized.
Trapped in a nightmare, because this is where the threats allegedly came in. Threats of violence, threats to their careers, threats to their families.
So it's like being caught in this web of fear and intimidation.
Exactly. And that fear is what keeps people silent. Because they're told that if they speak out, their lives will be ruined before they even truly began.
It's a tragically effective way to maintain control. You know, when I was going through Busby's statement, there was this one thing that really got to me. He talked about how this pattern, it wasn't just about targeting individuals. It was about creating this system, this whole network where people around the abuser become complicit.
Right. It's like it takes a village, but in a really messed up way.
Exactly. And he specifically called out those bystanders, the people who might have seen what was happening but didn't do anything to stop it.
It's like turning a blind eye, because it's easier than confronting something uncomfortable. Or maybe even scary.
And then you have those who are more than just bystanders. Busby called them enablers. The ones who actually helped make the abuse happen, or at least made it easier for it to continue.
And that's where things start to get even darker, because it's not just about holding one person accountable anymore.
Right. This isn't just about Sean Combs. This is about a whole system that might have been propping him up. And this is where Busby's investigation, it expands beyond just Combs. He said he's planning to name other individuals and even corporations as defendants in these cases.
Oh, hold on. Corporations? What kind of corporations are we talking about?
He mentioned banks, pharmaceutical companies, even hotels.
Okay, now that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What could they possibly be implicated in?
Well, that's what Busby's trying to prove. He's trying to show that these entities knew about the alleged abuse or even benefited from it somehow. Maybe they helped cover it up. Who knows? But if he can demonstrate that their involvement was that direct, it could mean huge legal trouble for them. And let's be real here, it would be a PR nightmare.
Yeah, you're telling me, imagine being tied to a scandal of this magnitude. It would be devastating.
Absolutely. And that's why this case, it's so much bigger than just one person's actions. This is about exposing a whole system, a culture that allows this kind of abuse to happen and even protects the abusers.
Right. It's like they're hiding in plain sight.
And you know, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by all of this, to feel like there's nothing we can do to change a system that seems so ingrained.
It's true. It can feel like an impossible task. But it has to start somewhere, right?
Right. And maybe that's the first step, just acknowledging that this isn't just a Hollywood problem. This kind of abuse of power, it happens everywhere. And it's been happening for way too long.
It's about time we shine a light on it and hold people accountable.
Exactly. And one of the things that really hit me hard while reading through these accounts was this quote from a young man who left the industry because of what he says happened to him.
What did he say?
He said, "Had he not been in power, I feel like I could have been something great. I quit the industry because of what Sean Combs did to me."
That's heavy. It really makes you think about the human cost of all of this, the dreams that were shattered, the potential that was stolen.
It's a reminder that behind all the legal jargon and the headlines, there are real people whose lives have been forever changed by this.
And their stories deserve to be heard.
Yeah, and it's easy to get lost in it all, you know, to feel like it's just too big, too overwhelming. What can we even do?
It's true. It can be paralyzing.
Yeah.
But I think the first step is simple. Believe survivors.
Believe and really listen, you know, without judgment, without questioning their experience.
Exactly. Their courage in coming forward, especially after all this time, it's incredible. Yeah. And they deserve our support, not our skepticism.
Absolutely. And speaking of support, if someone's listening to this right now and they're relating to these stories, if they've been through something similar, what resources are out there for them? Well,
the first one that always comes to mind is the National Sexual Assault Hotline. It's a lifeline for so many people. That number is 800-656-4673.
And Busby's firm, they actually set up a dedicated hotline specifically for this case. That number is 1-802-107-4747. And he emphasized that all communication is confidential, protected by attorney-client privilege.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
And beyond those immediate resources, there are so many organizations doing incredible work to fight against sexual assault and support survivors. These groups are working to change the culture, to create a world where these kinds of abuses just aren't tolerated.
Because as we've been talking about this case, it really highlights that this is a systemic issue. This isn't just about one person's actions. It's about a culture that allows powerful individuals to exploit others, often for years, and get away with it.
Right. It's about power and control in the systems that protect abusers.
In this case, as horrific as it is, it has the potential to be a turning point.
It really does. Will force a reckoning, not just in the music industry, but in every industry where these power dynamics exist.
Will this be the thing that finally breaks the cycle of abuse and silence?
That's the question we're left with. And it's a question we all have a role in answering. Through our actions, our choices, our willingness to speak up and challenge these systems.
And maybe that's where the hope lies. Recognizing that we all have a part to play in creating a world where stories like these, while heartbreaking, become a relic of the past, not a reflection of the present.
Well said. It's up to all of us to keep asking these questions, to keep pushing for change, and to support survivors in any way we can.
It's been a heavy conversation, but an important one. Thank you so much for taking this deep dive with us today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a privilege.
Yeah.
Ever wonder what happens to those photos taken at, like, public events? You know, who owns them? Can they be used however anyone wants?
Yeah.
Well, get ready to dive into this fascinating legal case. It's about a photo that ended up in Vibe magazine.
Oh,
Back in 2006.
Vibe, huh?
Yeah, it might seem like, just celebrity gossip.
Right.
But this case really gets to the heart of privacy rights and freedom of the press.
Yeah.
Something that affects all of us.
It really does. It's a classic example of how New York civil rights law tries to, balance these competing interests. You see, celebrities, they do have legal protection when it comes to their image. And this case really shines a light on how those protections work in the real world.
So let's set the scene. Back in 2003, Sean Combs.
Okay.
Puff Daddy, P. Diddy.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, he threw one of his famous white parties in East Hampton.
Ah.
These were massive events. And this one in particular ended up, being the center of our legal story. So Vibe magazine, they did a feature article on Sean Combs a few years later.
Okay.
In November of 2006. And included some photos from those parties.
Okay.
Seems harmless enough.
Well, one of the pictures from the 2003 party, it showed 3 women dressed as mermaids.
Okay.
The catch. They were topless.
Oh, wow.
And one of those women, Maria Cristina Dominguez, she decided to take legal action because she said she never consented to being photographed topless or having that image published.
So Dominguez sued Vibe magazine, Sean Combs, and Bad Boy Entertainment, saying they violated her privacy. Her argument was based on New York civil rights law,
Right.
which basically says you can't use someone's image for commercial purposes without their permission. That seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But the defendants, they had a pretty strong defense.
Okay.
They claimed the newsworthiness exception applied in this case.
Yeah.
They argued that the photo was part of a story about Sean Combs, a public figure, and his well-known party, which, by its very nature, attracts public interest.
Okay, so we've got this legal battle brewing an individual's right to privacy versus freedom of the press. What did the court have to say about all this?
Well, the judge sided with the defendants
Oh,
and dismissed the case.
wow.
The key here was the real relationship test.
Okay.
The judge ruled that the photo did have a real relationship to the article about Sean Combs.
Okay.
What's interesting is that the court, they even acknowledged that the picture might have boosted the magazine's sales, but that didn't mean it wasn't related to the story.
So even though the magazine might have benefited commercially, the context of the photo within the article mattered more.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nuanced distinction.
Exactly. And there's another point in the ruling that I think is really fascinating.
Okay.
The judge basically said it wasn't their job to question the magazine's editorial decisions about what's newsworthy, as long as those decisions were reasonable.
Wait, so who decides what's reasonable?
Right.
Doesn't that give publishers a lot of power?
That's a great question. And it gets to the heart of how the law tries to balance these, complicated issues. It's not always, black and white.
Right.
The court, they look at things like the article's content, the photo's prominence, and the context of the publication to figure out if that newsworthiness exception applies.
So there's some wiggle room, but it's not a free pass for publishers.
Right.
They still have to be able to defend their choices in court.
Yeah.
This newsworthiness exception seems like a pretty big deal. Where did it come from?
Well, it's deeply rooted in the First Amendment.
Okay.
And the idea that a free press is vital to a functioning democracy. The courts have long recognized that journalists need a certain level of protection to report on matters of public concern without fear of being sued for every photo or piece of information they publish.
Okay, so it's about balancing the public's need for information with an individual's right to privacy.
Right.
But how do we ensure that this newsworthiness exception isn't abused? Where do we draw the line?
That's the million-dollar question, and it's one that courts grapple with constantly. There are limitations to the exception. It's not a carte blanche for publishers to do whatever they want.
Right.
For example, simply because someone is at a public event doesn't automatically strip them of all privacy rights.
That makes sense. So going back to Dominguez, even though she was at a public party, the court still had to consider whether using her photo in that specific way was justified under this exception.
Precisely. And this is where things get even more interesting.
Okay.
Remember, Dominguez wasn't a public figure like Sean Combs.
Right.
She was, for all intents and purposes, an average person who happened to be at this event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this case really raises questions about what happens when, everyday people, not just celebrities, find themselves in the spotlight. Like, you could be at a concert or a sporting event and end up at a photo that gets published. Does that mean anyone can just use your image without your consent?
Well, it's not quite that simple.
Okay.
The context matters a lot. In Dominguez's case, the court focused on the real relationship between her photo and the article's subject matter.
Okay.
The connection to the story about Sean Combs and his parties, that was really key to the ruling.
So if someone had just snapped a random picture of her at the grocery store
Right.
and tried to sell it to a tabloid, that would be a different story.
Absolutely. The newsworthiness exception wouldn't apply there because there's no clear connection to a newsworthy event or a public figure.
This makes me think about those paparazzi photos you see of celebrities doing, everyday things.
Yeah.
Where do those fit in?
The paparazzi.
Yeah.
They operate in a bit of a gray area. Legally and ethically. Celebrities might be public figures, but they still have some expectation of privacy, especially when it comes to their personal lives.
Yeah.
So the courts have to weigh those interests against the public's interest in seeing those images.
It feels like things get even more complicated with, social media.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone can be a photographer and publisher these days.
Right.
Imagine you're at a concert and someone in the crowd, they snap a photo of you dancing.
Yeah.
And post it online. Do they need your permission?
That's a great question. And it highlights how technology is constantly pushing the boundaries of these legal concepts. The law is still catching up to the realities of social media and, widespread image sharing.
So what are the key takeaways for our listener here? What should they keep in mind when it comes to their own photos and privacy in this, wild world of digital photography?
Well, I think awareness is key.
Okay.
When you're in public, especially at events where photography is common, there's always a chance that someone might capture your image. You might not have much control over that initial act of taking the picture, but you do have legal options if your image is used in a way that violates your privacy rights.
So knowing your rights is crucial. This case also brings up some, ethical questions for anyone taking and sharing photos, even casually on social media.
Yeah.
Just because you can post something doesn't mean you should.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even if something is technically legal, it doesn't automatically mean it's the right thing to do.
Right.
We all have a responsibility to consider the potential impact our actions might have on others.
You mentioned earlier that the court didn't want to second-guess the magazine's editorial decisions about what's considered newsworthy,
right?
As long as those decisions were reasonable. But who ultimately gets to define what's reasonable?
That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
There's no easy answer. The courts have to consider a whole range of factors, like, the content of the article, how prominently the photo is displayed, and the individual's expectation of privacy in that particular situation. It's very case specific.
It seems like a lot of responsibility falls on journalists and publishers to make, ethical choices, even if the law gives them some leeway.
Exactly. This case really underscores the importance of responsible journalism.
Mm.
You know, while the law provides a framework, it's ultimately up to those in the media to weigh the public's right to know against an individual's right to privacy.
This conversation has been incredibly insightful. It really makes you think twice about the power of images and the responsibility that comes with taking and sharing them.
That's what's so fascinating about this topic. The more we explore it, the more we realize how complex and nuanced it really is, and how technology continues to challenge our understanding of these issues.
We've covered a lot of ground, but I feel like there's still more to unpack.
Yeah.
The judge's decision not to question the magazine's judgment about what's newsworthy, that really stuck with me.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder about the balance of power in these situations.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
It raises questions about the boundaries of editorial freedom and whether there should be more checks and balances in place.
Right. If the courts are reluctant to step in, does that mean it's up to the media to, police itself? And what happens when different publications have vastly different ideas of what's considered newsworthy?
You've hit on a crucial issue. Who gets to be the gatekeeper of what the public sees and knows?
Yeah.
These are questions that have been debated for centuries, and they're even more relevant now in the age of digital media,
Right.
where information spreads so rapidly.
It's a lot to consider. And it goes beyond, legal arguments to encompass ethical and societal questions about the kind of world we want to live in.
Well said. It's about finding a balance that protects individual rights, while also allowing for a free and open flow of information.
So for our listener who might be thinking, this is all interesting, but what does it mean for me? What's the bottom line here?
I think the biggest takeaway is that everyone has a role to play in shaping the future of privacy and freedom of expression. Whether you're a journalist, a photographer, or simply someone who uses social media, being aware of these issues and making conscious choices is crucial.
So we talked about how the court emphasized the real relationship between Dominguez's photo and the Vibe article about Sean Combs. Can you, give our listener a better understanding of what the courts consider a real relationship? What are they looking for exactly?
Well, it's not about whether the photo is, aesthetically pleasing or even if it's the most important piece of the story.
Right.
The courts are mainly concerned with whether the photo, genuinely contributes to the article's narrative. Does it help tell the story? Does it provide context or understanding that words alone can't convey?
So it's not just about, throwing in a random picture for shock value.
Right.
Or to, boost sales.
Sure.
There has to be a legitimate connection to the subject matter.
Exactly. And the courts will look at the article as a whole, not just the photo in isolation.
Okay.
They'll consider the captions, the surrounding text, and the overall message the publication is trying to convey.
This is where that editorial judgment comes into play again, right?
Yeah.
The publisher has to make a case for why that specific photo is necessary to tell that particular story.
Precisely. And while the courts generally give publishers some leeway in making those decisions, it's not a blank check.
Okay.
If the connection between the photo and the story is weak, or if the photo is deemed to be, excessively intrusive or exploitative, the court might step in and say, hold on, this crosses the line.
So there's a balance to be struck between protecting freedom of the press and safeguarding individual privacy rights.
That's the crux of it. And this case really highlights how difficult it can be to find that, sweet spot. There's no easy formula, and the courts are constantly grappling with these complex issues.
This entire deep dive has been so illuminating. It really makes you think about the power of images and the responsibility we all have in this digital age.
I agree. It's a conversation that we need to be having, especially as technology continues to blur the lines between, public and private.
So any final thoughts for our listener who's now armed with all this knowledge about privacy, photography, and the law? What's the one thing you want them to take away from this deep dive?
I think the most important message is that awareness is key.
Yeah.
Be mindful of the images you capture and share, both as a photographer and as a consumer of media. Think about the stories behind those images and the potential impact they might have.
Well said. It's about being thoughtful and respectful, even in a world that's increasingly driven by visuals.
Exactly. And remember, the law is constantly evolving to keep pace with technology and societal norms. So stay informed, stay curious, and keep questioning the world around you.
That's great advice. Thanks so much for joining us on this deep dive. And a huge thanks to you, our listener, for tuning in. Until next time, keep exploring.
All right, strap yourselves in. All right, so welcome to another deep dive, everybody. Today we're going to unpack some pretty intriguing legal documents, and these are straight from case text. So get this, it's a lawsuit. It's from March 2024. It's titled Emmerich v. Combs. And yeah, that Combs is Sean Combs, the one and only P. Diddy, along with Bad Boy Entertainment and Atlantic Records. So what we're going to try to figure out today is what exactly are the claims here, and how did the judge rule?
Well, it's a fascinating case, especially when you consider the plaintiff, Ronald Emmerich. He's filed over 200 lawsuits since 2013. I mean, that's just a staggering number, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
It actually earned him what's called a vexatious litigant order in Florida, which basically suggests a pattern of potentially frivolous lawsuits. So knowing this right from the start, I think, probably colored the judge's perspective.
Over 200 lawsuits. Wow. Makes you wonder, like, what's going on there. But let's get into the specifics of this case. What exactly is Emmerich claiming happened with Atlantic Records?
Well, the first part of his claim stems from some interactions he had with Atlantic. Back in 2006, he sent them a demo CD, and he even received a call from Ahmet Erdogan, the label's co-founder. Emmerich claims that Erdogan told him to sign with another label. But here's the interesting part. Emmerich doesn't actually allege any wrongdoing by Atlantic.
Wait, hold on. He's suing them, but doesn't claim they did anything wrong. That seems a little contradictory, doesn't it?
Exactly. It really raises questions about the basis of his claim. And this lack of a concrete injury was likely a red flag for the judge from the get-go. It kind of speaks to a larger point of the legal system, Anyone can file a lawsuit, but there are, specific requirements that must be met, like demonstrating a legitimate harm.
So how does Sean Combs, a.k.a. P. Diddy, fit into all of this? This is where things get really interesting, right?
Yeah.
This part of the lawsuit is even more intriguing. Emmerich's actually focusing on Sean Combs' public image, specifically after a separate lawsuit was filed against him by Cassandra Ventura. We won't get into the details of that case, but it provides some important context. So is Emmerich suggesting that, because there are allegations against Combs, he shouldn't be allowed to, continue with endorsements and public appearances?
Essentially, yes. He even specifically mentions Ciroc vodka billboards as being a public nuisance. Emmerich seems to be arguing that anyone who continues to work with Combs, in this case Bad Boy Entertainment and Atlantic Records, is somehow complicit in causing harm. He even uses legal terms like tortious interference with business relations and products liability torts.
Okay, let's unpack those terms a bit for our listener. Tortious interference. What exactly does that mean in this context?
So in simple terms, tortious interference means that someone wrongfully interfered with a contractual or business relationship, causing damage. So Emmerich is suggesting that by continuing to work with Combs and promote his products, the defendants are somehow harming him and potentially other consumers.
So he's trying to say that seeing a Ciroc billboard is causing him some kind of quantifiable harm. Help me understand how this even constitutes an injury in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, that's precisely the point that the judge zeroed in on. In legal terms, Emmerich failed to demonstrate a concrete injury in fact, which is a requirement for a court to have jurisdiction. He complained about billboards being eyesores, but didn't explain how they specifically harmed him.
It sounds like he's stretching the definition of legal injury pretty thin.
Yeah.
And what about those product liability torts he mentioned?
Right. Well, product liability claims typically involve defective products that cause physical harm or property damage. It's unclear how Emmerich is connecting that to Sean Combs' public image or the actions of the record labels. It's a bit of a head-scratcher.
It really does. Make you wonder what the strategy was here, especially when you consider what Emmerich was seeking as a remedy.
Oh, absolutely. He asked for a staggering $45 million in damages. And he didn't stop there. He also wanted Bad Boy Entertainment forced into bankruptcy and receivership. It's a very bold ask, wouldn't you say?
That's putting it mildly. It seems incredibly ambitious, especially given the shaky foundation of the lawsuit.
You're right. And unsurprisingly, the judge wasn't convinced. The case was dismissed because Emmerich couldn't articulate a legitimate legal injury. In the judge's own words, absent these types of specific allegations, his complaint reflects nothing more than generalized grievances, which cannot support standing.
So even with a high-profile defendant like Sean Combs, the lawsuit ultimately crumbled because it lacks a solid legal basis and a demonstrable injury. It's a good reminder that the law requires more than just strong opinions or general grievances to move forward.
That's a key takeaway here, and we'll discuss its implications in more detail in just a minute. It's almost like the legal system has like a built-in safeguard. against people who might be abusing it. You can't just, throw around legal terms and expect to win millions.
It's an interesting point you raised. This whole concept of a vexatious litigant, it's kind of fascinating.
It is. Essentially, courts have recognized that some individuals might use litigation as a tool for harassment or to, gain notoriety rather than to seek genuine redress. And the vexatious litigant order placed on Emmerich in Florida really suggests that the courts have identified a concerning pattern in his history of lawsuits.
It makes you wonder about the implications. For people who might have legitimate claims, right? But they're then viewed with skepticism because someone like Emmerich has clogged up the system with frivolous lawsuits.
Yeah, it's a valid concern. The actions of a few can impact the perception of many, and that's a difficult hurdle to overcome.
So putting aside Emmerich's litigious history for a moment, let's talk about this concept of injury in fact, because it seems pretty crucial in this case. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Oh, absolutely. Injury in fact is a core principle in legal standing. It means a plaintiff must have suffered a concrete, particularized, and actual or imminent harm. It can't just be a hypothetical or generalized grievance. Think of it this way. If you go to court, you need to show the judge that you've been personally and directly affected by the defendant's actions.
Okay, so that makes sense. So in Emmerich's case, simply being annoyed by Ciroc billboards doesn't meet that threshold.
Right.
It's just a subjective feeling, not a quantifiable injury.
Exactly. The judge needed to see evidence of, tangible harm like financial loss or emotional distress or reputational damage directly linked to the billboards. Emmerich simply didn't provide that.
It's interesting how this case touches on broader societal questions too, I think, especially about the intersection of public image, free speech, and the law. We have P. Diddy as a celebrity with a huge public persona, and then you have Emmerich trying to make a legal argument based on his image.
Yeah. You've hit on a really intriguing point. This case raises the question, can someone's public image alone ever be grounds for a lawsuit? Or are there always other factors that need to be present?
It's a tricky question.
Right.
On the one hand, we don't want to stifle free speech. People should be able to express opinions, even if they're, critical of others. But on the other hand, we also want to protect individuals from harm. Including, harm to their reputation.
It's a delicate balance, for sure. Where do we draw the line between legitimate criticism and actions that cause genuine harm? And how do we define that harm in a legal context?
Yeah, it makes you think about the implications for public figures in general. Should they be held to a different standard when it comes to, legal action?
That's a great question. And it's one that, courts are grappling with more and more these days, especially in the digital age. We live in a world where information spreads like wildfire online. And reputations can be damaged in an instant. So it raises questions about, the limits of free speech and the need for greater accountability, but also the potential for misuse and censorship.
And in this case, Emmerich is also going after the record companies that are associated with Combs. He's suggesting they're somehow responsible for his perceived harm because they continue to work with Combs. Is that even a valid legal argument?
It's a stretch, to say the least. He's essentially arguing, guilt by association, holding a business liable, simply because they have a relationship with someone who is accused of wrongdoing, but hasn't been found guilty in a court of law. That's a slippery slope.
It feels like he's reaching for anything he can to build a case, but without that, core element of demonstrable harm, it all falls apart.
Yeah, it's a great example of how a lawsuit, even one with, a high-profile defendant, and complex legal terminology can be completely undermined by a lack of fundamental legal grounding.
So what does this all mean for our listener? What's the key takeaway here?
I think the biggest takeaway is that, the law is nuanced and complex, but there are, core principles that need to be met.
Even if you're going up against someone like P. Diddy, you still need to have a solid legal argument.
Right.
Just feeling annoyed or offended by someone's public image, that's not enough to win in court.
Exactly. You need to be able to show that concrete injury. And this case really highlights another crucial point, I think. The legal system, while it's designed to protect individual rights, can also be misused. So we need to be mindful of this balance, I think, and understand the potential consequences of frivolous or vexatious litigation.
Like you said earlier, the actions of a few can impact many. And Emmerich's pattern of lawsuits, even if this one was dismissed, it might make people more skeptical of future plaintiffs.
Absolutely. And it speaks to the importance of, being informed, not just about the law itself, but about, the actors involved and their motivations. It encourages us to think critically, about the information we consume and to question assumptions.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into Emrit v. Combs, I'm still left wondering, could there ever be a scenario where public image concerns alone could actually form a valid legal claim? It feels like uncharted territory, legally speaking. Where does free speech end and harm begin when it comes to public image?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question, and one that legal scholars are really grappling with right now, especially, as you said, as our world becomes increasingly digital.
Yeah.
Think about it. Social media, it allows information, both true and false, to spread at an unprecedented rate. Reputations can be built and destroyed like that in the blink of an eye.
So how do we, reconcile that with the need to protect individuals from, baseless attacks or attempts to, manipulate public opinion? Is there a way to establish, clear legal boundaries without stifling legitimate discourse?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's a complex issue with it. No easy answers. On the one hand, we have freedom of speech, which protects, individuals' right to express their opinions and even criticize others. But on the other hand, we also want to protect individuals from harm, including harm to their reputation.
And as we've seen in this case, right, with Emrit and Sean Combs, it's not always easy to determine where one ends and the other begins, especially when you add in
the layer of celebrity and public image.
Right, because with someone like Sean Combs, his public image is so intricately tied to his brand and his business. So does criticism of his actions or behavior cross the line into something that can be legally actionable if it impacts his business? These are the kinds of questions that courts may need to address more and more in the future.
It raises a whole host of ethical and legal considerations, doesn't it? How do you prove intent to harm? How do you measure the damage caused by negative public opinion? And who gets to decide? What constitutes harm in this context? Is it purely financial, or does it encompass emotional distress or damage to one's reputation? These are thorny issues that require careful consideration.
It's definitely making me think differently about the power of public image and how it interacts with the legal system. We often see public figures embroiled in controversies that play out in the court of public opinion. But this case highlights how those controversies can spill over into actual legal battles.
It is. It's a reminder that the law is constantly evolving to keep pace with societal changes and technological advancements. What might have been considered a frivolous claim a few decades ago could potentially form the basis for a legitimate lawsuit in the future, as our understanding of harm and reputation evolves.
So while we may not have definitive answers today, I think this deep dive into Emrit v. Combs has certainly given us a lot to ponder.
It has. It's a case that really underscores the importance of our critical thinking and a nuanced understanding of the law. It encourages us to look beyond the surface and to consider the broader implications of seemingly outlandish legal claims.
And it also reminds us that the law is a living, breathing entity, constantly adapting to the challenges of a changing world. Who knows, maybe one day we'll be revisiting this very case as a precedent-setting decision that reshaped the legal landscape.
Only time will tell. But one thing is for sure. The intersection of law, public image, and free speech is sure to generate even more fascinating legal battles in the years to come.
And we'll be here to break them down for you. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. Until next time. All right, let's do it. We're diving deep today into a world, well, most of us only see in the movies. We've got court documents, we've got trial summaries, all about bringing down the Gambino family.
Yeah, this is 91, the big REO indictment against John Gotti, his underboss, Frank Ocasio, and of course, you can't forget Salvatore Gravano, Sammy the Bull.
I gotta be honest, whenever I hear RICO, my eyes kind of glaze over. It's organized crime, bad guys, but what makes it so different?
See, most prosecutions, you're taking out a foot soldier here, a lieutenant there. RICO, you go after the whole structure. You're not just stopping a crime, you're dismantling that business of crime.
So it's about the money, more than just jail time.
Exactly. Seizing assets, crippling their finances. That's how you truly break a group like the Gambinos.
And that's why they went after Gotti's lawyer, right? Bruce Cutler, trying to disqualify him before the trial even started.
Oh, that's a huge move. You don't do that lately. They had to prove Cutler was so conflicted he couldn't represent Gotti fairly.
Well, Gotti himself was recorded griping about how much he paid Cutler to represent other Gambino guys. hundreds of thousands of dollars.
House counsel, basically. So is Cutler working for John Gotti, the individual, or the Gambino family's interests? That's a problem.
But what really sunk Cutler wasn't just the money, it was. They had him on tape, in the room, while Gotti's talking about crimes.
That's the game changer. Now, Cutler's not just a lawyer, he's a potential witness. Imagine that jury seeing him, knowing he heard the same stuff they just did.
Yeah, that's not good. All right, let's get to the good stuff. The Ravenite Social Club. Or, more specifically, the apartment above it.
Ah, the Ravenite. This wasn't just a hangout spot, it was the inner sanctum, and the feds had it wired for sound, top to bottom.
So every conversation, every shady deal, the FBI was listening?
This is how they learned the Gambino family's playbook. The hierarchy, the lingo, how they operated day to day. Gold mine for the prosecution.
And then you've got Sammy the Bull, Gravano flipping, testifying against Gotti and Locascio. Talk about betrayal, right?
Cooperating witness, always a tricky thing. Gravano's testimony was invaluable. He could explain the context of those recordings, but, of course, the defense is going to try to paint him as a rat, a liar trying to save his own skin.
Okay, so we have Gotti on tape and Sandy the Bull singing like a canary. Where does that leave Locascio, the underboss?
This is where it gets tricky. He's saying, look, I was in the Ravenite, but I wasn't always actively part of those conversations.
Hold on, can they get you just for being in the room while crimes are being discussed?
Not that simple. They had to prove Locascio wasn't just some passive observer, that as underboss, him being there meant something, that even subtle comments, they showed his involvement.
So it's about proving his presence wasn't just a coincidence. Interesting. Gotti also had issues with the way the judge was instructing the jury, right? Saying it was too vague.
Jury instructions, those are vital. It's the framework for how they decide the case. Gotti was worried because the RAKO charges, he claimed, the wording made it too easy to convict him for stuff other Gambinos did, even if he didn't know about it.
So even as the boss, he's trying to say, hey, not my fault if some guys went rogue. Clever, but did it work?
Not really. Judge said the instructions were fine, and ultimately the jury found Gotti and Locascio guilty on most charges. It does raise the question, how far does that responsibility go in a family like this?
We've already learned so much. The indictment, the players, the legal wrangling. I can't wait to get into the nitty-gritty of the crimes themselves.
We're just getting started. Buckle up, because this is going to get even more fascinating.
Okay, let's get into it. What kind of crimes are we talking about here? The Ravenite tapes, they got to have more than just guys talking tough.
Oh, way more. It's a full-blown criminal operation they're running. And one of the big ones that came out, the murder of Paul Castellano.
Castellano, that's, he was the head of the Gambino family before Gotti, right?
You got it. And on the tapes, you hear Gotti talking about the hit, why he wanted Castellano gone. It's chilling stuff, you know? Really shows how ruthless Gotti was. But Castellano, he wasn't the only victim. The prosecution had evidence tying Gotti to the murders of Thomas Bellotti, Robert DiBernardo, Liborio Maluto.
It's eliminating rivals.
Yeah.
Got to stay on top, right?
Yeah.
But there was also that obstruction of justice charge, right?
Right. The recordings revealed discussions about another trial, Thomas Gambino, possibly related to John. They were trying to influence the outcome, you know, pull some strings.
Yeah, trying to rig a trial while they're already on trial. The audacity. What about Locascio? What specifically did they have on him?
He might not have been giving the orders, but the prosecution argued his position as underboss, being present at those meetings at the Ravenite apartment. That made him complicit. Those weren't just casual get-togethers. They were actively planning criminal activities. And Locascio, he contributed to those discussions, gave his input. You could tell he was involved.
So it wasn't just about being there. It was about being a part of the planning. Makes sense. Beyond the murders, the obstruction, what else were these guys into?
Oh, you name it. The recordings exposed a lot. There were discussions about a pretty big gambling operation in Connecticut, for one, how it was structured, the profits, even how they intimidated people to make sure it ran smoothly.
Classic mob stuff. Gambling, always got to have a hand in that.
And loan sharking. They provided loans at crazy high interest rates and used threats and violence to get their money back. They were preying on vulnerable people, desperation. You know, that's their bread and butter.
Pretty dark stuff. You got to admit, it's kind of impressive how much the FBI was able to uncover. It wasn't just about catching them saying incriminating stuff. It was about really understanding how their whole operation worked.
Right. The tactics, the hierarchy, their blatant disregard for the law, they got it all on tape. And speaking of the law, remember Gotti challenging the jury instructions? He was worried the RA2 charges could mean he'd get convicted for things he didn't even know about. He was trying to separate himself from his underlings.
Trying to say, hey, I'm the boss, but I can't control everything everyone does. So what happened? Did that argument fly?
The judge wasn't buying it, said the instructions were clear and fair. It does make you think, though. How do you draw the line in an organization like the Gambino family? When does leadership end and individual actions begin?
Yeah, it's got to be a tough call. So all this evidence, Sammy the Bull's testimony, what was the final verdict?
Guilty. Both Gotti and Locascio on most of the charges. And with Archeo, you know the penalties are serious, like really serious.
All right, so guilty verdicts, Areteo charges. What did that mean for Gotti and Locascio?
Life sentences. No parole. Spent the rest of their days behind bars.
Wow. A message sent, for sure. But this was, what, the early 90s? How much does a Gambino trial even matter today?
Well, you might think pinstripe suits and social clubs are a thing of the past, right? But organized crime? Oh, they're still around. Just, they've modernized a bit.
So no more, like, controlling neighborhoods, shaking down businesses.
Please. We're talking cybercrime, human trafficking, these sophisticated financial scams, money laundering across borders. It's a whole different ballgame.
Kind of scary to think about, honestly. So what can we learn from a case like this that feels so, I don't know, old school?
The tactics change, but the core idea, it's the same. RHO, it still works. You hit them where it hurts, the money, disrupt their finances, and the whole structure crumbles.
Like cutting off the head of a snake.
More like a hydra, with all those heads. And it shows how important it is for law enforcement to work together, not just within a country, but globally. Organized crime, it doesn't respect borders.
Makes sense. But what about us regular folks? Anything we can do to protect ourselves?
Knowledge is power, right? Learn how these groups operate. Phishing scams, identity theft, even seemingly legit businesses could be fronts. Be skeptical, do your research, and if something seems off, report it.
Yeah, too good to be true and all that.
Exactly, and support laws and policies that fight organized crime. It's a constant battle, but we all got to do our part.
This has been amazing. We've gone from the courtroom to the inner workings of the mob to how it affects us today.
And it shows that no matter how much the world changes, the pursuit of justice, that's a constant. We need to be vigilant, adaptable, and ready to take on whatever these criminal enterprises throw at us.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the world of the Gambino family. Who knew legal documents could be so fascinating?
They tell a story, that's for sure. And sometimes those stories have more to teach us than we realize.
We'll be back soon with another deep dive. Until then, stay curious, stay informed, and stay safe out there.
All right, so today we are diving into some serious drama, the kind that has the music world buzzing.
Yeah.
Our source material. Jaguar writes, no-holds-barred interview on real-life productions. The one that's got everyone talking.
Talk about a deep dive, right?
Yes.
We're going beyond the headlines here.
Yeah.
You've given us quite the reading list, excerpts, analysis, the work. So let's unpack what makes this interview significant, even explosive, beyond just celebrity gossip.
Exactly, because this isn't just about, who did what with whom.
Right.
It gets into power dynamics, industry secrets, and maybe even makes us question everything we thought we knew about some big names.
Absolutely. Now, for anyone who hasn't heard of her, Jaguar Wright isn't just some random commentator. This is a woman who's shared the stage with industry heavyweights like The Roots, Jay-Z. Her words carry weight.
Okay, so she's got credibility, but she also does not hold back.
No. She does not.
She goes after everyone. Diddy, Alicia Keys, Usher, even Will and Jada Pinkett Smith. It's a laundry list of accusations.
And this is where it gets interesting. One of the most explosive claims involves Diddy.
Oh, right.
Paints him as this almost Machiavellian figure, a puppet master pulling strings behind the scenes. She even implies he was somehow involved in Biggie Smalls' death and that Faith Evans was in on it.
Whoa, okay, that's huge. Is there any actual evidence to back that up?
That's the thing. A lot of what she presents is based on her personal experiences and interpretations of events. Now, does that mean she's wrong? Not necessarily.
Okay.
But it does mean we need to listen with a critical ear and consider the potential for bias.
Right, like with the accusations against Usher. She goes hard, suggesting he sabotaged Chris Brown's career out of jealousy and accusing him of predatory behavior.
And you see a pattern emerging here.
Okay.
This idea of powerful men using their influence in harmful ways. She even draws a parallel between Diddy and Russell Simmons, claiming Simmons made inappropriate comments about his own daughter. Again, serious accusations.
Speaking of serious, she doesn't let Russell Simmons off the hook.
No.
She ties him to Bill Cosby, suggesting a larger pattern of powerful men exploiting others.
And this is where her commentary moves beyond just celebrity gossip.
Right.
She's talking about systemic issues, societal patterns.
Yeah.
It makes you think about the allegations against these figures in a different light.
Okay, but hold on. She also calls out Common Wright, accusing him of using and discarding women, mentioning Erykah Badu and Tiffany Haddish specifically.
And notice how she connects Common to Erykah Badu, someone she really goes after. Wright calls Badu the gatekeeper of the Dallas music scene, accusing her of exploiting young artists. She even throws in this wild story about Badu using a body double in a music video.
Wait, what? A
Yeah.
body double?
Yeah, it's a very specific detail, and it's characteristic of how Wright builds her narrative. She uses anecdotes like this to make her claims feel more grounded, even if they haven't been independently verified.
So she's a storyteller weaving a narrative about the dark side of the music industry.
Exactly, and it's a narrative that resonates with a lot of people, especially those who feel the industry is built on exploitation and hidden agendas.
But she doesn't just focus on individual artists, right? She also talks about 50 Cent and his business dealings, specifically in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Right, this is interesting because it shows her connecting the dots between personal behavior and larger societal issues. She accuses him of harming the environment and exploiting the community for profit. It's like she sees a pattern of exploitation everywhere.
It's interesting how she connects those dots.
Yeah.
Moving from personal accusations to allegations of environmental damage, like it's all part of the same system she's criticizing.
Exactly, and she doesn't just name names. She often gives very specific examples.
Right.
Like, remember that story she tells about Erykah Badu and the body double? That's a classic example.
Okay, so she's making some bold claims, but why? What's her motivation for putting all of this out there? I mean, this is career-risking stuff.
Right. We have to consider that. Is it a genuine desire for justice and accountability? A way to process her own experiences in the industry? A bid for attention? Or maybe a bit of all of those things?
Because it's not just those big names. She even takes aim at Alicia Keys, suggesting there's hypocrisy in Keys' public image versus her private life.
And that accusation about Alicia Keys actually ties into another big theme, right tackles.
Okay.
The idea of a gay agenda and how it's portrayed in media.
Okay, and this is where things get really complex.
Right.
Because on the one hand, she seems to be advocating for more authentic representation of Black love and relationships.
Right.
But on the other hand, some of her comments could be interpreted as homophobic.
Exactly. And it's important for us as listeners to recognize that tension and to engage with it thoughtfully. It's okay to disagree with her, to challenge her perspective.
Yeah.
In fact, I think she'd be the first to encourage that kind of critical thinking.
Right, because her whole thing is about questioning everything, right?
Yes.
Don't just accept the narrative you're being fed, whether it's from the media, politicians, or even your favorite celebrity.
Exactly. Think for yourself, do your own research,
Right.
and don't be afraid to ask uncomfortable questions.
Which is exactly what she's doing in this interview.
Yes.
And she doesn't just point fingers outward, she also turns that critical gaze inward on the Black community itself.
Especially when it comes to what she calls victimhood culture.
Yes.
She seems to be cautioning against a culture where accusations are automatically accepted as fact without question or critical examination.
So it's like she's saying, yes, there are real issues of injustice and exploitation, but we also need to be mindful of how we frame those experiences and how we hold each other accountable.
Exactly. It's about finding that balance between acknowledging harm and promoting personal responsibility.
Which, let's be honest, is a conversation that extends far beyond the music industry. It's relevant to all of us.
Absolutely. Because we're all part of shaping the culture, whether we realize it or not.
Right.
And the stories we tell ourselves, the narratives we buy into, have real-world consequences.
And one of the narratives that Wright seems particularly concerned about is the commodification of Black culture.
Yes, this idea that Black art, Black music, Black experiences are often packaged and sold back to us in a way that strips them of their power and authenticity.
And she sees this happening everywhere, from the music industry to Hollywood to the political arena.
Right, and she's not afraid to name names, calling out those she sees as complicit in this exploitation, regardless of their race or political affiliation.
Like when she goes after the Obamas, Kamala Harris, and Hillary Clinton,
Yeah.
she does not hold back.
No, she doesn't. And it's interesting because she's not just criticizing their policies.
Yeah.
She's questioning their motives, their authenticity.
It's like she's saying, don't be fooled by the image, by the carefully crafted persona, look deeper, question everything.
And that's a powerful message,
Yeah.
especially coming from someone who's been on the inside, who's seen how the game is played.
So we've got this web of accusations, this critique of the music industry, and then this broader social commentary about power, exploitation, and the stories we tell ourselves.
Right.
It's a lot to take in.
It is. And it's okay if it feels messy, if it doesn't fit neatly into a box, because life is messy and truth is often complex.
So where do we go from here? How do we make sense of all of this?
Well, I think it starts with asking ourselves some tough questions. How much of what Wright is saying resonates with us? Does it challenge our own assumptions about the entertainment industry, about celebrity culture, about society as a whole?
And maybe more importantly, what are we going to do with that discomfort? Are we going to brush it aside and move on to the next headline? Or are we going to sit with it, wrestle with it, and allow it to inform our own perspectives and choices?
Because ultimately that's what Jaguar Wright is asking of us.
Okay.
Not to blindly agree with her,
Yeah.
but to engage in the conversation, to think critically, and to demand better from ourselves and the world around us.
Okay, so we've got this web of accusations, some social commentary, and a whole lot to unpack. But before we go any further, let's take a moment to really understand the cultural context here.
Yeah.
What makes Jaguar Wright's voice, her perspective, particularly significant in this conversation?
That's key, because it goes beyond just the gossip. We need to understand why her words have the power to shake things up.
All right, let's get into it.
You know what makes Jaguar Wright's perspective so interesting is that she's coming from a place of experience.
Right.
She's seen firsthand the inner workings of the music industry,
Right.
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
And that's why her words carry so much weight.
Okay.
Even when they're controversial, she's not afraid to challenge the status quo,
Yeah.
to call out hypocrisy where she sees it.
And she definitely sees hypocrisy when it comes to what she calls the gay agenda.
Right. And this is a tricky one because it's clearly something she feels strongly about, but it's also a topic that requires a lot of nuance and sensitivity.
Because on the one hand, she seems to be advocating for more authentic representation of Black love and relationships.
Right.
But on the other hand, some of her comments could be interpreted as homophobic.
Exactly. And it's important for us as listeners to recognize that tension and to engage with it thoughtfully.
Yeah.
It's okay to disagree with her, to challenge her perspective.
Yeah.
In fact, I think she'd be the first to encourage that kind of critical thinking.
Right, because her whole thing is about questioning everything, right?
Yes.
Don't just accept the narrative you're being fed.
Right.
Whether it's from the media, politicians, or even your favorite celebrities.
Exactly. Think for yourself, do your own research,
Right.
and don't be afraid to ask uncomfortable questions.
Which is exactly what she's doing in this interview.
Yes.
And she doesn't just point fingers outward, she also turns that critical gaze inward on the Black community itself.
Especially when it comes to what she calls victimhood culture.
Yes.
She seems to be cautioning against a culture where accusations are automatically accepted as fact without question or critical examination.
So it's like she's saying, yes, there are real issues of injustice and exploitation, but we also need to be mindful of how we frame those experiences and how we hold each other accountable.
Exactly. It's about finding that balance between acknowledging harm and promoting personal responsibility.
Which, let's be honest, is a conversation that extends far beyond the music industry. It's relevant to all of us.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because we're all part of shaping the culture, whether we realize it or not. And the stories we tell ourselves, the narratives we buy into, have real-world consequences.
And one of the narratives that Wright seems particularly concerned about is the commodification of Black culture.
Yes, this idea that Black art, Black music, Black experiences are often packaged and sold back to us in a way that strips them of their power and authenticity.
And she sees this happening everywhere, from the music industry to Hollywood to the political arena.
Right, and she's not afraid to name names, calling out those she sees as complicit in this exploitation, regardless of their race or political affiliation.
Like when she goes after the Obamas, Kamala Harris, and Hillary Clinton,
Yeah.
she does not hold back.
No, she doesn't. And it's interesting because she's not just criticizing their policies, she's questioning their motives, their authenticity.
It's like she's saying, don't be fooled by the image, by the carefully crafted persona, look deeper, question everything.
And that's a powerful message, especially coming from someone who's been on the inside, who's seen how the game is played.
So we've got this web of accusations, this critique of the music industry, And then this broader social commentary about power exploitation and the stories we tell ourselves.
Right.
It's a lot to take in.
It is. And it's okay if it feels messy, if it doesn't fit neatly into a box, because life is messy and truth is often complex.
So where do we go from here? How do we make sense of all of this?
Well, I think it starts with asking ourselves some tough questions. How much of what Wright is saying resonates with us? Does it challenge our own assumptions about the entertainment industry, about celebrity culture, about society as a whole?
And maybe more importantly, what are we going to do with that discomfort? Are we going to brush it aside and move on to the next headline? Or are we going to sit with it, wrestle with it, and allow it to inform our own perspectives and choices?
Because ultimately that's what Jaguar Wright is asking of us.
Okay.
Not to blindly agree with her, but to engage in the conversation, to think critically, and to demand better from ourselves and the world around us.
So how do we apply that to our own lives? Because it's easy to get caught up in the drama of it all, but what are the real-world implications of what Wright is exposing?
That's a great question, and one that I think requires us to look beyond the headlines and really examine the systems at play.
Okay, so let's get into that, because this isn't just about a few bad apples in the music industry, right?
Absolutely not. This is about power dynamics that play out in all aspects of our lives, in our workplaces, our communities, even in our personal relationships.
So when Wright talks about the puppet master figures, the Diddy's of the world, it's not just about the music industry, is it?
Right. It's about recognizing those same power structures everywhere and understanding how they can be used to silence dissenting voices, to maintain the status quo, and to prevent real change from happening.
And it's about having the courage to speak up, even when it's risky, even when it's uncomfortable, just like Jaguar Wright is doing in this interview.
Exactly. Because silence only benefits those in power. It's up to us to amplify the voices of those who've been marginalized, to challenge the narratives that no longer serve us, and to demand better from the systems that shape our world.
Powerful stuff. And it makes you wonder, what kind of backlash might Jaguar Wright face for speaking out like this?
That's a valid concern, and one we should definitely address, because the music industry, like many industries, has a long history of silencing those who dare to challenge the status quo.
All right, let's talk about that. So we're talking about a potential backlash. What are the real-world consequences for someone like Jaguar Wright, who is essentially calling out some of the biggest names in the industry?
Well, she's definitely put herself out there, and history shows us that the music industry, like many powerful industries, doesn't always take kindly to whistleblowers.
Right. We've seen it time and time again. Artists get blacklisted, their careers stalled, all for speaking truth to power.
Yeah, it's a very real concern.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, her willingness to speak so openly might also inspire others to come forward with their own stories.
Right.
To hold these powerful figures accountable.
It's like she's saying, if I can do it, so can you. And that kind of collective action can be incredibly powerful.
Absolutely, because it's much harder to silence a chorus of voices than it is to silence a single voice.
And it's not just about speaking out against injustice. She's also challenging us to examine our own roles in these systems, like when she talks about the dangers of victimhood culture, for example.
Right, and that's a nuanced point that might get lost in all the other bombshells.
Yes.
She's not dismissing the experiences of those who have been harmed or exploited.
Right.
Instead, she's urging us to be mindful of how we frame those experiences and to avoid perpetuating a culture of blame without accountability.
It's about taking ownership of our own narratives, of not letting ourselves be defined solely by the ways in which we've been wronged.
Exactly. And it's about recognizing that true empowerment comes from using our voices to create change, not just to assign blame.
Which brings us back to that central question, what do we do with all of this information? This mix of accusations, social commentary, and personal reflection.
Well, for starters, we don't have to have all the answers.
Okay.
In fact, I think it's more important to sit with the discomfort, the questions that this interview raises.
Because it's easy to dismiss it all as just drama, right?
Celebrity gossip, nothing more.
Right. But I think there's a deeper message here. A call to action for all of us.
Okay.
And it starts with being more critical of the stories we're told.
Okay.
Whether they're about the music industry, politics, or even our own lives.
So question everything, do your research, don't take anything at face value.
Exactly. And be wary of those who claim to have all the answers.
Right. Who present themselves as saviors or heroes, because the truth is usually far more complex and nuanced than that.
And maybe most importantly, be brave enough to speak your truth, even when it's scary, even when it feels like no one is listening.
Because you never know who might be listening, who might be inspired by your courage to speak up.
Wow, so from celebrity gossip to a call to action, that's quite the deep dive.
It is, and it's a reminder that even the most seemingly frivolous topics can spark important conversations if we're willing to go beyond the surface and really engage with the complexities.
Exactly. Jaguar Wright might not have all the answers, but she's definitely asking the right questions.
Yeah.
And in a world that often feels designed to keep us distracted and divided, maybe that's the most radical act of all.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, on that note, we'll leave you to ponder all of this. Big thanks to you, our listeners, for joining us on this deep dive. It's been quite a ride. Until next time, keep questioning, keep exploring, and most importantly, keep the conversation going.
Okay, so we've gotten some interesting stuff sent to us about
Yeah.
Jay-Z
Yeah.
and this supposed bunker.
Right.
This is like straight out of like a hip-hop thriller or something. We're talking about Jay-Z, like a secret bunker. I mean, come on.
The good one, right?
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
And all this stuff about Diddy and
Right.
legal trouble. So, I mean,
Where do you even want to begin?
I don't even know. I guess we should start with like what we were sent. We got these articles and reports, right?
Like, from, like, legit sources?
Yeah, I mean, these are all from pretty reputable places, and they all have this kind of similar thread about, Diddy
Right.
maybe facing some really serious legal problems.
Uh-huh.
Like, we're talking IOCO.
Yeah, RICO's no joke.
Yeah, that's not something to mess around with.
No, not at all. It's serious stuff.
Yeah, this isn't like a parking ticket or something.
No, definitely not.
So we've got that going on, and then there are all these, like, whispers
Oh. Whispers? Juice?
about Jay-Z, right?
Yeah.
Like, freaking out.
Freaking out. Like, in a good way or a bad way?
Well, I mean, wouldn't you be freaking out? I mean, if this whole thing with Diddy is true,
Yeah.
and it could lead back to you.
I mean, I don't know how I'd react, honestly. It depends.
Yeah, of course, but
It depends how connected they really are,
yeah.
you know? Because if they're tight and Diddy's in hot water, that's not good.
Exactly.
But if it's old news, then maybe it's like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's true. But that's the thing, like, from what I understand, they're not really that close these days.
Oh, really? Okay, so why is he so worried?
Exactly.
I mean, that's a good question. Why is he so worried then?
Yeah, so that's what we're going to try to figure out in this deep dive.
Okay.
Is this a genuine concern for a friend, or is it something more
Interesting.
self-preservation,
Okay, I'm hooked already.
And this is where the whole bunker thing comes in.
The bunker, yeah. So what's the deal with the, I mean, is that even real? Like, are we talking about a legit bunker?
So that's the thing, like, based on these articles, this isn't just some,
Right.
Safe room with some extra water bottle.
Not just a panic room. Okay.
Yeah. We're talking like full-on military-grade security,
Yeah.
escape routes, surveillance.
Hold on. This is serious stuff.
Yeah.
Like, is that even legal? I mean, I know people have safe rooms and stuff, but a whole bunker.
That's a good question. I mean, I'm not a lawyer,
I don't know either.
but, when you're talking about that level of,
Yeah.
security and stuff, it makes you wonder.
It makes you wonder.
Like, where's the line? At what point does it become something else?
Right. Because it's one thing to want to be safe, but this is next level. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And it makes you think, like, what does he know that we don't?
Oh, now that's the question, right?
Yeah. I mean, is this about Diddy, or is there something bigger going on here?
Okay, so we've got Diddy maybe in trouble, Jay-Z maybe in hiding.
Yeah, basically.
This is wild.
And it gets even crazier.
It does. There's more.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hit me.
So according to this one article,
Mhm.
Jay-Z went completely dark.
Dark. What do you mean dark? Like off social media dark?
No, like completely off the grid.
No way.
Yeah, like no Beyonce, no close friends, no nothing.
Wow, he really disappeared then.
It's like he just vanished.
That's intense.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Mhm.
Fun.
So what's he doing down there? In this bunker?
Well, that's what we have to figure out, right?
Right.
All right.
Let's do this.
That's the whole point of this deep dive.
I'm ready.
All right, so let's break it down.
Let's do it. I'm all ears.
So he's down there in this bunker.
Hmm.
What was he doing? Just like hanging out.
Yeah, like what's the bunker life like? Is he just chilling?
Right. Like, is he working on a new album or something?
Well, I doubt it's like a vacation, right?
True.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, if he's really worried about this whole Diddy thing, I bet he's got like a whole team of lawyers down there with him, right?
Probably figuring out all the angles.
Exactly. This is like serious legal strategizing, not just like writing rhymes.
Yeah, this is like high stakes chess.
Exactly. He's probably got to be thinking 10 steps ahead of everyone else.
So he's like playing 3D chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
Right. And he's always been known for being super strategic, right? Like, that's kind of his thing.
Yeah, he's always been a few steps ahead of the game.
Exactly. So while this whole thing might seem crazy, it's also kind of classic Jay-Z, you know?
True, true. But okay, so while he's underground, laying low, what's happening with Diddy? It's not looking good for him, right?
No, not really. I mean, if he's really facing a RICO investigation, that's a whole different ballgame.
Right, it's not just about Diddy anymore. It's about everyone and everything he's ever touched.
Exactly. We're talking about potential connections to organized crime, money laundering, all sorts of stuff.
And if those connections are real, it doesn't matter how famous or how rich you are, you're in trouble.
Right. This could be the end of an empire.
Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, Diddy goes down. What happens to Jay-Z?
That's the big question, isn't it? Because they were so close for so long,
Right, exactly.
it all comes down to what they can prove, right?
Yeah, like if there's no evidence connecting Jay-Z to any wrongdoing, he's probably in the clear, right?
Well, it's not always that simple. Remember, we're talking about RICO here. It's about patterns of behavior, associations.
So even if Jay-Z isn't directly involved in anything illegal, his past relationship with Diddy could still be a problem.
Exactly. They're going to be looking for any connection they can find.
Wow. So even if he wanted to, there's no way for Jay-Z to just erase his past with Diddy?
Nope. It's all about how he distances himself now. That's what his legal team is probably working on.
How do you even do that?
Yeah.
Just like issue a statement saying, I don't know that guy?
I mean, it's not that easy. They're going to be looking at everything. Financial records, phone calls, meetings, everything.
So maybe this whole bunker thing isn't just about paranoia. Maybe it's about creating distance.
Right, like a physical separation to go with the legal separation.
Wow. But still, I mean, can you imagine being so isolated, cut off from the world like that?
I know, it's kind of a lonely thought, isn't it?
Yeah. And speaking of lonely, our sources say Jay-Z has an escape plan ready to go if things get really bad.
An escape plan? Like, what are we talking about here?
Like passports, fake identities, the whole 9 yards.
Whoa, hold on. So if things hit the fan, he's just going to disappear?
That's what it sounds like. He's got a whole other life waiting for him somewhere, supposedly.
Wow. That's next level.
Yeah, it's like something out of a movie.
So is this really about Diddy, or is Jay-Z preparing for something even bigger?
That's a great question. Maybe we'll find out in the next part of our deep dive. So he's just like got his eject button ready to go.
Right, like a whole other life just waiting.
I know. It's kind of wild, right?
It makes you think, like, what does he know?
Exactly.
What are we missing here?
Yeah, like, is he being paranoid or is he just, like, super prepared?
That's the thing, right? It's like, where do you draw the line between being cautious and being, you know, like a little too extra?
Right, right. Because on the one hand, it's like, okay, the guy's got enemies. He's got money. He wants to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, it's like, wow, this is a whole other level.
It's intense, right? It makes you think about, like, what it means to have that much to lose.
Yeah, like when you're that rich and famous, does the world just start to look different? Like, is everyone out to get you?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, right? Especially in the music industry.
True, true.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's not paranoia. Maybe it's just like reality.
Right. Like maybe this is just what it takes to survive at that level.
Okay, so let's say, for argument's sake, that this is all true. Jay-Z's in a bunker. He's got an escape plan, the whole 9 yards. What does that say about him?
Well, on the one hand, it says he's a survivor, right? He's
Right.
not just going to sit around and wait for things to happen to him.
Right.
He's going to take control, make his own moves.
Yeah, he's definitely not afraid to make a bold move.
Exactly. But on the other hand, you have to wonder about the cost, you know?
The cost. What do you mean?
Well, like, what does it do to a person to live like that? Always looking over your shoulder, always planning for the worst case scenario.
That's true. It sounds kind of exhausting, honestly.
Right. And lonely.
Yeah, definitely lonely. So I guess the big question is it worth it?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I guess that's something only Jay-Z can answer.
Yeah, that's true. But it's definitely something to think about. And it's a good reminder that we never really know what's going on behind closed doors, even with someone as famous as Jay-Z.
Exactly. We see the headlines, we hear the rumors, but we never really know the whole story.
Well, that's what we try to do here on the Deep Dive. Uncover those hidden stories. Get to the bottom of things.
It's like putting together a puzzle, right?
Yeah.
With all of these little pieces of information.
And sometimes the picture isn't always clear. But that's okay. That's what makes it interesting.
Right. It's the mystery that keeps us coming back for more.
Exactly. So to all of you listening out there, Keep those theories coming. Keep digging for those clues, because you never know what you might find. And who knows, maybe one day we'll finally get to the bottom of this whole Jay-Z bunker mystery.
Until then, we can only speculate.
That's right. This is, draws out the word this, The Deep Dive, signing off for now, but the conversation never ends. See you next time.
All right, so buckle up, because today we are really diving deep into Cat Williams's world. We're talking about his recent interview on Club Shay, and let me tell you, this was not your average celebrity puff piece. He went there, calling out some major names in comedy: Steve Harvey, Cedric the Entertainer, Ricky Smiley. He did not hold back.
Like, Williams came on this show with a purpose. It wasn't just to chat or promote anything. Yeah. It's like he's on a mission to expose what he sees as this lack of integrity in comedy, especially from guys that he considers successful but not necessarily deserving.
Yeah, and the way he tells it, it's not just like hearsay or whatever. He's got the receipts. Like, he even claims to have a photographic memory, which adds a whole other layer to this.
Oh, wow.
So right out of the gate, he comes out swinging with this accusation of joke theft against Cedric the Entertainer.
And it's not just any joke either. This is like the heart of Williams' act. His the joke he ends his set with, the one he really meticulously crafted. He even talks about working with another comedian, Mark Curry, to punch it up, which in comedy terms means like making it funnier, sharper.
So we're talking about like a seriously honed piece of material here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so picture this. Williams performs this carefully crafted joke at the Comedy Store. Cedric is in the audience, even compliments him on it. Fast forward 2 years, it's Cedric's closing joke in Kings of Comedy.
Oh, wow.
I mean, talk about...
Yeah, you can practically hear the frustration in Williams' voice when he describes this whole thing. And I think it goes beyond just the joke itself. It's about the work ethic, the originality. This is something that I think is at the core of Williams' frustration. He sees a younger generation of comedians taking shortcuts, writing coattails instead of putting in the hours.
Yeah, you definitely see this contrast, right? Like Williams with all of his, antics. He's clearly passionate about stand-up. Like, he talks about the effort, the dedication, almost like a badge of honor.
Right, and to him, that work ethic is inseparable from originality, from being true to yourself as a comedian. So to see these jokes, he considers his own being borrowed. It feels like a betrayal of that, which, it makes his anger a little more understandable.
It's interesting, though. It kind of begs the question, how much of this is Williams' personal experience versus a broader issue in the comedy world? Like, are we talking common practice here or a personal vendetta? It's a lot to unpack.
Definitely. And it's a question that goes beyond comedy, too. Like, how much originality can we really expect in any field? Where do you draw the line between inspiration and just straight up stealing? Is it different in a super competitive industry like entertainment?
Yeah, it's a lot to think about. And speaking of which, Williams doesn't just stop at Cedric. He then sets his sights on Ricky Smiley, specifically about the movie Friday After Next. So we've got this whole Friday After Next situation where Williams is saying he was supposed to have a much bigger role, specifically as Money Mike, the character that Ricky Smiley ended up playing.
Right, and this is where, like, Williams' whole thing about his photographic memory, it really comes into play. Like, he goes into so much detail, picking apart these inconsistencies in Smiley's version of events. He even, describes how he came up with the entire Money Mike persona, the look, the lines, everything.
Yeah, he even drops this bombshell about fighting to change the script to remove a scene where Money Mike gets raped. He was, adamant that rape is never funny.
Wow.
Which, considering some of his more out there material, it's a surprisingly profound statement.
It is. It's like this weird contradiction. It suggests that he has this, really strong moral compass, a line that even he won't cross. And it makes you wonder where that comes from. Like, where does this unwavering sense of self originate?
Well, he does talk about his childhood a bit. And let's just say unconventional is putting it mildly. Growing up with parents who were Jehovah's Witnesses, teaching himself by reading the encyclopedia cover to cover, I mean, that's a pretty unique foundation.
That's wild. It makes you wonder if that's part of what shaped his comedic voice, Like that early exposure to so much information.
Yeah.
Trying to make sense of it all. I feel like that's something a lot of us learners can relate to.
Totally. That feeling of you know a lot about a lot of things.
Yeah.
But you're still searching for those deeper truths.
Yeah.
And speaking of searching, his path to stand-up comedy was anything but direct.
Oh, yeah. Talk about a winding road.
Yeah.
Selling products door to door.
Yeah.
Working with, he puts it, ladies of the night. I mean, those experiences must have given him some stories and a pretty unique perspective on life.
For sure.
He even talks about a period of homelessness.
Yeah.
Which he credits with, giving him this real understanding of hardship. and the dangers of drugs.
It definitely adds another layer to understanding his intensity, his drive. This wasn't just some hobby he picked up in college or whatever. Comedy was an escape, like a way to claw his way out of a tough situation.
Absolutely. And that takes us right back to his work ethic.
Yeah.
This idea that success is earned, not given. It's like those early struggles fueled his fire.
Yeah.
This determination to make it on his own terms, to never compromise his vision.
Which, I mean, when you really think about it, it makes his anger toward guys like Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer, it makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
It's not just about jokes. It's about respect.
Totally.
Like, he sees them as not respecting the grind.
Right.
The years of hard work it takes to actually make it in comedy.
It's like he's saying, look, you haven't earned it if you're taking shortcuts.
Exactly.
It's a very specific definition of making it.
Yeah.
One that values authenticity and originality above all else.
Yeah.
And that brings us to, I think, another really fascinating aspect of Cat Williams.
Yeah.
This, like, unwavering commitment to staying true to himself.
And he's got some stories about that for sure. Like turning down a role in Big Mama's House too because he refused to wear a dress.
Oh, wow.
I mean, talk about putting your money where your mouth is.
Right.
Turning down a Tyler Perry movie.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it shows you, like, he's serious about protecting his comedic style. Some things are just non-negotiable, even if it means walking away from a huge opportunity.
Yeah.
And this commitment to his values. It goes beyond just his stand-up, too. He talks a lot about his financial generosity.
Oh, yeah.
Supporting other artists. Giving back to the communities he visits.
It's like he's trying to use his success to uplift others.
Totally.
Like, I did it my way, and I'm going to help you do the same.
Exactly.
It's really refreshing to hear, honestly, especially in an industry that could be so cutthroat.
For sure.
He even talks about this idea of paying it forward, like it's some
Yeah.
kind of karmic balancing act, which is an interesting way to look at it.
It is. It shows a different side of him, like this generosity that you might not expect from his onstage persona.
Right.
And let's not forget, for all his talk about working with ladies of the night, Williams is a family man.
Yeah, he is.
He's a father, and he clearly prioritizes his kids.
Definitely. He even talks about how important women are in his life, personally and professionally.
Absolutely.
Like, he sees women as this source of strength and support,
Yeah.
which is really cool to hear.
So when we look back at everything we've talked about, the honesty, the dedication to his craft, this like unwavering commitment to his values, it makes you think, can you really reach that level of success without compromising who you are?
It's the question, isn't it?
It really is.
Cat Williams seems to be saying yes, but it comes at a price. And maybe that's the thing for our listeners to really consider. What price are you willing to pay for authenticity?
That's deep.
Are you willing to fight for your vision? Even if it means turning down opportunities or ruffling some feathers along the way.
Man. It's definitely something to think about. Cat Williams may be a comedian, but his story is anything but a joke. It's real, it's raw,
Yeah.
and it really makes you think about what it means to be successful and stay true to yourself in a world that's constantly trying to change you.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You know, all those data breaches and privacy things we hear about these days?
Yeah.
Well, this deep dive takes those anxieties, those concerns, and throws them right into the legal ring.
Oh, wow.
You send us a court document,
Okay.
a federal judge's dismissal in a case.
Okay.
It's Stoyle LaRose against Sean Diddy Combs.
Wow. So on the surface, it sounds like a celebrity gossip column.
Yeah.
But when you look deeper, there are some really complex questions about what we consider stealing in the digital world.
Right.
How do you prove it?
Exactly.
And whether the law even knows how to handle these kinds of cases.
So LaRose's main argument is that Diddy, through his companies,
Yeah.
stole stuff from her phone, from
Yeah.
her conversations.
Yeah.
We're talking images,
Yeah.
ideas,
Okay.
personal details,
Hmm.
and used them
Interesting.
for his own business ventures.
Yeah.
Profit, basically.
Uh-huh.
She uses words like hacking and stalking
Give me that.
to get attention.
Yeah, that'll get your attention for sure.
Yeah. But ultimately,
Yeah.
the judge dismisses her complaint.
So what's important to understand here is that she's trying to claim intellectual property theft.
Right.
She specifically cites the Defend Trade Secrets Act and the Lanham Act. That's the one for trademarks.
Yeah.
But as the judge points out, her complaint doesn't have the evidence it needs to make those claims actually stick.
It's not enough to just say, hey, somebody stole my awesome idea.
Oh, no.
You got to connect the dots.
Right. And
in a way that satisfies the court.
You need proof.
Yeah.
You can't just make accusations.
Take the trade secrets claim, for example.
Okay.
Imagine you have like a top secret recipe
Okay.
for the world's best cookies.
All right. I'm listening.
To prove that someone stole that recipe, you can't just be like, my cookie recipe is gone.
Exactly.
You have to show that the recipe was a valuable secret.
So maybe you only shared it with a few people.
Right.
Under strict confidentiality agreements.
It's like super secret.
Mm-hmm.
You have to show that you took steps to protect that recipe.
So you kept it in a safe.
Yeah.
Or you used encryption software or something like that.
Exactly.
Some kind of special protection.
Yeah.
And third,
Yeah.
you have to prove that the defendant, the alleged cookie thief,
Right.
took that recipe and used it to their advantage.
Yeah.
Like they opened a bakery.
Their own bakery.
With your exact cookies.
Stole your cookies.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense in that context.
Yeah.
But how do we apply that to the digital world? It
Oh,
seems
right.
a lot harder to prove that someone stole an idea from your phone.
It is.
Especially when ideas can be so intangible.
That's the hard part.
Right?
Think about it.
Yeah.
We leave digital fingerprints everywhere.
We do.
Text messages,
Emails.
emails,
Social media.
social media,
Yeah.
location data.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Proving that someone specifically went in and stole an idea
Yeah.
or a piece of intellectual property
Right.
from all that data. It's a lot.
It's like finding a grain of sand on the beach.
That is a great analogy.
I like that one.
It really is.
Yeah.
So even if LaRose can show that her phone was hacked,
Right.
that her accounts were accessed,
Even if she can prove that.
yeah, she still has to connect that to specific business decisions
Exactly.
made by Diddy or his companies.
Let's say LaRose texted a friend about a new fashion line that she was working on.
Yeah.
And then Diddy comes out with a similar line a few months later.
Right.
It's not enough to say, see, he stole my idea.
Point to the text.
Yeah.
Right.
She would need to prove a link between that text
Yeah.
and the development of his fashion line.
Like a smoking gun, kind of.
Like maybe someone at his company had access to those messages.
Right.
Or there are documents that show they were inspired by her.
Mm-hmm.
But without that proof, it's just speculation.
So she's essentially got to build a digital trail,
Yes,
a breadcrumb path,
that's a good way to put it.
from her phone to Diddy's businesses. And that's where it gets complicated, right?
Very complicated.
Especially when you're going up against someone
Especially
with tons of resources.
and lawyers.
And lawyers.
Yeah, lots of lawyers.
But the judge isn't completely shutting her down.
No.
I thought her case was dismissed.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
But there's a twist.
Oh.
The judge gives LaRose 30 days to replead,
To try again.
to come back with a more detailed complaint. It's like the judge is saying,
Chance.
I see potential here,
Okay.
but you need to do your homework and show me the receipts.
So it's not case closed. It's more like intermission.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's what makes this so fascinating.
Yeah.
We get to watch the legal process in real time.
Front row seat.
LaRose gets another try.
Yeah.
We get to see if she can connect those dots and build a stronger case.
But even beyond the legal stuff, it makes you think bigger picture.
Oh.
We're all so tied to our phones, our digital device.
is.
If someone like LaRose, who, let's be honest,
Yeah.
isn't your average person
Well,
is having trouble proving this,
Yeah.
what hope do the rest of us have?
Yeah.
It's kind of unsettling.
A little unsettling for sure.
Yeah. Feels like we're living in some kind of wild west of data,
Oh, yeah.
where the rules are still being written,
Definitely.
and anyone with a little tech know-how can just come in and
Mhm.
rustle up some digital cattle.
That's a great image.
Right.
And not that far off.
Yeah.
The law is always trying to catch up
Always.
to technology.
Right.
And this case is a perfect example of that.
Yeah. So even if it feels like the average person is kind of
Yeah.
up a creek without a paddle,
Yeah.
what can we do to protect ourselves?
Right. So practical tips
Yeah. What can people listening do?
to safeguard their digital life
Yeah.
and avoid ending up like LaRose. Strong passwords are number one.
Okay.
I mean password 123.
Right.
Think long, complex, and different for every single account.
Okay.
You could even use a password manager to keep track.
Oh, yeah. Those are super helpful.
Very helpful.
And two-factor authentication,
Yes, wherever you can.
wherever possible, right?
It might seem like a pain,
Yeah.
but it's worth it.
It's a little extra security.
Big difference. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And be careful about what you share.
Oh, that's a good point.
Like, do you really need to post a
Right.
picture of your passport?
Right.
or brag about your business idea
On social media.
on social media.
Right. Yeah, a little discretion goes a long way.
Sometimes a lot of discretion goes a long way.
Speaking of social media,
Yeah.
let's go back to Diddy for a minute.
Okay.
Even if LaRose doesn't win in court,
Right.
just being accused of this could really damage his reputation.
Oh, for sure.
Especially online.
Especially in the court of public opinion.
Right, right.
We live in a world where accusations spread like wildfire.
So fast.
Instantly.
Yeah, even if Diddy is totally innocent, the
Right.
fact that it's out there,
The stain remains.
it could stick around for years.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what's that saying?
Hmm.
Whisper can travel around the world before the truth can get its boots on.
Exactly. And here,
Right.
those whispers are even louder because
Mhm.
he's a celebrity with a huge following.
So even if LaRose's case goes nowhere, the public might already have decided.
The court of public opinion can be brutal.
So what are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
Delete our social media?
No, I wouldn't go that far.
Go off the grid?
I mean, it's about finding a balance.
Okay.
Know the risks.
Mm-hmm.
Take steps to protect yourself.
Yeah.
And maybe think twice before you share that next juicy piece of gossip.
But let's say someone listening
Mhm.
really thinks their intellectual property was stolen.
Oh, wait.
What should they do?
Okay.
Where do they start?
First things first, write everything down.
Document everything.
Emails, texts, posts, anything that helps your case.
Gather the evidence.
Right. And if you have a trademark or a patent,
Okay.
make sure all that paperwork is organized.
Got it.
Then talk to a lawyer who specializes in intellectual property.
Because this is serious stuff.
Very serious.
You don't want to do this yourself.
Not alone. No.
Yeah.
It's a really complex area of law.
Yeah.
You need an expert on your side.
To help you navigate.
Exactly.
But even with a good lawyer,
Yeah,
there's no guarantee you'll win.
that's true. Especially if you're up against,
Someone with deep pockets?
right, and a whole team of lawyers.
Yeah.
But the legal system is supposed to be fair.
Level playing field.
Anyone can get justice.
Okay.
And sometimes just filing a lawsuit
Yeah.
can force people to be accountable.
Regardless of the outcome.
Exactly.
So it's not always about winning or losing,
No, it's about standing up for what's right.
even when it's hard.
Exactly. And that brings us back to LaRose,
Okay.
whether she wins or loses.
Yeah.
Her case reminds us that the law is always changing.
Trying to keep up with technology.
We need to protect ourselves
Yeah.
and our ideas.
In this digital age.
It's like we're all pioneers.
Yeah, out on the digital frontier.
Yeah. And we're still figuring out the rules.
Right. So many unknowns.
And like any frontier,
Yeah.
there are risks and rewards.
So for our listener who sent in this court document, we hope this deep dive
Yeah.
has helped you understand
Helped you see
intellectual property law in the digital world.
a little bit better.
But beyond the legal stuff,
Yeah.
we hope it makes you think about how you protect yourself,
Absolutely.
your digital life,
Be smart.
what it means to fight for your rights.
In a world where data is king.
Yeah, like data is the new gold rush.
Absolutely.
This case really shows how different the law and the digital world are.
Totally. The law is like this old giant
Yeah.
struggling to keep up with this fast-moving digital world.
Right, and it's up to us to
Yeah.
figure out how to protect ourselves.
Exactly. Be proactive.
But that can feel impossible sometimes, especially when you're up against someone like Diddy
oh, yeah.
with all his resources.
A whole team of lawyers.
Yeah,
It's true. But don't forget about the power of public opinion.
right.
Even if LaRose doesn't win in court,
Yeah,
she's already shined a light on these issues,
have people talking.
and that can lead to change.
So even if she can't change the system herself, she's forcing people to look at it.
Exactly. It's like holding a magnifying glass up to the whole thing.
Right, and that could make others come forward,
Definitely.
demand more transparency
Push for more protection.
for creators.
For innovators.
Yeah, she's kind of a trailblazer,
I like that.
right? Carving a path for others to follow.
Even if it's a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this case plays out.
Oh, yeah. What happens next?
What arguments work in court,
Hmm.
how it changes the conversation about intellectual property in the digital world.
It's a real-time case study.
Exactly, and it reminds us that the law is always changing.
Always evolving.
And cases like this one can change the boundaries of the law,
Absolutely.
make us rethink what it means to own an idea.
In a world where everything is shared and remixed all the time.
It makes you think about the future of creativity.
Doesn't it?
Like, how do we protect originality
How do we protect new ideas
in a digital world?
where everything is about borrowing and building on what came before?
That's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
It's not just for the courts to decide.
No, it's something we all need to think about.
So for our listener who sent us this case, who wants to know what it all means,
Yeah.
I think the big takeaway is that this case,
Even though it's just starting, shows us the big issues we're facing.
technology, people speaking up,
Demanding change.
we're all part of this changing digital world.
And we need to be aware
Be proactive
and challenge the status quo.
when things aren't right.
I love these deep dives.
Me too.
It's not just about learning stuff.
Yeah. It's about using what you learn
To engage with the world.
to make things better.
So to our listener,
Keep exploring.
keep asking questions,
Keep diving deep.
because critical thinking,
Making connections
that's what matters.
in a world full of information.
That's what matters most.
Until next time.
Ever get the feeling that some stories, well, they're just accidents waiting to happen?
Mhm.
That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this New Jersey case, State of New Jersey versus Charlie Wingate and Kelvin Leardam. The court documents here.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, get ready, Ray. Jealousy, robbery, a man's life cut short, this whole thing.
Yeah, you always wonder, like, what's that tipping point?
Exactly.
Where did it all go wrong? And this case, I think, really highlights how easily things can spiral, just from like a simple act of, well, showing off, I guess.
Okay, so we're talking about Alan Plowden.
Right.
He's a guy who, let's just say, enjoyed the finer things in life.
Yeah.
Right. And it's his interactions with Gina Conway. She's an exotic dancer. And, well, that's where everything kind of kicks off.
That's our catalyst.
Right. So Plowden's, flashing cash, taking Conway shopping.
I see.
He even, shows off this Louis Vuitton bag. And it's not just any bag. It is stuffed with thousands of dollars. Thousands.
Not exactly low-key.
Talk about a tempting target. Come on, man.
Yeah, not the best idea. But you got to see it from Conway's side, too, right? She's dating this guy, Charlie Wingate, and whether she meant to or not, she spills the beans. She tells him about Plowden's money.
Oh, so she's...
Dangled the carrot.
And Wingate's, feeling a little,
Jealous.
Oh, yeah. Big time. And, well, that's where things go dark. We've got the jealousy. We've got the promise of easy money. Yeah. Wingate decides he's going to take what he thinks Plowden owes him somehow.
But he's not going to do it himself, right?
Right. Exactly. And that brings us to Kelvin Leardam. Now, the documents are a little fuzzy on this point, but he's either Wingate's brother or stepbrother.
Either way, family affair, never a good sign.
Right. So Leardam, he becomes the muscle. Wingate basically hires him to do the robbery. And, of course, they need a guide to find Plowden. Who else? Conway?
And this is where the story gets even more complicated. Because Conway, she claims the original plan, what they were going to do, it was different.
How so?
She says they were only supposed to take the money while Plowden was out.
Okay.
Like a clean, non-violent thing. But things don't go quite that way, do they?
Because Leardam shows up to the hotel room with a gun.
Yeah.
Gloves, duct tape. Not exactly your everyday essentials.
No, that's not someone popping in for tea. That, to me, screams premeditation. This wasn't some spur of the moment, oh, let's just grab some cash. This was thought out.
And that detail, that premeditation, the prosecution, they're going to use that a lot.
See, and this is where things get really messy. Because it wasn't just Plowden in that hotel room.
Oh, no.
David Taylor was there, too. Plowden's business partner. Wrong place, wrong time.
And that's when everything goes sideways. A struggle, Taylor tries to get involved, and Leardam, he fires the gun.
Tragic, senseless, like you said, greed and violence, they're frequent companions.
And just like that, a man is dead. Planned robbery turned fatal. So then what? We're in court now.
We're in court. And the trial, it really gives us this, well, I guess you'd call it a front row seat to how complicated it is to actually figure out the truth. Witness testimonies, they're all over the place. Everyone's got their own version of that night.
Right, like a puzzle with pieces missing.
Yeah.
So Conway, she ends up as the prosecution's star witness, right?
She does. Remember those charges against her? Well, she makes a deal, tells them everything, all the ins and outs of the plan in exchange for a lighter sentence.
Risky.
Very. But her testimony, it's key. It paints Wingate as the guy who set the whole thing in motion, the mastermind.
Okay, so we've got Conway. What about Giselle Neves? She's the other woman who was there during the robbery, right?
That's right. And her testimony, it lines up with the prosecution's case, too. She IDs Leardam both in court and from a photo array they showed her earlier.
Solid evidence.
And there's more. She remembers a scar on Leardam's face. A very distinct scar.
Wow. So that pretty much puts Leardam at the scene.
Right there with him.
What about Plowden? What does he have to say?
Plowden. That's where it gets interesting. See, he couldn't identify Leardam. Not in the photos. In fact, he actually pointed to the wrong guy at first.
No way. Talk about unreliable narrator.
It happens. Eyewitness accounts, they can be shaky. Trauma, stress, time, it all warps your memory. But here's the thing. Even though he couldn't ID Leardam, his account of the robbery itself, that's valuable.
As context.
Exactly. Even if it wasn't perfect, it's another piece of the puzzle. Speaking of which, we can't forget about the taxi driver.
Oh, right. Mohammed Dumabengi. He was one who drove Leardam and Conway that night. Didn't even know what he was getting into.
Unwitting accomplice. But his testimony, as mundane as it seems, it's actually pretty important. Places Leardam and Conway at the scene. And get this, he remembers Leardam changing clothes after they left the hotel.
Interesting.
Why change clothes after a supposedly innocent visit? Makes you think.
Definitely suspicious.
Yeah.
But I guess the real nail in the coffin, so to speak, is the cell phone records, right?
Always. They're like a digital trail of breadcrumbs. And in this case, those breadcrumbs, well, they led straight back to the crime. They confirmed everything Conway had said about the communication between them.
Putting Wingate right at the center of it all.
Yep. Planning, coordinating, the whole 9 yards.
It's like they say, right? The devil's in the details. And man, in this case,
These details tell quite the story.
a story of the prosecution. They used to build their case. You've got the eyewitness accounts, you've got those cell phone records all pointing back to Wingate and Leardam.
Don't forget about that premeditation. The prosecution hammered that point home. Remember those gloves, that duct tape? Leardam went there prepared. That's not an accident, that's intent. And it seems the jury, they saw it too.
Because it's guilty, guilty, guilty all the way down.
For both of them, Wingate, Leardam, guilty on all counts.
Yeah.
Robbery, kidnapping.
And aggravated manslaughter.
Oh.
Which I'm still wrapping my head around. Like, that's a step down from murder, right?
It is. And I think that distinction, that's the court acknowledging the roles each of them played.
So Wingate, he's the planner, the organizer, but he wasn't actually there when Taylor was killed.
Right. And you see that reflected in the sentencing, too. Wingate gets 40 years.
40 years. That's a long time. But Leardam.
Life sentence. He pulled the trigger, and that, unfortunately, carries the heaviest weight.
It's a harsh reminder, isn't it? That even if you're not the one who commits the act itself, being a part of something like this, it has consequences.
Yeah.
Huge consequences.
Absolutely. This whole case, it's a testament to the fact that, well, actions have reactions. It's like a ripple effect, you know? One bad decision, one moment of envy, the desire for easy money. It can all unravel so quickly, and the fallout, it impacts everyone, not just the victim, but the families, the friends. It's a web of pain.
And it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What if things had gone differently? What if Conway had never mentioned Plowden's money? What if Leardam had left the gun at home?
It's impossible to say for sure, but it highlights something crucial. Every choice, even the ones that seem small, they matter. They can have consequences we never could have imagined.
Like a butterfly flapping its wings.
And causing a hurricane on the other side of the world. It's chaos theory in action. In this case, with all its twists and turns, the jealousy, the violence, the tragic loss of life, it forces us to confront that, to really think about our choices, the weight they carry, and the lasting impact they have, not just for ourselves, but for everyone around us.
It's a heavy thought to end on, but an important one. So to everyone listening, thank you for joining us for this deep dive. It's been, well, intense.
To say the least.
But these stories, they need to be told. They remind us that truth is complex, justice isn't always black and white, and that sometimes the most valuable lessons come from the darkest corners of the human experience. Until next time, everyone, stay curious, but stay safe.
All right, everyone, get ready, because today we are diving into a case, and this one is a doozy.
Oh yeah, this one's got it all.
Kidnapping, robbery, murder. We've got constitutional law coming at us from every angle.
It's a wild ride, that's for sure.
So to set the stage, we're looking at a U.S. District Court opinion.
Right, and it's denying this petition for a writ of habeas corpus.
Which is basically a last-ditch appeal.
Last-ditch effort, yeah.
Yeah.
Kelvin Leerdam is the petitioner, and he is saying his constitutional rights were violated. And we're going to unpack all 6 claims.
6 claims.
6 claims.
Okay, so clearly he feels like he got a pretty raw deal.
He's certainly making that case, yeah.
Before we get into all the legal arguments, though, I think it's helpful to set the scene. We're talking about a 2006 incident. Takes place at a Holiday Inn.
Sounds kind of normal so far.
Yeah. Not your typical Holiday Inn stay, though.
Not even close.
This happened in Fort Lee, New Jersey, and it ended with 2 men kidnapped and robbed. And tragically, one of the men, loses his life.
Yeah, so we're not talking petty theft here. The victims, Alan Plowden and David Taylor, they were known to have money.
Oh, so they were targets.
They like to flash it around a little bit, you know?
Okay.
And it seems like that's what painted a target on their backs, unfortunately.
Yeah, that'll do it. And this is where things get interesting, I think, right? This is where Gina Conway enters the picture. She's an exotic dancer.
Right.
She's entangled with Plowden.
Right.
And also with Charlie Wingate, who, depending on what you read, is either her brother or her stepbrother.
It's a little murky. Yeah, their relationship, not totally clear there, but either way, she spills the tea to Wingate about Plowden's wealth.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
So she's the link.
She's the connection.
Okay.
Yep.
And so they hatch this plan.
And it's not exactly Ocean's 11, you know, it's not a smooth operation.
Things get a little messy.
From what we can piece together in the court documents, this whole thing at the Holiday Inn it spiraled really quickly from a robbery into just this chaotic, violent encounter.
And that's when David Taylor is killed.
Right.
Man. Okay, so this is heavy stuff from the get-go. So then we end up with Kelvin Leerdam and Charlie Wingate. They're kind of our main players, right?
Yeah, they emerge as the key players. And they're both hit with a slew of charges related to this incident. Everything from kidnapping to robbery.
Oh, yeah, they're not messing around.
No, this is the real deal. And get this. They're tried together.
Together.
Joint trial.
Oh, man. I bet that complicates things.
You can say that again. Adds a whole other layer to this whole thing.
I'm sure that'll come back to haunt us, or at least be something to unpack as we go here. So, fast forward a bit. They're both found guilty. Leerdam gets a life sentence. But he's been fighting this, right? This is not his first appeal.
Oh, no, he has been busy. Direct appeal, then a post-conviction relief petition. Both denied. So this habeas corpus petition that we're about to dive into, this is it. This is his last shot.
High stakes.
High stakes.
You're telling me. Okay, so let's get into it. Those 6 claims, each one is like a different way that Leerdam's saying, hey, the system failed me.
And these aren't small potatoes. These are like fundamental rights. We're talking about the foundation of how our justice system works.
Exactly. Huge. So where do we even begin?
Well, we can start with claim 1. And this one really hinges on Giselle Neves. Remember her?
She's in the hotel room, right?
Right, with Plowden. So Leerdam is saying that the prosecution, they made a deal with Neves to get her to testify.
Yeah.
But they didn't disclose it. They basically let her lie on the stand.
Ooh, like a legal bait and switch?
That's Leerdam's argument. So follow me here. Neves was initially charged with conspiracy to commit robbery. Pretty serious stuff. But those charges were dropped. After she finished this pre-trial intervention program, it's called PTI.
PTI.
Right? And as a condition of that program, she agreed to cooperate with the prosecution. Testifying against Leerdam and Wingate, that was part of the deal.
But she didn't exactly volunteer that information on the stand.
Nope. During the trial, Neves is up there, under oath, and she says there is no deal requiring her to testify against them. But, and this is where it gets juicy, remember I mentioned that PTI transcript?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the discrepancy pops up. It clearly outlines the terms of her agreement. And cooperation. Mandatory.
Busted. So Leerdam's lawyer, he just like stumbles upon this transcript.
It wasn't quite that dramatic,
Yeah.
but yeah, that PTI transcript throws a wrench in things.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecution, when they're confronted with this, they're basically like, well, we were trying to get truthful testimony. She wasn't bound by any deal at the time that she was on the stand.
But come on, she got into the program because she agreed to cooperate.
Right. Hard to argue with that logic. Leerdam's lawyer was not happy, as you can imagine.
I did not.
So the prosecution, to their credit, they do offer to have her recalled. So Leerdam's lawyer could cross-examine her about this whole PTI thing. But what ended up happening is they just read a stipulation to the jury, basically summarizing the terms of her agreement.
Okay, so at least the jury knew, even if it was kind of after the fact. Did it matter? What did the court say?
The court acknowledged, yes, the state, they have a duty to disclose evidence that could be favorable to the defendant, especially if it calls into question a witness's credibility. But because Leardam's attorney had the opportunity to use this information during the trial.
Okay.
And because there was other evidence pointing to Leardam's guilt, the court's like, this late disclosure, it's not enough to overturn the conviction.
Still, though, shady.
Yeah. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence, does it?
Not really. All right, claim 2. This one's all about eyewitness testimony, right? Always a slippery slope.
Oh, yeah, this is a big one. So buckle up, because this is where the case really hinges on two people. Plowden, who survived the ordeal, and Mabenga, the taxi driver.
Right, right.
Leardam's arguing that their in-court identification's not reliable. He's basically saying they were influenced by the courtroom setting itself.
Okay, so let's break it down. What happened with Plowden?
All right, so Plowden, he'd been shown these photo arrays before, sets of photos of potential suspects.
Lineup, but pictures. Got it.
Exactly. And he could not positively identify Leardam from those photos.
Yeah.
In fact, he even picked someone else entirely.
Whoa. Okay, so red flag number 1.
Right. But he did say at the time, he's like, look, I'd rather see these guys in person. The photos weren't clear enough, so they get to court. And Leardam's lawyer totally objects to him making an identification right there in the courtroom. Understandable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, talk about putting someone on the spot.
Right. You've got Leardam sitting right there next to his attorney. It's suggestive.
Totally.
So the court's like, okay, let's hold a Wade hearing.
A Wade hearing. Is that like a legal term for a timeout?
Kind of. It's basically a midi hearing within the trial. The judge listens to arguments and looks at evidence to decide if an identification was fair. Was it overly suggestive or not?
Got it. Like a safeguard.
Exactly. So during this Wade hearing, Plowden, he is adamant. He's like, no, I got a good look at Leardam during the crime. He said he saw his face when he woke up in that hotel room.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Leardam was pointing a gun at him. Even though Leardam told him not to look at him, Plowden's like, nope, I saw you again later after I got some of the duct tape off my eyes.
I can't even imagine. But how much can you trust a memory made under that kind of stress? And what about that photo array where he pointed to the wrong guy?
Right. Those are the million-dollar questions. And that's what the court had to grapple with. They're looking at the photo arrays. They're thinking about how long he saw him, the circumstances, all of it.
Yeah.
And they ultimately decided to allow the in-court identification.
Really? Even with all of that?
They did. They were convinced that he had enough of a chance to see Leardam during the crime, and that photo array didn't totally invalidate this in-court ID, especially because he was so sure.
Wow. Okay, what about the taxi driver, Mbeng? That feels even more iffy, right? He hadn't even seen photos.
Exactly. He's never seen a photo of Leardam before. So Leardam's lawyer is arguing that, come on, this is way too suggestive. He's never even seen him in a lineup before.
Did they at least do a lineup then? Just to be sure.
They didn't. And this is where it gets interesting. They actually pointed out that Leardam hadn't filed any pretrial motions about Mbengi's potential identification.
So because it wasn't addressed before, it's like it didn't matter.
Basically. Plus, they said there was no legal precedent that said a witness who had spent significant time with a suspect couldn't make an in-court identification.
So even though he'd been with him in the taxi hours, presumably, they're saying that doesn't make it less reliable.
That's how they saw it. It's tricky, right? Because you could also argue the opposite. If you've been with someone for hours, maybe that makes it harder to separate them from the stressful event itself.
Right, like your memory gets muddled.
Exactly. And this goes to a broader point about eyewitness testimony. Our memories, they're not always as reliable as we think they are. And these identification procedures, they can really influence what we think we remember.
Man, this is making me question everything.
Right. It's fascinating and a little unsettling.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, they did let Mbeng make that in-court ID.
Wow, okay.
And just like with Plowden, the appeals court, they sided with the trial court. They emphasized that the jury, they would have been given those standard instructions about eyewitness testimony, like don't put too much stock in in-court identifications.
Okay, so 2 claims down, and so far not looking good for Leardam. This next one, though, claim 3. This is where we really get into the weeds. We're talking hearsay, right? To confront your accuser. And that whole joint trial thing comes back to bite us. Hit me. Okay, so claim 3, this is where we're getting into hearsay and what was it? Right to confront your accuser.
Right to confront your accuser.
Which feels like a pretty big deal.
It is. And you know that joint trial we talked about? It rears its ugly head again.
I knew it. Okay, what happened?
So because Leardam and Wingate were tried together, the prosecution was able to use some statements that Wingate had made to other people.
Oh, like things he had said about the robbery plan?
Yep, exactly. But here's the thing. Wingate, he never actually took the stand himself.
So they're just using his words against Leardam even though he's not there to, like, defend himself?
That's what Leardam's arguing. He's saying that because he couldn't cross-examine Wingate about these statements, it violated his Sixth Amendment right to confront his accuser.
Which, yeah, seems pretty fundamental to me. If someone's going to use your words against someone else, you should get to be like, hey, wait a minute, that's not exactly what I meant, or whatever.
Exactly. But here's the catch. And you knew there was going to be a catch, right? There's an exception to that whole hearsay rule when it comes to statements made by, get this, co-conspirators.
Co-conspirators. So basically, if you can prove they were in on it together.
Exactly. If someone says something in furtherance of a conspiracy or a crime that you're both involved in, then boom, those words can be used against you, even if that person never takes the stand.
Wow. That's a pretty big exception.
It is. So in Leardam's case, the court really leaned on the fact that there was already a lot of evidence suggesting a conspiracy. You know, you had Leardam, Wingate, and Conway. They each had their own reasons for wanting to rob Plowden. Their actions, they all lined up with this plan.
So the court's like, look, we're convinced they were all in cahoots, so these statements are fair game.
Pretty much. They even said that even if admitting some of Wingate's statements was an error, it wasn't a big enough error to overturn the whole thing. Because remember, there was other evidence pointing to Leardam's guilt.
Okay, so they're basically saying, yeah, maybe we bent the rules a little, but it doesn't really matter because he was guilty anyway.
That's a bit of a simplification, but you're not far off.
Okay. Moving on. Claim 4. This one always blows my mind. Leardam's claiming his own trial lawyer was ineffective.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. It's a bold strategy for sure. Because to actually win on that claim, you have to prove that your lawyer messed up so badly that it actually changed the outcome of the trial.
So high bar to clear. What his lawyer do that was so awful?
Well, according to Leardam, his lawyer basically promised the jury that she would bring in these witnesses who could point the finger at other potential suspects. But then she never did.
Oh, so classic. Someone else did it, defense, but she didn't have the witnesses to back it up.
Right. It's the same group of people she mentioned in her opening statement: Castro, Neves, Cruz, and Blancaneau. I know a lot of names to keep track of.
It's like a bad soap opera up in here.
Right. Leardam says these witnesses, their testimony would have shown that there were other people with motives to rob Plowden and Taylor, that the cops just had tunnel vision on them.
Okay, so what happened? Did these witnesses disappear, fall off the face of the earth?
You'd think there'd be a more dramatic story, right? Like they're all on a beach somewhere sipping Mai Tais.
Yeah.
But honestly, the court records are really vague about why they didn't testify. We know Leardam's lawyer told the judge she couldn't find at least one of them, but that's about it.
Really? That's all we get.
It's frustrating,
Yeah.
right? But the court, they kind of glossed over it. They said that, first of all, his lawyer didn't actually make any promises about what these witnesses would say, just that the jury would hear from them. And secondly, even though those specific people didn't testify, the jury did hear testimony from Neves that confirmed these other folks had at least talked about robbing Plowden at some point.
So it wasn't a total blackout of information, just not from those specific people.
Right. It's a fine line. And in the end, the appeals court decided that the missing witnesses, it wasn't enough to make the trial unfair.
Okay, so 2 claims left. What's next?
Claim 5 is interesting. Leardam's arguing that the lawyer who represented him in his first appeal attempt, remember I said this was separate from the direct appeal, he's saying that lawyer was ineffective too.
Wait, so both his lawyers were incompetent? Is he just really bad at picking lawyers, or is something fishy going on here?
Right. You have to wonder. Anyway, this time he's saying the lawyer messed up by not getting those affidavits from his alibi witnesses.
The alibi witnesses, didn't we already establish those were kind of shaky?
Yeah, the court wasn't buying it the first time around. That's why I said this claim feels a little repetitive. And the court basically agreed. They pointed out that there's no constitutional right to a lawyer for those post-conviction relief proceedings. So even if the lawyer had made mistakes, which, by the way, they didn't actually rule on, it wouldn't automatically invalidate the outcome.
So even if he tripped on his shoelaces and fell flat on his face, it wouldn't have mattered.
Pretty much. Okay, last claim, claim 6. Leardam saying he was denied due process because the courts denied his requests for hearings.
Hearings about what?
Hearings related to his post-conviction relief petition and also a separate motion for a new trial, both of them based on those alibi witnesses again.
Okay, So he's not directly arguing those claims anymore. He's arguing about the process itself. Like, he didn't get a fair shot to make his case.
Exactly. He's saying, hey, even if you don't believe my alibi defense, and I know you don't, at least give me a chance to properly present those arguments. He's shifting the focus from the outcome to the process.
Okay, I get it. So what did the court say?
Not what he wanted to hear. They said this kind of procedural argument, it doesn't usually fly in a habeas corpus petition. Which, remember, that's about whether someone's being detained illegally, meaning their constitutional rights were violated in a way that put them in prison.
So this is more about how his appeals were handled, which doesn't fit neatly into that habeas box.
Exactly. And even if they did consider the argument, they weren't convinced that a hearing would have changed anything. They already decided those alibi witnesses weren't strong enough to justify a new trial. End of story.
Wow. So there you have it. 6 claims, 6 swings, and he struck out every time. This case is a wild ride, I'm not going to lie. It's one thing to talk about these legal concepts, but seeing them play out in a real case with such high stakes, it's really something else.
It makes you think, right?
Yeah.
This wasn't just about whether one guy was guilty or innocent. It raises all these questions about how our justice system works, how much we can trust eyewitness testimony, what happens when you have a joint trial. It's complicated.
It's super complicated, and for anyone listening, I think that's something to really sit with. This case might be closed, but this conversation about justice, that is far from over. Until next time, everybody, keep diving deep. All right, everybody, welcome back for another deep dive. You ready to go?
Let's do it.
Awesome. All right, so today we're diving into a case, and you guys, this one is wild.
It is a doozy.
It really is. So this one was filed in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. And it's one of those that I saw the name and I was like, oh, we have to talk about this.
Yeah, how can you not?
You can't. You just can't. So the case name is Richard v. Combs.
Woo.
Yeah. And I know what you're thinking already.
I am.
Sean Combs is a named defendant.
As in P. Diddy?
Yes, as in Puff Daddy P. Diddy.
Wow, okay.
So, I mean, that alone, we're already off to a great start, right? But wait, it gets better.
Okay, I'm listening.
So there's not just one defendant. There are over 30 defendants.
30.
Over 30. It's insane. So we're talking individuals, production companies, record labels, and even a beverage company.
A beverage company, what?
Yes, a beverage company.
Okay, this is getting interesting.
All right. It's a lot to untangle.
It-
So let's take a step back for a second and just kind of, start from the beginning.
Okay.
So our plaintiff is Dawn Angelique Richard. And now at this point, we don't know all the details of her claims. The court documents that we have are a little vague on that so far.
Okay, so some mystery there.
Yeah, a little bit of a mystery. But what we do know is that multiple defendants are already trying to get this case dismissed, like right out of the gate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we're talking UMGR Remote Productions, Inc., New Remote Productions, Inc., and Harve Pierre.
So they're saying, like, see y'all later, don't want to be a part of this.
Exactly. They want out. And they've actually filed what are called pre-motion letters.
Pre-motion letters. Now, I've heard that term before. Can you remind me what exactly is a pre-motion letter?
Yeah. So basically, it's a letter that's sent to the court before a formal motion is filed.
Okay.
And it basically outlines the arguments that the party is going to make in their motion. So in this case, these defendants are saying, hey, we think this case should be dismissed, and here's why.
Got it. So it's kind of like a heads up to the court and the other side.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
So these pre-motion letters have been filed, and the plaintiff has responded to them. And now we're waiting for responses from some of the other defendants.
Huh?
Now, Sean Combs, he's actually requested an extension for his response.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got a little more time.
Okay.
But here's where it gets even more interesting.
More interesting. I didn't think that was possible.
I know, right? Well, the judge has decided to adjourn the pre-motion conferences until all of the defendants have responded to the complaint.
Okay, why is that?
Well, the judge is actually anticipating that the plaintiff might file an amended complaint.
So the plaintiff might change or add to their claims.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. So the judge is saying, hold on, let's wait and see what the full picture is before we start making any decisions.
Exactly. And to be honest, that makes a lot of sense because with so many defendants and the possibility of these claims changing, it's really the most efficient way to handle it.
I can see that.
Yeah. And so the judge has adjourned these pre-motion conferences, what's called sine die.
Sine die. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's a fancy legal term, but basically it just means indefinitely.
So not necessarily canceled, just postponed.
Right. exactly.
Okay, I'm starting to get a sense of this now. So to recap, we have this lawsuit by Dawn Angelique Richard against a whole bunch of defendants, including Sean Combs. We don't know the exact details of the lawsuit yet, but we know that some of the defendants are trying to get out of it early, and the judge has decided to hit pause on everything until everyone has responded to the complaint.
Exactly. That's a perfect summary.
This is going to be good.
I know, right? We're just getting started.
Can't wait to see what happens next.
Me too.
It is a mystery, right? A legal thriller.
Yeah, total cliffhanger. So we've got record labels, we got production companies, we got Sean Combs himself. I mean, what could this lawsuit be about?
Well, like you said, we don't know the specifics yet, but we can kind of look at who's involved and make some educated guesses.
Okay, so let's speculate a little bit. What are some of the things that tend to cause legal drama in the music industry?
Oh, there's so many possibilities. But I'd say one of the most common is disputes over money, especially royalties.
Royalties, yeah.
Yeah, those splits can get really messy.
Yeah, so you're saying Dawn Richard could be claiming that she's not getting her fair share of the profits from her music.
Exactly. And with so many defendants involved, it could be that her music was used in a lot of different ways, like in TV shows or commercials or maybe even sampled by other artists. And she's alleging that she wasn't properly compensated for any of that.
Okay, that makes sense. And I mean, we know that the music industry is notorious for contracts that are really complicated and sometimes even unfair to artists.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. These artists, they're often young when they sign these deals.
Yeah.
And they might not fully understand all the legal jargon.
Yeah, and they're just so excited to get their music out there that they might sign anything.
Exactly, and that can come back to bite them later on.
Big time.
Yeah, so it's possible that Dawn Richard is challenging the terms of one of her contracts. Maybe she's saying that it was invalid or that it was breached.
Okay, so we got royalties, we got contracts. What else could be going on here?
Well, another big issue in the music industry is intellectual property rights. Copyrights, trademarks, that sort of thing.
Right, so who owns the rights to the music, who can use it, who profits from it?
Exactly, and that can get really complicated, especially when you have multiple parties involved, like in this case.
Yeah, so maybe Dawn Richard is claiming that someone is infringing on her copyrights or that she's not getting the credit she deserves for her work.
Exactly. Or maybe she's alleging that someone is using her name or likeness without her permission, for merchandise or something like that.
Wow. I mean, any one of these things could be a huge legal battle on its own.
Oh, absolutely. And we're talking about all of them potentially wrapped up in this one lawsuit.
Plus, remember, we have that amended complaint looming in the background.
Oh, right. That's right. She could add even more claims or shift her strategy completely.
I know. It's like trying to hit a moving target.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see how the defendants respond to that.
Well, what's interesting to me is that putting aside all the legal maneuvering for a second, this case really highlights some of the bigger issues in the music industry.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, you have Dawn Richard, who's a talented artist, and she's going up against some of the biggest names in the business.
You're right. It's a David and Goliath situation.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder what kind of experience led her to file this lawsuit. What kind of roadblocks or injustices did she face?
It's a good question, and I think it speaks to the power dynamics in the music industry. Artists often have to fight really hard to get their voices heard and to get what they deserve.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to focus on the glamorous side of the music world, the awards shows, the hit songs, but we don't always see the struggles that artists go through behind the scenes.
Exactly, and this case is a reminder that there's a whole other side to the music industry, a side that's full of contracts and negotiations and legal battles.
It's like a whole different world, and this lawsuit is giving us a glimpse into that world.
Exactly. And I think it's important to remember that these legal battles, they have real consequences for artists.
Yeah.
They can impact their careers, their finances, their creative freedom.
Yeah, it's not just about winning or losing in court, it's about their livelihood.
Exactly.
So, okay, let's say for a moment that these defendants who are trying to get dismissed, they're not successful, and the case moves forward.
Okay.
What happens then?
Well, then things start to get really interesting because the case moves into what's called discovery.
Discovery?
Yeah, it's basically the investigation phase of the lawsuit. Both sides get to gather evidence, interview witnesses, and really build their case.
So they're like detectives trying to piece together what happened.
Exactly. And with a case this complex, with so many defendants involved, discovery can be a long and expensive process.
I bet.
Yeah, think about it. You have to track down documents. You have to schedule interviews. You have to coordinate with all these different parties. It's a logistical nightmare.
Yeah. And on top of all that, you still have that potential amended complaint hanging over everything.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. So the whole landscape of the case could shift at any moment.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
the judge is going to have their hands full trying to manage all of this.
No kidding. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
So let me just recap here for a second just to make sure I'm following everything. We've got Don Richard, our plaintiff, with a story that's still unfolding. We've got Sean Combs and a whole bunch of other music industry heavy hitters, some of whom are trying to bow out early. And we've got a judge who's basically trying to keep this whole crazy train on the tracks.
That's a perfect summary. You've got it.
All right, good, because my head is spinning a little bit.
It's a lot to take in.
It really is, but it's also incredibly fascinating. You know, for someone who's not a lawyer, who's just listening to this case unfold, what do you think is the biggest takeaway for them?
Well, I think it shows just how complicated the music industry really is. We see the glitz and glamour, but behind the scenes, there's all this legal stuff going on. Contracts, negotiations, lawsuits.
Yeah, it's like a whole hidden world.
Exactly. And I think this case gives us a glimpse into that world.
And it reminds us that even in the digital age, with streaming and all that, the legal side of music is still incredibly important.
Absolutely.
I mean, these issues, they affect everyone, from the artists to the record labels to the fans.
That's right.
So it's definitely something worth paying attention to.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's wild to think about all the stuff that happens behind the scenes before we even get to hear a song.
Yeah, it's a whole other world. And in this case, it's like we're peeking behind the curtain.
Exactly. And it also makes me think about just how important it is for artists to understand the legal side of the music industry.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, knowledge is power, right?
Yeah, if you know your rights, you can protect yourself and make sure you're getting what you deserve.
Exactly. And this case could actually have some pretty big implications for the industry as a whole.
Oh, in what way?
Well, depending on how it's decided, it could set some new precedents for how contracts are negotiated or how intellectual property rights are enforced.
Oh, wow. So this case, it could potentially change the game for everyone.
It could. Yeah, it's definitely one to watch.
That's for sure. Well, we've covered a lot of ground today, but I feel like we're just scratching the surface.
Oh, yeah, this is just the beginning of the story.
Exactly. And unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there for now.
I know. But that's the nature of these deep dives, right?
We always end up with more questions than answers.
That's true, but that's what makes it so interesting.
Exactly. So for our listeners out there who are now just as hooked on this case as we are, what should they be thinking about? What questions should they be asking themselves?
Well, I think the biggest one is, what will that amended complaint reveal?
Yeah.
What new details will Dawn Richard bring to light?
Yeah. I mean, will she double down on her existing claims or will she go in a completely different direction?
Exactly. And how will the defendants respond to that?
Yeah.
Will they change their strategies? Will more of them try to get out of the case?
And the million-dollar question is, what are those initial claims, and what could possibly be so big that it's brought all these major players to the legal table?
Right. What's the story behind this lawsuit?
It's a real cliffhanger, and it makes you realize that the music industry, it's not all about fame and fortune. There's a lot of drama, a lot of conflict.
Absolutely. There's a whole other side to the music world, and this case is a perfect example of that.
It really is. Well, on that note, we're going to wrap things up for today, but the conversation doesn't have to end here.
No way, we want to hear from you guys.
Yeah, head over to our website or our social media channels and let us know what you think of this case so far. What are your predictions?
We love hearing your thoughts.
And of course, we'll be back with more updates on Richard v. Combs as this legal drama continues to unfold. So until next time, keep diving deep.
Keep diving.
This time, you've really outdone yourself with this case. Talk about a wild ride. It's like a financial thriller with a true crime twist.
It's one of those stories that grabs you from the start and just keeps getting wilder.
Exactly. Every detail uncovers another layer of deception.
Yeah.
And at the center of it all,
Alan J. Plowden.
This guy was living the high life, but little did anyone know. He was funding it all through a series of elaborate mortgage scams.
He was a master manipulator, able to convince even seasoned financial institutions to hand over millions.
So walk us through it. What was his game plan? How did he pull it off?
Well, Plowden was really a product of his time. The early 2000s saw a boom in the mortgage industry, and like many fraudsters, he exploited the system's weaknesses.
Kind of like finding a glitch in the financial matrix and exploiting it for all it's worth.
Precisely. He created these phantom companies, complete with fake addresses and everything, just to secure loans.
Wait, so these companies, they weren't even real?
Not in the slightest. They were just a smokescreen, a way for him to siphon money from lenders who thought they were dealing with legitimate businesses.
It's incredible how easy it seemed for him to manipulate the system.
That's the thing about fraud. It often hinges on exploiting trust and taking advantage of loopholes. And Plowden was a pro at that.
So he'd create these fake companies, get the loans approved, and then what? How did he turn those loans into spendable cash?
That's where his scheme gets even more intricate. He'd convert the loan money into prepaid cards.
Prepaid cards, like the ones you can pick up at the grocery store.
Exactly. And back then, they weren't as closely monitored as traditional debit cards, making them much harder to track.
A perfect tool for someone looking to move money under the radar.
Exactly. He would then systematically withdraw the money, little by little, through ATMs all over the place.
Talk about covering your tracks. So how much are we talking about here? How much money did he actually manage to steal?
From Countrywide Financial alone, he pocketed a staggering $1.4 million.
$1.4 million. Just from one company. You'd think that would set off some serious alarm bells.
You'd think so. But his methods were surprisingly effective. And he didn't do it all alone. Plowden had a mysterious associate, a man named David Taylor.
Ah, yes, David Taylor, the enigma wrapped in a riddle, shrouded in a mortgage scam. What did your research uncover about this guy?
Even with all the information available, Taylor remains a shadowy figure. We know he was found with a fake passport and documents directly tying him to Plowden's schemes.
So he was definitely in on it, but to what extent remains a mystery.
It's hard to say for sure, but his presence adds another layer of intrigue to this already convoluted case. And as if juggling million-dollar mortgage scams wasn't enough, Plowden had a knack for attracting trouble.
Yeah, this wasn't a guy who kept a low profile. He seemed to have a real talent for making risky connections.
You could say he had a hard time staying out of the spotlight, even when it was in his best interest to blend in.
Like that time he was busted trying to launder a huge chunk of cash with an undercover FBI agent.
Right, as if he thought he could outsmart the feds. It's almost comical how he just stumbled into their trap.
It's like he had a sixth sense for danger, except it was completely backward, always leading him towards it.
And that wasn't his only brush with the wrong side of the law. Our sources uncovered a seemingly insignificant detail that ends up playing a surprisingly significant role in this whole saga. His frequent visits to a Bronx rim shop.
A rim shop? As in, for cars? What could that possibly have to do with anything?
It's one of those strange twists of fate that make you wonder if someone was writing this guy's life story. It was at that very rim shop that Plowden crossed paths with Julio Cruz and Edward Blankenau, two individuals who would soon become entangled in his web of deceit with deadly consequences.
So they say, right? Money attracts all kinds.
And in Plowden's case, it wasn't just eager investors he attracted. His lavish lifestyle, built on ill-gotten gains, caught the eye of someone looking for a way out, someone willing to take a gamble. Gina Conway.
And boy, did she gamble big time. What's the story there? Who was Gina in all of this?
She was someone who got caught in a web, I think. Met Plowden by chance, knew he was bad news from the jump, but the allure of easy money, the escape it offered, it was too tempting, I think.
It's hard to resist the pull of that kind of lifestyle, especially when you're looking for a way out of your own reality.
Exactly. And Plowden, he knew how to exploit those vulnerabilities. He used his wealth to control those around him, and sadly, Gina became just another pawn in his game.
A classic case of a wolf in sheep's clothing, using his ill-gotten gains to lure people in.
Precisely.
Yeah.
But Gina wasn't the only one drawn to Plowden's world. Her boyfriend, aspiring rapper Max B, saw an opportunity, but not one that involved staying on the right side of the law.
This is where things take that dark turn, right? From shady business deals to a full-blown criminal plot. Tell me more about Max B. What was his role in all of this?
Charlie Max B. Wingate. He was young, ambitious, dreamed of making it big in the music industry, but somewhere along the line, that ambition took a wrong turn.
Driven to desperate measures, perhaps?
Maybe, but maybe also blinded by the allure of fast money and the idea that he could outsmart someone like Plowden. He, along with Gina, concocted a plan to rob Plowden blind.
So they thought they could just steal from a guy who was already knee-deep in illegal activities and somehow come out on top?
The irony isn't lost on me either, but that's the thing about desperation. It can cloud judgment, make you believe you're invincible. They thought they could disappear with his cash and start a new life. Max B even brought in an associate, Kelvin Leardam, to help.
And that's where those chance encounters, those seemingly insignificant connections Plowden made, come back into play, right? The ones at that Bronx rim shop.
Exactly. It all went down at a Holiday Inn in Fort Lee, New Jersey. Max B sent Gina and Leardam to do the deed. But here's the kicker. Giselle Neves, the woman connected to those guys from the rim shop. She was already in on a separate scheme, a plan to steal Plowden's car. Talk about a recipe for disaster.
Wait, so you're telling me that on top of everything else, there was another layer of scheming going on? It's like a bad joke, except with real-life consequences.
Tell me about it. Leardam enters the room, gun drawn, demands the cash, but Plowden, cool as a cucumber, claims he doesn't have it on him, says his partner, David Taylor, is the one with the money.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. They plan to rob this guy who's already involved in who knows how many other schemes, and he doesn't even have the money on him. This is insane.
It gets worse. David Taylor, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding, walks right into the lion's den.
Oh no, you know what's coming next.
A confrontation, a struggle, a shot fired. David Taylor, cut in the crossfire of this whole mess, ends up dead.
All because of a robbery gone wrong, a plan fueled by greed and desperation.
And you know what gets me? Those seemingly insignificant connections, they often have the most explosive consequences. Plowden's lavish lifestyle, his need to flaunt his ill-gotten gains, it drew in Gina, who brought in Max B, who then involved Kelvin Leardam. It's like a domino effect, one bad decision leading to another.
It really highlights how interconnected our lives are, how even the smallest choices can have ripple effects we could never anticipate. So now we have a man dead, a tangled web of lies and deceit, and a group of people scrambling to save themselves. What happened next? How did the investigation unfold?
Well, the investigation itself was almost as messy as the crime. Conflicting accounts, half-truths, finger-pointing, you name it. It was a tangled mess.
Sounds like a prosecutor's nightmare. Who did they focus on?
Gina Conway became the key witness, the one who could tie everything together. She was there for the robbery, but remember, she was also under the influence at the time.
Right, which obviously throws a wrench into things. How reliable could her testimony really be?
Exactly, and to make matters worse, her story kept changing. She initially claimed she was forced into it, that Leardam made her go along with the robbery, but then during her testimony, she backtracked, said she wasn't under duress after all.
So not exactly a slam dunk for the prosecution. Did they have any physical evidence to work with? What about Kelvin Leardam?
They had some circumstantial stuff, things like Plowden's laptop ending up in the hands of people connected to Max B, but no smoking gun, so to speak. And as for Leardam, there was no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene. Some even doubted he fired the fatal shot.
Wait, seriously? If not him, then who? Did they ever figure that out?
It's one of the lingering questions in this whole case. Even Giselle Neves, remember her? The woman involved in the car theft scheme with Plowden.
How could I forget? Another layer of crazy in this whole onion of a story.
Right. Well, even she added fuel to the fire. She suggested that maybe, just maybe, Plowden was somehow in on the robbery all along. Said he seemed oddly calm after Taylor was shot.
Whoa. Okay, so now we're talking about a whole new level of conspiracy. This is insane. What happened when they finally went to trial? Did any of these theories hold up in court?
Despite the lack of hard evidence, Max B, Kelvin Leardam, and Gina Conway were all charged. The prosecution's case hinged on Gina's testimony, shaky as it was, and those circumstantial links to Plowden.
And what about Plowden? Did he manage to escape any consequences?
Not quite. Remember, he cooperated with the authorities, which is probably why he wasn't charged with anything related to the robbery or Taylor's death. However, his luck ran out when it came to the mortgage fraud charges. He ended up being convicted on multiple counts and sentenced to a hefty 24 years.
So even the mastermind behind it all couldn't outrun justice forever. What about Max B and Leardam? What were their sentences?
They were both found guilty of felony murder, robbery, and a slew of other charges. Looking back, many believe that the decision to try them together was a mistake. Their defenses contradicted each other, ultimately weakening both of their cases.
A classic example of a case where everyone loses, some more than others. What about Gina Conway? What happened to her?
She took a plea deal in exchange for her testimony, which is
Yeah.
pretty standard in cases like this. She ended up with a much lighter sentence compared to Max B and Leardam.
It's a tragic end to a story fueled by greed, ambition, and a whole lot of bad decisions. It really makes you think twice about the price of easy money and the company we keep.
No doubt. But there's another layer to this whole thing, a layer that adds a whole other dimension to the idea of ambition and exploitation in the music industry, and that's Max B's relationship with Jim Jones.
Oh, right. I'd almost forgotten about that part. Didn't Jones start out as a mentor to Max B early in his career?
He did. Took him under his wing, showed him the ropes, the whole 9 yards.
Right.
But as Max B's career began to take off, gaining recognition for his unique style and flow, well, let's just say things got complicated.
So instead of celebrating his success, Jones saw it as a threat.
Many believe so. There are those who say that Jones saw an opportunity in Max B's incarceration. He allegedly used his influence to gain control of Max B's publishing rights, essentially profiting off his music while he was behind bars.
Talk about adding insult to injury. It's a classic story of betrayal, a cautionary tale about the dark side of the music industry.
Absolutely. It really makes you wonder about the motivations at play. Was it pure greed, professional jealousy, or a combination of both?
It's hard to say for sure, but one thing's for certain. This whole case is a tangled web of deceit, ambition, and ultimately, tragedy. It's a story about the choices we make, the people we trust, and the often unforeseen consequences that follow.
Well said. It's a reminder that sometimes the most compelling stories aren't just about the crimes themselves, but about the human drama that unfolds in their wake.
We've covered a lot of ground today, from million-dollar mortgage scams to a robbery gone wrong, and even a glimpse into the cutthroat world of the music industry.
It's been a wild ride, that's for sure. But if there's one thing I hope our listeners take away from all of this, it's that the truth is often far stranger and far more complicated than fiction.
And on that note, we'll leave you with this. What became of Max B's music career? Did his unique style and influence endure despite his incarceration? Or was his potential ultimately overshadowed by the tragic events that unfolded? We'll leave that for you to ponder. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and as always, thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
All right, get ready, because today we're diving headfirst into a theory that's like, I don't know, a hip-hop remix of The Crown or something. Remember how you were saying you wanted to unpack all those hidden power structures? Well, this deep dive, this one takes the cake. We're going to be talking about a possible link between those hip-hop giants, Diddy and Jay-Z, and get this, the British royal family. Yeah, you heard that right. The source material you sent over, it lays out this whole theory. And look, we're not saying it's, the gospel truth or anything, but it's definitely got us thinking, What do you make of this whole thing claiming that Prince Philip was like a major player in all of this?
Well, it's definitely a bold claim, that's for sure. I mean, usually when we think of Prince Philip, we picture, well, a figurehead, right? But this source material, it paints him as this, shrewd operator, like someone who knew that Britain's old ways of wielding power, they were fading, especially as hip hop started taking over the world in the 90s.
Yeah, you got to admit, it's a pretty wild twist. You've got the 90s, hip hop's blowing up everywhere, and then this text comes along and suggests that the royals were actually looking for ways to tap into that, to control it even.
It really makes you wonder, if we just for a second, take this whole narrative at face value. Someone like Prince Philip, so tied to the old world order, he might have seen hip-hop as more than just a cash cow. It was a way to stay relevant, Imagine that. British influence wasn't about colonies or trade routes anymore. It was about dictating what was cool, what shaped, youth culture across the globe.
They wanted a piece of the whole hip-hop kingdom for themselves. Yeah. And then we get to this supposed meeting in Switzerland back in '97. According to all of this, Diddy, then, up-and-coming Jay-Z, and some members of the British royal family all end up in the same place at the same time.
And this is where we got to put on our skeptical hats, right? The text says this meeting was no accident, that it was all planned out, a meeting to, let's just say, explore some mutually beneficial opportunities, right? But the big question is, where's the proof? Besides this one source, that is. Imagine trying to find proof of a secret meeting like that. We'd be talking financial records, leaked schedules, maybe even memoirs from people who were close to this whole circle.
That's like trying to, I don't know, catch smoke with your bare hands or something. But, okay, let's just say we entertain the idea for a minute. The text thing gets really vague about what this so-called deal actually was.
And yet what we see in the years after this supposed meeting is that both Diddy and Jay-Z's careers just explode. They're not just successful, they become global icons. They build empires that span music, fashion, everything.
Exactly. They became powerhouses, right?
Yeah.
So is it just their talent, their business sense, or did this alleged royal connection, with all its resources and influence, play a role?
It's how do I put this? It's like trying to figure out if a tree grew so fast because of the soil, or because someone snuck in some super fertilizer that nobody knows about. This source material throws out the idea of shell companies, saying royal money was secretly woven into Diddy and Jay-Z's businesses. That's a claim that, well, you'd need a whole team of forensic accountants to even try and unravel.
And speaking of things that are hard to track down, the text also mentions Jay-Z's lyrics from back then. He's got lines about diamonds from Sierra Leone, and he's making connections with UK investors. On the surface, it just looks like a smart businessman making moves, expanding his portfolio. But if we even consider what the text is suggesting, it makes you wonder if these weren't like subtle hints, breadcrumbs leading back to this whole web of influence.
We tend to think about cultural influence as like this subtle thing, this invisible force. But this source, it's saying it can be way more deliberate, like almost like a chess game, you know what I mean? Where you've got these players moving their pieces across this global board.
And by the mid-2000s, hip-hop's influence, it's like everywhere, right? So the stakes in this like supposed game, they would have been huge.
Okay, so imagine this. Hip-hop is shaping everything. Fashion, the way people talk, even politics to a certain extent. And you've got this text suggesting that the British monarchy, with all its history and tradition, might be trying to get in on that.
So it's not just about the money anymore at this point. It's about controlling the narrative, right?
Yeah.
Like shaping how the world sees them.
Exactly. It's about staying relevant. The text is saying that for these institutions, these old institutions like the monarchy, staying relevant, it means adapting. And in this case, maybe that means cozying up to people like Diddy and Jay-Z who have their fingers on the pulse,
I don't know, it's kind of a wild thought, right? But to make their point, the text brings up this supposed dinner at Kensington Palace back in 2008. Okay, so picture this. Jay-Z and Beyonce, at the top of their game, they're having dinner not just with royalty, but with these high-ranking government officials, these like shadowy financiers.
The text makes it seem like this clandestine meeting, the intersection of entertainment, politics, and global power, all in one room.
Okay, I gotta ask, what was on the menu? Did they have a secret handshake? This is serious intrigue.
Well, the text doesn't get into those specifics, unfortunately, but it suggests this dinner, it was about getting Jay-Z's foot in the door in Europe, solidifying him as this global icon.
With, of course, the implicit support of the British establishment.
Right, exactly. It's painting this picture of an arrangement where everyone wins. Jay-Z gets access to new markets, new audiences, the whole 9 yards, and the powers that be, they get to use his influence, especially over young people.
But okay, let's play devil's advocate here for a second. Even if this dinner happened, is there anything besides this text saying it was anything more than just a social thing? Maybe someone just thought it'd be cool to invite some interesting people to dinner.
See, that's the kind of critical thinking we got to do here. It's easy to get caught up in the story, but we got to ask ourselves, what else could have helped Jay-Z become so globally famous? Were there other events, other deals that actually mattered more?
It's like solving a mystery, isn't it?
Yeah.
We had this one clue, this dinner, but we need more pieces to really see the whole picture.
Exactly. And this is where things get even more complicated because as we move into the 2010s, the text starts saying that the relationship between Diddy, Jay-Z, and this whole alleged web of influence, it starts to fall apart.
Wait, so it wasn't all champagne and roses?
Not exactly. What the text is saying is that there was a price for this supposed deal, for this success, and Diddy and Jay-Z were starting to realize what that price was.
They're like at the top, right? But they might be stuck in this deal, this situation they can't get out of.
Yeah, like they're on this tightrope between, like you said, massive power, but also maybe being controlled.
And the text is saying that by the 2010s, it finally hit them both. What this whole alleged deal really cost.
Imagine that, though. You get to the top, you have everything you ever wanted, but then you realize you might not be calling the shots in your own life, your own career even.
Man, that's kind of dark when you think about it.
It really is. It makes you question this whole idea of fame, Like, at what point does success, especially in music where image is everything, at what point does it come with, strings attached?
The text even says that things like, remember that whole Jay-Z-Nas feud? Huge deal in the hip-hop world. They're suggesting even that might have been orchestrated to keep Jay-Z in line, to distract from something bigger going on.
That's a bold statement for sure. And we got to be careful about, saying someone did something for a specific reason without having solid proof.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it does get you thinking, right?
Yeah.
About the stories we tell, the narratives we're given, and who's really behind them, shaping them.
It's like a magic trick, You're so busy watching the show, the illusion, that you miss the strings, the ones actually making it all happen.
And get this is where the text goes even darker, talking about some of the biggest tragedies in hip-hop. They're implying that the deaths of Tupac and Biggie, which still resonate so strongly today, were somehow connected to all of this. Maybe to maintain control over where hip-hop was going.
Whoa, okay, we got to pause here for a second. That's a serious, serious accusation, and it's not something to throw around lightly.
No, absolutely not. And to be clear, the text, it doesn't give any actual proof to back that up.
We have to approach these kinds of topics, these sensitive topics, with, with care and respect. We got to separate speculation from actual facts.
It's a good reminder that even when we're going down these rabbit holes, thinking about different theories, we can't just say whatever we want.
Exactly. At the end of the day, that's what this deep dive is all about. It's about looking at what we're told and asking questions, thinking critically.
So where do we go from here? The text kind of ends on this open-ended note, saying that Diddy and Jay-Z, they know about this whole alleged deal. They might even be trying to, subtly fight back against it.
Maybe the biggest takeaway is this. Next time you see someone like that, a huge musician, a global brand, anyone at the top of their game, remember this story. Even if you don't believe every single detail, it makes you think, right? Power works in weird ways, behind-the-scenes ways.
It's like they say, once you see it, you can't unsee it,
That's it, exactly. It's about understanding that there's always more to the story than what we see on the surface, especially with fame, power, all of that.
Well, this has definitely given us a lot to think about. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, going down this rabbit hole with us.
And remember, keep asking questions, keep an open mind.
That's all the time we have for today.
Until next time.
All right, strap yourselves in.
All right, get ready for a deep dive into a wild legal case from 2004. We're talking a missing Grammy Award, accusations of, a conspiracy, and a whole lot of questions. I bet you're wondering, how does a Grammy even go missing? Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to unpack this whole thing using actual court documents, and legal opinions from a case called Vasquez v. Combs. So buckle up, because this one takes us through the world of hip-hop, power dynamics, and, some pretty intense legal battles.
Yeah, what I find so interesting about this case, it really shows how celebrity and power can intertwine with the legal system. And I think as we go through the details, we're going to see those forces at play.
For sure. So let's set the stage here. I'm sure you've heard of Sean P. Diddy Combs, the rapper, producer, entrepreneur behind Bad Boy Entertainment. Back in the early 2000s, Diddy and Bad Boy, they were at the top of the hip-hop world.
Absolutely, and that's where our other main player comes in, Damian Vasquez. He had kind of an on-again, off-again work history with Bad Boy, which is pretty key to this whole story.
It all starts with an envelope back in 2002. Seemed pretty ordinary at the time. It had these contact sheets inside with names and numbers for people in the industry, including, Diddy himself. But life happened, right? Vasquez ends up in a car accident, and that envelope gets tucked away in a box at his parents' house and basically forgotten.
Right. Fast forward to 2003, Vasquez finds that envelope again. After over a year, who knows what he thought was in there. But when he saw Diddy's info, he decided to do the right thing. He emails Diddy to offer to return those contact sheets. And Diddy replies. They exchange a few emails back and forth. Seems pretty simple so far, wouldn't you say?
Totally. But here's where things take a turn. Vasquez hears a rumor that Diddy is missing a Grammy Award, and that he's spending a lot of money, like hiring private investigators, to find it. And now remember that Bad Boy employee I mentioned? Well, Vasquez remembers a conversation where this employee claimed to have access to Diddy's Grammys. So what does Vasquez do? He sends Diddy another email.
And this email, it's cryptic, almost like a riddle. It's hard to say exactly what Vasquez was going for, but it definitely got Diddy's attention.
Right, so now you've got Diddy missing a Grammy, and maybe a little worried that someone might have it. And you've got Vasquez, this former employee, sending these mysterious emails. You can almost feel the tension, can't you? And this is just the beginning.
Exactly. And now a new character enters the scene. A woman named Frazier calls Vasquez up. She invites him for an interview, gives him an address in Manhattan. Vasquez, thinking it's a job interview, shows up. And where is he? A police station.
Wow, talk about a plot twist, right? And not just any police station. It's the New York Police Department's Midtown South Precinct, one of the busiest in the city. They take him upstairs. He meets Frazier. And right there, near her desk, a photo of Diddy. What do you think was going through his mind at that point?
I can only imagine, and it gets even weirder. Vasquez tells Frazier he's diabetic and needs to take his medication. But according to him, they just ignored that.
So they start questioning him for hours about alleged crank calls, those contact sheets he found, and of course the missing Grammy, all while Frazier is calling Bad Boy, seeking guidance and advice based on what Vasquez is saying.
See, this is where you start to see those power dynamics I was talking about.
Did Diddy and Bad Boy have too much influence on this investigation? Was Frazier really just trying to confirm things, or was there something more going on? Vasquez was definitely feeling the pressure as the hours went by. He even asks about getting a lawyer.
But Frazier tells him he doesn't need one. And she even repeats that to his mom when she calls the station, worried sick about her son.
Wow, that really makes you question how this was handled. It just adds another layer to the story, how stressful this whole thing was for Vasquez.
And remember, Vasquez is diabetic. He and his mom both tell Frazier he needs to eat. But according to Vasquez, nothing. His blood sugar drops dangerously low, and he passes out right there in a holding cell.
Oh man, that must have been terrifying for him, caught in this crazy situation. And his basic medical needs are just ignored.
He finally wakes up in an ambulance, handcuffed to a stretcher, on his way to the hospital for emergency treatment. They give him insulin, and then guess what?
They let him go?
Nope, they take him right back to the police station.
Right to the police station.
Back to the police station, and the interrogation continues. This time, it's not just Frazier, but several detectives grilling him about the Grammys. And get this, Vasquez says through this whole ordeal, no one ever formally told him he was under arrest or read him his rights.
You're kidding? Handcuffed to a stretcher, back to the station after a medical emergency, and he hasn't even been officially arrested. This is crazy.
It really is, but wait, it gets even crazier. They fingerprint him, photograph him, and take him back to the hospital again because he needs more insulin, still handcuffed to the stretcher.
This case is just unbelievable. It really shows how things can get out of control, especially when you've got high-profile people like Diddy involved. We need to take a break here, but when we come back, we'll get into the charges against Vasquez and what happened after that second trip to the hospital.
You won't want to miss it. This story is just getting started. Welcome back. We were talking about Damian Vasquez's very long day at the police station, questioned for hours, passing out from low blood sugar, back and forth to the hospital, all while handcuffed to a stretcher.
And the whole time, he's saying he was never actually told he was under arrest.
Yeah, it's wild. So what happens next?
So almost a full day after that first interview, Vasquez finally sees a judge. This is called an arraignment, right, where they tell you what you're being charged with. And for Vasquez, it's some pretty serious stuff. Aggravated harassment, petite larceny, criminal possession of stolen property. Basically, they're saying he harassed Diddy, stole something valuable, and had stolen goods.
Wow, that's heavy stuff. Plus, Frazier, that woman from the police station, she gets restraining orders against Vasquez, meaning he can't contact Diddy at all. It's crazy how it went from returning some contact info to facing criminal charges and a restraining order.
It really is. But here's the thing. It doesn't end there. Vasquez doesn't just claim he's innocent. He drops a bombshell. He says there was a conspiracy. He believes Diddy, people at Bad Boy, and Detective Frazier, they all worked together to force a confession out of him about the missing Grammy.
A conspiracy? That's a big accusation. What evidence did he have?
Well, he pointed to a few things, like those calls Frazier made to Bad Boy during the interrogation, where she was asking for guidance and advice. Vasquez felt that showed they were working together to build a case against him. Plus, the fact that he was questioned for so long, denied medical care. He felt like it was all meant to pressure him, to make him say what they wanted. Basically, that Diddy and Bad Boy were using their power to manipulate the legal system.
That's serious. So how did the judge handle this conspiracy claim? Did he think Vasquez's rights were violated?
Okay, so it's important to remember, the burden of proof in a civil case like this, it's different than criminal court. In a civil case, the person making the claim has to show it's more likely than not that the other party did what they're accused of. The judge here, he decided that what Vasquez was saying, while concerning, it wasn't enough to prove that there was a deliberate violation of his civil rights.
So even though those calls to Bad Boy during questioning seem suspicious, it wasn't proof enough of a conspiracy for the judge.
Right. The judge said just because someone files a police report, asks for an investigation, even if they're exaggerating or leaving things out, it doesn't automatically mean their civil rights were violated. There has to be more to it. And he pointed out, Vasquez didn't give specifics about what was actually said on those calls between Frazier and Bad Boy. So maybe the judge thought she was just double-checking facts, trying to understand the situation.
So the judge thought maybe Frazier was just doing her job as an investigator.
Yeah, exactly. The judge acknowledged, yeah, there are questions here about whether powerful people, celebrities, can they use their influence on law enforcement in unfair ways? But he didn't find enough evidence to say that Diddy, Bad Boy, and Frazier had a plan, a deliberate plan to, violate Vasquez's rights. And that's important, legally speaking.
Got it. So No proof of a conspiracy to violate his rights. But what about those charges against him? What happened with those?
Well, that's where things get a little messy. Remember, this case was going on in both federal and state court. The judge, he dismissed those federal claims Vasquez made, but he said, hey, maybe you could pursue those accusations in state court because the burden of proof there can be a bit different. He also dismissed the state law claims, but that was mostly because of jurisdiction stuff. Like he felt those claims belonged in state court.
So even though the federal claims were out, Vasquez could still try for justice in state court?
Exactly. But here's the catch. The documents we have, they don't tell us what happened next. Did Vasquez keep fighting the case in state court? Was there some kind of settlement behind the scenes? We don't know. It's like a cliffhanger ending.
It's pretty wild how a story that starts with a missing Grammy and a guy trying to do the right thing ends up with so much mystery, so many unanswered questions.
It really does make you think about how complex the legal system can be and how hard it can be to know exactly what happened, especially with high-profile people involved and those power dynamics we talked about.
For sure. Well, we'll dive into some of those complexities when we come back. For the final part of our deep dive into this fascinating case. Welcome back to our deep dive. You know, it's just crazy to me how a story about a missing Grammy can bring up so many questions about, like, power, perception, the legal system itself.
It really is a case study, isn't it? Even though that conspiracy claim was dismissed, there's still a lot to think about here.
Totally. So let's kind of shift gears a bit and talk about some of the bigger implications of this case. One thing that really stood out to me was, like, the whole idea of access to justice. You've got Vasquez, this former employee, going up against Diddy, who has lawyers, resources, I mean, the whole 9 yards. How do you even fight a legal battle when it feels like the odds are so stacked against you?
It's a huge point. And this case, even though it didn't officially find a conspiracy, it really shows those power imbalances that can happen in the legal system. It makes you wonder, how fair can things really be when one side has way more money and influence?
And then there's the whole celebrity thing, right? Diddy's fame, his image, it definitely played a role in how this all went down, from the media attention to how people saw both Vasquez and Diddy. Do you think, like, is there a halo effect with celebrities where people just automatically believe them more because they're famous?
It's definitely worth thinking about, isn't it? Does fame create bias, even if we don't realize it? Like, does it make us see evidence differently? Or how someone acts? Does it give certain people credibility, access that others just don't have? I don't know if there are easy answers, but it's something to consider.
And thinking about this case, it also made me think about the role of the media. We've been talking about the legal stuff, but this whole thing was playing out in public. How much do you think media coverage shaped what people thought about this case? Could it have even affected the legal process?
The media in high-profile cases like this, it's always tricky. On one hand, they can bring transparency, hold powerful people accountable, shine a light on things that are wrong. But on the other hand, they can create bias, make things more dramatic than they are, and maybe even mess with how fair a trial is. It's complicated. There's no easy answer.
And we talked about how this case really comes down to two different sides of the story. Vasquez saying he was targeted, pressured into a confession. Diddy and Bad Boy saying they were just reacting to what they saw as a threat. When there's no clear answer, how do we even figure out what the truth is?
That's the tough part, right?
Yeah.
We're left with these two stories, and it's hard to know for sure what happened. This case shows us that even though the law tries to be fair, it still comes down to people making decisions, and people can be wrong, influenced by things.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what are some key things you hope our listener takes away?
Well, for me, this case shows that the law isn't always so simple. There's nuance. And sometimes, even after all the legal stuff, you still have more questions than answers. It also shows how important it is to think critically, especially when you're dealing with power dynamics. Conflicting stories and things like media coverage that can influence things.
That's a really good point. It reminds us that we all have to be careful about the information we see, question things, and really think about the stories we're being told.
And maybe think about this. If something like this happened today, with social media, everyone sharing things instantly, would the story be different? Whose voices would be heard and whose would be silenced? It's something to think about as we deal with all this information all the time.
That's a great thought to leave us with, even though this case might be over. The things it brings up about power, justice, perception, they're more important than ever. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. Until next time, keep those questions coming and stay curious. All right, strap in, everybody, because today's deep dive is about to get seriously wild.
Buckle up is right.
You guys have sent over some seriously juicy stuff about WAC 100, court documents, articles, even a wild video. And let me tell you, this is no ordinary music industry drama.
Yeah, this is not your average contract dispute.
Not at all. We're talking accusations, lawsuits, and even whispers of the FBI.
It's a tangled web, all right, and we're about to untangle it thread by thread.
Exactly. See, most people know WAC 100 as this big-time music executive, right?
Yeah.
The guy behind artists like The Game and Blueface.
Mm-hmm.
You even mentioned how he helped 6ix9ine navigate all those contracts.
Oh, absolutely.
Which, let's be real, took some serious maneuvering.
Cash Jones, as he's known off stage, has built a reputation for being, well, shrewd. You can even say ruthless. And this is a business notorious for both.
Definitely.
But, like you said, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, we're going way beyond his business dealings today. We're diving headfirst into some shocking accusations, and it's all fueled by this video titled The Paperwork Party, WAC 100 Exposed. Have you had a chance to watch it?
I have, and let me tell you, it is explosive.
Yeah.
The video makers are claiming WAC 100 is an FBI informant.
You're kidding, an informant.
Yeah.
Wait, explain that. Why is that such a big deal in the hip-hop world?
It's massive. Think about it. Hip-hop culture, it's built on this street code, loyalty, keeping silent.
Right.
Being labeled a snitch, especially by law enforcement, is basically the ultimate betrayal.
Okay, so being accused of being an informant is huge, I get it. But how did Shaq, as in Shaquille O'Neal, get dragged into all of this?
This is where it gets really wild.
Yeah.
The video centers around a lawsuit filed by Robert Ross, better known as Stutterbox.
Okay.
He's suing Shaq for allegedly orchestrating his kidnapping back in 2008.
Whoa, hold on, Shaq kidnapping. Okay, we are officially down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it goes even deeper. Stutterbox claims Shaq asked him to kill multiple people,
Wait, what?
including a gang member, a record producer, even a woman Shaq allegedly got pregnant.
Okay, before we get ahead of ourselves, we need to emphasize that these are just accusations in a lawsuit.
Absolutely. It's crucial to remember that this is just one side of the story. But even with that said, the accusations are shocking.
They're insane. So where does WAC 100 fit into this whole kidnapping and alleged hit list situation? This is where we get to the heart of this deep dive, right? So we've got this lawsuit, we've got Shaq, and we've got WAC 100 accused of being an FBI informant. Lay it on me. How do these things all connect?
Well, it all comes down to this alleged wiretap.
Okay.
Stutterbox claims that while the FBI was investigating the Main Street Mafia Crips, they caught WAC 100 on tape, right?
Yeah.
Talking to a high-ranking gang member named Dale Dog.
Okay, so they're listening in on these conversations, but what were they saying that got Stutterbox so worked up?
According to Stutterbox in the video, WAC was giving information to Dale Dog, information that Stutterbox says could have gotten him killed.
Wow. Okay, so that's terrifying. But in the video, do we actually get to hear this wiretap?
They don't play the actual audio, but they claim to have a transcript.
Okay.
And in the document, they point out that WAC 100 is referred to as BAC and CS2, which they say stands for Confidential Source 2. They use this to imply that WAC was working with the FBI.
Wow. That's pretty damning if it's true. Is there any other evidence, or is it just Stutterbox's word against WAC 100's?
Oh, there's more.
Okay.
The video actually includes a recording of a phone call where WAC confronts Stutterbox directly about these accusations.
Oh, man, I bet that was intense. What went down? What happened?
You can hear the tension in both their voices.
Oh, I bet.
Stutterbox is basically like, dude, I heard you on the wiretap, your name's in the paperwork.
Yeah.
And WAC denies it, of course, but it's clear there's some serious bad blood between them.
Yeah. You don't need to be a voice expert to pick up on that, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this alleged wiretap, this heated phone call. But it still feels a little one-sided, right? Like, is there anyone else backing up Stutterbox's story?
That's where Mark Stevens comes in,
Okay.
Shaq's business partner.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He actually appears in the video, and he supports Stutterbox's claims that WAC 100 was an informant.
Oh, wait, really? Shaq's own business partner is out there calling WAC 100 a snitch? What's his angle?
Stevens claims that WAC 100 was trying to use his connections to set up a meeting between Stevens and, remember, Dale Dog, the gang leader.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
so WAC's running around playing matchmaker for Shaq's business partner and a high-ranking gang member. This is getting hard to follow.
I know, it's a lot. Basically, Stevens claims that WAC was trying to pump Stutterbox for information to pass on to Dale Dog. He suggests WAC was playing both sides, acting like he was helping Stevens while secretly working with the FBI.
It's like something out of a movie. You've got this tangled web of players, accusations flying everywhere, and at the center of it all is Whack 100. So if Stevens is to be believed, what's the end game here? What was Whack even hoping to achieve? So Whack's running around, playing both sides, trying to arrange these shady meetings. What's the big picture here? What's Stevens' take on Whack's motives?
Yeah, Stevens doesn't hold back. He calls Whack, quote, the well-dressed lie,
Ooh, okay.
accusing him of spinning this web of deception around Shaq and Big U.
We haven't talked much about Big U. Reminder, who is he again, and why is he part of this messy situation?
Right, good catch. Big U is another powerful figure in the music industry.
Right.
And according to Stevens, he was close with Whack 100. But after seeing this alleged paperwork, Big U supposedly cut ties with Whack completely.
Wow, talk about adding fuel to the fire. So we've got these explosive allegations from Stutterbox and Stevens, but we do have to acknowledge the other side of the coin here, right?
Absolutely.
Whack 100 has denied being an informant. And we need to remember, these accusations haven't been proven in court.
Exactly. We only have this glimpse into the situation, right? Like a snapshot from a very specific angle. There's a whole lot we just don't know.
That's what makes this so fascinating, right? It's like we're looking at a puzzle with like half the pieces missing. But even with what we do have, this Whack 100 character is shaping up to be quite the enigma. I mean, this isn't even his first time being caught up in controversy.
Oh, not even close.
Right.
Remember all that stuff with the Kim Kardashian or Ray J sex tape? Or the allegations that he made about Nipsey Hussle?
Right. And the guy has a knack for getting into very public feuds, too.
Yeah.
Gucci Mane, Lil Baby, he's gone toe-to-toe with some big names.
Which begs the question, is Whack 100 a master manipulator? Like someone who thrives on chaos and controversy? Or is he a savvy businessman who's been caught in a dangerous game, possibly even framed?
Those are the million-dollar questions, aren't they? So after this deep dive, where do we even begin to unpack all of this? What's the takeaway for someone at home trying to make sense of it all?
You know, for me, it really highlights the power and the potential pitfalls of information in this day and age. We are bombarded with content, especially online, and it's easy to get swept up in the drama without stopping to question the source.
It's like that saying, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Except in this case, it's don't believe everything you see in a YouTube video.
Exactly. We have to be critical consumers of information, especially when it comes to unverified claims. And this whole saga with Whack 100 is a stark reminder that things aren't always what they seem.
That's the truth. Well, there you have it, everyone. Our deep dive into the wild world of Whack 100.
It's a wild one.
We've explored the allegations, examined the alleged evidence, and uncovered a whole lot of unanswered questions. We've seen how loyalty, betrayal, and the price of fame can create a tangled web of intrigue. Until next time, keep asking questions, keep digging for answers, and remember, sometimes... All right, so get this. We've got ourselves a deep dive today into a case about a rapper facing a serious health crisis while in prison.
Yeah.
For, get this, witness tampering.
It's a wild one.
We're talking life sentence versus a life-saving transplant.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
This is going to be really interesting.
Really interesting case study because it digs into this question of how we balance justice and mercy
Right.
when you're dealing with inmates who have serious medical conditions.
Yeah, and it's not always as clear-cut as it seems.
Not at all.
So you've brought us legal documents from the trial of Charles Sally,
That's right.
who goes by Dark Low.
Uh-huh.
He's a Philadelphia rapper, part of this group OBH,
Yes.
which stands for, get this, Original Block Hustlers.
Catchy.
I know.
I know.
Right? Now he's serving 7.5 years for witness tampering.
That's right.
And what's wild is this all went down while he was already battling some pretty intense health problems.
Absolutely. And the witness tampering charge is nothing to sneeze at.
Right.
This is not like a parking ticket. This goes to the core of how our justice system functions.
Okay, so walk us through, what exactly did Sally do?
So picture this. You've got a witness who's about to testify against Sally's associates in this big drug trafficking case back in 2019.
Okay.
Days before the trial, this witness receives a letter.
Uh-oh.
And it's not a love letter.
Right.
It's from Sally, straight up threatening violence against him.
Uh-huh.
And Dia's girlfriend if he dares to say anything on the stand.
Wow. Talk about intimidation tactics.
Right. And it gets bolder.
Oh, no.
Sally actually shows up at the trial. Even on the day this witness is scheduled to testify.
So he's like really doubling down on the intimidation.
Exactly. It's like he wanted his presence to be known to send a message, and unsurprisingly, that same day, Sally's arrested at his home in Delaware.
So this wasn't an impulsive thing. He was really playing the long game,
Oh, absolutely.
even attending the trial where his associates were eventually found guilty and sentenced.
And that's an important point to remember. This wasn't some minor case.
Right.
His associates were hit with significant sentences, which really emphasizes the gravity of what Sally was involved in.
Okay, so 7.5 years for Sally, plus a $10,000 fine.
That's right.
Did the judge consider his background as a rapper at all?
He did. And there's this really interesting bit in the judge's notes where he calls Sally an accomplished musician. It's like this flicker of humanity in the middle of this very serious legal battle.
Yeah.
A reminder that there's more to Sally than just this one act.
It's true. Everyone has layers, right?
Right.
So how do these health issues that you mentioned factor into all of this? And this is all before the pandemic even hit.
Right. So even before this trial goes down, Sally's dealing with hypertension, a history of heart attacks and strokes.
Wow. Already a lot on his plate.
A lot. And then he's diagnosed with end-stage renal disease. Yeah, we're talking complete kidney failure.
Oh, wow.
He needed a transplant. And while he eventually did receive one, his body rejected it.
Oh, man. So he's fighting for his life while navigating this legal battle.
It's a lot.
That's rough.
And then comes the pandemic.
Right.
Remember those pre-trial motions we talked about?
Yeah.
With COVID-19 hitting, Sally's lawyers argue that prison, especially given his health, is basically a death sentence.
Right.
They're pushing for his release.
Right.
And get this, the judge agrees to home confinement while he waits trial.
So even while facing these serious charges, the judge understood the very real threat of COVID.
Right.
Especially for someone with an already compromised immune system.
Absolutely.
Mm.
He was under strict supervision, but at least he's in a safer environment, likely able to receive better care at home.
Right.
Yeah.
So did he manage to stay out of trouble during this time?
Mostly.
Yeah.
But there was this one incident, a trip to a department store documented on Instagram.
Oh, really? Oh.
A little violation of his confinement, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Classic social media slip up.
Right.
Always watching.
They're always watching.
Okay, so eventually he has to report to prison to start his sentence?
He does.
Did his health impact where he was sent?
Absolutely. The judge actually made a specific recommendation to the Bureau of Prisons, wanting to ensure that Sally went to a facility that was equipped to handle his very specific needs.
Okay.
He even mentioned mental health evaluations and treatment, suggesting there might be even more to this than just his physical health.
Wow, so it makes you think about the full picture.
Right.
Not just a prison with doctors, but, the right kind of specialists to really address his specific needs.
Exactly, and they followed through sending Sally to FMC Devens in Massachusetts, a federal medical center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So FMC Devens, that sounds promising. What's the care like there?
So this isn't some dingy prison infirmary.
Okay.
They have both outpatient and inpatient services, 24/7 care, a whole health services department. It's even considered an administrative security federal medical center, which I imagine means it's a step up when it comes to health care in the prison system.
Right.
Yeah.
So Sally's in a facility specifically chosen for its medical capabilities. You'd think that's the end of it, right?
Not quite. Remember, we're talking about a guy who doesn't back down easily.
Right.
Here's where it gets interesting. 6 weeks after arriving at FMC Devens, Sally files a motion for compassionate release.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
That's quick.
It is quick.
Even for someone with his health issues. What
Right.
was his reasoning there?
It does seem like a very short time to give the facility a chance, right?
Right.
But think about if, from his perspective, this is someone who has been battling these really serious health problems for a while now. He's in a new, unfamiliar environment.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably feeling very vulnerable, maybe even a little desperate.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So what happens with this compassionate release request?
The judge really digs into Sally's medical records. And
Right.
I mean, we are talking about end-stage renal disease, a history of heart attack and strokes, uncontrolled diabetes, hypertension. I mean, the list goes on.
Yeah, at that point, it sounds like a textbook case for compassionate release, right?
You'd think so.
Yeah.
And here's the kicker. The judge actually agreed that Sally's health, particularly the end-stage renal disease and the ongoing pandemic,
Right.
did constitute extraordinary and compelling reasons for release.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
So he agreed there were valid reasons to let him out,
He did.
but he still denied the request.
He did. And it all boils down to one critical factor in compassionate release cases.
Yeah.
the nature of the crime.
So on one hand, you've got Sally's health, which the judge even says is really serious, especially with the pandemic still going on.
Right.
But then on the other hand, there's this witness tampering thing, which, like you said, really cuts to the core of the justice system.
Absolutely.
What did the judge say about that?
He did not mince words. He called witness tampering a direct threat to the legal system, saying it undermines everything.
Right, because without witnesses who feel safe coming forward, the whole system falls apart.
Exactly. And remember, in Sally's case, this wasn't just like a suggestion to stay quiet. This was a direct threat of violence, and not just to the witness, but to their girlfriend, too.
Right, okay, so that's heavy, but even still, if Sally's health is that bad, shouldn't that factor in? Like, how did the judge balance those two things?
So here's where it gets really interesting. The judge basically says, look, Sally knew about his health problems when he took the plea deal. He went into it knowing what the possible sentence could be, knowing that his health was a factor.
So he can't really play the I didn't know card.
Exactly. And the judge even points out that he already gave Sally a break with the whole home confinement thing before the trial, even making that recommendation to the Bureau of Prisons to make sure that Sally got the care that he needed at FMC Devens.
Right, so he's basically saying, I've considered your health at every step. I even went above and beyond to send you to a facility that was equipped for this. I'm not just ignoring it.
Exactly, and that's a crucial point. It shows that he's not heartless. He's weighing everything, upholding the law, deterring future crime, and, Sally's health, too.
Okay, so first request denied. Is that the end of it?
Not for Darklow. A year later, he files a second compassionate release request.
This guy does not give up. What's the basis for this one? Things must have been really bad.
They were all the same problems, the kidney failure especially. And this time he's arguing that the prison isn't doing enough to get him the transplant that he needs.
Wow, and remember the first one failed.
Exactly.
That's scary, needing a transplant like that, especially in prison. You're really at the mercy of the system.
Absolutely. But here's the thing. The judge acknowledges how serious it is, saying that, Sally needs this transplant. Big UT.
There's always a but.
Always. He points out that Sally hasn't actually tried everything within the prison system to address this. He hasn't filed grievances, he hasn't made these formal medical requests, that kind of thing.
So even in what seems like an emergency situation, there's still protocol.
It seems that way, and it raises this bigger question about an inmate's rights. I mean, they have a right to health care, sure, but navigating that system, especially in prison, can't be easy.
It makes you think about the power dynamics in play there. Advocating for yourself is hard enough on the outside, let alone when you're in prison.
Absolutely, and this is something that comes up time and time again, healthcare in the prison system. Is it really designed for timely, effective care? Or is it, sometimes creating more hurdles for people who are already in a tough spot?
Right, so where does this leave Sally?
So the judge denies the second request, and this is key, he denies it without prejudice. Meaning
he can try again.
Exactly. The door's open, especially if his health gets worse, or he can prove that he's tried every other option.
So it's a waiting game. This whole thing, it really puts a spotlight on the impossible choices that judges have to make.
It really does. Legal accountability, medical ethics, the rights of prisoners all tangled together, especially during a pandemic. There are no easy answers.
Not at all. It's easy to judge from the outside, but cases like this, they really make you think. If you were the judge, how would you weigh Sally's case? It's a question worth pondering, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. This has been The Deep Dive. We'll keep digging into the stories that make you think. Until next time. Welcome to another Deep Dive, everyone. Ready for a story? It involves a birthday party, a whole lot of missing cash, and a gunshot. Buckle up because things are about to get interesting.
Yeah, this one's got a few layers to it. We're talking assault charges, conflicting accounts, and even a petition for habeas corpus. That's where someone challenges the legality of their imprisonment, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're going behind the scenes of the legal system, folks. And our main source, the 2012 U.S. District Court opinion on Remy Smith's petition.
So we're looking at the case through the lens of Remy's attempt to overturn her conviction.
Exactly. We're going to put on our detective hats, analyze the court's take, and see if we can figure out what really went down. Think you're up for the challenge?
Let's do it. To set the scene, we're in the heart of Manhattan, Meatpacking District to be exact. It's July 13th, 2007, 4 a.m. A birthday party is winding down, and Remy Smith realizes a wad of cash, $3,000 to be precise, has vanished from her purse.
Oh, that sinking feeling, right. I can only imagine the tension in the air. So who enters the picture at this point?
Well, that's where Makeda Joseph comes in. Another partygoer. Remy believes Makeda might have something to do with the missing money. Their history. A little complicated even before this whole money situation.
Okay, so there's already some pre-existing tension between them, and then this missing cash just throws fuel on the fire.
Right. The connection is definitely there through that missing money.
So walk me through what happened next. I know things get a little murky here.
Absolutely. There's several different versions of the events. Makeda Joseph claims there was an altercation inside a car, a gun went off, and then Remy searched her purse before fleeing the scene.
Hold on, I'm trying to picture this. Who else was in the car? And did their stories match up with Makeda's?
Right. There were 3 other witnesses present at the party. Crystal Bolton, Ojidun Ojuwol, and Crystal Ricks. Their accounts don't perfectly align, which is where things start to get intriguing. There are inconsistencies that just raise eyebrows.
Like what? Give me an example. What doesn't add up?
We'll take Ojuwol. He initially claimed to be asleep during the incident. But, get this, later he changes his story after speaking with Makeda Joseph.
Whoa, talk about a plot twist. Changed his story after talking to the alleged victim. That's a huge red flag. Did the court find that suspicious?
Oh yeah, it definitely raises questions about the reliability of his testimony. They definitely noted that discrepancy. So we've got conflicting stories, a chaotic scene. It all leads to a trial, of course.
Yeah.
What kind of evidence did they present?
All right, let's head to the courtroom. I'm curious about the gun description. There was something about it being heavier. Fill me in on that.
Ah, yes. Interesting detail. Officer Paul McLaughlin, a crime scene reconstructionist, he basically pieces together how a crime might have happened, testified about the scene. Now, the gun itself never recovered, but Joseph described it as being heavier than the officer's .45 caliber pistol.
Okay, so no gun, just a description. Did she mean heavier in terms of weight or something else?
Good question. She clarified later that she meant visually heavier, not by actual weight, more like it was bulkier in appearance.
Ah, so a bigger gun, but still no actual weapon to examine. Talk about a missing piece of the puzzle. What else did they present at the trial?
Well, Remy's defense attorney tried to bring in a ballistics expert.
Okay, and a ballistics expert would have.
They could have testified about the possibility of the gun accidentally firing during a struggle. But the judge, sticking closely to the available evidence, restricted their argument. There wasn't enough concrete proof of a struggle over the gun.
Ah, so the judge was like, let's stick to the facts here. Makes sense. I wonder how often expert opinions are shut down like that.
It's a balancing act. Judges need to be sure that any expert testimony is relevant and based on solid evidence, not just speculation. I think in this case, the judge felt like there wasn't enough there to allow for a hypothetical struggle scenario without more concrete proof.
Gotcha. So no ballistics expert. What about Makeda Joseph? Her testimony must have been crucial. Did the jury find her convincing?
Makeda Joseph, yeah, definitely a key witness. She gave her account of what went down in the car. But during cross-examination, something pretty interesting came out. She had filed a lawsuit against Remy as a result of the shooting for $29 million.
$29 million. Wow. You have to wonder if that huge potential payout influenced her testimony at all. Did Remy's defense team bring that up?
Absolutely. They pointed out that Joseph was the only one who claimed that Remy had a gun, and they argued that her lawsuit might have biased her testimony, basically suggesting she had a financial motive to make Remy look guilty.
Yeah, that makes you think, like maybe her story wasn't as straightforward as it seemed on the surface.
Right. Lots of room for interpretation here. And that brings us to another big issue, the jury instructions. Now remember, the judge explains the law to the jury before they deliberate, right? So in this case, the judge told them that if they believed Joseph's testimony was truthful, her words alone were enough to satisfy that beyond a reasonable doubt standard for a guilty verdict.
Hold on, so just her words alone, wouldn't that make her testimony the be-all and end-all? Wouldn't that completely outweigh everything else?
You're hitting on a really crucial point. Both the Appellate Division and the Court of Appeals, those are higher courts, that review trial decisions agreed that this instruction was a mistake. They acknowledged that it could have downplayed the need to prove every single element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, so they agreed the instruction was wrong, but what happened then? Did it affect the final verdict?
That's where it gets even more interesting. Despite saying the instruction was an error, both higher courts ultimately ruled that it was harmless when you considered everything else in the trial.
So they're basically saying it was a mistake, but not a big enough mistake to change the outcome. I can totally see why Remy would still challenge this. Seems like a big deal to have a flawed instruction, even if they say it didn't affect things in the end.
And that's exactly why Remy filed that habeas corpus petition. She's arguing that even if the higher courts called it harmless, that faulty instruction could have swayed the jury, and her conviction might be on shaky ground.
Okay, so we've got the scene, we've got conflicting stories, questions about witness credibility, and a controversial jury instruction. What exactly did Remy argue in her petition, and what was the district court's final decision? We've got a lot to unpack here.
Remy's petition, it brings up some really interesting points, like she argues that the gun might have actually belonged to Makeda Joseph.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to follow. We know the gun was never found, so how can she even suggest that? What's her logic there?
Well, she pointed out that none of the other witnesses, except for Joseph, ever said they saw Remy with a gun.
Right.
Remember that heavier description?
Right.
Remy's argument was that maybe, just maybe, the gun was already in the car, belonging to Joseph. And that whole heavier thing. Maybe it was based on a gun Joseph was already familiar with.
So she's turning the tables, saying the victim might have actually brought the weapon. That's a bold strategy. Anything else to back that up?
Yeah, she did. Remember the broken rearview mirror? The prosecution said that was from a struggle over Remy's purse, but Remy said, no, maybe it was broken during a fight for the gun.
Ah, I see. Tying it back to that whole ballistics expert thing. If there's a struggle for the gun, then an accidental firing becomes a lot more plausible.
Exactly. She's poking holes in the prosecution's story, introducing reasonable doubt by suggesting other possibilities that weren't really explored during the trial.
Makes sense. And then there's that $29 million lawsuit Joseph filed against Remy. That's a lot of money. How did Remy use that in her petition?
Oh, she definitely brought it up. She argued that a lawsuit that big could have totally skewed Joseph's testimony, like it gave her a big reason to paint Remy as the aggressor. Remy's team was basically saying, hey, Joseph had a financial incentive to make sure Remy got convicted.
Wow, so she's questioning the victim's motives, suggesting that maybe her story wasn't as objective as it seemed. Did the district court buy any of this?
They considered it, for sure. But ultimately, they denied Remy's petition, their main reason. Not enough evidence to support the whole Joseph owned the gun thing.
So they didn't completely shut down her arguments, but they didn't think they were strong enough to overturn the conviction. What about that jury instruction issue? Did they address that?
Yeah, they did. The district court said, look, the higher courts already said it was a mistake. But, and this is important, they emphasized that you have to look at jury instructions as a whole, not just pick apart one sentence.
Okay, so big picture, not just focusing on one little thing. What did they decide?
They concluded that, yeah, there was a flaw, but the overall instructions were good enough. They said it didn't affect the fairness of the trial.
So it's like, they're saying, we see your point, but we don't think it fundamentally messed things up. I bet that was frustrating for Remy. She raises all these arguments, tries to show that her conviction wasn't solid, and the court basically says, nope, we're sticking with the original decision.
Yeah, it really shows you how hard it is to challenge a conviction, even when there are loose ends and inconsistencies. Like, it's not enough to just say, hey, maybe things happened differently. You have to bring some serious evidence to prove those other possibilities.
Right. It's about meeting that burden of proof. It makes you realize how much weight is given to the original verdict.
It is. The legal system is built on procedure and proving things beyond a reasonable doubt. It's tough, but that's how they try to make sure things are fair and the decisions aren't just random.
This whole case makes you think about the power of a single story, especially in a he said, she said situation.
For sure. It shows how one person's account can shape the whole narrative. And it reminds us that the legal system isn't just about cold, hard facts. It's about storytelling, about convincing a judge or jury that your version of events is the one they should believe.
We've heard Makeda Joseph's side, but we only get glimpses of Remy's perspective through her legal arguments, right?
That's true. We get caught up in the evidence and the legal back and forth, but this is about real people whose lives were changed forever by that night.
Yeah. We're missing a piece in the puzzle here, Remy's side of the story. What was going through her mind during all of this? The altercation, the trial, and even now as she tries to fight this conviction.
It's a side we don't often hear in the legal system, It's all about evidence and procedure. It makes you realize that there are human stories behind every case, and those stories matter.
It's like that saying, there are three sides to every story, yours, mine, and the truth. And in this case, we've only really explored two of them.
Exactly. We've gotten deep into the legal arguments, the court's perspective. But we haven't really touched on Remy's own personal experience.
Right. Even in a system that tries to be impartial, you can't escape the human element. It's always there. So we've looked at the evidence, we've talked about the arguments, and we've seen how complicated this whole thing is. But even after all this, there's still a lot of ambiguity. Did Remy actually get a fair trial? Was justice served? It feels like we have more questions than answers.
And that, I think, is the nature of the legal system sometimes. It's supposed to resolve things, but sometimes there are no easy answers. There's that gray area, uncertainty, questions that linger even after a verdict is reached.
So what do we do with those questions? How do we make sense of a case like this when it's not clear-cut?
That's where the real value of doing a deep dive like this comes in. It's not about deciding whether Remy was guilty or innocent. It's about thinking critically, about recognizing how complicated the legal system can be, and about understanding that there can be different perspectives on truth and justice.
It's about encouraging people to think for themselves, to question what they're told, and to be open to the possibility that there might be more to the story than what they see at first glance.
Yes, it's about being curious, about digging deeper, about looking at these cases from different angles and forming your own opinions. That's what makes for a well-informed public.
It really is like we're trying to put together this puzzle, but some of the pieces are missing. We might never have the whole picture, but it's that process, right?
Yeah.
Looking at the evidence, thinking through the arguments, trying to see things from different sides. That's what matters.
Yes, exactly. This case really shows how important critical thinking is. Not just taking things at face value, but really engaging with the information you're given. It's a skill you need everywhere, not just in a courtroom.
Totally. Being an informed citizen, being able to look at information, to spot bias, to come to your own conclusions. Whether you're reading news articles, listening to podcasts, even just talking with friends, that ability to think critically is crucial.
Absolutely. And I think this case shows just how human our justice system is.
Yeah.
Judges, lawyers, juries, they're all people. And they're not immune to biases or emotions. They can interpret information differently.
It's easy to forget that. We think of the law as this objective thing, but there's always that human element, which can be both good and bad.
Right. And that's why cases like Remy Smith's are so fascinating to look at. They remind us that the system, even though it's supposed to be fair, isn't perfect. There's always the possibility of mistakes, of things being interpreted in different ways. And it keeps us talking about what justice really means.
I think a big takeaway for anyone listening to this deep dive is be skeptical. Not cynical, but, have that critical lens that we talked about.
I agree. It's about approaching things with a curious mind, asking questions, and remembering that there might be more to the story than meets the eye.
Exactly. Like in this case, we've got the court's opinion, we have what the witnesses said, we've heard the arguments from both sides, but we're still left wondering, what was it actually like to be Remy Smith that night? What was it like for her going through all of this?
Such important questions. And they bring us back to the fact that every legal battle is about real people. And those people's lives are deeply affected by what happens in the courtroom.
Yeah. It's so easy to get lost in the legal stuff, the procedures, the arguments. But at the heart of it all, it's about people, the choices they make, and that very human search for what's right, what's just. And even though we may never have all the answers, I think this deep dive has given us plenty to consider.
It definitely has. I think it's made us all a little more curious. It's challenged some of our assumptions. And hopefully it's encouraged everyone listening to keep thinking about the legal system and all the human stories that are a part of it.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the case of Remy Smith, we'll leave you with this thought. Keep asking questions, keep exploring, and keep that critical thinking going. You never know what you might uncover.
Welcome back to the show. Today's deep dive is a little bit different. We're going full-on true crime mystery today. We're going to unpack a case that really kind of sits at the intersection of music and murder and technology, and I think it'll make you think. It's a fascinating case. Have you ever heard of the rapper Skinny Me?
The name rings a bell, but to be honest, it's been a while. Remind me who we're dealing with here.
Skinny Me was the stage name of a guy named Abbas Parker, a Philadelphia rapper, and he was actually convicted of murder back in 2019. And the reason this case is so fascinating is because his music, specifically his rap lyrics, ended up being a big part of the investigation. We're talking court documents, digital trails, you name it. Are you ready to kind of get into it?
I'm ready. Let's do it. Lay it on me. Who was the victim and what were the circumstances of the murder?
Okay, so it's September 11, 2017. It's evening in Philadelphia. And our victim, Sherman Williams, who was also a rapper, he's riding his scooter, and he gets gunned down. They said it was 6 shots. Close range, fatal.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds like more than just a random act of violence. Was there any connection between Parker and Williams?
Well, they did know each other. And actually, some of Williams' Instagram posts included what you might call rap disses directed at Parker. And police actually found screenshots of these posts on Parker's cell phone, which, as you can imagine, ended up being a key piece of evidence in the case.
The digital age strikes again. Our phones really are extensions of ourselves. And in this case, maybe not in a good way, right? What else did they find on his phone?
Okay, so this is kind of interesting. It's almost like Parker created a digital breadcrumb trail leading right to him without realizing it. So the police found a photo of Williams standing outside his house, which Parker had saved on his phone just days before the murder. And they also found, and this is really interesting, a screenshot from Redfin, the real estate website, of Williams' house.
Oh, wow. That's chilling. I mean, that certainly seems to suggest that there was some premeditation, a targeted plan.
I know, right? And here's where it gets even more interesting. So after the murder, Parker releases 2 rap videos. One is called Bloodus, and the other is Notorious. And if you remember those Instagram rap disses that Williams posted, well, the lyrics in Bloodus actually seem to respond to those disses. And some of the lines are eerily similar to details from the murder.
Wait a minute, so you're saying the rap lyrics themselves were considered evidence? That's kind of crossing into a legally and ethically gray area, isn't it? How much weight did the lyrics actually have in the investigation?
A lot, as it turned out. So let me give you an example. In Bloodos, Parker raps, "Broad day I shoot, yeah, I take ya, I head Medusa."
Yeah.
Remember, the shooting happened in broad daylight. And Williams had dreadlocks.
Who cares? Yeah, I see the connection. But I mean,
Yeah.
couldn't you argue that it's just like typical rap bravado, a stylized threat, not necessarily a confession?
You could,
Yeah.
but that's where the specificity of the details becomes really important. So in another line, he mentions his accomplice. He calls him Moss. Well, it turns out that Malik West, who was with Parker after the murder, his street name is Moss.
Okay, that's a little harder to dismiss as just a coincidence. It seems like it's more than just artistic expression at that point.
Right. And it goes even further. In the song, Parker boasts about an unsolved murder. And that aligns perfectly with the time frame of Williams' death. And then there's another line where he raps about using hollow point ammunition and shooting at close range. And guess what? Those details match the murder weapon and the witness testimony.
Wow, those are some pretty striking parallels. So you've got the cell phone data and the lyrics from Blood Ooze that built the case against Parker. You mentioned a second video earlier, Notorious. How did that one play into the investigation?
Yeah, Notorious is interesting. Because while the lyrics weren't used as evidence, the video itself actually became a very significant piece of the puzzle. We'll get into exactly why in a little bit, but first, let's talk about the eyewitness.
Yeah, there's someone who actually saw this shooting. Right. Tell me about them.
So the eyewitness, the guy who plays Parker at the scene of the crime, his name was Gregory Alston. And he described seeing Parker standing over Williams during the shooting, which is a pretty chilling detail, and it added a lot of weight to the prosecution's case.
Eyewitness testimony, I mean, that can be very powerful, but it's not always perfect, right? Was there anything about Alston's testimony, his account, that raised any questions?
There was one detail that I thought was particularly interesting. According to the court documents, Alston initially hesitated to positively identify Parker as the shooter.
He hesitated. Interesting. Was he just unsure about what he saw, what was going on there?
There definitely seemed to be some doubt in his mind. And here's where things get really interesting. So according to the court documents, Alston only really solidified his identification of Parker after the investigators showed him the Notorious music video.
Wait a minute. Notorious? That's the one where you said the lyrics weren't even considered relevant? What was it about that video that swayed the eyewitness?
It's a question that makes you think about the power of visual imagery and the way it can shape memories. To really understand it, we need to dive into exactly what Alston saw in that video. And for that, we're going to move on to part 2 of our deep dive.
All right, so the Notorious video, you were saying it ended up influencing the eyewitness's testimony, even though the lyrics themselves weren't about the murder. How'd that happen?
So this is where the story gets really, really fascinating. Remember we talked about the evidence the police had already found linking Parker to the crime, right? We had the cell phone data and the lyrics from Blood Ooze. But Alston's testimony, him being the eyewitness, that was crucial. They really needed him to place Parker at the scene of the murder.
Right, and he was initially hesitant to identify Parker. So what was it about that Notorious video? What did he see that changed his mind?
Well, the court documents, they describe how the video shows Parker rapping and, moving around in a way that was really distinctive, like his gait, his posture, even some specific hand gestures. And those mannerisms, they matched the description that Alston had given of the shooter.
Hold on, so even though Notorious wasn't about the murder, the way Parker was moving in the video somehow backed up what the eyewitness remembered.
That's exactly what happened. It's almost as if Parker accidentally created a visual self-portrait of the suspect, even though he wasn't trying to. The prosecution used the video to basically strengthen Alston's identification. They argued that the video helped him solidify his memory of who the shooter was.
Man, that's wild. That really raises some questions, about memory and perception and how much visual media can affect that. I mean, could it be that seeing Parker in that video rapping about violence, acting like a tough guy, did that subconsciously influence how Alston remembered what happened?
I think it's definitely possible. We know that eyewitness testimony can be tricky. Memory is a fragile thing, especially in high-stress situations, like when you witness a violent crime.
For sure. There's a whole field of study, on the psychology of eyewitness testimony. And the research is pretty clear. Our memories aren't like perfect video recordings. They can be influenced by so many things. Stress, bias, even being exposed to new information after the fact. Like, for example, watching a music video of the suspect.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes this case so complicated. You have this mix of digital evidence, rap lyrics, and eyewitness testimony that might have been swayed, at least a little bit, by the defendant's own art. It really makes you think.
It really does. And this case, it brings up the challenges that the justice system faces in this digital age. Everywhere we go, we're leaving these digital footprints. And those pieces of ourselves can be used in ways that we never even thought of.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword. Technology gives us all these ways to express ourselves, connect with people, but it also creates this permanent record. And that record can be analyzed, scrutinized, and potentially used against us.
Exactly. And this case is a perfect example of that. It brings up some really tough questions, like how do we balance free expression with holding people responsible for what they do? Where do we draw the line between art as a creative outlet and art as evidence?
Those are the kinds of questions that legal experts and ethicists have been wrestling with for years, and there are no easy answers. But this case really highlights how important it is to keep talking about this, to understand the complexities and potential problems of using digital evidence, especially when it comes to art.
I totally agree. And it's not just about the legal stuff. It's about society as a whole. If artists are always worried that their lyrics or performances will be seen as confessions, that could have a chilling effect on creativity.
Exactly. Imagine a world where artists are too scared to explore dark themes or controversial ideas or push the boundaries. That would really stifle innovation and limit the power of art. The art's power to challenge and provoke and inspire.
Absolutely. Art has always been about reflecting the human experience, good and bad. And while we definitely need to hold people accountable for their actions, we also need to protect spaces for creative expression, even when it makes us uncomfortable.
So what now? How do we navigate this complicated world where art and technology and the law all overlap?
Well, I think the first thing is awareness. Artists need to think about their digital footprint and the potential consequences of what they put out there. Law enforcement needs to be really careful about interpreting art as evidence. And we, as a society, we need to have open and honest conversations about this, about how art, technology, and justice all relate to each other.
Well put. This case has definitely given us a lot to think about. Abbas Parker, aka Skinny Me. It's such a fascinating story. It shows us how art and technology and law can come together in ways that are really unexpected and sometimes unsettling.
It makes us question our ideas about creativity and evidence, and even about what justice really means. It asks us, how do we protect artistic freedom while still holding people accountable? How do we make sure that our pursuit of justice is fair and balanced and based on solid evidence?
Those are questions that we as a society need to keep wrestling with. We encourage you to keep thinking critically about this, to keep asking those tough questions and engaging in these important discussions. But you know what? There's one more thing I want to talk about before we wrap up this deep dive. It adds another layer of complexity to this whole case and really makes you question how reliable eyewitness testimony can be. We've talked about the digital trail, the lyrics, the eyewitness, and that notorious video. But there's one more piece of this puzzle, something that makes this case even more complicated.
Oh, really? I'm all ears. What is it?
It all goes back to Gregory Alston, the eyewitness. Remember, he wasn't sure about Parker at first and only really made up his mind after seeing the notorious video. Well, the court documents, they tell us a bit more of the story.
Okay, what do the documents say? What else was going on?
So it turns out that Alston didn't just see the video. The investigators, they also showed him a photo array, with Parker's picture and a few other guys.
Right, that's pretty standard, isn't it? You want to make sure the witness isn't swayed by only seeing one suspect, to avoid misidentification.
Exactly. But here's the thing. The documents say that when Alston first looked at those photos, he wasn't 100% certain. He kind of pointed at Parker's picture, but he said he couldn't be totally sure that was the shooter.
So even with the photo array, there was still some doubt in his mind. It makes you wonder what really convinced him in the end. Was it the video, or was it something else entirely?
That's the big question, right? We can't get inside Alston's head and know for sure. But it does raise some big questions about eyewitness testimony. How reliable it really is.
Yeah, absolutely. This whole case, it's like a textbook example of how complex and unreliable eyewitness testimony can be. Even with safeguards like the photo array, there's always the possibility of bias or suggestion. And you have to factor in how our memories work or don't work sometimes.
It really is a lot to think about.
Yeah.
Here we have a conviction that's based, at least in part, on an eyewitness who was influenced to some extent by the defendant's art. It blurs the lines between art, perception, and justice.
Definitely does. It shows how important it is to be really careful with all the evidence, especially when it comes to art, which is always open to interpretation.
In this case, it really makes me think about how important it is to do more research and make changes to how we handle eyewitness identification. We have to find ways to make those accounts more accurate, to reduce the risk of someone being wrongly convicted.
I couldn't agree more. This case reminds us that the justice system, while it aims to be fair, it's still run by humans. It can have the same weaknesses and biases as anything else. It needs to keep evolving and finding ways to be better.
Really well said. To everyone listening, we hope this deep dive has given you food for thought. The case of Abbas Parker, Skitty Me, it's fascinating, complicated, and it shows just how much art, technology, and the law are all intertwined.
It definitely makes you rethink your ideas about creativity, evidence, and what justice is. It pushes us to ask those tough questions. How do we protect artistic freedom while also making sure people are responsible for their actions? How do we ensure that our pursuit of justice is fair, balanced, and based on solid evidence?
Add questions to ponder. We encourage you to think critically about all of this. Keep those questions coming and keep having those important conversations.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. We'll be back soon with another one. Until then, stay curious. All right, so get ready, because today we are going deep, really deep, into the life of Stanley Tookie Williams.
Tookie Williams, yeah.
Now, some of you might recognize the name as the co-founder of the Crips.
One of, if not the most notorious gang in the U.S.
But, and this is what makes this story so fascinating, he went from a life completely immersed in violence to becoming a, get this, Nobel Peace Prize nominee.
It's incredible.
We're going to be dissecting excerpts from his Wikipedia page to unpack, to try and understand how that shift happened.
How does someone go from, founding a gang like the Crips to being nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah.
It's truly a story that begs the question, can people change? What is human nature all about? And you're right, we're not here to glorify gang life or to condemn anybody.
Right.
We're just here to explore this one individual and what made him tick.
Yeah, and, to kind of understand the forces that shaped him.
Exactly.
The choices that he made.
The choices he made and the legacy that he ultimately left behind.
So let's start at the beginning. Williams was born in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Right.
But his story really begins in South Central LA.
Right.
And it's there that he moves as a child. So imagine a place where street fights, even dog fights, were just commonplace.
Wow.
And a young Williams, he quickly gets this reputation for being a pretty good fighter himself.
Really. So this environment really shapes him. This lack of structure, right? The exposure to violence, this need to prove himself, to be tough, to survive it all, becomes very deeply ingrained in him.
And it's in this context that the Crips emerge.
Right.
Now, here's where things get really interesting. Williams, actually, he despised those youth gangs.
He did.
That were popping up at the time. He viewed them as predators, exploiting the weak.
Wow.
He co-founds the Crips.
He does.
He intended to create a force, like he said, to protect the community. But the irony is that it spiraled into the very monster that he initially sought to combat.
Oh, the irony. It's like, you set out to do something good and it just takes on a life of its own.
Yeah.
So how does someone go from absolutely despising these gangs to actually being a leader of one.
So how does he go from loathing gangs to leading one? I mean, we know he was physically imposing thanks to his weightlifting. He had that reputation for violence.
Right.
And then he makes that really critical alliance with Raymond Washington, another powerful figure at the time.
Yeah.
But is there something more at play here?
Well, think about how volatile the landscape of gang leadership was at the time.
Okay.
A lot of the early Crips leaders, they met very violent ends or they ended up incarcerated.
Oh, wow.
And this constant churn that really solidified Williams' position. It pushed him to the top.
Yeah.
In a very brutal, unforgiving world.
And for a time, he led this really strange double life.
Oh.
He was working as an anti-gang youth counselor,
What?
while simultaneously he was this powerful gang leader.
Wow, it's almost like he was trying to make amends, to atone for his actions while still kind of participating in the system.
Yeah.
This duality couldn't last forever, though.
Right.
He ends up getting wounded in a drive-by shooting.
Oh, wow.
He suffers the loss of his grandmother. He loses his job.
Oh, no.
And he kind of spirals
Spirals.
into PCP use. And this downward spiral, that culminates in the 1979 murders.
Right.
The events that would lead to his death sentence.
The source material, it details these events, 2 robberies,
Okay.
and then the murders of Albert Owens, Yen Ye Yang, Sai Shai Si Yang, and Yu Chin Yang Lin.
Well.
And it lays it out in a very straightforward manner.
Okay.
And Williams, though, he always maintained his innocence.
He did.
But the physical evidence, specifically his shotgun, tied him to those crime scenes.
And that becomes the key thing, right? The crux of the case against him. But his story doesn't just end there.
No.
Over the years, there were tons of appeals.
Yeah.
And they focused on things like potential racial bias in jury selection.
Yeah, that's a big one.
And how the evidence was handled.
Right.
Now, on top of all that, there was his anti-gang activism from prison.
Right.
And then his multiple Nobel Peace Prize nominations. That really complicated the narrative.
It's almost like 2 separate stories converging.
It is.
You have the convicted murderer.
Right.
And then this figure who's advocating against gang violence, appealing to people's sense of hope and redemption. It's really no wonder that this case attracted so much attention.
It captured the public's imagination.
Yeah.
And it fueled this massive clemency campaign.
Yeah.
This wasn't just a legal battle anymore.
Yeah.
It was a moral and philosophical debate.
Right.
About the possibility of transformation, whether someone so deeply involved in violence could genuinely change.
And at the center of all of it was Governor Schwarzenegger holding Williams' fate in his hands.
Yeah, and despite those pleas for clemency, despite the arguments made during the appeals, Schwarzenegger ultimately denied it.
He did?
He did. And his decision hinged on what he perceived as a lack of genuine remorse from Williams, like a missing piece of the puzzle of redemption.
So in 2005, Stanley Tookie Williams was executed.
Wow.
Witnesses described a really somber atmosphere.
Yeah.
His supporters, they offered Black Power salutes.
Interesting.
It's a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation.
Absolutely.
And then this outburst. The state of California just killed an innocent man.
Wow.
It pierces the silence.
It's a moment that really underscored the profound divisions that surrounded this case. Even in death, Williams remained a polarizing figure, a symbol of both hope and despair, leaving behind a legacy, really open to interpretation. But before we delve into those reactions and kind of unpack the complexities of his legacy, what are your initial thoughts? What are your first impressions? What aspects of this first chapter of Tookie's story stand out to you?
It's a lot to process. But that juxtaposition of his violent past with his later activism is jarring. And that question of whether he truly changed or was simply a master manipulator, it lingers.
It does, and those are questions that we'll continue to explore as we dive deeper into the final chapters of Stanley Tookie Williams' life.
It's interesting you bring up manipulation because that seemed to be a recurring theme throughout the appeals process and the clemency debate.
Yeah.
Some people argued that his anti-gang work was calculated, like a move to just escape execution.
Right.
While others saw it as genuine evidence of change. So how do we really determine, what constitutes a sincere apology or transformation, especially within the justice system?
Right.
If he had unequivocally apologized for those murders, would it have changed Schwarzenegger's decision? Or was there just something deeper, like maybe a belief that certain actions are just simply unforgivable?
It's a really good point. Schwarzenegger was pretty adamant about the lack of apology being a major factor.
Right.
But weren't there other considerations too, like the arguments about racial bias in jury selection?
Right, like 3 Black people were removed from that jury pool,
Exactly.
which raises some serious questions about whether he received a fair trial.
And you can't ignore the social and political climate of that era.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about Los Angeles just a few years after the Rodney King riots, a time of such heightened racial tension.
Right.
In that context, I mean, it inevitably influenced the perception of the case and potentially even the legal proceedings.
And then there were those arguments about the evidence itself.
Oh,
Williams's lawyers contested the methods used by that prosecution's firearms expert,
Okay.
suggesting that the link between Williams and the murders might have been a little bit weaker than it was presented.
So that's a key point. If that evidence connecting him to those murders was questionable, then it really casts doubt on the entire case.
Exactly. And then you add in the allegations of jailhouse informants being used to bolster the prosecution's case. I mean, if that's true, that's a pretty significant ethical breach.
Yeah, jailhouse informants are notoriously unreliable, often motivated by their own self-interest. It really makes you question the information used to convict him.
Were they telling the truth? Were they just trying to cut deals for themselves? It's a really disturbing possibility that further muddies the waters. It's like each layer we peel back reveals another layer of complexity. It's not just about Williams's guilt or innocence.
It's not.
It's about the flaws within the system itself, the potential for bias, the pressure to get those convictions, and the ethical lines that sometimes get blurred.
Williams's story becomes a microcosm of these larger societal issues.
Yeah.
The racism, the flaws within the criminal justice system, the yearning for redemption, and this question of whether our past actions should forever define us.
And that's what makes this deep dive so compelling.
Right.
It's not just a historical recounting, it's a reflection of ourselves,
Absolutely.
our values, the difficult questions that we grapple with as a society. But before we get too philosophical, let's go back to Williams's activism for a second.
Okay.
He wrote several children's books.
He did.
To try to steer kids away from gang life.
He did, yeah. And
Yeah.
they were actually really successful.
They were.
They were distributed in schools and used by anti-gang programs.
Wow.
It seemed like he was really trying to make amends for the path that he had chosen and the harm that he had caused.
But didn't he face criticism for that too?
He did, yeah.
People questioning his motives, saying he was still connected to the Crips, even maybe profiting off of his notoriety.
There was definitely pushback. You know, law enforcement officials questioned his sincerity, especially since he refused to inform on other gang members.
Oh, wow.
It's like he was caught between two worlds,
Yeah.
trying to distance himself from that past, but still adhering to this code of silence. It seems like every step forward he was met with skepticism and resistance. So how do we reconcile these seemingly contradictory aspects of his life? The violence, the activism, the unwavering loyalty to the gang code, even while advocating against gang life.
Right.
That's the question, isn't it? Can someone truly transform? Are they forever shaped by their past? It's a question that really goes beyond Tookie Williams and makes us examine our own beliefs about redemption, forgiveness, second chances.
It makes you wonder if there's a point, where someone has done enough to really prove that they've changed, or are some actions just too grave to forgive?
That's a big question.
Right.
And I don't think there's an easy answer. I mean, it really gets to the core of what we value as a society, how we define justice. Do we prioritize punishment or rehabilitation, retribution or forgiveness?
These are heavy concepts to wrestle with.
They are.
And they're made even more complex when you consider that this isn't some abstract philosophical debate. This is a man's life
Yeah.
hanging in the balance. And in the end, the scales tipped against him.
And that brings us to the final chapter, the execution itself and the aftermath that continues to kind of ripple through society, even today. Before we dive into that, though, is there anything that's particularly struck you about this middle phase of his life?
I think what stands out to me is this constant push and pull between hope and despair.
Yeah.
On one hand, you have this man seemingly trying to make amends, and on the other, you have these lingering doubts.
Yeah.
About his sincerity. It's like a constant battle between who he was and who he was trying to become.
Yeah, it's a story filled with contradictions, and that final chapter is just as impactful.
It is. It really is. I mean, this case attracted global attention. Think about figures like Snoop Dogg and Jamie Foxx. I mean, they were pleading for clemency. That speaks volumes about about the level of fascination with this case and the debate surrounding Williams.
It was a media frenzy, and for good reason, right? It wasn't just about a legal outcome. It became a referendum on this very concept of redemption. Could society accept that someone who'd committed these heinous acts could truly change?
Right. And in the end, Schwarzenegger said no.
He did. And what were the reactions to that decision? I mean, outrage. Outrage mostly from Williams's supporters. They felt like his transformation had been ignored. And the chance for, a really powerful message of redemption was lost.
Yeah. His execution must have been incredibly tense. What was the atmosphere like?
It was somber. Witnesses said that Williams himself was calm. He didn't offer any resistance. But there was this definite undercurrent of tension. This wasn't just another execution. It was a culmination of years of legal battles and moral debates and fervent activism.
And then right at the end, that outburst from someone in the crowd, the state of California just killed an innocent man. It's chilling, even now.
It was a stark reminder of how deeply divided people were, how divided opinions were about this case. Even in death, Williams remained this figure of controversy.
So he's gone, but the story doesn't just end there. What happened after the execution?
Well, there was a massive funeral in L.A., attended by thousands of mourners. I mean, you had this mix of gang members, celebrities, religious leaders, and then just everyday people. It was a really unique gathering.
Wow.
I mean, it reflected, the many different facets of Williams's life and the impact that he had on so many.
And Snoop Dogg recited a poem.
Right.
A reflection on Williams's life and what he represented.
He did. It was a really poignant moment. The poem, it acknowledged the darkness of Williams's past, but also emphasized the hope that his transformation offered.
Right.
It really encapsulated that struggle between judgment and forgiveness that so many people grappled with.
It's amazing how this case, which originated in California, had these repercussions, worldwide. Didn't Schwarzenegger even face backlash in his native Austria?
He did, yeah. There were calls to strip him of his Austrian citizenship.
Really?
He ended up cutting ties with his hometown of Graz, demanding his name be removed from a stadium there.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It shows how deeply this case resonated with people around the world.
A local case with global implications. It speaks to the power of this story. Even now, years after his death, we're still talking about Tookie Williams.
Exactly. His life, it raises these really enduring questions about crime and punishment, about the possibilities and the limits of redemption, and about the role of race in our justice system. It forces us to confront, some uncomfortable truths about ourselves and our society.
And you mentioned that his children's books were actually quite successful. Are those still available today?
They are. And they're still used as a tool to deter kids from gang life. It's almost like a part of Williams' legacy that lives on, a testament to his desire to make amends for his past.
It's pretty remarkable that even after everything, a part of him is still working towards the good. So here we are, years after his death, still grappling with the complexities of Tookie Williams.
We are. Was he a truly reformed man? Was he a manipulator? Was he a victim of circumstance? I think the answer lies somewhere in between. In those gray areas, those gray areas that make us uncomfortable, but also force us to think critically and challenge our assumptions.
It's a story that forces us to confront the very nature of good and evil, the potential for change, and the often imperfect nature of justice.
I think the best we can do is approach this story, and others like it, with a willingness to learn, to question, and to acknowledge that there are rarely easy answers.
So there you have it. The life and death of Stanley Tookie Williams, a story as compelling as it is controversial. We hope this deep dive has given you some new perspectives, and maybe even sparked a few questions of your own.
And if you're interested in learning more, there's a wealth of information out there. Books, documentaries, articles. We encourage you to keep exploring, keep digging, keep diving deep.
Because that's what the deep dive is all about, equipping you with the knowledge and insights to engage with the world around you in a meaningful way.
Until next time, keep questioning, keep learning, and keep the conversation going.
All right, so get this. Today we're diving into a true crime story that might remind you of, the Hardy Boys, but instead of solving mysteries, this duo from New Orleans, they were making headlines for all the wrong reasons, really.
Oh, yeah.
We're taking that Wikipedia article you send over, and we're going to really dissect their rise and fall. And trust me, it's a wild ride.
It's a fascinating case, really,
Yeah.
especially when you consider the backdrop. The late 80s and early 90s, when so many American cities were dealing with just a surge in drug-related violence. The Hardy Boys, Wayne and Paul, cool Hardy, really capture that dark side of that era.
Yeah, they weren't exactly out there solving mysteries, more like creating them. So to understand how these guys operate, we need to go beyond just names and dates, right? What made them tick?
Well, I think their organization is a classic example of what we call racketeering. But it's more than just a fancy word. These guys were running a full-blown criminal enterprise.
Right.
We're talking extortion, money laundering, and a whole lot of violence just to maintain their grip on power.
So not your typical family business, huh? And it sounds like they weren't afraid to make a statement right from the start. Their first big headline grabber was the murder of Jerome Andrews in 1988. And it wasn't exactly subtle. We're talking a drive-by shooting.
Yeah, that's right. And then, if that wasn't bold enough, just a year later, in 1989, they orchestrate a whole shooting spree at the Florida projects. That left one person, Michael Handy, dead, and 4 others wounded. It's actually chilling to think about. They were even shot at again as they were being wheeled into the hospital.
Wow, that's intense. It really sounds like they were sending a message, and a pretty brutal one. But here's the crazy part. They were acquitted of these charges, so was this just a case of them getting lucky?
Well, it might be more than just luck. The justice system at that time, it faced numerous challenges, and securing convictions in cases that involved gangs was incredibly difficult. Witnesses were often just too scared to testify. Evidence was hard to come by. And there were even instances of, corruption within law enforcement itself.
So a system struggling to keep up with all this violence, and the Hardy Boys took full advantage. But they weren't just like thugs with guns, right? Their business, it had layers.
Oh, absolutely. To really understand their power,
Yeah.
you have to look at their drug operation. They were heavily involved in heroin distribution. It wasn't just street-level dealing either. They had a sophisticated network for moving large quantities of drugs. And they were ruthless about protecting their turf.
And just to make sure everyone knew they weren't messing around, like the 1990 robbery at the Skate City roller rink, where they snatched earrings, talk about brazen. And then the murder of Ulcie White in 1992, a case that still remains unsolved to this day. Were these just random acts or part of a larger strategy?
It's hard to say for certain. What is clear, though, is that the Hardy Boys were operating in a world where violence was just a tool for control, for sending a message, and for eliminating rivals. But the incident with Joe Straughter, it allegedly involved their own brother, Lionel, over some money owed, shows that even within their own circle, things weren't exactly harmonious.
So even family, it was all about business. But things really started heating up in 1994. A turf war erupts in the Florida projects. And Paul Hardy, it seems like he goes on a personal mission to eliminate the competition.
Yeah, this wasn't just a rivalry. This was a battle for control, for dominance, really, in a very lucrative market. And Paul Hardy, he showed just how ruthless he was willing to be. First, it was Corey Richardson, allegedly murdered to keep him quiet. Then it was Carlos Adams, shot multiple times.
And it just escalates from there. Sean King and Troy Watts' ambush, they weren't shy about using some serious firepower either. I mean, assault weapons were part of their arsenal. What fueled this sudden increase in violence?
Oh, turf wars were common, especially during the crack epidemic. These conflicts often stemmed from competition over drug distribution territories, but they were also exacerbated by just the influx of weapons and the culture of fear that was really permeating those communities.
So a complex mix of factors driving this deadly spiral. But then, to make things even more complicated, we have the entrance of Len Davis, a New Orleans police officer nicknamed the Desire Terrorist. And this is where things get really interesting. How does a cop end up entangled with guys like the Hardy Boys?
Well, this is where the story takes a turn, towards institutional corruption. Davis wasn't just turning a blind eye. He was actively aiding the Hardy Boys, feeding them information, providing protection, in exchange for, well, who knows what.
Talk about a betrayal of the badge.
Wow.
They basically had an inside man, making their operation even more difficult to penetrate. And sadly, this corrupt relationship, it had deadly consequences.
Yeah, it's a chilling thought. A police officer not only condoning this level of violence, but enabling it. And it all culminates in the tragic murder of Kim Groves. It seems like she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? Well, sadly, Kim Groves was targeted. You see, she had filed a brutality complaint against Len Davis. And he, fearing the consequences, used his connection with Paul Hardy to silence her permanently. was a cold, calculated act of retaliation.
So this wasn't just a random act of violence. This was a deliberate attempt to eliminate a threat. What really stands out to me is the level of premeditation involved. Davis didn't just snap, he planned this out.
Yeah, it's a textbook example of how corruption can just erode the very foundation of justice.
Yeah.
A police officer who's sworn to protect the public becomes a predator, using his position to eliminate anyone who dares to challenge him. It's terrifying, really.
It really does shed a dark light on the power dynamics at play here. But the Hardy Boys couldn't outrun the law forever. Their reign of terror had to come to an end eventually, right?
It did, and ironically, it was their connection to Lynn Davis that ultimately led to their downfall. The murder of Kim Groves became their undoing. In December 1994, Paul Hardy, along with his accomplice Damon Causey and Lynn Davis, were all arrested for her murder.
I bet that was a major turning point for authorities. Taking down a dirty cop, especially one as deeply embedded as Davis. It must have been a huge win.
It was a pivotal moment, for sure. The investigation into Davis's activities just opened up a Pandora's box. He wasn't just involved in this one murder. He was implicated in ordering at least 13 killings. It was a systematic elimination of witnesses who dared to speak out against him.
13 killings. It's hard to fathom the depth of his corruption. What were the repercussions for the New Orleans Police Department? This had to shake things up.
Absolutely. Davis's arrest sent shockwaves through the entire department. The FBI launched Operation Shattered Shield, which was a full-scale investigation into corruption within the ranks. Several officers connected to Davis were suspended, and the whole department was just forced to confront this systemic rot that had taken hold.
So a reckoning of sorts for the New Orleans Police Department, a forced confrontation with its own dark side. What was the ultimate outcome for Paul Hardy and Lynn Davis? Did they face justice for their actions?
They did. Both were convicted for the murder of Kim Groves, and they received life sentences. A fitting punishment considering the gravity of their crimes.
Life sentences. A small measure of justice, I guess, for the lives they destroyed. But what about Wayne? He was a key part of the Hardy Boys operation. What happened to him?
Well, Wayne's ending is shrouded in mystery. In 1996, just 2 years after his brother's arrest, he was found shot to death in a car, along with a woman, on S. Carrollton and Tillian Avenue.
That's an unsettling end. Was his death ever connected back to his past? To the Hardy Boys' criminal enterprise? Or was it just a tragic coincidence?
That's the big question that lingers. The circumstances surrounding his death, they remain unclear. Was it a settling of old scores, retaliation for past deeds, or was he just caught in a completely unrelated act of violence? We're left to speculate.
It adds another layer of intrigue to this already fascinating story. But beyond the crimes, beyond the violence, what does this whole saga tell us about the broader context? The Hardy Boys, they didn't operate in a vacuum, did they?
Right. Their story goes beyond just these individuals. It exposes the vulnerabilities of a system that's grappling with poverty, inequality, and a lack of opportunity. And it highlights how those factors create a breeding ground for crime and corruption to flourish.
So it's not just about the Hardy Boys themselves, but about the environment that allowed them to thrive. They were both products and exploiters of that vulnerability, weren't they?
Absolutely. Their rise was facilitated by a system that often failed its most vulnerable citizens, leaving them susceptible to the allure of easy money and the sense of belonging that gangs can provide.
It's like their story is a microcosm of the larger societal struggles happening in New Orleans at the time. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the one key takeaway you hope our listeners walk away with?
I think the most important takeaway is that this story, as horrific as it is, has valuable lessons for us today. The fight for justice, for equality, and for accountability. It's an ongoing battle. It requires us to be vigilant, to think critically, and to challenge the status quo.
It's easy to get caught up in the true crime aspect of it all, but we have to remember that these are real lives, real communities, forever impacted by these events.
Exactly. And by understanding the forces that shape these stories, we become more informed citizens, better equipped to advocate for positive change.
So it's not just about learning from the past, but using that knowledge to build a better future.
Precisely. The Hardy Boys saga is a cautionary tale, a reminder that we all have a responsibility to engage with the issues that matter, to speak truth to power, and to work towards a more just and equitable society.
That's a powerful message. So, to our listener, I hope this deep dive into the Hardy Boys story has sparked your curiosity. There's so much more to explore, whether it's the history of New Orleans, the impact of the drug war, or the fight against police corruption. Keep asking questions, keep challenging assumptions, and never underestimate the power of your own voice. It really makes you think, doesn't it? how many other Hardy Boys are out there, trapped in these cycles. But I'm curious, this all happened in New Orleans, a city known for its vibrant culture, its history. Do you think the city itself played a role in how this all unfolded?
It's an interesting point. New Orleans, it has a unique history, a unique culture, but it's also a city marked by these social and economic disparities. And we can't forget the impact of Hurricane Katrina, which really amplified many of these issues. It's like the city itself embodies this struggle between resilience and vulnerability.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe those same forces were at play in the lives of the Hardy Boys, too. They were both products and exploiters of that vulnerability, right?
Absolutely. Their rise, it's facilitated by a system that often failed its most vulnerable citizens, leaving them susceptible to, the allure of easy money and that sense of belonging that gangs can provide.
It's like their story is a microcosm of the larger struggles happening in New Orleans at that time. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the one key takeaway you hope our listeners walk away with?
That's a good question. I think the most important takeaway is that this story, as horrific as it is, it has some valuable lessons for us today. The fight for justice, for equality, for accountability, it's an ongoing battle. It requires us to be vigilant, to think critically, and to always be challenging the status quo.
Yeah, it's easy to get caught up in the true crime aspect of it all, but we have to remember these are real lives, real communities forever impacted by these events.
Exactly. And by understanding the forces that shape these stories, we become more informed citizens, better equipped to advocate for positive change.
So it's not just about learning from the past, it's about using that knowledge to build a better future.
Precisely. The Hardy Boys saga, it's a cautionary tale. It's a reminder that we all have a responsibility to engage with the issues that matter, to speak truth to power, and to work towards a more just and equitable society for everyone.
That's a powerful message. So to our listener out there, I hope this deep dive into the Hardy Boys story has sparked your curiosity. There's so much more to explore here, whether it's the history of New Orleans, the impact of the drug war, or the fight against police corruption. Keep asking questions, keep challenging assumptions, and never underestimate the power of your own voice. That's all for this deep dive. All right, so we're going to take a deep dive into the life of Claude Massop.
Yeah.
A name that you've probably never heard of, but
Right.
Stick with us on this one because it's a pretty wild ride.
Absolutely.
We're going off of his Wikipedia entry here.
Yeah.
And it's really a doorway to understanding this really fascinating period of Jamaican history that's just full of contradictions.
Yeah, it's an incredible life story and one that really encapsulates the kind of like turmoil that was going on in Jamaica in the 60s and 70s.
Absolutely. So we start out in Denhamtown, West Kingston, 1947. Not exactly a place known for, silver spoons or anything like that.
No, definitely not.
Right.
Poverty was rampant.
Yeah.
Opportunities were incredibly scarce.
Yeah.
It was an environment that could definitely push someone towards a life on the edge.
Yeah, and that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
The entry talks about him being a street hustler, even a pimp.
Mhm.
I mean, pretty rough stuff, right? But then there's this interesting detail.
Yeah.
He becomes a chief contractor in construction.
Right.
What do you make of that shift?
That's one of the things I find so fascinating about Claude Massop is that even in these early days amidst the,
Right.
the crime and the rough stuff,
Yeah.
there's a hint of leadership. There's a hint of organizational skill.
Yeah.
He's clearly got a mind for taking charge,
Yeah.
for building something.
Yeah.
And it's almost foreshadowing of what's to come.
Okay, hold on. You're talking about his leadership in the shower posse, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So by 18, he's already a leader in this group.
Wow.
And just to give a little context for our listener,
Yeah.
the shower posse, eventually becomes this notorious gang in Jamaica,
Right.
led by Lester Lloyd Coke,
Yeah.
or better known as Jim Brown.
Right.
Their reach extended deep into the drug trade. They were known for their ruthlessness.
So we're talking about, Massop, even as a young man,
Yeah.
is already entangled with some seriously heavy hitters.
Absolutely, and his influence is only growing.
Yeah.
By 1967, he's a major player in Tivoli Gardens.
Oh.
Now, Tivoli Gardens was initially intended as this new housing development,
Yeah.
meant to offer better living conditions for people.
It's a far cry from the gang stronghold it became, though.
Right.
How did that happen?
Well, it's a complex story.
Right.
But you essentially had a community that was struggling with poverty, a lack of resources,
Yeah.
and there was political instability,
Right.
and it basically created this breeding ground for violence
Right.
and criminal activity.
Yeah.
And those who could wield power.
Right.
Like Claude Massop rose to the top.
So Tivoli Gardens becomes this sort of microcosm of Jamaica's struggles at the time.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And Massop's story is really intertwined with that transformation.
Yeah.
And he wasn't alone, of course.
Right.
There were other powerful figures, other rivals vying for control.
Right.
You had George Feathermop Spence, Winston Bury Boy Blake,
Oh, wow.
and Tony Welch, operating out of the nearby Arnett Gardens, also known as Jungle.
Okay, so we've got multiple gangs all clashing
Yeah.
for territory and influence.
Right.
I mean, that sounds like a recipe for chaos.
It was a very volatile time. And to make matters worse, or I guess more complicated, I should say, the lines between gang activity and politics,
Right.
they were so blurry.
Yeah.
The Wikipedia entry actually mentions that Blake and Spence's motorcycle gang
Okay.
acted as enforcers for the then housing minister, Anthony Spaulding.
No way.
Yeah.
So you've got these gangs basically acting as muscle for the government.
It speaks to the level of corruption
Yeah.
and the way that power operated in Jamaica.
That's insane.
Yeah.
This is getting really heavy here.
Right.
And Massop's right in the thick of it.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. He had a string of arrests, right?
He did.
I mean, murder, armed robbery, you name it.
Yep.
But somehow he never gets convicted.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah.
The entry doesn't get into the specifics, but it does paint this picture of a man who seemed to operate above the law.
Yeah.
Whether it was through influence or intimidation or sheer luck,
Right.
he managed to avoid any serious consequences.
It's almost like he's got this Teflon coating.
Right.
Nothing sticks to him.
Exactly, and that just adds to the mystique
Yeah.
and the power that he held.
For sure. But then we come to this almost unbelievable turn of events.
Yeah.
January 1978.
Mm.
Jamaica's on the verge of imploding with political violence.
Mm.
Hundreds of people have already died.
Right.
And then a truce.
A truce orchestrated in part by Claude Massop.
Yeah.
It really makes you question everything we thought we knew about him, right?
It does.
Was this genuine desire for peace
Yeah.
or a strategic move?
Right.
The Wikipedia entry doesn't offer easy answers,
Right.
but it does mention that he wasn't alone in this effort.
Okay.
He worked alongside Carl Baya Mitchell,
Yeah.
his lieutenant in the Shower Posse,
Yeah.
and Aston Bucky Marshall Thompson, who is actually aligned with the opposing political party, the PNP.
Wow. So we've got a notoriously violent gang leader
Right.
and someone from the opposing political faction
Yep.
all coming together to broker peace. How did that even work?
It's a testament to Massop's ability to really navigate these complex situations, build
Yeah.
alliances, and perhaps a recognition that this escalating violence
Yeah.
was detrimental to everyone, even those in power.
It makes you wonder if he saw this truce as a chance to change his image.
Right.
Maybe even legitimize his influence in a new way.
It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah.
But whatever his motivations,
Yeah.
the truce did have a significant impact on Jamaica.
Yeah.
It brought a period of relative calm after years of this intense political violence.
The entry mentions over 800 deaths in the lead up to the 1980 elections.
Yeah.
That's just staggering.
It is.
To think that Massop played a role in stopping that bloodshed,
Right.
even temporarily, is pretty mind-blowing.
It really is.
Yeah.
It adds another layer to this complex, almost contradictory figure.
Absolutely.
A man capable of both extreme violence and seemingly genuine peacemaking efforts.
Okay, but this is where Massop's story takes a dark turn again, right?
Yes, unfortunately it does.
Okay.
Just over a year after brokering that truce, on February 4th, 1979, Claude Massop is dead shot by police.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
After everything he'd done, the truce, the influence he had, just gunned down like that?
The details are chilling.
Yeah.
He was leaving a football match in Spanish Town,
Okay.
a match involving the Tivoli Gardens Football Club.
Okay.
Newspaper reports at the time say there was a police car chase,
Okay.
and then Massop was shot at least 40 times.
Hold on, at least 40 times.
At least 40 times.
That's an execution.
And 2 other men were killed alongside him, Lloyd Fraser and Alphonse Trevor Tinson.
Wow.
Again, the entry doesn't give us a lot of context for this incident.
That's insane after brokering a peace truce.
Right.
After everything he'd been through, this is how it ends. It almost feels like something out of a Greek tragedy, you know?
I see what you mean. There's a certain tragic element to it.
Yeah.
This man who seemingly rose above the law,
Right.
who escaped countless charges,
Yeah.
is ultimately killed by the very forces that he had navigated for so long.
It makes you wonder, was this a targeted hit?
Right.
Was it revenge for his past actions?
Yeah.
Or was he simply caught in the crossfire of Jamaica's ongoing violence?
Unfortunately, the Wikipedia entry doesn't delve into the specifics of the investigation,
Right.
if there even was one.
Yeah.
We're left with more questions than answers.
So we've gone from the poverty of Denhamtown
Right.
to the heights of gang leadership and political influence.
Yeah.
A brief moment of peacemaking,
Mm-hmm.
and then this brutal, abrupt end.
That's a lot.
It's almost too much to process. Where do we even begin to make sense of a life like that?
That's the challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Massup's story is a microcosm of Jamaica's history during this very tumultuous period. It forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about power,
Right.
corruption, and the cycle of violence that often traps those who try to escape it.
He was a product of his environment, but he also helped shape it.
Right.
He was a criminal, a leader, a peacemaker, and ultimately a victim.
Yeah.
It's hard to reconcile all of those things in one person.
And that's precisely why his story is so compelling,
Yeah.
so thought-provoking.
Yeah.
It challenges our easy categorizations of good and evil, of right and wrong.
Right.
Massup was all of those things, and perhaps none of them.
He was just Claude Massup, this man who lived and died by the rules of a world most of us will never understand.
Right.
And it's hard to imagine a life more full of contradictions than Claude Massup's, but his story doesn't end with his death, does it?
No, it doesn't. And that's what makes his legacy so fascinating, is that even today, despite his, undeniable involvement in criminal activities, some people in Jamaica view him as a folk hero.
That's wild. What do you think contributes to that perception?
I think it's a reflection of the very deep-seated resentment towards systemic inequality that still exists in Jamaica.
Right.
Massup, in a twisted way, represented a challenge to the established order. He came from nothing,
Yeah.
clawed his way to power,
Right.
and even managed to broker peace, if only for a short time.
So for some people, he embodied this idea of fighting back against a system that had failed them,
Exactly.
even if his methods were far from heroic.
Right. It's a reminder that history is rarely black and white.
Right.
People are complex. Their actions can be driven by a mix of motivations.
Right.
Some noble, some not.
It makes you think about how we judge figures from the past, especially those who operated in the shadows in a world of violence and corruption.
Yeah.
Do we condemn them outright,
Right.
or do we try to understand the context that shaped their choices?
And Massup's story forces us to ask those tough questions, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's a reminder that even in the darkest corners of society,
Right.
There are glimmers of humanity, of complexity.
absolutely.
So taking a step back, what does Claude Massup's life and even his death tell us about Jamaica, both then and now?
I think it speaks to the enduring legacy of poverty,
Right.
inequality, and political corruption that continue to plague Jamaican society.
Yeah.
These are the same forces that shaped Massup's rise and ultimately contributed to his downfall.
It's a sobering reminder that even decades later, many of the issues Massup was entangled with are still very much present. The cycle of violence, the struggle for opportunity,
Right.
the blurred lines between those in power and those operating outside the law.
And that's why his story resonates even today. It's a reflection of Jamaica's struggles, its complexities, and its ongoing search for a better future.
This deep dive has been a journey, that's for sure.
Yeah, it has.
From the streets of Denhamtown to the heights of power and back down again.
Right. We've seen brutality, ambition, a fleeting moment of peace, and a tragic end.
But even though Claude Massup's story is rooted in a very specific time and place,
Right.
it raises these really universal questions about power,
Yeah.
morality, and the choices we make when faced with these seemingly impossible circumstances.
So as we wrap up, I'm left with this one thought. What does Massup's life tell us about the relationship between poverty, opportunity, and violence? Not just in Jamaica, but anywhere in the world where these forces collide.
It's a question worth pondering.
It is.
How do individuals navigate these environments?
Yeah.
When do the lines between survival and ambition blur?
Right.
And what can we learn from those who, for better or worse, dared to challenge the status quo?
It's a lot to think about, that's for sure. And I hope this deep dive into Claude Massup's life has given our listener a glimpse into a world they might have never known existed.
Right.
And sparked some curiosity to explore these themes further. Thanks for joining us on this journey.
Absolutely.
And until next time, keep diving deep.
Yeah. Yeah, it really makes you question everything you thought you knew about this guy, Was he just like a power-hungry gangster? Or did he have, like some genuine desire for peace?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, and he wasn't alone in this, right?
No, he wasn't.
He worked alongside Biah Mitchell, his lieutenant in the Shower Posse.
Right.
And Aston Bucky Marshall Thompson, who was actually aligned with the PNP.
Yeah, and that's important for the listener to know that you've got these two dominant parties in Jamaica, the JLP, which Massop and Mitchell were associated with, and the PNP, and the rivalry between these two often spilled into violence.
Especially during elections.
Especially during elections, yes.
Yeah, so we've got this notoriously violent gang leader.
Right.
And someone from the opposing political faction.
Yeah.
All coming together to broker peace. I mean, how did that even work?
It speaks to Massop's ability to navigate these really complex situations. To build alliances.
Right.
And, maybe even a recognition that this escalating violence was just bad for business for everyone.
Right. It makes you wonder if he saw this as a chance to, change his image.
Yeah.
Maybe even legitimize his influence in a new way.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But regardless of his motivations, the truce did have a significant impact.
It did.
It brought a period of relative calm to Jamaica after years of this really intense political violence.
Yeah, the entry mentions over 800 deaths in the lead up to the 1980 elections.
Yeah, that's a staggering number.
That's just crazy. To think that he played a role in stopping that, even temporarily, is pretty mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is.
It adds another layer to this,
Yeah.
Already complex and contradictory figure.
Right, a man capable of both extreme violence and, seemingly genuine peacemaking.
Right, but this is where his story takes another dark turn.
It does.
Yeah.
Just over a year after brokering this truce.
Okay.
On February 4th, 1979. Yeah. Claude Massop is dead.
What?
Shot by police.
Whoa, hold on.
Yeah.
After everything he'd done,
I know.
the truce, the influence he had,
Right.
just gunned down.
Yeah, the details are pretty chilling.
Yeah.
He was leaving a football match in Spanish Town.
Okay.
A match involving the Tivoli Gardens Football Club.
Okay.
Newspaper reports at the time said there was like a police car chase.
Okay.
And then Massop was shot.
Yeah.
At least 40 times.
At least 40 times.
At least 40 times.
I mean, that's an execution.
Yeah. And two other men were killed alongside him. Lloyd Fraser and Alphonson Trevor Tinson.
Wow.
And again, the entry doesn't give us much context for this incident.
That's insane. So after brokering a peace truce, after everything he'd been through, this is how it ends.
Right. It almost feels like something out of like a Greek tragedy. This man who seemingly rose above the law, who escaped countless charges, is ultimately killed by the very forces that he had navigated for so long.
It makes you wonder, was this a targeted hit?
Right.
Was it revenge for his past actions?
Yeah.
Or was he just simply caught in the crossfire of Jamaica's ongoing violence?
Unfortunately, the Wikipedia entry doesn't, go into the specifics of the investigation, if there even was one.
Right.
So we're kind of left with more questions than answers.
So we've gone from the poverty of Denham Town to the heights of gang leadership and political influence.
Yeah.
A brief moment of peacemaking, and then this brutal, abrupt end.
It's a lot to process.
It is. It's almost too much to process.
Yeah.
I mean, where do we even begin to make sense of a life like that?
That's the challenge, isn't it?
It is.
Massop's story is, in a lot of ways, a microcosm of Jamaica's history during this very tumultuous period.
Absolutely.
It forces us to confront these uncomfortable truths about power, about corruption, about the cycle of violence that often traps those who try to escape it.
Yeah, he was a product of his environment, but he also helped shape it.
Right.
He was a criminal, a leader,
a peacemaker,
and ultimately a victim.
Yeah, it's hard to reconcile all of those things in one person.
Right.
And that's precisely why his story is so compelling.
Yeah.
So thought-provoking.
Right.
It really challenges these easy categorizations we have. Of good and evil or right and wrong.
Yeah.
Massop was all of those things and perhaps none of them.
He was just Claude Massop.
Yeah.
This man who lived and died by the rules of a world most of us will never understand.
Yeah, it's a wild story, right? But even though his life was cut short, his story doesn't end with his death, does it?
No, it doesn't. And that's what's so fascinating about his legacy, is that even today, despite his involvement in all this criminal activity, some people in Jamaica still view him as a folk hero.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think contributes to that?
Well, I think it's partly a reflection of the very deep-seated resentment.
Towards inequality and injustice
Hmm?
that still exists in Jamaica today.
Right.
Massop, in a way, represented this challenge to the established order.
Right.
He came from nothing,
Right.
clawed his way to power, and even managed to bring about peace,
Yeah.
however briefly.
So for some people, he's a symbol of, fighting back against a system that's failed them.
Exactly.
Even if his methods were, definitely not always ethical or legal.
Right. It's a reminder that history is rarely black and white.
Right.
And people are complex.
Yeah.
Their actions can be driven by a whole mix of motivations.
Makes you think about how we judge figures from the past,
Yeah.
especially those who operated in the shadows.
Right. In a world of violence and corruption.
Do we just condemn them outright?
Yeah.
Or do we try to understand the forces that shaped their choices?
And I think Massop's story really forces us to grapple with those questions.
It does.
Because it reminds that even in the darkest corners of society, there's still those glimmers of humanity.
For sure. For sure. So taking a step back,
Yeah.
what does Massop's life and even his death tell us about Jamaica both then and now?
Well, I think it speaks to the enduring legacy of poverty, inequality, and corruption that continue to affect Jamaica.
Yeah.
These are the forces that shaped Massop's rise and ultimately contributed to his downfall.
It's a sobering reminder that even decades later, a lot of these issues are still very much present.
Yeah.
The violence, the struggle for opportunity.
Yeah, the blurred lines between the powerful and the, those operating outside the law.
Right, right. And it's why his story still resonates today.
It's a reflection of Jamaica's ongoing struggles,
Yeah,
its complexities,
absolutely.
and its search for a better future.
This deep dive has been quite a journey.
It has.
From the streets of Denhamtown to the heights of power and back down again. We've seen the brutality, the ambition, a fleeting moment of peace, and ultimately a very tragic end.
But even though Massop's story is rooted in this specific time and place, I think it raises these universal questions about power,
Absolutely.
morality,
Yeah.
and the choices we make when we're confronted with these impossible circumstances.
So as we wrap up here, I'm left with this thought.
Yeah.
What does Massop's life tell us about the relationship between poverty, opportunity, and violence, not just in Jamaica,
Right.
but anywhere in the world where these forces collide?
It's a question worth pondering.
It is. How do individuals navigate these really tough environments?
Right.
When do the lines between survival and ambition get blurred?
Yeah.
And what can we learn from those who, for better or worse, dared to challenge the status quo?
A lot to think about.
A lot to think about, for sure. And I hope this deep dive into Claude Massop's life has given you, our listener, a glimpse into a world that you might not have known existed, and maybe spark some curiosity to explore these themes further. Thanks for joining us on this journey.
Absolutely.
And until next time, keep diving. All right, so today we're going to take a deep dive into this case, United States versus Thomas Gambino, 1993.
Oh, yeah. This one's a fascinating one.
It's got all the classic elements you think of with the mob, right?
Right.
You've got a Gambino, so obviously organized crime is involved.
Of course it.
But there's a twist. Thomas Gambino was actually convicted alongside John Gotti.
The Teflon Don himself.
Exactly. But here's the thing. His co-defendant, Giuseppe Gambino, walks free. Acquitted.
Yeah, how do you get two Gambinos, same trial, two different verdicts? What happened?
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's what we're going to try to unpack today.
Yep.
So to help me break down all this, the legal complexities, the family dynamics, the whole 9 yards, I've got a real expert here.
Happy to be here.
So I think for starters, it'd be helpful to get a lay of the land. When we're talking about the Gambino family, what are we really talking about? What's the structure?
Sure. So at the top, you've got the boss. And in this case, it was the infamous John Gotti.
Mm-hmm.
And then right under him, you have the underboss that was Tommy Bellotti.
Okay, so Gotti's calling the shots. Bellotti's his right-hand man. What about our guy, Thomas Gambino? Where does he fit into all this?
So Thomas, he held the rank of captain.
Captain.
Now, a captain isn't just some low-level guy.
Yeah.
They oversee their own crew, their own operations. Pretty significant.
So he wasn't just some distant relative trying to cash in on the family name. He was a real player.
Yeah, a real player in the family business. And a big part of the prosecution's case was trying to link Thomas
to specific crimes, specifically to the Connecticut faction of the Gambino family.
Okay, Connecticut. So they were branching out.
Oh, they were always branching out. Now, to prove this connection, they presented some pretty interesting evidence. They had recordings, conversations between John Gotti and other mobsters, guys like George Remini.
Wait, they had Gotti on tape.
Yeah, they did. And in these recordings, you actually hear Gotti talking about Thomas Gambino, mentioning him by name.
Wow, so he was like snitching on his own captain.
It's more complicated than that. But the recordings definitely implicate Thomas in some illegal activities. Gambling, loan sharking, even labor racketeering, all the way up in Connecticut.
Labor racketeering, like
Yeah.
strong-arming unions and
Yeah.
businesses.
Exactly. And Gotti even refers to Thomas as Skipper.
Skipper.
Yeah, that was apparently code for captain. So a nickname within the family.
So not exactly trying to hide their activities, were they?
I mean, maybe they thought they were being careful using code names, whatnot, but, you know, the feds were listening.
Right. So we've got Gotti on tape, and he's talking about Skipper and some shady business happening up in Connecticut.
Right.
So how does Connecticut actually fit into all of this?
Well, that's where Tony McGowl comes in.
Mm-hmm.
He was basically Thomas's guy in Connecticut.
The point man.
Yeah, you could say that. He was running things up there, reporting back to Thomas.
Okay, so we've got this chain of command. You've got Gotti at the top, then Thomas, and then this Migla guy handling Connecticut.
Yeah, that's the picture the prosecution was trying to paint.
And did they have anything to back that up?
Oh, yeah. More than just those recordings. They also had evidence that Miguel was making all these phone calls to businesses tied to Thomas Gambino.
Okay, that makes sense.
But there's more. There were also calls made to Giuseppe Gambino's residence.
Giuseppe, the brother who was acquitted. Now that's where I start to get tripped up. If the informant didn't connect Giuseppe, and they're building a case against Thomas, why was Giuseppe even on trial?
That's the million-dollar question. While those phone records and his association with Thomas definitely raised eyebrows, Gravano, that's the mob informant, specifically said he didn't know anything about Giuseppe being involved in the crimes. And there wasn't that clear-cut, direct evidence linking him to the rackets in Connecticut.
So they thought they had something on him, but it wasn't as strong as their case against Thomas.
Especially with those recordings of Gotti. Those were pretty damning for Thomas.
It's wild, isn't it? You've got this family notorious for their involvement in organized crime. And then you have the boss caught on tape seemingly confirming it all.
Yeah. It's like something out of a movie.
So where do we go from here?
Well, before we get to those different verdicts, we need to talk about what happened with Tony McGale. He got arrested and indicted in Connecticut.
The guy running the Connecticut operation for Thomas?
Yep, him. And it gets even more interesting when we start talking about his plea deal and how both Thomas Gambino and D. John Gotti were involved in those discussions, according to Gravano, that is.
So they were trying to control the situation, even from behind bars.
It seems that way. They actually allowed McGale to plead guilty at first.
Why would they do that? Wouldn't that put more heat on the family?
Well, I'm guessing they thought it was the best way to protect the higher-ups, to keep Gotti and Thomas out of the spotlight. But then things took a pretty dramatic turn.
Uh-oh. What happened?
McGale actually tried to withdraw his guilty plea.
Wow. So what did that mean for the prosecution? Did it blow their case wide open?
It definitely complicated things. And Gravano's testimony about all of this, especially about a meeting he claimed to have had with Thomas Gambino concerning McGall's plea, became absolutely crucial to the prosecution.
But if McGall withdrew his plea, wouldn't that cast doubt on what really happened?
It certainly could.
Right.
It definitely raises questions about the accuracy of Gravano's account.
This is getting more and more tangled.
Oh, yeah. And we haven't even gotten to the best part yet.
Wait, there's more?
Oh, there's always more. Remember, the prosecution had more up their sleeve than just Gravano's testimony. They also had video surveillance footage placing both Thomas and Giuseppe at the Ravenite Social Club.
The Ravenite. Now we're talking. That's like Mob Central, right?
Right. But being seen at a social club, even one as infamous as the Ravenite, doesn't necessarily prove you're guilty of a crime.
So did they have anything directly linking them to the actual rackets in Connecticut?
Well, they had those phone records, remember?
Yeah.
The ones connecting McGall to both brothers.
Right, right.
Plus, the prosecution brought in another informant. This one was FBI, and they'd actually infiltrated the Connecticut operation.
So they had someone on the inside who could confirm what was going on.
Exactly. This informant corroborated everything. The illegal gambling, the loan sharking, the whole 9 yards.
It sounds like they were building a pretty solid case against Thomas.
They were. But then we come back to that head scratcher. The jury convicted Thomas.
Yep.
But Giuseppe, he walked. How do you explain that?
That's what makes this whole thing so fascinating, right? It's like you think you've got it all figured out, and then...
And then there's a twist.
Exactly, and it makes you realize just how complicated these cases can be.
They're never straightforward.
So how do we even begin to unpack those contrasting verdicts?
Well, I think we need to take a closer look at Salvatore Gravano, the mob informant. He's a key piece of this puzzle, and his testimony, well, it's not as clear-cut as you might think.
I mean, the guy admitted to, 19 murders, and now he's the star witness.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? How much can you really trust a guy like that?
Especially when he's trying to cut a deal to save his own skin.
Exactly. So you can bet the defense had a field day with Gravano on the stand.
I bet they did. Did they manage to, poke any holes in his story?
Oh, they did. They went after his whole criminal history, brought up every last detail. They pointed out inconsistencies, contradictions in his different accounts, really tried to paint him as this unreliable narrator.
And this is where that whole timeline about Miguel's plea withdrawal gets messy, right?
That's right. Remember, Gravano said he'd met with Thomas Gambino to talk about the plea. Well, the defense actually had detailed FBI surveillance logs.
What? Like, they knew where Thomas was every minute of the day?
Pretty much. And guess what? Thomas was out of town on the date Gravano gave for that meeting.
So Gravano's timeline was off. He got caught.
He did. The prosecution tried to say, oh, he must have just misremembered the exact date.
But come on.
Right. But the damage was done. The jury had heard it. That seed of doubt about Gravano's credibility, well, it was planted.
So is that why the jury came back with those different verdicts? They didn't believe Gravano when it came to Giuseppe.
It's possible. Maybe they thought, okay, some of what Gravano said checks out, especially the parts that were backed up by other evidence. But when it came to Giuseppe...
They weren't buying it.
Maybe not. And remember, the defense hammered that point home.
You mean that even Gravano, someone supposedly in the inner circle, couldn't tie Giuseppe to anything concrete?
That's exactly what they argued. And it seems like that might have resonated with the jury.
It's incredible how much power a single witness can have in a trial like this.
Especially when you're dealing with organized crime, where loyalty and silence are everything.
So if we step back from Gravano for a second, what other factors might have influenced those different verdicts?
Well, you have to consider the nature of the evidence itself, right? With Thomas, you had direct evidence, like Gotti's own words on those recordings, specifically naming him.
But with Giuseppe, it was more about connections and associations.
Right. Phone records, sightings at the Ravenite, that kind of thing.
So maybe the jury felt like, okay, there's enough to convict Thomas, but not enough to meet that, burden of proof for Giuseppe.
That's a very real possibility. And you can't forget the impact of those recordings. Hearing Gotti, the boss, actually implicate one of his own captains.
That's got to be pretty convincing.
It's not something you see every day. It really gave the prosecution a powerful weapon.
It makes you wonder what Gotti was thinking. Did he not realize he was incriminating his own guy?
Who knows? Maybe he felt so untouchable. Or maybe, with the feds cracking down, the pressure was getting to him.
It was a different time back then, wasn't it?
Definitely. The FBI was getting more aggressive, using wiretaps, cultivating informants. The walls were closing in, even for someone like Gotti.
This whole case, it's like a glimpse into a hidden world.
It is. And those contrasting verdicts, I think they tell us something important about the challenges of prosecuting organized crime.
What do you mean?
Well, these cases are rarely open and shut. You've got circumstantial evidence, unreliable witnesses, and proving intent, especially in a hierarchy like the Gambino family.
It's got to be tough.
Extremely tough. It's like peeling back layers of an onion. You've got the street-level stuff, the middlemen, and then these bosses at the top.
All insulated and protected.
Exactly. And to really make a case, you need a deep understanding of how these organizations work, their codes, their structures, their methods.
And I imagine it puts a lot of pressure on the jury.
Oh, absolutely. They have to sift through all this information, weigh the credibility of these witnesses.
And ultimately decide the fate of people connected to a powerful and dangerous criminal organization.
It's a heavy burden that, beyond a reasonable doubt standard, is a high bar to clear.
And when it comes to Giuseppe's acquittal, it kind of makes you think, just because someone hangs out with known criminals, even family,
Right.
it doesn't automatically make them guilty.
Absolutely. That's a cornerstone of our legal system. You have to prove a clear link between the defendant and the specific crimes, not just guilt by association.
And in Giuseppe's case, that link seems to have been missing.
At least in the eyes of the jury. And that speaks to the importance of due process. Everyone deserves a fair trial,
even if their last name is Gambino.
It's fascinating, isn't it? This whole deep dive has been like an education in organized crime.
It has.
We've got family dynamics, codes of silence, wiretaps, informants.
The whole shebang.
But it also makes you realize just how difficult it is for law enforcement to really break these networks.
It's a constant struggle. And as law enforcement develops new techniques, organized crime adapts.
It makes you wonder, what's next? Will we see a comeback of the traditional mafia families, or will they just become even more sophisticated?
That's a good question. Maybe one for another deep dive.
Yeah, something to think about. But one thing's for sure, organized crime isn't going away anytime soon.
Not a chance. It's a persistent threat. And it demands vigilance, innovation from law enforcement if they want to stay ahead of the curve.
And that brings us right back to the Gambino case.
Still circle.
It reminds us that there were always more layers to uncover, more questions to ask when it comes to organized crime. So what about you? What stands out to you about all this? What's been, I don't know, surprising or thought-provoking aspect of this case? It's like you said earlier, you get caught up in the twists and turns of the trial, the personalities involved. But for me, it's the bigger picture that's really sticking with me. What does this case, this whole Gambino saga, tell us about the fight against organized crime as a whole?
Yeah, that's the real takeaway here, isn't it? I think the Gambino trial, it gives us a few valuable insights. Like, it shows just how hard it is to actually build a solid case against these organizations. I mean, they're built on secrecy, loyalty, intimidation. It's not like you can just walk up and ask for witnesses.
Right. It's not like they're going to be lining up to testify. And even when you do get someone like Gravano, an insider, there's always that question of, well, how much can we really believe?
Exactly. Juries are going to be skeptical, and they should be. You got a guy who admits to, 19 murders, and now he's the star witness for the government. There's always going to be that suspicion that maybe he's just saying what he needs to say to save himself.
Yeah, you can't just take his word as gospel.
No. Not at all. You have to corroborate, check timelines, examine every detail. And even then, there's a risk that the jury's just not going to buy it.
The Gambino case, with that focus on Connecticut, it also reminds us that this isn't just a big city problem anymore, is it? Organized crime, it's everywhere.
Oh, absolutely. They've infiltrated legitimate businesses, found new ways to make money. We're not just talking about the old school stuff like gambling and loan sharking anymore.
Right. It's so much bigger than that now.
Drugs, human smuggling, cybercrime, money laundering. It's a global operation these days. And that makes it even harder to track, to prosecute.
So how do you even begin to tackle something that big, that complex?
You need a multi-pronged approach, for sure. You've got your traditional methods, surveillance, wiretaps, undercover work. But you also have to keep up with the times. Use technology to track the money, monitor what's happening online, gather intelligence from all over the world.
And it's not enough to just catch the small timers anymore. You have to go after the whole structure.
You got to dismantle it from the top down.
Oh, yeah.
Target the bosses, the ones calling the shots, making the real money.
That's got to be so difficult. These guys are insulated, protected. They don't get their hands dirty.
Right. Proving their involvement, connecting them to specific crimes, it takes a huge amount of effort, resources. But it's essential if you want to make a real impact.
Do you think people really understand how big this problem is? Like the extent of organized crime's influence?
I think there's a tendency to see it as this like romanticized thing, like something out of a movie with tough guys and codes of honor. But the reality is much darker than that.
Yeah, it's not glamorous.
No, it's brutal. It's about exploiting people, preying on the vulnerable, undermining the rule of law. It's like a cancer, really.
It spreads and corrupts everything it touches. And it operates in the shadows so often you don't even know it's there until it's too late.
Exactly. That's why cases like this Gambino trial are so important. They bring these hidden networks into the light, show the public how they work, and remind us that this is a fight that never really ends.
It's a constant battle.
It is. And it's going to take collaboration, information sharing, new strategies, and a lot of hard work to stay ahead of the game.
It's not just up to law enforcement either. The public needs to be aware, know the signs, and speak up if they see something suspicious.
Absolutely. Silence and apathy, that's what lets organized crime thrive.
Well, I think it's safe to say we've covered a lot of ground today. This deep dive has been a real eye-opener for me.
Me too.
We've seen how complex organized crime is, the difficulties of bringing these guys to justice, and the need for constant vigilance.
And, even with a verdict, sometimes there's not a clear sense of closure.
Right, it's not always black and white. The Gambino case is a perfect example of that. So as we wrap things up, I'm curious what's resonating with you the most. What are you taking away from all of this?
That's a good question.
Maybe it's the power of a single witness to sway a jury, or just the fact that organized crime is still a major threat. Whatever it is, we hope this deep dive has given you something to think about.
Definitely.
And maybe it's even sparked your curiosity to learn more, to keep asking questions, to keep digging deeper. That's what we're all about here. So until next time.
Keep exploring.
That's right. Keep exploring. All right, everyone get ready. Today, we're going to dive deep into the life of Ott Toy. You might not know the name right away, but stick with us. Her story is incredible, especially during the California Gold Rush.
Yeah, she's like a perfect way to understand that whole time period.
Exactly. So to do this, we've got some excerpts from her Wikipedia page. And just for some background, a little info on the Gold Rush. What we're going to do is uncover how Ott Toy, who was a Chinese immigrant, became so powerful in San Francisco, ambitious, resilient, and navigating a system that was, well, not very welcoming, to say the least.
And to really get it, the context, we got to remember that before 1851, there were only 7 Chinese women documented in San Francisco.
Wow, just 7. Can you imagine? One of just a tiny handful of women in this city just exploding with people trying to get rich during the gold rush.
It's pretty amazing. And Ott Toy, I mean, she totally saw the opportunity there. She got known for these peep shows, charging a whole ounce of gold, which, was like $16 back then, just to look. I mean, think about it. $16, and it was a lot of money.
Yeah, that's wild. No wonder she became one of the wealthiest women in the city. But, she was clearly thinking bigger than just peep shows.
Oh, yeah. She was a total businesswoman. She built this whole chain of brothels, even bringing women over from China to work in them. And, of course, this is where things get a little complicated, I guess. Some of these women were really young, which brings up some ethical questions. You can't just ignore that.
For sure, it really shows how much exploitation was mixed in with all the opportunities back then. And it's interesting, too, she got pushback from some of the male Chinese leaders who wanted to control that whole industry. Seems like she was shaking things up, even within her own community.
Absolutely she was. You've got to picture her navigating this world, dominated by men, constantly asserting her position. And she even used the legal system a lot to her advantage, going to court to protect her business, For example, there was this one case. She sued this guy named Yi Tai. He was trying to extort money from her. And she won, which shows how well she understood the legal system and how willing she was to stand up for her rights.
Wow, she knew the system, and she wasn't afraid to use it. But there's a big twist in this legal story, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. In 1854, there's this legal case, People v. Hall. It changed everything for her. Basically, the ruling said Chinese people couldn't testify in court, which left Ott Toy super vulnerable. She could get cheated or taken advantage of, and there wasn't much she could do legally.
So even though she was so good at using the legal system, the rules changed on her, and it became almost impossible to defend herself.
Exactly. And then, to make matters worse, an anti-prostitution law passed that same year, 1854. And guess what? It was mainly enforced against Chinese women. So Ott Toy was facing discrimination on, every side.
It's hard to imagine being in that situation. I wonder what she did next.
Well, instead of giving up, she decided to leave San Francisco in 1857. And it's important to note this. She left as a wealthy woman, went back to China with the plan to live comfortably.
Yeah, it sounds like she left on her own terms. But wait, if I remember correctly, she was back in California by 1859.
That's right, she was. Which makes you think, her ties to California must have been stronger than we think. And get this. From 1868 until she died in 1928, she lived a pretty quiet life in Santa Clara County.
Quiet, but probably not uneventful, especially given how things were back then.
Right, you got it. We don't know all the details. But she had several long-term partners during those years, but she couldn't legally marry any of them if they were white because of California's anti-miscegenation laws. Just imagine that. Living in a society that wouldn't let you marry someone just because of their race.
It's really heartbreaking, and it shows all the limitations she faced, even while she was finding love and connection.
It's these kind of complex stories, interwoven with these bigger historical narratives that make Ott Toy's journey so fascinating.
I agree. These deep dives help us discover those human sides of history, the parts you don't always get in textbooks.
Yeah, I think that's what people love about these stories, that chance to connect with history on a personal level, to see the struggles and the triumphs of people who lived through these incredible times.
Speaking of connecting, Toy's story is even part of popular culture.
You're right. She's in that Cinemax series Warrior. It takes place during the Tong Wars. In late 19th century San Francisco, there were these violent clashes between different Chinese secret societies. And the show portrays her as this really powerful figure navigating that whole world.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm definitely adding it to my list. It's so great to see these figures from history, especially someone like Autoy. Get recognized like that.
Yeah, it shows her lasting impact, even if her name isn't as well known as some others from that time.
So before we move on to the next chapter in Autoy's story, I gotta ask you something. What do you think she would have wanted people to remember about her if she could have told her own story, you know? What parts of her life, her struggles, her achievements, do you think she would have focused on?
That's a really good question. It makes you think about how stories get told and whose voices get heard.
Yeah, and it shows the work that historians do to piece together these hidden stories and give a voice to people who are often ignored or marginalized.
Exactly. It reminds us that history is always changing as we uncover new perspectives and challenge the stories that have always been told.
And that's what makes it so captivating, right? There's always more to discover, more stories to uncover, more layers to peel back.
I totally agree. It's a never-ending journey of discovery. But for now, we'll leave you with that question about how Autoy would have told her own story. And we'll continue this amazing conversation in the next part of our deep dive.
You know, it's amazing to think about how much Autoy accomplished. I mean, starting with so little, and then, boom, she's a major figure in San Francisco just a few years later. It really makes you think about, like, what drove her, you know?
Yeah, it's tough to know for sure, but it was probably a bunch of things. I mean, you read these historical accounts, and they make her sound so smart, so resourceful, like someone who really understood how power works and used it to her advantage. But we can't forget the limitations she faced, too, right? Being a Chinese woman during that era, it wasn't exactly easy.
Right. Even with money and influence, the whole system was kind of set up to hold her back. Her story is really a powerful example of, like, never giving up, even when things are stacked against you. And it's not just about her own success either, right? She was a pioneer for other Chinese women, too.
Absolutely. She was one of the first to really make a mark on San Francisco's history. And that's especially amazing when you consider how few opportunities Chinese women had at that time.
Her decision to go back to China in 1857, that's so interesting to me. What do we know about why she did that? Was it like a sense of, I don't know, accomplishment, or was it something totally different?
Yeah, that's a good question. Sadly, the historical records are a bit thin on the details of why she went back. We know she was financially secure when she left, which suggests she felt like she'd reached a point where she could make that choice.
It's fascinating to imagine what that was like for her, you know, going back to China after everything she experienced in Gold Rush San Francisco. That must have been such a huge cultural shift.
Oh, definitely. Going from that kind of wild, fast-paced world back to a more traditional society, it must have been a huge adjustment. It makes you wonder how she felt about those two worlds, right? Did she feel like she belonged in either place, or was she kind of always stuck between two cultures?
That feeling of being caught between two cultures, that's something you see in so many immigrant stories. It's a pretty universal experience, no matter when or where you come from.
Totally. And it gets to the heart of questions about identity. Like, how do you define yourself when you're always moving between different worlds, expectations, and values?
That's probably something Autoy wrestled with her whole life. And then, of course, there's the fact that she came back to California just a couple years later. Why do you think she came back?
It's something historians have been trying to figure out for a long time. Some think she might have missed the energy and opportunity that California offered, even with all the discrimination. Others think maybe she had unfinished business, personal connections she couldn't leave behind.
You know, maybe she felt a sense of freedom in California that she didn't have in China. It's easy to forget that back then, women in a lot of parts of the world didn't have many rights or opportunities. California, even with all its problems, might have given her more personal freedom than she could find anywhere else.
That's a great point. It's possible that California, even with all its prejudice, allowed her a level of independence and self-determination that was unavailable to her elsewhere.
And you have to remember, California was still a pretty young state back then, full of potential and change. I can see how she would be drawn back to that kind of dynamic energy.
Yeah, like she was always looking for new frontiers, both geographically and personally.
It makes you wonder what she thought about all the changes happening in California during that second stay. Imagine seeing all those cities growing so fast, all those new immigrants arriving, the whole political landscape shifting.
It must have been mind-blowing to see all that happening. She was there for the gold rush, which completely transformed California from this sleepy territory to a booming state. And then she came back to see it keep changing at an incredible pace.
And through it all, she's living this seemingly quiet life in Santa Clara County, away from all the craziness, but definitely shaped by it.
Right, like she's observing everything from a distance, processing all those huge changes happening around her. She had a front row seat to some of the most important moments in California's history.
You know, it reminds me of that saying, the quieter you become, the more you can hear. Maybe those quieter years gave her time to really think about her experiences and find her place in a world that was changing so fast.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Maybe that's why her story still speaks to us today. It reminds us that even in these big historical moments, there are always these individual journeys happening in the background, full of their own unique depth and complexity.
And sometimes it's those quiet stories, the ones whispered on the sidelines, that hold the most profound truths. You know, it's kind of interesting how Ah Toy just stepped back from the spotlight later in life. After all those years being this, prominent figure, she chose this quiet existence.
Yeah, maybe it was her way of taking back some control,
Yeah.
defining her own story after so long of having it shaped by everyone else and what society thought she should be.
But even as she sought out that quieter life, those societal pressures, they were still there. Remember, she couldn't legally marry any of her partners if they were white because of those anti-miscegenation laws.
Yeah.
It's a harsh reminder of the racism that was just built into American society back then.
It really makes you think. Here she was, this woman who had overcome so much, achieved financial independence, and defied expectations, but she was denied this basic right just because of her race.
It really does. It makes you think about how those laws must have affected her relationships, her sense of belonging, her ability to freely express her love. It's easy to forget those laws weren't just words on paper. They actually controlled people's lives, dictating their choices and limiting their options.
Absolutely. Toy Story is a testament to that. She lived life on her own terms, carving out a space for herself in a world that was constantly trying to put her in a box.
A survivor, a businesswoman, a pioneer. Her story reminds us that history isn't just about dates and events, it's about people, real people navigating these complex and, let's be honest, often unjust systems.
And Toy Story reminds us that even when you're up against seemingly impossible obstacles, you can still persevere.
And even though she passed away in 1928, her legacy continues to inspire. She shows us how important it is to challenge the status quo and fight for a fairer world.
Yeah. Her story also highlights the fact that history is full of these unsung heroes. People who may not have made the headlines, but whose lives were still incredible.
So, as we wrap up our deep dive into Ah Toy's fascinating life, let's take a second to appreciate her contributions, her struggles, and her triumphs. Let her story be a reminder that even when facing huge challenges, the human spirit is powerful.
And who knows, maybe somewhere out there, there's a collection of Ah Toy's personal writings just waiting to be found. Imagine what we could learn from her firsthand account.
Until then, we'll keep putting the pieces of her story together using what we have, honoring her legacy and making sure her name is not forgotten.
And hopefully, this deep dive inspires you all to keep exploring, uncover those hidden stories that are just waiting to be told.
That's what the deep dive is all about. Exploring the fascinating, often overlooked parts of history and making those stories come to life. Because after all, history is happening all around us, every single day. Go out there and make some history of your... All right, welcome in, everybody. We're back with another deep dive. This time, we're going to be looking at Akbar Prey, a figure who kind of went from, the heights of a drug empire to advocating against that very lifestyle.
Yeah, really interesting story here.
And we've got his Wikipedia article as our guide. But we're going to go beyond the surface here.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's almost like...
I was thinking about it. Is it peeling back the layers of an onion?
Oh, I like that.
But instead of tears, we're hoping for more aha moments.
Moments, exactly right. And what makes this deep dive so interesting is the contrast in Prey's life.
Yeah, the contrast is just striking. He built the family, this incredible network that moved millions in cocaine and marijuana.
Wow.
But now he's dedicated to steering youth away from that world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's unpack this a little. One turning point seems to be his release in September 2024, after serving over 36 years of a life sentence.
And he was granted compassionate release. a provision of the First Step Act, which, aims to reform the justice system.
Right, address those issues of mass incarceration.
Right, exactly.
This is a huge problem.
Yeah.
And this is where things get really interesting, I think.
Yeah.
Because Prey's release sparks a conversation about the very purpose of punishment.
Right.
Is it purely about retribution, an eye for an eye? Or should there be space for rehabilitation, for genuine change, and ultimately redemption?
Yeah, that's the question, right? And Prey's story adds another layer to it, because he didn't just serve his time passively.
Yeah.
He became a voice from within the system.
Absolutely.
He wrote The Death of the Game, a book directly warning youth about the dangers he knew firsthand.
And not only that,
Right.
he also became a columnist for Don Diva magazine, a publication that speaks directly to the urban community.
Right.
He even contributed to works by Nikki Turner,
Oh, wow.
the popular urban fiction author.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's like he's intentionally using platforms
Right.
that resonate with the very demographic he hopes to influence.
It's like strategic. Like he's using his past to dismantle the system he was once a part of.
Yeah.
But let's talk about his foundation, Akbar Prey's Foundation for Change, APFFC. It's actively working to provide at-risk youth with alternative paths, aiming to break that cycle of crime before it even starts.
And what's so fascinating here is the potential impact of Prey's personal story.
Right.
I mean, here's a former kingpin, someone who lived and breathed that life, now serving as a mentor. That authenticity, I think, can hold immense weight, especially for young people facing those same crossroads.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, can someone truly change? Can someone who built their life on crime genuinely dedicate themselves to preventing it?
It really forces us to look at the complexities of human nature, the potential for change, and this idea of redemption.
Yeah, I mean, and to really understand the magnitude of his transformation. We got to rewind a bit.
Yeah.
Back to his conviction. This was a high-profile case. 126 witnesses.
Wow.
Many, just to testify about his lavish spending habits.
Wow, so they were really trying to paint him as this...
Like a high roller living large off ill-gotten gains.
And you have to consider the context, too. This was the peak of the war on drugs in the 80s and 90s, an era marked by aggressive law enforcement and harsh sentencing.
Exactly.
So it begs the question, was Prey made an example of? Did the focus on his substantial wealth overshadow other parts of his case?
Yeah, it definitely raises questions about the legal strategy employed during that period. It seems like the prosecution was really focused on portraying him as this symbol of excess fueled by illegal activities.
And it also ties into the larger conversation about criminal justice reform and all the debates surrounding it.
It's almost like his case highlights the very questions at the heart of those reform efforts. How do we balance accountability with second chances? How do we create a system that is just and equitable while also allowing space for rehabilitation and redemption?
That's a really nuanced conversation.
Yeah.
And Prey's story, I think, really serves as a compelling case study.
Yeah, and I think to really understand the depths of his transformation, we got to delve deeper into his time behind bars.
Yeah.
Into those experiences that shaped his present path.
Absolutely.
We need to look beyond the headlines and explore what happened during those 36 years, those moments that fueled his desire to dismantle the system he was once a part of.
For sure.
So we've established Prey was more than just an inmate serving time. He was actively writing.
Oh, yeah?
Taking on editorial roles. Editor-in-chief of Gangster Chronicles.
Really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Talk about a title that fits the bill.
It does. It really shows his commitment to using those experiences to help others.
Yeah.
Almost as if he's saying, hey, I walk this path.
Yeah.
I know what's up. And let me tell you, it's not worth it.
And I bet that message hits different when it's coming from someone who has been there.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just theoretical anymore. It's like lived experience.
Yeah, exactly. It has a certain authenticity to it.
Yeah.
Having walked the path, coming out the other side. But, his transformation didn't erase the consequences of his actions. He faced some serious health challenges, hypertension, prostate issues, glaucoma. He even lost sight in one eye.
Wow. And let's not forget the double hip replacement that he underwent in prison.
Yeah, it really reminds you that even someone who held such a position of power is still vulnerable.
Right. Brings it back down to earth a little bit.
It does. It really humanizes him.
Yeah.
Reminds us that regardless of our past deeds, we all share that common fragility.
Right.
But also raises questions about the conditions, in the prison system, the healthcare access, the toll that a sentence like that can take on someone's well-being.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of his release, it was granted under this compassionate release provision of the First Step Act.
Right.
And for those who don't know, this was a bipartisan effort to reform the criminal justice system and try to reduce mass incarceration, which has really disproportionately affected some communities.
Absolutely, yeah. And Prey's case becomes really interesting in this debate. There's some who argue compassionate release should be applied more broadly, especially for those who have served significant time and shown genuine effort towards rehabilitation.
Yeah.
They see it as a way to address the overcrowded prison system and acknowledge that potential for change.
Right. On the other hand, there's some who would say that leniency undermines the severity of the crimes and could pose a risk.
Yeah, that's the other side of it.
Public safety.
Yeah, it's complex.
It is. There's valid points on both sides.
And Prey's story, it brings this debate into focus, with his high-profile case and his work against that lifestyle. What do we believe is the purpose of punishment?
Yeah.
Is it just about retribution? Or is there room for second chances, acknowledging that people can change?
And what's really remarkable is he didn't emerge from prison with bitterness or resentment,
Right.
but with a drive to make a positive impact.
I was just thinking that. He could have gone back to old habits.
Right.
Or felt like he was defined by his past.
Right.
But he chose a different path, dedicated to helping others avoid his mistakes, using his own story as a warning.
Yeah.
It really says a lot about his character, his resilience, and his own personal growth.
It does. It really challenges us to reconsider these assumptions about redemption and the fact that people can change. I mean, his story didn't end with his release.
No.
It's like a new chapter has just begun.
It really is.
Yeah, he's got a platform now, a voice that, because of his past, carries weight. And how he uses that voice, the work he does, his message.
It's compelling.
Yeah, it's really compelling. He's not just talking the talk, he's walking the walk.
Yeah.
He released a CD, Akbar Speaks, which circulated through the mixtape scene.
That's interesting.
Another example of his unconventional approach to reaching people.
I mean, it's brilliant. He's going straight to the source, using those platforms that really connect with those communities.
It makes you wonder, what's he going to do next?
I know.
How's he going to navigate this complex past while building a better future for himself and others?
Yeah, the story's still unfolding.
He's a walking paradox, this former drug kingpin who now dedicates his life to helping kids avoid that path.
He really makes you think, doesn't it? About, those perceptions we have.
Right.
And how they can change.
Yeah.
It forces us to look at our own biases and consider the fact that people can change.
Yeah, even after committing some pretty serious offenses.
Yeah, for sure.
Makes you question those, labels we attach to people based on past actions.
Absolutely. His story is a reminder that people are complex.
Yeah.
And things aren't always so black and white.
Right.
And that everyone deserves a chance.
Yeah.
To kind of redefine themselves.
Yeah.
Contribute in a positive way.
And Prey's commitment to that is obvious in everything he does. The writing, the foundation, even using mixtapes, always trying to find new ways to connect and inspire.
I think it's really interesting that he doesn't shy away from his past.
Right.
He owns it, but not in a, glorifying way.
Right.
It's more like he's using it as a tool, wisdom he earned the hard way to help guide others.
Yeah, it's like he's saying, look, I was there, I saw how bad it can be, and I'm here to help you find a better way.
Exactly, and that really carries a lot of weight. It's authentic, more than just some lecture you'd hear.
Right.
It's real.
So, what's the takeaway? What can we learn from all this?
Well, I think Akbar Prey's life really brings up those big questions about second chances.
Yeah.
Redemption.
Yeah.
Even after someone has done some bad things.
Right.
It really challenges us to confront our own beliefs about justice, about punishment. Is it just about punishing people, or is it also about giving them a chance to change?
It makes you think about forgiveness, too. forgiving others and even ourselves.
Absolutely. It's a reminder that
Yeah.
change is always possible, even in the worst situations.
Praise life is really a testament to the strength of the human spirit, the fact that we have choices,
Yeah.
and this belief that things can get better.
And it leaves you with this feeling of hope. Like no matter how tough things get, there's always a chance for redemption.
And transformation.
For sure.
So to wrap things up, folks, Prey's story is one that'll stick with you.
Yeah.
It makes you question your own assumptions
Ah.
about people, about the world, and maybe even inspires you to embrace the idea of change in your own life.
I think that's a great place to leave it.
Yeah, I think so too. So until next time, everybody, keep those deep dive questions.
All right, so you wanted to learn more about the criminal justice system, right? Well, buckle up because this one's a doozy. Drugs, rap music, Philly. It's got it all.
It really does sound like something you'd see on the big screen.
Oh, absolutely. This case has more twists and turns than your average crime drama. And the best part is, we're diving deep into the actual legal documents and news reports to break it all down.
Behind the scenes, just like that.
Exactly. So, are you ready to jump into the world of the original block hustlers?
OBH, let's do it. I'm fascinated to see how this all unfolds.
This group was allegedly running a major drug operation right out of Philadelphia. But they weren't just your average street crew.
Right. They were also trying to make it big in the music world.
Aspiring rappers, can you believe that?
Yeah.
Led by this guy, Abdul West, who went by the stage name A.R. Ab.
I'm sensing a clash between art and crime here.
Oh, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
It's this whole double life thing that makes the case so intriguing. On one hand, you have these guys allegedly slinging drugs, but then they're also spitting rhymes and dropping music videos.
And the lines start to blur, right? Like how much of their music was a reflection of their reality.
Right, and that's where things get really interesting. Because according to the documents, some of West's lyrics directly reference their alleged activities.
Oh, wow. So he's rapping about the crimes, essentially.
It's almost like he was writing his own confession in his songs. I mean, there were even details like names and locations that lined up with the actual investigation.
So did the prosecutors use those lyrics as evidence against him in court?
You bet they did. It became a key point of contention, actually. The prosecution argued that those lyrics were proof of his involvement, while the defense claimed it was just artistic expression, pure and simple.
Ah, the old art imitates life dilemma. Where do you draw the line?
Exactly. It's a tricky one, because on one hand, you've got freedom of speech, which is a fundamental right. But then there's the question of whether that right protects you when you're rapping about illegal activities, potentially incriminating yourself in the process.
It reminds me of that old saying, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. But in this case, it's more like anything you rap.
Right. And it wasn't just the lyrics either. Things took an even darker turn when investigators uncovered alleged online messages sent by West, some containing direct threats of violence.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't just talk. He was allegedly putting those threats out there for the world to see.
It seems that way. And according to the documents, those threats weren't empty words. There's evidence suggesting West may have even ordered a hit on a former associate.
A hit. Are we talking about a real-life mob movie now?
That's what it's starting to sound like. Apparently, West suspected this associate of siding with a rival group, and things escalated from there.
So what happened?
Well, I don't want to spoil too much just yet, but let's just say that this case goes way beyond your typical drug bust.
It sounds like this OBH operation was more than just a bunch of guys selling drugs. It was about power, loyalty, and some seriously dangerous consequences.
You got it. And it all played out against the backdrop of this massive drug trafficking network that stretched all the way from Philadelphia to California.
Wow, talk about a coast-to-coast operation. They weren't messing around.
They weren't, and neither were the feds. This case involved the FBI, DEA, Philadelphia police, the whole 9 yards. It was a full-court press to bring down OBH.
I bet those law enforcement agencies had their hands full with this one.
Absolutely. And one of the things they uncovered that really blew the lid off this case was a network of stash houses that OBH was using.
Stash houses, huh? Sounds like something out of a movie. What kind of stuff were we talking about here?
We're talking drugs, cash, guns, the works.
Wow, they had it all. Any specific location stand out?
Oh, yeah, there's one in particular on North Sydenham Street that was like hitting the jackpot for the feds. We're talking evidence galore.
And I'm guessing that's when the walls really started closing in on Abdul West and his crew.
You could say that. But here's the thing. Just when you thought this story couldn't get any wilder, it takes another turn. All thanks to West's attorney, Edward Meehan.
Oh, what happened? Some kind of ace lawyer move to get West off the hook?
Not quite. It turns out Meehan had a bit of a past that was about to collide head-on with this case.
I'm intrigued. What kind of past are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say that representing alleged drug lords wasn't exactly a new concept for Mr. Meehan.
Oh, really? Had he dealt with similar cases before?
Oh, you have no idea. Remember how we were talking about conflicts of interest earlier?
Right, with artists and their lyrics and the legal implications.
This is a whole other level. It turned out that Meehan had actually represented 2 other defendants involved in this very same drug trafficking ring, but before West.
You're kidding. So the lawyer had history with OBH, and not just from this one case. That's quite the entanglement.
Entanglement is an understatement.
Yeah.
And the prosecution was not about to let that slide.
I can imagine they cried foul. That's a major conflict of interest. It's like,
Major conflict indeed. And what happened next is, well, you'll just have to wait and see.
so get this. The judge actually allowed Meehan to stay on the case.
Wait, what? Seriously? I mean, how could that even fly with such a blatant conflict of interest? It's mind-boggling.
I know, right? But here's the kicker. It all boiled down to Abdul West himself.
West. What did he have to do with it?
Well, it turns out West was fully aware of the potential risks involved in having Meehan represent him.
He must have really trusted this guy.
That's putting it mildly. He was willing to roll the dice, even with the feds breathing down his neck and a mountain of evidence piling up against him.
Speaking of evidence, what about that raid on the Columbus Boulevard apartment? That had to be a major blow to OBH.
Oh, you better believe it. We're talking about a massive seizure, 10 whole kilograms of cocaine.
10 kilograms. Wow. That's what, like 22 pounds of cocaine?
A little more, yeah. And as if that wasn't enough, they also found 6 pounds of meth and a cool $20,000 in cash.
Man, talk about a bad day at the office. It sounds like the feds really had them dead to rights after that.
They did. And it wasn't just the physical evidence. Remember Charles Sally, West's associate?
Oh, yeah, the guy who tried to silence a witness.
A one and only. Sally was determined to protect West and OBH, even if it meant taking the law into his own hands.
And how did that work out for him?
About as well as you'd expect. He sent a threatening letter to a key witness.
A letter. Seriously.
Yeah.
You'd think in this day and age he would have at least sent a burner email or used a messaging app or something.
Right. But nope, he went full-on snail mail. He even signed it with a fake name, Ron Harvey.
Ron Harvey? That's almost comical. Did he really think that would fool anyone?
Apparently so. Needless to say, it didn't work. The FBI saw right through it.
What a disaster. So, with the drugs, the money, the witness tampering, it sounds like OBH was going down.
And they did. The trial was basically a formality at that point.
So what happened in court?
Well, some of the OBH members decided to cut their losses and plead guilty, hoping for a lighter sentence.
I can't say I blame them.
Right. But West and a few others decided to take their chances at trial.
Talk about a gamble. What were they thinking?
Who knows? Maybe they thought they could beat the odds, or maybe they just couldn't stomach the thought of a plea deal. Whatever the reason, they rolled the dice and they lost. The jury came back with a guilty verdict on multiple counts, including conspiracy to distribute controlled substances.
Wow. So that was it for OBH. Game over.
Game over. Their reign in the Philadelphia drug trade was officially over.
And then came the moment of truth sentencing. What kind of punishment did they receive?
Well, remember how West was the alleged mastermind behind this whole operation?
Yeah, the rapper turned kingpin.
Exactly. And that meant he was facing some serious time. The judge ultimately sentenced him to 45 years in prison.
45 years! That's longer than some people are even alive.
It's a hefty sentence, no doubt. Blanding and Hickson, who pled guilty, got a bit of a break in comparison.
How much time did they get?
Blanding was sentenced to 25 years, and Hickson got 20.
Still a long time to be behind bars. And what about our friend Charles Sally? Did his witness tampering scheme land him in hot water?
Oh, absolutely. He ended up pleading guilty as well and learned a hard lesson about the consequences of obstructing justice.
So in the end, everyone involved in this case had to face the music, so to speak. But yeah, this story goes way deeper than your typical drug bust.
You're right. It really makes you think about the choices we make and how they can have a ripple effect on our lives and the lives of others.
It's a reminder that actions have consequences, and that sometimes the line between right and wrong can get awfully blurry.
Well said. And it forces us to confront some uncomfortable truths about the world we live in. But for now, let's shift our focus to the man at the center of it all, Abdul West, a.k.a. AR-Ab. His story, and the story of OBH, is a cautionary tale about the allure and the ultimate cost of a life entangled in the world of drugs and crime.
It's almost like a Greek tragedy, the rise and fall of a kingpin who used music to tell his story, but that story ultimately led to his downfall.
It really is, and it makes you wonder how much of his music was a reflection of his reality versus a way to escape it, to process the darkness he was surrounded by.
It's that whole write what you know idea, right? But in West's case, what he knew was incredibly dangerous, and putting it all out there, well, it came back to bite him in a big way.
And it brings us back to that question we keep bumping up against. Can we, or should we, separate the art from the artist? Can you appreciate the music while condemning the actions?
It's a tough one. I mean, you hear the music, and there's this raw talent there, this ability to connect with people on an emotional level, but then you learn about the crimes, the violence, and it's like, man, how do you reconcile those two things?
Exactly. And it's not just a question for us as listeners, right? The legal system had to wrestle with it too. They had to decide, are these lyrics just artistic expression, or are they evidence of something more, something criminal?
And in the end, the court basically said, nope, those lines are way too blurred. This isn't just art. It's part of a bigger, darker picture.
It's a cautionary tale, no doubt about it, for any artist who delves into the darker side of life in their work. There's always that line, that blurry line between what you can say and what you can't. When does freedom of expression cross over into criminal liability? There's no easy answer.
Definitely not. And it's something we all need to keep thinking about, talking about, because this isn't just about Abdul West and OBH. It's bigger than that. It's about art and responsibility and the crazy ways that crime, justice, and all of our lives intersect.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the world of OBH, what's sticking with you? What are you taking away from all of this?
I think for me, it's just a reminder that things are rarely as simple as they seem, especially when it comes to the criminal justice system. You see the headlines, you hear about the crimes, but there's so much more going on beneath the surface. They're human stories, complex emotions, tough questions that don't always have easy answers.
Absolutely. It's a reminder that the world isn't black and white, it's a whole lot of gray. And sometimes the most important questions are the ones that don't have a clear-cut right or wrong response.
Well said. And I think that's a good place to leave it for today. We're going to step out of the courtroom for now, maybe explore something a little less heavy next time. But for those of you who are fascinated by this whole world, the intersection of art, crime, and the law, there's a ton of stuff out there to dig into. Who knows, maybe one of you will be inspired to pick up a law textbook or two, maybe become the next Johnny Cochran. But until then, thanks for joining us on this deep dive, and we'll catch you next time. Hey everyone, ready for a deep dive into a life that took some seriously wild turns?
I'm ready, let's do it.
We're talking AZ Faison, a guy who went from a major drug player in Harlem to, well...
to someone dedicated to keeping youth away from that life.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty amazing.
It's a story full of contrasts, and we're going to unpack it all using his Wikipedia entry.
I always find those fascinating,
Me too.
They can really give you a sense of someone's journey.
Totally.
Like, how do you go from those beginnings to where Azzy ended up? It's a question worth exploring.
It really is.
For sure.
Okay, so Azzy's story begins in New York City.
Okay.
He was born there in 1964.
Got it.
One of 7 kids.
Wow, a big family.
Yeah, raised by a single mother.
Must have been tough.
And then things get even tougher.
Oh.
They had to move to Harlem after a fire in their building.
Oh, wow. That's rough.
Can you imagine the impact that kind of instability has on a kid?
Oh, absolutely, especially at a young age. That kind of disruption can really shape a person's path. And you can see how those early experiences might have influenced Azzy's life, too.
Yeah, I see that.
He ended up dropping out of high school.
After 9th grade, right?
Yeah, 9th grade.
Yeah.
And then he bounced around from job to job.
Makes sense.
Even worked at a dry cleaner's for a while, like 2 years.
Interesting.
And that's actually where things took a pretty unexpected turn.
Really? A dry cleaner's?
Yeah. You wouldn't think a dry cleaner's would be the starting point for, well...
for a future drug kingpin.
Exactly.
It's funny how life works out sometimes, isn't it?
Right, like those everyday places. You never know
Exactly.
what kind of connections you might make.
Yeah, so what happened at the dry cleaners?
Well, that's where Azzy met a Dominican supplier.
Ah, I see. Someone who introduced him to that whole world.
Exactly. And this is also around the time when, that movie Scarface came out.
Oh, yeah, the one that kind of glamorized the whole drug scene.
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow, talk about timing.
Right. I mean, it makes you wonder if it's just a coincidence. Totally.
Like, did that movie, combined with meeting that supplier, plant some kind of seed in Azzy's mind?
I mean, it's hard to say for sure,
Yeah.
but it definitely makes you think about how those factors, real life and fiction,
Right.
can come together at just the right moment and influence someone's choices.
For sure.
It's like those two things, the encounter and the movie, created this, like a perfect storm in his life.
Yeah.
From there, his rise in the drug world, I mean, it was shockingly fast.
Oh, yeah. Incredibly fast.
Like by the time he was 21, he was already a major cocaine wholesaler.
Making serious money.
Yeah, something like $40,000 a week or even more.
Or more. Crazy.
All this during the 80s.
The peak of the war on drugs.
Yeah, a time that was both incredibly dangerous.
And alluring. Right.
Absolutely.
Like the risks were high, but so were the rewards.
It was a world of extremes, that's for sure.
But Izzy wasn't in this alone, right?
No, not at all.
He had this whole network.
The whole operation. Yeah, with two key figures, Rich Porter and Alpo Martinez.
Ah, names that are pretty much legendary in that world.
Yeah.
And together, they became a major force in New York's drug scene.
Like, they controlled a massive amount of the cocaine coming into the state.
Exactly. We're talking a major operation here, not just small-time stuff.
Right. They were at the center of it all.
Absolutely.
But being at the center of that world, it came with consequences.
Right. It's not a world that lets you walk away unscathed.
And Azzy learned that the hard way in 1987.
What happened?
Well, there was this violent robbery at his stash house.
Oh, wow.
3 people were killed, 3 others seriously injured.
Oh, my God.
And Azzy himself, he was shot 9 times.
9 times.
It's unbelievable he even survived.
Yeah, that's just brutal, a stark reminder of how dangerous that life really is.
And it really was a turning point for Azzy.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, both physically and mentally, like that brush with death.
Yeah, I can see that.
It made him reevaluate everything.
It makes you wonder, would he have ever left that life if it hadn't been for that robbery?
That's a good question. Hard to say for sure.
Yeah.
But that event, it definitely shattered his sense of invincibility,
Yeah, it forced him to face the reality of the path he was on.
Exactly. And it wasn't just him, the robbery. It had this ripple effect.
Oh, how so?
Well, their whole operation started to fracture after that.
Oh, I see.
And tragically, Rich Porter was murdered by Alpo Martinez in 1990.
Oh, wow. I remember hearing about that.
And then Martinez himself, he was arrested and convicted a year later.
So everyone involved basically met a tragic end.
Yeah, except for Azzy.
What happened to him?
He chose a different path.
Really?
He walked away from the drug trade completely.
Wow, that's a huge decision.
And he dedicated himself to something entirely, helping young people avoid the same mistakes he had made.
So he went from being a kingpin to a mentor.
Yeah, pretty incredible, right?
It's a huge shift. It really makes you think about what drove him to make that choice.
Right. Was it guilt, a desire for redemption, or maybe something else entirely?
Those are some great questions. And honestly, I think it was probably a combination of factors.
Yeah, probably.
And as we go deeper into his transformation,
Right.
I think we'll start to see those different motivations emerge.
Exactly. And speaking of transformation, Azzy's didn't stop with leaving the drug world.
Oh. What else did he do?
He also found an outlet through music.
Really?
Yeah, in 1989, he formed a rap group called Mob Style.
Interesting. So even after everything he'd been through, he still had this creative energy.
Oh, yeah, and this is where things get even more interesting.
Oh.
Mob Style, they started out with that classic gangster rap sound.
Makes sense.
But then they shifted gears,
To what?
a more conscious style of hip-hop.
Wow, that's a big change.
Right. It's
Yeah.
like he was using music to process his experiences.
And to send a message.
Yeah, exactly.
A message about the realities of that life, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe even to reach those who might be drawn to that same lifestyle.
Right. Using his platform to try to steer them in a different direction.
It's powerful how music can connect with people like that, especially young people.
Yeah, it can speak to them in a way that nothing else can.
And Azzy's desire to reach a wider audience, it didn't stop there.
What do you mean?
He eventually got involved in film, too.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, his life was actually portrayed in that 2002 movie, Paid in Full.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
The one where Wood Harris plays him, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
It's like he was taking his story to an even bigger stage.
Yeah, like he wanted to make sure it was heard.
Exactly.
Going from living that life to seeing it depicted on screen.
It must have been surreal.
Totally surreal, and it makes you think about the whole process of looking back on your life.
Especially a life as intense as his.
Yeah, no kidding.
But he didn't stop with the movie.
He didn't?
Nope. He also worked with a street documentarian
Okay.
named Troy Reed on a project called Game Over.
Game Over. That's a powerful title.
Right. And then, to go even deeper, he co-authored a book with Agai Tahimba.
Really?
Yeah, and the book is also called Game Over, The Rise and Transformation of a Harlem Hustler.
Wow. So from music to film to writing a book.
It seems like he was determined to share his story in every way possible.
Like he had a message he needed to get out there, a story he felt compelled to tell.
And through those different mediums, he was able to reach so many more people.
Making sure his experiences wouldn't be forgotten.
Exactly.
It's a story that deserves to be heard.
Absolutely. So as he goes from kingpin to, dedicating his life to community work.
To making a positive change.
Right. And it wasn't just about leaving his past behind.
No, it was about actively working to prevent others from going down that same path.
Exactly. So how did he actually make that impact? What did he focus on?
Well, one of the things that really stands out is how he used his personal experiences.
Okay. In what way?
I mean, he lived on those streets. He knew the temptations, the dangers firsthand. He could connect with those kids in a way that someone who hadn't walked in his shoes, well, they just couldn't.
So it wasn't about preaching or lecturing.
No, not at all. It was about sharing his own journey.
His own struggles.
Exactly. His regrets, his redemption, the whole thing.
And by being so open about his own vulnerabilities.
He created a space for real connection.
Yeah, he wasn't judging them.
No, he was guiding them,
Yeah.
trying to help them find a better way.
I bet hearing from someone who had actually been there, made those mistakes, and come out the other side.
I mean, that had to be incredibly impactful.
Yeah, way more than just listening to someone who'd never been in that situation.
Absolutely. It's about
Right.
authenticity, empathy.
Right. As he wasn't some distant authority figure.
He was someone who understood their reality,
Yeah, someone they could relate to.
and that made his message resonate so much more.
It sounds like he really understood the power of storytelling.
Oh, he definitely did. He knew how to connect with people on that level.
So, did he have any, specific methods or programs he used in his work with youth?
Well, he recognized that there's no one-size-fits-all solution.
Right.
So he took this multifaceted approach,
Huh.
He spoke at schools, community centers, prisons even,
Wow.
sharing his story, offering guidance.
But he also went beyond just talking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He was all about action.
So what else did he do?
He worked to create opportunities for young people, helping them develop skills, find jobs, anything to give them a real alternative to the streets.
It wasn't just warnings, it was about providing real support.
Exactly. Tangible support, real opportunities.
He understood that breaking that cycle, it takes more than just words.
Yeah, it's about addressing those root causes that often lead young people to that life in the first place.
Like poverty, lack of opportunity.
Yeah, sense of hopelessness.
It's like his approach was about looking at the whole picture.
Yeah, and understanding that it's not just about individual choices.
But about creating a supportive environment.
Exactly. A community that lifts people up instead of dragging them down.
And that really connects to a bigger conversation, right?
Absolutely. A conversation about the systemic factors that contribute to these cycles.
So it's not just about AZ's individual story.
No, it's a reflection of larger societal issues.
It makes you think about those underlying issues.
The things that make certain communities so vulnerable.
And what we can do to address them.
It's a conversation we need to be having.
Absolutely. And AZ's story, it's like a starting point.
A way to open up that dialogue.
It raises some really important questions,
Yeah. Like, what creates those environments where someone like AZ can rise to power in the drug trade in the first place?
And what can we do to break those cycles?
Those are questions that are still relevant today.
They really are. AZ's story might be rooted in a specific time and place.
But it speaks to challenges that so many communities still face today.
It has this, timeless quality to it.
Absolutely.
And it's not just about social activism either, right?
No, AZ's story has also had this huge impact on popular culture.
Yeah. We talked about the movie Paid in Full.
But there are other films, documentaries, music even,
It's interesting how his story has become part of the cultural narrative,
Like a cautionary tale.
but also one that shows the possibility of redemption.
Yeah, it's like a modern-day morality play.
I like that, a morality play.
It reminds us of the complexities of the drug trade,
The allure, the violence.
the human cost,
But it's also this testament to the human spirit,
the power to overcome adversity.
to make a positive impact. Azzy's story is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope,
There's always a chance to change,
and to contribute to something positive.
especially for young people facing similar challenges.
Yeah, it's a message of resilience.
A message that we can all learn from.
Absolutely.
So now that we've talked about his transformation and his impact on the community,
Great.
let's shift gears a bit and focus on his legacy.
Okay.
How is he remembered today?
What's the lasting impact of his work? Okay, so we've really gone deep on Azzy's journey from, the drug trade to becoming a youth advocate.
It's been quite a story.
It has, but what about his lasting impact? How do we even begin to think about Azzy's legacy?
It's a tough question.
It is.
I mean, how do you measure something like that?
Exactly.
I think, though, we can see Azzy's legacy in a few different ways.
Okay, how so?
Well, on a personal level, it's the countless individuals whose lives he directly touched,
The young people he worked with?
Yeah, the ones he mentored, guided, gave a second chance to.
Right.
Those are the real testaments to his dedication to change.
It's like his impact just keeps rippling outward,
It does.
He makes this huge change in his own life, and then he dedicates himself to helping others do the same.
Exactly. It's pretty remarkable.
It really is.
And then there's the broader cultural impact.
Right, like we were talking about before.
His story, it's become this powerful narrative that's woven into movies, documentaries, music. It's a reminder that even those who've made serious mistakes,
They can still turn things around.
and make a real difference in the world.
And Azzy's life, it might be unique in a lot of ways,
Right.
but it also speaks to these universal human themes.
Yeah, like the struggle for redemption, the desire to leave your mark.
It's pretty powerful stuff.
It is.
It's interesting how he used all those different platforms to share his experiences, film, music, even writing.
He really did.
Did he ever talk about why it was so important for him to tell his story?
I think he felt this responsibility, to use his past to warn others about the dangers of that life.
The dangers of the drug trade.
Yeah, but it was more than just a cautionary tale.
What do you mean?
He also wanted to show that change is possible.
That no matter how far down a dark path you've gone, there's always hope.
Exactly. There's always a chance to create a different future for yourself.
And that message, it's so important for young people today.
Especially those who are facing similar challenges. Poverty, lack of opportunity.
The allure of easy money.
It's easy to get caught up in that when you don't see another way out.
And Azzy's story, it's like a reminder that there is another way.
There's always hope.
But it's not just about individual choices, right?
No, we have to address those root causes too.
The systemic issues that contribute to these cycles.
Exactly. We can't just tell young people to stay away from drugs.
Right.
We have to create communities where they have real opportunities.
Access to education, jobs.
Positive role models.
Yeah, Azzy understood that.
He did.
And he worked so hard to build those kinds of support systems.
He was trying to change the game,
not just for himself.
but for his whole community.
And it seems like he succeeded in a lot of ways.
I think so. He made a real difference.
In people's lives, in the broader conversation about these issues.
He really did.
But what about us? What can we take away from his story? How do we continue his work?
I think it comes down to action.
What do you mean?
Azzy's life was a call to action, It's a challenge to look around our own communities, see the needs, and get involved.
So like volunteer at a youth center.
Exactly. Mentor a young person, even just have open and honest conversations about these challenges.
Right. We can all play a part.
We can all contribute to making things better,
Through breaking those cycles.
to creating a more just and equitable world.
I love that.
It's what Azzy dedicated his life to.
And his story is a powerful reminder that change is possible.
On an individual level and a societal level.
It's a story that encourages us to look deeper, to understand the complexities of the human experience.
To work towards a world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive.
Well said.
So, as we wrap up this deep dive into Azzy Faison's life,
Yeah.
I hope you're walking away with a sense of hope
Inspiration.
and a renewed commitment to making a difference.
Because Azzy's story shows us
That even in the face of adversity,
the human spirit can overcome anything.
and create something truly meaningful.
This has been an amazing journey.
I've really enjoyed it.
Me too. And I hope it's given all of you a deeper understanding of Azu Faison's life and legacy.
He was a remarkable individual.
He really was. So until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep diving deep into the stories that matter. Welcome to our deep dive today. We're going to be looking into the life of Blanche Barrow. You've given us a Wikipedia article detailing her life, capture, and eventual release from prison.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one.
It looks like there's a lot to unpack here. It's going to be really interesting to separate fact from the fiction portrayed in the movie Bonnie and Clyde.
Definitely.
Well, let's just get right into it. The article talks about Blanche's early life, and, it seems like it was a really rough start for her.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Blanche, or Benny Iva Caldwell as she was born, had a difficult childhood, her parents divorcing when she was young, and looks like it was especially tough with her mother.
Yeah, and to make things worse, it seems like her mother kind of forced her into a marriage when she was just 17 to a much older man.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's just heartbreaking, to think about a young woman being pushed into that kind of situation.
It really makes you think, how desperate she must have been to get out of that situation. And maybe that's why she met Buck Barrow.
Well, he was on the run when she met him, and she even helped him hide out for a while.
Right, and even though she helped him, Buck ended up getting captured and went to prison.
It's pretty amazing, though, that she stayed so devoted to him while he was locked up.
Yeah, that's Blanche for you. She was fiercely loyal. I mean, there's that story of when Buck escaped and she actually drove him back to prison.
What?
Yeah, drove him right back. You wouldn't really expect someone who was trying to distance themselves from a life of crime to do something like that, would you?
No, not really.
It makes you wonder what was going on in her head, Why would she be so dedicated to someone like Buck with his past and all?
Maybe she saw something in him that other people didn't.
Maybe. Or maybe she felt like she had to take care of him or help him somehow. Maybe she saw a good side to him or she thought he could be redeemed.
That's possible. I am really curious about what she thought when Buck was pardoned and released from prison. I mean, that must have felt like a happy ending, at least for a little while.
You'd think so, right? But that's when Bonnie and Clyde entered the picture.
Ah, of course.
They came to visit Buck and Blanche after Buck got out.
Now, the article mentions that Blanche wasn't exactly thrilled about them showing up.
Oh, yeah. She wasn't a fan of theirs at all.
She didn't like Bonnie or Clyde. Do you think she could sense the danger they represented? Maybe she knew they would pull Buck back into that life of crime.
Wait, yeah, she had seen what happened to Buck before, so she probably knew exactly what was going to happen.
It's kind of tragic, really.
Yeah. But despite her feelings, they all ended up spending time together in Joplin, Missouri. It must have been this strange mix of trying to live a normal life while always looking over their shoulder, always knowing they were on the run.
Yeah, well, at least they had each other, I guess. And the article mentions that they spent their days playing cards, drinking beer.
Right, sounds pretty normal, right?
But of course it couldn't last, especially after that incident with Clyde's Browning automatic rifle.
Ah, yes. The BRRR. Well, Clyde accidentally fired it while he was cleaning it. That got the attention of the police, and things spiraled pretty quickly from there.
Yeah, and then it was just a chain reaction. The cops raided their apartment, there was a crazy shootout, and then those photographs were taken.
Those photos, especially that one of Bonnie pointing the gun at Clyde, it made them infamous overnight.
It put them on the map, as these big-time outlaws. But for Blanche, it was the end of any hope of a normal life.
Yeah, she went from trying to get Buck away from crime to suddenly being labeled an outlaw herself.
I can't even imagine what that would do to a person psychologically. It must have been really tough on her.
Well, it definitely didn't bring her any closer to the peaceful life she seemed to want. And it pushed Buck further into the gang's activities, much to Blanche's dismay, I'm sure. But that's just the start of it.
Yeah, we'll have to get into that next time.
So we left off with Blanche and Buck, getting more and more entangled with Bonnie and Clyde.
It seems like after that Joplin shootout, they were kind of forced into a life they were trying to get away from.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like runaway train.
Yeah.
One thing leads to another, and then suddenly they're right back in the thick of it.
Right, and that brings us to the Platte City shootout, which, according to this Wikipedia article you shared, seems to have been a pretty pivotal moment for Blanche.
Oh, absolutely.
It all went down at this place called the Red Crown Tourist Court.
Right.
Seems like a pretty ordinary place, but it turned into a real battleground.
It's amazing how all these, little details, seemingly insignificant things, ended up leading to them being discovered.
Like what?
Well, like Blanche paying for things with coins,
Oh, right.
and Clyde always back in the car into the garage. All these things that people trying to avoid attention would do.
You'd think experienced outlaws would be a little bit more careful, wouldn't you?
You'd think so, yeah. But they were young, I guess. Probably maybe a little too confident that they could outrun any trouble. And to be fair, I think they had a bit of bad luck, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the tour squad they chose just happened to be right next to this tavern that was a popular hangout spot for the local law enforcement.
Wow. Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So what happened when the police figured out they were there?
Well, Sheriff Coffey put together a posse and went to the cabins. Apparently, he had no idea who he was dealing with.
So what happened?
Well, Coffey knocked on the door, and all hell broke loose.
This is where Clyde and his BR come in, right?
Yep. Clyde, always ready for a fight, just started firing. I mean, he shot Sheriff Coffey and another officer right off the bat.
I bet that was terrifying.
Oh, yeah. It was just pure chaos. I mean, there were bullets flying everywhere, people diving for cover, Blanche and Buck trying to get out of there.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
The article mentions that Blanche was actually injured during all this.
Yeah, she was hit by shattered glass from the posse's gunfire.
Oh, whoa.
Blinded her in one eye, and the other eye was damaged, too. It's just a brutal reminder that this wasn't some movie.
Right.
This was real life, and these were real people with real lives at stake.
I bet she was scared.
Oh, I can't imagine. Injured, terrified, but they managed to escape somehow. It just shows how desperate they were to get away. And Clyde must have been one hell of a driver.
Yeah, I guess so. But as you said, they didn't stay free for long. They had to stop somewhere to tend to Buck's wounds, and that's what led to the final showdown.
Right. The article says they ended up holed up near this abandoned amusement park in Iowa.
An abandoned amusement park.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Such a contrast to the kind of glamorous image people have of Bonnie and Clyde. But even there, Blanche was right there with Buck, taking care of him, even though his wounds were pretty bad by that point.
That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. It really makes you think about, how we label these historical figures. Blanche wasn't just some hardened criminal. She was loyal. She was devoted.
Right. So what happened at that amusement park? What was the final outcome?
It wasn't good. They were surrounded by a posse, at least 50 men, mostly just townspeople, I think, who were scared and angry.
I bet.
And Buck was in no condition to fight or run. I mean, he was already badly hurt from the previous shootout.
So what happened? Did they surrender?
Clyde
Yeah.
and W.D. Jones tried to fight back, but they were outnumbered. They didn't stand a chance. And Buck was caught in the crossfire. He died from his injuries.
Oh, no. What about Blanche?
Blanche wouldn't leave Buck's side, even though she was hurt too. They captured her right there next to him. It must have felt like her whole world was falling apart.
There's that photo in the article of Blanche right after she was captured. It's a really striking image.
She said later that she thought the camera was a gun.
What?
Yeah, her vision was so bad from the Platte City shootout that she thought they were about to execute her right there.
That's awful.
So Buck was gone, and Blanche was in custody. Meanwhile, Clyde, Bonnie, and W.D. got away in all the confusion. What a mess.
Yeah, but what about Blanche? I mean, she was claiming that she just wanted a normal life with Buck, but was anyone going to believe her at that point?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's what we'll talk about next.
So we left off with Blanche being captured. Her life with Buck was over, and she was facing a pretty uncertain future.
It must have been devastating. She was injured, grieving, and suddenly facing serious charges as a member of the Barrow Gang.
Yeah, even though she always maintained she wasn't involved in their crimes, that she just wanted a simple life with Buck.
Right. But she was still caught up in it all.
And the article says she ended up spending 6 years in prison. What a contrast to the life she'd been hoping for.
It's hard to imagine what that must have been like.
Yeah.
But even in prison, it seems, Blanche found ways to keep herself busy.
Yeah, she got into photography, started writing her memoir, even connected with other inmates.
Right, including Edna Murray, the kissing bandit.
Oh, wow. It's almost like she was trying to find some purpose, some sense of community, even in that situation.
I think that speaks to her resilience, finding meaning and connection, even in the toughest of circumstances.
Definitely. And it makes you wonder how she processed everything that happened, how she made sense of it all.
Well, in her memoir, she actually blames Harry S. Truman for the fact that she eventually lost sight in her injured eye.
What? How?
She claimed he denied her access to specialized treatment while she was in prison.
That's quite an accusation.
It is. And whether it's true or not, It highlights the complexities of the prison system and the challenges faced by those who are incarcerated.
Absolutely. It's a good reminder that there are always different perspectives, different sides to every story.
Right. And for Blanche, that time in prison marked a turning point. After 6 years, she was paroled and able to start rebuilding her life.
But going back to a normal life after all, that couldn't have been easy, especially with the legend of Bonnie and Clyde growing bigger while she was locked away.
It must have been surreal, like stepping out of one world and into a completely different one, trying to reintegrate into society with this infamous past hanging over her.
Yeah. Well, according to the article, she did manage to settle back in Dallas. She remarried, even adopted a son. Seems like she was really determined to create that stable family life she always wanted.
She was, and she did. But her past was always there, you know? She even said later in life that Bonnie and Clyde felt like characters in a book she'd read once. It's like she was trying to distance herself from it all.
To reclaim her own story, in a way. And then she even got involved in shaping how that story was told to the world.
You're talking about her role as a consultant on the 1967 Bonnie and Clyde film.
Exactly. It's interesting to think about how she felt about that movie, how Hollywood portrayed those events.
Well, she wasn't exactly thrilled with it.
Yeah, she famously said, "That movie made me look like a screaming horse's ass."
That's a pretty strong reaction.
She really didn't like Estelle Parsons' portrayal of her, even though Parsons won an Oscar for it.
It really makes you think about the power of storytelling, how the narratives we create, or that are created for us, can have such a lasting impact. Blanche's story is a powerful reminder that there's always more to it than the headlines might suggest.
It encourages us to dig deeper, to look beyond the surface, and consider the individual lives that get caught up in these larger-than-life events.
And in Blanche's case, I think what stands out most is her resilience. Despite all the hardships she faced, she never gave up on finding love, purpose, and a sense of normalcy.
She went through so much, but she came out the other side, determined to create a new chapter for herself.
Absolutely. It's a testament to the strength of the human spirit. And it's a reminder that even amidst chaos and tragedy, there's always hope for redemption and a chance for a fresh start. So we encourage you to dive into those primary sources, like Blanche's memoir. Keep exploring this fascinating story and discover the woman behind the legend, a complex, multifaceted individual who deserves to be remembered for so much more than just her connection to Bonnie and Clyde.
Welcome back, everybody, to the deep dive. You know how this works. We take your sources, we extract the good stuff.
Yeah, the hidden gems.
Exactly. So this time we're going all the way back to the mid-20th century, to Harlem.
A lot of history there.
Oh, yeah. We're diving into the life of Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson.
Bumpy Johnson, huh?
Yeah, pretty intriguing guy from what I hear. We're working with an excerpt from his Wikipedia page.
Sounds good to me.
So, ready to unearth some fascinating insights?
Let's do it.
I gotta say, though, when I hear the name Bumpy, I picture like a cuddly teddy bear.
Haha. Not quite the image that comes to mind with a gangster.
Right. But I guess looks can be deceiving.
In this case, definitely. Actually, the nickname came from a bump on the back of his head.
Oh, so no cool gangster origin story.
Well, not for the nickname anyway. His life was a whole other story.
Okay, a bump on the head, gotta be a distinctive feature. So let's go back to the beginning then.
Charleston, South Carolina, 1905.
He was born in 1905. Wow. And his childhood sounds rough. Even before, organized crime.
Oh, absolutely. When he was just 10 years old, his older brother, Willie.
Willie?
Yeah, he was accused of, killing a white man.
Oh, wow.
And this was the South.
Yeah.
Racial tensions were all
Yeah.
high. His parents, they feared the worst,
Wow.
understandably. So they sent Willie north
To get away.
to live with relatives, yeah. They even mortgaged their home to make it happen.
Really? Wow. That's a huge sacrifice.
Definitely. And you can only imagine how that kind of event, shapes you.
Yeah, for sure. It makes you wonder, how things could have been different if his family, hadn't faced that kind of pressure.
Right.
Did that experience, influence his attitude toward law enforcement later?
Tough to say for sure, but it definitely couldn't have helped.
Yeah.
And there's more. Johnson himself, he ended up in Harlem.
Oh, so he moved north too?
Yeah, when he was 14.
Yeah.
Sent to live with his sister.
What, were his parents worried about him?
Yeah, actually they were. Worried about his temper and his attitude toward white people. Seems they were trying to, protect him.
But maybe sent him right into, the lion's den.
You could say that.
I mean, Harlem in the 1920s, a cultural explosion, yeah. But also poverty and, organized crime.
Lots of it. And Johnson, he dropped out of high school, fell into a life of crime.
So that's how it started.
Pretty much. We started working for this gangster, William Hewitt.
Hewitt. Okay. So that was his first taste of the underworld.
Yeah. But his real rise to power, that came through Madame Stephanie St. Clair.
Hold on. Madame Stephanie St. Clair. That sounds, well, fancy.
Right. The Queen of Numbers in Harlem.
Queen of Numbers. That's not what I expected.
She ran the numbers racket. An illegal lottery thrived in black communities.
Oh, okay. It's the numbers racket.
Yeah. It was, well, complicated.
Yeah.
For many, it was a lifeline. A way to make money when, legitimate opportunities weren't there.
It is discrimination.
Exactly. But it was a dangerous game, too. And St. Clair. She was a force to be reckoned with.
So not exactly a fairy tale, but I'm curious. How did Bumpy Johnson end up working for her?
He became her enforcer, her muscle.
He was young, trying to make his way. Was it the power that drew him in, the money?
Maybe both.
Yeah.
But it was also a war. St. Clair was fighting Dutch Schultz.
Dutch Schultz, the mobster.
The one and only. They were fighting for control of the Harlem numbers racket.
Wow. A black woman taking on the mafia?
It was huge. A battle for territory and respect.
Yeah.
And it got violent.
How violent?
Over 40 murders.
40. Jeez. We talk about these big names, but it's easy to forget the human cost.
Through that.
And for Bumpy, this was more than business, right? He was fighting for his life, his place in Harlem.
Absolutely. He wasn't just muscle. Johnson was smart, strategic when Schultz was killed.
Oh, that's right. He was killed.
Johnson saw an opportunity, negotiated a deal with the mafia, cemented his power in Harlem.
So ambitious,
Yeah.
but also a pragmatist, knew when to make deals with, well, the devil.
You could say that.
Walking a tightrope. That's a good way to put it. Balancing his ambitions with the realities of power in Harlem.
Exactly.
But this deal with the mafia, did it change how the numbers racket worked? Was it better for the people or worse?
It's complicated. The violence, it did go down after Schultz was gone.
Okay.
But the mafia, well, they were still profiting.
Yeah.
So did the community benefit? Debatable.
Yeah, I guess so. Like that saying, meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Right.
But let's talk about, the morality of the numbers racket. We've said that for a lot of people, it was a source of income, but was it exploitative?
That's where things get really interesting. You got to remember the context. Legitimate opportunities, for black people especially, scarce.
Mm-hmm.
Systemic racism.
Yeah, for sure.
The numbers racket. Yeah, illegal. But it let people support their families. Gave them a bit of agency in a system that was stacked against them.
So was Bumpy Johnson seen as a villain or someone providing a service, even if it was flawed?
That's the question, isn't it? Some folks, they saw him as a protector, someone who kept the streets safe, provided for his people.
Oh.
Others, they saw the criminal, profiting from their desperation. It's a gray area. And that's what makes his story so fascinating.
Yeah, totally. It's a reminder that history, it's not black and white. It's all about perspective.
Exactly.
Speaking of perspective, let's move on to his later years. 1952, right?
Right.
Convicted on drug conspiracy charges, 15 years in prison.
Alcatraz. Inmate number 1117.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty wild to think about. This guy who'd ruled the streets of Harlem, now stuck in America's toughest prison.
Alcatraz, that name, man. It carries so much weight. Must have been a harsh reality check.
It wasn't a vacation, that's for sure.
No, I imagine not.
But prison, it couldn't break him. He got out in '63, and despite, a few arrests.
He stayed active.
Oh, yeah. But there's this incident in 1965. It makes you question the whole ruthless gangster image.
What happened?
He staged a sit-in at a police station.
A sit-in. Bumpy Johnson. Seriously. Yeah.
Yep. Demanding they stop the constant surveillance of black neighborhoods.
That's not what you'd expect. Was he, becoming socially conscious? Or was it something else?
It's interesting, right? Some folks might see it as, a publicity stunt to gain favor with the community.
Mm-hmm.
But others, they say it was genuine, a real concern about police overreach and racial injustice.
It adds another layer to his character. This guy, who operated in the shadows, had a reputation for violence. He was also willing to take a stand publicly.
It challenges the easy narratives,
Mm-hmm.
the labels.
So a gangster with a conscience or a master manipulator.
Maybe both.
His story ends in '68. Heart attack. At Wells Restaurant in Harlem, age 62.
Having coffee. Chicken and hominy grits. Pretty ordinary when you think about it. This
Yeah.
larger-than-life figure gone from a heart attack.
It's almost like a scene from a movie.
The bustling restaurant, the sudden silence.
Life imitating art,
Yeah.
you say. And Johnson's life, it did have that cinematic quality.
Yeah, you're right.
He's buried in Woodlawn Cemetery, the Bronx, the final resting place for a man who, well, lived a life full of contradictions.
He definitely left a mark. And his story, it continues to fascinate us. It's been told and retold. Movies, TV shows, Lawrence Fishburne, Forrest Whitaker, they've both played him.
Those portrayals, even when they take liberties, they tap into something. Our fascination with, well, people who operate outside the law, who blur the lines between good and bad.
It makes you wonder, though, have those portrayals shaped how we see organized crime, especially in Black communities?
Good point.
Do they romanticize guys like Bumpy Johnson? Downplay the violence, the exploitation?
The power of media representation, it's real.
And it leads to a bigger question, I think. How do we reconcile those two images? The ruthless gangster and the community leader, the guy who fought against injustice.
That's what historians are trying to figure out.
It's a tough one for sure. Seems like the more we learn about him, the more complicated he gets.
Yeah, it's true. A man of contradictions. Shaped by some pretty powerful forces.
His life really shows those complexities, doesn't it? Race, poverty, the pull of power, all of that.
Definitely.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into Bumpy Johnson's world, what's the big takeaway? What should our listener remember?
I'd say it's about looking beyond the surface. Don't settle for the simple stories, Bumpy Johnson, he was more than just a label. He was a man of his time. He was dealing with limited choices. Impossible odds, really.
It reminds us that history is full of these figures, right? People who don't fit neatly into boxes, good or bad.
Yes.
And their stories, I think they can teach us a lot about ourselves, about, the choices we make, the things that shape our lives.
For sure. And when we see these stories in the media, documentaries, movies, whatever, we got to remember there's always more to it.
That's a great point to end on. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. Hopefully you've come away with a fresh perspective on Bumpy Johnson and a deeper understanding of how complicated history really is.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're diving into juries. Jury duty.
Yeah.
And we're going beyond the sort of like the typical courtroom drama, right? We actually have court documents from a case where things got really interesting during deliberations.
Oh, yeah. This is, we've got allegations of coercion.
Wow.
We've got a hung jury.
Oh, wow.
We even have a juror reading a Bible during deliberations.
Okay, so we got a lot to unpack here.
We do.
But I think one of the things that's really fascinating about this case is it highlights just how delicate, how many things go on at the same time.
Totally.
When a jury's trying to reach a verdict.
It's a huge responsibility, right?
It is a huge.
I mean, you're talking about, 12 people, sometimes less, depending on the type of case and the state that you're in.
Right.
But you're talking about a group of your peers who are tasked with essentially deciding someone's fate.
Yeah.
And they have to navigate all of their own individual experiences and perspectives.
And biases.
And, and trying to come together to make this really weighty decision.
So let's actually put ourselves there for a second.
Okay.
Imagine you're on this jury.
Okay.
And it seemed like a pretty ordinary case, right? Nothing too crazy, but things took a turn during deliberation.
Okay, so they get into the deliberation room, and that's when things really get interesting.
That's when it gets real.
Because it becomes this, pressure cooker in a lot of ways.
And that's where a lot of those, interpersonal or group dynamics come into play.
Yeah.
Because if you have these strong personalities and someone who feels very strongly one way or the other.
Well, and they sent out a note, right?
Yes.
The jury sent a note to the judge saying that they were deadlocked.
Yeah,
they could not reach a decision.
So they were completely stuck.
They were stuck. And on top of that, one juror actually claimed that they were being coerced.
Oh, wow.
Into voting guilty.
Coerced.
Which is a huge...
That's a huge accusation.
That's a huge accusation. Because our system is really built on this idea of, the jury reaching a verdict freely.
Right.
No one without any undue pressure
should feel pressured to reach a certain decision, especially in this context.
Absolutely.
So there's a big deal, right? Like someone's life could potentially be in their hands.
Right.
So what happened when this accusation came out?
Well, so the documents show that the judge was walking a really fine line here.
Right.
Because he reminded the jury multiple times that they should not change their vote just for the sake of expediency, right?
Just to get out of there.
Just to get out of there,
Right.
He emphasized over and over again that this was about justice.
Justice, not speed.
Not speed.
Right. It's not about,
Exactly.
how quickly they can reach a verdict.
Right, and that's really important, right?
Right, because it's like you don't want to pressure a jury into a verdict. But you also need a verdict.
You need a verdict.
So he's kind of walking this
What's this total tightrope?
tightrope.
Yeah.
And this is where this really fascinating area of legal precedent comes in. The Allen charge.
The Allen charge, yeah.
So tell us about the Allen charge. What is that?
So the Allen charge, it's basically
Yeah.
a set of instructions that a judge can give to a deadlocked jury
Okay.
to encourage them to keep deliberating
Okay.
and try to reach some kind of decision.
Okay.
And it's named after this 1896 Supreme Court case,
Wow.
Allen v. United States.
Okay.
But, and this is really important, it's incredibly controversial.
Why is it so controversial?
Well, because like you were saying, right,
Yeah.
you don't want to pressure the jury.
Right.
And so if I'm a juror, right,
Yeah.
and the judge is saying, hey, you guys really need to try harder to reach a decision,
Yeah.
I might feel pressure to just go along with the majority, even if I'm not convinced.
Exactly. Because you don't want to be the one to hold everything up.
Right. And that's exactly why it's so controversial,
Right.
because it can very easily
Yeah.
stray into that territory of coercion.
Right.
And we don't want that.
Which undermines the whole right to a fair trial.
100%. And in fact, this case actually references another case,
Wow.
State v. Nicholson.
Okay.
And in State v. Nicholson, the Louisiana Supreme Court actually banned
Wow.
the use of the Allen charge.
Really?
They said it's too coercive.
Wow.
We're not doing it.
Wow. So they straight up banned it.
Yeah, they said this is a potential threat to impartial justice.
Wow. That's really something.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show you how important it is to make sure that the jury's decision is actually their decision.
Right. Because what's the point of having a jury
Right.
if they're just going to be pressured into,
Yeah,
what the judge wants or what they think the judge wants or
Totally.
what someone else wants. Right.
It defeats the purpose.
It defeats the whole purpose.
Exactly.
So how did the judge in this case handle this? Because you've got this Allen charge,
Right.
which is controversial. Some states have even banned it.
Yeah.
But he also needs them to come to some sort of consensus, right?
Well, and that's where it gets really interesting is that
Okay.
he seems to have been very aware of the controversy
Right.
surrounding the Allen charge because he very carefully avoided those specific phrases
Okay.
or instructions that have been deemed coercive.
Right. So he was very careful about his wording.
Very, very careful
Yeah.
about his wording. But he still had to encourage them to reach a decision. So what he did was
Right. So
he did something really kind of brilliant, I think.
Okay.
He reminded them that they could change their minds.
Oh, interesting.
He said, if after further discussion
Right.
and consideration of the evidence,
Right.
you are genuinely persuaded
Okay.
by other jurors,
Right.
you are allowed to change your mind.
Oh, that's interesting.
And in fact, he encouraged them to reconsider their positions if
Right.
they felt like they were persuaded by the arguments.
That's an important
It is.
distinction.
It is.
Because he's not saying, you need to go back in there and figure it out.
Right.
He's reminding them that their individual opinions still matter.
Exactly.
That it's okay to change your mind
Totally.
as long as it's,
Yeah.
coming from a place of
Genuine persuasion.
right.
You're actually being persuaded by the arguments.
So that's really
Yeah.
interesting.
It's such a fascinating case,
Yeah,
right?
it is a fascinating case.
Because it's like, how do you balance those things?
Right.
How do you balance like the individual right of a juror to
That's
their
true.
own opinion with the need for the jury to reach a verdict? Like,
Wow.
how do you balance those things? Because they are in tension.
They are very much in tension. And, we talk about how this is a fascinating case, and it's about to get more fascinating.
It is.
Because one of the jurors
Oh, my goodness.
was reportedly
Yeah.
reading a Bible during deliberations.
Okay, now we're getting to some really interesting territory here.
Right. So it's one thing to have, those interpersonal dynamics
Yeah.
at play, right?
Sure.
Where you've got, people on the jury, maybe they're trying to persuade each other,
Right.
or maybe they're, feeling pressure from one another.
Right.
But it's a whole other thing to bring in.
External material.
The outside influence.
Inside information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Especially a Bible.
A Bible, right?
That's something
That's a big no-no.
a big no-no, right?
Yeah.
So the legal system, I would imagine,
They do.
there's rules about this.
They have very specific rules about what's called extraneous materials.
Extraneous materials,
Yeah.
Because you want to make sure that the jurors are basing their decisions
Right.
on the evidence that's presented at trial.
Right.
And not on their outside research.
Right. Or their
Opinion or their Google searches.
Right. Or in this case,
Yeah.
religious texts. Right.
Right, exactly.
It needs to be about the facts of the case.
It has to be about the facts of the case as presented in the courtroom.
As presented in the courtroom.
And that's so important because we want to ensure that justice is blind, right? That it's impartial.
That it's not based on.
And it's not swayed by these outside influences. Right. Any of these other things.
Yeah.
So what happened with the Bible? Was the juror allowed to
No, he was not.
to consult the Bible during the deliberations?
So the judge, in this case, again, really trying to uphold
Okay.
proper procedure here.
Right.
He directly addressed the issue.
Okay.
He ordered the Bible to be removed from the jury room
Oh, wow.
and reminded the jurors of their duty to only consider
Okay.
the evidence presented at trial
Right.
when making their decision.
So he shut that down pretty quickly.
He shut that down immediately.
But it does.
But it raises the question, right?
It raises so many questions
Okay,
because, I mean, where do you draw the line?
Where's the line?
Right?
Yeah,
Because like, what if
Right.
the juror wasn't trying to find answers in the Bible?
Right. Exactly.
Or they were just looking for like
Comfort.
comfort or solace.
Right.
Right.
Right. It's a stressful situation.
Yeah, it's a stressful.
People's lives are at stake.
Right. And you're making these huge decisions.
Absolutely.
So, where's that line between
Totally.
harmless personal item
A personal item for comfort
versus something that's going to influence your decision?
that could potentially influence a verdict, right?
Right.
It's tough.
Tough to know.
Yeah, and I think that's where the judge has to really use their discretion, right?
Yeah.
And look at the totality of the circumstances.
Right. And speaking of decisions, let's actually talk about the verdict in this case.
Okay.
Because this case used a 10-2 verdict,
Okay, so not all 12 jurors
which means not all
were in agreement.
12 jurors agreed. Right.
Right.
And that might surprise some people.
It might, because a lot of people think that jury verdicts have to be unanimous.
Right.
But the Sixth Amendment, which guarantees the right to trial by jury,
Right.
doesn't actually specify that it has to be a unanimous verdict, especially in state criminal trials.
Wait, so you're telling me that in some states, you can be convicted of a crime
It's true.
even if not everyone on the jury thinks you're guilty?
That's exactly right.
That's
Welcome to the wild world of the American legal system.
that's a lot to process, right?
It is a lot to process.
Because you think about,
Yeah.
a jury of your peers, right? Like
It's kind of ingrained, right?
it's ingrained in our mind.
In our minds, we assume it means everyone has to agree.
Right, it's unanimous.
Right.
And
It's not always the case.
It's not always the case.
Right. Yeah.
Which is, very interesting.
Very interesting.
So you're saying it's up to each state to decide if they want to require like a unanimous jury or not.
It's exactly right. Yeah, each state gets to decide.
Wow.
And there's no nationwide standard on this,
So it's like
which I think surprises a lot of people.
it's a patchwork, right?
It's a total patchwork of laws.
So like what are the arguments for and against
Okay, so
these non-unanimous verdicts? Because it seems like a pretty weighty decision to leave up to just like
it
is chance based on geography.
So people who support non-unanimous verdicts, they'll often say that it helps avoid hung juries. And mistrials, which they say saves time and money and resources for everybody.
So their argument is basically like,
Their argument is that by requiring unanimity,
yeah,
you're giving a single juror too much power.
right, one person can hold everything up.
One person can hold everything up and potentially,
Yeah.
lead to a mistrial or
Right.
something like that.
So it's about keeping the wheels of justice.
It's about efficiency, yeah.
keeping things moving.
But then on the other hand, you've got
Right. Then you've got the other side
the other side.
who say, whoa, 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 right.
Right.
This whole thing is based on beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
That's the standard. Right.
Right.
And if even one person has doubts,
Yeah.
shouldn't that be enough to at least prompt more discussion?
And potentially lead to a hung jury.
Right, because you would hope
Yeah.
that they would want to be
absolutely sure.
Right. Especially when someone's liberty is at stake.
When someone's liberty is at stake.
Like, this is not about speed and efficiency.
It's not about, like, just checking a box and moving on.
Exactly.
Right.
It's about making sure that we get it right.
But making the right decision.
Yes.
And then another argument against these non-unanimous verdicts is...
Yes, is the potential for bias.
Okay, tell me more.
So, especially in cases where,
Right.
let's say you have some racial or ethnic differences
Okay,
between the defendant and the majority of the jury,
right.
critics worry that
Yeah.
those dissenting voices
Yeah.
might get ignored.
Because they're in the minority, right?
Because they're in the minority.
Even if they have, like, valid concerns, it's just like, well, you know, we've got 10 people who think this.
Right, and so they worry that these non-unanimous verdicts,
Yeah.
while they're legal,
Right.
might actually
Rectangularly.
have this disproportionate impact
Right. On
certain
marginalized communities.
communities
Yeah.
who are already, let's be honest, facing...
Who already face an uphill battle, right?
Yeah, they're already facing an uphill battle
Yeah,
in the legal system.
absolutely.
So then this isn't just like a...
This is real.
It's a philosophical...
It's his real world stuff.
It's real world stuff.
Yeah, this has real consequence.
It has a real world consequence.
The real people.
So this kind of makes me think about that Apodaca decision.
Right. Where they said these non-unanimous verdicts are constitutional.
Right.
Given these concerns, I mean, is there any chance the Supreme Court would ever, like, revisit that ruling?
I think it's possible, and I think that
Yeah.
legal experts are looking at some of the recent decisions of the Supreme Court, and they're saying, this is interesting.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
it seems like they're really interested right now
Yeah.
in revisiting some of these questions about
Right.
individual rights, right?
Right.
And how they pertain to states' rights.
Yeah. So, like, how much power do states actually have?
How much power do states have?
Right.
And it seems like the court might be shifting a little bit in
Interesting.
that area.
So, are you saying that, like, even though...
But you mentioned earlier the case of McDonald.
Yeah, McDonald v. City of Chicago.
McDonald v. City of Chicago, which was about the Second Amendment.
Right, gun rights.
Gun rights.
Right.
And so even though it's not about juries, right, it's about guns.
Right.
The way that the court ruled in that case has
Mhm.
people wondering, I wonder how they're going to apply this in other areas of law.
So you're saying that that McDonald case could have ripple effects.
Potentially.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Because McDonald really focused on this idea of the 14th Amendment, right?
Okay.
And the idea that the 14th Amendment is supposed to make sure that the states are upholding everyone's individual rights.
Got it, got it. So it's like...
And so now people are looking at cases like Apodaca.
Right, which was about jury trials.
Which was about jury trials. And saying, well, if they're going to apply this stricter standard of review
Yeah.
to the states under the 14th Amendment, could that potentially impact the Apodaca decision?
Right, because you've got this question of, like, are people's rights being violated
Exactly.
by these non-unanimous verdicts?
That's a question, right?
Wow.
That's the question a lot of people are asking.
This is fascinating because it's like
Right.
we started out talking about this one case.
Right.
And we're seeing how it's connected to all these other
It's all interconnect.
cases and all
Yeah.
these other bigger issues about,
Bigger issue.
you know, individual rights and,
It's about federalism?
and states' rights.
Right.
Like, it's this whole,
It's all tied together.
it's all tied together.
And that's what's so fascinating about studying the law, right?
Right.
Is that it's not just about these abstract principles.
Right.
It's about how these principles play out in the real world.
In the real world.
Yeah, with real people.
With real people who are being impacted.
And that's what this case really, I think, highlights.
Right. It's like we think about a
Yeah.
jury of your peers, and it sounds so simple.
Right, we think about, 12 people in a room, they'll figure it out.
Right.
But it's so much more complicated than that.
It's so much more nuanced. There's so much more going on.
There's so much more going on. There's so many
Behind the scenes.
behind the scenes things happening.
Right.
And I think this case really underscores
Yeah.
how much is at stake in
Yeah.
every single trial.
Right. And how important it is
Yeah.
for the jury, for the judge, for everyone involved to, like, be aware of these things.
Be aware of it.
And to really
try to
prioritize fairness
prioritize fairness above all else.
above all else, right?
Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about.
It's about justice.
It is about justice.
It really is. Yeah, it makes you really appreciate just how much responsibility
Yeah,
everyone in that courtroom has.
absolutely. And I think, one of the things I think about a lot with this case is just how it highlights that tension, right?
Yeah.
Between finding a verdict
Right.
and making sure that that verdict is reached fairly.
Right, because you can't have one without the other.
You can't, and it's so easy, especially when we see these things on TV, right? To simplify it, to be like, oh, they're going to find this person guilty or not guilty.
Right, like it's just a simple decision.
Right, but we don't always see all of the nuance.
And deliberation, the arguments.
The back and forth.
The evidence.
The careful consideration of all of these different factors.
And the instructions from the judge. And the potential for bias.
And the ways in which.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a huge responsibility.
So, I mean, what advice, right? Like if someone's listening to this.
Yeah.
And they're like,
yeah,
okay, I might get called for jury duty someday.
Right.
What advice do we give them?
Take it seriously.
Take it seriously.
That's the biggest thing. You know, a lot of people.
We joke about it.
We joke about
like, ugh, I got jury duty.
Right. How can I get out of it?
But it's like, no, actually.
But it's important. This is a cornerstone of our democracy. It's a cornerstone of our justice system.
So we should
all be willing to participate.
Be willing to serve.
Be willing to serve. And when you're there, be present.
Right.
Listen with an open mind.
Right.
Engage in the process.
Don't take it lightly.
Don't take it lightly.
Because these are
real people's lives.
Real people's lives that are being impacted
Absolutely.
By these decisions.
Absolutely. And I feel
it's so easy to get caught up in the drama of it all.
It is. It's easy to get swept up in the narrative.
Right. Especially when it's like a high-profile case.
Right. But we have to remember that at the end of the day, it's about justice.
It's about justice. Right. It's not about entertainment.
It's not about being a juror on TV.
Right. It's not about writing a book about it afterward.
Right.
It's about
making sure that the process is fair.
That justice is served.
And that the outcome is just
right. And
because everyone deserves that.
This case really does a good job.
It does.
Of highlighting just how
complex.
How nuanced.
How
challenging this all really is.
How important it is.
Right. Because we say, like, oh, you have a right to a trial by jury. But it's like,
right.
But what does that actually mean?
What does that actually mean in practice?
What does that look like?
What does it look like? What are the procedures?
Right. What are the rules?
What are the potential pitfalls?
Right. And
And the thing is, those answers.
It's different everywhere we go, right?
They're different everywhere you go.
Because every state
has their own rules.
Their own rules, their own laws.
It's fascinating.
It's amazing.
Well, on that note,
I
think we're going to have to leave it there.
I think so.
But thank you so much
for having me.
For taking us on this deep dive.
Of course.
Into the world of jury duty.
It was my pleasure. This was a really interesting case to unpack.
You had a fascinating case.
Lots of twists and turns.
Lots of twists and turns. So for everyone listening, the next time you get that jury summons.
Throw it away.
Don't throw it away.
Don't try to get out of it.
Think of us.
Think of this case.
Think of this case.
Think about all of the things that we talked about. And consider it an opportunity to really participate in this.
Absolutely.
Really vital part.
A really important civic duty.
Of our justice system.
A cornerstone of our democracy.
Well said. All right. Until next time, everyone.
See you next time.
Stay curious. All right, so get it. We're going deep today into a story about the Harlem Renaissance. Yeah. But with a twist, I bet you've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, most people haven't.
It's Casper Holstein.
And what makes Holstein so interesting is he's not the typical artist or writer we associate with that period.
Right.
His story goes way deeper, gets into the underbelly of Harlem.
And the crazy part, we're starting with just his Wikipedia page. Who knew Wikipedia could be so, dramatic?
You'd be surprised how much is hidden in plain sight, just waiting for someone to dig a little.
Okay, so let's set the stage. It's 1877. The island of St. Croix.
Which back then, get this, was part of the Danish West Indies.
Whoa, okay. Already a mix of cultures right from the start.
Yeah, and this guy, Casper Holstein, is born into this world.
Talk about complexity.
And it's a time of huge change, too. The whole world's changing. Think about it. The Industrial Revolution, people moving everywhere. For a young black man born in St. Croix, that had to be, a lot to deal with.
And then 7 years later, boom, he moves to New York City with his mom. That's a huge jump from a Caribbean island to the biggest city in America.
New York in the late 1800s, talk about a melting pot. So much opportunity, but also a lot of poverty, too.
And it's here that Casper starts to make his mark. But here's the thing.
His early jobs are kind of surprising.
What do you mean?
Well, he worked as a janitor, a doorman, even a messenger.
Wait, hold on. The guy who becomes a major player in Harlem, he starts as a doorman.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, now I got to know how that happens. How do you go from opening doors to, running a criminal empire.
That's the big question, isn't it?
It is. And it says a lot about who Holstein was, the chances he had, but also the limits he faced. Because let's be real, being black in America back then, that wasn't easy.
Not at all.
So walk me through it. How does he become, what was it, the Bolita King? What even is that?
Okay, so imagine the lottery, but instead of the state running it, it's gangsters.
Oh, okay. So this is serious stuff.
That was the Bolita, basically an illegal numbers racket, and Casper. He became the king of it.
I guess I could see how being a doorman, you might overhear things, see how money moves, maybe even make some connections.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But still, we're talking about a huge jump. He wasn't just playing the game. He was running the whole thing.
Exactly. And not only that, he was making serious bank, like millions of dollars in the 20s and 30s.
Wait, millions? Back then?
Yeah, we're talking the equivalent of a tech billionaire today.
Oh, that kind of money, especially for a black man back then. That's not just about living large. That's about power.
You got it. That kind of wealth gives you influence, a voice in a system that was designed to silence people like him.
Man, this is getting good. So we've got our numbers, kingpin, tons of cash, power in Harlem.
But like any good story, there's got to be some conflict, right?
Right. Every king has his rivals. I'm guessing Holstein's no different.
You guessed it. We're talking organized crime, and there were some big names trying to muscle in. Oh, just guys like Dixie Davis, Dutch Schultz. These weren't small-time players.
So what happens? Was there a big gang war?
Well, things definitely got tense. A power struggle was brewing. But here's the thing about Holstein.
What's that?
Instead of going to war, he starts to back off, sees the violence getting out of hand, and steps away from it.
That's not exactly what you picture when you think gangster, huh?
Nope, not at all. It makes you wonder what was going through his head.
Yeah, was he scared? Or was there something else going on?
That's the beauty of this deep dive. We get to explore those questions and see if we can figure out the real Casper Holstein.
Okay, I'm hooked. So we've got our kingpin pulling back from the criminal world. But there's got to be more to the story, right? What's the twist?
Oh, there's definitely a twist coming. Remember all that money Holstein made? He didn't just keep it for himself.
Where is he spending it?
Get ready for this. He becomes a major supporter of, drum roll please, the Harlem Renaissance.
You're kidding, right? The numbers racket guy is funding artists.
That's right, and not just a little bit of money here and there.
Okay, now this is getting good. Tell me more.
We're talking big contributions, the kind that really shaped the Harlem Renaissance. He was funding dorms at black colleges, supporting artists, writers, even saving important institutions like the UNIA Hall from foreclosure.
Wow, so on one hand, illegal gambling. On the other, making sure black students have a place to live, artists have support. That's a pretty wild contradiction.
It definitely makes you rethink the idea of who a gangster is, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's like, who is this guy really?
That's what we're going to find out.
I'm in. Let's keep digging. So we've got this fascinating guy, this numbers kingpin, but also a big supporter of the Harlem Renaissance, like two sides of the same coin. And I'm really curious about the whole philanthropy thing. Like, how did he actually use his money to make a difference in Harlem?
Well, one of the most interesting examples is this place called Holstein Court. It was a building he built specifically for black professionals, business owners, that sort of thing.
Interesting. And you said earlier he started out as a doorman. Do you think that experience, shaped this project?
It's hard not to see the connection, right? Imagine seeing firsthand how tough it was for black professionals to find decent housing, especially in a city like New York, where segregation was still a big problem.
Yeah, makes you wonder if he saw this as a way to create opportunities that maybe he didn't have.
It adds a whole other layer to his story, doesn't it?
It's not just charity, it's about, social change.
Exactly, and it makes you think about his legacy. Was he trying to, make up for the way he made his money?
Or was it just genuine wanting to help his community no matter what?
That's the big question, isn't it?
It is. This guy is full of surprises. But it wasn't just housing, right? You mentioned education, too.
Oh, absolutely. Funding those dorms at black colleges, that was huge back then.
Think about it. Access to education was so limited for black Americans.
Holstein's support helped break down some of those barriers.
And each student who benefited, they probably went on to do amazing things. It's like a ripple effect spreading out from those dorms.
It really is powerful. And then there's the support for artists and writers. We don't know the specific names, but it makes you wonder who he helped, what kind of art did he like?
I can picture him, at a jazz club, surrounded by all these artists talking about art and politics.
It's a cool image, right?
Yeah, and it reminds you that history is not just facts and figures. It's real people living their lives, changing the world.
Exactly.
Okay, but we got to be honest here. We can't just ignore the illegal gambling. It's kind of a big deal, right?
You're right. We can't celebrate his good deeds without acknowledging where the money came from.
Yeah, it makes things complicated, ethically speaking.
Yeah.
How do you even begin to reconcile those two sides of Casper Holstein?
Yes, the challenge, isn't it?
Part of you wants to say he was a criminal, but then you see the impact of his philanthropy. And it's like, wait a minute, maybe it's not that simple.
It really makes you think about how we define good and bad, especially when we're talking about history.
And it's not like we can judge the past by today's standards. Right?
Exactly. We have to understand the context, the time period, the challenges people faced.
Speaking of challenges, can we talk about that kidnapping? 5 guys, a $50,000 ransom, and then he's released after 3 days, saying no ransom was paid.
That's like something out of a movie, right?
Yeah, what was that all about?
It's a mystery. Some people think it was his rivals trying to scare him. Others think maybe he staged the whole thing.
So we're left with more questions than answers.
Pretty much. It's one of those unsolved historical puzzles.
I wonder if it had anything to do with him stepping back from the numbers racket.
Maybe. Could have been a turning point for him.
Yeah, like he realized how dangerous that world was.
Or maybe it pushed him even more towards philanthropy, wanting to leave a positive mark.
It's like we're trying to get inside his head, understand what made him tick.
That's what makes history so intriguing, isn't it?
Okay, so we've got the rise to power, the philanthropy, the rivals, the kidnapping. But there's one thing that still bugs me. If Holstein was so important in Harlem, so loved by the community, why don't more people know about him today?
Yeah, why isn't he mentioned alongside the big names of the Harlem Renaissance?
It's a good question.
Historians have been debating this for a while, but one theory is that his criminal activities overshadowed everything else.
It's like people can't see past the bad stuff, even though he did so much good.
It's easier to celebrate the pure artists, the ones who fit our image of the Harlem Renaissance.
But by ignoring people like Holstein, aren't we missing a big part of the story?
Absolutely. We're denying the complexity, the contradictions that make history so interesting.
It's like trying to sanitize the past, make it fit our ideas of right and wrong. But history is messy. It's full of gray areas.
That's where the real stories are, in those gray areas.
So what do we do with all this information about Casper Holstein? It's a lot to process.
The first step is to just acknowledge the complexity. Right.
Yet, don't try to put him in a box. He was both a product of his time and someone who challenged the system.
And we need to keep digging. Explore the primary sources. Listen to the voices that haven't been heard.
Like the artists he supported, the people whose lives he changed.
There's so much more to learn.
For our listeners who want to learn more, we've got some resources for you. Temples for Tomorrow. Looking back at the Harlem Renaissance is a great place to start. And if you want to dive deeper into the numbers racket, check out Black Gangs of Harlem, 1920-1939.
And don't forget about primary sources, like newspaper articles from that time or first-hand accounts.
The key is to stay curious, keep asking questions, and never stop exploring the past.
That's how we make those connections, with history and with each other.
So while you're thinking about all that, we thought we'd share some perspectives from our listeners. We asked them what they thought about Casper Holstein, and their responses were really interesting.
Let's hear what they have to say.
Welcome back. It's part 3 of our deep dive. And I don't know about you, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around Casper Holstein. This guy was a numbers kingpin, but also like a champion of the Harlem Renaissance. It's a lot.
It is. He's definitely one of those figures who keeps you thinking.
Yeah, we've been talking about his philanthropy, his rivals, that whole kidnapping thing, and why he's not more well-known today.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, we asked our listeners to weigh in, share their thoughts about Holstein.
Yeah, and we got some really interesting responses.
What were some of the things people were saying?
Well, one thing that came up a lot was the connection between his illegal activities and, all the good he did. Like, did his gambling profits actually fund his philanthropy?
Right. Was he basically laundering money through good deeds?
It's a tough question, ethically speaking.
Yeah, and I've been wondering that myself. It's tempting to just connect the dots. But I don't know. It might not be that simple.
You're right. It rarely is with history. We have to remember, Holstein had other businesses too. Nightclubs, investments. It wasn't all just the Bolita.
So his wells came from different places, not just the illegal stuff.
Exactly. And also, think about the context of the time, the Prohibition era. People's attitudes towards certain illegal activities were a bit more, shall we say, flexible.
Yeah, I mean, if the government's telling you you can't even have a drink, maybe running a numbers game doesn't seem so bad.
especially if you're using that money to help your community.
And that's what people in Harlem saw, right? They knew where his money came from, but they still considered him a hero.
They did. It's like they viewed him as this Robin Hood figure, taking from a corrupt system and giving back to the people.
It's a complicated moral equation for sure.
It is, but it also highlights the complexities of that time period.
So people were asking about the money, but what about his contemporaries? Did they ever criticize his, criminal side?
It's a good question, and it reflects how different things were back then. Organized crime was a lot more intertwined with everyday life, especially for marginalized communities.
Right, it was like their own system of power outside of the mainstream.
Exactly, and for many, Holstein's activities were seen as a means to an end, a way to get the resources and influence needed to fight for their community.
So it's like, as long as he was using his power for good, people were okay with it.
It might sound cynical, but it does seem to fit with what we know about that era.
It's just another reminder that history isn't black and white. There are so many shades of gray.
That's what makes it so fascinating to study.
Okay, so we've talked about the money, his contemporaries, but what about the bigger picture? Why isn't Casper Holstein more famous today?
Yeah, that's the big one, and honestly, there's no easy answer. Historians are still trying to figure it out, but as we mentioned before, it's probably a few things combined.
Like, maybe his story's just too messy for the history books.
You got it. It's easier to focus on the artists and intellectuals, those who fit the traditional narrative of the Harlem Renaissance.
But by leaving out figures like Holstein, aren't we missing a big part of what the Harlem Renaissance was really about?
Absolutely, we're losing that complexity, that nuance that makes history so compelling.
It's like we're trying to create a sanitized version of the past. But the truth is, history is full of these complicated characters.
And it's in those messy, complicated stories that we often find the most interesting truths.
So what do we do with all this new knowledge about Casper Holstein?
Well, first, I think we just have to acknowledge the complexity. Don't try to put him in a box. He was both a product of his time and someone who pushed against the limits.
Right. Embrace the contradictions, the good and the bad.
Exactly. And keep the conversation going. Do your own research. Explore the primary sources.
Look for the stories of the people he helped, the artists and writers. Hear their perspectives.
There's always more to learn, more layers to uncover.
And if you're looking for a starting point, we recommend checking out Temples for Tomorrow, looking back at the Harlem Renaissance. It gives you a good overview of that period. And for a deeper dive into the world of the numbers racket, check out Black Gangs of Harlem, 1920-1939.
Those are great resources, and don't forget about primary sources like newspaper articles or first-hand accounts.
The important thing is to stay curious, keep asking questions, and never be afraid to explore the past.
Because that's how we connect with history and with each other.
Well said. I think we've covered a lot of ground today. We've gone from a simple Wikipedia page to a really complex and fascinating story. We've learned about Casper Holstein, the numbers kingpin, the philanthropist, the enigma. And I think the biggest takeaway for me is that history is rarely simple.
It's messy, it's full of contradictions, and that's what makes it so interesting.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, we want to leave you with this thought. Embrace the complexity. Don't be afraid of the messy parts, because that's where the real story lies. Thanks for joining us, and keep exploring.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're diving deep today into the life of Charles Babe Barron, a guy who, well, kind of led a double life right in the heart of Chicago during, all that organized crime and political machine stuff.
Chicago.
Yeah, and we've got some excerpts here from his Wikipedia entry. And let me tell you, this is going to be a wild one.
Can't wait.
Okay, so get this. He owned a successful Ford dealership.
Okay.
But he was also a big shot in the Chicago outfit. Illegal gambling. So how does someone pull that off?
Well, it's all about appearances.
Appearances?
Yeah, like maintaining this facade of being totally legitimate. It was a pretty common tactic back then for organized crime.
So it's like a cover.
Exactly. A cover. Having a successful business, it gave them a way to hide their illegal activities, and it helped them move, in those powerful circles without raising too many eyebrows.
So it's not just about hiding the bad stuff. It's also about using the good stuff, the legit business, to gain influence.
Bingo. It's about access and perception. Guys like Barron they could rub shoulders with, politicians, business leaders, even law enforcement sometimes, all while, running their criminal empire behind the scenes.
And Barron, he was good at it. I mean, this guy wasn't just some car salesman. He was a brigadier general in the Illinois National Guard.
Wow.
Talk about a cover.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. A military leader, a successful businessman, and a major player in organized crime, all in one. Well, it really makes you wonder, how did he get to be so powerful in all these different worlds?
Right. It's like, it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Well, we know he was like a protege of Jacob Arvey, who is this powerful Democratic Party ward boss in Chicago. And he was connected to other big names, too, like Dave Yaris and Lenny Patrick.
Yeah.
So for those of us who, aren't exactly experts on Chicago politics back then, what exactly was a ward boss and how much power did these guys really have?
Well, think of it like this. The ward boss. He was like the king of his neighborhood.
Yeah.
He controlled everything from votes to jobs, even the police sometimes. They were the backbone of the political machine, the ones who got things done.
Got things done. Meaning?
Well, sometimes it was favors. Sometimes it was
Yeah.
intimidation. And sometimes it was straight up corruption.
So Barron, through his connection with Arvey, he had like a direct line into all this power and influence.
Exactly. That connection probably gave him protection, opportunities, access to information that most people could only dream of. It's a textbook example of how organized crime used political connections to get what they wanted.
And speaking of connections, there's also Barron's link to Patrick Hoy, who worked for General Dynamics, and had ties to Sidney Korshak. At Korshak, he was a notoriously influential guy.
Oh, yeah.
What's the significance of that General Dynamics connection?
That's where things get really interesting. You see, General Dynamics, they were a major defense contractor.
Defense contractor. So we're talking like military stuff.
Exactly. Military stuff. This connection suggests that Barron's influence, it might have gone way beyond Chicago, maybe even into, national security.
Whoa.
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
Rigged contracts, insider information, maybe even influence over military decisions.
That's kind of scary.
It is. Makes you wonder how deep this whole thing really went.
And then there's the fact that this guy was arrested not once, but twice for murder.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
First in 1929, after a prize fight, when he shot and killed a bootlegger named James Walsh, and then again in 1933, accused of murdering Smiling Gus Winkler, a financier for the North Side Gang. That's some serious stuff.
Those were definitely different times.
2 murders. And yet, never convicted in either case. It's hard not to think that his connections, his influence, played a part in those acquittals.
It's certainly possible. The Chicago outfit, they had their hands in a lot of things, including the justice system. Witnesses could be intimidated. Evidence could disappear. Judges could be persuaded.
So basically, money and power could buy you freedom, even from murder charges.
In some cases, yeah. That was the reality back then.
So we've got this complicated guy, a successful businessman, a military leader, and allegedly a cold-blooded killer. And he's seemingly operating with total impunity, all thanks to his powerful friends.
It paints a pretty vivid picture of Chicago in that era, doesn't it? A city where the lines between legitimate business, politics, and organized crime were really blurry, where ambition and ruthlessness were often the keys to success.
And we're just getting started with Barron's story. His appearance at the Kafer hearings in the 1950s, that put him right in the national spotlight, exposing his ties to guys like John Roselli, another top figure in the Chicago outfit, with connections to Hollywood, no less.
Right, the KFO hearings. Those were a real turning point. They showed everyone just how widespread organized crime was.
Yeah.
Across America. And it sparked a lot of public anger and calls for reform.
So Barron, with all his secrets and connections, he's suddenly front-page news. I bet that made things pretty uncomfortable for him and his pals.
I'd imagine so.
So what did these hearings actually reveal about Barron's role in the Chicago outfit?
They showed that he was more than just a local player. This guy was connected to some of the biggest names in organized crime, guys who operated on a national, even international level. And his connection to John Roselli, well, that suggests a link to Hollywood, a whole other world of glamour and power that was also deeply tied to the mob.
So we're not just talking gambling and politics anymore. We're talking Hollywood, maybe even connections to Washington. This is getting deeper than I thought. So it's wild. This guy Barron, connected to all these powerful people, industries. We've got the Chicago politics, the alleged murders, even those hints about national security.
It is a lot.
But then the story takes like a total left turn. He ends up in pre-revolution Cuba.
Cuba.
Yeah, managing Meyer Lansky's casino, the Havana Riviera.
Huh. That's interesting. This move to Cuba back in the 50s,
Mm-hmm.
it really shows how things were changing for organized crime.
How so?
Well, Havana, back then, it
Yep.
was like the place to be. For gambling,
I see.
it attracted the wealthy, the powerful, from all over the world.
So instead of just, running things in Chicago, these guys like Barron and Lansky, they were going global.
Exactly. They saw Havana as, well, it was a glamorous escape, but also a place where the rules were, let's say, a little looser.
And the profits?
Oh, the profits were huge. The Havana Riviera, under Barron's management, it became a symbol of that era. Hollywood stars, mob bosses, even international politicians.
Wow, imagine that. Sinatra at the roulette wheel. Mobsters making deals in those smoky back rooms, all under the Cuban sun.
Yeah. Sounds like something out of a movie, doesn't it?
It does. But then, of course, the Cuban Revolution happens in 1959.
Yeah.
And everything changes. What happened to Barron and the Havana Riviera?
Castro, he shut down all the casinos.
Makes sense.
He saw them as, symbols of corruption, foreign influence. So guys like Barron, they had to adapt again. And he set his sights on, well, a new opportunity, Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, of course.
Yep. He became one of the first people to get a gaming license under that 1960 Gaming Control Act.
That was the law that basically tried to make the casino industry in Nevada legitimate.
Exactly. It aimed to attract legitimate investors
Yeah.
and, try to weed out the mob's influence.
But it sounds like guys like Barron, with all their connections and experience, they still managed to find a way in to the Las Vegas scene.
Oh, they did. They were experts at navigating those shifting landscapes.
And Barron, he landed right on his feet. He became the official greeter at the Sands Hotel and Casino.
The Sands. That was run by another big name in organized crime, Joseph Doc Stacher.
So even with all the changes, Barron always seemed to be right in the middle of things.
Like he had a knack for it, staying close to the centers of power, no matter how the world of organized crime was changing.
And being the greeter at the Sands, that must have put him in contact with a whole new cast of characters.
Oh, absolutely. Hollywood celebrities, high rollers, and of course, all the big players in the Las Vegas underworld.
Yeah.
It's amazing. This one guy, from the back rooms of Chicago to the casinos of Havana, and then the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas. It's like he lived through like 3 different lifetimes.
He was definitely a witness to a really fascinating period of American history.
He was. But with all these seemingly successful ventures, did Barron ever face any real consequences? I mean, we've talked about the murders, the gambling, the political stuff. It seems like he got away with a lot.
Yeah, that's a question that people are still asking.
What do you think?
Well, some people say he was this master manipulator,
Yeah.
able to avoid justice because of his wealth, his connections, maybe even intimidation.
Makes sense.
But then others think he was more of a middleman, a facilitator, someone who benefited from his associations, but wasn't really involved in the more brutal side of
So
things.
is he a puppet master or a pawn, a brilliant strategist, or just a really lucky guy?
It's tough to say for sure. The historical record, it's not always complete. And guys like Barron, who operated in the shadows,
Yeah.
they're even harder to figure out.
Yeah, I guess so, but it seems like he was really good at reinvention, adapting to each new situation, each new opportunity.
And that adaptability,
Mm-hmm.
that ability to navigate those shifting tides of power and influence, I think that's the key to understanding him. He started in that tough Chicago environment, found success in Havana, and then landed on his feet again in Las Vegas.
It's almost like he had this sixth sense for where the money and power were going.
Maybe he did.
Mm.
But that instinct for survival, that ability to anticipate change and adapt, that's probably why he thrived in a world where a lot of other people failed.
It's really incredible how his life, it's like a reflection of the evolution of organized crime itself, starting with those local rackets and then expanding into these global operations, always looking for new opportunities for profit and influence.
It is. And as we learn more about him, we uncover more layers, more complexities. It just raises more questions about his true motives, the extent of his influence.
He's a hard guy to categorize, leaves us with more questions than answers.
He does. But that's what makes exploring his life so fascinating.
It is. So what does all of this tell us about power, the desire for wealth, the compromises people make?
Those are questions that are still relevant today as we deal with the legacy of organized crime and how it's impacted our society. The story of Charles Bay Barron. It gives us a glimpse into this complex and often shadowy world where ambition, greed, and violence were all tangled up with the American dream.
It's a reminder that the past isn't really over and done with. It still affects us today.
It does. And by exploring those echoes of the past, we can gain some valuable insights into how our world came to be.
We've covered a lot of ground today in our deep dive into the life of Charles Babe Barron. From Chicago to Havana to Las Vegas, it's been a wild ride.
It has.
So, what are your final thoughts as we wrap up our look at this? This enigmatic figure is crazy, right? How this guy Barron, he navigated all these crazy times. The Chicago gang wars, the Cuban Revolution, the rise of Vegas. He always seemed to land on his feet.
Yeah, it's remarkable. He had this resilience, this ability to adapt to change. That's not something you see every day.
It makes you wonder what drove him. Was it ambition, power, or just a need to survive?
Maybe all the above. He was clearly a man with big goals, but he was also, practical. He knew how to use his connections, find the weak spots, and position himself for success, no matter what was happening around him.
And let's not forget, this was a guy who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. We've talked about the murders, the gambling rings, all the political maneuvering. It seems like he crossed a lot of lines to get what he wanted.
Yeah, his story definitely raises some questions about the price of success, the compromises we make, the lines we cross to achieve our goals. These are questions that, they go beyond organized crime. They apply to all of us.
It's like that saying, the ends justify the means. But with Barron, it seems like, the means were often pretty ruthless.
They were. And yet, he managed to avoid any serious consequences. For most of it, he died a wealthy man, respected by some, and his darker side, mostly forgotten, or dismissed as just rumors.
It makes you think about justice. Did he ever really pay for the things he did? Or did his money, his connections, protect him?
I don't know. Those are questions that we might never have the answers to. But they do make us think about power, influence, and how they can be used to manipulate the system, escape accountability.
Barron's life, it's like a puzzle. With some pieces missing, we see bits and pieces, his actions, connections, his rise to power. But we don't get the whole picture.
And that's part of the mystery. It draws you in. It makes you want to fill in the blanks, speculate, come to your own conclusions based on what we do know.
Yeah, it shows that history. It's not always clear-cut. It can be messy, contradictory, and sometimes the most interesting stories are the ones that leave us with more questions than answers.
That's true.
Well, I think we can all agree, we've only scratched the surface here. Of Charles Babe Barron's life, he was a man of contradictions, someone who walked that line between legitimacy and crime. And his story, it continues to fascinate, intrigue.
It does.
He was a fascinating guy. But we got to leave it there for today. So to everyone listening, I encourage you to keep digging, learn more about organized crime, the history of gambling, the whole world of politics and power. That shaped 20th century America.
It's a fascinating journey.
It is. And as you explore, remember to question everything. Look for different perspectives. Embrace the complexity of history.
Because sometimes the most important discoveries are the ones that challenge our assumptions, make us rethink what we thought we knew.
Exactly. So keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep diving deep.
We'll be here,
Yeah.
ready for the next adventure.
All right, everyone, get ready for a wild ride because today we are diving deep into the life of Red Dillard Morrison. This guy's story, I mean, you sent over his wiki page, and it's like something straight out of Hollywood,
Yeah.
But way more than just another gangster flick.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about a guy the feds labeled, get this, the most dangerous man in the country.
Yeah, the most dangerous man.
But he's also like this beloved figure in Harlem's jazz world.
I know, right? It's crazy. Total paradox.
Total paradox.
So, like, how does someone go from, small-time hustling to basically being the guy everyone's scared of?
Right.
That's what we're going to figure out today. We'll track Morrison's whole journey, starting from his early days all the way to, the peak of his infamy, notoriety, whatever you want to call it.
Notoriety, yeah.
And trust me, there are going to be some seriously wild twists and turns along the way.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. Especially those early years, you can practically see the ambition, like burning in this guy.
Yeah.
Arrives in New York from Alabama, 1937, just a teenager. Tries those, typical jobs to help out his family. But it's pretty obvious, pretty quickly, that he's not going to be satisfied with the ordinary.
It's not even just that he, turns to crime. It's how he does it, right?
Exactly.
This guy's not messing around with petty stuff. He goes straight for, the big fish robbing craps players, those numbers runners, which, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, that was basically like the illegal lottery back then.
Exactly. It shows he was thinking strategically from the get-go.
Yeah.
Even his early crimes were, like, super audacious. Robs a Woolworths, right. And then immediately after hits up a check-cashing shop.
I know. It's wild.
Most people would, like, lay low after one big score, but Morrison, he's just getting started.
Right. And then there's that insane story about the ambush.
Oh,
He
yeah.
gets shot in the leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of, like, dealing with the wound, he chases the gunman back to their car.
It's insane.
Like, what kind of toughness is that?
Well, that incident became legendary in Harlem. And it's not just about, like, physical toughness.
Yeah.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah.
This is the kind of guy you're dealing with.
Right.
Don't even think about crossing him. It's this pattern we see over and over again with those who rise to power in that world, establishing dominance through, like, sheer force of will.
And that fear, that definitely played a big part in his rise, right? Like, people were too scared to testify against him. Charges got dropped left and right.
Oh, absolutely. Control through fear.
He was practically untouchable.
Morrison understood that. The power of a reputation, of making sure everyone knew what would happen if they crossed him.
Yeah.
And, that kind of control allowed him to operate with, like, this freedom that was almost unheard of, especially for a black man in that era.
Yeah, that's true. So he's building this rep, making a name for himself, and that's when he meets Big Joe Richards.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this guy is a bit of a mystery, right?
A real enigma. Big Joe. He controlled a massive network, but always from behind the scenes, never out in the open. For Morrison, this was like a masterclass in organized crime.
Oh, yeah.
He learned from the best. He became Big Joe's right-hand man.
Right. But, like we see in so many of these partnerships, things go south.
Yeah, that happens.
Morrison splits from Big Joe, and that's when his ambition goes into overdrive. He decides to get into the heroin trade, and not just any heroin. He goes directly to the source, Lucky Luciano.
Talk about a power move. Luciano was running heroin from Turkey through Sicily into the U.S., a major, major player in the post-war drug scene. For Morrison to buy from him directly, it launched him into the big leagues.
That's cutting out, like, all the middlemen, right?
Absolutely.
But it's not just drugs, is it? This guy, he's got his hands in everything, pimping, throwing these legendary parties, living the high life, and his name is spreading everywhere, for better or worse.
Yeah, for better or worse, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
A true kingpin. But, that kind of notoriety, it always attracts attention.
Right.
And for Morrison, that attention was about to change everything.
Okay, so we were saying how Morrison's name was everywhere, good and bad. That kind of spotlight, though, that's got to make you a target, right?
You would think, right. But it wasn't rival gangs, wasn't even the local cops who really took Morrison down.
Oh, wow. So who was it then?
It was a federal agent, undercover, managed to, like, worm his way into that whole Harlem drug scene.
Whoa. That's going deep undercover. So what happens? They, like, set him up, a sting operation or something.
Exactly. 1950, nail Morrison on drug trafficking charges, 5 years in federal prison. Big blow to his operation.
5 years, right when you're on top. I bet that hurt more than any rival ever could. What was so important about that Turkish heroin connection, though? Sounds like something out of a spy movie.
It was a big deal. This is, right after World War II. Global drug trade's in flux. Turkey becomes this major heroin supplier. And guys like Lucky Luciano, they're right there to capitalize.
Yeah.
Morrison getting busted, it wasn't just about him.
Yeah.
It exposed this whole network the authorities were just starting to figure out.
So he's in prison, labeled the most dangerous man. You'd figure that's the end, right? Curtain closes, roll credits.
Yeah, you'd think.
But it's not. And this is where it gets really interesting, because even locked up, Morrison's got this whole other side, this deep connection to the jazz scene.
Yeah, it's one of those things that makes Morrison's story so fascinating. Feds see a ruthless criminal. Jazz community. They see a friend, a patron of the arts, genuine lover of the music.
All right, got to hear more. What kind of connections are we talking about here? Spill the tea.
Okay, picture this. Billy Eckstine, Sarah Vaughan, two of the biggest names in jazz. They visit Morrison, and get this, perform for him while he's doing time at Otisville.
No way. Really?
Yeah.
That's wild. Speaks volumes about the guy, what kind of pull he had. Even in prison, these legendary musicians are coming to him.
Doesn't stop there. After he's released in '55, Morrison's a regular at all the big clubs. Birdland, Savoy, Minton's. hanging out with Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie, Thelonious Monk.
Wow, imagine those conversations in those smoky clubs. Did anyone ever, like, encourage him to go straight, use those connections, become a manager or something?
You know, it's funny. There were times, thought about getting into real estate, even considered opening a dry cleaning business. But for Morrison, that pull back to the underworld, it was strong. And tragically, it was a personal loss that kind of sealed his fate.
Oh, yeah, the tragedy. Things get dark here, don't they?
They do. His wife, only 33 years old, dies suddenly. Allergic reaction to penicillin, just devastating. Morrison turns to cocaine, spirals into grief. And the music offered some solace, but it wasn't enough to keep him from those old habits.
So the most dangerous man, the guy who scared everyone, it's heartbreak that really brings him down. Not a rival, not the law.
It's a reminder, isn't it? Even the toughest guys, they're still human underneath it all.
Yeah. And that vulnerability, that's what leads to his downfall. More shootouts, bar fights, than another drug deal orchestrated by, guess who, another undercover federal agent. 10 years this time.
10 years.
Man, what a life. Feels like he almost had a chance to break free, but that pull, those demons.
It's that age-old question, isn't it? Nature versus nurture. How much control do we really have? Morrison's life is like a case study in that.
Yeah. Even back in prison, that connection to the jazz world, it's still there.
It is. Eckstein and Vaughn, they still visit. And when Sonny Payne, the drummer who played with Count Basie and Harry James, passes away, Morrison sends $1,000 from prison to help with the funeral.
Wow. These jazz legends sticking by a convicted felon makes you wonder what it was about him, you know? What drew people in despite everything?
He was a man of contradictions, that's for sure. Ruthless one minute, incredibly generous the next. There was something about him, a charisma, that went beyond his past.
It's fascinating. Do we know if he ever, expressed regret for the choices he made, the path he took?
Sadly, no. The historical record's pretty silent on his inner thoughts. What we do know is that after his release in '74, he goes to Los Angeles and, get this, even pushing 60, gets back into the drug game.
Old habits die hard, I guess. But even out in LA, he's still supporting musicians. That generosity, that tie to the music, it never went away.
It's a testament to his complexity. Here's a guy who lived in the shadows, surrounded by violence, but found something real in the beauty of jazz. It's a reminder that even in the darkest places, that human spark, it can still exist.
That's deep, man. So what ultimately happens to Red Dillard Morrison? Does he find peace?
Well, in '79, another blow. Girlfriend testifies against him, ends up back in prison on drug charges. Feels like that cycle he was trapped in, it finally caught up for good.
Almost Shakespearean, you know? A guy who could have been anything but his choices, his circumstance.
And in the final twist, right? The guy who survives countless shootouts, dangerous situations, ends up succumbing to something completely different. Red Dillard Morrison dies of bladder cancer in prison, 1989. He was 69 years old.
Man, what a story. I feel like we've just scratched the surface of Red Dillard Morrison's life, but it's been a ride. Harlem kingpin, jazz enthusiast. His life was full of contradictions, challenges, and, tragedy.
It's a reminder, history's made up of individuals, each with their own unique experiences. And sometimes those experiences lead to a life that defies easy labels, a life that leaves you with more questions than answers.
That's a great way to put it. We've explored his rise in the Harlem underworld, his notoriety, those surprising connections to jazz. But the true legacy of Red Dillard Morrison, it's complex, a puzzle for anyone fascinated by, the underbelly of American history.
And for you listening, it might make you think, what makes a man dangerous? Is it the choices, the circumstances, or something deeper? What about redemption? Does that play a role in a life like this? Those are questions worth pondering.
Absolutely. Food for thought, for sure. And on that note, I think we've reached the end of our deep dive into the world of Red Dillard Morrison. It's so easy to just focus on, the crazy parts of Morrison's life, the violence, the whole most dangerous man thing. But there's this whole bigger picture we got to consider, too.
Oh, for sure. You can't just look at Morrison without thinking about, what's happening around him, right? This is the Depression era, organized crimes exploding, racial tensions are through the roof. It all plays into his story.
Totally. I mean, being a black man in America back then, especially in a place like Harlem, opportunity, danger, it was all kind of mixed up together, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And Morrison, he navigated all that with, this crazy mix of ambition, ruthlessness, and, well, you got to admit, he had charisma. Even people who were terrified of him had to respect the guy.
Makes you wonder, what if he'd been born, in a different time, different circumstances? Would he have gone down a different path, or was this just, his destiny?
That's the question, isn't it? nature versus nurture. It's a debate people are still having,
Yeah.
How much of who we are is already decided and how much is like influenced by our environment, the hand we're dealt. Morrison's life is almost like an example of that whole struggle.
It's like he was going to be a legend no matter what. Even today, in Harlem, his name still means something. A reminder of this time when gangsters and jazz musicians were hanging out together, and the American dream was this. Like, this promise that was right there, but so hard to actually reach.
And that's the power of Morrison's story, I think. It reminds us that history is made up of people, real people, each with their own choices, their own experiences that have a ripple effect. It makes you look past the headlines, makes you think about how complicated human nature really is and how individual choices play into like the bigger story of history.
So true. And for everyone listening, thinking about Morrison's life, does it make you question what dangerous really even means? Is it the actions, the circumstances, or something deeper? What about redemption? Does that have a place in a story like this? Lot to think about there for sure.
Absolutely. It's easy to judge when you're on the outside looking in, but when you dive into a life this complex, this full of contradictions, it makes you question your own ideas about good and evil, success and failure.
That's what makes these deep dives so cool, I think. We get past the surface level, past the simple story, and find all this nuance and complexity that makes us think differently about the world, and maybe even ourselves.
Exactly. Because in the end, it's not just about knowing the facts, it's about understanding the forces that shaped a person, the choices they made, and the impact those choices have, even long after they're gone. And who knows, maybe by understanding a life as unusual as Red Dillard Morrison's, we can understand a little bit more about what it means to be human.
Well said. Well, folks, that brings us to the end of our deep dive into the world of Red Dillard Morrison. A life lived on the edge, a man of contradictions, a legend whose story still fascinates and makes us think, even all these years later. Until next time, keep exploring, keep asking questions, and as always, keep diving deep. All right, welcome to your deep dive.
Okay.
Today, we're going to be looking at the life and crimes of Regis Dion Thomas.
Okay.
And, this name might not be familiar to you.
Right.
But his story is it's a good example of some of the things that were going on in the 90s.
Yeah.
Especially in Los Angeles.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're going to be taking a look at gang life and violence and the justice system.
Wow.
And we've just got one source today,
Okay.
which is the Regis Dion Thomas Wikipedia article.
All right. Sounds good.
We're going to see what kind of insights we can get from that.
I love it. I love these deep dives. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's so interesting to learn about,
Yeah.
people like this and these cases.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot about society by looking at cases like this.
Right.
You can learn about gang culture,
Yeah.
what might make someone commit these violent crimes.
Yeah.
And just how law enforcement responds to these things.
Absolutely, yeah, and how things have changed since then, too.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the Wikipedia article, it starts out just talking about Thomas's background.
Okay.
Like who he was.
Give me the basics.
Yeah. So he was born in 1970.
Okay.
Grew up in South Central Los Angeles.
Oh.
He was the oldest of 4 children.
Okay.
So pretty normal.
So normal beginning.
Yeah, normal beginning.
Yeah.
But then he ended up joining the Bounty Hunter Bloods.
Okay, and so that was a gang, right?
That's a gang, yeah.
Okay.
And they were a pretty well-known gang.
Okay.
They were operating out of Watts.
Yeah.
And they were really violent.
Okay. Yeah, so that's really interesting to me. I mean,
yeah.
what factors might have pushed him? Like, what would make someone go down that path?
Exactly, yeah.
What was going on?
What was it about the environment? Or was it just him?
Right. Or is there something, maybe psychologically or...
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a big question. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But I think it's worth considering,
Okay.
what was it about the gang or what was it about that life that appealed to him?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, especially in South Central LA in the 80s and 90s,
Yeah.
like that was...
It was a rough time.
It was a rough time in place, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a lot of really serious issues, like
Right.
poverty, social inequality.
Yeah.
The crack epidemic was
It's huge. Yeah.
a huge problem.
It was a huge problem.
And especially, for young Black men,
Yeah.
the opportunities just weren't there.
Right. And so you can see how
Yeah.
these gangs might have looked like they were
Mhm.
offering something
Yeah.
that they weren't getting anywhere else.
Right. Yeah. Like a sense of belonging or...
Yeah. Belonging, support,
Mhm.
a community, a way to make money,
Yeah.
all these things that are really, important to young people.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's a destructive way to get those needs met.
Totally. Yeah.
And so I think I know it's awful,
Yeah.
but I think it's interesting to think about how
Yeah.
that might have been what was appealing about that life.
Right. Right. And it makes me wonder, too, about he was only 19 or 20 years old when he got convicted of perjury.
Oh, wow. So that's pretty young.
Yeah, that's pretty young.
Yeah.
1990.
Okay.
And it makes me think, was this like a sign that, he was going to go down this road?
Right. Like, was this an early
Yeah.
indication that he just didn't care about the law?
Right. Yeah.
And that maybe, things were going to get worse.
Totally.
I mean, when I see something like that, it makes me wonder if there were any,
right.
chances to intervene, were there missed opportunities to help him?
Right. Yeah, were there support systems or rehabilitation programs or anything like that?
Yeah, could something have been done differently?
Totally, yeah.
It's a chilling thought.
Yeah, it is.
What if there had been?
Yeah, yeah. And sadly, it did get worse.
Okay.
The Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
It says that he committed his first murder in 1992.
Okay.
He killed Carlos Atkins in Torrance.
Okay.
And
that's all it says?
It doesn't say much about it.
Oh, wow. That's weird.
Yeah, it just kind of glosses over it almost.
Oh, that's strange. It makes you wonder why there's not more information about that.
Right, yeah.
Maybe it wasn't as high profile at the time.
Yeah.
Maybe it didn't get as much media coverage because there were these later, more well-known crimes.
Right.
But, it's still a murder.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal,
Yeah.
And someone lost their life.
Yeah.
And there were people who were affected by that. And
Yeah.
I think we should remember that, even though we don't have all the details.
Absolutely, yeah. And then a year later, he commits the crimes that would, kind of define him, I guess.
Yeah.
Which are the murders of the Compton police officers.
Wow.
Kevin Michael Burrell and James Wayne McDonald.
Okay.
And this is where the case
This is where it gets real.
Yeah, it gets real.
Yeah.
Because it's not just, the loss of these officers.
Right.
It's the impact that it had on the Compton community.
Yeah.
To have 2 officers killed in the line of duty.
Yeah.
In a department that had been around for 65 years.
Yeah.
That's unheard of.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. So it was a late night
Okay.
in February 1993.
Okay.
And it was a traffic stop.
Okay, so seemingly routine.
Yeah, seemingly routine.
Yeah.
Officers Burrell and McDonald
Yeah.
pulled over this red pickup truck.
Okay.
And Thomas was driving.
Okay.
And they approached the vehicle.
Yeah. And that's when
Thomas got out of the truck and just opened fire.
Wow. Okay.
And he shot both of them.
Oh my gosh.
Before they could even get their guns out.
Wow.
They were both wearing bulletproof vests.
Yeah.
And they were found face down
My gosh.
near the patrol car.
Yeah.
And their guns were still holstered.
Wow. That's intense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so brutal.
Yeah, it's hard to...
So sudden.
Yeah, imagine what was going through their minds. It's
Yeah.
just scary to think about.
And how did this affect the community?
Oh, yeah.
Because this must have been,
Yeah.
A big deal.
It sent shockwaves through the whole community.
Yeah.
I mean, any sense of security was
Yeah.
shattered.
Yeah.
And, I think there was just a lot of fear,
Yeah, I bet.
anger, sadness,
Yeah.
a huge sense of loss.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And the article talks about how
Yeah.
there was this massive manhunt to find him.
Okay, so they're trying to find this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It was like all hands on deck.
Wow.
And it seemed like everyone was waiting
Yeah.
for him to be caught.
Right.
And
But that says a lot, I think,
Yeah.
about how serious the situation was.
yeah, it wasn't just about,
Yeah.
finding this killer.
Right.
It was about trying to,
Yeah.
bring back
Restore some order.
some order, some sense of safety to
Yeah.
this community.
Make people feel safe again. Yeah.
That had been really,
Yeah.
shaken by this.
Totally.
And, while they were looking for Thomas,
Yeah.
they actually ended up solving some other crimes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there were 5 arrests,
Wow.
3 murders solved,
Okay.
and then 2 attempted killings
Wow.
were cleared.
So they were really looking into everything.
Yeah, I mean, they put so many resources towards finding him.
Right. So I guess that's not surprising.
Yeah, they ended up,
Yeah.
connecting him to some other things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's kind of a bittersweet.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they solved those other crimes.
Yeah.
But it's still,
Doesn't change
it doesn't change what happened. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But then things take a really weird turn.
Okay, what happened?
So Thomas eventually surrenders,
Okay.
but he doesn't surrender to the police.
To who?
He surrendered to a reporter.
What?
Yeah, to a
So
KTLA.
a reporter?
Yeah, a television reporter.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Why would he do that?
I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, well, the media was covering this so heavily.
Yeah.
I wonder if he felt like, he couldn't escape it.
Right, like the pressure was too much.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe he thought this was his chance to,
Yeah.
control the story a little bit
Yeah, to get his side out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, before the trial.
before the trial started.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a really fascinating example of how,
Uh,
media and the justice system
Kinda-
kind of intersect.
totally. Yeah.
It makes you wonder,
yeah.
how much power does the media have?
Right.
How does it influence
Yeah.
public perception
Yeah.
and even the legal process?
Absolutely. Yeah. But we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, we've covered a lot.
Yeah. We started with his childhood, went to his gang involvement,
Right.
the murders,
Yeah.
the manhunt, the surrender.
And we haven't even gotten to the trial yet.
We haven't even gotten to the trial.
Oh,
I know. So, we've been talking about Thomas and like everything that he did.
Right.
But I think it's important to talk about the victims in this case.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
Like the families of
Yeah.
the people that he murdered.
Right.
The Wikipedia article doesn't really get into that.
Yeah, I mean, they're focusing on him,
Right.
but yeah, you're right. We should talk about, what happened to the people
Mm-hmm.
who were affected by his crimes.
Like, what was the impact
Yeah.
on them and on the community
Yeah,
as a whole?
I mean, these are just
Yeah.
numbers on a page.
Right.
These were people with lives and families. And,
Yeah. Yeah.
their loss is just, unimaginable.
Yeah, and the article mentions that,
Yeah.
both Officers Burrell and McDonald were
Yeah.
armed,
Right.
but neither one of them had a chance to draw their weapons.
Wow.
Like, he shot them so fast.
It's just a reminder
Yeah.
that police work is
Yeah.
dangerous.
It is dangerous, yeah. You
Yeah.
just never know.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
they're trained to expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Like, you can't always be prepared for everything.
Right, and I think a lot of people think of traffic stops
Yeah.
as being routine.
Yeah. Like just a normal part of the job.
Right.
But this case shows that they can turn deadly really quickly.
Yeah, it can happen in an instant.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
that they said that these were the only two officers
Yeah.
that had been killed in the line of duty
Yeah.
in the Compton Police Department's history.
Wow. So this was a huge deal for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 65 years.
Yeah.
And then this happened.
I can't even imagine what that must have been like for the other officers.
Yeah, how do you keep going to work every day
Yeah.
knowing that that could happen to you?
Yeah. Knowing that you're putting your life on the line
Yeah.
every time you put on the uniform.
Yeah. And it's especially sad because
Yeah.
Officer McDonald was working his last shift
Oh, wow.
as a volunteer reserve officer
So he was almost done.
when he was killed.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah, he was just trying to give back to his community,
Yeah.
and it cost him his life.
It's a tragedy.
Yeah. There's also this part in the article that says neither one of the officers
Wow.
had reported the traffic stop to dispatch.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't request a background check on the
Yeah.
license plates
Okay.
of the truck either.
They didn't know who they were dealing with.
Yeah. And I was wondering, like, how common was that back then?
I mean, it was the early 90s. So,
Yeah.
technology was different.
Yeah.
It wasn't unusual for officers to make a traffic stop and not
Right.
immediately call it in,
Right.
especially if it seemed like a routine thing.
Yeah, okay.
They probably thought they were just
Yeah.
saving time
Right.
by not doing all that paperwork.
Right. But looking back now, you
Yeah.
know, it's like, could that have played a role
Yeah, that's a good question.
in what happened? Like, if they had run a background check,
Right.
they would have seen
Yeah.
that Thomas had that prior conviction
Yeah.
for perjury.
Right.
And maybe they would have approached the stop differently.
Yeah. Maybe they would have been more cautious.
Yeah, maybe.
It's impossible to know,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
But it does make you think about
Yeah.
how important communication is
Yeah.
in policing.
Yeah. Especially with something like
Yeah.
the manhunt that
Okay.
happened after the murders.
Yeah.
You know, they had to coordinate all these different agencies and
All right. It was a huge operation.
yeah.
And communication is key
Mm.
in situations like that.
And they ended up making all those arrests and clearing those cases.
Right. And that's not uncommon. When you have a big investigation like that,
Yeah.
they put so much time and resources into it
Right.
that they often uncover
Yeah.
connections to other crimes.
It's almost like they
Yeah.
wouldn't have solved those other crimes.
Right.
If this hadn't happened.
Yeah, it's like a ripple effect.
Yeah.
But of course, it's important to remember
Yeah.
that solving those crimes
Yeah.
doesn't bring back the
Yeah, hey,
officers.
Yeah. Of course not.
It's a really complex situation.
Yeah.
There are these positive outcomes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that these two people lost their lives.
Exactly. Yeah, and speaking of complex situations, how do you explain surrendering to a reporter?
Yeah, I mean, that's wild.
It is, yeah. What do you think he was thinking?
It's hard to say, but, maybe he felt like he was trapped by all the media attention.
Yeah.
Like there was no escape.
Yeah.
So he decided to just go to the media himself.
Yeah, like take control of the story.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, before it got away from it.
It's like he knew how much power the media has.
Yeah, and it makes you think about how that affects the whole trial process.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, we've gone from Thomas's childhood to the gang involvement, to the murders, to the manhunt, to the surrender.
Yeah. And now we got to talk about the trial.
All right, so we're back.
Okay.
And we're ready to talk about what happened after that crazy surrender.
Right, yeah, the trial.
Yeah, so what can you tell me about that?
Well, one thing that I thought was interesting was just how fast everything happened.
Okay.
So he was arrested in April of 93.
Yeah.
And then a little over a year later, in August of 95,
wow,
he was found guilty of all 3 murders and sentenced to death.
Wow, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, it is, especially for a case like this.
Right.
I mean, death penalty cases, they usually take a long time.
Yeah.
There's all these appeals.
Yeah.
Multiple trials sometimes.
Yeah.
But it seems like in Thomas's case, the evidence was pretty clear.
Okay.
And the defense just couldn't really dispute it.
Gotcha.
So.
And then the article says he's currently on death row at San Quentin.
Right. So this is where it gets kind of complicated.
Yeah.
Because, the death penalty is just this whole other issue.
It is, yeah.
And California, it's like they have the most people on death row in the whole country.
Wow.
But they almost never execute anyone.
Oh, wow.
That's
interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you think is going to happen with him?
Well, I mean, it's really hard to say. There are so many legal things that could happen. Appeals, stays of execution.
Yeah.
And plus there's this whole movement to get rid of the death penalty completely in California.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Right. Yeah. Things could change.
Yeah.
Like while he's
on death row.
And I mean, that's what's crazy about these deep dives.
Yeah.
Is that we started with this Wikipedia article where we've talked about gangs and murders and the media.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about the death penalty.
And the justice system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's still.
Right. Like it just keeps going.
Yeah.
And it makes you think about all these big questions.
Yeah. And for me, the big question is what could have been done to prevent all of this?
Right. Like, was there any way to stop him from going down this path?
Like, were there missed opportunities?
Yeah. Like, what if someone had intervened?
Yeah.
Or what if he had gotten help?
Yeah.
Or what if the system had been different?
Yeah.
These are questions that I think everyone's asking.
Right.
Especially in communities where violence is a problem.
Yeah.
So I don't have the answers. But I think it's good to think about these things.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if we can understand what causes violence and how the justice system works, then maybe we can start to find some solutions.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the point of these deep dives.
Yeah, and I hope our listener, found this one insightful and interesting.
I hope so.
And maybe it will make you think about things a little differently.
And if you want to learn more, go out and do some research.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so much information out there.
Yeah, and this deep dive was created just for you.
That's right.
So thanks for joining us.
All right, so welcome everyone to this deep dive. And today we're tackling someone you might not know right off the bat, Rich Porter. But stick with us because by the end, you'll see why his story, man, is really something else. We're heading straight into 1980s Harlem using just a snippet from his Wikipedia page, which, believe me, has enough to unpack. And get this, it's not just a crime story. It's about crazy ambition, a whole community dealing with a crack epidemic and this twisted version of the American dream, Plus, you might have actually seen Rich Porter's story and not even realized it.
Yeah, Porter's life. It went down during a really intense time. The crack epidemic was ripping through places like Harlem, just tearing communities apart. Imagine being young back then, right? Limited chances, surrounded by poverty, and then bam, the fast money from drugs. It was like this unavoidable pull,
And that's where Rich Porter comes in, right?
Yeah.
Dealing at 12 years old. 12. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but it shows you the reality back then. But then he shoots up, becomes a kingpin, known for this like over-the-top lifestyle. It's wild, right? He's spending tons on clothes, cars, all while navigating this world of brutal violence. It's interesting, right? Because for Porter, it wasn't just about surviving. There was this like entrepreneurial drive in him, almost this messed up version of the American dream. He was building an empire, but on illegal stuff,
Clear.
It makes you think about ambition's price tag, that pull towards easy money when the system, it just ain't giving you a fair shot. There's even that rumor, right, that he never wore the same outfit twice. It paints this picture of a larger-than-life guy, almost like a caricature of success in the drug world, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like a lot of guys who rise fast, his fall was, well, it was dramatic. Porter was killed in 1990, only 24 years old.
Yeah, they found him with like thousands of dollars in his pocket, shot multiple times. And the main suspect, his old friend and drug partner, Alpo Martinez. Martinez was later convicted for the murder. Talk about betrayal, right? From within your own circle.
And it doesn't stop there, man. Just a month before Rich's death, his younger brother, William, only 12 years old, he was kidnapped and murdered.
It's rough, man. The details are brutal. William's finger was cut off by the kidnappers trying to squeeze ransom money from Rich. This case, it shows you how violence just spirals, right? It's not just those involved, it's innocent family, too.
And here's the gut punch. Their own uncle was behind William's kidnapping and death. It's a family ripped apart by greed and the same violence that took Rich to the top.
It begs the question, right? How much blame goes to guys like Porter who choose this life versus the messed up system that creates these situations? It's tough to answer, no easy solution, but what's clear is this cycle of violence, it often eats its own.
It reminds you that we're not just talking about some abstract idea here. We're talking about real people, families, and the weight of the choices made in a world where options are limited.
But here's where things take a turn. Porter's life, his death, it becomes this pop culture thing. You've got the 2002 film Paid in Full, based on the lives of Rich Porter, Aziz Faison, and even Alpo Martinez.
And get this, Porter's character, played by Naki Pfeiffer, who also grew up in Harlem. It shows you how Porter's story, it goes beyond just being a crime story, right? It's about a specific time and place, but it touches on these bigger ideas that still hit home today.
Yeah, exactly. You're seeing a system failing its people, leading them down this path of violence and fleeting success. It's not just a movie. It's reflecting a reality a lot of people face then and sadly still face today.
So we've seen Rich Porter, right, from the streets of Harlem to becoming a kingpin, only to meet this tragic end, all tangled up with betrayal and family loss. But this is just the start of our deep dive.
Yeah, now we got to dig into the why. Why did Porter's story become such a big deal in pop culture? What is it about this story that keeps grabbing our attention?
And the big one. What can WE, the viewers, learn from this whole cautionary tale? Ambition, excess, and in the end, tragedy. We'll get into all of that and more when we keep going with our deep dive.
One thing that jumps out from Porter's story is, well, the role of the cops back then. Our source mentions that him and his crew were constantly watched by the FBI's C-11 squad, A whole unit just focused on busting drug operations.
Whoa, so it's like a real-life cop movie happening right there on the streets, these guys building their thing, and the feds are on their tail trying to shut it all down. Adds a whole other level to the story, don't you think?
Yeah, it does, and it makes you think about that whole war on drugs thing, It wasn't always so black and white, and sometimes those lines between good and bad, well, they get pretty blurry.
Yeah, it's easy to just say, cops are good, drug dealers bad, but Porter's story, it kind of messes with that simple idea, doesn't it? He was a criminal, for sure, but he was also a product of his environment, a young guy without a lot of options.
Exactly. It's that whole nature versus nurture thing, right? How much is your path set by where you come from, and how much is your own choice? It's a question that sticks with you, especially with someone like Porter living in a world where survival sometimes meant bending the rules.
And maybe that's why his story pulls you in. It challenges how we think about good and evil, makes you deal with the messy parts of how people act, It's not just some simple lesson about right and wrong. It's a look into a complicated reality.
And after Porter died, things in Harlem shifted, right? Like a power vacuum.
For sure. It's like that saying, when a king falls, chaos follows, right? And in the drug game, chaos, man, it can get really bad. What happened to the people left behind, those who had to deal with what was left of his empire?
Well, his death sparked this whole power struggle, right? Rival gangs, former partners, everyone's scrambling to fill the void. And the result? More violence, more instability, just like the source says. Innocent people got caught in the crossfire, and the community, which was already struggling, well, it just got worse.
It reminds you, right, that the quick money and power in that world, it comes with a huge price tag, paid not just by those in the game, but the whole community. And that stuff can echo for generations.
Absolutely. And it's not just about the violence either. The drug trade, it chokes out legitimate businesses, creates this atmosphere of fear. It's this cycle, and breaking it, man, it's tough.
So where do we go from here? How do we even begin to fix something so messed up? It feels like there's no easy answer.
You're right, there's no quick fix. But first, we gotta acknowledge this isn't just a cop problem, it's a health problem, a social problem, a human problem, We need to get at the roots of this stuff. Poverty, lack of opportunities, the whole system that makes the drug trade look appealing in the first place.
We need to put resources into education, jobs, and programs that give young people real choices.
Exactly. We got to shift from just punishing people to preventing this, helping people recover, and creating a world where everyone, no matter where they come from, has a chance to make something of themselves.
It's like a reminder that these stories, like Rich Porter's, yeah, they're captivating, but we can't forget the human cost, The victims, the families, the communities left behind, their stories matter just as much.
And that brings us back to Porter's legacy, right? How do people remember him, both in Harlem and beyond?
It's interesting, right? On one hand, he's this folk hero, a symbol of making it out, a kid who went from nothing to being a powerful figure. That classic rags to riches story, even though it played out in this dark and dangerous world.
Yeah, and it's key to understand that not everyone sees him the same way. To some, he represents this dark time in Harlem, a symbol of how the drug trade wrecked things.
So his legacy, it's complicated to say the least. He's a warning and a fascination, someone people admire and condemn at the same time.
And that might be why his story sticks with us. It forces us to face these truths about ambition, poverty, violence, and the choices we make when we feel like we ain't got many options.
It's a story that people still talk about, argue about all these years later. That in itself shows how powerful his story is and the questions it makes us ask.
Yeah, even after he's gone, Porter's life keeps challenging us, making us think about how complex people are and the mark we leave on the world.
We talked about Paid in Full, but how else has Porter's story seeped into pop culture? What other forms has it taken?
Well, you've got documentaries, books, even music, They all offer a different angle on his rise and fall. It's like his story has become this thing of its own, changing and fitting into different cultures.
It shows you how strong his story is, how it speaks to different generations and artists.
And it's not just the facts of his life either. It's about what his story embodies. Ambition, betrayal, the pull of the streets, family, loyalty. These are things that always get us, no matter when or where.
It's like Shakespeare on the streets of Harlem. Raw, real, tragic. It makes us face these uncomfortable truths about ourselves and the world.
And maybe that's why it still matters today. It's a reminder that what we do, it has consequences not just for us, but for everyone else.
It makes us think about the systems that keep people trapped in poverty and inequality, the temptation of easy money, and how violence just tears communities apart.
Hopefully, by looking at stories like this, we can figure out ways to build a world that's fairer, where young people can make better choices and have real chances for a good life.
So we've gone through a lot, right? Porter's rise, his tragic end, his impact on his community, how he shows up in pop culture. But before we finish up this deep dive, I want to circle back to a question we asked before. What does Rich Porter's story tell us about chasing the American dream and what some people will do to get it?
That's the big question, right? Porter's life, in a lot of ways, it's like a messed up reflection of the American dream. He escaped poverty, got rich and famous, but the cost, man, it was unbearable.
It's almost as if he achieved the American dream, but in this twisted, self-destructive way.
And that's what's so sad. He was ambitious, driven, had that hustle, but all that went down a road that ended with violence, betrayal, and his own death.
Makes you wonder, what if he had had different chances? What if he wasn't caught in that drug world? Would things have turned out differently?
We'll never know for sure. But what Porter's story shows is that chasing the American dream can have two sides. It can push you to do great things, but it can also lead to bad choices, especially when the world ain't fair and opportunities are hard to come by.
It reminds us that we need to build a world where everyone has a real shot at that dream, not just a few lucky ones. A world where success isn't just about money and stuff.
Yeah, it's about a world where young people like Rich Porter have the tools and chances to actually make it, to reach their goals in a good way, and build a better future for themselves and their communities.
So we've covered Rich Porter's life, death, and how he's remembered. But what about those he left behind? What happened to his family, his friends, the people he was close to?
That's where it gets even tougher. Porter's death and the murder of his brother, it left this huge hole in the lives of those who cared about them.
It's easy to focus on the dramatic parts of his story, the crime, the violence, the money. But behind all that, there were real people whose lives were shattered, people who had to pick up the pieces.
His mother, Velma Porter, she went through something unimaginable, losing two sons so close together. It's a level of pain that's hard to grasp.
And his kids,
Yeah.
growing up without their father, carrying the weight of his name, the good and the bad.
It shows that someone like Rich Porter, his impact goes way beyond what he did. The effects of his life and his death, they still reach those closest to him.
It's a story about family, loyalty, and those bonds that stay with us even when things fall apart.
It makes us look past the drug lord image and see the real people whose lives were changed forever because of his choices. You know, it's kind of crazy how Rich Porter's story, even after we've peeled back all the layers, it still has more to say, especially about loyalty and betrayal. That whole thing with Alpo Martinez, it really adds another dimension to it all, doesn't it?
It's like a core element in these stories, right? That idea of brotherhood built in a place like the streets, and then it gets shattered by ambition, greed, or even paranoia. In a world where you're fighting to survive, trust is, well, it's precious.
No doubt. Porter's life shows how messed up that whole loyalty thing gets in the criminal world. I mean, these were young guys living by their own rules, rules that could change in a heartbeat.
It's almost like those old Shakespeare tragedies, right? But instead of some fancy stage, it's happening on the streets of Harlem. Ambition, betrayal, violence, and then, bam, a tragic fall from grace. It's a story that's been told forever, but somehow it never gets old. Why do you think that is?
I think part of it is that Porter's story makes us look at ourselves, you know? It asks us, how would I handle that world where right and wrong get all mixed up? Who could I trust? What would I be willing to sacrifice?
That's a heavy question, man. There are no easy answers, and honestly, I think it's something each of our listeners needs to really think about on their own. It's about recognizing that people are complicated, motives are messy, and even when things are tough, our choices, they define who we are.
And while Porter's life is definitely a page-turner, we can't forget that it's not just about him, right? It's about the people around him, those who are affected by what he did, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, it emphasizes that our choices have this ripple effect. They reach far beyond ourselves. It's like a call to do better, to make choices that lift up our communities, that create peace and understanding, and to push for a world that's fair for everyone.
So we're coming to the end of our deep dive. What are you taking away from Rich Porter's rise and fall? What sticks with you? And how can we use this story to start conversations, maybe even spark some positive change?
This is what we want our listeners to do. Don't just listen to this story and move on. Think about it, talk about it, use it to jumpstart some critical thinking and real conversations. The answers might not be clear-cut, but the act of searching for them, that's what matters.
And I think the last thing to remember is this. Even in the darkest parts of Porter's story, there's a glimmer of hope. We can change things, break free from those cycles of violence and despair, and create a world where young people have real opportunities to flourish.
Thanks for joining us on this journey into the life and legacy of Rich Porter. We'll be back with another deep dive soon. Have you ever heard of a guy named Samuel Christian?
I have.
So today we're going to do a deep dive on him. Kind of fascinating guy, really.
Absolutely.
He's connected to the Philadelphia Black Mafia,
Yeah.
the Nation of Islam, and he was even on the FBI's most wanted list.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're going to be working with an excerpt from his Wikipedia page, and we'll see what we can find.
Sounds good.
All right, so looks like he was born in Philly back in 1939.
That's right. Yeah.
And he went by a few different names, Richard Carter, Sam Bea, Christian,
Right.
and then Suleiman Bey.
Lots of different chapters in his life.
Yeah, so maybe you can tell us a little about what was going on in Philly back then. Like, how did he end up getting involved with the Black Mafia?
Well, you've got to remember the late 60s and early 70s were a really intense time.
Right.
You know, the civil rights movement was happening.
Yeah.
There was a lot of push for economic equality for Black Americans. And there were still a lot of racial tensions that hadn't been resolved.
Sure.
And so In that kind of environment, it's not surprising that that some groups kind of formed, and the Black Mafia was one of them.
So what were they doing? What were their activities?
Well, they were involved in all sorts of things.
Okay.
Racketeering, drug trafficking, and unfortunately, violence.
Right.
So it was a pretty tough world that Samuel Christian got involved in.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah,
So I guess that's where he got the name Bea, right?
I think so, yeah.
What kind of figure was he in the Black Mafia? Was he a leader or more of a follower?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of information out there about that time. And, the code of silence around these kind of organizations makes it really hard to separate fact from fiction.
Right.
But we do know that he didn't stay with the Black Mafia forever.
Right.
He converted to the Nation of Islam and took the name Suleiman Bey.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty big shift.
Yeah.
What was happening with the Nation of Islam at that time that might have drawn someone like Christian in?
Well, the Nation of Islam was a powerful movement in those days.
Okay.
It provided Black Americans with a sense of community, a strict moral code,
Right.
and a path to self-reliance in a society that often felt very hostile towards them.
I see.
And they also had a paramilitary wing called the Fruit of Islam, which was known for its discipline and dedication to the nation's teachings.
And Christian became a captain in the Fruit of Islam, right?
That's right.
I mean, that's a pretty significant role, especially considering his past.
Absolutely.
Makes you wonder what he was looking for.
Yeah, was he completely turning his back on his past? Or was he maybe looking for something similar?
Yeah, like structure, leadership.
Maybe even a form of power.
Right, but in a different way.
Exactly.
So it's this weird kind of contrast, right? Going from the shadows of the Black Mafia to this very public and disciplined religious organization.
It's an interesting juxtaposition.
So what happened next?
Well, in 1972, he was accused of murdering a man named Tyrone Fat Ty Palmer. And then just a year later, he was accused of another murder, this time Major Coxon.
Wow.
Yeah, and there were also some other people shot at the scene of that murder, but no witnesses were willing to testify against him.
Okay.
So he was never actually convicted of either murder.
But still, those accusations landed him on the FBI's most wanted list.
Exactly. He was the 321st person added to the list.
Wow, what must that have been like being a fugitive?
It must have been a really tough time.
Always looking over his shoulder.
Right, for your isolation.
Yeah.
Who knows, maybe he even continued to follow the discipline of the Fruit of Islam during that time.
Maybe.
We can only speculate.
Yeah, well, he eventually ended up back in Philly.
Yeah.
And died there in 2016 at the age of 76.
That's right.
So when you look back at his life, it's just amazing, all these different things, the Black Mafia, the Nation of Islam, becoming a fugitive. What stands out to you the most?
I think what's really interesting is that Samuel Christian's story isn't just about him.
Okay.
It's a window into a really turbulent period of American history.
Yeah.
He was caught in the middle of all of these different forces, race, religion, crime.
Right.
And the choices that he made, I think, reflect how complicated that time was.
It's a really complex story.
It is. And I think it challenges us to look beyond easy labels and really think about all the things that shape a person's life.
I agree with that. I think it's easy to judge people based on, a few headlines.
Sure.
But when you really dig into their story,
Yeah,
you start to see the bigger picture.
absolutely.
Well, this has been really fascinating. Thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
I hope everyone listening will take some time to think about Samuel Christian's story and what it might tell us about our own lives and the choices we make.
I hope so, too.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Bye. All right, strap in, everyone, because today we're going deep on one of the most notorious figures in 90s hip-hop,
Oh, yeah?
Suge Knight.
Buckle up.
The man, the myth, the legend behind Death Row Records, the label that brought us Snoop and Tupac.
Yeah, and so much more to uncover, I think.
And it's a wild story.
It is.
It is.
Absolutely.
So from Compton to the top of the music charts to a prison cell,
Yeah.
it's a rise and fall, and we're going to break it all down.
And it's fascinating because, you start looking at his life, and there are so many contradictions.
Oh, yeah.
He's got this almost squeaky clean, all-American beginning
Right.
star athlete from Compton, even briefly
played in the NFL.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, a replacement player for the LA Rams.
Wow.
But then, that's juxtaposed against his affiliation with the Mob Piru Bloods gang.
Right.
It's like these two totally different narratives colliding.
Yeah. I mean, it really makes you think about the environment he came up in, right?
Yeah.
Like how much of his later actions, were shaped by those early days in Compton.
Well, it's really important to understand the context, right?
Yeah.
Compton,
Yeah.
in the 80s and 90s, a place where opportunities were limited.
Yeah.
And gangs offered kind of a sense of community,
Right.
a twisted path to power in some ways.
Right.
So even with his athletic abilities,
Yeah.
Knight might have felt drawn to that world.
Yeah, it's like he carried that drive, that win at all costs mentality from the football field into the music business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you see it in how he goes from being a bodyguard for celebrities like Bobby Brown
Oh, yeah.
to becoming this major force in the music business himself.
Right.
First big win, securing royalties for a client from Vanilla Ice's Ice Baby.
Wait, Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice.
I wouldn't have pegged that as a Suge Knight connection.
It's a pretty wild story.
Okay.
Rumor has it he used some, shall we say, persuasion tactics.
Oh, boy.
Allegedly dangled Vanilla Ice off a balcony to get those royalties. Now denied by Vanilla Ice, but,
Oh, of course.
adds to the legend.
Yeah, a bit of a negotiating tactic.
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Business School 101.
No, not at all.
But this was just the start of Knight's unconventional rise in the music world, let's just say.
Yeah.
He forms an artist management company, worked with acts like DJ Quick, the DOC,
Okay.
and that's how he links up with Dr. Dre and the DOC from NWA.
Wow. Okay.
They wanted out of their contract. Knight saw an opening.
And that's the birth of Death Row Records.
Boom. That's it.
Wow.
Knight, Dre, the DOC, co-found the label in 91.
Okay.
And Knight's ambition is clear.
Yeah.
He wanted to make Death Row the Motown of the 90s.
And they came out strong.
They did.
Dr. Dre's The Chronic in 92, triple platinum.
And then Snoop's debut album, Doggy Style,
Oh, yeah.
quadruple platinum. They were shaping the West Coast sound. Knight.
Right.
Knight at the helm, aggressive style.
Yeah.
It rubbed some people the wrong way,
Oh, yeah.
but it got results.
He wasn't afraid to make moves.
No, he was a guy who was ready to play hardball.
Oh, yeah. He was known for public feuds.
Right.
Like the one with Luther Campbell from 2 Live Crew.
Yeah.
Opened a club in Vegas,
I've heard of this, yeah.
Club 662.
Okay.
You dial that on a phone keypad.
Yeah.
Spells M-O-B.
Not even trying to hide it.
A very public nod to his gang ties.
Yeah.
And then there's that speech.
Oh, yeah.
The Source Awards, 1995.
Yes. Yeah.
He calls out Puff Daddy, basically pours gasoline on the East Coast, West Coast rivalry.
Oh, yeah, that was a moment for sure.
It was a moment.
So what was the deal there?
Well, rivalry is kind of baked into hip-hop,
Right.
It can push artists to new heights,
Sure.
but it can also get real dangerous.
Absolutely.
And with Knight, that line between the music and real-life drama, it was blurry.
yeah.
He seemed to thrive on confrontation.
So it's ambition, it's talent, but it's also this volatile personality.
Yeah.
It's a potent mix.
It is. It's a recipe for both incredible success
Right.
and potential disaster.
Right.
And that darker side started to show when Knight bailed Tupac out of prison
Oh, right.
and signed him to death row.
That's a huge turning point, right?
It was a turning point.
All Eyes on Me, massive success for the label.
Massive.
But it also brings this new level of intensity
Yeah.
to death row.
Absolutely. That East Coast, West Coast thing, it was already boiling over.
Right.
And now you have Tupac, one of the most outspoken and controversial rappers,
Yeah.
aligned with Knight, a figure increasingly tied to violence.
But even before the tragedy that comes later, there were signs of trouble brewing at death row.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Dre, the musical mastermind behind their sound,
Yeah.
leaves in 96.
Huge loss.
What do you think that meant for the label?
It was more than just losing his musical talent,
Right.
Dre seemed to be a calming influence on Knight.
Okay.
His exit was a bad omen.
Yeah.
Things were going downhill. The future was uncertain.
And tragically, things were about to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
September of that year,
96.
Tupac is shot in Vegas.
It's a story shrouded in mystery.
Oh, yeah.
Conspiracy theories abound, and Knight's name is mentioned in a lot of them.
Of course, yeah.
Now, to be clear, he was never charged in connection with Tupac's death.
Right.
But their close relationship
Right.
The fact that Knight was in the car when it happened,
Yeah.
that whole atmosphere of violence around death row,
Yeah.
it fueled speculation
Oh, absolutely.
about his possible involvement.
So what are some of the main theories that have been floating around all these years?
Well, one theory focuses on the drive-by itself.
Okay.
As, another chapter in the East Coast-West Coast feud.
Right.
Another theory zeroes in on a fight that happened earlier that night
Okay.
between Tupac and a Crip gang member,
Okay.
suggesting a revenge motive.
Got it.
And then there's the theory that someone within death row itself might have orchestrated the hit,
Wow.
possibly even Knight.
Yeah, that's a dark one.
It is, and this theory gained traction after former death row artists, including Snoop Dogg, publicly accused Knight of being involved.
Right.
But again, these are accusations, not proven facts.
Right.
It's a murky situation.
It really is.
We may never know the full truth,
Yeah.
but one thing's clear. Tupac's death was a turning point for death row.
Yeah.
It marked the beginning of the end for the label.
They'd lost Dr. Dre. Now their biggest star was gone.
Yeah.
The violence that had always been there in the background. Yeah.
Now took center stage,
Yeah.
and it tarnished death row's image.
And of course, Knight was facing his own growing list of legal problems.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's like his life was this tangled web of legal battles, and you start to see this pattern emerge.
It really is, and unfortunately, it's a cycle that's all too common,
Yeah.
Early on, in 95, Knight gets convicted of assault,
Right.
put on probation for 5 years, but then just before Tupac's shooting, he's involved in this brutal beating with his entourage, and that lands him a 9-year prison sentence
Wow.
for violating his probation.
So he's incarcerated during those crucial years when death row is falling apart.
Yeah.
Do you think that played a role in the label's fate?
It's hard to say for sure, but being absent from a company like death row, especially with all the controversy,
Right.
probably would help.
He gets out of prison in 2001, but it seems like he just couldn't stay out of trouble.
Yeah, it was almost like a revolving door parole violation in 2003, back to prison.
Right.
The feud with Snoop Dogg, police crack down on the mob Piru Bloods. It's like those gang ties, that world kept pulling him back in.
Yeah, and it wasn't just gang-related stuff. There was that fight outside a Hollywood nightclub, the lawsuit against Kanye West over a shooting at a party.
That Kanye West lawsuit's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It shows how Knight moved in these different circles.
Right.
It's a reminder that his life wasn't just street-level stuff.
Right.
He was a player in the music industry.
Right.
Entangled with celebrities and these high-profile events.
Yeah, a lot of worlds colliding there.
Absolutely.
Did things settle down at all for him in the 2010s?
Not even close.
Okay.
Another fight in Arizona, arrest for cannabis possession.
Okay.
And then the big one. 2014, he shot 6 times at a Chris Brown party.
6 times? That's unbelievable.
He survived, but it shows you the kind of danger that seemed to follow Knight.
Yeah.
He was a target, but he was also drawn to these situations.
Right.
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Which was
If
weird.
that wasn't all, later that year arrested again, this time with Cat Williams, for allegedly stealing a camera from a paparazzi photographer.
Yeah, it's almost comical when you consider everything else.
Right.
But it highlights how chaotic and unpredictable his life had become.
Right. So all this leads up to 2015, the incident that ultimately put him back in prison for good.
Right.
Hit and run.
That's where it all came crashing down.
He hit 2 men with his car, killing one, Terry Carter, and seriously injuring the other, Khalees Sloan.
Yeah, a fatal hit and run in Compton. And the security footage seemed pretty damning.
Oh, yeah.
He claimed self-defense, but it was hard to see it that way.
Right.
The incident reportedly stemmed from an argument on the set of Straight Outta Compton,
Oh, wow.
the NWA biopic.
Right.
It's almost like Knight's past, the violence that had followed him, came back to haunt him in this very public and tragic way.
It's like a Greek tragedy almost, you know?
It really is.
After his arrest, he spent years fighting the charges,
Yeah.
dealing with health problems while incarcerated.
Yeah.
He changed lawyers multiple times.
It was a messy legal process.
It sounds like it.
He faced the possibility of life in prison, and ultimately in 2018, he took a plea deal.
Okay, so what were the terms?
He pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter,
Okay.
got 22 years for the hit and run,
Okay.
plus an additional 6 years because of California's 3 strikes law and his prior felonies,
Right.
bringing the total sentence to 28 years.
Wow, so he's still behind bars.
As of March 2023, he's at the Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego,
Okay.
not eligible for parole until 2034.
It's quite a fall from grace, from the heights of the music industry to a prison cell.
It really is a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
Unchecked ambition. The blurred lines between success and destruction.
It makes you think about the price of fame.
Yeah.
And the consequences of living on the edge.
It's fascinating, though, how he's tried to stay relevant in the music world, even from prison.
Oh, yeah, I read about that.
Started a podcast.
Oh, wow.
Called Collect Call.
Right.
In the trailer, he hinted at some major revelations about Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg.
Of course he did. Controversy seems to follow Suge Knight wherever he goes.
It really does. It's like part of his aura.
But even with all the drama, Death Row achieved incredible things in a short time.
Oh, absolutely.
They changed the sound of hip-hop.
Albums like The Chronic, Doggy Style.
Classics.
Considered classics. And Knight was instrumental in making them happen.
Yeah.
He had a vision for the label, and he was fearless.
Yeah, but that vision came at a cost.
He did.
His methods, they were often ruthless, and ultimately, that aggression contributed to his downfall.
It's a complex legacy.
It is.
Hard to fully unpack.
Yeah.
He launched careers of some of the biggest names in hip-hop.
Yeah.
But he also became a symbol of the violence and negativity that plagued the genre.
And in 2017, he was indicted for allegedly threatening F. Gary Gray,
Unbelievable.
the director of Straight Outta Compton.
A movie about his own past.
It's wild, right?
It's like a movie itself.
It is. It's like something you wouldn't believe.
It is.
Luckily, that charge was dropped.
Part of the plea deal.
So is Suge Knight a villain?
Yeah.
Is he a victim of circumstance?
A little bit of both.
A bit of both.
Right.
It's hard to say. It's a question that's tough to answer. There's no doubt he had a huge impact on hip-hop.
Profound impact.
Yeah.
But he also caused a lot of pain and destruction along the way.
Right. It's a story that really makes you think.
It does.
What do you think, listener?
Yeah.
How do you view Suge Knight and his legacy?
It's a question worth pondering.
It is, and we've covered a lot of ground today.
We have.
We've explored his rise, his tumultuous time at death row, his legal troubles, the controversies.
Oh, the twists and turns.
Yeah, and also those bigger questions about the music industry.
Yeah.
The impact of image and violence.
The dark side of fame.
And this complex legacy of a man who was both a pioneer and a destructive force.
A fascinating figure.
Absolutely. It's been an intense journey.
It has.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of Suge Knight.
Our pleasure.
If you're hungry for more, we highly recommend the Showtime documentary American Dream, American Nightmare.
It's excellent.
It features interviews with Knight himself, offers even deeper insights into this complex and controversial life.
It really does.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep asking questions,
Keep digging.
and keep diving deep.
Absolutely.
And of course, Knight was facing his own growing list of legal problems.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's like his life was this tangled web of legal battles, and you start to see this pattern emerge.
It really is. And unfortunately, it's a cycle that's all too common,
Yeah.
Like early on in 95, Knight's convicted of assault.
Right.
He's put on probation for 5 years. But then just before Tupac's shooting, he's involved in this brutal beating with his entourage, and that lands him a 9-year prison sentence.
Wow.
For violating his probation.
So he's incarcerated during those crucial years when death row is falling apart. Do you think that played a role in the label's fate?
It's hard to say for sure, but being absent from a company like Death Row,
Right.
especially with all the controversy, it probably didn't help.
No, not at all. He gets out of prison in 2001, but it seems like he just couldn't stay out of trouble.
Yeah, it was almost like a revolving door parole violation in 2003, back to prison.
Right.
The feud with Snoop Dogg, police crackdown on the Mob Piru Bloods. It's like those gang ties. That world kept pulling him back in.
Yeah, and it wasn't just gang-related stuff.
Right.
There was that fight outside a Hollywood nightclub, the lawsuit against Kanye West over a shooting at a party.
That Kanye West lawsuit's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It shows how Knight moved in these different circles, these worlds colliding.
Right.
It's a reminder that his life wasn't just street-level stuff. He was a player in the music industry, entangled with celebrities and these high-profile events.
Yeah, a lot of worlds colliding there. Did things settle down at all for him in the 2010s?
Not even close. Another fight in Arizona, arrest for cannabis possession,
Okay.
and then the big one. 2014, he shot 6 times at a Chris Brown party.
6 times. That's unbelievable.
He survived, but it shows you the kind of danger that seemed to follow Knight.
Yeah.
He was a target, but he was also drawn to these situations. It's hard to say which was which.
Yeah.
And that wasn't all. Later that year, arrested again this time with Cat Williams, for allegedly stealing a camera from a paparazzi photographer.
It's almost comical when you consider everything else.
But it highlights how chaotic and unpredictable his life had become.
Right, so all this leads up to 2015, the incident that ultimately put him back in prison for good, the hit and run.
That's where it all came crashing down.
He hit 2 men with his car, killing one, Terry Carter, and seriously injuring the other, Clee Sloan.
Yeah, a fatal hit and run in Compton, and the security footage seemed pretty damning.
Oh,
He claimed self-defense, but it was hard to see it that way.
right.
The incident reportedly stemmed from an argument on the set of Straight Outta Compton,
Now, wow.
the NWA biopic.
Right.
It's almost like nights past, the violence that had followed him came back to haunt him in this very public and tragic way.
It's like a Greek tragedy almost.
It really is.
After his arrest, he spent years fighting the charges, dealing with health problems while incarcerated. He changed lawyers multiple times. It was a messy legal process.
It was. He faced the possibility of life in prison, and ultimately in 2018, he took a plea deal.
Okay, so what were the terms?
He pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter,
Okay.
got 22 years for the hit and run, plus an additional 6 years because of California's 3 strikes law and his prior felonies, bringing the total sentence to 28 years.
Wow, so he's still behind bars.
As of March 2023, he's at the Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego, not eligible for parole until 2034.
It's quite a fall from grace, from the heights of the music industry to a prison cell.
It really is a cautionary tale, unchecked ambition, the blurred lines between success and destruction.
It makes you think about the price of fame and the consequences of living on the edge.
It's fascinating, though, how he's tried to stay relevant in the music world, even from prison. He started a podcast.
Oh, yeah, I read about that, Collect Hall.
Right. In the trailer, he hinted at some major revelations about Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg.
Of course he did. Controversy seems to follow Suge Knight wherever he goes.
It really does. It's like part of his aura.
But even with all the drama, Death Row achieved incredible things in a short time. They changed the sound of hip-hop.
Or absolutely. Albums like The Chronic, Doggy Style, considered classics, and Knight was instrumental in making them happen. He had a vision for the label, and he was fearless.
Yeah, but that vision came at a cost.
It did.
His methods were often ruthless, and ultimately that aggression contributed to his downfall.
It's a complex legacy, hard to fully unpack. He launched careers of some of the biggest names in hip-hop, but he also became a symbol of the violence and negativity that plagued the genre.
And in 2017, he was indicted for allegedly threatening F. Gary Gray, the director of Straight Outta Compton.
Unbelievable. A movie about his own past.
It's wild, right? It's like something you wouldn't believe. Luckily, that charge was dropped.
Part of the plea deal.
So is Suge Knight a villain? Is he a victim of circumstance? A bit of both.
It's hard to say. There's no doubt he had a profound impact on hip-hop, but he also caused a lot of pain and destruction along the way.
Right. It's a story that really makes you think, what do you think, listener?
Yeah.
How do you view Suge Knight and his legacy? It really is a story that sticks with you, I keep thinking about that gangsta image.
Yeah.
How much of that was real versus like a marketing tactic?
Right.
And what kind of impact did that have, not just on the music industry, but like on society?
It's a great question, and I think it gets to this bigger conversation
Yeah.
about, life imitating art or art imitating life.
Right.
Death Row's music, there's no denying it. It was powerful stuff.
Yeah.
It connected with people who felt marginalized,
Yeah.
disenfranchised,
Right.
but it also, it kind of glamorized violence
Yeah.
and a particular lifestyle.
For sure.
It's tough to say exactly what impact that had,
Right.
but it definitely contributed to this perception of hip-hop as dangerous,
Yeah.
as threatening.
And that led to a lot of backlash, right?
Really?
People calling for censorship, accusations that it was inciting violence,
Yeah.
glorifying criminal behavior.
Politicians even weighed in.
Oh, yeah.
It became a political football bin.
It's funny how those same debates about, music's influence
Yeah.
are still happening today, just with different artists.
Right. It's this recurring theme
Yeah.
throughout history.
But back to Suge Knight, you think he deliberately cultivated this controversial image?
I think it was a combination of things.
Okay.
I mean, Knight was a smart businessman.
Right.
He understood image. He knew controversy sells.
Uh-huh.
He wasn't afraid to play up the gangsta thing. But I also think that image reflected who he really was.
Okay.
To some extent.
So not totally manufactured?
Yeah, maybe a mix of marketing savvy and,
Yeah.
genuine authenticity.
Right, like a blend of both.
Exactly, and that's what makes him so interesting.
Yeah.
brilliant entrepreneur, but also this volatile figure.
Live by the sword, die by the sword almost.
Yeah, he built an empire on this image of toughness, aggression.
Right.
And that same aggression ultimately led to his downfall.
His story, it's a reminder that the music industry, as glamorous as it can seem,
Yeah.
it's brutal. It's unforgiving.
And even the most successful people,
Right.
they're often deeply flawed.
And those flaws can have huge consequences,
Yeah.
not just for them, but for everyone around them.
Suge Knight's story, it's a tragic one. Missed opportunities.
Yeah.
And ultimately self-destruction.
We've covered a lot of ground today.
We have.
Suge Knight's rise to power, his time at death row,
Mm-hmm.
his legal troubles, all the controversies.
A lot to unpack.
We've also talked about these bigger questions about the industry,
Right.
the impact of image, of violence,
The dark side of fame.
and the legacy of a man who was both a trailblazer
Yeah.
and a force of destruction.
A fascinating figure.
It's a story that keeps people talking,
It does.
thinking.
Yeah.
It's been an intense journey, and we want to thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of Suge Knight.
Our pleasure.
If you're looking to go even deeper, we highly recommend the Showtime documentary American Dream, American Nightmare.
It's great. Yeah.
It features interviews with Knight himself, offers some really incredible insights into this complex and controversial life.
It does. Really does.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep asking questions,
Keep digging.
and keep diving deep.
Absolutely.
All right, buckle up, because today we're diving into a story that feels like it's ripped straight from a movie script, but it's 100% real.
Oh, yeah. This one's a wild ride.
We're talking about the Chambers brothers.
A Detroit crew who built a criminal enterprise so massive it actually inspired characters and plots in films like, New Jack City.
Exactly. Ever wonder how much truth there is behind those gangster movies?
Well, get ready to find out.
Because we're about to separate fact from fiction.
The Chambers Brothers story, man, it's this crazy blend of true crime and pop culture influence.
It really is.
I mean, these guys were knee-deep in the crack cocaine trade back in the 80s.
Oh, absolutely.
But their story, it just resonated so strongly that it practically wrote itself into Hollywood scripts.
Okay, so let's start with the who's who. Who are these Chambers brothers? 4 brothers running a criminal empire.
Right.
That's basically a movie premise right there.
Oh, totally. It's like ripped from the headlines. So there were 4 of them. BJ, Larry, Willie, and Otis Chambers. And they had other siblings too, of course. But these 4, these were the ones who, well, gained notoriety, let's say.
Right.
And get this, one of their twin brothers actually went on to become, wait for it, a military drill sergeant.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. Talk about 2 paths diverging, huh?
That's wild. A drill sergeant and let's just say a less than law-abiding citizen. Talk about a family contrast.
Yeah, you could say that again.
So what was it that made these 4 brothers so infamous? What catapulted them into the public eye?
Well, there were a few things, for sure. But the one thing that really launched them into the spotlight, you're not going to believe this, it was these videotapes.
Videotapes?
Yeah. The Detroit Police Department, they seized these tapes during a raid.
Okay.
And picture this. The police are expecting, I don't know, the usual evidence, right?
Yeah.
Drugs, weapons, whatever.
Right.
But instead, they find home videos of these guys literally swimming in cash.
No way.
Like mountains of money.
Oh,
Overflowing from laundry baskets.
you're kidding.
I'm serious. It was basically a tutorial on how to flaunt your illegal wealth.
That's insane. Okay, that's way beyond just flashing a few bills.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whole other level of audacity.
Yeah.
No wonder it caught everyone's attention. So this wasn't just like, a typical street level drug dealing operation.
Right, no. This is not your average street corner stuff. The Chambers brothers, they were running a full-blown, massive crack cocaine distribution network
Wow.
in Detroit. And they had taken over this entire apartment complex. It was called the Broadmoor.
The Broadmoor.
Yeah, they basically turned it into their central hub.
Like their headquarters.
Exactly. Much like, Nino Brown and the Carter in New Jack City, if you've seen that movie.
I have, yeah.
It's crazy how much that mirrored real life.
So they were operating like a legitimate business.
Pretty much. Hierarchy, distribution network. They even had marketing strategies.
Wait a minute. Marketing strategies for crack cocaine? What were they handing out, coupons?
Not quite coupons, but
Yeah.
you get the idea.
Yeah.
They were known for undercutting the competition, offering loyalty programs to their customers.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
Thought they took business school principles and applied them to the drug trade.
In a twisted way, I almost got to admire their, like, entrepreneurial spirit. Obviously not the product they were pushing, but still. But speaking of New Jack City, the parallels between the film and the Chambers Brothers story are pretty striking. Were the filmmakers just inspired by them, or is there, like, a more direct connection?
It's way more than just inspiration. New Jack City straight up lifted entire plot points from the Chambers Brothers story. Nino Brown, remember?
Yeah.
How he consolidated power, his brutal tactics, even taking over the Carter, that apartment building.
Right.
It's all mirroring what the Chambers Brothers did in Detroit.
Really?
Almost perfectly.
Wow. So it's not just that they inspired the movie, it's like the movie immortalized their story, even if most people watching have no idea about the real-life connection. But with all this talk of, drugs and crime and everything, I'm curious about the human element. Was there any glimpses into their personal lives that reminded us that these were actual people beyond the headlines?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There are these little moments, that add a layer of humanity to their story.
Like what?
Like, for instance, their mother, she passed away in 2003.
Okay.
It's a small detail, but it reminds us that they had families, relationships, they experienced loss, just like anyone else.
It's easy to forget that.
It is. And, if you're interested in digging deeper into their personal lives and all the things that, shape their paths, there's this book. It's called Land of Opportunity, One Family's Quest for the American Dream in the Age of Crack. It's by William M. Adler. It's a really fascinating read.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
Okay.
So we've got this true crime saga, pop culture influence, hints of a more, nuanced human story.
It's like a multi-layered cake.
It is.
Yeah.
And we've only just begun to peel back the frosting. But to really understand the Chambers Brothers, we need to talk about the environment they operated in.
Absolutely.
Detroit in the 1980s.
You can't look at them in isolation, right?
Right.
Their rise to power, it happened during, the peak of what we call the crack epidemic.
The crack epidemic.
Yeah. And believe me, that term, epidemic, it's not an exaggeration.
I can imagine.
This is a time when crack cocaine, this cheap, highly addictive form of cocaine, it flooded the streets of so many American cities. Detroit was hit hard.
So how did this crack epidemic, as you call it, how did it contribute to the Chambers Brothers story? Was it just a matter of, like, supply and demand?
It was more than that.
Or is there something more to it?
Think of it like this. The crack epidemic wasn't just a drug problem.
Okay.
It was a symptom of much deeper societal issues.
Ah, I see.
Detroit, back then, it was a city struggling. Economic decline, high unemployment, tons of racial tension.
So they weren't just operating in a vacuum.
Nope, they were a product of their environment.
Exactly. And that's what makes their story so fascinating. It's a window into a specific time and place in American history, a time marked by, both opportunity and despair.
And that's where we'll pick things up next time. So we're talking about a city, Detroit, hit hard by economic downturn, unemployment, racial tensions, and then into that mix, you throw this highly addictive drug.
Yeah.
It's like a recipe for disaster, isn't it?
It was a perfect storm, really. The crack epidemic, it just exacerbated these existing inequalities.
Right.
And it created this sense of, like, desperation, especially in marginalized communities.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the Chambers Brothers they were masters at exploiting that desperation.
It's almost like they saw a business opportunity in all that suffering.
Right.
Which is pretty disturbing when you think about it.
It's a tragic reality. But it's important to understand that context, right?
Yeah.
The Chambers Brothers, they weren't just some, like, rogue gang operating in the shadows.
They were a reflection of these larger societal forces that were at play. And that's what makes their story so relevant, even today.
So you're saying their story is more than just a true crime thriller. It's a reflection of a specific moment in American history.
Exactly. The Chambers Brothers, their rise and fall, it's totally intertwined with what was happening in Detroit in the 80s, the social and economic realities of that time and place. It's a case study in how societal problems can create the perfect conditions for these criminal enterprises to thrive.
Okay, so we've talked about the crack epidemic, the economic downturn, the social unrest.
Mm-hmm.
What was it about the Chambers Brothers specifically that made them stand out? I mean, there were other gangs operating in Detroit at the time.
Oh, absolutely. Plenty of them. But the Chambers Brothers, they had a few things going for them.
Like what?
First, their business smarts, like undeniable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember those videotapes we talked about?
Yeah.
They weren't just about showing off their cash. Those tapes, they actually revealed a lot about how organized they were. The police, they were shocked, man, by how carefully these guys tracked everything.
Really?
Income, expenses, distribution networks. It was like they were looking at the books of a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah.
Except their business was crack cocaine.
So, not your typical street thugs.
Not even close. More like, I don't know, criminal masterminds maybe?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Ruthless, calculating, and incredibly efficient. And that's how they got to the top of the Detroit drug trade.
Yeah.
There was even this article in the New York Times. They described the Chambers operation as remarkably businesslike.
Wow.
Which, I mean, kind of chilling way to describe a criminal enterprise, right?
Yeah, it's like they took the idea of the American dream and applied it to the underworld. Talk about a dark side. But all that notoriety, all that attention, didn't that eventually lead to their downfall?
Yeah, it's almost inevitable, you know?
Yeah.
The higher you climb, the harder you fall. And for the Chambers brothers, their fame, it became their weakness. The more successful they get, the more attention they attracted. Not just from, law enforcement, but also rival gangs.
So it was only a matter of time before their empire crumbled.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a classic story of ambition and greed,
Right.
Unchecked, it leads to self-destruction. But, their legacy, it didn't end with their arrest.
That's right. We got to bring it back to New Jack City. I mean, it's one thing for a movie to be inspired by a true story, but this was something else. It basically became a cinematic representation of the Chambers brothers. What was the reaction to the film like, especially from people who knew the real story?
New Jack City had a huge impact, man.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, it was the first time they really saw the reality of the crack epidemic.
Right.
The violence, the destruction. It was all right there on the screen. And, there were some who criticized the film for, glorifying the criminal lifestyle.
I can see that.
But others, they saw it as a cautionary tale, a raw depiction of just how devastating the drug trade could be.
It's interesting how one film can spark such different interpretations. But I think it's safe to say New Jack City cemented the Chambers brothers in pop culture, right?
Oh, absolutely. Their story, it became this weird mix of fact and fiction.
Right.
The lines blurred.
For sure.
And that's something that, continues to fascinate people to this day.
It's like they became these larger-than-life figures, almost mythical, you know?
Yeah.
But it also raises some ethical questions, doesn't it?
It does.
Is it right to tell these kinds of stories, even if they're based on real events?
Mm-hmm.
Are we, in some way, glorifying criminal behavior?
That's a tough one. There's no easy answer. I think it comes down to how these stories are told. You got to find that balance, portray the realities of crime without making it look glamorous. And it's also about understanding the bigger picture. The social and economic forces, right? They contribute to these situations. Take the Chambers brothers, for example. It's not just about a bunch of criminals. It's about a system that failed them. A community that was ravaged by addiction and despair.
So it's about more than just entertainment.
Yeah.
It's about education,
Yeah.
awareness, understanding.
Absolutely. These stories, they can be tough to hear, even disturbing, but they can also be incredibly insightful.
Right.
And I think that's valuable.
You mentioned earlier that their story is relevant even today. What do you mean by that? I mean, the crack epidemic, it's not what it used to be, and Detroit's gone through a lot of changes since the 1980s, right?
That's true. But the underlying issues the issues that fueled the Chambers brothers' rise, things like poverty, lack of opportunity, systemic inequality,
Yeah.
those haven't gone away. They're still very much present in a lot of communities. And as long as those issues exist, the potential for similar stories to happen, it remains.
So their story isn't just some relic of the past. It's a warning for the present, a reminder that, we need to address these systemic problems if we want to prevent future Chambers brothers from popping up.
Exactly. We can't just focus on punishing individuals, right? We need to build a society where everybody has a real shot at success.
Okay.
That means investing in things like education, job creation, community development programs, break the cycle,
Of poverty and despair that can lead to criminal activity.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. But let's shift gears for a second.
Yeah.
Talk about the family dynamic here.
Okay.
You mentioned earlier that one of their twin brothers became a military drill sergeant. What does that tell us about the whole nature versus nurture debate?
That's the question, isn't it?
Were the Chambers brothers destined to become criminals? Or was it all about the circumstances they grew up in?
It's a question that's, puzzled people for centuries.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's an easy answer. But the Chambers brothers' story, it definitely adds fuel to that fire. You have two twins, raised in the same environment, exposed to the same things, and they end up taking completely different paths. Makes you think that both nature and nurture play a role in who we become.
It's like that old saying, life is what you make it. But I also wonder how much choice they really had,
Right.
given their circumstances.
Given where they came from.
Do you think their lives would have turned out differently if, I don't know, if they'd had more opportunities?
Better education.
Yeah, better education, more job opportunities, a stronger support system. Would things have been different?
It's impossible to say, for sure. But it does make you think about the power of circumstance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The role of luck, chance, and how unpredictable people can be.
It's a reminder that even the most straightforward stories, they often have these hidden depths.
Absolutely. And that's what makes the Chambers brothers' story so compelling, so captivating. It's a cautionary tale, a study in contrasts.
Yeah.
And it gives us a peek into a really wild period in American history.
It's a story that sticks with you.
It does.
And I have a feeling we've only just scratched the surface.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And that's what I love about these deep dives. It's like we're peeling back the layers,
Yeah.
challenging what we thought we knew,
Yeah.
and discovering all these unexpected connections that bind us all together.
Well, you know what they say, truth is stranger than fiction.
It really is.
And in the case of the Chambers brothers, it's a truth that, well, it just keeps people coming back for more.
And sometimes these truths, they can even inspire us, even if it's just to do things differently.
Right.
Break the cycle, make a better future.
Which brings us back to the question of legacy.
Yeah.
What will the Chambers brothers ultimately be remembered for? Their crimes?
Their notoriety.
Or will their story serve as a cautionary tale? Or a reminder of how complex human nature can be?
The enduring power of circumstance. That's a question we all have to grapple with. There's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah.
But I think by engaging with their story, by facing those uncomfortable truths that it reveals, maybe, just maybe, we can move towards a deeper understanding.
Of ourselves and the world around us.
Exactly.
And that's what makes deep dives like this so valuable, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's not just about learning the facts. It's about wrestling with the implications.
Yeah.
The questions that stick with you long after the story's over.
Exactly. It's about sparking curiosity, encouraging critical thinking, and maybe even a little soul searching along the way.
I love that.
Because the best stories, they don't just inform us, they change us.
They do.
And that's a perfect note to end on. We've covered a lot today, exploring the rise and fall of the Chambers brothers, their impact on pop culture, the incredibly complex social forces that shape their lives. But as always, the conversation doesn't end here.
There's still so much to unpack.
Oh, yeah.
So much to think about. We've given you the pieces. Now it's up to you to put the puzzle together, to draw your own conclusions, and to keep asking those thought-provoking questions.
Because that's the beauty of a deep dive, isn't it? It's just the beginning.
The start of a much larger exploration.
And who knows where that journey might lead you.
The possibilities are endless.
When we talk about these larger-than-life figures like the Chambers brothers, it's easy to get, caught up in all the excitement of their rise and fall.
It's true, yeah. We often focus on the big picture, right? The scale of their operation, the money, the influence.
Right.
But we can't forget about the human cost. The ripple effects that extend way beyond the headlines.
Exactly. We've talked about the crack epidemic, but what did that actually look like on the ground in Detroit?
Imagine, whole neighborhoods struggling with addiction.
Wow.
Families being torn apart. Violence just spilling out onto the streets. It was a truly devastating time for Detroit and for countless other cities across the country, too.
So the Chambers brothers weren't just, dealing drugs. They were profiting from a crisis.
Yeah, they were capitalizing on a very real and very painful situation. And it's important to remember that their story isn't unique. There were countless others who exploited this crisis in similar ways.
So what can we learn from all of this? It feels like we've uncovered a dark chapter, but is there any light to be found? Any lessons we can apply today?
I think the biggest takeaway is that we absolutely have to address the root causes of situations like this. We can't just focus on punishing individuals.
Right.
We need to create a society that offers genuine opportunities for everyone.
So tackling poverty, inequality, lack of education, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Those are the breeding grounds for desperation.
Yeah.
And when people are desperate, they're more likely to make choices that they might not otherwise make.
It's like that saying, hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
The Chambers brothers were hurting, and they inflicted a lot of hurt on others.
That's a really powerful way to put it. And it highlights how important it is to break those cycles of hurt and despair.
Right.
We need to invest in communities, provide resources, and create systems that support people instead of, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation.
It sounds like we're talking about a pretty massive societal shift, not just law enforcement, but also social programs, education, job creation, the whole 9 yards.
It's a complex challenge for sure. But the Chambers Brothers story, it serves as a stark reminder of what can happen when we fail to address these issues.
Their story is a cautionary tale, but also like a call to action. It's a reminder that we can't be complacent. We have to be proactive in creating a more just and equitable society.
And I think that's a really powerful message to take away from all of this. It's easy to get caught up in the sensationalism of the story.
The drama of it all.
Exactly. But the real value is in the lessons we learn and the actions we take to prevent similar situations from happening again.
So we started this deep dive exploring the Chambers brothers, this group of criminals who became like pop culture icons. But what we've really uncovered is a much deeper story about societal issues, human choices, and the consequences of our actions.
And that's the power of these deep dives, isn't it? We start with a specific topic, but we end up exploring something much, much bigger, something that connects us all.
It's been a fascinating and thought-provoking journey, and I hope you'll continue to think about these questions long after this episode is over.
Remember, the Chambers Brothers story, it's not just a piece of history. It's a reflection of who we are as a society.
Yeah.
And it's a challenge for us all to do better, to create a world where stories like theirs become less inevitable. They become cautionary tales of a bygone era.
And on that note, we'll wrap things up. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
It's been a pleasure. All right, let's jump into another deep dive. Today, we're going to be exploring the life and career of Bay Area rapper The Jocka.
Oh, The Jocka, huh?
Yep, using a Wikipedia entry and a Daily Mail article to help us out.
Interesting combination.
It seems like it'll be quite the story. We'll be looking at his musical legacy, but also digging into the mystery surrounding his unsolved murder back in 2015.
Ooh, okay, yeah. The Jocka story always gets to me, like the way it all comes together. Personal hardship, spiritual transformation, and then this like crazy prolific music career. It's wild. And it's not just a hip hop thing. It touches on bigger issues too, like social injustice and resilience.
Absolutely. And to really grasp it all, we got to start at the beginning.
Right.
So born Dominic Newton in Pittsburgh, California.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Yeah, 1977. And man, his earthly life, it wasn't easy at all. His parents were only 14 when he was born.
Wow.
Yeah, so he ended up having to be the breadwinner for the family as a teenager. Talk about pressure. And then on top of that, legal trouble hits him early, spends a year locked up at just 18.
Man, that's rough. That early exposure to hardship, that's got to be key to understanding his music, right?
Totally. It becomes this recurring theme, this thread through everything. He's reflecting on street life, poverty, the whole system. Those cycles that trap people.
It's like he's giving a voice to that experience.
Exactly. And what's fascinating is how this struggle for survival kind of leads into a total spiritual shift.
Oh, yeah. His conversion to Islam?
Yep. Changed his name to Shahid Akbar.
Powerful stuff.
Do you think, it's got to be more than just the name change, right? The spiritual shift. Could it have been like a framework for him to process all those harsh realities he faced?
Oh, for sure. Come on. The Jocka's conversion to Islam, it wasn't just like switching clothes. It was deep, a search for meaning, like purpose, a way to rise above all that. And his music reflects that. Peace, justice, resistance against oppression. It's all there.
It's like his music became this outlet for those themes, this way to connect with others who are feeling those same things.
Right. That message of faith and resilience, man, it hit hard.
Totally. And with such a complex personal history, it's no surprise his music was equally layered. He kicks things off with the Bay Area rap group, Mob Figaz.
Mob Figaz, yeah.
And their origin story, it's almost like something out of a movie, right?
Like what happened?
They bump into Sibo, already a known rapper, just randomly in a record store, and boom, that same day, they're in the studio recording.
No way. Same day. That's insane.
That's the Bay Area scene for you, seizing the moment. That collaborative energy, it's infectious.
Seriously, talk about being in the right place at the right
They
time.
totally made the most of it, too. They end up on SIBO's album Till My Casket Drops in '98, and then just a year later, their own debut album, SIBO's Mob Fagaz, hits the Billboard hip-hop chart.
Whoa, hold on, Billboard charts. That's huge, especially for a group that, like, formed out of nowhere.
Right. Speaks volumes about the energy in the Bay Area rap scene back then.
It was electric man, raw energy, that independent spirit. Artists were hungry, and there was this real sense of community.
So Mob Fagaz's success, it's not just about them. It's like a snapshot of that whole movement, that fertile ground for hip-hop.
Totally.
Now, got to talk about the Jacka's solo career. This is where things get really interesting. We're talking over 40 independent albums.
40.
Wow.
In just 14 years.
That's like an album every few months? That's nuts.
Some key ones to check out. The Jack of the Mob Fagaz from 2001, Tear Gas in 2009, and then What Happened to the World?
What Happened to the World?
Yeah. And this one's heavy. It dropped just 2 months before his death in 2015. But think about it. To churn out that much music independently, it's more than just work ethic, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's a fire there, a creative drive that just wouldn't quit.
And he finds incredible success doing it his way, manages to sell 30,000 units of his first solo album, all independently, with 60% of those sales coming from outside of California.
He'll have 60% from outside California. That just blows apart the idea that you need a label to make it big. Right. The Jacka built his own fan base through word of mouth, touring, staying true to his vision. It's all about authentic connection.
It's inspiring. He didn't need some big machine to amplify his voice. He built his own platform and let the music speak.
Exactly. And his song Glamorous Lifestyle from the Tear Gas album that practically became an anthem in the Bay, it resonated with people on such a real level.
Oh yeah, Glamorous Lifestyle, classic.
And adding to his cultural impact, his music gets featured in the 2013 film Fruitvale Station.
Oh wow, Fruitvale Station, that's a powerful film.
It is. Deals with heavy stuff, police brutality, social injustice, all themes that were at the heart of the Jacka's music.
So his music's not just entertainment, it's part of this bigger conversation.
Exactly, and it adds this whole other layer to his legacy. But then tragedy strikes. His life is cut short. February 2, 2015, fatally shot in Oakland.
Man, it's heartbreaking. Such a contrast to the message of hope in his music.
It happened at the intersection of 94th Avenue and MacArthur Boulevard.
I know that area.
According to a witness, he was shot in the head during a late-night jam session with friends. And to make it even more tragic, the murder's never been solved.
No closure. That's got to be tough for his family and friends.
Absolutely, and it raises questions, like what's being done to address violence in these communities?
Right, like his unsolved murder is part of this bigger problem, gun violence. It disproportionately affects marginalized communities. We got to talk about that.
We do, but his death, it wasn't just a statistic. It sparked this huge outpouring of grief from fans, from other artists.
Yeah, the tributes were pouring in.
It shows how much he was loved, respected. The rapper Freeway, who collaborated with the Jacka on an album just a year before, he posted this incredibly heartfelt tribute on Instagram.
Really?
Yeah, asking for forgiveness and mercy for his friend. Signed it off with, "Love you, bro." It wasn't just a musical partnership. There was a genuine bond there.
Man, that brotherhood, it extended throughout the whole hip-hop community. It's like a family.
And Wu-Tang Clan's Raekwon, he tweeted out, "Rest in peace to the homie Jacka. He was a good dude. Short, simple, but you could feel the weight of that loss."
Absolutely. And even Damian Lillard, NBA star, he felt compelled to speak out, tweeted, "RIP to the Jacka, Oakland rap legend. Life was taken tonight in Oakland. Got to do better toward our own man. It's a call for change, a sense of responsibility."
It shows how these artists, they become symbols of their communities. They voice the hopes and frustrations of so many.
Their loss is felt deeply. It's more than just entertainment. It's a representation of a shared identity.
Right, and speaking of shared identity, both our sources highlight that the Jacka was a devout Muslim, went by his Muslim name, Shahid Akbar, for a large part of his adult life.
Right, that's a core part of understanding his music, his whole worldview.
Exactly, and it wasn't just symbolic, this conversion to Islam. It was a profound spiritual transformation. It impacted his heart, his relationships, his purpose.
Definitely. His lyrics often explore these Islamic themes. Peace, justice, submission to a higher power. Not something you hear a lot in the typical kind of materialistic world of hip-hop.
True, some might see a contradiction, right? His faith versus the realities of his life, the violence, the legal issues.
Yeah, like how do those two things coexist?
But maybe it's more nuanced than that. Maybe his faith was a source of strength, guidance, a way to navigate those complexities.
I think you're onto something. It's easy to jump to conclusions, but the Jaka story reminds us that life is messy, and faith doesn't erase that mess. It helps you make sense of it.
To find peace amidst the chaos. And we can't forget he was also a family man, a husband, a father.
Right. It humanizes him.
It adds another layer to his legacy, another dimension to the tragedy of his loss.
It reminds us that beyond the stage, beyond the lyrics, there was a real person with loved ones, a family who lost someone precious.
It really emphasizes that ripple effect of violence, how it extends outward, impacting families, communities, for years.
Exactly. The Jaka's story, it's a stark reminder that violence isn't just numbers, it's about people, real human consequences.
So let's shift gears a bit, dive deeper into his music. His work ethic was incredible. Over 40 independent albums in 14 years.
That's dedication.
It's a testament to his passion, his artistry.
He was a machine, constantly creating, collaborating, pushing the boundaries of Bay Area hip-hop.
A true independent artist, built his own label, connected directly with fans.
The DIY ethos, so central to hip-hop, he lived it.
And that freedom, it allowed him to stay true to himself, to make the music he wanted, no compromises.
He found success on his own terms. It's amazing.
Right. It challenges the whole idea of what it means to make it in the music industry. He didn't need mainstream approval. He built something real, something that resonated with people.
It's that authenticity that's what draws people in.
And that early success, that first solo album selling 30,000 units independently, with more than half of those sales coming from outside California, that speaks volumes.
It shows that his music transcended geography. It connected with people who felt his words, his style, his portrayal of life.
He wasn't afraid to tackle tough topics, social issues, to call out injustice. His music was a reflection of his reality, but also a call for something better.
And it's in songs like Glamorous Lifestyle from the Tear Gas album that you really see it all come together. That song, it became an anthem in the Bay. It captured a whole generation.
It went beyond just a song. It became a cultural touchstone.
Absolutely. And then you have his music being featured in Fruitvale Station, a film that tackles police brutality head-on. It adds another layer to his legacy, a powerful statement.
It shows he wasn't just a rapper. He was a chronicler of his times, an artist who used his voice to shed light on these crucial issues.
He connected with people on a deeper level. His music made you think, made you feel.
It's a tragedy that his voice was silenced so abruptly. But his legacy, it lives on. It inspires us to fight for justice, to use our platforms for good.
Well said. The Jaka story, it's a reminder that even in the face of hardship, creativity can thrive, and art can be a powerful force for change.
His story is truly captivating, and I think we've only just scratched the surface.
There's so much more to uncover. There's layers to it, right?
Yeah.
It makes you appreciate the lyrics even more.
Oh, totally. You hear those stories, those tributes, and it adds a whole other dimension to his legacy.
It's like we get a glimpse of the man behind the music.
Right, like Freeway's Instagram post, it wasn't just some generic RIP, it was deep, you know?
Like, what did he say?
He's praying for the Jaka, asking for forgiveness, for mercy, ends it with, love you, bro. It was real, you know?
Yeah.
More than just music.
Yeah, they had a connection, and that feeling, that brotherhood, it ran through the whole hip-hop community. Like when Raekwon from Wu-Tang Clan tweeted out, "Rest in peace to the homie Jaka. He was a good dude."
Yeah, simple but powerful. You can feel the respect there.
It's like losing a family member.
And even Damian Lillard, I mean, he's not exactly known for being a Bay Area hip-hop head, but he tweeted, "RIP to the Jaka, Oakland rap legend. Life was taken tonight in Oakland. Got to do better toward our own man." Like, it was a wake-up call.
Yeah, it highlights that sense of loss, that call for change. It wasn't just contained to the music world.
It rippled outwards, and it's interesting what you said about shared identity, because both of our sources mentioned that the Jaka was a devout Muslim. He went by Shahid Akbar, his Muslim name, for much of his adult life.
Right, and that's crucial to understanding his music, his whole perspective. It wasn't just a phase.
It was a transformation, a spiritual one. It impacted everything, his art, his relationships, his sense of purpose.
And his lyrics, right? They explore these Islamic themes, peace, justice, submitting to something bigger, not the usual hip-hop fare.
Yeah, and some might see a clash there, right? His faith versus the reality of his life, the violence, the legal troubles.
Like, how do those two things exist in the same space?
But maybe it's not about contradiction. Maybe his faith gave him strength, helped to make sense of it all.
It's a way to navigate those rough waters, to find something to hold on to.
And we have to remember, he wasn't just an artist, a rapper. He was a husband, a father, a family man.
It brings it home, you know? It reminds us there was a whole life outside the music.
It makes the tragedy of his loss even more profound. A family lost a father, a husband.
It underscores that ripple effect we were talking about. The impact of violence goes far beyond the immediate victim.
And it's a reminder that those statistics, they represent real people, real lives, shattered.
Every number is a story, a tragedy.
So let's shift gears a bit. Let's talk about his music. His work ethic was insane. Over 40 independent albums in 14 years.
Wow, that's like an album every 3 months. It's unbelievable.
It speaks to his drive, his passion for his craft.
He was always creating, always pushing the boundaries of Bay Area hip-hop.
And doing it all independently, building his own label, connecting with fans directly. It's inspiring.
He embodied that independent spirit, that DIY ethos that's so core to hip-hop.
He didn't compromise. He made the music he wanted to make and found success on his own terms.
And that's what's so remarkable. He proved you don't need the mainstream to build a career, to make an impact.
His early success, that first solo album, selling 30,000 copies independently, with more than half of those sales coming from outside California. That says it all.
His music resonated far beyond the Bay Area. It connected with people who felt his honesty, his rawness.
He wasn't afraid to address those social issues, to call out injustice. His music was a reflection of his life, but also a call for change.
And Glamorous Lifestyle, that song from Tear Gas, it really captures that spirit. It became an anthem for a generation.
It went beyond just music. It became part of the culture.
And then you have his music featured in Fruitvale Station, a film that doesn't shy away from the tough issues, police brutality, systemic racism.
It elevates his work, gives it this whole other layer of meaning.
It shows that he wasn't just rapping about these issues, he was living them, and his music gave voice to a community that's often silenced.
It's a tragedy that his voice was cut short, but his message, his legacy, it lives on.
It's a reminder to fight for what's right, to use our voices, our platforms, to push for change, to make the world a better place.
His story is so powerful, so inspiring, and I think we've only just scratched the surface.
Yeah, it's one of those stories that sticks with you, really makes you think. What stood out to you the most during this deep dive into the Jacka's life?
It's tough to choose just one thing. His story's got so many layers, but that contrast, between his upbringing and his faith, that really gets me. He could have easily gone down a different path, given in to the negativity, the violence, but he chose something else. He found strength in his spirituality.
That duality, right? Tough Oakland streets, but embracing peace and justice from his faith. It's complex, and his music, it embodies that complexity. It's raw, honest, and it hits hard.
It's more than just music. It's like a reflection of his reality, the struggles, the triumphs. He gave a voice to a community that's often overlooked.
And he did it all on his own terms, independent to the core, built his own label, connected with his fans directly.
It's incredible he achieved all that without needing anyone's approval, just raw talent and hard work. It makes you wonder what he could have achieved with even more support.
Yeah, what if he'd had that mainstream platform?
Exactly. But even without it, his impact is undeniable, and I think that's why his loss is still felt so strongly. He represented something bigger.
He was more than just a rapper. He was a symbol of hope, of resilience, of creative expression in the face of adversity.
He embodied that potential for positive change, that spark of light in a community often overshadowed by darkness.
And his story, it reminds us that even in the toughest times, creativity can flourish. Art can be a force for good, for personal growth.
It's inspiring. It shows that we can rise above our challenges, find meaning in unexpected places.
So, thinking about everything we've discussed, what does the Jacka's legacy mean for you, the listener? His life offers valuable lessons about resilience, about faith, about the power of art to inspire change.
It challenges us to speak out against injustice, to support the marginalized, to use our voices for good, no matter how small our platform may seem.
It's a call to action, to be more compassionate, more aware, to work towards a more just and equitable society.
The Jacka's life is a testament to that. It's a powerful example.
His legacy lives on in the music and the lives he touched. It continues to inspire, to challenge us.
And as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm left wondering, what if the Jacka had reached an even wider audience? What if his message had resonated on a global scale? What kind of impact could he have had on the conversation about social justice, about faith, about the power of art? It's a question we can all ponder as we continue to grapple with these issues today.
Yeah, it's heavy stuff, but maybe the best way to honor his memory is to continue the conversations he started, to amplify the voices of those fighting for justice, to seek understanding and connection, even when it's hard. That's a legacy worth fighting for.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the Jacka's life and legacy. We hope you've gained a new appreciation for his music, his message, his enduring impact on the world. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep diving deep.
All right, so we're going deep on the name 50 Cent today.
Yeah.
So, you know the rapper, of course, but did you know there was like a first 50 Cent?
The OG?
Yeah, back in the 80s.
Wow.
His story is nuts.
Yeah.
Brooklyn in the 80s crime cash, and a nickname that's more myth than fact.
Right.
We're going through an excerpt from Wikipedia all about Kelvin Darnell Martin,
All right.
ready to unpack it all.
Absolutely. Kelvin Martin's story is fascinating, where true crime and like pop culture collide.
Yeah.
Makes you think about how these legends get started, especially in a place like 80s Brooklyn.
For sure. So picture this Fort Greene, Brooklyn, back when it was a little rough around the edges,
Really?
Yeah, Kelvin Martin, young guy, building his reputation. But it's that nickname 50 Cent that really sticks.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, nobody seems to know for sure where it came from.
That's right. A total mystery.
Right.
Some say he got the name because he'd rob anybody. Didn't matter if they had $1 or $100.
Wow.
Others say it came from some crazy dice game where he turned like 50 cents into a ton of cash.
Really?
Yeah.
And then there's that whole thing about his 5'2", 120 pounds maybe?
Small guy.
Yeah, almost ironic, like he's 50 Cent, but he's this small, wiry dude.
Yeah, it's that whole don't judge a book by its cover thing, right?
Yeah.
Small stature, but man, he commanded a presence
Oh, yeah.
to get a nickname like that.
And that name, whatever it really means, seemed to follow him everywhere. Rikers Island, back and forth between the Bronx and Brooklyn, a real product of his environment,
Yeah.
Especially with his grandmother, Irene Martin, raising him for a while. You can just feel that 80s Brooklyn in his story.
Yeah, you get a real sense of the time and place.
Yeah.
And the more you learn about Kelvin Martin, the more mysterious he gets. All those stories about his nickname just make him even more legendary.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder if it was all intentional, like he was creating this myth around himself.
Huh. So this is where the story gets a little dark. October 20, 1987, Kelvin shot in his girlfriend's building in Crown Heights. He fought for his life for 4 days at Kings County Hospital, but
Tough.
yeah.
That's the reality of that world. Julio Wimo Acevedo ended up serving about 10 years for manslaughter in Kelvin's death.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that actions have consequences, even in a chaotic world like that.
It's heavy stuff, but Kelvin Martin's story, it didn't end with his death.
What was on?
Yeah, fast forward to 2012, a documentary comes out called The Infamous Times, Volume 1, the original 50 Cent.
I've seen that.
That says something, right?
Definitely.
This guy's life, short as it was, it still has an impact even decades later.
And that's the big question, isn't it? Why does Kelvin Martin's story still resonate with us?
Right.
Is it the name, the mystery, the violence? Or is there something more, something about his life that speaks to bigger issues like poverty, ambition, the pull of the streets? That's what we're going to explore. So you really can't talk about Kelvin Martin without talking about Brooklyn in the 80s.
Yeah.
Fort Greene, where he spent a lot of his time. It was a totally different world back then.
Not like all the, fancy places they have now.
No, not exactly.
Right.
I mean, poverty was everywhere. Crime was just a part of life. And opportunities for young people were pretty much non-existent.
Right.
You can see how a guy like Kelvin, with not many options, might end up on the streets.
It's like his environment really made him who he was, right?
Absolutely. And Kelvin's story, it isn't just about Brooklyn in the 80s.
Right.
It's a bigger problem that we're still dealing with today. Poverty and crime, they're still happening in communities all across the country.
Makes you wonder if things have really changed at all.
Yeah, it definitely raises questions about how we solve these problems.
Yeah.
But Kelvin Martin's story, at least, reminds us that these are real people with complicated lives.
Mm-hmm.
People making tough choices in tough situations.
So how do we square that, the darker side of his life, the robberies, the violence, with this image of him as like a folk hero, this almost mythical figure?
Well, the documentary, The Infamous Times, it shows the reality of his actions.
Yeah.
It doesn't hide the pain he caused. It paints a picture of a flawed person.
That's good. At least it's honest.
Right. And that's important because it makes us think about his character,
Mm-hmm.
and the choices he made. It reminds us that things aren't always black and white.
Right.
Even someone involved in crime can be both a product of their environment and someone people look up to.
And that nickname 50 Cent, that adds a whole other layer to it.
Yeah.
It went from being just a street name to a symbol of, being notorious and surviving.
It's wild how that name became like a stamp of approval on the streets, like you were someone to be reckoned with.
Right.
And then you have the rapper, 50 Cent, who saw something of himself in Kelvin's story
Oh, yeah.
and took on that name.
Talk about a legacy. That name became a legend on the streets and then a hip-hop icon.
It just goes to show you the power of a name and how it can change meaning. Over time, Kelvin's story became like a blueprint for the rapper.
Yeah.
It represented this raw determination to beat the odds.
But even with the documentary, there's still so many questions about Kelvin.
Right.
All the different stories about his name just make him even more intriguing.
It's like an urban legend that keeps getting passed down. And every time someone tells it, it gets a little more exaggerated.
Yeah.
And in a way, that mystery reflects how complicated his life was.
We may never know the whole truth, and maybe that's what keeps his story alive.
It's a reminder that the best stories sometimes are the ones that leave us with more questions than answers. They make us think critically, look at things from different angles, and accept that life isn't always simple.
So we've got this fascinating guy, Kelvin Martin, but his story, it's not all sunshine and roses, you know? What's the big takeaway here? Why should anyone outside of Brooklyn even care about this?
You know, it's funny. Kelvin Martin's life, as messed up as it ended, it kind of gives us a look into some really big issues that are still around today.
Like what?
When we're talking poverty, the pull of street life, how some neighborhoods can feel like a pressure cooker, you know?
Yeah.
This stuff didn't just disappear in the 80s.
Right. It's like his story is from a different time, but the themes are still relevant today. We see the same things happening all over the place.
Exactly. And it would be easy to just write Kelvin off as a criminal, end of story.
Right.
But it's more complicated than that.
Yeah.
His story makes you think about the choices he had, the pressures he was facing. It humanizes those problems we hear about on the news.
You said it. And then there's that whole thing with his name, 50 Cent.
Oh, yeah.
It's more than just a name at this point. It's a symbol.
It's amazing how powerful that name became.
Yeah.
On the street, it made you were fearless. You know, you were a hustler no matter what. And then for the rapper 50 Cent, it became about resilience, about overcoming a tough past.
It's like Kelvin Martin's story gave the rapper a starting point, but he changed what the name meant.
And that's what's so interesting about it. It makes you think about how legacies are formed, how symbols change meaning over time. Why was the rapper drawn to that name? What did he see in Kelvin's life that he connected with?
Man, this whole deep dive has been crazy. It's really made me think about these issues in a different way.
It's powerful stuff.
Definitely adding that documentary, The Infamous Times, to my watch list.
It's a great film. You'll see Kelvin Martin's world in a whole new way, and you'll understand the things that shaped him. Who knows, maybe it'll even make you think about the hidden stories and the real lives that are all around us, but we don't always see them.
This has been awesome. Thanks for taking us through it. For everyone listening, think about this. How much does your name or what people think of you, how much does that affect who you are? And what about the stories that are hidden right in your own community? What stories are just waiting to be discovered and understood?
All right, so today we are going to be taking a deep dive into the story of Theodore Roe.
Theodore Roe.
Now, you might not immediately recognize the name, but stick with us because this is a fascinating story.
Yeah.
This is a man who ran a multi-million-dollar gambling empire in 1940s Chicago.
Wow.
But he also had this reputation as like a modern-day Robin Hood figure.
It's true. It's a very strange, a fascinating paradox.
Yeah.
He was a gangster who was both feared and respected, a criminal who was also known for his philanthropy.
Right. And so we're going to try to kind of unpack all of that
We will.
in today's deep dive. And we're going to be using excerpts from Roe's Wikipedia page
That's right.
to learn about this guy.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that makes his story so interesting is that it really kind of flips the script on that typical gangster narrative.
Totally.
You know, we think about gangsters, we think about guys who, you know, came from privilege,
Right.
had connections, you know, they kind of, you know, were born on third base.
Right.
Roe was not like that at all.
Not at all, this guy. Was born to sharecroppers. He had no formal education and actually started his working life as a tailor.
That's right, as a tailor.
So how does a tailor become a kingpin in one of the most,
Yeah, how does that happen?
notorious cities in America?
Well, so Roe's journey is really remarkable. You know, he goes from the cotton fields of the South to the bustling streets of Detroit, and he ends up in Chicago on the South Side.
Okay.
And it was in Chicago that he encountered the world of policy.
Okay.
Now, policy was an illegal lottery that was incredibly popular, particularly in the Black community.
Okay, now why was policy so popular?
Well, you have to remember the historical context for a lot of Black Americans during this time period.
Yeah.
Legitimate opportunities for economic advancement were really limited
Due to...
due to segregation and discrimination.
Yeah.
So policy offered a chance to win big, a kind of a glimmer of hope
Right. Yeah.
in a system that often felt very rigged against them.
So Rose sees an opportunity here.
He does.
Right. He sees this underground economy that's thriving,
Mm-hmm.
and he figures out a way to tap into it.
That's right. He learns the ropes working for another policy kingpin named Edward Jones.
Edward Jones. Okay.
And together they built this massive network that by some estimates was bringing in $25 million annually by 1946.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
That's a ton of money, especially back then.
Huge fortune, especially back then.
Yeah.
But that kind of success, it attracts attention.
It attracts the wrong kind of attention, right?
It attracts the wrong kind of attention. And in this case, it attracted the attention of the Chicago outfit,
Uh-oh.
the infamous organized crime syndicate that basically controlled the city.
Right.
Sam Giancana, who was a rising force in the outfit at the time,
Okay.
he sees Roe's operation as a potential gold mine,
Right.
and he decides he wants in.
Yeah, I don't think he sent a polite invitation
Oh, no.
to a business meeting or something.
The outfit did not
Yeah.
use those kinds of methods. They were much more brutal. In fact, they kidnapped Roe's partner, Ed Jones,
Oh, wow.
and they demanded a ransom for his release plus control of their entire gambling network.
Wow. So what does Roe do in this situation?
Well, most people, under that kind of pressure, they would cave.
Right.
They would just give in.
You would think?
But not Roe.
Yeah.
Roe was not like most people. He was a man of incredible resolve.
Really?
He paid the ransom to get Jones back safe,
Okay.
but he refused to give up his business.
Wow.
He just flat out refused.
That's incredibly brave, but also incredibly risky.
It was incredibly risky. It was a dangerous gamble.
He's basically declaring war on the Chicago outfit at this point.
He's telling them that he's not going to be intimidated.
Wow.
He's going to stand his ground. And that really sets the stage for this clash of wills that unfolds in the rest of his life.
So that kind of defines that refusal to back down.
Right.
That seems really central to Roe's story.
It is this act of defiance that I think begins to build this legend around him. And it all kind of culminates in this fateful encounter that we're going to talk about next, which is the killing of Fat Lenny.
All right. Well, let's get into that then.
Let's do it.
Okay. So we're talking about a guy who built a criminal empire basically from scratch, and then stood up to the, most powerful criminal organization in the city.
Yeah, he was fearless.
So that takes a lot of guts. But, we've also been talking about this other side of Roe, this Robin Hood persona.
Right.
How did that develop alongside, a life of crime?
Well, it's really important to remember that figures like Roe, they weren't operating in a vacuum.
Right.
They were part of this complex social ecosystem.
Yeah.
And they were criminals, yes.
Right.
But they also filled a void that was left by mainstream institutions that often failed to serve the Black community.
So you're talking about things like access to loans or jobs.
Yeah.
Or just like a basic sense of fairness and protection.
Exactly. During that era, segregation and discrimination were rampant.
Right.
And it really limited opportunities for Black Americans, in almost every aspect of life.
Mm-hmm.
And so these kind of alternative systems of power emerged.
Yeah.
And figures like Roe, despite their, involvement in illegal activities,
Right.
became very influential in their communities.
So in a way, they were providing a service. They were meeting needs.
Yeah, they were providing a service
Yeah.
that weren't being met by the legitimate institutions.
Right. And so that's where this whole,
Yeah.
Robin Hood image comes from.
That's exactly where it comes from.
Yeah.
Roe wasn't just running a gambling operation.
Yeah.
He was also known for his generosity, for his willingness to help people in his community who were struggling.
Yeah. And we were talking about, the transcript mentions him paying for people's hospital bills.
Yeah.
Or covering funeral expenses. Even confronting, other gangsters.
Right.
To make sure that people got their winnings.
He had his own code of ethics.
Right. It's like he had a moral code.
He did. He had a moral code, even within
Yeah.
this very, kind of amoral world.
Right. So it makes you wonder, what were his motivations for, for this philanthropy?
Right.
Was it just that he was a genuinely good guy?
Yeah. Was it purely altruistic, or was there something else going on?
Was it a way to kind of
maintain power and influence in the community?
Yeah, I think it's probably a combination of factors.
Yeah.
There are countless stories about Roe's genuine acts of kindness, just helping people in need without expecting anything in return.
Right.
But it's also true that his generosity, it really helped to solidify his standing within the community.
Yeah.
It reinforced his authority. It ensured loyalty.
Right. So it's a complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's not a simple equation.
Right. It's a mixture of, self-interest and genuine concern for his community.
Yeah.
But it's clear that whatever the motivation was, his actions resonated with people.
They did.
And they saw him as someone who understood their struggles.
Right.
Someone who was willing to fight for them.
Yeah.
Even if it meant going up against the most powerful forces in the city.
And again, that goes back to that theme of defiance.
Right.
He was willing to challenge the status quo.
Yeah, and we were talking about how, he refused to back down from the Chicago outfit.
Mm-hmm.
But, his defiance wasn't just limited to organized crime.
That's right.
He also challenged the racial inequalities of the time.
Yeah.
Right? He used his wealth and his influence to try and create opportunities for Black Americans who were, being shut out of the mainstream economy.
That's a really important point.
Yeah.
Because, Roe's story is, you can't separate it from the larger struggle for civil rights and economic justice.
Yeah.
He was a product of his time.
Right.
But he also helped to shape that time.
Yeah.
He was pushing back against these limitations that were imposed by a system that was designed to keep Black Americans in a subordinate position.
Yeah, and so it's in that context,
Right.
that historical context,
Exactly.
that we can begin to understand how this guy who was running a gambling empire could also be seen as a hero by so many in his community.
His story really challenges our, these neat categories that we like to put people in.
Right, good and evil.
Right, good and evil.
Yeah.
In a hero villain.
Yeah.
It's much more complicated than that.
Right, so he was both a product of his environment
Yeah.
and a disruptor of that environment.
Exactly.
It's a really interesting contradiction.
It is, and it's that contradiction, the tension between these criminal activities and his role as a community leader that makes his story so fascinating.
Yeah, well, it's certainly been a fascinating deep dive so far.
It has.
But, unfortunately, the story doesn't have a happy ending.
No, it doesn't.
Roe's defiance of the outfit ultimately had consequences.
It did.
What happened after the killing of Fayette Lenny? Okay, so when we left off, we were talking about Roe and his, continued defiance of the Chicago outfit.
Right.
He paid that ransom for his partner, but refused to hand over his business.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the killing of Fat Lenny Caifano.
Right. A made man.
Which really upped the stakes.
It did. It changed everything.
So what were the repercussions of all of that?
Well, Giancana immediately responded with this wave of just terror aimed at Black bookmakers all across Chicago. It was a campaign of extortion and violence, and a lot of them ended up just, fleeing the city.
Wow. So this is a very deliberate attempt then to just crush the competition.
Oh, yeah.
And send a message, about who's in control.
There was no question who was in control after this.
Right. So how does Roe respond to this?
Well, Roe refused to be intimidated.
Well, wow.
Even with the constant threat to his life. He stayed in Chicago. Wow.
And he just, carried on with his business.
That's incredible.
He just would not back down.
But he was also diagnosed with stomach cancer around this time, right?
Yeah, he was.
So, talk about pressure from all sides.
This was a period of just immense stress for Roe.
Yeah.
He's dealing with this life-threatening illness.
Right.
But at the same time, he's trying to, to outmaneuver the Chicago outfit.
Right.
It was a fight he couldn't win.
So how did it all end?
Well, in August of 1952, Roe was shot and killed.
Oh, wow.
On the steps of his own home.
Wow.
The assailants were never caught.
Okay.
But most people assume it was a hit.
By the outfit.
By the outfit.
Yeah, it's a tragic and violent end to a life that was already so full of drama and contradiction.
It is.
But his funeral was reportedly the second largest ever held for an African-American in Chicago.
Yeah, it was massive.
Second only to the funeral of Jack Johnson.
Yeah, thousands of people lined the streets.
Wow.
To pay their respects. And that says a lot, about the impact that he had on his community.
It does.
Yeah.
He was a criminal, yes, but he was also a provider.
Right.
A protector. A symbol of hope.
And it's interesting that, even Giancana,
Yeah.
The head of the outfit seems to have had some grudging respect for Rowe.
He did.
There's that famous quote,
Yeah.
where he was caught on an FBI wiretap saying, black or no black, that bastard went out like a man.
Yeah.
He had balls.
Yeah, it's an amazing quote.
I mean, that's kind of an incredible statement
It is.
for a guy like Giancana to make.
Yeah, you can tell there was a certain level of admiration there,
Yeah.
even, amongst his enemies.
Yeah, so, I mean, how do we reconcile all these, seemingly contradictory parts
Right.
of Rowe's life? The violence, the generosity, the defiance, this criminal enterprise,
Yeah.
but also this, community leadership.
I don't think there's an easy answer to that question. I think Rowe's story is a powerful reminder that, history is rarely black and white. Human beings are complex.
Yeah.
We're capable of great things and terrible things.
Right.
And sometimes those things exist within the same person.
Right. And I think if there's one thing that I'm taking away from this deep dive,
Yeah.
is that Theodore Rowe's story really is a powerful reminder that we should never settle for these simplistic narratives
Right.
or these easy answers.
Agreed.
The past is full of nuance and contradiction and complexity,
Absolutely.
and it's in those messy, complicated spaces that we often find the most compelling stories.
That's where the good stuff is.
So to all of our listeners out there, I encourage you to keep exploring Rowe's world.
Yeah. Learn more about it.
Delve deeper into the world of policy kings, their impact on Chicago's history, and, think about the larger questions their stories raise
Yeah.
about race power and the American dream.
Great questions. Yeah.
Who knows what fascinating insights you might uncover.
Happy digging, everyone. All right, let's get right into it. Today we're taking a deep dive into a world that's it's usually the stuff of headlines, ripped straight from the news.
Exactly. We're going deep, really deep into the world of the Rollin' 60s neighborhood Crips.
Whoa.
And we're doing it through it's called a superseding indictment. It's basically a very, very detailed legal document.
Oh.
Straight from the United States District Court in New Jersey.
So this indictment, it's like, it lays out a bunch of charges against them, right?
It does, yeah. Think of it as like a very formal and very serious accusation of criminal activity.
Okay, so not exactly light reading then, huh?
No, not exactly. But what makes it so fascinating is, it pulls back the curtain on how the Rollin' 60s allegedly operated here in New Jersey.
I see. And how is that? What makes this case so different or fascinating?
It goes way beyond just your typical street crime.
Hmm.
We're talking about an organization that's accused of drug trafficking, violence, even financial fraud.
So like a full-on criminal enterprise, not just a small-time operation.
That's exactly what it looks like, yeah.
So, okay, for those of us who don't know a whole lot about the Rollin' 60s, can you give us a little bit of background?
Sure. So they actually, they didn't start in New Jersey. They originated in Los Angeles.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But over time, their influence, it kind of spread across state lines, reaching multiple states, including New Jersey.
Wow. So how far back are we talking here?
Their roots go back decades.
Decades. Wow.
And to make things even more complicated, they've actually established a presence within the New Jersey prison system.
Oh, wow. So they're operating both inside and outside of prison.
That's what it seems like.
That's chilling to think about their reach extending behind bars.
It is.
But how did they manage such a complex operation? Like, was there a clear structure to their organization?
Absolutely. And the indictment goes into great detail about this. They had a hierarchy with ranks and rules, very much like a traditional organization.
Like a business, almost.
Yeah, except their business was anything but legal, right? They operated under this umbrella group called the Silverback Guerrillas.
Silverback Guerrillas.
Or SBG for short. And then they divided themselves into districts and units to control different territories.
So like a chain of command.
Exactly. A very well-defined chain of command.
Okay, so the indictment, it focuses on their alleged activities in Essex, Middlesex, and Mercer counties. Is that right?
That's right, with a lot of activity concentrated in specific neighborhoods, places like Newark, Irvington, Elizabeth, East Orange.
Got it.
It's like they strategically chose these locations as hubs for their operations.
Okay, so let's talk about the crimes themselves. Like, the indictment mentions drug trafficking as a core activity. Was that all they were focused on?
Well, drug trafficking definitely seems to have been central to their operation.
Right.
But the indictment actually accuses them of a whole range of criminal activities, like we're talking murder, robbery, auto theft, witness tampering, even financial fraud.
Whoa, that's a long list. So they weren't afraid to get their hands dirty, so to speak.
No, not at all. And it's clear from the indictment that they used violence strategically.
Strategically, how so?
Well, both to maintain control within their own ranks and to intimidate anyone who might pose a threat.
Like rivals, witnesses?
Exactly. They wanted to send a clear message. Don't mess with us.
Okay, but behind every organization, there are individuals, right? Like, who are the key players named in this indictment?
11 individuals were indicted in this case. And the document, it lists both their real names and their street names.
Oh, wow. Like aliases?
Yeah, aliases like, Freak, Lil Smith, Try Me, Sue Surf, G-Baby, and Gito.
It's almost surreal to hear those names, like something out of a movie.
It is. It gives you a real glimpse into that gang culture.
Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the more prominent figures and their roles?
Sure. So one of the key figures is Jason Franklin, also known as Freak. The indictment describes him as a senior member who allegedly communicated with Roland 60's leadership in other states. He was issuing orders to lower-ranking members in New Jersey, kind of like a high-ranking executive in their criminal enterprise.
So he was calling the shots, essentially.
You could say that, yeah.
Who else is there?
Another important figure is Amir Warden, also known as Stamps or Killa. He's described as another senior member, and he was allegedly responsible for organizing the transportation of marijuana from California to New Jersey.
Wow, so he was handling the logistics?
Exactly, coordinating drug distribution in and around Irvington and Elizabeth.
Like the COO, almost?
Yeah, something like that.
And what about these other individuals? What were their roles?
So you've got Elijah Williams, or Lil Smith, Trey Bird, known as Bands, or G-Bands, Tyheim Terry, or Ty, or Roland Ty.
Okay.
Then there's Rajan Cox, known as Sue Surf, Amir Edmonds, or G-Baby, Abdul Ural, who went by Rune It Up, or BB,
Got it.
and then Nike Johnson, or Gito. They're all accused of playing various roles in the organization, from drug dealing to more violent acts.
It sounds like a very tight-knit group, each with a specific function within their criminal enterprise.
That's the impression you get from the indictment.
Okay, and now this is where things get really interesting to me, at least. The indictment, it puts a lot of emphasis on their use of social media, which seems kind of counterintuitive, for a criminal organization.
Oh, you'd think they'd want us to be under the radar, right?
Exactly.
But the indictment really paints a vivid picture of how they used platforms like Instagram and Facebook, not just to communicate,
right.
but to boast about their activities, threaten witnesses, coordinate drug sales, even plan violent acts.
They were practically advertising their criminal activities, weren't they?
It's like they wanted people to know who they were and what they were capable of.
So social media, it was more than just a communication tool for them. It was like a weapon, a way to project their power.
Exactly. It was all about image, about building a reputation and instilling fear.
It's a really disturbing example of how technology can be exploited for criminal purposes.
It is, and what's striking is just how much detail the indictment provides.
Really?
Yeah, there are screenshots of messages, posts, videos, all allegedly created by the defendants.
Like they documented their own crimes.
It's almost like they left a digital trail, a breadcrumb trail of their alleged criminal activities.
So it sounds like their online presence actually became a key piece of evidence for the prosecution.
It definitely seems that way, yeah. They might have thought they were being clever, but they were actually helping to build the case against them.
And we'll dig into some of those specific examples in the next part of our deep dive.
We will. We've got some really interesting stuff to unpack there.
Can't wait.
It's going to be good.
So we were talking about social media and how the Roland 60s were allegedly using it not just to chat, but to threaten and intimidate. It's almost like a whole new level of criminal strategy.
It really is. It's fascinating, but also a bit unsettling to see how they incorporated social media into their operations.
So were there any instances of social media use that really stood out to you from the indictment?
Yeah, definitely. There's one involving Nike Johnson, a.k.a. Gito, where the indictment includes this message, and he's allegedly negotiating a drug deal, just casually laying out prices like it's, a legitimate business transaction.
No way, really?
Yeah, he writes slice 50, quarter 90, half 150, zip 250.
Wow, it's like a price list for illegal narcotics delivered straight to your inbox.
Exactly. It's a really disturbing example of how they use social media to conduct business right out in the open.
It's almost like they were blending into the digital landscape.
Yeah, they were. They were using it to their advantage.
Did they ever use these platforms to threaten witnesses or intimidate rivals?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The indictment details how they use social media to taunt their rivals and discourage cooperation with law enforcement.
Like, what kind of things would they say?
Well, there's this one chilling example where Williams allegedly sent a video depicting the shooting death of victim Nate to a member of a rival gang called the Jungle Boys, and he even added the message, "Now watch ya mans die again."
That's just cold-blooded.
It is. It shows a complete disregard for human life.
They were intentionally using social media to instill fear and maintain control.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Their online presence was clearly an extension of their real-world intimidation tactics.
Speaking of real-world intimidation, the indictment outlines a number of specific criminal incidents, and these really highlight the dangerous nature of their alleged activities.
Right, and one incident that I think really illustrates how they operated within the community involves Kareem Green, a.k.a. Trimey. The indictment accuses him of using Instagram to set up a drug deal, and he even provided the buyer with the address of a building in the Crescent Lane public housing complex.
So they weren't just lurking in the shadows, they were embedded in the community.
Exactly. They were using familiar locations to conduct their business.
Which makes it even harder to combat, right?
It does. It blurs the lines between their criminal enterprise and the everyday lives of residents.
Let's talk about some of those other incidents outlined in the indictment. You mentioned earlier this string of carjackings and thefts allegedly committed by Tyheim Terry and other members in February 2021.
Yeah, those incidents are really striking. They show a blatant disregard for the law and the safety of others. The indictment alleges that Terry, along with other members, carjacked a Kia Sorento and then, at gunpoint, stole a Volvo.
At gunpoint, wow.
Yeah, and it didn't end there. They allegedly used those stolen vehicles to go on this crime spree in West Orange and Orange, breaking into approximately 12 cars, and they even attempted another carjacking.
It sounds terrifying. So it wasn't just about stealing cars, right? It was about the thrill, the power they felt in intimidating their victims.
Yeah, and the use of firearms in those incidents, it just adds another layer of danger, a willingness to escalate the violence.
Yeah, the potential consequences are they're huge.
They are, and their alleged disregard for human life it's chilling.
Were there any other incidents that really stood out to you in terms of their brutality?
The indictment describes a series of shootings that really highlight the escalating violence associated with their alleged activities. For example, there's the shooting of victim 13, victim 14, and victim 15. The indictment alleges that Terry, Green, and another individual were driving around Newark in a stolen Honda, randomly firing shots at people on 3 separate occasions.
It's like they were treating human life as a game, just firing their weapons without any regard for the consequences.
It's a tragic illustration of the mindset often associated with gang violence. And the indictment goes on to describe an incident where shots were fired at a vigil for victim 8, the individual who was allegedly murdered in 2019.
That's awful. Even a moment of mourning is disrupted by violence.
It's this cycle of retaliation that seems to have no end.
And social media played a role in that cycle too, right?
It did, yeah. The indictment reveals that Williams allegedly used Instagram to mock one of the shooters involved in the visual shooting for only wounding someone in the leg. It's like they were glorifying the violence, encouraging more retaliation.
It's just disturbing how social media becomes both a tool for inciting violence and a platform for boasting about their involvement.
It's like this dangerous feedback loop where their online activity reinforces their offline behavior.
So the indictment does an incredible job of revealing the dark side of this criminal organization. But what about the other side of the story? Like, how did law enforcement manage to build such a comprehensive case against the Rollin 60s?
That's where things get really interesting. The indictment, it actually highlights the investigative techniques used by law enforcement, and it showcases the effort and resources involved in dismantling a criminal organization like this.
So what strategies did they use? Was it just good old-fashioned detective work, or did they have to employ some more modern techniques?
It was a combination of both. The indictment mentions surveillance, wiretaps, social media monitoring, all working together to build this case.
So a multi-pronged approach, leveraging both traditional and modern investigative techniques.
Exactly. They had to be adaptable, resourceful, to keep up with the Rollin 60s, especially with their use of social media.
It sounds like a massive undertaking.
It was, and the indictment provides this fascinating glimpse into the complexity of modern law enforcement. But we've covered a lot of ground in this part of our deep dive. Why don't we take a break, and when we come back, we'll explore the investigative side of this case in more detail.
Sounds good to me. So we've really gotten a good look at, the criminal activities of the Rollin' 60s, but now I want to know more about, how the police were able to build this case against them.
It was definitely a complex operation, and just the amount of evidence they have is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It seems like investigators really took their time to document everything.
So what were some of their key strategies? What did they do to crack this case?
Well, like we talked about before, they used a bunch of different techniques.
Right.
Traditional methods like surveillance,
Mm-hmm.
but also newer technology like wiretaps and social media monitoring.
It's like they had to be, adaptable to keep up with the Rollin' 60s, especially since they were so good at using social media themselves.
Exactly. And it seems like all that social media use really backfired on them.
Yeah.
Because the indictment has tons of screenshots of messages, posts, videos, all created by the defendants.
Wow.
It's almost like they handed the prosecution all this evidence on a silver platter.
So their confidence in using social media really blew up in their faces, huh?
It seems that way. Yeah, they might have thought they could operate freely online, but they forgot that anything you post can and will be used against you, right?
Right. So it wasn't just social media, though, right? What other techniques did law enforcement use?
Well, they used wiretaps, too, which means they were listening in on their phone calls,
Oh, wow.
gathering evidence of their conversations and their plans.
So they were, right there in their inner circle.
Pretty much. And they also used physical surveillance, too, like
Mhm.
actually following them around
Mm-hmm.
to track their movements and see who they were meeting with.
It sounds like they really threw everything they had at this case.
They did. It was a major undertaking involving a lot of different law enforcement agencies working together.
This case is really a good example of just how complex modern law enforcement is.
Yeah, they had to be tech-savvy, adaptable, and good at working with other agencies to take down groups like the Rollin' 60s.
So we've seen the crimes, the people involved, the investigation, but what does it all mean for us listening? What can we take away from all of this?
Well, I think it raises some big questions about how organized crime is changing with technology
Right.
and what law enforcement needs to do to keep up. They have
Mhm.
to be proactive,
Mhm.
innovative, work together,
It's like crime's evolving, so law enforcement has to evolve too.
Exactly. And I think it also shows how important it is for communities to be aware and get involved
How can we do that?
by reporting any suspicious activity and supporting programs that give young people other options besides joining a gang.
So it's not just about the police, it's about everyone working together to prevent this kind of stuff from happening in the first place.
That's right. We need to invest in programs that give kids opportunities, a sense of belonging, hope for the future.
This whole deep dive has been really eye-opening, seeing a world that we usually just hear about on the news.
It's easy to forget that there are real people behind these headlines.
Yeah.
Victims, families, communities who've been hurt by all this violence and crime.
It's a good reminder that this isn't just some abstract thing. It has real consequences.
Absolutely. So as you go about your day, think about all the things that contribute to gang activity and the challenges we face in stopping organized crime. It's a conversation we need to keep having, and it's something we all have a role in addressing.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the world of the Rollin' 60s. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring the world around you. All right, so if you're like me and you can't resist a good true crime story or just, fascinated by these stories about power and betrayal, well, you're going to love this one.
Oh, yeah.
We're going deep, deep into 1970s Harlem.
Okay.
The world of Leroy, Nicky Barnes, you might know him as Mr. Untouchable,
Wow.
built a heroin empire
Yeah.
so powerful it seemed like, well, nothing could touch him.
Right.
But today we're really focusing on the man who, maybe unknowingly,
Right.
held the key to Barnes's downfall, Wallace Rice.
Interesting. What's so intriguing about Barnes's organization, though, is that it wasn't just like a random group of criminals, right?
Right.
They called themselves the Council,
Okay.
with only 7 members.
Wow.
Operate with a level of structure and discipline. I mean, it rivaled a legitimate business.
Like a board of directors,
Yeah.
almost. Almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, exclusive club, right?
Yeah.
Nicky Barnes at the helm, of course.
Paris.
And then you had Joseph Jazz, Hayden, Wallace Rice, the man of the hour.
Right.
Thomas Gapps Foreman, Ishmael Mohammed, Frank James, and Guy Fisher. So these weren't just like any names.
Yeah.
These were the architects of a sophisticated operation that controlled a lot of the heroin trade in Harlem.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, in a world like that, trust is everything. It's the most valuable currency.
Oh, for sure.
You got to know who's got your back, who won't, flip on you
Yeah.
when the stakes are high. But we're going to see that trust, it can be a double-edged sword.
Right.
Especially when you throw in power, money, personal vendettas.
Yeah, all that.
It gets messy.
It always does. So let's kind of like set the stage here, right?
Okay.
For the unraveling of Nicky Barnes's empire, picture Wallace Rice driving through the city, probably feeling pretty good on top of the world.
Yeah.
And suddenly he gets pulled over.
Okay.
2 officers, Dunphy and Orenberger,
Right.
New York City Police Department, citywide anti-crime squad.
Wow. Sounds serious.
Right.
Yeah. Sounds like a routine traffic stop, right?
You would think.
You would think. Until they search his car and find over 2 kilos of heroin.
Whoa, that's a major bust.
Yeah, this is not small potatoes. This is a major bust that hints at, something much bigger going on.
Right. This arrest, I mean, this was a turning point.
Okay.
So Rice gets prosecuted by Assistant District Attorney Keith Krasno, and ultimately he's sentenced to life in prison, January 12, 1984.
Wow.
But here's where it gets really interesting. The tip that led to Rice's arrest, well, it's believed to have come from Nicky Barnes himself.
Wait, hold on. Nicky Barnes, the leader of the council, the guy who built this whole thing, he ratted out one of his own? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a bit counterintuitive.
What could possibly make him do that?
Well, it seems that Barnes, while he was behind bars himself,
Okay.
he started to suspect that his trusted associates weren't so loyal. He found out they were mismanaging his assets.
Really?
They stopped paying his legal fees.
Come on, that's cold.
And to add insult to injury, Guy Fisher, one of his closest guys, was having an affair with Barnes's girlfriend.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't there like a strict rule against that?
Absolutely.
A code of honor within the council?
No sleeping with another member's wife.
Oh.
Cardinal rule, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in their twisted world.
Yeah.
And, Fisher breaking this code, well, it just added fuel to the fire. Barnes was already angry and resentful, and this just pushed him over the edge.
So Barnes, feeling totally betrayed, enraged, he decides to play the ultimate revenge card.
Yep.
He becomes an informant.
Wow.
Not only giving up the names of those who wronged him,
Right.
but potentially like dozens of others involved in his operation. He wasn't just cutting ties, he was burning the whole house down.
You got it. This wasn't just a few low-level players.
Right.
We're talking Barnes handed over 109 names to the authorities.
109.
109, including 5 members of his own council.
Oh, wow.
And even his own wife. Talk about a scorched earth policy. I mean, it really shows you how deep his anger was and the reach of his organization.
109 names. That's mind-boggling. What does that tell us about the true scale of Barnes's operation? The power that the council had? I mean, was he more than just a Harlem drug lord?
Yeah, it gives you a glimpse into how deeply embedded they were in the community. I mean, we're talking a vast network, from street-level dealers all the way up to high-level suppliers and distributors, all connected to Barnes. And his knowledge, his willingness to expose this whole network, it speaks volumes about the control he had.
It's like almost hard to grasp the scale of it. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's focus on that pivotal moment, Barnes's decision to turn informant. I mean, what led him to that point? Was it purely revenge, or was there something more at play?
To understand that, I think we need to delve into Barnes's psyche a little bit, explore his motivations, and examine the circumstances that pushed him to betray the people he once considered his family. And that's where we'll pick up in part 2 of our deep dive.
Okay, so we're back, and we're, still trying to figure out Nicky Barnes. We're trying to figure out the council. But really, it comes down to this question. What drove Mr. Untouchable to become, well, Mr. Informant? I mean, he had it all, right? An empire, a code, a brotherhood, and he blew it all up.
I mean, yeah, put yourself in his shoes for a second. You're Nicky Barnes, right?
Yeah.
Facing life in prison, abandoned by the guys you trusted, and you realize that your world, this world you built, is crumbling around you. I mean, you're going to start making some pretty extreme decisions.
Yeah, no, totally. And we talked about the betrayal. I mean, his assets mismanaged, legal fees unpaid, and then that, just the ultimate, slap in the face, Guy Fisher and the girlfriend. But was it all just revenge? Just an eye for an eye?
I mean, revenge was definitely a factor, right? But Barnes, he was a pragmatist too, always playing a high-stakes game, and he knew the rules. So by cooperating, he was, I don't know, kind of making a deal with the devil, hoping to salvage something from the wreckage.
A deal with the devil, huh? But what was he hoping to gain? I mean, what could the authorities even offer a guy like Barnes?
He built an empire on breaking the law.
Right. Well, this is where the whole concept of witness protection comes in. Basically, the government gives you a new identity, relocates you, protects you when you testify against dangerous criminals. Risky move, sure, but for someone like Barnes, facing life behind bars, it might have seemed like the only way out.
So he trades his empire for a shot at a new life, albeit a life, living in the shadows. That's a wild twist. But what about like the immediate aftermath? What happened in Harlem when the news broke that Mr. Untouchable was actually, well, an informant?
Chaos. I mean, the council, the undisputed rulers of the Harlem underworld, they fractured. Arrests, trials, the streets that Barnes used to control, they became a battleground for all these rival gangs trying to grab power. It was like a shockwave just ripped through the community.
What about those 109 names that Barnes gave up? I mean, was everyone he named convicted?
Well, his testimony led to charges against 44 other traffickers. 16 ended up being convicted. So yeah, it was a huge blow to organized heroin trafficking in Harlem, but it also raised a lot of questions about the war on drugs.
Oh yeah, the war on drugs. Definitely got to talk about that. I mean, Barnes's case happened during a really turbulent time in America, right? So how did his actions, the betrayal, the whole takedown of his organization, how did that fit into the larger story of the war on drugs?
Well, it's complicated. Some people saw Barnes cooperating as a win, right? Like, finally, law enforcement was making progress against organized crime. But then other people criticized the deal, saying it legitimized a dangerous criminal, set a bad precedent.
Sounds like a real moral dilemma. I mean, you've got this ruthless criminal who, made money off the suffering of others, but then his cooperation took down this massive drug network. It's tough.
Exactly. And you see that in how the public reacted to Barnes. Some saw him as a straight-up villain, getting what he deserved. Others, maybe the people who saw the effects of heroin firsthand, they felt a sense of relief, like, finally, this reign of terror is over.
It's like history's never black and white, is it? It's shades of gray, competing stories, unintended consequences that just ripple out and shape things in ways you can't predict.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. Barnes' story is the perfect example of that. He was a product of his time, but he shaped it too. A man whose actions had consequences that we're still debating today.
So we've talked about why Barnes flipped, the immediate fallout, how it all ties into the war on drugs. But what about the long-term impact? What's the legacy of Nicky Barnes, Mr. Untouchable turned Mr. Informant?
That's what we're going to get into in the last part of our deep dive. We'll look at the ripple effects of his actions, why his story still fascinates and, provokes us. And maybe we'll even figure out what lessons, if any, we can learn from this whole cautionary tale of ambition, betrayal, and I guess the elusive nature of redemption.
Welcome back to our deep dive into Nicky Barnes and the council. It's a wild story, right? We've talked about his rise, the structure of it all, and the betrayal that brought it all down. But now I think in this last part, we got to look at like the lasting impact, right? What does it all mean? What does Barnes's story tell us about, human nature?
Yeah, it's easy to focus on the immediate aftermath, like you said, the arrests, the trials, the power shifts. But I think, the real story unfolds later. In the years that follow, the little changes, the unintended consequences that ripple out.
So what were those ripples in Harlem? I mean, did taking down Barnes's network actually make a difference in the fight against drugs?
Well, it's tough to say for sure. I mean, yeah, there was disruption, supply chains broken, key players off the streets. Law enforcement got a lot of intel.
But didn't that film, Mr. Untouchable, I think it came out in 2007, didn't it suggest that maybe taking Barnes down wasn't, the victory everyone thought it was?
Yeah, it kind of sparked this debate, right?
Yeah.
Did Barnes being gone actually help Harlem? Or did it just create this void, that was quickly filled by new players, maybe even worse than the ones before? It's a question that comes up a lot when you're fighting organized crime.
Yeah.
Are you really fixing the problem? Or just changing the faces?
Yeah, that's a tough one to think about. It makes me think about the war on drugs, which was, going on during all of this. Did Barnes's case actually have any impact on that bigger picture?
Barnes's story, in a way, became like this microcosm of the war on drugs. It highlighted the contradictions, the complexities. You had this focus on arrests, on incarceration. But was that really addressing the root causes of drug use, of trafficking? Was it creating a system where informants, even guys as deep in it as Barnes, were seen as, like necessary evils?
And you got to remember, Barnes wasn't just any informant. He was a master manipulator, playing the game from behind bars. Makes you wonder about the ethics of making deals with a guy like that, even if it means you get some short-term wins.
For sure. And it's a debate we're still having today, right? How far should law enforcement go? When does the pursuit of justice, become compromised by the methods? No easy answers there, but Barnes's story, it forces us to ask those questions.
It's a story that really sticks with you. This guy who seemed untouchable, larger than life, brought down by the very things that made him powerful. Greed, betrayal, that hunger for power that just ate him up in the end.
Yeah, and it shows that even in that world, in the criminal world, where loyalty and ruthlessness go hand in hand, human emotions, jealousy, rage, revenge, they can be just as powerful as any weapon.
So as we wrap up our look at Nicky Barnes and the council, I think we're left with a question for you, for everyone listening. What does this story tell us about power, loyalty, the choices we make when we're backed into a corner? It's a story that's hard to pin down, full of ambition and betrayal, and it still fascinates us all these years later. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on our next deep dive.
All right, so today we're going deep on Willie Haggart.
Okay.
And this is the name that echoes through Jamaica's dancehall scene.
Yeah.
It carries a certain weight, I'd say.
Definitely. Yeah.
But what's so interesting about this is we're going to be building this picture entirely from his Wikipedia page.
Oh, wow.
So it's all out there in the open.
Right.
But how much can we really learn about a man like this from a readily available source?
Yeah, that's the question, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like we're starting with this common thread, like a digital breadcrumb trail and seeing where it leads.
Okay.
And you would think a Wikipedia article would be pretty straightforward, but even the basics of Haggart's life offer some intrigue right from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Right off the bat, you see that his nickname, Willie Haggart, isn't even his real name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was born William Augustus Moore.
Okay.
In Kingston, Jamaica in 1961.
Okay.
But that nickname, Willie Haggart,
yeah,
it's a patois-like twist on hog heart. What do you make of that?
Well, I think you have to consider the cultural context, right? Patois is it's more than just slang.
Yeah.
It's infused with history resistance and a distinct Jamaican identity.
Right.
So to have a nickname rooted in patois already suggests a certain street credibility,
Okay.
a connection to the heart of Kingston,
Right.
But hog heart,
Yeah.
that implies toughness, resilience.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Maybe even a hint of danger.
Yeah, it definitely sets the tone.
Right.
And the article mentions that he was running with a crew called the Wild Bunch, led by a guy they called General Starkey.
Oh, wow.
Now, that sounds like a story waiting to be told.
Right. There's a real sense of mystery surrounding this period of his life.
Yeah.
The article just mentions that Haggart moved overseas sometime after Starkey was murdered in 81. But there's no details on where he went.
Yeah.
What he did.
Yeah.
Just a blank space in the timeline.
The big question mark.
It just fuels your curiosity.
It really does. And it's even more intriguing when you consider his early run-ins with the law.
Oh, okay.
First, conviction for unlawful possession back in 1980. Then a couple more marijuana possession charges in 93.
Okay.
You have to wonder, was he already deeply involved in the criminal underworld during those overseas years?
It's definitely possible.
Yeah.
And then there's this robbery with aggravation charge from 95.
Right.
It was dismissed.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Yeah.
Was it a lack of evidence, influence, or something else entirely?
Right.
The Wikipedia entry leaves us with more questions than answers.
Which is kind of the point of a deep dive, right?
Exactly.
We're not just here to read off facts.
Right.
We're looking for those gaps, those inconsistencies that make you want to dig deeper.
For sure.
And then, boom, we hit the dancehall era.
Okay.
Willie Haggart becomes a major player in the scene.
Right.
Especially through his connection with Bogle and the infamous Black Roses crew.
And this is where things get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because you can't talk about Willie Haggart without understanding the power and influence of dancehall in Jamaica. It's not just music.
Yeah.
It's a cultural phenomenon.
Right.
A way of life with global reach.
So for him to rise within that world,
Yeah.
it must have taken a certain charisma,
Right.
a presence that went beyond just being tough.
Absolutely. And you see that reflected in the Willie Bounce.
Okay.
A dance move created in his honor.
Wow.
Think about it. To have a dance move named after you, that's iconic.
That's legacy.
That's leaving your mark on the culture.
Talk about legacy.
Right.
Okay, so we have the tough guy image,
Yeah.
the hints of criminal activity, the dance hall fame.
Uh-huh.
But what about his personal life?
All right.
The Wikipedia article mentions that he married Angela Little Miss Moore in '93,
Okay.
and they had 2 children together.
The children. Okay.
But then comes this unexpected detail.
Oh,
Haggart acknowledged having 18 children before his death.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the article even hints that more may have come forward later.
Wow, that complicates the picture a bit, wouldn't you say?
18 children.
Yeah,
That's a lot to unpack.
that is
What does that tell us about the man?
right.
Was he devoted father to all of them?
Yeah.
Or was this more about image? A way to solidify his status within the community?
It raises questions about his role as a father, his relationships,
Yeah.
how he navigated family life within the context of his other activities.
Right.
It's a layer of complexity that you don't often see explored in these brief biographical sketches.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that there's always more to the story than what's readily apparent.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're starting to see the multifaceted nature of Willie Haggart. And that brings us to the dramatic end of his story.
Okay.
2001, shot by unknown assailants alongside 2 of his friends.
A tragic and unfortunately not uncommon ending for figures who navigate the criminal underworld.
Yeah.
But it's his funeral that adds another layer of intrigue to this whole narrative. Okay.
An estimated 5,000 people attended,
Wow.
including high-ranking government officials.
Whoa, hold on. Government officials at the funeral of a known gangster.
Yeah,
Now that's something you don't see every day.
exactly. And this wasn't just any funeral.
Right.
It was a spectacle, a public display of mourning on a grand scale.
Wow.
It speaks to the complex relationship between politics, crime, and public perception in Jamaica,
Okay.
particularly within Kingston's inner-city communities.
Now I'm really starting to see why Willie Haggart's story has resonated for so long.
Yeah.
It's not just about dance hall or crime.
Right.
It's about navigating a system where the lines are often blurred,
Uh-huh.
where allegiances shift, and where power operates in nuanced ways.
It's a story that forces you to confront your own assumptions about good and bad, right and wrong. And that's the power of a figure like Willie Haggart.
Yeah.
He defies easy categorization.
It's like we're piecing together a puzzle where the image keeps changing as you add more pieces.
We have the tough guy, the criminal, the dance hall icon, the complex family man,
Yeah.
and now this almost mythical public figure whose funeral draws a massive crowd, including those in power.
And through it all, we're still relying on this readily available Wikipedia article.
Right.
It makes you wonder what other stories are hidden in plain sight,
Yeah.
waiting to be examined, unpacked, and understood.
That's a great point. We often underestimate the power of these accessible sources. It's
Yeah.
like we're just scratching the surface here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a whole world of depth waiting to be explored.
For sure.
But before we get ahead of ourselves,
Right.
let's dive into this Wikipedia article a bit further.
Okay.
See what other insights we can glean about Willie Haggart's impact and legacy.
Sounds good. You know, it's fascinating how Haggart's legacy is kind of woven into the fabric of dance hall music. The Wikipedia article mentions all these big names.
Right.
Junior Cat, Beanie Man, Elephant Man, Sprague Benz, even Buju Banton,
Wow.
who reference him in their songs.
That's not just a passing mention, is it?
No.
It speaks to a level of respect,
Right.
almost reverence within the dancehall community.
Yeah.
These artists are like keeping his memory alive through their music.
It's like a form of oral history, you know,
Hmm.
passing down stories and legends
Right.
through rhythm and rhyme.
And when you think about the global reach of dancehall,
Yeah.
it means Willie Haggart's name is echoing far beyond the streets of Kingston.
Absolutely.
And that makes those government officials at his funeral even more intriguing.
Right.
Were they there out of genuine respect?
Mhm.
Was it a political calculation?
Yeah.
Or maybe a recognition of the influence he held within the community?
It's a question that gets at the heart of power dynamics in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Was there a level of tolerance, even complicity, between those in authority and figures like Haggart?
Right.
Did his connection to the people, his status as a dance hall icon,
Right.
somehow bridge the gap between the underworld and the halls of government?
This Wikipedia article is really just a starting point, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's like a keyhole glimpse into a much larger story
Yeah.
about Jamaican society, the role of music and culture, the complexities of power and influence.
You start to see how someone like Willie Haggart could be both a product of his environment and a force shaping that environment.
Right.
He navigated the streets, the dance halls, the legal system,
Yeah.
and seemingly even had a certain level of acceptance from the political elite.
And then there's the family aspect.
Right.
18 acknowledged children.
18, yeah.
What was his role in their lives?
Yeah.
Was he a provider, a protector, a distant figure?
I'd be curious to hear their perspective.
Yeah.
Understand what it was like growing up with Willie Haggart as a father.
Right.
You know, we're getting glimpses of the public persona, the dance hall legend.
Right.
But what about the man behind the image?
That's what I find so captivating about these deep dives.
Yeah.
We're taking this readily available information, this Wikipedia article that anyone could access,
Right.
and using it as a springboard to explore deeper questions about identity, family, community, and the very fabric of Jamaican society.
And what's remarkable is that we haven't even touched upon academic journals, historical records, or in-depth biographies.
That's true.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
It makes you realize how much knowledge is out there waiting to be uncovered.
Sure.
If you just know where to look and how to connect the dots.
Absolutely.
And sometimes those connections lead to more questions than answers.
Right.
Which is part of the thrill.
That's the beauty of learning, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an ongoing process, a constant exploration.
Right.
We're not just passively absorbing information. We're actively engaging with it, questioning it,
Right.
challenging our own assumptions along the way.
So what would you say is like the biggest takeaway for our listeners? What's the one thing you hope they walk away with after this deep dive into Willie Haggart's life?
I think it's the importance of looking beyond the surface, whether it's a Wikipedia article, a news headline, or even just a casual conversation.
Okay.
There's always more to uncover, more layers to explore, and that's what makes life and learning so fascinating.
Well said. And on that note, I think it's time to shift gears a bit.
Okay.
We've been focused on the information presented in this Wikipedia article.
Right.
But I'm curious, what are some avenues for further exploration? Where could our listeners go to delve even deeper into Willie Haggart's world?
Well, there's so many possibilities.
Yeah.
For starters, they could look into the sources cited in the Wikipedia article.
Okay.
Often those will lead to more detailed accounts, different perspectives,
Right.
maybe even firsthand testimony.
And what about resources beyond text?
Yeah.
Are there documentaries, interviews, or even fictionalized accounts that offer a different lens on Haggart's life and the dance hall scene?
Absolutely. There's a wealth of material out there, especially in the realm of music and film. Documentaries like Rise Up offer a great overview of dance hall culture and its impact, while films like Third World Cop provide a fictionalized glimpse into the complexities of crime and policing in Jamaica.
And for those who are really feeling adventurous, a trip to Jamaica itself could be an incredible learning experience.
Oh, so sure.
Imagine immersing yourself in the culture, talking to people who knew Haggart, experiencing the energy of a live dance hall session.
That's taking the deep dive to a whole new level.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's no better way to understand a place and its people than to experience it firsthand.
Right.
Talk to locals, visit historical sites,
Yeah.
soak up the atmosphere.
It's about connecting with the human stories behind the headlines.
Right.
The rhythms behind the music, the heart and soul of a place.
Exactly. And I have a feeling that's what Willie Haggart was all about. Living life to the fullest,
Yeah.
embracing the complexities, and leaving a mark that would continue to resonate long after he was gone.
So as we wrap up this part of our deep dive, I want to encourage everyone listening to go out there and explore.
Yeah?
Don't just take our word for it.
Right.
Dig deeper, ask questions, and discover your own insights. Who knows, maybe you'll uncover something that even this Wikipedia article missed.
And that's the beauty of it all, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's always more to learn, more to discover, and more to share.
You know, it's amazing how just a single Wikipedia article can spark like such a wide-ranging conversation.
It really can.
We've gone from Willie Haggart, the name, to like a nuanced exploration of Jamaican culture, the dance hall scene, and even like the complexities of power and influence.
Absolutely, and that's the power of a deep dive, right?
Yeah.
It's not about memorizing facts and figures.
Right.
It's about using readily available information as a launchpad for deeper understanding.
Yeah.
And in this case, we've seen how a life story, even one as seemingly straightforward as presented in like a Wikipedia entry, can illuminate these broader societal issues.
Absolutely. We've talked about crime, poverty,
Uh-huh.
the allure of dance hall,
Right.
the blurred lines between the underworld and the political elite.
Yeah, these are themes that resonate far beyond Willie Haggart's individual story.
Yeah. It makes you wonder,
Right.
what other stories are waiting to be told? What other perspectives are out there?
Yeah.
There must be countless narratives, just as fascinating, just as complex,
Right.
hidden within the archives,
Yeah.
the communities, the very heartbeat of Jamaica.
And those stories deserve to be heard.
Yeah.
They enrich our understanding of the world, challenge our assumptions,
Right.
and remind us of the shared humanity that connects us all.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the life of Willie Haggard,
Yeah.
I want to leave our listeners with a challenge.
All right.
Don't let this be the end of the exploration.
Right.
Go out there, be curious. Seek out those untold stories.
Read books, watch documentaries, listen to the music.
Talk to people. Maybe even plan a trip to Jamaica someday.
That's a great idea.
Immerse yourself in the culture. Ask questions.
Yeah.
And discover those hidden gems of knowledge and insight.
Because the world is full of fascinating stories just waiting to be uncovered.
Right. And who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe one of you listening will be inspired to delve even deeper into Willie Haggard's life, to write that definitive biography,
Right.
to fill in those gaps,
Yeah.
and share his story with the world.
Until then, let's keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
Share your thoughts, your insights,
Right.
your own deep dives into the topics that spark your curiosity.
It's all about sharing those deep dives.
Yeah, because learning is a journey best shared.
Well said. And with that, we'll sign off for today.
Okay.
But remember, this isn't goodbye.
Right.
It's just the beginning of a lifetime of exploration.
Keep diving deep. All right. Ready for a deep dive into something a little different today?
Definitely. Always up for a challenge.
This time, we're looking at an excerpt, The Royal Encounter. And let me tell you, it's a wild ride.
Oh.
How so?
Picture this. Diddy and Jay-Z, at the top of their game, summoned to a late-night meeting with the Queen of England.
Okay, that's not your everyday meeting.
Not at all. And the excerpt doesn't waste any time setting an eerie tone. We're talking thick fog, London at night, the feeling of being watched.
Ah, the fog. Classic literary move, right? More than just weather. It's like a veil obscuring things, blurring what's real.
Exactly. And it's through this fog that they're whisked away to Buckingham Palace, but not the usual grand entrance you'd expect.
A side entrance, hidden corridors.
Okay.
Subtle difference, but speaks volumes.
Totally. The excerpt mentions damp corridors, those creepy paintings. Even Buckingham Palace has a hidden side. Makes you wonder, right? What's lurking beneath the surface of the places we think we know?
It's like the excerpt is telling us, don't be so sure about anything. And in this unsettling setting, that's when Diddy and Jay-Z come face to face with the Queen.
Or at least who they think is the queen, the way she's described. It's almost otherworldly. Not just your typical commanding presence, but something else.
I can imagine. You're Diddy, you're Jay-Z, you've reached the pinnacle of success, yet here you are, totally unnerved.
Makes you question, what does true power even look like?
Right. Is it the empires we build, or something ancient, untouchable? The excerpt really makes you think.
And just when you think it can't get weirder, the Queen launches into this monologue, basically tells them their entire lives, their successes, were all part of a plan orchestrated by forces they can't even fathom.
Hold on. Orchestrated? By who?
That's the thing she doesn't say, just drops that bomb and lets it sink in. Talk about messing with someone's perception of free will, right?
It's like the ultimate power move, to not just have control, but to reveal that control to those who thought they were in control.
Chilling.
I mean, don't talk about an existential crisis, right? Like, what's the point of striving if it was all predetermined?
Yeah, but then it gets even more interesting because the Queen, she doesn't just drop that bombshell and leave them hanging.
Oh, what'd she do?
She offers them a choice.
A choice? Like what? Become royalty.
Basically, join her.
Yeah.
Become part of this ancient power structure, or resist.
Okay, so classic, join the dark side or fight for the light.
But what are the stakes?
That's the thing. The excerpt doesn't spell it out. It's more like, join us, and you'll have unimaginable power. Resist, and, well, face the consequences.
Ooh, talk about a dilemma. Unimaginable power versus who knows what. How do you even process that?
It's like the ultimate gamble. And that's where the excerpt really gets you, because it's asking, what would you do? Choose power, maybe become a pawn in their game, or hold on to your principles, knowing it could mean losing everything.
Man, that's heavy. And we're talking about Diddy and Jay-Z here. These are guys who built empires, right? Used to being in control.
Right. But in this moment, they're totally out of their depth. Fearful, confused. It really highlights how far beyond the realm of normal human experience this is. They're in over their heads.
And then
What?
That's it. The excerpt ends.
Seriously?
Yeah. It doesn't tell us what they choose, if they even have a real choice. We're just left with that uneasy feeling.
Wow. Talk about leaving you hanging.
It's like that fog that's been hovering around this whole time just swallows everything up, including any sense of resolution.
It's almost like we're being forced to confront that same uncertainty that Diddy and Jay-Z are feeling. Like, we think we have things figured out, but what if we're just seeing what we're allowed to see?
Ooh, that sends chills down my spine.
It's brilliant, but unsettling, right? The excerpt isn't giving us answers, it's making us ask bigger questions.
Yeah.
About control, about the true nature of power, about how much we really know about the world around us.
It's almost like the excerpt is saying, hey, you thought this was a trip? Buckle up, we're just getting started.
Yeah, it definitely leaves you wanting more. Like, where do Diddy and Jay-Z go from here? Which path do they choose? Or is there even a choice to be made?
I know. It's frustrating, but also kind of brilliant. Makes it feel way more real, you know? Like, we want easy answers, but life usually throws us curveballs.
Exactly. And think about that last image, the fog swallowing the palace.
Yeah, creepy, but also kind of symbolic, right?
Totally. Like, the line between what's real and what we perceive as real, it's not as clear as we'd like to believe. This whole encounter, this power structure Diddy and Jay-Z stumble into, it's hidden in plain sight. Just like the palace disappears into the fog.
Man, that's deep. Makes you look over your shoulder a bit, right? Like, what am I missing? What's really going on here?
That's the point. This excerpt, it's not just some fantasy, it's tapping into a very real anxiety we all have, that sense of, what if there's more to this story?
So what you're saying is, conspiracy theories aren't so crazy after all.
Whoa, I wouldn't go that far. But it does make you question, right? Question the narratives we're told, the systems we think we understand, who's pulling the strings, how much control do we really have?
Big questions, man. And it all started with Diddy, Jay-Z, and a late-night invite to Buckingham Palace. Who knew?
It's amazing what fiction can do, right? This excerpt, it takes this outlandish premise, this royal encounter, and uses it to hold up a mirror to our own anxieties.
And it does it without giving us any easy answers, which just makes it stick with you even longer.
Exactly. We're left with this unsettling feeling, this urge to dig deeper, to question everything.
And that's what makes this deep dive so fascinating, right? It's not about the answers, it's about the questions. It's about prodding at those uncomfortable truths that lurk beneath the surface of our everyday lives.
Absolutely. This excerpt is like a doorway into a much larger conversation about power, control, and the illusions we cling to.
It's a reminder that even in fiction, especially in fiction, we can find profound truths that resonate with our own experiences.
And maybe, just maybe, those fictional tales can help us navigate the very real complexities of the world around us.
Well said. Big thanks to everyone for joining us on this mind-bending deep dive. We'll see you next time, same channel, for another plunge into the depths of thought-provoking content. Until then, stay curious and keep questioning everything.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we're going to be diving into some legal waters with a case that you sent over, Arnaud of Mimosshop. And it's a story about a musician, Mr. Arnaud and his lawyers, and a whole lot of money. We're talking millions of dollars in unpaid music royalties.
Yeah, and this case is really kind of an eye-opener when you look at how easily things can go wrong. Even for someone who wins a huge judgment, you would think that would be the end of it.
Yeah.
You know, he's got his money, but it shows the importance of really understanding your rights, especially when you're dealing with legal representation and contracts.
So let's kind of set the stage here. So Mr. Arnaud, he had originally sued Death Row Records over some unpaid royalties, and he actually won a default judgment for over $25 million. But as you know, getting a judgment and collecting a judgment are two very different things.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. And that's where the lawyers come in. So Mr. Arnaud hired this team of lawyers to help him enforce the judgment. But instead of going after Death Row directly, they took a little detour, a very suspicious detour, into a whole other lawsuit in New York.
And this is where it gets a little tricky, right? The case file mentions something called Organized Crime Family, Inc. I mean, come on. That name alone sends shivers down my spine.
Yeah, I understand why. It turns out that Mr. Arnaud's lawyers got him involved in this New York lawsuit alongside this organization. And as part of a settlement in that lawsuit, they convinced him to sign a release. But here's the catch. That release transferred all of his rights to that $25 million judgment to Organized Crime Family, Inc.
So they basically tricked him into signing away his rights to the money he was owed. This is unbelievable.
It's incredibly shady. But unfortunately, it's not all that uncommon, and that's why it is so important to understand the terms of any legal document you sign. In this case, the release was the key, because it legally allowed for the transfer of Mr. Arnaud's claim to that judgment.
So he won this massive judgment against death row, and he ended up with nothing.
It appears that way, at least based on these excerpts. And it really does raise some serious questions about the ethical obligations of the lawyers involved here.
I mean, you would think that lawyers would be required to act in their client's best interest.
Oh, well, you would think that, and generally that is a fundamental principle of legal ethics. But this case really underscores the potential for conflicts of interest, especially when lawyers are representing multiple parties that might have competing interests.
And there's more, right? The case file also mentions a separate federal lawsuit, and this one involves Tupac Shakur's mother, Afeni Shakur, and some disputes over masked recordings. What's the connection there?
Well, this is where it gets even more tangled, it turns out. That Mr. Arnaud's lawyers were representing Organized Crime Family, Inc. in that federal lawsuit as well. So they were essentially working for both sides. They were working for the organization. That now held the rights to Mr. Arnaud's judgment, and they were also representing the entity that he was indirectly fighting against in the federal case.
Okay, so they not only potentially misled him into signing away his rights, but they were also representing the other side. This is insane. That's a huge conflict of interest. It really makes you wonder if they were ever truly looking out for his interests.
It's a very valid point. This case really makes you think about who they were truly serving in this whole ordeal. And this case really shows why you need to be so cautious when you are choosing your legal representation, especially when you're talking about these large sums of money.
It's really shocking. And I bet some of you out there are thinking, could this happen to me? And the truth is, similar situations do arise, especially in industries like the music industry, where royalty disputes are so common.
Yeah, it's important to be aware of the potential red flags if you're ever in a situation where you feel like your lawyer isn't acting in your best interest, or if you feel pressured to sign something that you don't fully understand. Don't hesitate to get a second opinion.
Yeah, and we're not just talking about music royalties here, right? This applies to any situation where you're dealing with contracts, especially those involving significant financial stakes. Always take the time to read everything carefully, ask questions, and never be afraid to push back if something doesn't feel right.
I completely agree. This case is a stark reminder that legal documents can have really far-reaching consequences, and it highlights the importance of being proactive and being informed.
But wait, there's even more to this story. Mr. Macha, one of the lawyers involved, he tried to pull a fast one by forcing the malpractice case into arbitration. But then he refused to pay his share of the fees, and it completely stalled the whole process. And then things took a really unexpected turn.
Oh boy, what happened?
He declared bankruptcy, hoping to wipe the slate clean, including the debts related to the malpractice lawsuit. But as we'll see in part 2, it wasn't that simple.
I can't wait to hear what happened.
This is a case that just keeps on giving. So stay tuned for part 2 of our deep dive, where we'll uncover what happened next and explore the legal complexities of bankruptcy and how they impacted Mr. Arnaud's fight for justice. Welcome back, everybody. So we're picking up where we left off. Mr. Machow, one of the lawyers in this crazy case, he had just declared bankruptcy, hoping that would somehow magically erase all of his legal troubles.
It really makes you wonder, can you really just declare bankruptcy and get rid of debts like that?
That was my first thought, too. Especially when you're talking about debts. That could be linked to something as serious as malpractice. It can't be that easy.
Oh, yeah. Bankruptcy laws are designed to give people a fresh start. But it's not a free pass. There are certain types of debts that are typically not dischargeable in bankruptcy, meaning they can't just be wiped away.
And that includes debts that are incurred through fraudulent activities, right? Which seems to be a key issue in this case.
You got it. Remember how? Mr. Arnaud was allegedly misled about the consequences of that release he signed and how his lawyers were potentially operating with a major conflict of interest.
Yeah, so basically the court was saying, nice try, Mr. Machet, but you can't just escape accountability by filing for bankruptcy, especially if there's potential fraud involved.
That's exactly right. The court ultimately ruled that those debts related to the malpractice case were not going to be discharged. Through the bankruptcy filing, they saw right through it. It was clearly an attempt to evade responsibility.
So it seems like Mr. Machet's plan backfired in a big way, and there's another detail in the case files that really struck me as particularly sneaky.
What's that?
Well, when Mr. Machet filed for bankruptcy, he conveniently forgot to include Mr. Arnaud on his list of creditors.
Oh, wow.
It seems like a blatant attempt to keep Mr. Arnaud in the dark and prevent him from challenging the attempt to discharge the debt.
Yeah, that omission was a major red flag for the court. It meant that Mr. Arnaud wasn't properly notified about the bankruptcy proceedings and had no chance to object to Mr. Michaud's attempt to wipe away the debt that he owed him.
And this is a crucial point for anyone out there listening. If you're ever named as a creditor in someone's bankruptcy case, make sure you understand your rights and take the necessary steps to protect your interests.
Absolutely. Don't just ignore those notices. You have the right to participate in the process.
Right.
And make sure your claim is properly addressed.
So back to the case. The court's decision to vacate the order for arbitration because of that bankruptcy filing and because of the potential for fraud, that was a huge win for Mr. Arnaud, wasn't it?
It was a major victory. The court recognized that Mr. Michaud wasn't playing fair, and they took action to prevent him from further manipulating the legal system to his advantage.
I mean, this case, it's full of twists and turns. It makes you wonder if justice delayed is truly justice denied.
It's a valid concern. And unfortunately, legal battles can drag on for years, especially when tactics like these are employed to delay the process.
But for Mr. Arnaud, this ruling meant that the malpractice case could finally move forward, right?
That's right. It cleared the way for him to finally have his day in court and seek accountability for the alleged wrongdoing by his lawyers.
But there's one big question that's still looming. Did he ever actually get the money he was owed? That $25 million judgment against Death Row Records?
That's what we all want to know, right?
And this is where the case files you provided kind of leave us hanging. The excerpts don't detail the outcome of that original lawsuit. So frustrating.
It just goes to show that legal battles can be incredibly complex and very unpredictable. Even when you win key rulings along the way, there's no guarantee of a clean and satisfying ending.
It's a reminder that the legal system is often about navigating a series of hurdles and fighting for every inch of progress. But even without knowing the final outcome of the lawsuit, we can still learn a lot from this case. And that's what we'll focus on as we head into the final part of our deep dive.
I'm looking forward to it.
Great. I'm ready to unpack those key takeaways and explore what they mean for anyone navigating the complexities of legal representation, contracts, and even bankruptcy. Stick around, because this deep dive is far from over.
Okay, so we're back for the final part of our deep dive into this really wild legal saga. We've seen how Mr. Arnaud's quest to collect his $25 million judgment took some pretty unexpected turns involving shady settlements, potential conflicts of interest, and even a bankruptcy filing that backfired.
It's really quite a story. And while the case files that you sent over don't really reveal the ultimate outcome of that original lawsuit against Death Row Records, this case still offers some valuable lessons, I think, for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are the biggest things you think we can all kind of learn from Mr. Arnaud's experience? What should our listeners really be thinking about, especially if they ever find themselves in a similar situation? Well, I think first and foremost, this case is a cautionary tale about choosing your legal representation very carefully. You're entrusting your lawyer with your legal rights and potentially your financial well-being. It's not something to take lightly.
It's a big deal. Yeah, you can't just assume that all lawyers are going to automatically act in your best interest. This case really highlights the importance of doing your research and asking the right questions before you sign on that dotted line.
I couldn't agree more. Don't just go with the first lawyer you find or the one that seems the most charismatic. Take some time to vet them thoroughly.
Yeah.
Check their credentials, their experience in the specific area of law that you need help with, and look for any red flags.
Like what kind of red flags? What are some signs? That should make people pause and reconsider.
Well, a big one is if a lawyer seems expectant, overly eager to get you to sign a contract without really fully explaining the terms, or if they just dismiss your concerns or brush off your questions.
Basically, if your gut is telling you something is off, you should listen to it. Don't be afraid to walk away and find someone that you feel more comfortable with.
Absolutely. You need to feel confident that your lawyer understands your needs and will advocate for your best interests. And remember, you're the client. You have the right to ask questions. You have the right to push back. And you have the right to seek a second opinion if something doesn't feel right.
This case also highlights the importance of really understanding any contract or legal document before you sign it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that release that Mr. Arnaud signed ended up having huge consequences. Read every single word. If there's anything that you don't understand, ask for clarification.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to have another lawyer. Review the documents,
Yeah.
especially if it's a really complex agreement or involves a lot of money.
Knowledge is your best defense in these situations. The more you understand about your rights, the better equipped you'll be to protect yourself.
That's the bottom line.
And this case also touched on another complex area that we should all be aware of. Bankruptcy. It's not a simple process. And it doesn't always work the way people assume it might.
Yeah, Ms. Machot's attempt to use bankruptcy as a shield definitely backfired. It's a good reminder that certain debts, especially those related to fraud, aren't so easily erased.
So the key takeaway here is to be informed, to be proactive, and to never be afraid to ask for help if you need it.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
Mr. Arnaud's story, even without knowing the final resolution, is a powerful reminder that the legal system can be a complex and sometimes treacherous landscape, but with the right knowledge and the right approach, you can navigate it more effectively and protect your interests.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into this fascinating case, what's the one piece of advice you would give our listeners based on everything we've talked about today?
I would say this: when it comes to legal matters, don't be passive. Be informed, be engaged, and be your own advocate. Ask questions, do your research, and don't be afraid to seek professional guidance when you need it.
Great advice. And if this deep dive has sparked your curiosity about legal issues, contracts, or even bankruptcy, remember you can always reach out to us with your questions and thoughts using the show's hashtag. We love hearing from you.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. Until next time, stay informed and stay empowered. All right, so today we're diving into this pretty wild legal case. It's a story about free speech and racketeering and those boof royalties that I think we all kind of dream of.
Oh, yeah.
But this one centers on a name you'll probably recognize. Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's Sammy the Bull the Gambino family underboss.
Right.
Who famously flipped on John Gotti.
Yeah, his story's already got more twists and turns than like a mob movie, right? But it gets even crazier.
Oh, yeah.
So after he serves time for his RHU conviction, Gravano ends up in Arizona
Oh, wow.
running an ecstasy ring.
Okay, so not exactly retired and living the quiet life.
I got quiet. And get this, Arizona doesn't just go after his drug money.
No.
They set their sights on something way more interesting. The profits from his autobiography, Underboss.
Oh, wow.
So that's what we're going to be looking at today.
Okay.
Our main source for this deep dive is a 2003 Arizona Court of Appeals ruling
Okay.
that really grapples with this question. Can the government actually seize profits from a book, even if the book itself is totally legal?
Yeah, where's that line between free speech and ill-gotten gains? I mean, that's
It's a fascinating question
Yeah.
because we're not just talking about grabbing existing cash here.
right.
Arizona wanted any future profits from Underboss, essentially saying Gravano couldn't benefit from his notoriety even years later.
Wow, so they're going after potential future earnings, not even just what he had
Exactly.
at the time.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so to understand how we even got to this point, I think we need to go back to 1991
Okay.
and Gravano's Arguco conviction in New York.
Right.
This wasn't just like some petty crime spree or anything. We're
Yep.
talking serious offenses here.
Yeah.
Murder, extortion, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, you got to have that context
Yeah.
because the Arizona court really looked at his violent past when deciding if those book profits were basically a result of his criminal activities.
Right.
I mean, think about it this way. Would anyone be clamoring to read a book by, like, Sammy the accountant?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, but here's where it gets really interesting. I think New York actually had this law called the Son of Sam law.
right.
And it was aimed at preventing criminals from profiting off their crimes by like writing books or making movies about it. But it didn't actually apply to Gravano
Really? Why not?
because his conviction was federal, not state.
Oh, interesting. So that leaves the door open for Arizona to step in with their own approach,
Okay.
which we'll see is quite different.
Okay.
So fast forward to 2000, Gravano gets arrested in Arizona,
Okay.
and they hit him with their racketeering and forfeiture laws.
Okay. But like we said, they don't just go after his money.
Right.
They target any potential future benefits from Underboss.
Mm-hmm.
And Gravano fights back hard. He's saying this is like a direct attack on his First Amendment rights.
Yeah, I mean,
His argument.
they're punishing him for the content of his speech.
And that's where this whole legal battle really gets going.
Yeah.
Boils down to Gravano saying, hey, I wrote a book, and you're taking my money because you don't like what I said.
Right. But Arizona's claiming their laws are content neutral.
Content neutral. Okay, so what does that actually mean in this context, though?
Well, it means that the law itself doesn't target specific opinions or viewpoints, but it might have this like side effect of impacting someone's speech. It's a tricky concept.
It is, yeah.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Imagine someone could just seize your blog income because of something unrelated you did like years ago.
Yeah.
Suddenly it hits a little closer to home.
Yeah, that's a little unsettling for sure.
Right.
So, okay, if Arizona's laws are supposed to be content neutral, how do they justify going after Gravano's book profits then?
Well, they had a few main points.
Okay.
First, deterring crime, obviously.
Makes sense.
Compensating victims.
Okay.
And preventing criminals from profiting, period.
Okay.
Their argument was that these goals are content neutral.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you made money from a business or whatever.
Right.
If it's tied to illegal activity, they can go after it.
Okay. But they go even further. They do. With this thing called a but-for test of causation.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially saying Gravano wouldn't even have a book deal but for his criminal notoriety.
Yeah.
It's what made the book sellable.
Exactly. I mean, you don't see too many reformed mob bosses writing romance novels under a pseudonym, do you?
That's true.
His whole persona, his brand, if you will, was built on being Sammy the Bull.
Underboss isn't even just about crime. It's filled with details of the crimes.
Yeah, the content is tied to his past.
Yeah, it's like inherently tied to his past.
Which raises a point that might be interesting for you. Think about true crime podcasts or documentaries.
Yeah.
They're profiting in a way from stories of wrongdoing, too.
Yeah.
Does that make them exploitative?
That's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
We could probably do a whole other deep dive on that.
We could.
But for now, let's get back to Gravano.
All right.
One of his arguments was that Arizona had no right to take his money because his crimes happened in New York.
Oh, so he's saying they were overstepping, trying to punish him for crimes committed somewhere else.
Yeah, essentially, what did Arizona have to do with it?
Well, Arizona saw it differently.
Okay.
They argued that organized crime is a nationwide problem.
Right.
And that stopping criminals from enjoying their profits no matter where they are serves a broader purpose.
Right. It's like you can't just move to a new state and expect a clean slate when it comes to profiting off your past.
Exactly. Especially if those profits are tied to your crimes.
Right. And we can't forget that Arizona also has an interest in protecting their own residents even from criminals who came from out of state.
Of course.
So their argument seems pretty solid so far. But Gravano also claimed that Arizona's law was way too broad.
Okay.
Like he said it was basically just a rebranded Son of Sam law.
Yeah, which the Supreme Court had already struck down.
Exactly.
Huh?
So how did Arizona respond to that?
Well, they pointed out some key differences.
Okay.
Their law was more specific.
Okay.
It targeted proceeds that were directly traceable to racketeering.
So not just any mention of a crime in any book.
Exactly. It was about the source of the profits.
Not about censorship.
Precisely. And also, Arizona's law had these built-in protections to make sure there was due process.
Okay.
They couldn't just take Gravano's money.
Right.
They had to prove their case in court.
Right. It wasn't a free-for-all on anyone who just happened to mention a crime in their work.
Right.
But hold on, there's one last piece of this puzzle we got to understand before we can see how this all played out.
Yeah.
Jurisdiction. How did Arizona courts even have the authority to rule on this in the first place?
That's where it gets a little technical.
Okay.
But it comes down to a few things.
Okay.
First, Gravano was living in Arizona at the time.
Okay.
Second, those royalties were being held in Arizona at his request.
Gotcha.
And third, intangible things like contract rights are generally considered to be located where the owner lives.
So basically, even though his crimes were in New York, his Arizona residency gave them jurisdiction. So they had him right where they needed him to apply their laws.
They did.
But did they actually manage to get his book money in the end?
That's the big question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, in the end, they did. The court upheld that forfeiture of Gravano's royalties. It was a big win for Arizona.
Yeah.
And it really set a precedent for anyone looking to profit off a criminal past.
It kind of makes you think, though, this case really shows that constant push and pull between individual expression, even about a criminal past,
right,
and society's interest in making sure crime doesn't actually pay.
Absolutely. And it's not even just about the money itself. It's about the potential for fame, for turning a criminal lifestyle into something almost glamorous or aspirational.
Exactly.
This ruling forces us to look at some uncomfortable truths.
Yeah.
Like the fact that our own fascination with true crime can sometimes benefit the very people who committed the crimes.
Right, let's be honest. Underboss probably wouldn't have been nearly as popular if it was written by, like, I don't know, a retired librarian.
Probably not.
It was Gravano's notoriety
Yeah.
that drew people in.
That's the irony, isn't it?
Yeah.
His past is what made his story so compelling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what Arizona was aiming to penalize.
But then that raises some other questions, too. Are we saying that anyone who's committed a crime can never write about their experiences?
Right.
What about redemption? Couldn't these stories actually serve as cautionary tales?
Those are all really valid points. It's crucial to understand that the court wasn't making some like hard and fast rule here.
Right.
They made a specific decision
Okay.
based on Gravano and his case.
Right. And they focused on that direct connection
Yeah.
between his racketeering and the actual content of Underboss.
Right. It wasn't some casual mention. It
Yeah.
was the core of the book.
So that suggests that there might be situations where someone could write about your past without getting into the same legal hot water.
Potentially. Yeah.
Like, what if a former criminal wrote a fictional novel that's inspired by their experiences but not directly profiting from the crimes?
It's possible.
Okay.
Of course, each case is going to be judged on its own merits.
Right.
And there's always room for different legal interpretations.
Of course, we're not lawyers here.
Right.
But this case definitely set a precedent, at least in Arizona,
Yeah.
for how courts view profits connected to stories about criminal past.
Absolutely. And it has implications beyond just book royalties, too.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Think about movie rights.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking engagements.
Yeah.
Even merchandise.
Okay, so basically, any way someone could profit from their notoriety
Right.
that's tied to their criminal activities could be subject to forfeiture.
Exactly.
Wow.
This ruling probably made a lot of true crime creators rethink their approach.
I bet.
But there's another group we haven't really talked about yet. The victims.
Oh, yeah. Where do they fit into all of this?
Well, remember, one of Arizona's main goals was to compensate victims. And they pointed out that Gravano's book basically glorifying his crimes could be really painful for the people he actually harmed.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It shifts the focus away from Gravano's free speech
Right.
and toward the victim's right to justice and healing.
Exactly.
It also brings up the question about the ethics
Yeah.
of profiting off of stories that involve real victims. Is it ever okay
Yeah.
to turn someone else's suffering into entertainment or financial gain?
That's something we as a society really need to grapple with.
Especially because these lines are getting blurrier and blurrier.
They are.
I mean, true crime is everywhere these days. Books, movies, podcasts, documentaries.
And while a lot of those are trying to shed light on important issues,
Yeah.
there's always a risk of exploitation,
Yeah.
of sensationalizing violence, of reducing complex human stories to just entertainment.
It is a fine line to walk, for sure.
Yeah.
This case really highlights how our interest in true crime can sometimes come at a cost.
It challenges us to think about who benefits from these stories
Yeah.
and who might be harmed.
And it reminds us that even something as fundamental as freedom of speech
Yeah.
isn't absolute.
Yeah,
There are limits,
there are.
especially when it comes to profiting off criminal activity.
And those limits are constantly evolving as society changes. And we kind of rethink what justice and accountability really mean,
So what does all this mean for you, the listener?
right? What can you take away from this?
Yeah.
Well, I think it means being a more aware consumer of true crime.
Yeah.
Ask yourself, where are those profits going?
Mhm.
Are the victims being treated respectfully?
Think about that ethical side of turning real-life tragedies into entertainment.
Right.
Is it being done responsibly?
Is he giving a voice to the victims?
Yeah.
Or just exploiting their pain?
And recognize that freedom of speech
Right.
can sometimes bump up against the pursuit of justice.
It's true.
This case might have been decided back in 2003,
Yeah.
but the questions it raises are more relevant than ever.
Absolutely. Especially in a world where true crime is everywhere you look.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The stories we tell and how we profit from them have real consequences.
Yeah.
And those consequences ripple outward far beyond any courtroom.
You know, before we wrap up, I want to touch on something we mentioned earlier.
Okay.
That whole question of jurisdiction.
Okay.
It might seem like a technicality,
Yeah,
but it was really key to the outcome of this case.
it was. The fact that Gravano was in Arizona
Yeah.
and his royalties were being held there,
Right.
that gave those courts the authority to apply their laws.
We're not just talking about physical property either. It's
Yeah.
intangible things like contract rights.
Mm-hmm.
And those rights are usually thought of as existing where the owner lives.
So even though his crimes were in New York, his Arizona residency gave them jurisdiction.
Exactly.
It's like you can't just move to a new state and totally outrun your past.
Right. It really speaks to how far-reaching these laws can be. And the commitment to stopping criminals from benefiting from their crimes, regardless of where the money comes from.
So just to bring it all together,
Yeah.
the court decided that Gravano's book profits were essentially fruits of his illegal activities, and they were justified in seizing them.
And that ruling sent a strong message,
Yeah.
not just for criminals who write books,
Yeah.
but for anyone who tries to profit from past wrongdoing.
It really makes you think about, okay, so we've gone through all the legal stuff and the precedents and even some of those ethical questions. But this case really gets down to one basic question, doesn't it?
It does.
Where do we draw the line?
Exactly. Should anyone be allowed to profit from their past, even indirectly?
Yeah.
And what about the people they hurt? How do we make sure their voices are heard?
It's easy to get caught up in, the excitement of a true crime story.
Oh, yeah.
But this case reminds us there are real people involved,
Absolutely.
real consequences behind those stories.
And I think as consumers of true crime,
Yeah.
we have to be more aware.
Yeah.
Think about where the money's going.
Right.
Are the victims being treated with respect?
Is the story being told responsibly?
Exactly. Is it shedding light on injustice? Or is it just exploiting their pain for entertainment?
It's a tough balance to strike.
It is.
We want to protect free speech,
Right.
but we also want to make sure justice is served and that victims aren't forgotten.
This case might seem unique,
Yeah.
but it really shows this bigger problem,
Mm-hmm.
this relationship between free speech,
Yeah.
the pursuit of justice,
Yeah.
and our fascination with true crime.
And those lines are only going to get blurrier
Oh, yeah.
with technology and more stories being shared.
We have to be careful about how we engage with those narratives. Think about the impact they can have on
Yeah.
people and society as a whole.
So as we finish up this deep dive,
Yeah,
we hope we've given you some things to think about.
I hope so.
This wasn't just about a mobster and his book.
It was about a much bigger conversation
Yeah.
we have to have as a society.
It's about expression and accountability,
Right.
entertainment and ethics.
And I think that's a conversation we all need to be part of.
Well said. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Absolutely.
We'll see you next time for another one. It's amazing what you can find buried in a single document, right?
Yeah.
Like this criminal complaint you sent over. It's like you pull on one thread and bam, a whole other layer of this story starts to unravel.
Oh, absolutely.
So today, that thread we're tugging on is any mention we can find of WAC 100
Right.
to see if we can shed some light on this whole indictment. Now listen, we're not about jumping to conclusions or going beyond what's right here in front of us, but
Right.
every single time his name pops up, we got to analyze it. What's the context? What does it tell us about his potential role, if any, in this whole mess?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. We've got a very specific task here.
Mm-hmm.
We are looking at how WAC 100 figures into this case against Eugene Henley Jr. and the others named in this document. And that's it. We're drawing a line right there.
Right.
We're not speculating beyond the information provided in this criminal complaint. We're sticking to what we have. So we're going to be analyzing the nature of his appearances in this document and what they might imply about his responsibility or even his potential involvement in the alleged criminal activities.
Okay, so first mention of WAC 100 that we stumbled across
Yeah.
relates to this robbery back on July 5th, 2021.
Okay.
Now, this went down at a marijuana dispensary where someone identified as Victim 1 worked.
Okay.
And the complaint dives into how Victim 1, it seems, had been extorted for years by the Big U enterprise, but then something changed. They stopped making those payments.
Right.
And it looks like this robbery was a direct response to that.
Yeah, it seems that way. The complaint states that it was a large group of Big U Enterprise members that participated in this robbery. And they got away with a pretty substantial amount of cash and marijuana.
Yeah.
But here's where things take a very interesting turn during this armed robbery. Victim 1 ends up speaking with Henley himself on the phone.
Wait, really? During the robbery? That's wild.
Yeah, and it gets even weirder because Henley invites Victim 1 to his house a little while later and proceeds to return a portion of the stolen money.
No way. That's insane. It's like a robbery followed by an act of generosity. Like, what is going on?
It's definitely not your typical robbery scenario, and this strange turn of events brings us to the next piece of this puzzle. One of the individuals involved in that robbery, a guy named Williams, who we learn is Henley's self-proclaimed right-hand man, later spoke about this whole thing on the No Jumper podcast.
Okay.
Now, he corroborated victim one's account of showing up at Henley's place while they were all counting the loot, and he confirmed that Henley did indeed decide to return about $40,000.
Wow. Okay, so this is where Whack 100 makes his entrance, right?
Right.
Because according to the complaint, he was also on that No Jumper episode.
That's right. And what's interesting is the complaint points out that he's a figure within the Bloods,
Right.
who are often considered rivals to the groups Henley is associated with.
Yeah,
So he's providing a bit of an outside perspective.
absolutely. And the complaint actually quotes Whack 100 directly.
Okay.
It says, he said this, and I quote, "You know why he wanted to give the dude back the $40, right? Because he was going to make the dude give him $20 for getting it back."
It's a cynical take, but potentially insightful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it casts a whole new light on Henley's actions.
It's crazy,
Yeah.
right?
Uh,
It completely changes how you see that whole thing. Henley returning the money, it wasn't out of the goodness of his heart. Like,
Right,
it's like,
right.
oh no, he's playing some kind of long game here.
It really throws a wrench into this idea of Henley being the good guy, you know? And the fact that this perspective is coming from a rival figure from a different gang, it really says a lot about the dynamics at play here.
Oh yeah, it's like in that world, nothing is what it seems like. You can't just take things at face value.
It suggests this underlying current where everything is transactional,
Mm.
where seemingly altruistic acts might actually have hidden agendas.
Absolutely.
It's a perspective likely informed by the complex history and interactions between these groups.
Makes you think. And the fallout from this No Jumper podcast episode, that's pretty telling too.
Oh, yeah. How so?
So the complaint states that rapper RR actually did end up delivering that $50,000 in one of the alleged incidents that Williams talked about. But then guess what?
What?
Henley cuts off all communication with Williams and doesn't share any of the money.
Wow.
Henley hit No Jumper with a cease and desist order to try and get that episode taken down.
Oh, really?
Now, a recording's still out there online, but that reaction from Henley, it kind of tells you he didn't want that story getting out.
He definitely seems sensitive about it. So let's circle back to WAC 100's statement.
Yeah.
It's important to remember that based on this document, at least he was not directly involved in the robbery itself.
Right.
His role, as it's presented here, is that of an outsider looking in, offering his take on Henley's motivations.
Exactly. It's like he's giving color commentary on his rival's actions from afar. But again, just to be crystal clear, based on what we've got here in this complaint, it doesn't look like WAC 100 is actually involved in the crimes listed in this indictment.
Agreed, but let's just make absolutely sure we haven't missed anything.
Okay.
Does his name come up anywhere else in this criminal complaint in relation to any of the other alleged crimes, like you mentioned, the murder?
Yeah.
The other extortion claims any fraud stuff we need to be thorough here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So besides that whole No Jumper thing, any other connections or interactions between WAC 100 and Henley or any of the other people named in this indictment?
Well, when you really come through this document, there are a couple more instances where WAC 100's name does pop up.
Okay.
Most notably, there's a part where Henley allegedly threatened to beat the shit out of someone called Witness 2.
Yeah.
Because he thought Witness 2 was starting shit between Henley and WAC 100.
Interesting. So not exactly buddies, then more like adversaries.
It paints a picture of conflict, maybe even animosity between the two. And there's another part that mentions Henley bragging to Victim 1 about an incident where he and members of the Rollin' 60s, another gang, supposedly chased down WAC 100.
Really?
So again, this reinforces this idea of a tense, potentially violent relationship between Henley and WAC 100,
Okay.
which further suggests WAC 100's not part of Henley's alleged criminal enterprise, at least based on what we're seeing here.
So putting all these pieces together, the podcast commentary, the threat against Witness 2, and now this alleged chase, it seems like WAC 100's involvement in this whole thing is more about him being talked about by Henley,
Right.
and then him kind of offering his perspective on things from the outside looking in.
That's a solid summary based solely on this criminal complaint. WAC 100's role seems to be that of an observer, a commentator, and even someone who is targeted by Henley.
But not someone actually taking part in the crimes themselves.
Exactly.
So for you listening at home, the key takeaway here is this WAC 100 is definitely mentioned in this criminal complaint. The picture it paints of him is as this external figure. He's commenting on things. He's even a target of some of the individuals involved, but he's not directly participating in the criminal activities that this document outlines.
Precisely. And it's crucial to remember that our analysis here is limited to this one document. There could be other information, other documents, other perspectives that could tell a completely different story.
And that brings us to a pretty thought-provoking question for all of you listening out there. We've seen that WAC 100 is painted as a rival to Henley in this complaint, but he also seems to have some insider knowledge of Henley's alleged methods.
Yeah.
So what does that tell us about how things work in this world?
That's a good question.
Like, how does information travel between these rival factions? And what does it mean that even someone who's seemingly on the opposite side can have these insights into how things operate?
Yeah, it really highlights how interconnected these groups can be even when they're rivals. It makes you think about reputations, how patterns of behavior become known, and how information spreads and gets interpreted within these circles. It also raises the question of how valuable these external perspectives can be, even if they might be biased.
Definitely food for thought.
Yeah, it encourages us all to think critically and to keep digging for more information. There might be other pieces of the puzzle out there just waiting to be discovered.
Absolutely. All right, folks, keep those questions coming. And as always, thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, strap in, everybody. Today, we're going deep on Freeway, Ricky Ross, the drug lord, not the rapper, although they do kind of cross paths later. Wild story. We got his book here and some background from Wikipedia. Ready to go.
It's a fascinating deep dive because Ross's story isn't just his. It really gets into the whole crack epidemic, the Iran-Contra affair, like a snapshot of a whole era in America, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing how one guy can be tied into so much. Okay, so we start in South Central LA. Ricky Ross, good at tennis, aiming for a college scholarship, right?
Yeah, really talented. But there's this, well, a problem. Ross couldn't read, so no college.
Man, that's rough. Like, literacy can make or break your future that young.
It shows how the system's stacked against some people. And for some, like Ross, the drug game seems like the only way up, even though it's obviously dangerous.
Right, so that's what he does. Starts small time, learning the trade, get this from an upholstery teacher. I mean, you can't make this up. But he was ambitious right from the start.
Oh, yeah. He had, like, natural business smarts, even dealing drugs. Went from grams to ounces to kilos to a whole network across cities.
And then everything changes when he meets Danilo Blandon.
Blandon, he was Nicaraguan, exiled, and he had connections to some seriously cheap, pure cocaine. Like, way better than what Ross had seen. That connection, it changed everything for him. He could undercut everybody and just flood the market.
Wait, hold on. Nicaraguan exile, 1980s. We're talking Iran-Contra now, right?
Oh, yeah, we're going there. This is where Ross's story gets into global politics and secret stuff. Gotta give a little context here. Iran-Contra, huge scandal during Reagan's time. U.S. selling weapons to Iran, trying to get hostages back.
And this is when we weren't supposed to sell them anything, right? Embargo and all that.
Exactly. But it gets even crazier. The money from those arms deals, it went to the Contras, these rebels fighting in Nicaragua. Congress said no way to funding them, but Reagan's people found ways around that.
So how does Blandon, Ross's cocaine guy, fit into this?
Okay, this is where it's murky. This journalist, Gary Webb, in his Dark Alliance articles, he said Blandon was part of this network, bringing cocaine to the U.S. The money, it went to the Contras.
Hold up, you're saying Freeway. Ricky Ross, without knowing, might have been part of a CIA drug operation to fund a secret war. Sounds like a movie.
It does make you wonder about, you know, the government's role in the drug trade and what they were willing to do back then.
Wow, this is getting complex fast. So Ross, possibly linked to this massive scandal, is building his empire. How big did this thing get?
Huge. Millions a day, thousands of employees, that's what they say. He was smart about it, using police scanners and stuff, made deals with gangs like the Bloods and Crips to move his product.
Like the Kingpin, the cocaine CEO. But there's this thing in his book that surprised me. It wasn't all about money and power for him.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Ross did some things with his money that you wouldn't expect. Like, it showed there was more to him than just being a ruthless criminal.
Like investing in Anita Baker's first album. It's a detail that makes you think, you know, this guy built his empire on cocaine, but also had a thing for music. Saw something in this young artist.
It shows he's complicated. People are rarely just one thing, even when they're involved in stuff like this.
Right. So we've got ambition, history, and maybe even a tie-in to a huge scandal. And this is just the start. We haven't even gotten to his arrest, the legal fights, or the rapper with the same name.
Oh, yeah, we're just getting started. There's a lot more to uncover here.
Okay, so last we left off, Freeway. Ricky Ross is at the top, millions coming in, maybe even tangled up with Cold War stuff. But empires, they don't last forever.
Oh.
Ross, he got busted in '96.
Yeah, big sting operation. Tried to buy like over 100 kilos of cocaine from an undercover agent, and because of his past convictions, he got hit with life in prison. California's 3 strikes law, that's what did it.
The 3 strikes law. I know the name, but refresh my memory. What's that all about?
Basically, you get convicted of 3 felonies. Doesn't even matter if the third one is small time, you're looking at life in prison. Supposed to be for career criminals, repeat offenders.
So it could really nail someone who messed up early in life, even if they went straight later.
That's the criticism. People say it's too harsh, doesn't look at each case fairly. Some say it scares people straight, others say it's just plain unfair.
Well, for Ross, it was like, that's it, game over. But here's the twist. In prison, he learns to read.
Yeah, not only that, he gets into the legal system, studied law books, like hardcore.
Hold on, drug lord turned jailhouse lawyer. What did he find?
He thought he found a loophole, how they used the 3 strikes law on him, appealed his sentence, said his old convictions shouldn't count for a life term. The way the law was written, it was tricky.
And guess what? They reduced his sentence to 20 years. Got out in 2009. Shows you, even when it seems hopeless, things can change.
Makes you think, right? About the whole justice system, especially that 3 strikes law. Is it really about fairness or just punishing people no matter what?
Heavy stuff. But his legal troubles weren't over. Remember the other Rick Ross, the rapper? Their stories, they collide in this crazy legal battle.
This is where hip-hop, copyright, and like what it means to be a person all come together. Freeway gets out, finds this rapper using his name, making it big.
I bet he wasn't happy about that.
Nope. Felt like the rapper was cashing in on his life, stealing his name, his whole identity, said his publicity rights were being violated.
Publicity rights? Sounds like lawyer talk. What does that even mean?
Basically, you have the right to control how your name, your picture, your likeness is used to make money. No one can profit off you without your okay.
So did Freeway have a case?
It was a tough one. The rapper's name was the same, his music talked about drug dealing, he even acted like a kingpin, kind of.
But he's an artist, right? Can't he get inspiration from real life?
That's where the First Amendment comes in. The rapper, with Jay-Z backing him up, they said it was artistic expression, free speech, protected.
So it's like one guy's right to his own name against an artist's right to create. Who won?
The rapper. The court said using the name Rick Ross was art, protected by the First Amendment, and that he wasn't directly making money off the real Rick Ross.
Tough break for Freeway. But even after that, after all those years locked up, he didn't just disappear.
He reinvented himself, wrote his autobiography, tried managing boxers, even got into the legal marijuana business.
Like he's trying to build a legit empire now, just like his old one.
It's interesting, right? Makes you think about redemption. Can someone like Ross, with his past, really change? Can they actually do good in the world? Big questions for all of us to think about.
Before we get into all that, Ross, looking back on his life, what he's doing now, there's that one thing we got to address. The Iran-Contra affair, that claim that he was part of a CIA drug operation, even if he didn't know it. We got to go deeper on that.
Okay.
So we've talked about Freeway, Ricky Ross's rise, his fall, the legal stuff, his second act. Now we've got to circle back to this whole Iran-Contra thing. Feels like a spy movie.
It does, doesn't it? Remember Blandon, Ross's Nicaraguan supplier, the guy with the cheap, high-quality cocaine. Well, this is where Gary Webb's work comes in.
Dark alliance, right? The articles that said the CIA was tied to cocaine trafficking, funding the Contras in Nicaragua.
That's the one. Webb said Blandon was part of this whole network bringing cocaine into the U.S., and that the money, it went to the Contras, even though Congress said no way to funding them.
So Webb's saying Ross was basically caught in the middle, benefiting from this cheap cocaine from Blandon, who was supposedly linked to the CIA? That's a pretty big accusation.
Huge. It really shook things up, you know? Made people question the whole war on drugs. Like the government fighting drugs, but maybe helping traffickers at the same time, all for some political goal.
But I remember hearing that Webb's work was like really controversial. Not everyone believed it, right?
True, it was groundbreaking, but people really scrutinized it. Other journalists, they questioned his methods, his evidence. The CIA, they went after him hard. And the media, well, they kind of backed off the story after a while.
It's actually pretty sad. Webb, he ended up quitting his job at the newspaper. And a few years later, he took his own life. It shows the risks that these investigative journalists take, you know, when they go up against powerful people.
No doubt. Really makes you think about what's at stake when you try to find the truth. And even now, we still don't know everything about how involved the CIA was with drug trafficking back then. Some people, they believe Webb 100% that he exposed something really dark about the U.S. government. Others think his reporting was flawed, exaggerated the whole thing.
So where does that leave us? More questions than answers, it seems like.
Yeah, kind of. But that's part of why Freeway Ricky Ross's story is so interesting. It makes us think about history, you know? Makes us question what we're told. And it shows us that things aren't always black and white.
The world's complicated, right?
For sure. And whether you agree with Dark Alliance or not, Ross's story shows how drugs, politics, global stuff, it's all connected. And it raises these tough questions. Like, what's the real cost of the war on drugs? And what happens when governments do things in secret?
Well, we've covered a lot. From South Central to drug lord to prison to maybe being tied to a Cold War scandal. What's the takeaway here? What should people think about after this deep dive?
The big thing is, even a story that seems simple, it can be way more complex when you dig in. Ross's life, yeah, it's unique, but it also shows how society, history, they shape people's lives. Not just his, but so many others.
You start to see that people's choices, they're tied to bigger problems. Poverty, lack of opportunity, the temptation of easy money, even if it's from illegal stuff.
Definitely. It's a reminder to question things, to look at different viewpoints. The world's not always what it seems.
So for anyone listening who wants to know more, where should they start?
Ross's book, Freeway Rick Ross, The Untold Autobiography, is a good one. He tells his own story, talks about the drug trade, what he thinks about it all now.
And if you want to go deeper on Iran-Contra, there are tons of books, documentaries, you name it. Fascinating part of history, even if it's kind of messed up.
Definitely. And for anyone interested in the whole war on drugs, how it affects communities, there's so much info out there. Really important to learn about that and keep talking about it.
We've given you a lot to think about today. The story of Freeway, Ricky Ross. It shows that even in the darkest places, there's humanity, ambition, even redemption. It makes you think about crime, punishment, second chances, all that.
It does. And it leaves us with this question. Can someone who made money illegally, can they really turn their life around? Can they make a difference for the better? Tough questions. But by looking at stories like Ross's, we can start to understand those questions, understand ourselves, understand the world we live in.
All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. So today we're doing something a little different. Well, not really different for us, but a deep dive.
A deep dive, yeah.
And it's going to be a deep dive into this guy, Guy Fisher.
Okay.
So have you heard of Guy Fisher?
I have not heard of Guy Fisher, no.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting because his story, I think, has a little bit of everything. We're going to be talking about organized crime,
Okay.
music,
Interesting.
and a little touch of Hollywood, right?
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
That's quite a combination.
Yeah, so we're going off of his Wikipedia page. And as everyone knows, Wikipedia is like a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it is.
So we're just going to kind of go where it takes us, and we're going to learn about this guy, Guy Fisher.
All right. I'm excited.
Yeah. So to start, he was born in New York City in 1947.
Okay.
And fast forward a few decades, maybe like 2-3 decades,
Okay.
he gets involved with this group called the Council.
The council.
Yes, and they were like this really powerful African-American crime organization.
Right.
And they were kind of like running things in Harlem, like a lot of the heroin trade
Yeah.
in the 70s, early 80s.
So this is a time when organized crime was very prevalent in a lot of American cities.
Yeah.
And I think the council is a really interesting example of how crime and power and, you know, race and all these things kind of intersect.
Yeah, and they weren't, they weren't just like pushing drugs. I mean, they were kind of like, they had their hands in everything.
It's like a shadow government.
Yeah, like
Or a parallel government, like you said, you know.
Right.
I mean, you have to think about what was happening in Harlem at that time. There was a lot of poverty, neglect from city officials, you know, and the council kind of stepped in and filled that void.
Right.
They provided, a sense of order, even social services in some cases.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, and for a lot of people that was appealing.
Yeah, it's like they were filling this need, right?
Definitely.
Even if it was, through illegal means.
Exactly. And so you can't just look at them as criminals, right? You have to understand the context of the environment that allowed them to gain this influence.
Yeah. So Fisher, he starts rising through the ranks of the council.
Okay.
And then he does something crazy. In 1977, he buys the Apollo Theater.
Whoa.
The Apollo Theater. Can you imagine?
The Apollo Theater, like the Apollo Theater.
Yes.
Wow, that's surprising.
Crazy, right? So, I mean...
So that really raises some questions about his motivations. I mean, was he genuinely, an appreciator of the arts?
Right.
Was this like a money laundering scheme? Was it a power play? What was going on?
It's hard to say. It's like he's this walking contradiction,
Yeah.
Like you have this crime lord who's also like this businessman, and he's like a patron of the arts. It's fascinating.
Yeah. It reminds me that people are rarely one-dimensional, right?
Yes.
Even someone who's involved in criminal activities can have other interests, other motivations.
Right. Like what was going through his mind, right?
Yeah.
Like, did he think, oh, I'm going to take the Apollo Theater and turn it into some kind of criminal enterprise?
Right.
Or was he like, no, I really want to support Black culture and I want to like give back to the community?
Right.
It's hard to know.
Yeah. I mean, and the fact that we're still asking these questions, right, all these years later, really speaks to, the power of his story.
Yeah. He embodies these contradictions of his time, of Harlem, of America even, I think.
Definitely.
So we've got this guy, he's running this criminal organization, he owns the Apollo Theater, like, he's on top of the world, right?
Yeah, it seems like it.
But, as we know, every rise has its fall.
Of course.
And in 1984, he gets arrested.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he's convicted on racketeering, drug trafficking, even murder charges.
Wow. Okay, so before we move on, can we just unpack that term racketeering a little bit?
Yeah.
I think, sometimes these legal terms can be a little confusing.
Right.
Essentially, racketeering refers to a pattern of illegal activities that are carried out as part of an organized criminal enterprise.
Okay.
So it's not just like one isolated crime.
Gotcha.
It's about this ongoing criminal operation.
Okay, so they're basically saying that Fisher was the head honcho
Exactly.
of this whole operation, and that's why he gets hit with all these serious charges.
Exactly. And the evidence they used to build their case against him came from a pretty unlikely source.
Okay.
Leroy Nicky Barnes.
Leroy Nicky Barnes.
Yeah, you know him.
I don't think so.
Okay, so Barnes was actually a former mentor and rival to Fisher in the drug trade.
Wait, so his own mentor turned on him?
It's a pretty wild twist, right?
Right.
Adds this whole element of betrayal to the story. But what makes it even more complicated is that Barnes himself was serving a life sentence at the time.
Oh, wow.
So why would he testify against Fisher?
Yeah, what's his motivation?
That's the big question. So the official story is that Barnes felt betrayed by Fisher, both in terms of business and get this, a personal affair.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So Barnes claimed that Fisher had a relationship with his mistress.
What?
And that was the final straw for him.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, it's like a real life soap opera playing out in the criminal underworld.
Right.
But, it also makes you wonder if Barnes, facing a life sentence himself, maybe saw this as an opportunity to cut a deal, maybe lighten his own load by helping the authorities take down a big player like Fisher.
That's a good point, yeah. I mean, the source that we've got here, they paint a picture of Barnes as a pretty shrewd operator.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't someone to be messed with.
No, not at all.
So it's definitely plausible that, he saw this as a chance to work the system in his favor.
Exactly, yeah. And it makes you kind of question the reliability of his testimony, right?
Right.
I mean, was he driven by a genuine sense of betrayal, or was he just looking out for himself?
Right. It's hard to say for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got this cloud of uncertainty hanging over the whole trial. And in the end, Fisher is convicted.
Yeah.
And this is where the story takes another turn, because even though he ends up behind bars, his legacy, it lives on.
Okay.
And not just in the history books.
Right.
He becomes this figure who's referenced in hip hop music.
Interesting.
Yeah, mentioned by artists like Cameron, Jadakiss, Pusha T, even Gucci Mane.
Wow, so he's like a folk hero in a way.
Yeah, kind of. Even though, obviously his actions were far from heroic.
Right, yeah. It's more like a cautionary tale, I guess, but also, one that speaks to these complexities of ambition and power and, the realities of the street. Yeah, it's not about, glorifying his crimes, but it's about acknowledging a reality that a lot of artists and their listeners can relate to.
Right, yeah. And I think they're drawn to this kind of, raw energy, that sense of striving for something more.
Right.
Even if the path is,
full of danger.
Yeah, it's like these artists are using Fisher's story as a mirror to reflect on their own experiences, their own communities.
Exactly, yeah. It's about drawing on these larger-than-life figures
Yeah.
to create their own narratives, to explore themes of, success, failure, betrayal, resilience, and it's not just music, right? His legacy also lives on in film and television. There's a documentary called The Guy Fisher Story, and even an episode of Bet's American Gangster that's dedicated to him.
Wow, it seems like his story has really captured the imagination of filmmakers and documentarians.
Right.
And it makes you wonder, like, why is Guy Fisher, out of all the figures from that era, the one who continues to generate this level of interest?
I think it's the contradictions.
Yeah.
I mean, he was this criminal mastermind, but he also had this passion for music and culture.
Yeah.
I mean, he owned the Apollo Theater.
Yeah, that's the thing that always gets me.
Right. It's not your typical, drug lord profile.
No, not at all.
And I think that's what makes him so compelling.
Yeah.
He challenges our preconceived notions of who these figures are, what motivates them.
Right.
He forces us to look beyond the headlines and grapple with the nuances, with the gray areas. And I think that's what draws people in. We're naturally curious about the complexities of human nature.
Right.
We want to understand how someone can be both, a ruthless criminal and a patron of the arts.
Yeah. It really makes you wonder, like, what his legacy would have been if he had chosen a different path.
Right.
If he had, like, poured all of his energy and ambition into something legitimate. Could he have been, a force for good in Harlem? It's a question we'll never know the answer to, but it's certainly something to think about.
It is, yeah. And it speaks to these larger questions about opportunity, about the forces that shape our choices.
Yeah.
What leads someone down a path of crime versus a path of legitimate success? Are those paths even, mutually exclusive?
Right.
These are questions that resonate far beyond, Guy Fisher's individual story.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So we've talked about his rise, his fall, his legacy.
Right.
What does it all mean for our listener out there? What are the key takeaways here?
Well, I think it's a reminder that history is never simple.
Yeah.
It's messy, it's complicated, and it's full of individuals who defy easy categorization,
Yeah, right.
Guy Fisher's story is a testament to that. He was a product of his environment, a man driven by ambition and shaped by the realities of the street. He made choices, some good, some bad, and ultimately he faced the consequences.
Right.
But his story continues to resonate, to spark conversations, and to make us question our assumptions about the world around us.
I love that, yeah. It's not just about, the facts and figures, but it's about what those facts reveal about human nature, about the choices we make, and the legacies we leave behind.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, for me, it's the Apollo Theater thing, It's hard to separate the man from the venue.
Yeah.
Like, does knowing about Fisher's past, does it change how we experience the Apollo, how we feel about the music that was created there?
That's a really interesting question. I think it depends on how you view history.
Right.
Some people might see it as a stain on the Apollo's legacy, this association with a figure from the criminal world, but personally, I think it's more nuanced than that.
Yeah, I agree. It's not like he turned the Apollo into some kind of, criminal front or anything like that.
Yeah.
Right.
It seems like he actually cared about the venue.
Yeah.
He cared about its role in the community.
From what we can tell, yeah.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's important to remember that the Apollo, like any institution, it has a complex history.
Right.
It's been through its ups and downs,
Sure.
Financial struggles, changes in ownership.
Yeah.
Fisher's involvement is just one chapter in that larger story.
It's a chapter that makes you think, though.
It does, yeah.
It challenges those easy narratives that we create about good versus evil, success versus failure.
Right.
It's messier than that. It's more complicated.
Absolutely. And that's what makes history so fascinating, right? It's not just about memorizing dates and names.
Yeah.
It's about grappling with these complexities, trying to understand the forces that shaped the world we live in today.
And sometimes those forces are unexpected, right? Like, you wouldn't necessarily think that a drug lord would be the one to revitalize a legendary music venue. You wouldn't know. Life is full of surprises.
It is.
And I think that's a good takeaway for our listener. Don't be afraid to question assumptions, to dig a little deeper, to look for those hidden connections, that reveal a more nuanced understanding of history.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into the life of Guy Fisher, I'm curious, like what stands out to you, the listener?
Yeah.
What surprised you? What questions are you still kind of wrestling with?
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of these deep dives, They spark more questions than they answer.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. It means we're engaging with the material, we're thinking critically.
Right.
We're not just passively consuming information.
Exactly. And that's what we hope to achieve with the deep dive, to spark your curiosity.
Yeah.
To give you a new perspective on familiar topics, and to encourage you to keep exploring, keep learning.
And in the case of Guy Fisher, I think his story is a reminder that even those figures who seem larger than life, who operate in the shadows, they're ultimately human.
Yeah.
They have their motivations, their flaws, their complexities. And by understanding their stories, I think we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves, of the world around us.
That's a great note to end on.
Yeah.
So for our listener who's been with us on this journey through the life and times of Guy Fisher,
Yeah.
here's something to ponder as you go about your day. What do you think Guy Fisher's true legacy is? Is it the criminal empire he built? Is it the Apollo Theater?
Yeah.
Or is it something else entirely?
It's a question that deserves more than a simple answer.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of history.
Yeah.
It's open to interpretation, to debate,
Right.
to ongoing exploration.
So keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep.
Yeah.
We'll catch you on the next deep dive.
All right, get ready, because on today's deep dive, we are going way back
Way back.
to 1980s New York City.
Oh, yeah.
We're uncovering the story of Howard Pappy Mason, a name that'll send chills down your spine.
Yeah.
And also a name that you might recognize from
From where?
rap lyrics.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting.
So we're using his Wikipedia entry as our source material to uncover this guy's story.
Okay.
From building a drug empire to the shocking crime that made him infamous.
Right.
And ultimately the unexpected way that his name still lives on today.
His legacy lives on.
His legacy lives on.
Yeah, it's fascinating how a convicted murderer can become almost like a cultural reference point.
Especially in music.
Yeah, exactly.
So his story, it's more than just a true crime thriller. I mean, it touches on some pretty big themes like ambition, the price of power,
the cost of it all.
and the strange relationship between the underworld and popular culture. So Pappy Mason, this wasn't just some small-time hustler.
No, not at all.
This guy was running
He had a full-blown...
a full-blown operation.
Right. He, along with his partner, Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols.
Oh, Fat Cat Nichols.
Yeah, they headed up a gang called...
The Babos.
in Jamaica, Queens.
Okay.
And they weren't just like pushing a few dime bags on the corner.
Right.
Their drug smuggling ring was pulling in an estimated $200,000.
Months. I mean, that's serious money even today.
It's serious cash.
So beyond the numbers, though, what made their operations stand out?
Yeah.
Were they just brutally efficient?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was partially just the sheer scale of it.
Right.
Like you said, they were moving a lot of product.
Right.
But they also managed to fly under the radar for a really long time.
Oh, really?
They weren't flashy
Oh, man.
or reckless,
Oh.
like you see with some of the gangs.
Uh-huh.
They cultivated this network of loyal associates, and they kept their operations very tightly controlled, which is what makes the next part of the story even more shocking.
So you're talking about the murder of
Edward Byrne.
Edward Byrne,
In 1988, Officer Byrne, he was a rookie cop,
Ricky Cobb.
was assassinated while guarding a witness in a drug case.
Wow.
And the truly chilling detail here is that the order for that hit
The order for the hit
came from Pappy Mason,
from prison.
from prison, who was already serving time on a gun charge.
He orchestrated a hit from prison.
From behind bars.
I mean, that takes some serious cold-bloodedness.
It was definitely a statement.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a crime, it was a message.
Wow.
A blatant attack on law enforcement. And it really sent shockwaves through the city and beyond.
So after this,
After that, he was public enemy number one.
public enemy number one, I imagine the authorities were
Oh, yeah.
coming after him pretty hard.
Byrne's murder it really galvanized the authorities.
Yeah.
I mean, the feds launched a massive investigation,
Wow.
and they got their conviction.
Right.
In 1989.
Okay.
Mason was found guilty on federal charges,
Including.
including the murder of Officer Byrne.
But his legal battle didn't end there, did it?
No, he didn't.
No.
The sentencing dragged on for another
For another
4 years.
4 years.
There were questions raised about Mason's mental competency,
Oh, really?
which just added another layer of complexity to this already complicated case.
So even in the courtroom, there was all this back and forth, this uncertainty
Yeah, there was always this
surrounding this guy.
cloud of uncertainty.
This cloud of uncertainty surrounding Pappy Mason.
Yeah, but ultimately,
Ultimately,
in 1994, he was sentenced to life in prison.
okay,
And that could have been the end of the story.
right,
Another notorious criminal
fading
into the annals of history.
right.
But that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
No.
This is where things get really interesting.
This is where it gets really interesting.
So Pappy Mason's story doesn't end in prison.
It doesn't end there.
It finds its way into popular culture,
Into
into the world of hip-hop.
a world of hip-hop.
So how did a convicted murderer's name
Yeah. How did it become
become a reference point in music?
in music? Yeah. What does that say about our fascination with figures who operate outside the law?
Yeah, I'm really curious to find out where this goes.
Me too.
So stay with us as we dive into the unexpected connection
Yeah. The unexpected connection.
between Pappy Mason and the world of hip-hop. So we've established Pappy Mason was this major figure in the drug world, and then there's the Edward Byrne murder,
Right. Right.
which is just chilling.
Yeah.
But now I'm really struggling with this idea of how his name ends up in rap lyrics.
Yeah, it is surprising. It's not what you would expect.
Yeah, you'd think a convicted murderer,
Yeah, especially one.
especially one who targeted law enforcement,
Right.
would just be universally condemned.
Yeah, you would think so.
Right.
But in hip-hop, things aren't always so black and white.
Okay, so who are we talking about here?
Wow.
Which rappers are referencing Pappy Mason?
Well, one of those notable examples,
Yeah.
and I think maybe one of the earliest examples,
Okay.
comes from Nas.
Okay. Nas.
Yeah, and he's a legendary rapper from Queensbridge.
Queensbridge, so practically Pappy Mason's old stomping grounds.
Yeah, pretty much.
And for those who aren't super familiar with hip-hop,
Yeah.
Nas is considered one of the greatest lyricists of all time.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Like his storytelling and wordplay,
Incredible.
it's legendary.
Really respect it.
So that makes his reference to Pappy Mason all the more interesting.
Yeah, and it's not just a casual name drop. Like, it's woven into
Aw.
the fabric of his song.
Which song?
It's in his song, The World Is Yours, from his debut album, Illmatic.
Okay.
And he says, the mind activation react like I'm facing time like Pappy Mason with pens I'm embracing.
Wow. So he's drawing a parallel between his own craft, writing lyrics,
Yeah.
and Pappy Mason's life in prison.
Yeah, where writing letters might have been
Like his main form of communication.
his main form of communication, yeah.
So it's like finding power and expression in a confined space.
Exactly.
And this isn't the only time Nas mentions Pappy Mason, is it?
No, he mentions him in several other songs
Really?
across multiple albums.
What?
Like in Get Down from God's Son, Just a Moment from Street's Disciple.
What do you think Nas saw in Pappy Mason that kept bringing him back to that reference?
Well, I mean, I think it might have something to do with Nas's own reputation as like a street poet.
Right.
Someone who tells these really raw, unflinching stories
Yeah.
about life in the projects.
And they both came from similar backgrounds.
Yeah, in a way, they were both products of their environment,
Right.
navigating a world where survival often meant,
Operating outside the law.
yeah. And maybe Nas saw in Mason this kind of tragic hero, someone who did achieve a level of notoriety,
Right.
albeit through criminal means.
So it's not about glorifying the crime,
No.
but more about understanding the complexities
The complexities of these figures.
and the forces that shape them.
Yeah, and you see this same theme, this idea of like navigating the streets
Uh-huh.
and the allure of power in another example.
I like you.
50 Cent.
50 Cent.
Now he rose to fame,
Early 2000s?
yeah, early 2000s with his hardcore gangster rap.
Right.
So in a way, it's not surprising
Right.
to find Pappy Mason's name in his music,
Right.
but it's still interesting how he uses the reference.
So how does he?
Well, he directly references
Okay.
both Mason and Fat Cat Nichols in his song Ghetto Quran, Forgive Me.
Okay.
And that song kind of reflects on
Huh.
the violence and betrayals that were rampant in that world.
Right. And there's almost this disappointment
Yeah, he seems disappointed.
that Nichols turned informant
against Mason.
Right, there's this sense of loyalty.
His code.
This code, yeah, this warped sense of honor.
Amongst those who live by the street code,
Exactly.
it's a different set of rules.
It's a different world.
Yeah.
And again, it's important to remember, these artists are reflecting
They're reflecting the realities.
that they've seen, that they've experienced.
It's not about saying, hey, this is okay.
No, it's about showing,
This is what it is.
it's about showing a side of the world that most people don't see.
And these references to Pappy Mason, they aren't confined to just American hip-hop, are they?
No, not at all.
You mentioned that his story had an international reach.
Absolutely.
So are there examples of other artists?
Yeah, for example, there's a Serbian rapper named Struka,
Okay.
and he name drops Mason in his song Bomba.
And what's he saying?
Well, he's comparing his own street cred,
Okay.
his influence, to that of Pappy Mason.
Like he sees him as this legendary figure.
Yeah, he sees him as this almost like larger-than-life figure.
So the fascination with Pappy Mason,
It crosses borders.
it crosses borders.
Yeah, it speaks to this global interest
In figures who operate outside the law,
and build empires,
Yeah.
leave their mark,
even if that mark is
stained with violence.
stained with violence.
And it's not always about just notoriety.
Right.
There are also cases where artists use Pappy Mason to represent resilience,
Okay.
like French rapper Booba.
Oh, okay.
He mentions Mason in his song Call It By Two.
What was he getting at there?
Well, he seems to connect with Mason's ambition.
Like this relentless pursuit of his goals?
Yeah, even though they were channeled in these destructive ways
It's interesting how all of these different artists,
from such different backgrounds.
yeah, find different meanings in his story.
It's like he's become a blank canvas for them.
Right, they're projecting their own interpretations onto him.
Yeah, like power, ambition, the struggle against the odds.
It really highlights how these figures, even when they're reviled for their actions,
Yeah,
can become these cultural
they
touchstones.
spark debate.
Yeah, they challenge our ideas.
Yeah, force us to confront these uncomfortable truths.
And speaking of challenging norms, we have to talk about Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, yeah.
His 2013 bit cipher verse.
That was a powerful verse.
It was. He mentions Pappy Mason in there.
He does.
In Kendrick, for anyone who doesn't know,
One of the most influential rappers of our time.
yeah, and known for his complex lyrics and social commentary.
Absolutely.
So I'm really curious.
It's a really interesting reference.
Yeah, how's he using it?
It's actually more subtle
Oh,
than some of the other examples.
okay.
But given his stature, it carries a lot of weight.
Right.
It seems like he's using Pappy Mason to comment on something bigger.
Bigger than just the man himself.
Yeah, like the cycle of violence and poverty.
How they can trap people.
Exactly.
So it's not about glamorizing Pappy Mason
No, it's using his story.
to examine those larger social issues.
And that's what's so compelling about this whole thing.
Pappy Mason.
His legacy extends beyond just his crimes.
Yeah, he's become a symbol.
Yeah, like a cautionary tale.
And even a source of inspiration.
Right.
It really makes you think about the complexities of human nature.
And the forces that shape our choices.
And there's one more place where Pappy Mason pops up in popular culture.
Yep.
And this is in the Netflix series Luke Cage.
Oh, that's right.
It's a brief
Well,
mention,
it's a quick reference.
but it's enough to let the viewers know.
We're dealing with serious players here.
Yeah, like his name carries that weight
Absolutely. It
Yeah.
shows how deeply ingrained his name has become
in our culture.
in our cultural consciousness.
So what does it all mean?
Yeah, why this
And
fascination?
why are we still talking about this guy?
Why are we so drawn to figures like Pappy Mason?
Especially in a world where we say we value law and order.
It's a great question, and I think it speaks to our innate fascination
Uh-huh.
with the dark side of human nature.
Like we're simultaneously
Repelled
Yeah.
by these figures. It's
Yeah.
like we're looking into this world.
That's both terrifying and thrilling.
Yeah.
And we can't look away.
It's like a car crash you can't look away from.
And it's not just escapism either.
No.
I mean, a lot of these artists who reference Pappy Mason
Mhm.
come from communities that have been
Deeply impacted.
deeply impacted by these things.
By crime, by poverty, by systemic injustice.
They're using his story
Reflect.
to reflect those realities.
Right, to try and explore those complexities.
So it's not about celebrating criminal behavior.
Not at all.
It's about understanding
It's about understanding the context,
the
our pressures, the choices.
the difficult choices.
Yeah, the difficult choices that people face.
And that leads us to this bigger question.
To this big question, yeah.
Why does a figure like Pappy Mason resonate so much?
Why is he still relevant?
in popular culture, in hip-hop?
Especially in hip-hop, it's a great question.
It's a question that I think we need to unpack further.
Yeah, we need to dive deeper into that.
Okay, so we've really gone deep on this one.
Yeah.
From Pappy Mason's rise in the drug world to that horrific murder of Edward Byrne.
Right.
And now to this really unexpected presence in music and pop culture.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey.
It has, and I think what keeps sticking with me is how a figure like this can become a reference point in hip-hop.
It is strange, right?
It is. I mean, we're talking about a convicted murderer here.
Yeah, someone who committed a really heinous act.
And yet his name pops up in songs?
In lyrics.
By some of the biggest names in hip-hop?
Yeah, it speaks to this fascination we have.
With figures who live outside the law.
That dark side of the human experience, the allure of power.
Yeah, like they can defy societal norms.
Right, create their own rules.
Even if those rules are ultimately destructive.
It's a complicated thing, right?
It is. Like, we're both repulsed by these figures and also intrigued by them.
Yeah, like a moth to a flame.
And I do want to be clear.
Yeah.
We're not condoning Pappy Mason's actions.
No, not at all.
It's more about trying to understand
what his story can tell us.
Yeah, like what it reveals about our society, about ourselves.
I mean, the artists who reference him, they're not necessarily saying he was a good guy.
Right.
They're using his story to explore these bigger themes.
Yeah, the complexities of crime, poverty, the choices people make.
The systems that create these conditions.
And in that way, his story becomes more than just about him.
It's about the world we live in.
Yeah, it forces us to confront those uncomfortable truths.
The things we might not want to see.
About the inequalities, the lack of opportunity, the desperation that can lead to violence.
Absolutely.
And it's a reminder that crime, it's not just about individual bad choices.
Right.
It's often a symptom of these larger societal problems.
And that's why I think it's important to engage with these stories.
To have these conversations, even if they're tough.
Yeah, to try to understand what leads someone down that path.
So Pappy Mason's legacy, it's more than just a list of crimes.
Right, it's become a symbol, a cautionary tale.
It makes us think about the consequences of our actions.
The impact we have on others.
And the systems that shape our lives.
It's a story that challenges us to do better, to create a more just world.
Where stories like his don't have to be told.
Yeah, a world where people have the opportunity to thrive, not just survive.
And that's why we do these deep dives.
Right.
To explore these complicated stories.
To peel back the layers.
To learn from the past and
hopefully
build a better future.
Build a better future.
Thanks for joining us on this journey into Pappy Mason's world.
It's been a fascinating and I think really important conversation.
I agree.
And to our listeners, keep exploring, keep questioning.
And keep diving deep.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this deep dive into the life of Huey P. Newton.
Huey P. Newton.
Yeah, so you probably know him as a co-founder of the Black Panther Party.
Right.
Like, I mean, that image of him in the beret,
yeah,
it's hard to forget.
Very striking.
But we're going to go beyond the headlines today.
Okay.
We're going to take a closer look at the man behind the symbol.
That's right. We're going deep into the source material that you provided.
Yes.
Which are excerpts from Newton's Wikipedia entry.
That's right.
Now, Wikipedia can be a great starting point.
Yeah.
It offers kind of a broad overview, but also some really intriguing details.
Exactly. And that's our mission today, to go beyond that surface level understanding of Newton. You know, we're going to explore his intellectual side, his impact on the community, and yes, we'll discuss the controversies that surrounded him.
It's going to be a fascinating journey, uncovering the complexities of a man who was both brilliant and flawed, a revolutionary and a scholar.
Totally. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. Huey P. Newton was born in 1942 in Monroe, Louisiana, named after the state's populist governor, Huey Long.
Huey Long, okay.
But his family story very quickly becomes part of a much larger narrative, like the Great Migration.
The Great Migration.
His family fled racial violence in Washita Parish.
That's right.
The Equal Justice Initiative has documented 37 lynchings.
Wow.
In that parish alone between 1877 and 1950.
That's grim.
That is the 5th highest of any county in the entire South.
It really puts things in perspective.
Yeah, so the Newton family, they head west
Uh-huh.
to Oakland, California, hoping for a better life, but they face poverty and hardship there as well.
Yeah, and within that context, young Huey begins to grapple with his own identity, his place in the world.
Right.
He even wrote about feeling ashamed of being black due to the way Black history and culture were presented, or rather completely absent in the educational system.
It's a feeling that so many Black students sadly could relate to then and even now. But here's where it gets interesting, and this detail always blows me away. Newton taught himself to read using Plato's Republic.
Plato's Republic.
Yeah.
That's incredible. It speaks volumes about his intellectual curiosity and his drive. I mean, this wasn't just some kid trying to get by.
Right.
This was a kid who was actively seeking knowledge, who was engaging with these complex philosophical ideas from a young age.
And it really challenges that stereotypical image, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? Of like a, street thug.
Yeah.
And this is just the beginning. This is a man who eventually earns a PhD in social philosophy.
Right.
How often do you hear that mentioned when people talk about Huey Newton?
Not often enough. It changes the whole frame of reference.
Absolutely.
And it's important to note that his dissertation wasn't some abstract philosophical treatise either.
Yeah.
It was titled War Against the Panthers, a study of repression in America.
Wow.
So he was directly analyzing the forces that he saw working against the Black community, the forces he was actively fighting against in his own life.
So we see this connection, right, between his intellectual pursuits and his activism.
Yeah.
It's not just theory for him.
No.
It's about understanding the world in order to change it.
Exactly. And that brings us to a pivotal point in his life, meeting Bobby Seale at Merritt College
Okay.
and the founding of the Black Panther Party.
So before we dive into the Black Panthers, I'm curious about this period at Merritt College. What was Newton like as a student?
Yeah.
Was he already actively involved in politics?
He was definitely making waves. He was instrumental in getting the first Black history course
Wow.
added to the curriculum at Merritt.
Wow.
Imagine that at college in the 1960s with no Black history course until students like Newton fought for it.
That's a significant achievement,
It is.
especially considering the time period. It shows that he wasn't just about protesting.
Right.
He was also about education.
Empowering his community with knowledge.
Totally.
Absolutely. And this is a key point to remember as we kind of delve into the Black Panther Party.
Okay.
They weren't just about armed self-defense, although that image certainly grabbed headlines.
Right.
They were also deeply involved in community organizing, social programs, and political education.
Okay, so let's talk about the Black Panthers then. I know they're most famous for their 10-point program,
The 10-point program.
which went far beyond just self-defense.
Yes.
What were some of the key demands that they put forward?
They demanded decent housing, full employment, and end to police brutality.
Yeah.
Education that taught true Black history. These are demands that resonate deeply today,
Right.
especially in the context of ongoing struggles for racial justice.
It's striking how relevant their demands still feel over 50 years later. They were really trying to address these systemic issues,
Yes.
not just these surface-level problems.
And, when you really dig into Newton's writings and speeches, you see this thread of revolutionary humanism running through them.
Revolutionary humanism. Okay, I'll admit I haven't heard that term before.
Okay, good.
Can you unpack that a little bit? What did Newton mean by that?
So it's fascinating, really. He was deeply influenced by Malcolm X,
Okay.
but he felt that religion wasn't the answer, at least not in the traditional sense.
Okay.
He believed that true liberation came from recognizing our shared humanity, our interconnectedness as human beings, and then fighting for a society that reflected those values.
So it's about transcending traditional boundaries, whether it's race or religion or nationality, and focusing on our common humanity as the basis for building this just an equitable world.
Exactly.
Okay.
And he believed that this fight required a revolutionary spirit, a willingness to challenge the status quo and dismantle these oppressive systems.
Right.
But it also had to be rooted in a deep respect for human dignity and potential.
So it's not just about tearing things down.
Right.
It's about building something new,
Yeah.
something better based on this idea of revolutionary humanism.
Exactly.
This is a complex concept, but I'm really starting to see how it shaped his approach to activism and community organizing.
It's a key to understanding him, for sure. And you see it in action in some of the Black Panther Party's most famous initiatives.
You're talking about the community programs, right? Like the free breakfast for children program.
With free breakfast for children.
I remember learning about that in school.
Yeah.
It was a huge deal, feeding thousands of kids every day.
It was incredibly impactful.
Yeah, and then there was the Oakland Community School, which provided this high-quality education to 150 children
That's right.
from underprivileged neighborhoods. Even the county supervisor at the time praised Newton
That's
for
amazing.
his dedication to the school.
So you have this image of the Black Panthers as these militant revolutionaries.
Right.
But on the other hand, they're running these incredibly positive community programs that are directly helping people.
Right.
It's a stark contrast to the way they were often portrayed in the media.
And I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier about Newton's strategic thinking.
Yes.
He understood that lasting change required more than just protests and confrontations. It also required building these alternative institutions, empowering communities, and creating this vision of a better future that people could believe in.
He was working on multiple fronts, trying to address immediate needs while also pushing for a more radical transformation of society.
Right. It's a really complex and nuanced approach, and I think it often gets lost in the simplified narratives that we often hear about the Black Panthers. And it's important to remember that Newton was trying to channel what he saw as the energy and frustration of young Black people into something constructive, something political.
Right.
He writes about this in his autobiography, Revolutionary Suicide.
Revolutionary Suicide.
There's this quote that I found that really stuck with me. He says, "I tried to transform many of the so-called criminal activities going on in the street into something political, although this had to be done gradually." It shows how he was trying to bridge that gap between the streets and the movement.
Yeah, he recognized that change doesn't happen overnight. It requires patient strategy and a deep understanding of the complexities of the situation.
It makes you wonder how he managed to balance all of these different aspects of his life. The intellectual side, the community, organizing, the revolutionary politics.
It must have been incredibly demanding.
Yeah, and as we move forward in this deep dive, we'll see how those demands, those tensions began to take a toll on him, both personally and politically.
Okay.
Right, because we can't shy away from the more difficult parts of his story. And that brings us to a turning point in Newton's life, the 1967 shooting of Oakland police officer John Frey.
That's right. It's a complicated incident that cast a long shadow over his life and the Black Panther Party, and we'll dive into the details and the implications of that event in our next segment.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Welcome back. We left off talking about the shooting of Officer John Frey.
Right.
A pivotal event in Huey Newton's life, and one that really polarized public opinion about him and the Black Panther Party.
Yeah, it seems like everything changed after that incident. But before we delve into the aftermath, can we rewind a bit and talk about the shooting itself? Like, what do the sources actually tell us about what happened that night?
It's a complicated story, and like with many events from that era, there are conflicting accounts.
Right.
What we do know is that in the early hours of October 28th, 1967, Newton was pulled over by Officer Frey for a traffic violation. Things escalated quickly, and a shootout ensued, leaving both Newton and Frey wounded, and another officer, Herbert Heenes, injured as well.
And Officer Frey tragically died from his injuries.
Yeah.
So what happened next? Was there a trial?
Yes. Newton was arrested and charged with murder.
Wow.
The trial was highly publicized.
Yeah.
And became a focal point for racial tensions in the country. He was eventually convicted of voluntary manslaughter, a lesser charge.
Okay.
But the conviction was later overturned on a technicality.
That's a huge legal victory, but I imagine the whole ordeal must have taken a toll on him.
Absolutely. And it's during this period that we see the rise of the Free Huey campaign, which became a global movement.
Yeah.
Thousands of people rallied for his release, turning him into a symbol of Black resistance.
I remember seeing those images, the posters, the demonstrations, the slogans. It was such a powerful movement. It really captured the attention of the world.
Yeah, it spoke to the broader issues of racial injustice and police brutality.
Right.
They were at the heart of the Black Power movement.
Totally.
And in a way, Newton's imprisonment became a rallying point.
Yeah.
A symbol of the systemic oppression that Black people were facing.
It's interesting how individuals can become these larger-than-life figures, almost embodying a cause.
Right.
Do you think that weighed on Newton, that sense of being a symbol, like a spokesperson for a whole movement?
I think it must have been a heavy burden to carry.
Yeah.
And as we'll see, the pressure only intensified after his release from prison. The post-prison years are marked by a series of triumphs and tragedies.
Oh, wow.
A real roller coaster ride.
So let's talk about that period. What happens after Newton is released? Does he jump right back into leading the Black Panther Party?
He tries to, but things had shifted. The party was facing internal conflicts, government surveillance,
Right.
increasing pressure from law enforcement, and Newton himself was grappling with his own personal demons.
You're talking about the accusations of drug use, paranoia, and violence that started to surface during that time?
Exactly. There were multiple allegations against him,
Yeah.
including the 1974 shooting of Kathleen Smith, a 17-year-old in Oakland.
That's a difficult topic to discuss, but
Yeah.
it's important to address.
Right.
What do the sources tell us about this incident?
Well, the sources paint a complicated picture. According to reports, Smith was a sex worker,
Okay.
and there was an altercation with Newton that ended with her being fatally shot. There were witnesses,
Right.
but the case was ultimately dismissed after 2 trials resulted in hung juries.
So there was never a definitive resolution to the case?
No, and that's part of what makes it so difficult to unpack. It's a tragic situation all around.
Yeah.
A young woman lost her life, and the circumstances surrounding her death remain shrouded in uncertainty.
Right. And this wasn't the only accusation against Newton during this period, right?
Right.
There was also the alleged assault on his tailor.
Yes. In 1974, he was accused of pistol whipping his tailor in a dispute over payment. He was arrested and released on bail, but this incident, along with the pending charges in the Smith case, led him to flee to Cuba
Wow.
with his girlfriend Gwen Fontaine.
So he goes into exile.
Right.
That must have been a difficult decision to leave the country, to leave the movement that he had built.
It was a turning point for
Yeah.
sure. And I think it speaks to the pressure he was under, both from the legal system and from within the Black Panther Party itself.
Yeah.
There were growing concerns about his leadership,
Right.
his stability, and his ability to effectively guide the movement.
It sounds like things were falling apart around him.
Yeah.
What happened to the Black Panther Party during this time?
With Newton in exile, Elaine Brown stepped into the leadership role.
Okay.
She brought a new perspective and focus to the party,
Okay.
emphasizing community organizing and political education. But the party continued to face challenges both internal and external.
So Newton is in Cuba, the Black Panther Party is struggling, and back in the U.S. there are these unresolved legal issues hanging over his head.
Yeah.
What happens next? Does he stay in Cuba indefinitely?
He remains in Cuba for several years.
Okay.
But in 1977, he makes a surprising decision
Okay.
to return to the U.S. to face trial for both the Smith murder and the assault on his tailor.
Wow. That's a bold move. He could have stayed in Cuba, avoided the whole ordeal. Why do you think he came back?
It's hard to say for sure, but I think it speaks to his belief in his own innocence
Okay.
and his desire to clear his name. He may have also felt a sense of responsibility to the Black Panther Party and the movement as a whole, a need to step back into the fray.
So he walks right back into the lion's den. What was the outcome of those trials?
The Smith case, as we mentioned, ended with the charges being dropped
Okay.
after the key witness refused to testify. And in the assault case, the tailor himself changed his testimony multiple times, ultimately stating that he couldn't identify his attacker. This led to Newton's acquittal on the assault charge.
Wow. So he's cleared of both charges, but the shadow of these accusations lingered, didn't it?
Yeah.
And there's this other disturbing incident that surfaces later, the alleged attempt to assassinate Crystal Gray, the key witness in the Smith case.
Yeah, that's a chilling story, according to the sources. 3 Black Panthers attempted to kill Gray, but they mistakenly targeted the wrong house and ended up in a shootout with the occupant.
Oh, wow.
One of the Panthers, Lewis Johnson, was killed and the other 2 fled.
And one of the surviving assailants, Flores Forbes, ended up being shot and paralyzed in the Nevada desert.
Wow.
He claimed that he and his accomplice were supposed to be killed to eliminate any witnesses to the attempt on Gray's life.
It's a disturbing episode. And while Newton denied any involvement, it further fueled suspicions and added to the growing narrative of him being a dangerous and unpredictable figure.
It's a lot to process. You know, these violent incidents, the accusations, the exile, the trials. It's a far cry from the hopeful vision of revolutionary humanism that we talked about earlier.
It is, and I think it raises some difficult questions about the nature of revolution,
Yeah.
the complexities of power, and the personal toll that these struggles can take on individuals.
And we also can't ignore the 2007 accusation from former Black Panther Erica Huggins,
Right.
who alleges that Newton repeatedly raped her and threatened her children if she spoke out.
This is a deeply disturbing accusation, and it adds yet another layer of complexity to our understanding of Newton.
Right.
It's important to acknowledge this accusation,
Yeah.
but we also have to recognize that it came decades after the alleged events, and Newton was never charged or tried for these crimes. We can't adjudicate this here, but it's a part of the historical record that can't be ignored.
It's all so heavy, so tragic. It makes you wonder, was this downward spiral inevitable?
Yeah.
Was there something in Newton's personality, his experiences, that made this trajectory unavoidable?
That's a tough question, and I don't think there's an easy answer.
Right.
He was a product of his time, shaped by the violence and oppression he was fighting against.
Yeah.
But he was also an individual who made choices, some of which had devastating consequences.
It's a reminder that even those who fight for justice are human,
Yes.
capable of both great good and terrible harm. Their stories are rarely simple, and our understanding of them needs to reflect that complexity.
Absolutely. And I think it's also a reminder of the importance of listening to and believing survivors, even as we grapple with Newton's legacy.
Right.
We can't dismiss or minimize the pain of those who accused him of violence and abuse.
So where do we go from here? How do we make sense of this complicated, often contradictory figure?
Yeah.
A man who earned a PhD, founded a movement, inspired millions, but also left this trail of pain and destruction in his wake.
That's the challenge, isn't it? We can't erase the good he did,
Right.
nor can we ignore the harm he caused.
And then there's his death in 1989, shot dead on an Oakland street.
Right.
The killer, Tyrone Robinson, claimed his motive was to advance in a prison gang. It's such a tragic, senseless end to his story. A man who dedicated his life to fighting against violence becomes a victim of the very forces he tried to combat.
It's a heartbreaking irony, and it underscores the complexities of his legacy. Was he a revolutionary who ultimately succumbed to the forces he was fighting against?
Right.
Or was he a flawed individual whose personal demons overshadowed his achievements?
These are questions that historians and scholars continue to debate, and ultimately it's up to each individual to engage with the evidence, grapple with the contradictions, and come to their own conclusions about Huey P. Newton's place in history.
What's crucial is that we don't shy away from those difficult conversations. We need to explore the nuances, challenge our own assumptions, and resist the urge to simplify or sanitize the past.
Absolutely, because history isn't about black and white figures. It's about real people with all their complexities and contradictions.
Right.
And it's by understanding those complexities that we can learn from the past and build a more just and equitable future.
Well said. And in the spirit of continuing to explore these complexities, I think it would be fascinating to shift gears a bit and delve into Newton's intellectual side.
Okay.
We touched on it earlier.
Yeah.
But there's so much more to uncover.
I'm really intrigued by that aspect of his life. The scholar, the philosopher, we know he earned a PhD. We've talked about revolutionary humanism.
Right.
But I'm curious to learn more about his writings, his ideas, and how they evolved over time.
Let's do it in our final segment. We'll dive deep into Newton's intellectual world, exploring his academic work, his essays, and his book, Revolutionary Suicide.
So we've explored the activism, the controversies, the very public life and struggles of Huey P. Newton. But you mentioned something earlier that really caught my attention, his intellectual side.
Yeah.
He wasn't just a man of action. He was a deep thinker, a scholar. And I think this is where we can truly separate the man from the myth.
It's a side of him that often gets overshadowed. Unfortunately, people tend to fixate on the image of the revolutionary, the militant figure, but Newton was so much more than that.
Right.
He was a voracious reader, a student of philosophy, and someone who deeply engaged with complex ideas.
You mentioned that he actually earned a PhD, which in itself is an incredible accomplishment, but to do that while also leading a movement, facing legal battles,
Right.
dealing with all the chaos that surrounded him, it's mind-boggling.
It speaks to his intellectual capacity and drive.
Yeah.
And his dissertation wasn't just some dry academic exercise either. It was titled War Against the Panthers, a study of repression in America.
Wow.
So he was using his academic work to analyze the very forces that he saw working against the black community forces he was actively fighting against in his own life.
That's a powerful statement.
It is.
He wasn't content to just be an activist. He wanted to understand the underlying structures of power, the historical forces that shaped the black experience in America, and that's what led him to pursue a PhD.
He was seeking knowledge as a tool for liberation, and it wasn't confined to his academic work. Newton was also a prolific writer. He authored essays articles, and even a book, Revolutionary Suicide, which is part autobiography, part philosophical treatise.
I've always been struck by that title, Revolutionary Suicide. It seems to suggest a certain fatalism, a recognition that radical change often comes at a great personal cost.
It's a provocative title, for sure, and I think it reflects Newton's evolving worldview. He grappled with the contradictions of revolution,
Right.
the violence
inherent in the struggle for liberation and the toll it took on individuals and communities.
In his book, there's a quote that has always resonated with me. He says, "I tried to transform many of the so-called criminal activities going on the street into something political, although this had to be done gradually." It speaks to his strategic thinking, his understanding that lasting change requires more than just anger and passion.
Right.
It requires a plan, a long-term vision.
He wasn't naive about the challenges. He recognized that change wouldn't happen overnight and that it would require a multifaceted approach he had to navigate the complexities of street life, the realities of power, and the need to build a movement that could sustain itself over time.
But he wasn't working in a vacuum. His ideas were shaped by the writings of Malcolm X, Frantz Fanon, other revolutionary thinkers.
Yeah.
He was part of a larger intellectual conversation about race power and liberation that was happening globally.
Absolutely. His ideas were deeply rooted in the Black Power movement, the anti-colonial struggles happening around the world, and the broader push for social justice and equality. He was constantly absorbing new information, challenging his own assumptions, and trying to synthesize these different strands of thought into a coherent vision for change.
And it's clear that his ideas resonated with people. The Free Huey campaign, his visit to China, the attention he received from scholars and activists, all of this speaks to his influence and the power of his message.
He had a way of articulating the frustrations and aspirations of a generation that was yearning for something more, something better. And even though his life was cut short, his legacy continues to inspire and provoke us.
This deep dive has been eye-opening. I came into this with a certain image of Huey Newton in my mind, the revolutionary icon. But what I've discovered is a much more complex and nuanced individual, a brilliant mind, a flawed human being, and someone who is constantly wrestling with the challenges of his time.
It's a reminder that history is rarely simple. The people who shape our world are often a mix of contradictions and complexities. And it's by engaging with those complexities that we can truly learn from the past and build a more just and equitable future.
I think that's a great place to end this deep dive. We've covered a lot of ground. His early life, the founding of the Black Panther Party, the controversies, his intellectual pursuits, and his tragic death. It's been a journey, to say the least.
It has, and I hope that for our listener, this deep dive has sparked a curiosity to learn more, to dig deeper into Newton's writings, his speeches, and the history of the Black Panther Party.
Because there's always more to uncover, more to understand, and by engaging with the past with all its complexities and contradictions, we can better navigate the present and shape a future that is more equitable and more humane for all.
Well said. And on that note, I want to thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the life and legacy of Huey P. Newton.
Until next time.
All right, so get this. We're diving deep into the life of Jeff Fort today. This guy's story is wild. Goes from the streets of Chicago all the way to a supermax prison.
Yeah.
We've got a whole bunch of articles, court documents, and they paint a picture of someone who was a powerful gang leader, accused of terrorism and even, well, you'll see. It's complicated to say the least.
Yeah, what strikes me is how Fort's story really reflects some of the biggest changes that happened in America during his lifetime.
Right.
You know, the civil rights movement, the war on drugs, even our relationships with other countries. Like, it'd be easy to just label him a gangster and move on, but
Yeah.
I think his life raises some bigger questions about the society that he lived in.
Okay, so let's start unpacking all of this. The sources start with his early life.
Okay.
Born in Mississippi, moved to Chicago as a kid. Pretty familiar story for a lot of families back then. But things change when he ends up in juvenile detention and meets this guy named Eugene Hairston.
Yeah.
That's where the story of the Blackstone Rangers starts, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And, you know, it's crucial to understand the context here. We're talking about Chicago in the late 50s, early 60s.
Right.
Neighborhoods were often segregated.
Yeah.
And for young Black men especially, gangs offered a sense of protection and community. They were facing discrimination and very few opportunities.
So the Blackstone Rangers started out as a way to kind of defend themselves, like protecting their territory in the Woodlawn neighborhood.
Exactly. And even as a teenager, Fort showed real leadership skills.
Interesting.
He actually earned the nickname Angel because he was known for settling disputes,
Wow.
even going so far as to create alliances between rival gangs.
Really?
Yeah. That's pretty remarkable, don't you think? Imagine a teenager successfully negotiating peace treaties between street gangs.
Yeah, that's incredible.
The Rangers grew quickly, became a serious force in the city.
But here's where it gets even more interesting. They weren't just about fighting.
Yeah.
The sources say that the Rangers were involved in community activism.
Mm-hmm.
They even received support from a Presbyterian minister, Reverend John Fry. Seems like he saw a different side to these young men.
That's right. Fry saw potential in the Rangers, believed they could actually become a positive influence in their community, help them work within the system.
Wow.
And unbelievably, they received a $1 million federal grant for job skills training.
What?
Think about that. A street gang receiving $1 million from the government.
$1 million?
Yeah.
That's a lot of faith in their ability to change.
Yeah.
It really makes you wonder if things could have gone differently, especially considering what happened later.
Yeah.
This was a time when people were really looking for ways to address social problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess some people saw the Rangers as a potential solution.
Absolutely. It really raises questions about the impact that Grant might have had.
Yeah.
What if things had gone differently? And then there's this incredible detail about Fort being invited to President Nixon's 1969 inauguration ball.
He declined, right? I read he sent some of his top guys instead.
Yes, he did. Now, was that a calculated move? A way of distancing himself from the establishment, or just a reflection of his priorities at the time?
Yeah.
It's hard to say for sure, but it definitely adds another layer of complexity to the story.
Yeah.
You have this young man rising to power during a time of immense social change,
Right.
caught between this world of community activism and this descent into a criminal enterprise, and we're just getting started.
Okay, so we've got the Blackstone Rangers as a major force in Chicago with Jeff Fort at the helm.
Mm-hmm.
But things are about to change dramatically, right? I mean, this $1 million grant, all the attention, probably put a huge target on their backs.
Yes, and another major shift comes in 1966 when Eugene Hairston, the original leader of the Rangers, is imprisoned. This becomes a crucial turning point.
Oh.
Fort takes complete control and renames the gang the Almighty Black Pea Stone Nation.
Okay.
And that's when a new and much darker chapter begins.
So with Hairston out of the picture, Fort takes the reins and the Black Pea Stones enter a new era. But it seems like this was a turning point towards more serious criminal activity. What was behind that shift?
Well, it's a complex issue.
Yeah.
But it seems that the allure of power and money, combined with increasing pressure from law enforcement, kind of pushed the Black Pea Stones further into the criminal underworld.
Right.
We see a move towards more organized crime robberies, extortion, control of the illegal drug and sex trades in the South Side.
Yeah.
It's a pattern we've seen with other gangs where the desire for control and wealth often leads down a dangerous path.
Yeah.
But Fort's story is even more complicated than that, especially when you consider that $1 million grant they received.
Yeah, that's a fascinating piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
What happened with that money? Did the government just turn a blind eye, or was there some kind of accountability?
There was definitely accountability, and it came back to haunt Fort. An investigation was launched into the use of those funds.
Okay.
And Fort was summoned to testify before a Senate committee. And here's where we see that defiant streak in Fort again.
Right.
He basically introduced himself and walked out of the hearing.
Wow.
He was later found guilty of contempt of Congress.
So,
It almost seems like a deliberate act of rebellion,
yeah.
a refusal to play by the rules of a system he felt had failed him and his community.
It's almost like he was trying to make a statement, showing that he wouldn't be controlled by the same forces that, in his view, had oppressed his community for so long.
Yeah.
It's a powerful image, him walking out of that Senate committee.
It really is. And then while he was serving time in Leavenworth Penitentiary, another significant event happens. Fort converts to Islam and takes the name Prince Malik.
Okay.
This is a major shift.
Right.
And it has left people wondering about his motivations.
Was it a genuine spiritual awakening, or was there something more strategic going on?
That's a question that's still debated today.
Yeah.
Some people believe it was a sincere spiritual transformation,
Right.
while others see it as a calculated move, maybe to gain influence within the prison system, or as a way to protect his operations from law enforcement scrutiny.
Right.
It's also worth noting that this was a time when interest in Islam was growing among African Americans.
Right.
So Fort's conversion might have been a way to connect with that movement and expand his base of support.
It's interesting how religion played such a complex role in his life.
Yeah.
On one hand, he had the support of Reverend Fry in the early days, and then later, he embraces Islam and uses it to shape his own movement.
Exactly.
Wow.
Religion seems to have been both a source of guidance and a tool for Fort.
Right.
And it's hard to disentangle those two aspects.
Yeah.
But one thing is certain.
But
his leadership within the gang continued even from behind bars.
so Fort is leading this increasingly powerful and organized criminal enterprise,
Yeah.
all while navigating the complexities of his newfound faith.
Right.
And all of this happens before the 1970s even hit.
Yeah.
But I know the story takes an even more intense turn as we move into that decade.
Right.
What happens next?
You're right. Things escalate quickly in the 1970s.
Yeah.
Ford is released from prison and relocates to Milwaukee for a while.
Okay.
During that time, he becomes involved with the Moorish Science Temple.
Interesting.
And upon his return to Chicago in 1978, he completely rebrands the Black Peace Stones,
Wow.
changing the name to the El Rukn tribe of the Moorish Science Temple.
Okay.
El Rukn meaning the pillar in Arabic.
Another name change.
Yay!
Another transformation. It seems like Fort was constantly adapting, almost like a chameleon changing colors to fit his surroundings.
Yeah.
What was behind this particular shift?
It's difficult to say for sure,
Okay.
but some experts speculate that adopting this new religious identity was a tactic to avoid law enforcement surveillance.
Oh.
The FBI had been keeping a very close eye on the Black Peace Stones for years,
Right.
and this move might have been a way to operate under the radar,
Mhm.
claiming religious freedom as a shield for their activities.
Yeah.
It was a clever strategy if that was indeed the intention.
It makes sense. And I know that the El Rukn weren't just about street crime anymore.
Right.
Their operations became much more elaborate, right?
Yes, they did. The El Rukn were heavily involved in drug trafficking, especially heroin and cocaine.
Oh, for
They moved beyond the streets and established connections with international cartels, becoming a major player in the drug trade.
Wow.
What's even more remarkable is that even when Fort was incarcerated on drug charges in the early 1980s,
Okay.
he continued to run the El Rukn from prison.
He was essentially running a criminal empire from behind bars.
Yes.
How is that even possible?
Through a combination of loyal lieutenants and a seemingly endless stream of phone calls,
Wow.
Fort had an incredible ability to inspire loyalty and obedience.
Yeah?
He was charismatic, a gifted speaker, but he was also ruthless in dealing with anyone who betrayed him.
It's both fascinating and terrifying to think about him wielding that much power from within a prison cell.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there are the allegations of terrorism, which take this story to a whole other level.
Yes. That's when things take a truly shocking turn.
Right.
In the mid-1980s, while Fort was serving time in Texas, the FBI uncovered a plot involving the El Rukn and the Libyan government.
Wait, Libya. As in Muammar Gaddafi's Libya. This is where it starts to feel like something out of a spy thriller.
You're telling me it seems that Fort, through various intermediaries, had actually struck a deal with Libyan officials.
What?
The El Rukn would carry out terrorist attacks on U.S. soil in exchange for money and weapons.
Wow.
It was a shocking revelation, and it sent shockwaves through the country.
What kind of attacks were they planning?
The details are still classified,
Okay.
but the FBI believes they were considering targets like government buildings, airports, maybe even the White House. This was during the height of the Cold War, remember?
Right.
A time of extreme tension between the U.S. and Libya.
So Fort went from a street tough to an alleged international terrorist mastermind.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost too incredible to believe. What happened next? Did the FBI stop them?
They did.
Huh.
The FBI was able to foil the plot, but it was a major scandal.
Yeah.
Fort and several of his top lieutenants were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit terrorism.
And this is where it all comes crashing down, right? The convictions, the lengthy sentences,
Yeah.
a life spent behind bars.
Yeah.
That's a tragic end to a story that started with so much potential.
Yes, it's a cautionary tale about the allure of power, the seductive nature of violence, and the devastating consequences of choosing a dark path.
Mm.
Fort was convicted in 1987 and sentenced to 80 years in prison for his role in the Libyan plot,
Wow.
which was added to his existing drug trafficking sentence.
Yeah.
A few years later, he was convicted of ordering the 1981 murder of a rival gang leader and given another 75 years.
Oh, my God.
Essentially a life sentence.
The angel, who once mediated peace on the streets of Chicago, ends up as one of the most notorious criminals in American history.
Yeah.
It's a stark contrast, a reminder that even those who start with good intentions can be consumed by ambition and the pursuit of power.
Right.
But there's one more twist to this story, isn't there? Something about Fort's daughter.
Yeah.
She chose a very different path, didn't she?
You're right. There's one final twist that adds a glimmer of hope to this otherwise tragic story.
Okay.
Amina Matthews, Fort's daughter, became a prominent anti-violence activist in Chicago,
Wow.
dedicating her life to steering young people away from the same life her father led.
Really?
It's an incredible act of defiance, a rejection of her father's legacy, and a testament to the human capacity for change.
It's incredible to think that while Jeff Fort was serving multiple life sentences in one of the most secure prisons in the world, his own daughter was out there actively working to dismantle the very system he helped create. Talk about a powerful rejection of a parent's legacy.
It really is. It makes you think about the complexities of family, the impact of upbringing, and the choices we make despite our past. Amina Matthews saw firsthand the destruction caused by her father's choices and decided to dedicate her life to creating a different path for herself and for other young people at risk of falling into the same cycle of violence.
She was even featured in that award-winning documentary, The Interrupters. Right? That film had such a profound impact on me, showing the real-life struggles and triumphs of people trying to break free from the grip of gang culture.
Yes, she was one of the central figures in that film. It showcased the work of these incredibly brave individuals who put themselves in harm's way to mediate gang conflicts, trying to prevent violence before it erupts. They step into situations that most of us would run from, and they do it with compassion and a deep understanding of the forces that drive young people towards gangs.
It's such a stark contrast to the world Jeff Fort inhabited, a world of violence and retribution. It's almost Shakespearean, this idea of redemption through a child defying the sins of the father.
It certainly adds another layer to this already multifaceted story, and it raises an important question. How much of Jeff Fort's path was determined by his circumstances? He grew up in poverty, experienced racism and discrimination, and had limited opportunities. Did society fail him in some way, pushing him toward a life of crime? Or was it ultimately a series of choices he made that led him down this destructive path?
That's a really tough question. It's easy to condemn someone for their actions, but can we truly separate the individual from the environment that shaped them? I mean, how much free will do we really have when we're constantly battling against systems that seem designed to hold us back?
It's a question that philosophers have been grappling with for centuries, and there are no easy answers. But it's a question worth pondering as we try to understand the complexities of crime punishment and the possibility of rehabilitation. Jeff Fort's story challenges us to look beyond the surface and consider the deeper societal forces that contribute to the cycles of violence and poverty.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the life of Jeff Fort, I'm struck by the twists and turns, the contradictions, and the sheer magnitude of his story. It's a story that could fill volumes, and we've only scratched the surface. We've explored his rise to power, his transformation from community activist to alleged terrorist, and the surprising turn towards redemption through his daughter's work.
And that's the beauty of these deep dives, isn't it? We've uncovered fascinating details, raised new questions, and hopefully sparked a desire in you to explore further on your own. Jeff Fort's life offers a glimpse into a turbulent period of American history and forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about our society.
Exactly. If you're intrigued by what you've heard today, I highly recommend checking out The Interrupters. It offers a powerful and moving look into the work of Amina Matthews and others like her who are trying to break the cycle of violence and offer young people a path toward hope and healing.
And as you watch it, or as you continue to explore this topic, consider these questions. What choices would you have made if you were in Jeff Fort's shoes? How much of our destiny is shaped by circumstances beyond our control, and how much is determined by the choices we make?
Those are powerful questions to reflect on, and they're the kind of questions that stay with you long after the deep dive is over. And that's what makes this journey so rewarding. We've gone beyond the headlines and delved into the complexities of a life filled with both darkness and light.
So until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep. There's a whole world of fascinating stories out there waiting to be discovered.
All right, let's get into another deep dive.
Yeah, let's do it.
Today we're looking at the life and crimes of Kiboni Savage.
Oh, yeah.
A Philadelphia drug kingpin. Really fascinating story.
Absolutely. This guy's story is...
Yeah. And it's a case, I think, that...
a harrowing journey.
Yeah, really highlights just how destructive the drug trade can be.
Yes, the drug trade and just the brutality of gang violence, really.
The violence, it's all there.
Yeah, and so what's so interesting about this deep dive in particular is we're not just looking at a single crime.
Right.
We're looking at really his entire career through this Wikipedia article about his life.
It's amazing they have so much information.
So we're going to trace his path from athlete
Wow, really?
to the criminal underworld and all the shocking acts that led to his conviction.
Yeah, and you know what's fascinating about this?
Yeah.
His story isn't unique. This is kind of a classic. I mean, crime figures throughout history have followed this trajectory.
Yeah, that's a good point. Seduced by power, ultimately consumed by their ambition. I think it makes you wonder about the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Like, what allows these figures to thrive?
The systemic factors, yeah.
Absolutely.
So let's start at the beginning with Kibone Savage. He wasn't always this figure of violence.
Right.
He actually began boxing at a young age,
Wow.
training at the Front Street Gym in North Philadelphia. Even won his only professional bout.
So promising.
Hard to imagine this promising athlete would become this notorious drug lord.
Yeah, it's almost as if there was this fork in the road, and some event kind of set him on this darker path.
Yeah.
And I think one significant one was the death of his father from cancer when he was only 13.
That's young.
That kind of loss at such a young age can really create a void,
Right.
leaving young people vulnerable, searching for belonging and control.
That makes sense, and it seems like that void was filled by the drug trade.
Yeah.
Savage started dealing in Hunting Park, a North Philadelphia neighborhood, and quickly rose up the ranks.
Yeah, and this coincided with the crack epidemic ravaging cities all over America.
In the 80s and 90s?
Exactly, in the 80s and 90s. It was lucrative but incredibly dangerous.
Right.
And, those willing to use violence, like Savage,
Yeah.
they were the ones who were used to power.
And violence was a part of his story really early on.
From the beginning.
Yeah, he was even suspected of committing his first murder
Really?
as a young man in a case involving a guy named Kenneth Lassiter.
Wow, tell me about that.
Yeah, so the details of the case are pretty disturbing.
Okay.
A minor altercation, a car bump in a parking lot,
Oh, wow.
escalated into a fatal shooting.
Oh, gosh.
Savage was acquitted, though,
Really?
due to the death of the lead witness,
Oh, my goodness.
which really speaks volumes about the code of silence and the fear of retaliation.
It's a chilling example of how the pursuit of justice can be obstructed by just intimidation and violence.
Yeah, it's a pattern that we see
Throughout.
throughout his story. He built a huge drug network, distributing hundreds of kilos of cocaine throughout Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't afraid to use brutal tactics to protect his empire.
It's striking because he wasn't just targeting rival gangs or dealers.
Right.
It went beyond individual acts of violence. It was really anyone who crossed him or even those he just suspected of being disloyal.
Wow.
And that reign of terror had a huge impact on the community, instilling fear and eroding any sort of trust.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a really brutal example of this is the murder of Carlton Brown,
Oh, right, Carlton Brown.
a rival drug dealer
In broad daylight.
in broad daylight. It sent a really clear message, right? Defy him and you face deadly consequences.
Yeah.
This wasn't just about eliminating competition. This was about maintaining absolute control.
And even when he ended up in federal detention center in Philadelphia,
Yeah.
Savage's attempts to control and intimidate continued.
Really?
He was known to threaten witnesses and their families,
Oh, wow.
even going so far as to threaten the children of those who might testify against him.
Scott.
Really, a need for control extended beyond the bars of his cell.
Yeah, I mean, this brings up an interesting question, right, about the nature of power.
Yeah.
Because for someone like Savage, it wasn't enough to just have influence on the streets.
Right.
He needed to maintain that grip on power even behind bars.
Wow.
It's a deep-seated need for dominance, this belief that he's above the law and can dictate his own sort of twisted justice.
It's a chilling thought.
Yeah.
But even with this level of control, there was one tragedy that Savage couldn't prevent.
Okay.
A tragedy that struck close to home
Oh.
and would trigger his most horrific crime.
Okay.
And that was the death of his 9-year-old daughter,
Oh, my gosh.
Ciara Cece Savage.
So sad.
She was killed in a gang shooting in York, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Devastating blow for Savage, who, despite his ruthlessness, was really deeply affected by her death.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fathom the pain of losing a child, especially like that.
Yeah, especially in the world that he created.
In that world,
Yeah, you'd think this might be a turning point for him.
you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Sadly, it wasn't.
Yeah.
This tragedy didn't lead to any remorse or a change of heart.
Right.
Instead, it fueled a rage that would have horrific consequences and culminate in one of the most shocking acts of revenge in Philadelphia's history.
Yeah, let's talk about that act of revenge.
Right.
Because it's a pivotal point in this deep dive.
Yeah.
And reveals a lot about Kibone Savage's mindset and the lengths he was willing to go to.
Okay.
It all centers around a man named Eugene Twin Coleman.
Oh, right.
So Eugene Twin Coleman, he was one of Savage's associates,
Right.
decided to turn informant and testify against him.
Wow. You can imagine how that went over.
I can only imagine.
Betrayal in that world.
Yeah.
A cardinal sin.
Especially for a guy like Savage.
Especially for a guy like Savage.
Built his empire on loyalty and fear.
Couldn't ignore it.
Right.
Direct challenge.
A public humiliation.
Yeah.
So consumed by this rage and thirst for revenge.
Right.
Savage orders the firebombing of Coleman's mother's house.
This wasn't just about silencing a witness. This was about sending a message.
Right.
Brutal message.
That there would be retribution.
Any act of betrayal.
Yeah.
Swift and merciless.
And he didn't just target Coleman.
Right.
He targeted his family.
His whole family.
The details of that firebombing are just incredibly disturbing.
I can imagine.
Really a reminder of the just devastation that this kind of violence can inflict.
On families and communities?
Yeah, the fire just ripped through the house.
Horrible.
Took the lives of 6 people.
Oh my gosh.
4 children.
Oh my goodness.
And Coleman's mother.
So awful.
And what's even more disturbing
is
Savage's reaction when he learns about the deaths.
What did he say?
He was recorded saying
Yeah.
they should stop off and get him some barbecue sauce. Pour it on them burnt bitches.
That is just chilling. Bone chilling.
It really is.
No remorse.
Yeah.
Depths of his depravity.
To orchestrate their deaths and then
Mock their suffering.
mock their suffering.
Dehumanize them further.
Yeah, and to bring this horrific plan to life.
Right.
It required a network of accomplices,
I imagine.
including Savage's own sister,
Really?
Hoyda Kida Da Savage.
Wow. How does that even happen?
It's really a chilling example of how family loyalty can be twisted.
By ambition.
Yeah, by criminal ambition.
Wow.
She played a key role in the firebombing.
What did she do?
She recruited the hitman,
Oh, wow.
Lamont Lewis,
Okay.
and even showed him where the house was located.
Wow.
And then there's Robert B.J. Merritt Jr.,
Okay.
Lewis's cousin,
Yeah.
helped carry out the attack.
So they used gasoline,
Yeah.
turned the house into an inferno.
Just calculated and deliberate.
It's a dark reminder of the darkness in the human heart.
Yeah.
But thankfully,
Yeah.
Lamont Lewis ultimately cooperated with the authorities.
Yeah, he flipped,
He fled.
leading to the arrests and
Would
prosecution
have Savage.
of those involved.
It's amazing how pivotal that can be.
Yeah, without that cooperation,
He might have gotten away with it.
it's possible
It really shows the importance of witness testimony.
in dismantling these criminal enterprises.
Yeah, and ensuring that justice is served.
So the trial itself was a major event.
Bet.
Jury selection began in September 2012,
Okay.
and Savage was convicted in May of 2013.
Took a while.
Yeah, but the evidence against him was overwhelming.
So what were the charges?
He was convicted on 17 charges,
17. Wow.
including 12 counts of murder in aid of racketeering.
Wow. So this wasn't just about the firebombing.
No.
This was years of criminal activity.
Drug trafficking,
Yeah.
witness intimidation, this reign of terror that spanned years.
And he received the death penalty.
Yeah, for those crimes, he received a sentence that really reflected just the gravity of his actions.
Yeah.
The death penalty.
Wow.
He was sentenced to death not once, but 13 times.
Oh, my goodness.
Once for witness intimidation,
Right.
and once for each of the 12 murders.
That's the first federal death sentence handed down in Philadelphia.
In modern history.
Modern history, wow.
Really underscored the court's understanding of the impact of his crimes.
Absolutely.
Not just on the individuals, but on the community as a whole.
Right. But even with this seemingly definitive conclusion,
Right.
the story takes an unexpected turn.
Yeah.
An unexpected turn.
In December 2024, President Biden commuted Savage's death sentence.
Really?
He will now serve a life sentence without the possibility of parole.
That ignited a firestorm of debate, I imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
Because some people felt that even a man like Savage deserves a chance at rehabilitation,
Right.
while others felt that the commutation diminishes the suffering of the victims.
Undermines the justice system.
Yeah.
So it's a complex issue.
Yeah. It's not about taking sides.
Not about taking sides.
It's about understanding this case and exploring the questions that it raises.
Right. Yeah. So we're left with a lot to think about here.
Absolutely.
The commutation brings up these huge questions about justice and punishment, and whether someone who's done such awful things can ever really be redeemed.
Yeah. Can people change?
Right. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's a question that philosophers and legal scholars have debated for centuries, right?
Yeah.
Is the purpose of punishment, retribution, deterrence, or rehabilitation?
Right.
Can someone who's done such terrible things ever atone for their sins?
Yeah.
Savage's case forces us to really think about these uncomfortable truths.
And it's not just about Savage himself.
Right.
We have to consider the victims, the family,
The community?
the community as a whole. Even with a life sentence, the
Yeah.
story doesn't really end.
No.
Those ripples of pain and trauma just continue to spread.
It's a reminder that the justice system, as important as it is,
Yeah.
it can't address those long-lasting effects of violent crime.
The healing process is ongoing.
For everyone involved.
Right. Let's talk about some of the other people involved in this case.
Right.
Like Savage's sister,
Right.
Kadada, who helped orchestrate the firebombing.
Yeah, she got a life sentence plus 10 years.
Plus 10 years.
Yeah.
And Robert Merritt Jr.,
Right. The hitman.
a hitman,
Yeah.
he also received a life sentence.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Really showing that the court understands that everyone involved in these crimes,
That's be held accountable.
even if they didn't directly commit the murders.
Absolutely.
And then there's Lamont Lewis.
Oh, right. The hitman who turned informant.
Yeah.
I mean, his testimony was so important.
Absolutely.
He got 40 years
the minimum.
under his plea agreement.
Right.
But his case is interesting
Yeah.
because it really makes you think about redemption, right?
Yeah.
He participated in this horrible crime,
Right.
but his cooperation was so key to getting justice.
So can someone who's committed a terrible act ever redeem themselves?
It's a tough question.
There's no easy answer to that one.
Not at all.
So Kavoni Savage's story,
Yeah. It's more than just crime and punishment.
it really is.
It's about the human condition, you know?
Yeah.
Choices we make, the consequences.
The enduring power of hope, even in the face of all this darkness.
Yeah. It's a story that stays with you.
It does.
Makes you think about justice, morality, redemption.
So I hope everyone listening will consider this.
Yeah.
How does Kavoni Savage's story shape your views on crime and punishment,
On forgiveness.
on forgiveness and redemption?
Yeah.
What are the lessons that we can learn from this as people and as a society to prevent this from happening again?
To create a better future.
Yeah, those are questions worth thinking about.
Absolutely.
And I encourage you to keep looking into this case and what it all means.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us on this deep dive. All right, so we've got this this set of sources here on Kenneth Supreme McGriff. And today we're going to really kind of dive deep into his story, right? A life that kind of intersects with the drug trade, the music industry, and really some huge names in hip-hop. And we're relying heavily on his Wikipedia entry. It's actually surprisingly detailed in painting a picture of his rise and fall, you know?
Yeah, and what's really interesting here is that McGriff's story, it's not just about one man, you know? I mean, it really gives us a window into this, like, very specific time and place in American history.
For sure, for sure.
And, you know, his life kind of unfolded against this backdrop of the crack cocaine epidemic, the war on drugs, and, you know, this rapidly evolving hip-hop scene.
Okay, so let's sort of break this down a bit, right? I mean, Supreme wasn't just born a kingpin, so to speak. Like, what were the conditions that allowed someone like him to sort of build this drug empire in Queens?
Well, he was born in 1960 in New York City. And by the early 80s, like, he formed the Supreme team, right, in the Baisley Park houses in Queens.
Right.
And this was during the peak of the crack epidemic.
Right, right.
A time of, you know, just immense social and economic upheaval, particularly in marginalized communities.
Yeah.
So there was this void, this lack of opportunity, and a sense of desperation.
Yeah.
And that created fertile ground for these, you know, criminal enterprises to take root.
Absolutely. So how did he manage to, like, gain so much power so quickly? I mean,
Yeah.
was it just brute force? Or was there more to it, something else?
Well, McGriff was a shrewd guy. He understood the streets, you
Yeah.
know, and he built this hierarchical structure within the Supreme team with hundreds of members, right, working under him.
Wow.
And this level of organization, you know, allowed him to control the crack cocaine trade in their neighborhood, right, and amass significant wealth and influence.
Man, the name the Supreme Team, it sounds like something straight out of a movie, right? Was it as dramatic and intense as it sounds?
Oh, it was harsh, their reality, I mean. You know, just think about these young men, many teenagers even, drawn into this world of violence and crime. They were driven by poverty, the lack of opportunity, you know, and the allure of fast money.
Yeah.
And McGriff was able to capitalize on this, you know, this desperation, creating a system that was both, you know, highly profitable and incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, a recipe for disaster. And we know that in 1987, after a pretty big investigation, he's arrested and hit with a serious charge, continuing criminal enterprise.
Right.
And some people listening might be wondering, like, what exactly does that mean, right? What does that entail?
Yeah, that charge, that goes way beyond a simple drug possession or distribution case, right? It
Yeah.
indicates that McGriff wasn't just some, street-level dealer. He was the leader, right, of a large-scale, ongoing criminal organization.
Whoa. So what kind of evidence led to that charge? I mean, was it purely about the drug trade, or were there other, criminal activities involved?
Well, the indictment against McGriff and the Supreme Team, it outlines this complex web of activity, including drug trafficking, money laundering, violence.
Wow.
He wasn't just selling drugs. I mean, he was running this sophisticated operation, with multiple layers and a clear chain of command. There were financial transactions, patterns of drug distribution, witness testimonies. All this pointed to a large-scale, ongoing criminal enterprise.
And that resulted in a 12-year sentence, right?
That's right, yeah. But, even behind bars, his story isn't over.
Oh.
Yeah, he was released early on parole, only to, end up back in prison for violations.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a cycle we see all the time, these challenges of reintegration for ex-offenders, this pull of the familiar and the difficulty of breaking free from the past.
It's tough, man.
Oh,
But McGriff, he did get out again.
Right.
Right, like in 1997.
That's right.
And this is where his story takes this really interesting turn, right? Like, he gets involved with Murder, Inc., that famous hip-hop label.
Yeah, that's right.
But just as his life seemed to be going in a new direction, like his past, it's about to catch up with him in a big way. I think a lot of people listening are probably curious, right?
Yeah.
About, McGriff's connection to Murder, Inc. I mean, this is where his story kind of takes this turn into the music industry, which seems like, I don't know, a world away from like the streets of Queens.
Right, right.
You know what I mean?
Well, McGriff, I mean, despite his past, right, he really had this ambition, I guess, to be a filmmaker. And he actually even, sought out Irv Gotti,
Oh, wow.
the co-founder of Murder, Inc., one of the, most successful hip-hop labels at the time.
Yeah, for sure. So, the former drug lord wants to make movies. Was this a genuine interest, or was there something, more to it? Like, was he using this to try to, I don't know, legitimize his wealth or, gain social acceptance?
Well, it's hard to say, for sure what his real intentions were. Some people think he saw filmmaking as a way to launder money, or to kind of, reinvent himself as a legitimate businessman.
Right.
Others think he really had a passion for storytelling and saw this as an opportunity to break into, a new industry. We know from the sources that, he wanted to adapt this crime novel into a film.
Oh, really? That's interesting. What was the novel about? What drew him to that specific story,
Unfortunately, the sources we have don't give any specifics about the novel or, his creative vision for the film.
Okay.
But it's definitely an interesting clue, right? It could shed some light on, his motivations and aspirations, I guess.
Yeah. It's a shame we don't know more about that. But I mean, even without knowing the details, right, this connection to Murder, Inc., it must have raised some red flags, especially with the FBI, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The FBI had been watching McGriff for years. And, his move into the music industry, this world often associated with, tons of cash and questionable business practices. I mean, it definitely got their attention.
For sure. And that scrutiny led to a raid on Murder, Inc.'s offices, right?
Yeah.
What were they looking for?
They were investigating these allegations of drug trafficking, money laundering, specifically any financial ties between McGriff and the label. They thought maybe he was using Murder, Inc. as a front, for his activities.
So this wasn't just about music anymore.
Right.
This was about the potential for McGriff to be kind of pulling the strings behind the scenes. What impact did this have on Murder, Inc. and, the artists signed to the label?
Well, the raid, it really sent shockwaves, through the hip-hop community.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I mean, it cast this, shadow of suspicion over Murder, Inc., raising questions about their legitimacy and where their funding was coming from.
Right.
And it put a lot of pressure on the artists associated with the label, like Ja Rule, Ashanti. I mean, their careers were really just taking off.
Oh, yeah. That's got to be so hard to navigate, right?
Yeah.
Imagine being, this young, talented musician, and all of a sudden, your label is being raided by the FBI.
Yeah.
And, your mentor's under investigation. And your name's being mentioned in connection with, this convicted drug lord.
Exactly. It's like a prime example of guilt by association.
Yeah.
Even if they weren't, directly involved in anything. Their connection to McGriff and Murder, Inc., it really tarnished their reputation. And it even threatened to, derail their careers.
Totally. But wasn't there also, this element of exploitation here? was McGriff using these artists to kind of, like further his own agenda, or were they actually drawn to like his mentorship and, the opportunities he offered?
It's a complex question. There's no easy answers. On one hand, McGriff's interest in the industry, it could have been, totally opportunistic. Like maybe he saw them as a way to, launder money or, get a foothold in this lucrative industry.
Right, yeah.
On the other hand, maybe he really did believe in their talent and wanted to help them succeed.
Right. It's so hard to separate, those motivations,
Right.
especially given his history. And, this association, it had some very real consequences.
Right.
Like not just the legal scrutiny, but also this potential for violence. Like, we can't forget McGriff's name came up in the investigation into Jam Master Jay's murder.
Right. In that case, it's still unsolved. It hangs over this whole period.
Yeah.
And federal authorities, they investigated McGriff in connection with that 2000 shooting of 50 Cent.
Wow.
Yeah, there were allegations, right, that he orchestrated the attack because of, perceived disrespect in the rapper's lyrics.
It's crazy how, like, these events, especially violence, how they kind of mirrored, like, some of the themes and narratives that were popular in hip-hop, at the time. What do you make of that connection?
It shows the, complex and often, contradictory relationship between hip-hop and the streets. On one hand, hip-hop came about as a voice for the marginalized, right?
Right.
A way to express the realities of poverty, violence, oppression.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it also glamorized certain aspects of, street culture.
Yeah.
And it blurred the lines between reality and artistic expression.
And in McGriff's case, those lines, they became, I don't know, tragically intertwined. Like, this wasn't just about the music, the business anymore, right? This was about life and death.
Unfortunately, yeah, you're right. And in 2001, the violence, it escalated. And McGriff was implicated in these murders of Eric E. Moneybags Smith and Big Nose Trey Singleton.
And these weren't like just abstract crimes. I mean, these were real people with families, friends, whose lives were, changed forever.
Exactly, yeah. And the sources we have, they say that both murders, they were allegedly acts of revenge for the death of McGriff's friend, Colbert Black Just Johnson.
So this wasn't just about, like, turf wars, drug deals gone wrong, right? Like, this was about, like, personal vendettas and this cycle of violence that just seemed to have, no end.
And these murders, they would lead to McGriff's, downfall, bringing this whole complex and controversial journey to an end. But, before we get into, the last chapter of his story, let's think for a second, right, about the impact he had on the music industry, the lives of the people who, crossed his path.
Yeah. Okay. In the next part, we'll look at, the aftermath of his criminal career, right? Like his life behind bars and these sort of big questions that his story brings up about justice, redemption, and, that whole cyclical nature of violence. Okay. So we've gone through, Kenneth Supreme, McGriff's rise and fall, right? His moves into the music world and all that violence that just seemed to follow him. So now I guess we're at the final chapter. Like, what were the consequences of his actions and what's his life like these days?
Well, like we were saying, those 2001 murders, those are a big turning point. I mean, the prosecution, their argument was that they weren't just random acts of violence,
Right.
They were like calculated executions, murders for hire, like ordered by McGriff himself.
And the evidence, it was strong enough to actually, like, convict him. This wasn't just, like, rumors or speculation.
Oh, yeah. After this long trial in 2007, McGriff, he was found guilty. Murder, conspiracy, drug trafficking, all related to those deaths. And he was sentenced to life.
Wow. So after everything, right, like building this whole empire, trying to reinvent himself, it all, like, falls apart. I mean, that's going to be a far cry from the streets he used to run, right?
Yeah, I mean, just picture the difference, right? Instead of the hustle and bustle of Queens, he's now at USP McCreary, that's in Kentucky, a high-security prison. And it's not just about, being locked up. It's about losing everything he built, right? The power, the influence, the freedom, all of it.
It's like this stark reminder, that building a life on, like, illegal stuff just doesn't last.
Exactly. Like, McGriff's story, it's a classic example of, hubris. That belief that you're above the law, that you're untouchable. But the law, even if it takes time, it usually wins. And there were other things going on too, right? Like law enforcement, their tactics were getting better, more sophisticated in how they went after organized crime.
Right.
And even the nature of these criminal enterprises, built on violence and not trusting anyone, I mean, that makes them really unstable from the start.
It's almost like, I don't know, like Shakespearean or something. This rise and fall, this guy who seemed invincible And then, boom, brought down by the things he did himself.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a good reminder that the stuff we do, our actions, they have this ripple effect. They don't just impact us, but the people around us too.
You're talking about like the families of the victims, the communities affected by his, drug dealing, the artists who got caught up in the investigation, all that.
All of that, yeah. And even those people who might, admire parts of his story, like the ambition, the street smarts, whatever. They got to look at the whole picture, right? The violence, the destruction, the human cost.
Yeah, it's a lot to think about, that's for sure. And it leads to some, really tough questions. Like, is there any chance of redemption for someone like McGriff? Can a guy who, ordered murders, can he really feel sorry and, try to make up for what he did?
I think that's where everyone's own perspective comes in, right? Some people might say, look, a life sentence, that's fair. What he did was so bad, there's no coming back from that. Others might think, well, even in prison, people can change. Maybe he can really face his past and, truly regret what happened.
It's complicated. No easy answers. But it's something we got to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Especially when we think about what our justice system is for, that balance between punishment and, rehabilitation.
Definitely. I mean, McGriff's story makes us think hard about these things. We got to go beyond simple ideas of good and evil. We got to see how complicated people really are.
Yeah, I agree. So, now that we're at the end of this whole deep dive, what's the one thing, the most important takeaway that you'd want our listeners to, walk away with?
I think it's this McGriff story. It's a warning, right? It shows us that choices have consequences and that living outside the law, well, it often ends badly. But it's also a story that makes us look deeper, beyond just the headlines, like what were the social and economic things that shaped him, And it makes us think about these big ideas, justice, redemption, and whether people can really change.
Absolutely. We've covered a lot today, right? From the streets of Queens to, the top of the music world, and finally to life in prison. We hope you'll keep digging into this story, check out the sources we've got, and, decide for yourself what you think about Kenneth Supreme McGriff and what his story means. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. All right, so get this. We're going deep on Larry Hoover today. You sent over these excerpts from his Wikipedia page, and wow, just wow.
Really is something.
This guy, we're talking empire building, rebranding himself, even catching Kanye West's attention.
Yeah,
how can one person be all these things? That's what we're going to figure out.
It's wild how Hoover's life is intertwined with Chicago's whole story. Cities shaped by all these social and economic forces, and it all kind of spills onto the streets.
Okay, so let's go back to the start. Mississippi born, but lands in Chicago at 4 years old. Huge change, right? Especially back then. Think that move shaped him.
Hard to say for sure, but Chicago, mid-20th century, man, it was a melting pot. Racial tensions, economic gaps, gangs changing constantly. No wonder a kid like Hoover drops out at 13, gets pulled in.
And he doesn't just join any gang, right? It's the Supreme Gangsters. What made them different in Chicago's gang world?
Think of it like this. South Side. All territories, right? Each one controlled by different groups. Supreme Gangsters under Hoover, they weren't content just holding on. They wanted more power.
Ambitious. And then 1969, the merger. Black Disciples, they formed the Black Gangster Disciple Nation. Big name.
Oh yeah, commands attention. New era for them. But the real shift, 1974, David Barksdale dies. He was leading the Black Disciples. Hoover steps right in, takes over everything.
Gang member to basically running the South Side show. Did his style, did it change things?
Hoover, man, he had charisma, strategic, could unite different factions, wasn't just muscle, he had a vision.
But even with his leadership, there was still other gangs, rivals.
Big time. Black Gangster Disciple Nation, everyone noticed. Fierce rivals, People Nation, bunch of gangs together, Black P. Stone Nation, Vice Lords, clashes. It was a cycle, violence for decades.
Can't even imagine the tension, the danger back then. And here's the crazy part, 1973, he's locked up. But his power, it doesn't go away, grows almost. 1978, forms the Folk Nation, even more gangs under him.
Yeah.
How's that even possible from prison?
Loyalty, man. Hoover built loyalty, control, even from inside. Lieutenants, messengers, a whole network ran things from his cell.
So being locked up didn't stop him at all?
Nope. Gangster Disciples, Folk Nation, they spread everywhere, all over the U.S. Hoover's reach way beyond those prison walls.
But then, later on, things change. Hoover starts talking about, no more violence, rebranding GD to mean growth and development. What was that? Change of heart or a calculated move?
That's the question, isn't it? Some say PR stunt, look better, maybe get out sooner. Others, they point to his book, 96, The Blueprint of a New Concept, From Gangster Disciple to Growth and Development. A real desire to change, they say.
Hold on. He wrote a book. Okay, now I'm really interested.
It's a glimpse inside his head, that time period. Fascinating read, especially with everything else going on before and after.
So what's in it? Concrete plan for this growth and development? Or just talk?
It's his journey, regrets, a vision for the gangster disciples, but different. Shift from crime to community, from violence to social economic power.
Big change from drugs and turf wars. But did he actually walk the walk?
That's where the doubt comes in. Some see it as manipulation, control, but looking like he's moved on from the violence.
Wants it both ways. Renouncing violence, but keeping the power he got from it.
Exactly. And then, July 2022 statement, Hoover says, I want nothing to do with the gangster disciples anymore. Real or just a move. Hard to say.
It's almost like man and myth all mixed up. Yeah, makes you think. Changing someone with a past like that. But we can't forget, even with the talk of changing, there were real consequences to his actions.
For sure. Victims, families, whole communities scarred by the gangster disciples, the violence. You can't just erase that, rebrand, or say you're done.
Right. And then there's the legal stuff. 73, convicted, murder of William Young, drug dealer, accused of stealing from the gang.
Yeah, Young.
Big sentence, life plus 200 years. Serious stuff. Shows how seriously they took it. Gang violence back then.
No kidding.
Okay, now fast forward. 97. Already doing life, but gets convicted again. Running a criminal enterprise. From prison. How?
Shows you control, even locked up. Investigation took 17 years, wiretaps, informants, the whole 9 yards.
17 years. That's longer than some folks' careers. What'd they even find?
Huge operation. Gangster disciples with Hoover calling the shots from inside, 30,000 members making like $100 million a year, drugs, all sorts of illegal stuff.
Like a Fortune 500, but from a cell. Crazy.
Makes you wonder, right? Prison, rehabilitation, all that. If someone can pull strings like that, locked up, what does it say about the system?
Yeah, no easy answers there. So where is he now?
ADX Florence, Colorado. Supermax. The really serious one.
Oh yeah, ADX Florence.
Yeah.
Heard it called like a clean version of hell.
Isolation, 23 hours a day, alone. Little contact, no outside world really. Far cry from all that power he had.
Hard to picture powerful gang leader to that. But even now, there are people. They want him out.
His wife, Wendy Jenkins Hoover, she's been fighting for him. Clemency started the Larry Hoover Project, getting his story out there, pushing for a review of his sentence.
Larry Hoover Project. What's their main argument? Are they saying he's innocent or just that he's done enough time?
It's more about Hoover's changed, they say. Admits his mistakes, wants to do good, done his time, deserves the second chance, they argue.
Redemption. But how do you get past what he did? Accountability versus second chances. Tough question.
Tough question for everyone, not just Hoover. Justice system, forgiveness, what does rehabilitation really mean? We gotta talk about it.
Interesting how this project changes the story. Not just the gangster, the crime boss, but about change, maybe a different future.
So even people who do bad things, they're human, they can grow, change. Whether you buy Hoover's redemption, that's up to you. But it makes you think justice, forgiveness, second chances, all that.
And then there's the Kanye thing.
Yeah.
Famous rapper wants a convicted gang leader freed. Doesn't happen every day.
Strange pairing, sure. But shows you how Hoover's story, people are drawn to it. Kanye, he admires him in a way, sees him as a survivor, a product of a system that chews people up, especially in certain communities.
So it's not just Hoover's, it's bigger than that. The system, what leads to crime, to prison.
Yeah, exactly. Fits with Kanye's other stuff, social justice, especially for Black communities.
And it's not just talk, right? Kanye actually tried to get Trump to pardon him back in 2018.
Then there was that Free Larry Hoover concert, December 2021, with Drake. Huge. Got people talking, that's for sure.
Big statement. But was it just about Hoover, or was it more like prison reform, mass incarceration, all that?
It was about the human cost of prison, especially those long sentences for things that happened years ago. Redemption, second chances, being more human with justice.
It's amazing Hoover's story. Now it's tied up with these bigger issues. Like his life is how we look at these big questions. Legal stuff, talk of changing, famous people backing him, and so many unanswered questions.
Yeah, it's that tension, the image, what he wants us to see, and then what he actually did. Maybe we'll never really know the whole story.
His book, The Blueprint of a New Concept, you mentioned it. Any real insights in there, or just more PR?
Interesting read for sure, even if you don't believe all of it. Thing is, how he talks about his past, the gangster disciples, the pain, the bad stuff, he admits it, but he says he was trying to build something, community of belonging for young black men who felt left out,
So he's saying it was like social work, but gone wrong.
Yeah.
That's a tough sell with all the violence, the crime.
It is, and he says the growth and development, that was real. Changing the gang away from crime towards helping the community, investing in education, jobs, real businesses.
But he was still in charge, even from prison, running the whole thing. How does that fit?
Right. Hard to know how much was real, how much was just playing the game. And even if we believe him a little, there's still so much damage done.
Messy, for sure. And then his wife, the Larry Hoover Project, they want him pardoned, saying he's changed. Do they deal with all these contradictions?
They focus on him growing, changing, being a force for peace inside prison. They say he's done his time, he's different now, deserves a chance to give back.
But aren't we kind of forgetting what he did? Accountability, redemption.
Yeah.
Where's the balance?
That's bigger than just Hoover. It's about all of us, our justice system. What does forgiveness mean? Second chances. We got to figure that out.
And then Kanye West, wow, world famous, and he's fighting for Larry Hoover. Changes everything, doesn't it?
That's a star like that. It's huge. Brought attention like nothing else could.
Kanye sees him as a symbol, right? The problems with the system for black communities. It's not just about Hoover. It's about all of that.
Exactly. Challenging how we see people like Hoover, not just criminals, but understanding why, the social stuff, the economics, all of it.
There's always more to the story than we see at first. Larry Hoover built a criminal empire, then wanted to be a community leader, and now Kanye West is on his side. A lot to unpack here.
It is, and that's why we do these deep dives, making us think, questioning what we think we know, really engaging with these big questions.
So, wrapping up our deep dive into Larry Hoover, what's the one thing you hope our listener walks away with?
I hope it makes them curious, to learn more, understand the things that shape our world, the people in it. Larry Hoover's story, it reminds us that even the simply stories, they're usually complicated, full of contradictions.
Well said. And on that note, I think we've reached the end of our deep dive.
We have, but the conversation, thinking about all this, I hope that continues.
Absolutely. Thanks for being with us on this journey, and we'll see you next time on the deep dive. All right, so welcome back, everyone, for another deep dive. Today, we're going to be looking into Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this guy was a notorious drug kingpin in Queens, New York.
Right.
And what we're going to try to do is figure out kind of like the weird juxtaposition of this guy, right? He was super ruthless in his criminal enterprise, but then later expressed deep regret for his actions.
Right.
So we want to try to figure out how those two things can exist within the same person.
Yeah.
And we're going to be using primarily a Wikipedia article about Nichols.
Okay.
So let's just kind of jump right into it, right?
Yeah, let's do it. What's interesting to me is that he was actually born on Christmas Day, 1958. Huh. A day that we associate with hope and redemption.
Right.
But he becomes this figure associated with darkness and violence.
Yeah.
It's kind of like almost like a contradiction.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating. And I think that really sets the stage for how complicated the story is going to be.
Yeah.
He was born in Bessemer, Alabama.
Okay.
But then eventually ends up in New York.
Okay.
And we can't talk about Fat Cat without talking about his nickname.
Right.
Fat Cat, it's not exactly subtle.
Yeah.
And it kind of speaks to his imposing just physical presence.
Yeah.
Like a thick neck, broad build.
Yeah.
Like the kind of guy who could just walk into a room and you're kind of like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. And that was so critical to his success in the drug trade.
Yeah.
You have to project power and an image of power, even in something like a nickname, to maintain control and instill fear. It's basically a way of saying, don't mess with me without having to say it.
Exactly. And, his criminal enterprise, I mean, it was massive.
Yeah.
During the peak of the crack epidemic in the 80s, he led this huge drug trafficking organization in Jamaica, Queens.
Right.
I mean, think about it. He's got Howard Pappy Mason, his friend from prison. He's got Lucas Spoon Steven, his trusted confidant.
Right.
And then you've got Joseph Mike Bones Rogers.
Okay.
It's like, this isn't just some small-time, street corner hustle.
Right.
This is like an organized network pumping drugs into a community.
It's like a reminder that so often we focus on these individuals in these stories, but there's a whole network of individuals involved in perpetuating this cycle of harm.
Absolutely.
And that impact is felt throughout the community.
And get this, to really drive home like the audacity of this operation, he used a deli as his headquarters.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he inherits Big Mac's Deli from his father-in-law, right?
Okay.
And essentially turns it into like the nerve center for his drug empire.
That's crazy.
It's like he's got this entrepreneurial mind,
right?
But it's so twisted.
Yeah. That's really striking. It highlights how he blended into, like seemingly legitimate businesses.
Right.
Using that as a cover for his activities.
Yeah.
And this is something that organized crime figures do all the time.
Right.
It's blurring the lines between the underworld and the everyday world.
Right.
And it reminds us that these criminal enterprises are often hiding in plain sight.
Right in front of us.
Yeah.
It wasn't all just like business savvy, though.
Right.
This is where the story gets kind of dark.
Yeah.
So Nichols was linked to the murders of two people.
Right.
And, this is where we see like the real brutal reality of his world.
These weren't just, random acts of violence. These were calculated moves to eliminate threats and maintain his grip on power.
Right.
One of the victims was actually a close childhood friend.
Wow.
Someone he had known for years.
That's crazy.
The other victim was his former girlfriend, Myrtle Horsham.
Okay.
She was only 20 years old at the time.
Oh, wow.
And she was the mother of his son.
God, that's awful.
Yeah.
It's just chilling to think about that level of betrayal.
Yeah.
Especially with the childhood friend.
Right.
Like, to think that someone, capable of such loyalty could also order, such a cold-blooded act.
Right.
It's just so disturbing.
It is.
And the murder of Myrtle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just heartbreaking.
It's hard to even fathom
Yeah.
the kind of mindset that could justify taking the life
Right.
of the mother of his own child.
It's unbelievable.
This is where you start to think about the psychology of a criminal mastermind like Nichols.
Right.
He claimed that Myrtle made him look bad by spending his money on another man.
Yeah.
It gives us a glimpse into his worldview.
Yeah.
It was all about power and control and a very twisted sense of respect.
Yeah.
He used violence as a tool, a necessary evil to maintain his position and his reputation.
Yeah, like an image thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, God. It's a level of ruthlessness that's just, hard to even grasp.
It's difficult.
And, the consequences of his actions were just absolutely devastating.
They were far-reaching.
Yeah, so after Myrtle's murder, his own mother, Louise Coleman, disowned him.
Wow.
It just, it speaks to the profound impact that his crimes had on the people closest to him.
Right.
Like just shattering these family bonds.
Absolutely.
And leaving this trail of pain and suffering in his wake.
Yeah, the consequences weren't just confined to the victims themselves.
Wow.
Really fractured families.
Yeah.
Eroded trust within the community.
Right.
It's a reminder that the impact of crime goes so far beyond just the immediate victims.
Yeah.
It leaves these scars that can really take generations to heal.
Absolutely. And eventually all of this caught up with him.
Right.
Right. Involvement in the murders.
Yeah.
This vast drug trafficking and racketeering operation.
Uh-huh.
It all led to his arrest,
Oh,
conviction.
Yeah.
And, he ends up pleading guilty to all the charges.
Wow.
And he was sentenced to 25 years to life for the murders,
Okay.
plus an additional 40 years for the other charges.
Yeah, and it's important to remember that that racketeering charge meant that this wasn't just, a drug dealing operation.
Yeah.
It was a pattern of illegal activities.
Uh-huh.
Things like extortion, money laundering, and likely a lot more violence.
Right.
All designed to maintain and expand this enterprise.
Right. So this wasn't just some,
drug dealer.
Right.
This was like a sophisticated,
It was an organization.
yeah, a criminal organization with Nichols right at the top,
Exactly.
calling all the shots.
Yeah.
So here he is, locked away,
Right.
facing, a lifetime behind bars.
Yeah.
Seemingly, paying for his crimes.
Right.
But then, years later, 2010,
Okay.
something unexpected happens.
What's that?
He writes a letter from prison,
Okay.
and it gets published
Wow.
in the New York Daily News.
This letter was really fascinating.
Yeah.
After years of silence, Nichols decides to speak out.
Right.
What he had to say was both surprising and complex.
Yeah.
He expresses remorse
Okay.
for his crimes.
Right.
He talked about having all this time
Yeah.
to ponder his misdeeds
Ugh.
and offered an apology to the
Oh.
victims and their families.
That raises a lot of questions.
It does.
I mean, here's this guy
yeah.
who, orchestrated this whole massive criminal enterprise,
Right.
ordered hits on people he knew,
Yeah.
caused so much pain and suffering.
Right.
And now he's saying he's sorry.
Right.
It's hard to,
Yeah.
to put those two things together.
It's hard to reconcile.
Yeah.
But it makes us think about the possibility of change,
Yeah.
even in someone who has committed such awful acts.
Right.
Can someone like Lorenzo Nichols genuinely feel remorse?
Yeah.
Is it even possible to find redemption after causing so much harm? These
Yeah.
are questions that have no easy answers.
No, they don't. It's a real dilemma.
It is.
On one hand,
Yeah.
you have the severity of the crimes, the evidence of his ruthlessness.
Right.
But on the other,
Yeah.
you have this expression of regret,
Right.
this attempt to atone for his past.
It's a real moral struggle.
Yeah, and it leads to this other thing that happened.
Okay.
So in April 2022,
Okay.
Nichols is granted parole from state prison.
Wow.
This decision was probably based on, a bunch of factors, good behavior while incarcerated,
Yeah.
his expressions of remorse.
Yeah.
But it's important to understand that being released from prison doesn't mean he was a free man.
Oh, right.
He was immediately transferred to federal custody
Okay.
to serve time for those federal convictions.
So even though he's out of state prison,
Right.
he's still got more time.
Oh, yeah. His legal issues weren't over.
Yeah, it shows how complex this system really is.
Yeah.
The interplay of state and federal laws,
Right.
the considerations for parole,
Yeah.
the consequences of past actions, all these factors
Yeah.
kind of come together in Nichols's case and create this very intricate legal situation.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So here we are, trying to figure out what to make of this guy.
It's a tough one.
It really is. I
And-
mean, on one hand, you have like this, just brutal drug kingpin
Right.
who like terrorized the community, took lives
Yeah.
without even thinking about it.
Right.
And then on the other hand, you've got this guy who's seemingly remorseful,
Right.
asking for forgiveness and a second chance.
It really makes you think about justice and rehabilitation
Yeah.
and about whether people can really change.
Yeah. Can someone truly change after doing these kinds of things?
Right.
And if they can, like, what does that even look like?
Exactly.
Does just saying sorry mean that you're rehabilitated?
Right.
I mean, these are tough questions.
Yeah, they are.
And I imagine our listeners are probably thinking about this too.
I would hope so.
It's easy to just say, like, once a criminal, always a criminal,
Yeah.
especially with someone like Nichols.
Right.
But then, what's the point of parole
Right. Exactly.
if we don't believe people can change?
Yeah.
It's like you have to confront your own beliefs about second chances.
It is.
Can we forgive someone like Lorenzo Nichols?
Right.
And if we can't, like, what does that say about us?
Yeah. What does that say about our compassion?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And our belief in redemption.
Exactly.
It's a lot to think about.
It is.
And I don't think there are any easy answers.
I agree.
But I think, maybe that's the point of doing a deep dive like this.
Yeah.
It's not always about, finding a neat and tidy conclusion.
Right.
It's more about exploring a complex story
Yeah.
and thinking about all the nuances.
Yeah. And it's important to remember the other factors that play into crime.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We can't just blame individuals
Right.
without thinking about the social and economic conditions.
Right.
That can lead to crime,
Yeah.
poverty, lack of opportunity.
Oh,
Yeah, it's all connected.
it's a good reminder that these stories are never simple. Lorenzo Nichols is a pretty unique case,
He is.
but his story raises a lot of questions about, bigger issues.
Yeah,
Poverty, opportunity, the fact that crime is kind of a cycle,
it is.
and it definitely leaves us with more questions than answers,
That's true.
which honestly is sometimes like the best outcome of one of these deep dives.
It is. It makes you think.
It really does.
So as you continue to think about Lorenzo Nichols and everything we've talked about, I think it's important to ask ourselves, can true redemption happen without restorative justice? And what is our responsibility as individuals and as a society to really address what causes crime and create a path for people to rehabilitate themselves? Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the life of Lorenzo "Fat Cat" Nichols. It's been quite a journey. All right, so you're ready for a deep dive.
Yeah, let's do it.
Today we're going to be looking into one of the most fascinating figures in American crime history, Maba Barker. Now, you've probably seen her portrayed as this ruthless criminal mastermind, especially in like movies and TV.
Yeah.
But was she really the brains behind the notorious Barker Karpus gang?
It's a classic case, I think, of perception versus reality. You know, her image has been so heavily influenced over the years by the media and even by law enforcement agencies like the FBI. They had their own reasons for portraying her a certain way.
Of course, it was going to boost their own image, right?
Exactly.
Well, to try to get at the bottom of all this, we're using excerpts from her Wikipedia article, accessed just this month, as our main source.
Remember, this is just one starting point. You know, Wikipedia itself is a collection of information.
Right.
It can be a valuable resource, but it's crucial to always dig deeper, consider multiple perspectives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's kick things off by talking about Ma Barker's early life. She was born in Arizona. Donnie Clark grew up in Ash Grove, Missouri.
Okay.
So a pretty small town, kind of a normal rural vibe.
Yeah.
Married George Barker.
Okay.
And together they had 4 sons, Herman, Lloyd, Arthur, who they nicknamed Doc, and Fred. Not exactly the makings of a crime family at first glance, right, Day?
You know, it's interesting because despite this seemingly ordinary beginning, the FBI later tried to paint a picture of the family as being neglectful and uneducated, almost like to fit their narrative of her as a criminal mastermind.
Oh, I see, like building this backstory that justifies her later actions.
Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of later actions, the Barker boys started getting into trouble with the law pretty early on.
Yeah.
Herman, the oldest, was arrested for highway robbery in 1910. And from there, it seems like their crimes just escalated.
The turning point seems to have been their involvement with the Central Park Gang in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Ooh.
They went from pretty petty offenses to serious crimes, robbery, even murder.
Wow.
And this really solidified their reputation as a dangerous gang.
So during all this, as they're making this name for themselves in the criminal underworld,
Yeah.
their father, George Barker, kind of disappears from the picture. Now, the FBI later implied that Ma Barker had a loose moral life, and that was the reason he left, really trying to, further tarnish her reputation.
Trying to paint her in a negative light.
Yeah. However, a family friend offers a totally different account, claiming that George and Ma were constantly arguing over the boys' criminal activities. And that's what drove them apart.
You know, it's important to note here, there's absolutely no evidence to support the FBI's claims about Ma Barker's supposed infidelity.
Right.
This really makes you question their motives, right? Whether they were intentionally trying to discredit her.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It definitely raises some red flags. So now let's fast forward a bit to 1931.
Okay.
Fred, the youngest Barker son, is released from prison. And he teams up with another ex-con, Alvin Karpus.
Okay.
They form the Barker Karpus gang. And guess who joins them on this little road trip?
Who?
Ma Barker, along with her partner at the time, Arthur Dunlop.
Wow.
Not exactly your average family vacation.
This is where things get really complicated.
Right.
They were constantly on the move, living under all these aliases, making it really difficult to pinpoint Ma's exact involvement.
Yeah.
There's even a wanted poster from that time offering a reward for her capture.
Really?
Listing her as an accomplice.
Wanted poster. Okay, so things are getting pretty serious.
Yeah, I mean, this poster gives us a glimpse into how law enforcement was already building this case against her.
Wow.
Even if her specific actions remained unclear.
Okay, so their journey eventually leads them to St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, St. Paul at the time was known for its pretty corrupt law enforcement.
Right.
And get this, they end up operating under the protection of the police chief himself, Thomas Big Tom Brown.
Talk about having friends in high places.
It sounds like they basically had a free pass to just commit crimes.
In a way, they did. This corruption within the police force really provided a shield for them, you know, allowing them to plan and execute crimes with a sense of security. It raises questions, too, about how much Ma Barker even knew about all these arrangements
Yeah.
and the extent to which she may have benefited from them.
That's a really good point. It
Yeah.
kind of reframes our whole understanding of how they were able to operate.
Yeah.
And it was in St. Paul that the Barker-Karpus gang pulled off their most notorious crimes, kidnapping wealthy individuals for ransom.
Yeah.
But while all this is happening, Ma Barker's partner, Arthur Dunlop, he mysteriously vanishes. Some accounts suggest that he was killed by the gang for talking too much.
It's one of the most intriguing mysteries, I think, surrounding this whole period.
Yeah.
We know that Alvin Karpus, Fred's partner, later described Dunlop as a pain in the ass
Okay.
who couldn't hold his liquor, suggesting he was a liability to the gang. But whether Ma Barker played a role in his disappearance or even knew about it remains a subject of pure speculation.
So the gang, now minus Dunlop, decides to relocate to Wisconsin.
Okay.
But here's a twist. They seemingly keep Ma Barker at arm's length from their operations.
Really?
They're laundering all this ransom money, living this high life.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like she wasn't directly involved. Why would they distance themselves from her like that?
There's a couple ways we could interpret this.
Right.
It's possible they were trying to protect her, maybe from incriminating knowledge, shielding her from some of the more dangerous aspects of their activities.
Interesting.
Or maybe they just no longer saw her as a vital part of the operation. Maybe they even viewed her as more of a burden than an active participant.
So more of a mother figure than a true partner in their crimes.
It's certainly possible. And it really challenges that common perception of her, as the mastermind calling the shots. It suggests within the gang dynamic, she might have occupied a totally different role.
So we're starting to see cracks in this whole image of her as a ruthless criminal mastermind.
Right.
But things are about to get even more intense. The FBI eventually catches up with the gang down in Florida, leading to the infamous Ocklawaha shootout in 1935.
This event became a pivotal moment in her story, really solidifying her place in American crime lore.
Right.
It's a scene that's been replayed so many times in movies, TV shows, often with her depicted as this gun-toting mama leading the charge.
Yeah.
But the reality, as is so often the case, is much more nuanced, much more shrouded in controversy.
All right. Well, you've definitely piqued my interest.
Yeah.
What exactly went down at the Ocklawaha shootout? And how does it challenge this image that we have of her? We'll unpack all of that right after this. So we left off with the Barker-Karpus gang holed up in this lakeside house in Florida.
Right.
The FBI tracked them down, and things are about to get, well, pretty explosive. Can you tell us about what exactly happened at the Ocklawaha shootout itself?
Well, it's important to remember that the FBI had been building this case against them for years.
Yeah.
They saw them as public enemy number one.
Right.
And J. Edgar Hoover, the head honcho at the FBI, he was determined to take them down, especially after these high-profile kidnappings, like the one with William Hamm, the wealthy brewer.
Oh, right.
So the stakes were incredibly high for both sides.
For sure.
So the FBI, they had surrounded the house, and on the morning of January 16th, 1935,
Okay.
they demanded that the occupants surrender.
Makes sense.
But Fred and Ma Barker, they decided to fight back instead.
Oh, wow.
And this resulted in a 4-hour gun battle that ultimately ended with both of their deaths.
4 hours. That's a long time to be exchanging gunfire. And were there any witnesses to all this?
Yeah, believe it or not, some witnesses claimed that locals actually gathered nearby
Really?
to watch the whole thing unfold.
Oh, my God.
Some even said people were having picnics during the shootout.
Picnics during a shootout. That's insane. Sounds like a scene from like an old Western movie.
I know, it's crazy. And this is where it gets tricky, trying to separate the fact from fiction.
Yeah.
Because the FBI, they painted this picture of Ma Barker as this gun-wielding outlaw firing a Tommy gun from the window.
Yeah.
They even released a photo of her dead body with the weapon nearby,
Oh, wow.
which became this iconic image,
Oh, yeah. I've definitely seen that.
But some accounts challenge this whole version of events.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, there were conflicting reports about whether she actually fired any shots during the shootout. Some witnesses claimed they never even saw her with a gun, while others said, maybe she fired a few shots, but only in self-defense.
Oh.
And then there's the question of whether that famous photo of her with the Tommy gun was staged by the FBI.
Oh, wow. To kind of further their narrative.
Exactly.
So it sounds like there's a lot of uncertainty about what actually happened inside that house.
There is.
And that uncertainty just adds to the whole mystique surrounding her.
Right. Did she go down guns blazing? Or was she more of a bystander? We may never know for sure.
So in the aftermath of the shootout, J. Edgar Hoover, always one for public relations.
Oh, yeah.
He seizes the opportunity to portray Ma Barker as this ruthless criminal mastermind,
Of course.
even calling her the most vicious, dangerous, and resourceful criminal brain of the decade.
It's a perfect example of how the FBI, under Hoover, used the media to really shape public perception.
Right.
You know, it played right into the existing fears about gangsters at the time and really helped elevate the FBI's role as these protectors of society.
So portraying her as this mastermind really benefited them.
Exactly. It helped bolster their reputation and also helped justify their tactics.
That's interesting. But if we take a closer look at this whole narrative, it starts to unravel, right? What evidence is there that contradicts this image of her as the brains of the whole operation?
Well, we have accounts from members of the Barker-Karpus gang themselves
Oh,
who paint a very different picture of her.
really?
Yeah, like Alvin Karpus, you know, Fred's partner, and arguably the true leader of the gang.
Okay.
He described Ma as more of an old-fashioned homebody,
Oh, wow.
even called her superstitious, gullible, generally law-abiding.
Wow. Hardly the mastermind Hoover made her out to be.
Right. So if Karpus was the real leader, what role did Ma Barker actually play? Was she just a harmless old lady along for the ride?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference between those two things.
Yeah, well, not exactly. There's no doubt she was aware of her son's criminal activities. You know, she provided them with alibis, helped them launder money, even rented hideouts. In fact, there are accounts of her even driving the getaway car after a robbery.
Oh, wow. So she was more involved than just, baking cookies for the gang.
Right, exactly. But it doesn't necessarily mean she was the one calling all the shots.
Yeah.
It seems like her role was more, supportive
Okay.
than strategic. I kind of think of her as a combination of a den mother and a resourceful accomplice.
Okay.
Always willing to lend a hand, but not necessarily the one planning the heists.
All right.
There are even stories about her being sent to the movies
Oh, really?
while the gang was out committing crimes, almost as if they were trying to keep her in the dark
Wow.
about the details.
It makes you wonder how much she really knew about their criminal enterprise.
It does, and it's a reminder that even within a family, there could be these layers of secrecy
Yeah.
and wholly different perceptions of reality.
Okay, so we've explored her early life, her son's descent into crime,
Right.
and these conflicting accounts of her role within the gang.
Yeah.
But there's one more crucial element to this whole story that we need to address, and that's police corruption.
Oh.
Remember that connection to Big Tom Brown,
Yeah.
the corrupt police chief in St. Paul?
How does that factor into all of this?
Well, the fact that they were able to thrive in St. Paul under his protection really challenges the idea that she was the mastermind behind their success. It suggests their success had more to do with a system that was rigged in their favor than any strategic brilliance on her part.
So rather than focusing on, taking down this corrupt system, it was easier for the FBI to just focus on her
Right.
as the face of the gang's evil.
It's definitely a possibility worth considering. By highlighting her role as this supposed mastermind, they could deflect attention from that uncomfortable truth about police corruption.
For sure.
It made for a more compelling story. The FBI is the heroes taking down this dangerous matriarch who controlled this ruthless gang.
It's crazy how this one case just opens up so many questions about how history is written and who benefits from certain narratives.
It does, and it reminds us to always think critically about the information we're presented with, especially when it comes from sources with a vested interest in shaping public perception.
Okay, so if we try to piece together everything we've learned today, what conclusions can we draw about Ma Barker? Was she a ruthless criminal mastermind or a misunderstood mother caught in the crossfire of her son's choices?
I think, based on the evidence we've examined, she was more of a complex and tragic figure than a true criminal mastermind.
Okay.
I mean, she was deeply devoted to her sons, even as they spiraled into a life of crime.
Yeah.
She provided them with support, assistance.
Right.
But there's just no concrete evidence to suggest she was the strategic mind behind their operations.
So maybe her image as this mastermind was more of a media fabrication.
Right, than a reflection of reality.
Yeah.
It seems to be the most likely scenario.
Right.
The FBI, under Hoover, they had a strong motivation to portray her as this dangerous figure.
Of course.
It fit their narrative, it bolstered their reputation, and perhaps it even helped them cover up these uncomfortable truths about corruption within their own ranks.
It's a powerful reminder
of how easy it is to create and perpetuate a myth, especially when it serves a particular agenda.
It is, and it really highlights the importance of digging deeper,
Yeah,
questioning assumptions,
absolutely.
and seeking out diverse perspectives when we try to understand historical events.
So Mo Barker's story, it's less about a criminal mastermind and more about a mother's unwavering loyalty, the complexities of family dynamics, and the manipulation of narratives for political gain.
Well said.
And while we may never fully unravel all the mysteries surrounding her life, it's clear that her legacy continues to fascinate and challenge us,
It does.
reminding us that history is rarely black and white.
Very true.
It's a tapestry woven from multiple threads, and it's up to us to examine those threads carefully
Absolutely.
to understand the full picture.
Well, on that note, we'll leave you to ponder all the many layers of Mo Barker's story.
Until next time, keep diving deep, keep questioning, and keep searching for the truth behind the headlines.
All right, so get ready, guys. Today we're really diving deep into a mystery that's both, I don't know about you, but I find it both fascinating and kind of heartbreaking. It's the life and death of Mac Dre.
Yeah.
And he wasn't just some Bay Area rapper. He was, a true force in the music world. But his story, man, it's a wild ride. Talent, ambition, life on the streets, the whole music industry thing, and then this shadow of this unsolved murder.
Yeah, and what makes this deep dive so interesting is we're not just talking like headlines and news clips here, right?
Yeah.
We've got these firsthand accounts, rumors from the streets, even like glimpses into actual FBI files. It's definitely a tangled web.
Oh, yeah.
But I think if we're careful, if we untangle each thread, maybe, just maybe, we can get a little closer to the truth of what really went down.
All right, so let's start with Mac Dre himself. Born Andre Hicks, he wasn't some overnight success story.
No.
He came straight out of Oakland and his talent. Man, undeniable even as a young artist.
Oh, absolutely.
But his path to success, let's just say it wasn't exactly a straight shot to the top.
No, not at all. His journey was definitely marked by these run-ins with the law.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy how early on these tensions started. I mean, you've got that whole story about his song Police. He wasn't just like complained about the cops in general. He called out specific officers,
Yeah.
like by name.
Wait, he actually named names in the song? Come on, that's ballsy.
Right? Ballsy, or I don't know, maybe a little reckless, depending on how you see it. But it wasn't just some publicity stunt, Police. It wasn't just controversial. It was like this real conflict that was brewing between Mac Dre, whose art, his music, was really reflecting life on the streets. And then you have this system that seemed to be criminalizing those very realities. And this whole clash, this tension, it became a recurring theme in his life.
And that brings us to 1992. That's a pivotal year in his story. It really casts a shadow over everything, even leading up to the mystery of his death.
Exactly, 92. That's when Mac Dre, along with J. Diggs and Kilo Kurt, they were arrested in Fresno. Conspiracy to commit burglary, they said. Now, the FBI, they built this case saying they were planning this big bank heist. But Mac Dre, he always said he was innocent. Throughout the whole thing, he never backed down from that.
5 years, though. 5 years in prison for something he insisted he didn't do. Even back then, that seems incredibly harsh. Was there more to it? Is that what people were saying?
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
That's what's been haunting this case for decades. Some people, they believe the FBI targeted Mac Dre because of his music. Especially after Police, it was the peak of the so-called war on drugs. And, back then, gangster rap, it was seen as a threat by a lot of people. Law enforcement, they were cracking down. Whether they were right to target him for his music or if those charges were legit, that's the debate. And it's a debate that's still going on today.
And then you got this whole other layer, this whole informant angle, a name that comes up again and again, Corey Dunn. But here's the thing, he turns up dead, riddled with bullets. After that whole Fresno incident.
And that's what really gets people talking,
Yeah.
This chilling detail, it just throws gasoline on an already out-of-control fire. People start to wonder, was there something darker going on here? This wasn't just a burglary anymore, was it?
Okay, so we've got Mac Dre doing time for something he swore he didn't do. You've got rumors of the FBI having it out for him and a dead informant. How do you even come back from all that? It really speaks to his strength, his resilience. To come back from all that, Mac Dre, he gets out of prison in 96.
Yeah.
More determined than ever. This guy, he wanted to make his mark on music.
Absolutely.
And he did. He really did.
He didn't just bounce back. He exploded. He starts Fizz Entertainment, his own label.
Wow.
And his music, man, it was everywhere, even like Hawaii.
Right.
This wasn't just some local thing anymore. This was national.
Yeah. But this new world, right? All the success, the fame, it couldn't have been easy, especially with his past. I mean, that always follows you.
It does. It does. Mac Dre, he was walking this tightrope, trying to balance this music career with where he came from.
Right.
The streets, they were always there.
Yeah.
And the pressure was on. It was intense.
And that leads us to Kansas City, 2004. There's this planned concert, this promoter, and it feels like things are about to go very wrong.
It does.
Who is this promoter, by the way?
Damian Whitmill.
Damian Whitmill. What's his story?
So Whitmill, he says he booked Mac Dre, right? And some other Bay Area artists. Yuck Meth, PSD, Fa Driva, Halloween Weekend, series of shows. Seemed like a good deal, at least on paper.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be talking about it if it was that simple.
You got that right.
So what happened?
Well, according to Whitmill, Mac Dre was being difficult. Like, showing up late, messing things up.
Really?
He even claims that at one show, Mac Dre's people, they rushed the stage. Security had to get involved. Shut the whole thing down.
Okay, hold on. So we've already got different stories here. This is what you were talking about before, right?
Uh-huh.
This whole tangled web.
Yeah, this is where it gets messy.
So what are other people saying? People who were there.
Well, Jay Diggs, he was close to Mac Dre.
Mm-hmm.
He says, yeah, there was some problems. But he blames the promoter. Said Whitmill wasn't handling things professionally. In fact, Yuckmouth, he actually left after the first show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got out of there. Wanted nothing to do with it.
So you're telling me Mac Dre, he's basically stuck in Kansas City
Pretty much.
and things are getting worse. You'd think he would have just left, cut his losses.
You'd think, right. But he didn't. For whatever reason, he stayed. Maybe he thought he could fix things, get paid what he was owed. Who knows?
Yeah.
But that decision, staying, it cost him his life.
Because now we're talking about the early hours of November 1st, 2004.
Mm-hmm.
The music literally dies. Mac Dre leaves the club, white van.
Right.
What happened?
This is the part that's really scary. You know, the violence. That's the thing about this life sometimes. It's always there.
Yeah.
So 2, 3 in the morning, van's going down Highway 71. Suddenly this dark sedan pulls up next to him. And they just open fire.
Open fire,
That's
like
like
a drive-by.
More like an execution.
Wow.
They found like 30 shell casings,
Yeah.
at least 2 different guns.
Oh, my God.
It was brutal. And they were after Mac Dre. They went right for him. This was
Like-
personal.
It was a hit.
It was.
So who did it? Was it just this concert gone wrong or something else, something bigger?
So many theories.
Yeah.
But one thing's for sure, Mac Dre's death. It wasn't just the music world that felt it. It was this whole community. They saw him as a symbol of hope, beating the odds. His music, it still means something.
Of course.
But what happened that night, that's still a mystery. And it's one we're trying to solve, piece by piece.
So Mac Dre's murder, I mean, it wasn't just the sadness,
Right.
right? People were shocked and
Right.
angry, and that led to a lot of rumors.
Yeah.
One name kept coming up, Fat Tone, rapper from Kansas City.
Right.
What's the connection there?
Well, the word on the street was that he and Mac Dre, they had some kind of beef.
Beef, like what, over music, territory.
Could be. Some people even said there was this diss track. Fat Tone bragging about killing Mac Dre.
Whoa, hold on. Did anyone ever actually hear this diss track? It seems like that would have been huge.
That's the thing. Lots of talk.
Mm.
But no one's ever produced the track.
Yeah.
It's like this weird hip-hop ghost story. Everyone's heard of it, but no one's actually heard it.
Wild. And what about Fat Tone? What did he say about all this?
He denied it, said he had nothing to do with Mac Dre's death.
But then here's the thing. Less than a year later, Fat Tone gets murdered too. It's like life imitating art, you know, except this is real life, real death.
It's crazy, right? And it gets even more complicated.
Yeah.
2 guys, Andre Dow, they called him Mac Minister, and this other guy, Jason Mathis, they were convicted for killing Fat Tone. But hold on, gets better. One of the witnesses against Dow, they recanted, said they lied.
Seriously, after the trial, that changes everything. What would make someone do that? So was Fat Tone killed in revenge for Mac Dre? Or was it something else entirely?
It's impossible to say for sure. Just more questions, you know.
And then, just when you think this case can't get any weirder, JT the Bigga Figga, he drops this bomb, says that Jay Diggs and Kilo Kurt, Mac Dre's own friends, they were behind it,
Yeah.
said they wanted control of his label.
It's important to remember, though, Diggs has always denied that. very strongly. There's never been any proof, no charges or anything.
So where does that leave us? I mean, we've been through it all. Rumors, different sides of the story, talk of conspiracies. Do we have any answers about who killed Mac Dre?
Officially, no. It's still unsolved, as far as the police are concerned anyway. It's sad, you know. His music meant so much to people. But what really happened that night, we may never know.
So what's the takeaway here? We've uncovered a lot. Different versions of what happened, unanswered questions. Maybe the truth is out there somewhere. Or maybe we have to accept that we'll never really know. But at least we're keeping his story alive. It's got to count for something, right?
It does, and maybe that's the thing about Mac Dre. Even without all the answers, his story, it makes you think about music, about life and death, and the search for truth even when it's hard.
Mac Dre's music, it's still out there, his legacy secure. But the mystery, that's still with us. It reminds you that some stories just don't have easy endings. So what do you think happened? Maybe we'll never know for sure. But the journey, that's what matters. Keep asking questions, keep searching for the truth, and keep the music playing. Until next time.
All right, so today we're diving into a life that's really got me intrigued.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Major Coxon. I mean, this guy, he was like walking a tightrope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like legit business, activism, and then boom, the criminal underworld, all at the same time. It's wild. And we're basing this mostly on his Wikipedia entry, which, by the way, it's packed with stuff.
We'll buckle up then, because with Coxon, contradictions are kind of his thing, even from the start.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Born in 29, rural Pennsylvania, and right off the bat, you see the ambition. Like pre-civil rights America, right? This guy is running shoe shine stands,
Wow.
car washes. He's even getting into used car lots and dealerships. I mean, not exactly your typical path, especially for a young African-American back then.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, just to make those ventures work in that era would have been like incredibly difficult.
Right.
Let alone with all the racial prejudice on top of it.
Absolutely. Opportunities were, well, let's just say limited. But Coxon, he's like, nah, I'm not playing by those rules, you know? And it wasn't just about him getting ahead. It feels like he was trying to like push back against how things were, create a space for himself.
Yeah, I see that. And then right in the middle of it all, he goes and serves in the military in 46.
Almost like a pause, you know, before the next chapter really gets going.
Yeah, pause.
Yeah.
It's interesting though, right? Because the military, even with its own problems with race back then, there's that structure, the discipline. I wonder if that played a part in how he approached things, like business later on.
Could be. Or even, let's be real, even in his dealings in the criminal world later on.
That's a good point. Okay, so let's get to the Rolls-Royce Lounge in Philly. He co-owns this glamorous nightclub with, get this, Stanley Branch, the activist.
Oh, wow. Talk about a mixed bag, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it wasn't just glitz and glamour there.
Yeah, the Rolls-Royce is where those lines get really blurry. You have this hot spot, the city's elite is there, politicians, entertainers.
That was pretty quinky.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
But underneath it all, it was also a front. Illegal activities, connections to the underworld. Pretty ironic, huh? A place for celebration, but also for some shady business.
Man, it's like something out of a movie. The fancy front hiding a darker truth.
Exactly. And Coxon, he wasn't just some hands-off owner. Just look at his record. 17 arrests. 10 convictions. We're talking fraud, larceny, even a car theft ring. This guy was deep in it, not just dipping his toes.
Wow. And from what I read, he really made it big in the drug trade too, right? That's a long way from shoe shine stands.
It is. And what gets me is how he became this bridge between the African-American and the Italian-American organized crime groups. Like he was playing a high-stakes game, understanding the power dynamics, really navigating a dangerous world.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So on one hand, he's, up to his neck in organized crime, but then he's tight with Muhammad Ali, like close friends. That's a bit of a head scratcher.
It's definitely a contrast. Ali, right, the champ, symbol of black pride, fighting against the system.
Yeah.
And Coxon, working in the shadows. But they were close. Neighbors even. Out there in Cherry Hill.
Makes you wonder what that friendship was all about. What did they, see in each other?
Maybe it was ambition, both of them defying expectations. Ali, even with all his fame, he was still dealing with prejudice, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And Coxon, yeah, he's involved in illegal stuff, but he's also trying to build something for himself, maybe for his community, too.
And get this. Ali dedicates a win in 1970 to Coxon, calls him the future mayor of Camden. Bold move, considering Coxon's reputation.
It was. Shows how much Ollie respected him, like he saw something in Coxon, maybe leadership potential, or just that audacity, that willingness to challenge the rules.
Speaking of which, Coxon does run for mayor of Camden in 72.
Oh, yeah.
Big swing, right? But was he serious about cleaning things up, or was it like a power grab?
It's the question, right? Especially with that campaign slogan. Most politicians start in office, end up arrested. I'm going to reverse that.
Wow. I mean, everyone knew his past. It's like he was almost owning it, daring people to judge him.
Yeah. Maybe it was genuine, wanting to make things better. Or maybe it was a calculated move. Tough to say for sure.
Well, he loses to Angelo Arricchetti, who ironically gets caught up in that abscam scandal later on.
Oh, right.
Maybe Camden just wasn't ready for a Mayor Coxon.
Maybe, or maybe, like we were saying, he just didn't get how politics really worked. All the alliances, the compromises.
Yeah, it's a whole different game. But anyway, whatever his plans were, they got cut short, tragically.
Yeah.
73, just a year after the election, Coxon's murdered at home.
And not a, quiet, peaceful thing either.
Oh, no.
It was brutal. Him, his companion, her kids, all bound and shot. A real message,
Yeah.
Sent shockwaves through the whole city.
That's just awful. Sounds like something out of a gangster movie, not real life.
It does. It shows just how dangerous that world was.
Yeah.
Money, connections, even being friends with Ali couldn't protect him from that violence.
So who did it? Did they ever find out? Someone must have wanted him gone bad.
The theories are complicated. Just like his life, really. Main suspect seems to be the Black Mafia. Maybe a heroin deal with the New York Mafia went south?
The Italian Mafia. Man, what could have gone wrong that bad?
That's the mystery, right? Organized crime, it thrives on secrecy. Loyalty, fear, violence keep things in check. But when those break down, things get messy. Fast. And the thing is, they never solved it. All these years later, it's still a mystery.
It's crazy. It really shows you how tough it is to investigate organized crime. Especially when everyone's so good at covering their tracks.
Exactly. It's like trying to put together a puzzle, but half the pieces are missing.
Yeah. You see these connections, these possible motives, but full story, it's still out there.
Right. And there are even these names that keep popping up. Ronald Harvey, for one.
Oh, yeah, him. Didn't he end up convicted for something else?
Yeah, a massacre in D.C. Years later, makes you think, what else was he involved in? And then there's Samuel Christian. His part in all this is even murkier.
It's also shadowy. But I guess that's what makes Major Coxon's story so interesting.
It is. It's not just like reading a biography. It's more like peeking into this whole web of, relationships, ambitions, betrayals. Makes you think about the good and bad in everyone,
Absolutely. I mean, this guy, he was a civil rights activist, a businessman, friends with Muhammad Ali, and a big player in the criminal world. How does all that fit into one life?
It's a real paradox, isn't it? And I think it makes us ask some tough questions, like how do we even judge a guy like Coxon? Can you separate the good he did from the bad, or do you got to look at it all together?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to figure out.
Nope. But that's what makes this deep dive so well deep. It's not just about the facts. It's about wrestling with his legacy, what it all means.
It really gives you a look into a crazy time in America too, right? Like all the social change, the racial tension, and everyone chasing the American dream, some in good ways, some not so much. So big question as we wrap up our look at Major Coxon, what can we, take away from all this? What have we learned from this journey?
Well, I think it reminds us that even the most, messed up lives can teach us something. We can see Coxon as a warning, right? Like what happens when ambition goes too far. Or we can see him as someone who, even with all his flaws, still did things his own way, achieved things that, shouldn't have been possible for him.
It's a lot to think about. We like to have our stories simple, good guys, bad guys, but Coxon shows us it's not that easy.
Right. Life is complicated. And maybe that's the biggest lesson here. Look deeper, question what you think you know, because even in the most contradictory lives, there's always more to the story.
So as we finish our deep dive, here's a final thought for you. How do you judge a life that was both good and bad? A life that still makes us wonder all these years later. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we're diving into something pretty heavy, a Louisiana Court of Appeals document. In this case, State of Louisiana versus Michael Louding. This case is really fascinating.
Yeah, it really gets into some complicated questions about, about our justice system, especially because, well, Louding was only 17 at the time of the crime.
Okay, so 17 years old, and the court is trying to decide, can a teenager, can it be so set in their ways, I guess you could say, that a life sentence,
Without parole.
yeah, without parole is the only option?
And it's a question that we as a society are kind of always grappling with, right? How do we deal with young offenders who commit serious crimes?
So for our listeners today, our deep dive is really all about understanding how the court got to that decision, a life sentence for a 17-year-old. And to make it even more complicated, this is all happening after that Miller v. Alabama ruling from the Supreme Court back in 2012. Can you remind our listeners about that?
Oh, absolutely. Miller v. Alabama, that was huge. It basically said you can't just automatically give someone under 18 life in prison without parole, even if they're convicted of murder.
So it's not as simple as, murder equals life sentence when it comes to minors.
Right, exactly. The courts now have to consider, well, they have to consider the kid's age, obviously, but also their background, any mitigating factors, things that might help explain why they did what they did.
So not about excusing it, but understanding the why behind it.
Exactly. It's about getting the full picture. Miller v. Alabama, it's all about recognizing that juveniles have a different capacity for change, for rehabilitation, than adults do.
So let's get into the specifics of this case, starting with the crime itself. We're in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, October 21st, 2009. A man named Terry Boyd is murdered, shot, and killed while he was inside a house. Shots fired from outside through a window.
Yeah, sounds like a scene from a movie, right? But it gets even more intense from there. Michael Louding confesses to the murder. And get this, he says he was hired to do it by the rapper Torrance Lil Boosie Hatch for $25,000.
Whoa, hold on. So we're not talking about some random act of violence here. There's a motive, a whole other story going on.
According to Louding, yeah. He claimed that Boyd had threatened Hatch, so this was a hit, basically, to, eliminate that threat.
And that's not all, right? Louding's confession, it didn't end there. He admitted to participating in, a whole string of similar shootings, all planned out ambush-style attacks.
It's really disturbing stuff. He confesses to being involved in the murders of Chris Jackson and Marcus Thomas, the shooting of Malika Holbert, and even a double homicide. The victims were Charles Matthews and Daryl Milton.
It's almost like he was on some kind of rampage, which makes his age all the more disturbing. Remember, Louding was only 17 during all of this.
Yeah. And that's what makes this case so complicated. Because you have these horrific crimes, but he's still legally a child. So the big question for the court was, did his age, and any mitigating factors, did those outweigh the seriousness of the crimes? Can someone this young really deserve life without parole?
So the court had to figure out where to draw the line.
Yeah, a really tough decision.
So let's look at Louding's defense team. What were they arguing? How were they trying to get a lighter sentence for him?
Well, they really focused on Louding's childhood. It was rough, to say the least. Lots of poverty, exposure to violence, just a lot of really difficult stuff.
So they were saying that environment, all those challenges, those things kind of push him down this path.
Exactly. They were building a case that all of those external factors played a huge role in shaping his behavior, that he was a product of his environment in many ways. And to support that, they brought in people who knew him.
Like family.
Yeah, family members, people who could talk about what it was really like for him growing up. They also had a public defender who was familiar with his history. All of these testimonies, they were meant to show that his childhood was really troubled, full of hardship.
It's not about making excuses, but it kind of helps you understand how someone ends up in this kind of situation, right?
Exactly. And they went a step further. They also had a clinical psychologist testify, Dr. Frederick Sauter.
Okay, so a psychologist, that's interesting. What did he add to the defense's argument?
Well, Dr. Sauter testified that it was very likely that Louding was suffering from PTSD, from all the trauma he'd experienced, And this was really important for the defense because it suggested that his mental state, it might have played a role in his actions.
So it wasn't just about, a difficult childhood, but the psychological effects of that childhood.
Right. And there was another key point in Dr. Sauter's testimony. He believed that with the right treatment, Louding could actually overcome his PTSD, that there was a real possibility for him to change, to rehabilitate.
So you have two very different perspectives here. On one hand, these multiple murders, and then on the other hand, you have this young man who might be struggling with some serious mental health issues because of his past. How does the court even begin to untangle all of this?
Yeah, and they didn't take it lightly either. They actually held 2 separate sentencing hearings. They really wanted to consider all the evidence, all the testimonies before making their decision.
Wow, 2 hearings. That's a lot. It sounds like they wanted to make sure they got it right. So what did they end up deciding? What swayed them?
That's the big question, and well, that's what we're going to get into next, because even after all that, all those mitigating factors, the court ultimately decided to reaffirm the life sentence.
Wait a minute. So 2 hearings, all that testimony,
Yeah.
and they still went with life in prison. It sounds like something must have really tipped the scales.
You're right, there was another piece to this puzzle, and that's what we'll dive into next.
Okay, so the court held not 1 but 2 sentencing hearings. 2. They heard from the defense, the psychologist, and the family talking about Louding's difficult childhood.
It's true, and they took all of that into consideration.
And yet they still gave a 17-year-old kid life in prison. What was it about this case that made them decide that was the right call?
Well, the court said that while they did take all those mitigating factors into account, there was something else, something important that they couldn't ignore. Louding had a long juvenile criminal history.
So even though he was young, he already had a serious record.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's right. And that played a big part in their decision. They said they had serious doubts about whether he could really be rehabilitated. I mean, he'd already been involved in so much crime.
So it's like they saw that pattern and thought, okay, this is probably going to continue.
Exactly. And to make matters worse, there were reports that he was even involved in criminal activity while he was already locked up.
Oh, wow. So even while incarcerated, he was still engaging in criminal behavior.
Yeah, and that definitely made the court question his potential for change.
I see. So in their eyes, he was still heading down a dangerous path no matter what his age was or what kind of childhood he had.
Right, it seemed like nothing was going to stop him. And the judge actually used this really strong phrase to describe him. He said that Louding was, quote, incorrigible.
Incorrigible. Wow. That's like beyond hope.
Yeah. It implies that the court believed there was no chance for him to change. No chance at all.
It almost feels like they thought he was beyond rehabilitation, even with, what the psychologist said about PTSD and all of that.
Right, and that actually brings us to a really important point in this case, and it's something that's been debated a lot. The defense actually wanted to bring in a mitigation specialist. Her name is Juliet Yackel.
Hold on, a mitigation specialist. What's that?
So a mitigation specialist, they're kind of like investigators, but for a defendant's life. They spend months, even years, really digging into their background.
So getting all those extra details, all the stuff that might help the court understand them better.
Yeah, exactly. They talk to family, friends, teachers, anyone who can shed light on who this person really is, what their life has been like.
Makes sense. And they wanted her to testify about all that.
Exactly.
But wait, you said this was something that's been debated. Did they not let her testify?
That's right. The court wouldn't allow it.
Why not?
Well, they said that her testimony would have been hearsay because it was all based on what she'd learned from other people, not her own direct observations.
Okay, so it was like a technicality, a rule that prevented her from speaking.
Yeah, in a way. But it's more than just that. Think about it. Trying to understand someone's life without hearing from the person who's spent months piecing together their story.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, she probably had so much information that could have helped the court really get to know Louding.
Exactly. And that's what makes this so controversial. Some people argue that by excluding her testimony, the court might have missed some crucial information that could have changed their view of Louding, his potential to change.
Wow. So this wasn't just about the crime itself. It was about the process, the rules of the legal system.
It definitely adds another layer of complexity to the case, because on one hand, you have the desire to really understand a defendant, get the full picture. And then on the other hand, you have these procedural rules that sometimes get in the way of that.
And in this case, because of those rules, the court didn't get to hear what this expert thought about Louding's ability to change.
Right.
Okay, so we've talked about the crime, about Louding's background, the court's reasoning, and now even some of the procedures of the court. But taking a step back, what does all this really mean?
It comes down to this question. Can someone who is so young, someone who has done these terrible things, can they still be considered incapable of change? Is it fair to label a 17-year-old as incorrigible, like the judge said?
That's really tough to answer. I mean, multiple murders. It's hard to imagine anyone coming back from that.
Right. But the whole idea behind Miller v. Alabama, that ruling, it's all about understanding that juveniles, their brains, they're still developing.
They don't always make the best decisions.
More than that, the parts of their brain that are responsible for thinking ahead, for controlling impulses, they're just not fully formed yet. And there's a lot of scientific research to back this up.
Okay, so you're saying that we have to consider those differences when we're sentencing young people who commit crimes.
Yes, absolutely. We don't ignore the crime. It's still serious, but we can't just throw away the possibility that they might be able to change, especially when they're so young.
So it's about looking at the whole picture, not just the crime itself.
Exactly. And I think this case shows how challenging that can be, especially when you're dealing with a crime as serious as murder. There's this constant tension between wanting justice for the victims and recognizing the potential for young people to turn their lives around.
You know, when I think about this case, I keep coming back to that phrase, the worst of the worst. It's such a harsh label to put on anyone, let alone a 17-year-old.
I agree. It's a powerful statement, and it really highlights the moral dilemma at the heart of this case. Where is the line between recognizing someone's past and holding them accountable for their actions?
It's almost like there's a gray area here where it's hard to say what's right and wrong.
Absolutely, and that's what makes this case so interesting to talk about. It forces us to confront these uncomfortable questions, not just about the law, but about ourselves, too.
It makes you think about your own values, your own beliefs about justice and second chances.
Yeah, it's definitely not a simple case, but these deep dives, they're all about exploring those complexities.
And it's not just about Michael Outing, right?
Yeah.
This case raises some bigger questions about how we deal with juvenile crime, mental health, the purpose of our justice system, all of that.
It shows how these issues, these huge systemic issues, how they play out in individual lives, and it challenges us to really think about the things that lead to crime in the first place. Things like poverty, trauma.
Yeah. You know, thinking about Louding's tough upbringing, all the struggles he went through, it made me wonder, to what extent can we say that a difficult past excuses the choices we make as adults? Because we all have a past, right?
Right.
We've all been shaped by our experiences.
That's a powerful question, and it's one that each of us has to wrestle with on a personal level, because it gets to the heart of personal responsibility and how we choose to respond to the challenges that life throws our way.
Yeah, it feels like we're trying to balance those things all the time. Like,
Yeah.
how much do our experiences excuse our actions? How much are we responsible for?
It's a question that doesn't really have a simple answer. Every situation is different. Every person's life is different.
Right. And I think that's part of what makes these deep dives so interesting. They're not about finding the right answer all the time.
Mhm.
You know, it's about asking those difficult questions, having these conversations.
Exactly. And maybe even changing our minds along the way, or at least seeing things from a new perspective.
I think this case really shows that. Because on one hand, you have this young man who committed some truly horrific crimes. But on the other hand, you have this really troubled past, this difficult childhood that, well, that might have played a role in his actions.
And that's the challenge, right? How do you balance those two things? How do you hold someone accountable for their actions while also recognizing the factors that might have contributed to them?
Yeah, and this case also made me think about our justice system as a whole.
Mm.
It makes you wonder if our focus is more on punishment or rehabilitation.
That's a big question, and it's one that every society has to grapple with, because we want to believe that people can change, that second chances are possible, but at the same time, there are victims, and those victims deserve justice, too.
And that's what makes these cases so complicated. It's not just about the legal arguments, you know. It's about our values, our beliefs about right and wrong, and how we choose to deal with those who break the law. This whole case, it wasn't just about Michael Outing. It was about all of us as a society and how we deal with really complex issues. Juvenile crime, mental health. It was about figuring out where justice really lies.
Absolutely. And like you said, there aren't always easy answers, but that doesn't mean we stop asking the questions.
Right. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this deep dive, you know. There's always more to learn, always more to think about. And it's okay to not have all the answers. But what's important is that we keep having these conversations. We keep challenging ourselves to look at things from different angles.
I couldn't agree more. These deep dives, they're all about digging deeper, exploring those complexities.
Exactly. And that's what makes them so rewarding, even when the topics are tough. So to all our listeners, thank you for joining us for another deep dive. Until next time, keep learning, keep exploring, and we'll see you soon. All right, ready to dive into a story wilder than fiction.
Always up for a good story. Lay it on me.
We're looking at Melvin Williams.
Melvin Williams. Okay.
He went from, well, notorious drug kingpin to
a community activist.
Wow.
And then even, get this, an actor on The Wire.
Really? On The Wire?
Yeah, The Wire.
Yeah.
It's quite a journey.
Yeah, no kidding. That's a heck of a path.
Yeah, how does someone navigate that, right?
It really makes you think, doesn't it? I mean, his story is practically ripped from the headlines of The Wire itself.
Exactly. The drug trade's impact,
Yeah.
communities caught in the crossfire,
Right.
people struggling within that system. It's all there.
It's all there.
And that's what we're going to untangle today.
Sounds good.
We got a Wikipedia article all about Williams' life and career.
Okay, Wikipedia.
Paints a pretty good picture, actually. The thing that gets me, the scale of his operation, millions of dollars.
From heroin. Millions. Wow, it's almost unbelievable how someone goes from an ordinary life to, a drug lord.
Right.
He was born in 1941 in Baltimore.
In Baltimore, yeah.
His dad drove a cab. His mom was a nurse's assistant.
Really, nothing in his early life that screams future drug kingpin, huh?
Not really, no. Makes you wonder what leads someone down that road. What were the circumstances?
Yeah, like was Baltimore itself kind of a breeding ground for these stories?
I mean, it's possible.
And that brings us to another key player, Ed Burns.
Ed Burns, okay.
A Baltimore police investigator, heavily involved in the Williams investigation early 80s.
Oh, wow.
And here's the kicker. Burns later became a writer and a producer
No way.
on The Wire.
On The Wire. Get out of here.
Yeah. See how deep The Wire goes? Real life experience fueling the show.
That's incredible. So they weren't just making things up. They were drawing on real events.
Real events, real people.
Wow.
But for Williams, those investigations, well, they spelled his downfall.
Oh, I bet.
Arrested in 84, cocaine trafficking, and then boom, 34 years.
34 years.
That's a long time
That's a lifetime.
to think about your choices.
Yeah, you'd have to do some soul searching, that's for sure.
But even in prison, they weren't done with him. The IRS, they hit it with a massive tax assessment.
How much are we talking here?
Over $425,000.
Ouch. Talk about adding insult to injury.
Right. But here's where things get interesting, I think. Behind bars, we start to see a different Williams. He gets really into the law, to the point he's helping other inmates with their cases.
Interesting. Was that genuine, do you think? Or just trying to work the system?
It's hard to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it shows a complex mind at work.
Definitely. And speaking of complex minds, you know David Simon, the creator of The Wire.
Yeah, of course.
Back in '87, way before The Wire, he wrote this 5-part series for the Baltimore Sun about Williams called Easy Money, Anatomy of a Drug Empire.
Whoa, talk about foreshadowing.
Yeah.
What did Simon see in him, even back then? Why was he so drawn to his story?
Well, I think Simon was fascinated by the paradox of Williams.
The paradox.
Yeah, the intelligence, the charisma,
Uh-huh.
but also the ruthlessness of, a drug kingpin.
It's like a real-life Jekyll and Hyde.
Exactly. And Easy Money wasn't just a superficial look at a criminal.
Right.
It went deep into the drug trade, how it worked, how it affected people,
Yeah.
communities.
That's what Simon does so well, right? He dissects things,
He does, yeah.
exposes the underbelly,
Makes you think.
makes you think.
Yeah.
It's like Easy Money was almost a trial run for The Wire.
Yeah, I see that. Honing his craft, getting a deeper understanding before tackling it on a bigger scale.
Exactly. But back to Williams. In '96, after serving part of his sentence, he's released on parole.
Okay. You'd think after all that time he'd be ready for a fresh start.
Right. But sadly, that wasn't the case.
Really?
Yeah. 99, just a few years later, convicted again. Another 22 years.
Wow. It's like he couldn't escape that life no matter how hard he tried.
It really highlights how tough it is to break free
Right.
from that environment, even with intelligence, even with maybe a desire to change.
Absolutely. It makes you think about the lasting impact of those years in prison,
Yeah, like, did they harden him, make him more cynical? Or was there still a part of him that wanted something different?
It's a good question. A really good question.
And it's one we'll explore further when we come back.
It's easy to focus on Melvin Williams as this almost mythical figure, right?
Yeah.
But to really get his impact on Baltimore, we got to look deeper.
Deeper. Okay.
Beyond the headlines, into the fabric of the city itself.
I see what you mean. It's like his story, it's woven into those struggles Baltimore faced.
Yeah.
Poverty, addiction, institutions just not working.
Exactly.
He became a living example of those problems almost.
It's interesting, right? Because his own journey kind of mirrors this shift in thinking
A shift. About what?
about drug policy, criminal justice reform. Society started realizing that just locking people up, it wasn't the answer.
It wasn't working.
No, rehabilitation, helping people reintegrate, that became the focus.
Giving people a real shot, a second chance.
Exactly. And that's what Williams was all about in his community work,
Correct.
right?
He wasn't just talking about it, he was out there doing it.
Think about his role in The Wire as the deacon.
Okay. The deacon?
Deeply involved in the drug trade, but then uses that experience to steer young people away.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of like a parallel to Williams's own life?
It's like the writers were blurring those lines on purpose.
Maybe, maybe.
Using his transformation to look at the drug war, the impact on people.
It makes you question things.
I bet it makes you think.
Can someone like Melvin Williams actually change after everything?
Can they do good after causing so much harm?
It's a tough question.
And based on his actions after he got out, the answer seems to be yes.
I mean, he really did dedicate himself to that community work, trying to fix the damage.
But I bet some people still saw him as a symbol of, a bad time for Baltimore. Yeah. The drug epidemic left its mark.
It did, yeah.
Hard to forget that.
It brings up that question of forgiveness, accountability.
Yeah.
Can we forgive someone who profited from something so destructive? Can they ever really make up for it?
Tough question.
Really tough.
And what's interesting is Williams never hid from his past.
He didn't.
He kind of owned it, used it to teach others, to warn them.
I think maybe he saw it as a way to atone, to make amends for what he did.
And then there's The Wire. It played a role too, right, in how people saw him.
Oh, for sure. David Simon was fascinated by Williams long before the show even existed.
This true?
That series he wrote back in '87, Easy Money, that was all about Williams, his rise, his fall.
It's amazing how those early pieces foreshadow The Wire. The themes, the characters, the issues, it's all there.
Simon was already dissecting the drug trade, years before The Wire hit the screen.
And then bringing Williams onto the show, that blurs the lines even more.
Reality and fiction.
Yeah, it's like it shows how committed Simon was to authenticity.
To telling a real story.
And The Wire wouldn't be the same without that, right?
I don't think so.
It's what made it so powerful.
It's real. It's raw.
So we have Simon's vision and Williams's willingness to participate, to share his story, maybe even to find some kind of redemption.
It's like life and art feeding off each other.
And what's crazy is The Wire ended years ago.
Yeah.
But it still resonates. Those themes, the deacon, they still have an impact.
It's a powerful legacy.
It really is the power of stories, right?
Absolutely.
To make us see things, to understand these complex issues.
To give a voice to the voiceless, the marginalized.
Melvin Williams, his triumphs, his failures, they became part of that larger story.
He became a symbol of Baltimore, its struggles, its resilience.
It's like a reminder, even when things are dark, there's still hope.
Hope for change, for redemption.
It's a powerful message. It's like, we all make mistakes, but it's how we learn from them that matters.
It's about growth, about transformation.
And that's what we'll explore in the final part of our deep dive.
We'll look at the lessons we can learn from Melvin Williams, from his life.
What his story means for us, for how we think about crime, punishment, redemption. It's a lot to unpack.
It is, but it's worth it.
So we've gone through Melvin Williams' life, the highs, the lows, drug empire to community activist.
And actor, don't forget actor.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
On The Wire. What a story. What does it all mean, though? Not just for him, but for Baltimore, for choices, for redemption.
Yeah, it's not a simple legacy, is it? He did a lot of bad, but also tried to do good. It's like actions and consequences all mixed up.
It shows that people aren't just good or bad.
Exactly. Like Williams shows us that people can be kind, but also destructive.
Sometimes all in the same person.
It's that gray area, Makes you think about accountability, forgiveness. Can someone like him, after everything, truly redeem themselves? What would that even look like? What would convince you that someone had changed?
It's a question The Wire asks, too. The deacon, Cuddy.
Right.
Trying to find their place after years in the game.
Trying to make things right. It's like Williams's journey, in a way.
It is, yeah. The Wire, it uses those characters to show the real struggles.
Reintegration, the system working against you, keeping people trapped.
And Williams, his story might be unique.
In some ways, yeah.
But it reflects a bigger problem.
Absolutely. Think about all the people affected by the drug trade.
With so many.
Both sides doing it and being hurt by it.
Their stories don't always get told.
It's easy to just see the numbers, the headlines.
Williams reminds us there are real people behind it all.
Real lives changed forever.
And he shared his story, good and bad.
He did, yeah.
Gives us a look into that world, that human cost. What do you think made him so open about it all?
I think maybe he wanted to warn others.
From his own mistakes.
Yeah, use his experience for something good.
A way to make amends. And we have to talk about The Wire itself.
Of course, of course.
It shaped how people saw him.
For sure. It was like art reflecting life.
Makes you wonder how he felt about being portrayed, seeing his life, even if it was fictionalized, up on the screen.
It's hard to know, isn't it?
Did it give him closure? Or bring back bad memories?
Art can be like a mirror, though.
Yeah.
Reflecting things back at us, making us face hard truths.
It's like his life became this cautionary tale.
About the dangers.
But also a story of hope, of redemption.
That's powerful, especially for people feeling trapped by their past.
Trapped by their choices.
Yeah.
Williams shows you can change, even after messing up.
We can grow. We can transform.
No matter what happened before.
But redemption, it's personal, right?
It is, yeah.
It has to come from inside. What do you think? Can society help make redemption easier? Create an environment for it?
That's a good question. It makes me think we need to give second chances.
We do.
Believe that people can change and have systems that support that.
Absolutely.
Not just punish them.
It's bigger than just Melvin Williams, though, right? Right, it is.
We all have the potential to be better, to do better, to find redemption.
So, wrapping up our look at Melvin Williams, what do you hope people take away from it all?
People are complicated.
They are.
Don't fit into boxes. We should hold each other accountable.
Yes.
But also recognize that people can change. Williams's story, as hard as it is, it shows the human spirit, the power of redemption.
It's about finding a better future.
Exactly.
Well said. Melvin Williams's life, it was a wild ride. Ups and downs, mistakes and triumphs. His legacy is complex.
It is, yeah.
But it shows that we can change, even when things are tough. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. We hope it made you think. Until next time.
All right, welcome in, everybody. We're diving deep today, going way back in time for this one. We're going to be looking at Michel Barrera.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And if you don't know who that is, don't worry. We're going to find out all about him. The FBI wants to have a little chat with him. Let's just say that he's wanted for some pretty serious stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got some excerpts here from Wikipedia all about him. You know, it's interesting how much information is online now.
Yeah.
And you might find yourself doing some extra Googling after this one, I think. So.
Yeah. What really draws me to this story is that he's potentially linked to another tragic unsolved case. So we're gonna get into that. But first, let's go back to the beginning.
Yeah, let's rewind. I want to know what did he do to get in trouble in the first place?
Right. So this all starts back in 1998 in the Miami area.
Okay.
And Barrera at the time was only 18 years old. And he and an accomplice decided to rob a bank. And they ended up getting away with over $20,000.
That's, pretty bold move for an 18-year-old, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Like, most kids that age are worried about getting their driver's license.
Totally.
He's out here robbing banks.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I guess maybe he thought he was, in the clear. It was easy money because just 3 months later, they hit another bank in Miami.
What?
Yeah.
So they did it again?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But this time, things escalated very quickly. So after the robbery, there was a high-speed chase with the police.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. And during this chase, Barrera actually fired a shotgun at the pursuing officer.
Whoa.
Yeah. They ended up ditching their car, then carjacked another vehicle to get away.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That is, that's some serious stuff. Like, what were they thinking at that point, you know?
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, you start with robbing a bank, which is already, pretty crazy.
But
then to, fire a shotgun at a police officer.
Yeah, that's that just shows like a whole other level of
willingness to use
they
violence.
Could do whatever it takes to get away.
It's a whole nother level. So.
Yeah.
So they got away with the second robbery, but what happened?
So the accomplice was caught, but Barrera disappeared, vanished. Yeah, he managed to completely disappear. And for years, there was no trace of him.
It's kind of amazing how do you do that?
Right.
I mean, today there's cameras everywhere. There's facial recognition. And this was,
back in the 90s.
98, yeah. But still, like...
It's impressive.
Yeah.
How do people...
It makes you wonder, like, what kind of life did they lead?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, always looking over your shoulder.
Having to create a new identity, probably moving around a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's almost like something you'd see in a movie, you know?
It really is.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to think about.
So, okay, so we got Barrera on the run. He's managed to disappear. But then in 2007, there's this case, the Randy Gorenberg case.
Right.
Can you remind us about that?
Yeah, so Randy Gorenberg was a 52-year-old woman, and she was kidnapped from a mall in Boca Raton, Florida.
Okay.
Yeah. And very tragically, her body was found later. She had been shot, and she was dumped from her own car.
So, and this is where Barrera comes back into the picture.
Exactly. So, you know, the Wikipedia article doesn't give us, like, all the specific details,
Right.
but he became a person of interest in this case. And this is, you know, almost a decade after he initially disappeared.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big jump. Like, bank robberies, okay.
Right.
But now we're talking, like, potential kidnapping and murder.
Yeah.
So what made them think that he might be connected to this?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like I said, the sources we have don't really go into detail about, like, what evidence might link him to this case.
But it definitely raises some questions, right?
Yeah, sure.
What could have possibly, like, connected him, this fugitive, to this tragic incident?
Yeah, it seems like there's going to be some layers to this story. Right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing that makes this even more complex
Right.
is an informant suggested that Gorenberg's murder might actually be connected to gang activity.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And
remember, Barrera has ties to the MS-13 gang.
oh, okay. So now we
Yeah.
got a fugitive, we got a potential murder, and we got a possible gang connection.
Exactly.
This is getting very interesting.
Yeah, it's a wild one.
Yeah.
It really is.
All right. Well, let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and unravel some more of this crazy story.
Sounds good. Yeah, it really makes you wonder, like, how deep does this go?
Right. Like, was he acting alone, or was this, you know, like a hit ordered by the gang?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
Yeah. Well, if there was a gang connection, why hasn't he been caught? You know, I mean, you think the authorities would be, like, all over this.
You'd think so, right?
Yeah.
But remember, Barrera, he's already proven that he can disappear.
Right.
He evaded capture for, you know, almost a decade after those bank robberies and that shooting. Seems like he's pretty good at staying off the radar.
I mean, yeah, but still, for that long.
It's not easy.
It's got to be, like, what, changing your appearance, using fake names, always moving around.
Right. You got to cut off contact with everyone you know.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of cunning, a lot of resourcefulness.
Yeah.
It seems like Barrera has that, though.
So, I mean, he's living this, like, double life. But how's he supporting himself all those years? Was he, like, still involved in criminal stuff?
Well, the sources we have don't really give a clear answer on that.
Okay.
It's definitely possible he continued with, you know, illegal activities to fund his life on the run.
Right.
But we're just speculating there.
Yeah. Okay. But here's something we do know. He was featured on America's Most Wanted, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And that was a big deal back then.
Huge. America's Most Wanted was like a major tool for law enforcement. I mean, it brought these cases into millions of homes.
Yeah.
It turned everyday people into, like, potential informants.
Oh, I remember that show, yeah.
Yeah, it had a pretty impressive track record of helping catch fugitives.
So did the show lead to any breaks in Barrera's case?
Unfortunately, not that we know of.
Really?
Yeah, even after being featured multiple times, he remained elusive.
He must have been watching, right?
Probably.
Like, oh, they're looking for me. Better be more careful.
Yeah, keeping one step ahead.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
So where does that leave us? Do we know, like, anything about where Barrera is today?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
As far as our sources tell us, he's still out there somewhere.
Still on the run after all these years.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's kind of unsettling, you know, to think that he could be, like, anywhere.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What can we take away from Barrera's story then?
Well, I think it's a reminder that even in this, you know, age of technology and surveillance and everything, people
Right.
can still just, like, vanish.
Yeah.
It says something about, you know, human adaptability and survival, even when the odds are completely stacked against you.
And I guess it makes you think about the kind of life he's been living too, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like,
Oh.
is he constantly looking over his shoulder? Can he ever really escape what he's done?
I mean, those are questions only Barrera can answer, really.
Yeah.
Until he's caught. I guess his story remains a mystery.
Well, this has been quite a deep dive.
Yeah.
I mean, from bank robberies to high-speed chases to a possible murder. I mean, Barrera's story is full of, like, twists and turns.
It really is.
And the fact that he's still out there just makes it even more intriguing.
Absolutely. It really makes you think, what kind of life has he built for himself? You know? Like, has he created a whole new identity, or is he, like you said, constantly haunted by his past?
We talked about the impact on him. But what about, like, the victims and their families?
Oh, absolutely. That's a crucial point.
Especially in a case like Randy Gorenberg's, where there's still so many unanswered questions.
Yeah, I mean, the impact of these crimes goes way beyond just the immediate victims.
Right.
Families are left dealing with the loss and the uncertainty and wondering if they'll ever get any closure.
Yeah.
And when a suspect is still out there, that just, like, adds to the unease, you know?
It's got to be tough.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that these aren't just, like, stories, They're real lives that have been affected by this.
For sure.
Yeah. But let's shift gears a bit and go back to the Gorenberg case for a second. I mean, that's, like, the most intriguing part of this whole thing.
Definitely.
And I'm still trying to, like, wrap my head around Barrera's potential involvement.
Yeah, it's a puzzle.
Yeah.
You know, we have these pieces of information, these potential links, but we don't have the full picture.
Right.
It's the kind of case that keeps investigators up at night, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Trying to put all the pieces together.
Yeah, it really is like watching one of those, true crime documentaries.
Totally.
They give you all this evidence,
Yeah.
but they're always missing, like, that one key piece.
Exactly. And that missing piece usually just creates even more questions.
Right.
In Barrera's case, it's like, what was his actual role in the Gorenberg case?
Right.
Was he acting alone? Maybe he was desperate, he's on the run, needed money.
Right.
Or was it something more organized? Was the gang involved?
Yeah.
I mean, that informant's tip about gang activity definitely makes things a lot more complicated.
It really does. And it makes you think about how tough it must be for the investigators.
Oh, absolutely.
You get a fugitive, potential ties to a gang.
It's not an easy case.
Yeah. Where do you even begin with something like that?
Right. I mean, they got to go through tons of information, follow leads that probably go nowhere.
Yeah.
And they got to deal with, the whole gang world, which is dangerous.
Yeah.
All while trying to build a solid case.
Right. And this wasn't, like, yesterday.
Exactly. It happened years ago.
So witnesses might have moved. Their memories might be fuzzy.
Yeah, evidence could be gone.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot to deal with.
And it makes me think about the motive, too.
Oh, the motive, yeah.
If Barrera was involved, why? Was it just about money? Or was there something else going on?
I mean, that's the big question, right?
Yeah.
The Wikipedia article, unfortunately, doesn't really say anything about motives.
Right.
So we can guess, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he needed Crash, like you said. Maybe the gang made him do it. Or
Right.
maybe there's a connection we haven't even thought of.
It's wild how one case can have so many possibilities.
It's the power of a good mystery. Right? Even with just a little bit of information, we try to fill in those gaps, come up with stories.
Right.
It's what makes true crime so interesting.
For sure. Well, you've definitely given our listeners a lot to think about today.
I hope so.
Any final thoughts before we wrap up?
I think the big thing to remember is that even now, with all the information out there, there are still mysteries out there,
Yeah.
And Barrera's story really shows that. The past doesn't just go away. There are questions without answers.
Right.
And sometimes the best stories are the ones that leave us wanting more.
Well said. So to all our listeners out there, what do you think about Barrera? What are your theories about the Gorenberg case? Maybe you'll find something we missed. Until next time, keep those minds working, and we'll see you on our next deep dive.
All right, so are you ready to dive into a story? That's, well, it's packed with more twists and turns than a boardwalk roller coaster. We're going to be looking at the life of Hakeem Abdul-Shahid, a figure who embodies this fascinating mix of contradictions.
Yeah, when I first looked at the Wikipedia article on him, I was just struck by the sheer range of his experiences. It's hard to reconcile the image of him as a devout young man with, the notorious drug kingpin that he later became, and then his turn towards helping others.
It really does. It makes you wonder what forces kind of shaped his trajectory. He was born Robert Edward Malley in 1959 in Atlantic City, New Jersey, to a large religious family. His father was a Pentecostal pastor, so faith was a central part of his upbringing.
Almost like the classic setup for a redemption story, right?
Yeah.
But then you learn that he earned the nickname Midget Molly because of his height, 5'2", and you start to see how maybe he was already wrestling with perceptions and trying to assert himself.
Yeah.
So,
and then there's the tragedy of losing his father at a young age. It's hard to imagine the impact that had on the family dynamics and on Robert himself.
yeah, loss can be a real catalyst for change, pushing people in different directions. In his case, he found himself drawn to the Nation of Islam, which was a powerful movement advocating for Black empowerment during a time of significant social change.
And that's when Robert Malley becomes Hakim Ali Abdul Shahid. It's a powerful statement, embracing a new identity and aligning himself with a group that was really challenging the status quo at the time.
Yeah, this name change isn't just about shedding a label, right? It's about actively choosing a new path, a new ideology. But this is where the story takes a sharp turn. And frankly, it surprised me.
Yeah, in 1980, at just 21 years old, Abdul Shahid is convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to 6 years in prison. It seems like a complete departure from the path he'd been on.
It makes you question, was this a sign of a darker side that was always there? Or was there something else that triggered this drastic shift? Was there an incident, a specific event, that pushed him towards this act of violence?
Yeah, the details around that conviction are still a bit murky, but what we do know is that when he got out of prison, he dove headfirst into the criminal underworld.
And he wasn't just a small-time player, right? He quickly rose to prominence, becoming a major drug trafficker. With connections to the Medellin cartel, we're talking 600 kilos of cocaine per shipment, moving across multiple states. This was a serious enterprise.
And he wasn't afraid to show off his success either. There's this almost legendary story of him walking into the Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino Ballroom, wearing a $1.5 million gold crown, surrounded by his entourage.
Yeah, that image is so striking. I mean, it speaks to his ambition, his desire for recognition, but also perhaps a sense of invincibility, a belief that he was untouchable. Do you think that crown was a symbol of power or a sign of something else, maybe insecurity?
It's a good question. Maybe it was a bit of both. But what's clear is that he was building a reputation, an image, and that kind of notoriety attracts attention, not all of it good.
Exactly. That leads us to 1989, when Abdul Shahid's reign comes crashing down. After a 7-month investigation, he's arrested along with 20 of his distributors.
The authorities suspected him of being involved in multiple murders, though he was never convicted for those. But his days as a kingpin were over.
And that infamous gold crown never recovered. It's almost symbolic, don't you think? Like a tangible representation of his vanished power.
It definitely adds to the mystique of his story. In 1990, he's convicted as a drug kingpin and sentenced to over 19 years in federal prison. But here's the thing, this isn't the end of his story.
It's actually the beginning of a whole new chapter, one that focuses on redemption. And that's what I find particularly intriguing about this case.
So we've got this complex figure here, shaped by a religious upbringing, drawn to a movement focused on Black empowerment, yet making these choices that led him deep into the criminal world. It's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, it really highlights the idea that people are a product of their environment as much as their own choices. And when you look at Abdul Shahid's environment, you can't ignore the backdrop of Atlantic City.
Oh, yeah. It's a city that has always had this kind of duality to it. On one hand, you've got the glitz and glamour of the casinos, the promise of wealth and excitement. But on the other hand, there's a long history of poverty, crime, and a system that doesn't always offer equal opportunities.
Right, it creates this kind of pressure cooker atmosphere,
Mm-hmm.
especially for a young Black man in the 70s and 80s, surrounded by the allure of easy money, but the legitimate paths to achieving that success can feel blocked. It's not an excuse for his actions, but it helps us understand the context.
And then there's the role of the Nation of Islam in his life. At first glance, it seems like a positive influence, steering him towards self-reliance and community. But was there a darker side to that ideology, too?
That's a really important question. The Nation of Islam during that era was complex. They were advocating for Black empowerment, but some of their teachings, particularly around self-defense and the idea of a separate Black nation, could be interpreted in a way that justified violence.
So it's possible that while the Nation of Islam gave him a sense of purpose and belonging, it also might have contributed to a worldview where violence was seen as a legitimate means to an end.
It's certainly something worth considering. And when you look at the scale of his drug operation, it's clear that he was a highly intelligent and organized individual. He wasn't just reacting to circumstances, he strategizing, building a network, exploiting vulnerabilities in the system.
That brings us back to the Gold Crown incident. What do you make of that? Was it a pure power play, a way to intimidate rivals and assert his dominance?
There's definitely an element of that. It's a deliberate flaunting of wealth and a message that he's not afraid of anyone. But I wonder if there's also a psychological component at play here.
What do you mean?
Well, remember his nickname, Midget Molly. You know, he's been underestimated his whole life. Maybe the crown, the flamboyance, was a way of overcompensating, of demanding the respect he felt he was denied.
It's like he's saying, look at me now, you can't ignore me.
Exactly. But of course, that kind of attention comes with a price. His high-profile lifestyle made him a target for law enforcement. And that 7-month investigation that led to his arrest, that wasn't a coincidence. They were watching him, waiting for him to slip up.
It's a classic case of hubris, isn't it? He got so caught up in his own image, his own power, that he lost sight of the bigger picture.
And it cost him everything. He lost his freedom, his empire, even that symbolic gold crown. It's a stark reminder that no matter how high you rise, the fall can be swift and brutal.
But even in prison, something shifted for Abdul Shahid. It's like he went through another transformation, one that ultimately led him towards a path of redemption.
This is where the story gets really fascinating, because it challenges our assumptions about what redemption really means. Can someone who has committed such serious crimes truly change? And what does that change look like?
Those are questions that a lot of people grapple with, especially when it comes to the criminal justice system. We tend to label people based on their worst actions, but what about their potential for growth and rehabilitation?
Right, and in Abdul Shahid's case, we see him coming out of prison with a completely different mindset. He dedicates himself to helping young people avoid the mistakes he made. He becomes an advocate, particularly for incarcerated Muslims, and he even founds the D-Bear Youth Foundation to address issues like gang violence, drug use, and teen pregnancy.
It's almost like he's trying to make amends for the harm he caused, not just through words, but through action.
Yeah, and it raises so many questions about the nature of redemption. Is it about atoning for the past, about preventing others from making the same mistakes, or is it something more internal, like a shift in perspective and values?
And how do we as a society measure that change? Do we look at actions? Do we consider motives? It's a complex issue with no easy answers.
Especially when you consider the public fascination with his story. 2 books have been written about Abdul Shahid, and there's a clear interest in his life, both the highs and the lows. Why do you think that is?
Well, there's the inherent drama of it all, right? You've got this almost Shakespearean rise and fall, the religious upbringing juxtaposed with the criminal empire, the $1 million crown and the prison bars, and then this quest for redemption.
Yeah, it's like a modern morality play. It forces us to confront our own beliefs about good and evil, about second chances, and about the possibility of transformation.
And it speaks to something universal, this idea that everyone has a story, that even those who make terrible choices can still find a path towards something better.
Yeah, it reminds us to look beyond the labels we assign to people, to see the complexity of the human experience. And that's a powerful message, especially in a world where it's so easy to reduce individuals to headlines and sound bites.
So what do you think is the most important takeaway for our listeners from this deep dive into the life of Hakeem Abdul Shahid?
I think it's a reminder that we should always strive to understand the context of someone's actions. You know, it's not about excusing criminal behavior, but about recognizing that there are often these complex social, economic, and personal factors at play.
And it's a challenge to examine our own biases, too. Are we more willing to accept the idea of redemption for certain types of people than others? Do we truly believe in second chances? Or are we quick to judge and condemn?
Those are questions worth pondering.
Right.
And ultimately, I think Abdul Shahid's story encourages us to engage in these difficult conversations, to challenge our assumptions, and to consider the possibility that people can change, even in those unexpected ways.
It's been a fascinating journey exploring the life of a figure who defies easy categorization, from devout beginnings to notorious criminal to advocate. Hakeem Abdul Shahid's story leaves us with more questions than answers. But that's the beauty of a deep dive, isn't it? It sparks curiosity and encourages us to keep exploring.
Absolutely. The world is full of these compelling narratives, just waiting to be uncovered and examined. So let this be a reminder to keep asking questions, to keep digging deeper, and to always be open to the unexpected turns that life and stories can take. All right, so are you ready?
Ready for what?
Well, for a deep dive, obviously.
Don't.
Today, we're going to be looking at Sonika Shakur, using excerpts from his Wikipedia page. And
Wikipedia?
yeah, his Wikipedia bio specifically. And just let me tell you, this is not your typical gangster story.
Right.
Like, this guy, he went from literally calling himself Monster
Monster.
to, like, challenging the systems that kind of created him in the first place.
Yeah.
It's wild.
That's the question, right? Can you, like, escape your past?
Totally. Like, can you ever really outrun where you came from? And in his case, I mean, where he came from was pretty,
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
it's rough to even read about it. Like, he was born Cody Scott.
In 63.
Yeah, 1963.
Yeah.
And, like, right from the start, his dad was abusive. His mom was working, like, every job she could just to get by.
Not exactly, a stable environment to grow up in.
Not at all. Makes you wonder, like, how much of a choice he even had, you know?
Yeah. And that's where the pull of the streets comes in, right?
Yeah.
Especially with Stanley Tookie Williams around.
Oh, yeah. Tookie Williams and the West Side Crips, huge presence in his neighborhood.
And this isn't just like some abstract gang influence. We're talking about Williams later in life, like expressing remorse for being a bad influence on Cody.
Oh, wow. Like, actually feeling responsible for...
Yeah.
Yeah.
For leading him down the wrong path. Imagine that, right? Being a kid, seeing that kind of power, that violence, and then the guy behind it all says, hey, sorry I messed you up.
Yeah, that's heavy. Talk about, like, a messed up mentorship or something.
But twisted, totally.
And it's in that environment that at 12 years old, Cody gets initiated into the A-Tray gangster Crips.
12 years old.
Yeah. And, you know, the jumping in ritual is basically just getting the crap beaten out of you on.
Welcoming you to the gang, right? But with fists.
Brutal. Like, that's your intro to this life.
Yeah, no more watching from the sidelines. You're part of it now. And at that age,
Yeah.
it's going to change you, harden you.
And then just a year later, things get even more intense. He's 13, and he earns the nickname Monster after brutally beating a robbery victim.
It's hard to even, it's a horrific act. And it makes you wonder, right, how much did that name, that label stick with him? Did it become like a self-fulfilling prophecy?
Oh, totally. Like, does the name become the mask, you know?
Huh.
Does it separate him from the violence or maybe even justify it in his mind?
Just like a shield, almost.
Yeah, a shield. And the violence just keeps escalating. At 14, he shoots at a fast food worker. He's in and out of juvenile detention. And then things really explode. Tookie Williams gets arrested for murder. The founder of the Crips, Raymond Washington, is killed. And it's all-out war between different Crip sets.
You got to remember, this is 1980s LA, right? Gang violence is everywhere. It's about turf, drugs, and just this constant fight for power, for survival.
Sounds like a war zone, honestly. And for a young man like Cody, violence becomes his whole world.
Yeah. And it almost consumes him. He's only 16 when he gets ambushed, shot 6 times. His younger brother, Kershawn, retaliates with a whole string of shootings.
Oh, wow. Just an endless cycle.
And
Like, at this point, you'd think the story's already written, right? He's trapped, no way out.
Yeah.
But then there's this twist. He ends up in prison.
Yeah.
And that's where things start to shift.
And it all begins with a pretty unexpected encounter. He meets members of the Republic of New Africa movement.
Wait, the group that wants, like, a separate black nation within the U.S.?
That's the one. Pretty radical, right?
Yeah.
And they expose him to this whole new way of thinking, ideas about self-determination, black empowerment.
And for someone like him, struggling with who he is, where he fits in, I can see how that would be powerful.
Oh, absolutely. It's like he's finally given a new lens to view the world through. And that's when the real change starts happening. He reads everything he can get his hands on, educates himself, and eventually changes his name to Sonika Shakur.
He sheds that monster persona and chooses a new identity. It's like a rebirth, right?
Yeah, it's a complete rejection of the path that was laid out for him. He's saying, I'm going to create myself.
It's a powerful statement. And when he gets out of prison in '88, there's a glimmer of hope. He marries his girlfriend, Tamu.
Seemed like he's building a new life, right? But of course, with Sonika Shakur, it's never that straightforward.
Right, because in 1991, he's back in prison. Assault and grand theft auto.
And while he's locked up, something massive happens. The 1992 LA riots.
Whoa, hold on. He's in prison while his city is burning, while members of his old gang are out there in the chaos.
It must have been surreal, like watching a nightmare unfold from a distance, but still feeling connected to it.
Yeah, connected through his past, his people.
It's like a forced reflection, a moment to really grapple with the consequences of the life he left behind. And it's during this time that he writes Monster, the autobiography of an LA gang member.
It's like he had to write it at that point.
Yeah.
Like to make sense of it all, for himself and for everyone else.
It's more than just a memoir, though. It's a raw look at gang life, a commentary on society, and a warning about how destructive these forces can be.
But even with all this transformation, his connection to the gang world, to the violence he grew up with, it's not completely severed.
And that's where things get really interesting. He forms a friendship with another Shakur.
You mean Tupac Shakur?
Wow.
Like the rapper, the icon?
Yep. And they weren't just like acquaintances, they had a genuine connection. It's fascinating, isn't it? He's trying to move away from his past, yet he's drawn to this figure who, in a lot of ways, represents the very culture he's trying to escape.
This is that push and pull, who he was, who he's trying to be. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Super complicated.
Yeah.
So where were we?
Oh, yeah, Sanyik and Tupac, they're friends, right?
Yeah, and in 96, things get even crazier. Sanyik is on the run from the police, and he ends up meeting up with Tupac on a music video set.
Wait, like a chance encounter? Yeah, but looking back, it's kind of eerie,
Yeah.
Like foreshadowing. Because it turns out to be the last time they see each other.
Because of what happened to Tupac, you mean?
Exactly. Just a few months later, Tupac's murdered in Vegas. Tragic.
Absolutely tragic.
And Sanyika, he's still wrestling with his own past, trying to find his way, and he decides to do something pretty bold. He interviews Orlando Anderson, the guy who's supposedly shot Tupac, for Vibe magazine.
Whoa, hold on. He actually talked to the alleged killer.
Yep, gets right to the source.
I can't even imagine. So what happened? What did Anderson say?
Well, that interview leads Sanyika to another notorious figure, Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. He's locked up with Anderson at the time.
Suge Knight. Okay, yeah, this is getting intense. So what went down between them?
It's like something out of a movie. Knight claims that Tupac owed him money, even though Tupac had sold millions of records.
Really?
Yeah, and he talks about controlling Tupac's possessions, the whole thing. And then Knight confirms that, yeah, Anderson was the one who killed Tupac.
Wow. That's chilling. It's like a glimpse into this whole dark side of the music industry. The world Tupac was caught up in, The power, the danger.
Absolutely. And for Sanyika, it's got to be another layer of tragedy, another reminder of the violence that seems to follow him, even as he's trying to build a new life.
It's like he can't escape it. But even after all of that, he doesn't give up. He keeps writing, trying to make sense of it all.
Right. He publishes his first fiction book, Thuglife, and later a collection of essays called Stand Up, Struggle Forward.
So it's not just about his past anymore. He's tackling bigger issues, right? Like race, class, the impact of trauma.
Yeah, for sure. You see a more introspective, analytical side of Shakur in these works. He's pushing himself and his readers to think critically about, the systems that create inequality and violence.
And even when he's back in prison at Centinela and Solano, he's still finding ways to use his voice. He's part of the Uncuffed radio program, right?
That's right. He's always looking for a platform to share his thoughts, to start a conversation, to challenge the way things are.
It's like they can lock him up, but they can't silence him.
You said earlier that his transformation in prison seemed inevitable, but I wonder about that.
What do you mean?
Well, lots of people go to prison and don't come out with such a radical change in their thinking. What was different about Sanyika? Was it meeting the Republic of New Africa? Was it his hunger for knowledge? Or was there something more, something within him all along?
It's a good question. Maybe he was just a seeker,
Yeah.
Always questioning, challenging, pushing himself to grow.
Yeah, despite all the setbacks, all his flaws, there was this drive in him to break free from his past, from the limitations placed on him.
It really makes you think about the power of personal change,
It does, but it also highlights how complicated that change is. It's not a straight line. There are going to be bumps, wrong turns, even steps backward.
And for Shakur, there's this tragic irony. He spends his life trying to create a different future, and he ends up living in a homeless encampment.
It's a world away from the violence of his youth, but it shows that the path to redemption isn't always easy or pretty.
Yeah, and it reminds us that even with personal transformation, the past leaves scars. And coming back to society, especially after prison, especially with his history, it can be incredibly tough.
It makes you wonder about the support systems that are or aren't in place for people who've been incarcerated, especially for those who've challenged the system itself.
Like, are we setting them up to fail?
It's a tough question, but one that Shakur's story forces us to ask.
But it also makes what he did achieve even more impressive. He went from monster to author, activist, a voice for the voiceless.
And his death in 2021 from a stroke, it doesn't erase that impact. The power of his words, the questions he raised.
You asked earlier, can someone truly escape their past? I think Shakur's life, with all its ups and downs, contradictions, gives us a complicated answer.
Yeah, because on one hand, he never fully outran his past. The violence, the trauma, it was always there.
But on the other hand, he never stopped trying to move beyond it, to learn, to grow, to make amends. And in that way, maybe he did find a kind of freedom, a freedom that wasn't about his circumstances, but about who he was inside.
It's a powerful idea that even within the limitations of his life, he found a way to redefine himself, to challenge the story that had been written for him.
And through his writing, he challenged us to do the same, to look past the labels, the judgments, and see the humanity in everyone.
It's a message that's so important today, when it's so easy to divide people, to put them in boxes. Sonika Shakur's life reminds us that we're all more than our pasts, that we all have the potential to grow and change.
And that even when things are tough, when it seems impossible, we can choose a different path.
Okay, before we move on, I want to go back to something you mentioned about the '92 riots. You said it was like this huge moment of reflection for Shakur. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Sure. Imagine being locked up while your city is on fire. Knowing that your former gang is out there, caught up in the violence. It must have been surreal, like a bad dream you can't wake up from.
He was physically removed from the chaos, but still connected to it through his past, through the people he knew.
Exactly. And I think that experience, that perspective, really shaped his writing. It gave him this unique understanding of the riots, of the years of tension that led up to them.
He wasn't just some observer. It was personal for him.
Yeah, definitely. And that made his writing so powerful, so raw. He wasn't afraid to name names, to call out the hypocrisy he saw, both in the gangs and in the larger systems that create inequality.
It's like he was saying, I was there. I saw it. This is what you need to understand.
Exactly. And by telling his own story, he made people confront their own biases, their own ideas about gang members, about the communities they come from.
He's saying, look, I did terrible things, but I'm also a human being. My story is complicated. It's not so simple.
And that's what makes his work so important. It breaks down stereotypes and reminds us that there's humanity in everyone, even in the most unexpected places.
It reminds us that even in the darkest places, there's still hope for growth, for change, for finding a different way.
And that's a powerful message, especially in a world that's so quick to judge.
When we talk about Sonika Shakur and the impact of environment, what are we really getting at here? Because that seems like a huge part of his story.
Absolutely. His childhood was rough. Poverty, abuse, gangs everywhere. It's hard to imagine a tougher environment to grow up in.
And those early experiences, they definitely shaped his choices, the path he took.
But what's important to remember is that where you come from doesn't determine who you are or who you can become.
And Shakur's transformation in prison, that proves it right. He chose to educate himself, to challenge his own beliefs, to break free from the violence.
It wasn't easy, and he stumbled along the way, but he never gave up on trying to be better.
That's so inspiring. It tells us that even when things are hard, we have the power to change, to rise above our circumstances.
But we also have to acknowledge that it's not always that simple. There are systemic barriers. Poverty, racism, lack of education, lack of resources. Those things make it incredibly difficult for some people to escape violence, to escape poverty.
So it's not just about individual willpower. We have to address the bigger issues, the systems that create these problems in the first place.
You got it. Sonika Shakur's story shows us that we need social change. We need to create opportunities for people who've been marginalized, left behind.
It reminds us that we all have a part to play in breaking down those barriers and building a better world, a more just world.
And that's a conversation we need to have, especially now. Sonika Shakur's life may be over, but his story is still relevant. It challenges us to be better, to do better, to make a world where everyone has a chance to succeed.
I think we need a minute to process all of that. Phew, man, that was heavy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sonika Shakur's life really makes you think.
Doesn't it? It's just so many layers, individual choices, but also like the whole system, you know? And then what does it even mean to find redemption after all that?
Yeah, and that question we started with, can someone truly escape their past? What do you think after going through all this?
I don't know. It's tough. Like, on the surface, you could say no, not really. The things he did, the things that happened to him, they stayed with him.
That monster label, it followed him everywhere, even when he was trying so hard to be someone different.
Right. But here's the thing. He never stopped trying to change. He kept learning, pushing himself, even when he was back in prison. That fight to become more than his past, that's going to count for something, right?
It's like finding a different kind of freedom, almost, like inside himself.
Exactly. And that's a powerful message for anyone, you know? Anyone who's struggling with their past, with things they regret. It tells us that it's possible to change, to grow, even when it seems impossible.
But we can't forget about the bigger picture either. His story isn't just about him. It's about the systems that keep people trapped in poverty, in violence.
Absolutely. He's showing us how those systems work, how they impact people's lives.
Like, look, I messed up, but I messed up in this context. And that context, those systems, that's on all of us.
Right. And that's a challenge, isn't it? It's not enough to just blame individuals. We have to address the root causes of these problems.
Okay, so what can we do? Like, what can people listening actually do with this knowledge? It's so big, you know?
Yeah.
It feels overwhelming.
I get it. It's easy to feel powerless. But Shakur's life, it gives us a few ideas.
Like what?
First, just become aware. Educate yourself. Read his books. Learn about gang culture, about what was happening back then. The more you understand, the more you can do something about it.
Don't just believe everything you hear.
Right.
Dig deeper, question things.
Exactly. And talk about it. Have those tough conversations with people. Share what you've learned. Push back against the status quo. Ask the hard questions.
Because if we don't talk about it, nothing changes.
Yeah. And remember, change starts with us. Look at your own biases, your own prejudices. We all have them. And work on changing those ways of thinking.
It's a process, right? It's a journey.
Totally. And it's not always easy. But just like Shakur never stopped trying to transform himself, we can't stop working for a better world.
So for everyone listening, what's the one thing you'd tell them to do now?
Go read something by Sonika Shakur. Let his words sink in. Let them challenge you. Let his story inspire you to make a difference.
I love that. Well, thank you so much for taking us on this deep dive. It's been incredible.
Thanks for having me. It's been a privilege.
And to everyone listening, thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. And until then, keep learning, keep questioning, and keep pushing for a world where everyone can thrive.
All right, so today we're diving into the story of Nicky Barnes. This guy's story is as fascinating as it is complex.
Yeah, you know, you've probably heard the name.
Yeah.
Maybe from like portrayals in movies or something like American Gangster.
Exactly. But today we're going deep. We're going to uncover the real story behind the man they called Mr. Untouchable.
Mr. Untouchable, yeah. What a story.
We've got excerpts from his Wikipedia article, and we're going to use that to kind of trace his journey. From the streets of Harlem, all the way up to the heights of his criminal power.
All the way to the top.
And then down to his ultimate downfall.
Yeah. And you know what's so fascinating about Barnes' story is how much it, like, challenges that typical gangster narrative.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this isn't just some guy born into a life of crime. He was born in Harlem.
Yeah.
And he had a really tough childhood, you know, escaping an abusive father. But his path to becoming a kingpin wasn't a straight line. Not at all.
No, it wasn't like preordained or something. He had to kind of get there. And, you know, you learn about his early heroin addiction. And it's almost like foreshadowing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
To the empire that he'll go on to build later. But then he overcomes that addiction in prison, which is, it's like a level of willpower you wouldn't necessarily associate with a future crime lord.
Right. Like, you think of these guys. You got to be like, you know, it's like giving in to those impulses.
Yeah.
But he showed this incredible self-control.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's where things get really interesting. It's in prison, where his life takes like this total turn.
Right.
He meets this Colombo family,
The
Capo,
Lumbo family.
crazy Joe Gallo.
Crazy Joe Gallo.
And that's when things get really interesting.
So wait, we've got an Italian mobster mentoring a black gangster. That's not an alliance you see every day.
Especially back then.
Yeah, especially back then.
No, you're right. It really speaks to how the landscape of organized crime was changing.
Yeah.
Gallo was this really shrewd operator. He saw an opportunity in Harlem,
Yeah.
this untapped market. And he recognized Barnes's potential.
He saw something in him.
He did.
Yeah.
And, you know, he didn't just offer advice. He actually went out of his way to provide a lawyer for Barnes. And that lawyer helped get Barnes' conviction overturned.
Wow. So in a way, Gallo kind of like paved the way for Barnes's ride.
He did, yeah. It makes you wonder how things would have turned out
Right.
if that hadn't happened.
Totally different story.
It's a real turning point.
Yeah.
Barnes gets out of prison. Not only is he free,
Yeah.
but he's got all this knowledge now, all these connections. He knows how to build a criminal empire.
And that's exactly what he does.
He does?
He forms the council in 1972, a 7-man syndicate
7 guys.
that would control a huge chunk of the Harlem heroin trade.
Unbelievable.
But when you say the council, it sounds more like a board meeting than a drug operation.
Right.
Was that intentional?
Oh, absolutely. Barnes was very deliberate. He modeled the council after the Italian mafia families.
Oh, wow.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
This wasn't just about brute force. It was about structure, hierarchy, presenting a united front.
It's like he was bringing a corporate model to the drug trade,
He was. That's a great way to put it.
which is kind of ingenious in a way, if you can even call it that.
Yeah, if you can call it that. But it was incredibly effective.
Yeah.
By 1976, their reach extended way beyond Harlem. It went throughout New York State, Pennsylvania, even into Canada.
Wow.
We're talking a massive network. Lieutenants, distributors,
Street dealers.
all operating under the counter.
Under the umbrella of the council,
Yeah.
and at the head of this empire is Mr. Untouchable.
Mr. Untouchable himself.
And let's talk about the lifestyle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the stories about Barnes' wealth,
Extravagance there.
legendary.
Legendary. I mean, this guy was living the high life, no doubt about it. We're talking fleets of luxury cars, Bentleys, Citroens,
Maserati.
anime suits, Italian shoes, jewelry worth millions.
Millions.
He flaunted his wealth.
Which is interesting
Oh.
because it seems like he's completely disregarding the whole like low profile thing.
Right. You'd think he'd want to stay under the radar,
Yeah.
but he was almost like
Wait,
wanted to be
oh.
seen.
Was it arrogance? Or was there something more strategic at play?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Some people say it was calculated. You know, he wanted to intimidate his rivals, project this aura of invincibility.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with me.
Mm.
Exactly. But others think it was just his ego. He wanted to revel in his success.
He earned it.
He did. In his mind, anyway.
Right. And, this flamboyant lifestyle, it catches up with him eventually.
Right.
It does.
Wasn't it a New York Times Magazine article that kind of sealed his fate?
Are you talking about the one where he's posing on the cover
Yeah.
with the headline, Mr. Untouchable?
That's the one. I mean, it seems like a move that would backfire.
You think?
Yeah.
It did. The article, it was meant to showcase his power, but it totally backfired. It enraged President Carter, who then ordered the Justice Department to make Barnes's prosecution a top priority.
It's like the article put a target on his back
Yeah.
in a way that nothing else had before.
Exactly.
So Mr. Untouchable gets touched.
He gets touched by the long arm of the law. What a humbling experience that must have been.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
What happens next?
Well, Barnes is eventually convicted in 1978 and sentenced to life in prison without parole.
Oh.
But that's not the end of the story. In fact, I'd argue that's where things get even more interesting.
Okay. I am all ears. What happens to Mr. Untouchable behind bars?
Well, he discovers a different kind of betrayal, one that leads to a major shift in his outlook and his actions.
Okay, hold on. We got to unpack this. What kind of betrayal are we talking about?
So remember, Barnes built his empire on a foundation of loyalty, strict rules. Imagine his surprise when he finds out that one of his most trusted council members, Guy Fisher, was having an affair with his missus.
No way.
Yeah.
So even in the criminal underworld, there are lines you don't cross.
Apparently so.
Wow.
And for Barnes, this was a breaking point, this betrayal, plus the realization that his assets were being neglected, legal fees unpaid. That's what fuels his decision to become a federal informant.
Wait, Mr. Untouchable, the guy who built an empire on secrecy and loyalty, turns on his own organization.
He does.
Why?
It was revenge and a desire to dismantle everything he had created. He gave over 100 names to the authorities, including 5 council members and even his own wife.
Wow. From kingpin to informant. What a fall from grace. But was it a calculated move to salve himself? Or was there something more to it?
That's the question, isn't it? Was it pure self-preservation, or was there some genuine remorse? A reckoning with the consequences of his actions.
Yeah.
It's something we'll definitely explore as we delve deeper into his life after prison.
All right, so we've covered a lot of ground here. The rise of Nicky Barnes, the creation of his empire, his shocking downfall. But as you pointed out, it doesn't end there. There's a whole other chapter to uncover, and I, for one, I'm ready to hear more.
Yeah, me too. This is where things get really interesting. Let's dive in.
So we left off with Nicky Barnes behind bars, right? He turned informant, brought down his own empire. You'd think that'd be the end of the story. Classic rise and fall.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? But prison's actually where things take a real turn.
Oh, really?
It's a fascinating contrast. You know, this notorious crime lord, this guy who's all about luxury and power. Now he's stuck in a cell, but it's in that environment that he kind of seems to go through a change.
The transformation.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that look like, though?
Well, for one thing, he starts winning poetry contests in prison.
Poetry contests.
Poetry contests.
Wow.
He earns a college diploma with honors, starts teaching English to other inmates.
It's like he's trying to redeem himself.
It really does seem that way.
Make amends for his past.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, was there always like this other side to him?
Right.
Like a side that was hidden
It's possible.
while he was running his empire?
It's definitely possible. And it's also worth noting that because he cooperated with the authorities, he gets a reduced sentence.
He does?
Yeah, he's released in 1998,
1998.
decades earlier than his original life sentence.
So the guy who helped dismantle a massive drug empire gets out early
It happens.
because he flipped.
It's the criminal justice system in action.
Right.
Some might say it's a necessary evil
To catch the bigger fish.
to bring down these huge organizations, but others might question if it really serves justice.
Right, right. So he gets out. What does he do?
Well, he enters the witness protection program,
Witness protection.
which is a pretty big step.
It
It
is.
says a lot about wanting to leave his past behind.
Mr. Untouchable disappears.
He does. He pretty much vanishes from public life.
So he trades notoriety for anonymity, like
Yeah,
a
okay.
second chance, but a hidden one.
Exactly. But he doesn't stay silent forever.
Oh,
In 2007, he publishes a memoir
a memoir.
called Mr. Untouchable, My Crimes and Punishments.
Wow.
And he even participates in a documentary with the same name.
So he's back in the spotlight, but this time on his own terms.
Exactly.
What's he trying to say, though?
I think he's trying to control his own narrative, offer his perspective on everything that happened. He doesn't shy away from the darker parts of his past either. He admits to being involved in 8 murders.
8 murders.
Yeah,
That's a lot to reconcile with the image of him trying to redeem himself.
it is. And yet both sides seem to be a part of him.
Right.
He even has a conversation with Frank Lucas,
Frank Lucas.
his old rival.
Wow.
Imagine those two.
Sitting down together, decades after their turf wars.
It's pretty wild, right?
Yeah.
It really shows how time changes things.
Yeah.
How the dynamics of the criminal world shift. Barnes and Lucas, they were products of a certain time and their meeting.
Yeah.
It shows how much things had changed.
So even with his past behind him, Barnes was still making news. I remember reading about his interview with Howard Stern back in 2008.
Yeah, he talked about life and witness protection. Pretty rare for someone to do that.
It is.
But it shows how willing he was to engage with the public, even with that veil of anonymity.
So Mr. Untouchable ends up living a quiet life,
A hidden life.
trying to make up for what he did.
Yeah. Well, that's where things get a little mysterious.
Okay.
We know Barnes died from cancer in 2012,
2012.
but his death wasn't reported until 2019.
7 years later.
7 years.
What?
Because of witness protection,
Ah.
his identity was kept secret,
Even in death.
even in death.
Wow.
It's like a final act of disappearing.
It is.
A real testament to the power of the program.
Wow. Talk about a final chapter.
I know.
It's like he vanished into thin air,
He did.
leaving behind this legacy. That's both fascinating and controversial.
Definitely. And that legacy continues on. Mickey Barnes has been portrayed in so many movies and TV shows,
Oh, yeah.
like Sean Diddy Combs in Carlito's Way, Rise to Power,
Oh, right.
Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah.
in American Gangster,
Of course.
and more recently, Derek Baskin in the miniseries The Offer.
Whoa.
His story has become this cautionary tale
Yeah.
about the allure of the criminal world
Yeah.
and the danger that comes with it.
But it also makes you think about redemption.
Second chances.
And the choices people make when they're faced with these extreme situations.
Yeah.
So we've gone from the streets of Harlem to the top of a criminal empire, to prison, witness protection, and finally a death shrouded in secrecy. It's been quite a ride. What does it all mean, though? What's Nicky Barnes' lasting impact? Nicky Barnes, Mr. Untouchable, built this whole empire, brought it down himself, tried to redeem himself maybe, but stayed hidden until the very end.
It's a story that really gets you thinking.
It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a tough one to figure out. He was a ruthless crime boss, responsible for so much pain. But he also seemed capable of change.
Right.
Like he wanted to be better. He was seeking knowledge, even teaching others.
Yeah, the poetry, the college degree, you don't see that every day, especially
Right.
from someone with his past. Makes you wonder if it was all genuine.
Right. Or was it a way to get out of prison faster?
Exactly.
I can't really know for sure.
Yeah.
But we can look at what he did. He helped the authorities, took down his whole organization. That took a lot of courage, no matter what his reasons were.
And then he disappears. Witness protection. Writes a book. Does interviews. What was he after? Was it forgiveness? Was he trying to set the record straight?
Could be.
Or was he just trying to cash in
Yeah.
on being Mr. Untouchable?
It might have been all of those things.
Yeah.
He was a product of his environment,
Streets.
driven by ambition, the need for power. But he also seemed to want to make things right.
It's interesting. All the choices he made. Every step of the way, he had to decide what to do.
What was the best move?
Knowing there would be consequences.
Always consequences.
First choosing to be a criminal,
Right.
then betraying his own people, and finally disappearing completely.
Each choice had a huge impact.
He did.
His drug empire caused a lot of pain.
So much suffering.
And then working with the authorities, it ended his empire. But it also raised questions about how we handle justice,
Yeah.
how we use informants.
And witness protection.
It let him live a quiet life,
Away from it all.
but it also left a lot of unanswered questions.
So what do we take away from all this? What can we learn from Nicky Barnes?
I think it reminds us that even the worst people are still human. They can do terrible things, but they can also change. And their stories, they make us think about justice and redemption and how complicated people really are.
It's a story that stays with you.
It does.
Nicky Barnes, a man who lived many lives, leaving behind a legacy that's both fascinating and troubling.
For sure.
We've given you the facts, the different sides of the story. Now it's up to you to decide what it all means. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the life of Mr. Untouchable. Okay, so we need to unpack this whole thing with Nipsey Hussle. Listeners want a deep dive, and they deserve to know what really happened. It goes way beyond the headlines, you know? We're talking firsthand accounts, we're going through court testimonies, the whole 9 yards to understand that day in 2019.
Yeah, it's important to remember Nipsey Hussle was more than just a name in the music industry. He meant something to his community, represented hope. To really get the impact of this, we have to look at the man, not just the music.
You're right. And the sources we have really try to show his life before the fame, after the fame. He was really involved in his community, huh?
Totally. Poured his time and money right back into those streets. But it was more than charity. This was about giving people a way up. He started businesses, gave people jobs, mentorship, showing them there's another way.
And that's what makes his past with the Rolling 60s so interesting, doesn't it? Adds another layer.
It does. He never hid from it. But he was clearly set on a different path for himself, for everyone around him, talking about being a symbol of change, and he meant it.
Which makes, it makes the stuff with Eric Holder or Fly Mac even more jarring. He was trying to be a rapper too, right? And ran with the Rolling 60s. What was their deal?
They were connected for sure, same circles, but at some point something went wrong. It's not really clear what, but I think it shows you how complicated gang culture is, how it sticks with you even when you're trying to get away.
It's like, thanks. Like he spent his life trying to lift everyone up and the violence, and then
he's a victim of it. Just shows how deep these things go, you know?
Yeah.
Like you can't escape it, even when you're building something better.
It's almost like you can see it coming, you know? Like these two paths are on a collision course that day in 2019.
Yeah, you could say that. It's like a tragedy almost.
Yeah.
You've got Nipsey at his store, that Marathon Clothing, which was more than just a store, right?
Right, not just some clothing rack. It was a hub, the heart of something. That day, he was with his fans, taking pictures, living the dream, basically.
And on the other side, you've got Eric Holder driving to that same mall with his girlfriend, who had no clue about any of this. She sees Nipsey when they get there, all excited.
It's those little details. They really get to you. Just random chance makes the whole thing hurt even more, you know?
Totally. Like something heavy is hanging over everything, but nobody sees it except them.
So what happens when they actually meet? Walk us through it.
Okay, so the sources we have, they really lay it out, every detail. Holder comes up to Nipsey, they shake hands, there's some talk about paperwork, whatever that means. But what gets me is how calm Nipsey is.
Yeah.
the whole time.
Yeah, the sources make a big deal about that. He never loses it, right?
Never. Even when Holder's getting at him, he's just
Yeah.
cool. Like he's trying to give the guy advice, you know?
Yeah.
Point him in a better direction.
And then, well, then the shooting starts. I know what happens, but it's tough to process.
Yeah, it's brutal. Holder's just unloads on him. Multiple shots. And what really gets me is he comes back and shoots him again after walking away once. And Nipsey's last words, the source says, he said, "You got me."
Ugh. Just awful. And it's not just that he did it, it's that he meant to do it. This wasn't just some random thing. This was personal.
No doubt. This was anger, resentment, way more than just a fight in the moment.
Yeah.
The number of shots. Even the fact that he kicked Nipsey after. It's different. Darker.
It's like a bad dream, you know. 1 minute, this guy's larger than life, and the next, gone.
Right.
But the story doesn't end there. We've got the aftermath, the investigation, the trial.
And this is where it gets interesting. Because it's 2019, right? Cameras everywhere. Technology plays a big role in figuring out what happened.
Right, like all that footage from the mall, the security cameras, that was important, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They used it to track Holder's every move. Before the shooting, after the shooting. No room for doubt.
No alibi. He couldn't say it wasn't him.
Nope. And on top of that, you've got the witnesses, even his girlfriend, the one who drove him there.
Yeah.
Adds a whole other level to it, hearing her side.
Caught in the middle, even if she didn't know it was going to happen.
Exactly. Shows how these things, violence, touches everyone, you know.
So the trial, what happened?
With all the evidence they had, it was open and shut. Guilty of first-degree murder, 60 years to life.
Wow. Justice, but it doesn't bring Nipsey back.
It doesn't. And what's worse, the trial, it showed how badly this hurt Holder's family, too. His younger brother. He couldn't take it. Took his own life after the shooting.
Oh, man. Proof that it's not just one life, you know? The effects, they ripple out.
That's what's so important about looking deeper, right? Getting past the headlines, seeing the real cost.
It really makes you think. Nipsey Hussle, he was more than just a musician. He was a symbol of hope, of making things better. And while we can't change what happened, maybe we can all learn something from it. His drive, his dedication to his community, that's something that should live on, you know? So as we close this deep dive, think about this. What will you do to make a difference where you are? Think about it.
All right. Buckle up, everybody, because today we're diving deep into a court case that'll leave you thinking, wait, what?
Oh, it's a good one. Gets right to the heart of some major constitutional questions.
It all starts with a simple bus ride in Chicago. Ends up in the courts, tangled up in the Fourth Amendment, the Second Amendment, concealed carry laws, the whole shebang.
Yeah, it really makes you think about those everyday situations, you know? The ones that can suddenly turn into like a legal battle over your rights.
Okay, so picture this. You're on the bus, just mind your own business, and boom, police stop the bus, come on board, and arrest a passenger for, get this, having a gun. Sounds crazy, right? Like something out of a movie.
It does, but this actually happened.
It did. It's the case of United States v. Dameron. And as we unravel this case, you'll see there are more twists and turns than you might expect.
Definitely more than a bus route.
So let's rewind to July 5th, 2018. Our main character, Emmanuel Dameron, is walking in a neighborhood that, according to police records, is known for its high crime rate. And now, here's where things get interesting. A Chicago police officer is watching live feeds from those poll cameras.
Oh yeah, the ones you see everywhere these days.
Exactly. And the officer spots Dameron, sees what looks like a gun tucked into his waistband.
So right away, we're thinking about surveillance, privacy in public, all that.
A whole other deep dive right there.
I bet.
But for now, let's stick with Dameron. The officer calls in a tactical team. Dameron then hops on a city bus, and things escalate quickly.
I bet.
The tactical team stops the bus, boards it, goes straight to Dameron, frisks him. And yep, just as that officer thought, they find a gun in his waistband. Dameron's arrested, charged with possessing a firearm as a felon.
Okay, but now I gotta ask, did they even have the right to do that? I mean, seeing a bulge under a shirt, is that enough to stop and frisk someone? Seems like a pretty big leap.
You're hitting on a crucial point right there. That's where the Fourth Amendment comes into play, the one that protects against unreasonable searches and seizures.
The Fourth Amendment, everyone's heard of it, but what does it actually mean in practice?
Right, so break it down for us. What's the deal with the Fourth Amendment?
Well, the gist is police can't just search you or your stuff without a good reason. They need what's called probable cause, which is like a really high standard. But there's this exception, a big one, called reasonable suspicion. And it comes from a famous case, Terry v. Ohio. That case established that police can do a quick investigatory stop, a stop and frisk, if they have reasonable suspicion that someone's up to no good and that they're armed and dangerous.
So it's not enough to just see a potential weapon. There needs to be more to justify stopping someone. But reasonable suspicion. That feels kind of subjective, doesn't it?
Totally. Courts have been trying to define that for ages. Basically, it means the cops need to be able to point to specific facts, circumstances that would make any reasonable person think, okay, something's off here and this person might be armed. It can't just be a hunch. They need solid evidence.
Gotcha. So in Dameron's case, seeing that bulge under his shirt in a high-crime area, was that enough to justify stopping the whole bus and frisking him?
Well, that's exactly what Dameron's lawyers argued. They filed what's called a motion to suppress. Basically, they're asking the court to throw out the gun as evidence because they're saying the cops didn't have enough evidence to stop and frisk him in the first place.
So, like, you got that evidence unfairly, can't use it.
You got it. It's a key part of protecting those Fourth Amendment rights, making sure evidence is obtained legally.
Makes sense. So the defense says not enough evidence, but what was the prosecution's argument?
They argued that put it all together, the visible bulge, the high crime area, that created enough reasonable suspicion for the officers to act.
So did the court agree? Did they think those circumstances met the bar for reasonable suspicion?
They did. The district court denied Dameron's motion to suppress. They said context matters. It's not just about the potential weapon, it's the whole picture. And in this case, they ruled that combo, the bulge, and the location, that was enough for reasonable suspicion.
Interesting. So, seems pretty open and shut, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's where things take a turn. And you're probably thinking about it already. Concealed carry laws. Illinois has them. Couldn't Dameron have been a legal gun owner? Doesn't that change everything?
You're thinking like a lawyer now. And you're right. Illinois does have concealed carry. So could the police just assume Dameron was breaking the law by having that gun?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And yeah, Dameron's lawyers, they brought up the Second Amendment during the appeals process. But there's a twist, a little legal snag that really throws a wrench in those arguments.
A twist, huh? Lay it on me. So remember, this whole thing went down on a city bus. And that little detail, that's actually huge. Because the Illinois Concealed Carry Act, the very law that says people can carry concealed guns, well, it has a specific exception. It's all about public transportation.
So like there are places you can carry, places you can't.
You got it. The law, it straight up says no firearms on any public transportation, buses, trains, subways, anything funded by public dollars. So even if Dameron had a permit, all legit and everything, the minute he stepped on that bus, he was breaking the law.
Wow. So even if he'd done everything right to legally carry, he still couldn't have it on the bus. Feels like a bit of a catch-22.
It does, right? It shows you how complicated these concealed carry laws can get. The right to bear arms, bumping up against all these other regulations. And this is where the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, they're the ones who looked at Dameron's appeal. This is where they really zeroed in. They kind of skipped over that big Second Amendment debate and focused on this specific violation of Illinois law.
So they said, because he had a gun on the bus, permit or no permit, he was breaking the law. And that gave the police that reasonable suspicion to stop and frisk him.
Exactly. That's what makes this case so fascinating. It's less about the Second Amendment in general, more about how the Fourth Amendment works alongside these very specific state laws. The court's saying, basically, even if he could legally carry that gun somewhere else, being on the bus with it created reasonable suspicion of criminal activity.
It's like a legal puzzle, figuring out where you can and can't carry based on these super specific laws. Interesting, but kind of confusing too. So what happened to Dameron in the end?
They upheld his conviction. The Seventh Circuit agreed with the lower court, said the police were within their Fourth Amendment rights. They stressed that because he was carrying on that bus, directly violating Illinois law, that was enough for reasonable suspicion.
So it's not just can you carry a gun, but where you can carry it. And a little detail like being on a bus can have big consequences. But I still keep thinking about the big picture. The Second Amendment, it guarantees the right to bear arms, right? Where does that fit into all of this?
You're right to bring that up. The Second Amendment, it's fundamental to American law. And yeah, it's totally relevant here. The thing is, the Seventh Circuit, they focused narrowly on that concealed carry violation and what it meant for the Fourth Amendment. But by doing that, they kind of sidestepped a direct clash between those two big amendments.
Feels like we're tiptoeing around a huge constitutional issue.
We are. And this case, even though it was decided on these very specific grounds, it touches on some much bigger, much more debated issues about the Second Amendment. especially now with those recent Supreme Court decisions, Heller and Bruen, those really expanded gun rights.
For those of us who aren't legal experts, what are those cases all about? Why do they matter here?
Okay, so Heller, that was a big one back in 2008. The Supreme Court, they said for the first time that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to have a gun at home for self-defense. That was a major shift in how we understand the Second Amendment. It opened the door for more legal challenges.
So Heller said individuals can own guns, not just militias, right?
Exactly. Then in 2022, the Supreme Court went even further with the Bruen case. They struck down a New York law that restricted concealed carry permits. Basically, they said the right to bear arms goes beyond your home. And it set a higher bar for states to justify any limits on those permits.
So Heller, Bruen, they've really broadened the Second Amendment. How do they connect back to Dameron?
That's the question, isn't it? They make us wonder if laws like that Illinois provision, the one banning guns on public transport, can they hold up under this new understanding of the Second Amendment? The Seventh Circuit, they didn't answer that directly, but it's there, lurking in the background of the case. It's this tension that's building, and it could reshape the whole legal landscape around gun rights and law enforcement.
Sounds like we're on the verge of a major legal showdown.
Maybe we are.
So Dameron's case, it might have been decided on those narrow grounds, concealed carry and the Fourth Amendment. But there are clearly much bigger issues at play here. Issues we'll be debating and fighting over in court for years to come, and that's what we're going to dig into when we come back for the final part of our deep dive. We'll explore what United States v. Dameron means for the big picture, what it means for the future of gun laws, law enforcement, and that tricky balance between public safety and individual rights. All right, we're back, wrapping up our deep dive into this Dameron case. It's been a wild ride, from that bus stop in Chicago all the way to the courts, grappling with the Fourth Amendment, concealed carry, and the whole Second Amendment debate lurking in the background.
It really shows you how complicated things can get, huh? Individual rights, law enforcement, the Constitution, it's all intertwined.
Totally. And even though the court kind of sidestepped a head-on collision between those big amendments, the Fourth and the Second, it feels like we've only just started to uncover this huge debate that's going on. Dameron's case, it might be about one guy on a bus, but it raises some really big questions about where we draw the line. Public safety versus personal freedom.
Oh, yeah. It's a classic dilemma. And for everyone listening, I think the takeaway here is this case isn't just about legal mumbo-jumbo. It's about your rights, how they're balanced against worries about security and crime. The Dameron case, it makes us ask those tough questions, like how much power should we give law enforcement to stop and search people? What exactly is reasonable suspicion? And how do we make sure there's no bias, no profiling going on?
And on the other side of the coin, how do we protect those individual rights, especially the Second Amendment, while still trying to keep our communities safe?
It's like walking a tightrope. It is. And this whole balancing act is only going to get trickier as the laws around the Second Amendment keep changing. Those Supreme Court decisions, Heller, Bruen, they've really broadened gun rights, and that's going to impact cases like Dameron from now on.
Feels like we're at a turning point. We've got these expanding gun rights, and at the same time, more and more concerns about gun violence. How do we make sense of it all? How do we create laws that respect individual rights and keep people safe?
Tough questions. There's no easy answers. But what Dameron shows us is that these aren't just abstract debates happening in courtrooms. They have real consequences for real people. The outcome of this case, it could change how police interact with anyone carrying a gun, legally or not. It could spark more challenges to gun control measures, and it could reshape how courts interpret the Second Amendment across the board.
So whether you're out walking, riding the bus, or just catching up on the news, remember United States v. Dameron. It reminds us that the law is constantly evolving. Our understanding of rights, especially gun rights, it's still shifting.
Absolutely. Stay informed, keep those conversations going, think critically about what's happening around you. The balance between liberty and security, it's an ongoing conversation, and we all have a role to play.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, everybody. We'll see you next time with another fascinating topic, ready to explore the world around us, one case, one issue at a time.
Okay, so you've probably seen the headlines, right? Like, teenager killed in subway. It's one of those things, it's a gut punch, but then the news cycle moves on, right?
Yeah.
But this YouTube video, The Final Hours of Nadia Osama, this one really kind of pulls you in and makes you think about, well, everything, really. Gang life and the dreams that get cut short. And it all went down on a New York City subway platform.
And what I think is so interesting about this video is that it doesn't just give you, like, the facts of the case. It really gives you a look into what it's like to be a teenager right now with hopes and dreams and how that collides with gang life.
Totally. And we're talking about Ethan Reyes. He went by the name Nadia Osama,
Right.
14 years old, an aspiring rapper. And he was on the cusp of making it big.
Yeah.
I mean, he was connected, he was talented. They even show in the video he's meeting with record labels like Sony.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, right?
Yeah.
Because it makes you think about how quickly things can change. You know, for Naughty, everything changed on July 9th, 2022. A regular Saturday with his brother, just hanging out that day, changes everything.
And it starts, the video takes us to 137th Street, and Broadway, Nadia and his friends, they run into this other teenager, Kelvin Martinez. And the video kind of hints at this history, right?
Yeah, it seems like bad blood, yeah.
Bad blood, yeah. Fueled by gang stuff, probably.
Yeah.
And things escalate, like they do, unfortunately, and they end up in the subway station.
Right, in that confined space, it just adds to this feeling of tension.
Yeah. And the video does not hold back. It tells you right away. A broomstick and a knife.
It's scary to think about how quickly things can become so dangerous.
And they did, sadly. The video goes on to describe this chaotic scene. It's on the platform, and Naughty's stabbed in the abdomen.
Awful.
Rushed to the hospital, but he doesn't make it. And what gets me, what the video captures so well, is the aftermath. His brother, Didi, he's there, and you feel his pain.
It's just raw grief, you know, because it's not just losing a brother, it's losing someone he made music with. You know, they had dreams together.
And you can hear it in the songs. He releases tribute songs, Letter to Naughty and E4N. And it's just, it makes you think about the ripple effects, you know, how it's not just one life lost, it's everyone who's left behind.
It's devastating. And the video just goes right into, you know, the investigation and the NYPD trying to find the person responsible for Naughty's death. We don't always get to see this part of the story.
Right. And you feel that urgency, like, they have to find out who did this. And they include this footage, it's kind of wild, from the press conference.
Yeah, the one with all the reporters.
Yeah. And we meet this guy, NYPD Transit Chief Jason Wilcox. And he talks about how they use the cameras, the MTA cameras, in the station.
To retrace everyone's steps, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. And you see it happen. They get a description of Kelvin Martinez. They find him, and that's it.
And the video even mentions that he had some injuries, too.
Oh, yeah, from the fight. They had to treat him at the hospital first before taking him in.
It really shows you just how quickly things can escalate and how it's not always, you know, clear cut.
Totally. And then they hit him with these charges. Murder and having this weapon. So you're watching and you're like, okay, well, this is it, right?
Right, you think it's open and shut.
But that's where things take a turn. Because those charges, well, they didn't really stick, did they?
No, they didn't. And the video goes into how the whole legal process went down. Because at first, they downgraded it to manslaughter.
Okay, wait. Can you explain that? Murder, manslaughter, what's the difference? I think a lot of people hear those words, but they don't actually know what it means.
It's a big difference, yeah. So murder means you planned it out, you went in with the intent to kill someone. Manslaughter, though, it means like you did it in a heated moment. Maybe you didn't mean for it to go that far, you know.
So they're saying Martinez didn't mean to kill Naughty?
It seems like that was what the prosecution was suggesting, yeah. The video talks about how they didn't think they could prove that he intended to kill him, which is a big deal when it comes to a murder trial.
So even with all of it, the chase, the knife, they couldn't get a murder conviction.
No, it's more nuanced than that, right? Remember all that footage, all those witnesses they talked about? Well, it sounds like, based on the video, that some of that evidence suggested maybe Martinez was acting in self-defense.
Self-defense. So are they saying Naughty was the one who started it?
It's really hard to say for sure. The video doesn't say one way or the other. But the point is, the prosecution, they felt like they couldn't prove that it wasn't self-defense.
It's almost like the video becomes this bigger commentary, right, on the justice system. Because, I mean, a young life was lost. It's tragic. But then again, the law is the law.
It's that gray area.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, you know, was justice really served? Did they make the right call? These are questions you keep asking yourself even after the video's over.
For sure. And just when you think it can't get any crazier, they start talking about what happened after Naughty died. About this whole Naughty Bop thing. That just gives me chills. I mean, how do people even process something like that, you know? Like, here's this awful tragedy, and then it becomes a dance trend.
It's kind of like we've become numb to this stuff, you know? Especially with social media. It's all about going viral. Even if it means, like, just respecting someone's memory.
The video does a good job of showing that, this whole dark side of being online. They even show how people were doing this Naughty Bop, even like teachers that got caught up in it. It makes you wonder, where does it stop?
It's a symptom of a much bigger issue, though, right? And the video touches on this. It's the glorification of violence. Especially in that world, in gang culture, it's like this vicious cycle. Violence just leads to more violence, even if it's through something like, you wouldn't think it, but like a dance trend.
Right, right. And it'd be really easy to just get stuck there, you know, in all that negativity. But then we see Didi.
Yeah.
He turns all that grief, all that anger into his music.
He finds a way, yeah.
And the video shows how he doesn't just stop there. Like, he's meeting with all these big record labels. Sony, again, it shows you, even when it seems like all hope is lost, something good can still happen.
Exactly. And I think that's what we really have to take away from this deep dive, from this whole video. It's easy to focus on the headlines and the court cases, but behind all of it, it's people's lives. We have to look closer, listen with empathy.
For sure. And for me, the big question, the one I can't shake, what if? What if Naughty and Martinez, what if they had made different choices? It's a lot to think about. But Naughty's story, it's important, you know? It shouldn't just be another headline. It should make us think, make us talk about this stuff, about the cost of violence and how we can do better.
All right, so today we're going to do a deep dive on Omar Porti, and this is going to be a fascinating one. This guy goes from being like an eyewitness in a murder case to leading one of like the most notorious gangs in America. I mean, how does that even happen, right? We've got court records and articles, so let's see if we can figure this whole thing out.
You know, it's interesting how Porti's story really kind of flips the script on typical gang narratives. We're talking about someone who was like already deeply involved with the justice system before he ever became a big player in the criminal world.
Yeah, okay, so let's go back to like 1989. Porti's 17 years old, already mixed up in robbery. Not exactly like this straight and narrow, you know. But then he becomes a key witness in this Terrence Joyner murder case. His testimony puts Don Taylor away for over 10 years. Can you even imagine being that young and having that kind of power, like in your hands?
It's a massive responsibility, and one that, unfortunately, you know, isn't always handled perfectly. Years later, Porti actually recants his testimony, and Taylor ends up being released. This case alone could be like its own deep dive, you know? It really shows the problems with eyewitness accounts and how devastating wrongful convictions are. Think about the years stolen from Taylor, you know, the trauma on both men. It's a real stark reminder that the justice system, you know, while it's supposed to be fair, it's definitely not perfect.
Absolutely. And it really makes you wonder if this experience somehow influenced Porti's future. Like, did seeing the system from both sides as a witness and then later as a defendant in his own cases shape his outlook?
It's a good question to think about. What we know is that in 1993, while Porti was doing time on Rikers Island for a weapons charge, he meets Leonard Mackenzie. And together, they co-found the United Blood Nation, or the UBN.
Hold on, wait. So the UBN, this like nationwide gang, started in prison. That's kind of crazy.
It is, yeah. And actually, it's a pattern we see a lot with gangs. They start as a way to just survive, you know, the brutality of prison life, offering some kind of protection and belonging in a super chaotic and dangerous place. But what's really unique about the UBN is how it went from just this prison gang to this huge force on the streets, spreading from Los Angeles all the way to New York.
So Porti's basically building a criminal empire from behind bars.
Yeah, kind of. There's this famous story about how he leads this attack on some rival Latin kings using a shiv that he made from a Scrabble tile. It shows his leadership even back then.
Yeah.
Resourceful, ruthless, and he could clearly get people to be loyal to him.
Okay, that Scrabble shiv detail, that's wild. But it also paints a pretty grim picture of prison life. It's not just surviving in there, it's about being in charge. You said the UBN went national. How did that happen?
Well, when Porti gets out in 1999, he's got a plan. He sees the potential for the Bloods to become like a major player in the criminal world. And he goes about setting things up with like almost military precision. He creates these different sets, like the 1-8 tray, sex, money, murder, and gangsta killer blow.
Oh, wait, hold up, sets. Can you break that down a bit? It sounds like he's running a business, not a gang.
You're not wrong. These sets are like divisions within a bigger organization. They each have their own territory, their own thing they focus on. It's a way to control different criminal enterprises like drugs, prostitution, robbery, while keeping like a chain of command. Porti knew that organization meant power, and he used that ruthlessly.
So he gets out of prison and goes right back to a life of crime. What was his motivation? Was it just power and money? Or was there something else going on there?
That's where things get really interesting, and where we start to see how complicated Porti really is.
Yeah, it's kind of like he saw this opening in the criminal world and just knew how to take advantage of it. But how do you go from like a Scrabble shiv in prison to running this whole network across the country? Were there people helping him? connections he made on the outside?
We don't really know for sure, but it's obvious that Porti had this mix of street smarts, charisma, and ruthlessness that let him handle both prison and the streets. He understood how loyalty and fear worked, and he used both really well to build his empire.
It was working for a while, right?
Yeah.
He built the Bloods into this powerful force.
Yeah.
But empires don't last forever. What brought Porti down?
Well, like a lot of guys before him, Porti's own success was his downfall. The bigger the operation, the more attention it gets from the law. And law enforcement was definitely watching. They were putting together a case, getting evidence of his whole criminal enterprise. You remember those sets we talked about? Each one was like a clue leading back to Porti.
That sounds like they were coming after him hard. What were the charges they got him on?
They hit him with everything. They had racketeering, murder, conspiracy, credit card fraud, drug trafficking. The list just goes on and on. Racketeering is kind of interesting here. It's what they usually use against organized crime because it focuses on the whole pattern of criminal activity, the whole enterprise, not just single crimes.
So even if he wasn't directly involved in every crime, they could still link him to the bigger operation. That's crazy. What happened at the trial?
The evidence was just too much. In 2002, Porti was convicted on 10 counts, and then the next year, Judge Naomi Rice Buchwald sentenced him to 50 years in prison. That's basically a life sentence. He ends up at ADX Florence, the supermax prison in Colorado. That's where they keep the most dangerous criminals in the whole federal system.
ADX Florence.
Yeah.
That's the Alcatraz of the Rockies, right?
Yeah.
That's where guys like El Chapo and the Unabomber are. That's a whole other
Oh, it was it?
Exactly. It's made for inmates who are considered a serious threat, even inside prison. Inmates spend like 23 hours a day in solitary confinement. They can barely move around. The mental toll of that kind of isolation is huge. It's a total opposite from the life Porti had built on the streets, leading this massive organization.
It's almost like something out of Shakespeare. You know, the rise and fall, the power, and then being completely alone. It makes you think about the choices he made, the path he chose. Was it all worth it in the end?
That's a question only Porti can answer. But his story makes you think about power, the appeal of being a criminal, and the price of ambition. It's a warning for sure, but it's also a look into a world that most people will never see.
It's hard to believe this all started with a kid who saw a murder. But that's what's so cool about these deep dives, right?
Yeah.
You never know where they'll take you. It's just crazy to think that seeing that murder, way back when, could like set this whole thing in motion, turning Porti into this major gang leader.
Yeah.
Do you think seeing the justice system up close so young seemed like the problems with it, maybe that affected his choices later on?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible seeing the justice system like that at such a young age, especially under those circumstances, can really change how you see the world. It could made him feel like the system was against him, that it was rigged. Maybe that made him want to operate outside the law.
Right, so instead of trying to work within the system, he decided to go against it. But we can't forget, he was convicted of serious stuff. This wasn't just some guy fighting an unfair system. He hurt people.
Oh, absolutely. We can't forget about the victims of Porti's crimes, the families that suffered from the violence and the drug trafficking he was running. His story reminds us that even when we're trying to understand the criminal world, we can't forget about the people who were hurt.
Yeah, it's a tough balance, right? Trying to understand what makes someone like Porti do what he did without saying it's okay. But that's what makes these deep dives so interesting. They make us look at these hard truths, these situations that aren't so black and white.
You got it. And actually, Porti's story doesn't end with him going to prison. He was moved from ADX Florence to a prison that's not as strict. It's part of a step-down program. It brings up all these questions about rehabilitation and redemption and second chances.
Hey, so he might actually get out someday. That's a lot to think about. What do you think about that? Is it a good sign? Like maybe even someone like Porti can change.
It's really hard to say. The prison system is supposed to punish and rehabilitate, but it doesn't always work. We don't know what'll happen if Porti gets out. Will he go back to his old ways, or will he use what he's learned to try and make things right? Only time will tell.
I guess that's life, right?
Okay,
And Porti's life even more so.
Huh.
It's been wild going from that eyewitness testimony to prison gangs to supermax prisons, and now he might even have a second chance. What a journey.
Yeah, it really has. And even though it's focused on one guy, it makes you think about bigger things like justice and redemption and how humans can be both good and bad. It makes us question our own ideas about these tough issues and think about all the gray areas. It's not always so simple.
So we're wrapping up this deep dive on Omar Porti, and I've got more questions than answers now. It's amazing how complex and interesting people can be. What about you, listener? What really stuck with you about Porti's story? What questions are you thinking about now? Keep learning, keep asking questions, and keep diving deep. Welcome, everyone. Ready to dive into another fascinating life?
Always.
This time, we're taking a closer look at Polly Adler.
Now she's a name that raises eyebrows.
To say the least, a notorious madam running a, well, thriving business, let's call it, in New York City, the 1920s through the 40s. We're basing this deep dive on a Wikipedia article about her. And trust me, it gets pretty interesting.
Oh, more than interesting, I'd say. Her story really digs into a whole era, a whole social structure.
Absolutely, because we're not just talking about the scandalous side of things. We're looking at how she built a whole empire, especially at a time when women, let alone immigrant women, face so many roadblocks.
It's a story of ambition, definitely survival, set against, well, all the huge social changes happening in America back then. Think about it, the early 20th century, you've got industrialization booming, immigrants pouring in.
A whole new world forming, really.
Exactly. And you can picture Polly arriving from Belarus, just 13 years old, limited resources, barely speaking the language.
It's hard to even imagine facing those challenges. And then, on top of that, the source mentions this traumatic experience she had early on. Working at a corset factory, she was assaulted, ended up pregnant.
Oh, that's just heartbreaking. And think about it. Back then, the support system, the understanding around these things, practically non-existent. Single motherhood, abortion, huge stigma.
So limited options for someone in her position.
Exactly. And while, of course, we can't condone every choice she made, you really have to see her actions through the lens of those limited options.
It's like judging a chess game from the 1920s by today's rules. Right? The board's the same, but the moves you're allowed to make, totally different.
Perfect analogy.
So we got Polly navigating this whole turbulent world. She lands in Manhattan. The energy, the opportunity, but also, well, the vice. And that's where she meets Nicholas Montana. This guy's, well, he's involved in connecting women with wealthy clients. Let's put it that way.
And that encounter, that's a turning point, really sets her on a certain path. But it's important to note, she didn't just fall into this and give up. The source mentions her trying other things, like running a lingerie shop.
Right. So it makes her eventual choice even more striking. She decides to really dive into this world, not just survive, but conquer it. And that's where her business sense, you see it shine. Luxurious houses she sets up. The majestic tower decked out in, well, opulent isn't even the word. There's a bar designed like King Tut's tomb.
Talk about knowing your target audience.
Yeah.
This was a calculated move miles away from that stereotypical image of a dingy brothel.
Right. Creating an experience, a brand almost.
Exactly. And reportedly, the women working for her, well-treated, highly sought after, she catered to New York's elite.
Almost like she was using modern marketing before anyone even came up with the term, building relationships with journalists, making sure people were talking about her places in all the right circles, and of course, managing things with the authorities to keep the whole operation running.
A whole web of, well, social maneuvering and economic savvy.
Definitely. And speaking of maneuvering, this is where it gets really juicy.
Yeah.
The client list. We're talking names like Peter Arno, the famous cartoonist, George S. Kosman, the playwright, even Dorothy Parker, the writer, the wit.
And those are just the tip of the iceberg.
Exactly. You've got Jimmy Walker, the mayor himself. Makes you think, what did it say about those times that she could attract such a powerful, diverse group? Were they looking for a discreet escape from public life? Or maybe indulging in some forbidden fun during Prohibition?
Ah, Prohibition. Can't forget about that. A whole underground economy popping up around illegal alcohol, speakeasies, and, well, other businesses, too.
So did Polly capitalize on that atmosphere? Was her success tied to those underground economies merging?
It's a fascinating idea. She was right at the crossroads of, well, wealth, desire, and that thrill of breaking the rules. It's crucial to see her within that whole context. It's not just about sex work. It's about understanding the social forces, the legal loopholes, how things were changing in America.
And, as her business takes off, she can't fly under the radar forever. That's where the scandals, the legal trouble come in. A whole new chapter of her life.
Polly's story, it really makes you think about American history at the time.
Yeah.
All those contradictions,
Yeah, the Roaring '20s, all that excitement, the culture changing so fast, but also this pushback against anything seen as, well, immoral. People were anxious about all the changes, right?
Yeah, definitely. And that tension, you can see it play out in Polly's life. She wasn't exactly invisible to those judging eyes, especially when you get to the Seabury Commission investigations in the early 30s. They were all about exposing corruption in New York's government.
Big scandal stuff.
Exactly. And while Polly wasn't the main target, you can't separate her business from those powerful figures. She got caught up in the whole mess.
Makes you realize how risky her position was, not just running the business, but navigating those legal and political waters. And they weren't so clear-cut back then, were they?
Not at all. And think about the hypocrisy, right? Like in the spring of 35, she gets convicted, but not for prostitution, for having objectionable films.
Sounds like a bit of a convenient excuse to target her, don't you think? I mean, she was operating in this gray area, legally and socially.
Totally. It really shows you how the law, even when it seemed clear, could be used against certain people, the undesirables or those without the resources to fight back.
And that wasn't the end of her legal troubles either. 1943, she even ends up in prison, her 17th charge related to prostitution. But then the case gets dismissed. Was that her lawyers being clever, or did those powerful connections come in handy?
Tough to say for sure without digging deeper into, well, court records, accounts from the time. But it's not hard to believe her influence helped her navigate the system better than, say, someone with less clout. Justice wasn't always blind, especially in New York. Too many layers of power.
It paints this picture of Polly as, well, a real operator, handling the business side, the legal pressures. But was there more to her than just that? One quote that stood out to me, it's from Milton Berle, the entertainer. He knew Polly and described her as intelligent woman, fun to be with, and a good cook. Hints at a different side, right?
It's a peek behind the curtain, isn't it? The woman beyond the madam image. How did she manage those different parts of her life? Did she have real friendships outside of that world? How do you reconcile those two sides of yourself?
So many questions. And a good place to start exploring them is her autobiography, A House Is Not a Home. Published in '53, became a huge hit, over 2 million copies sold, even a movie based on it.
Wow, that's quite the impact.
What do you think motivated her to write it? Was it a tell-all, spilling secrets about those high-profile clients?
Yeah.
Or something more personal, trying to control how people saw her?
Think about the time period, too, the 50s, Cold War anxieties, conservative values making a comeback. Was she cashing in on the public's fascination with, well, vice? Or trying to make sense of her life in a world that was becoming less tolerant?
Whatever the reason, the book's success shows Polly knew how to hold people's attention. She understood storytelling. Maybe she saw this as a chance to show herself as more than just a madam. A woman who broke the rules, made her own way, even if it was controversial.
That's a really interesting take, and it raises another question, doesn't it? Was she a product of her times, shaped by those unique circumstances? Or was there something more, well, timeless about her drive, her ambition, in a world that tried to hold women back?
That's a great point. And then another big turn in her story. 1945, she decides to retire from her, well, let's call it entrepreneurial career.
And she doesn't just fade away either. This woman never finished high school, goes back, gets her diploma, then an associate degree from Los Angeles City College.
That's incredible. Talk about resilience. It challenges that whole idea that, well, someone in her line of work wouldn't have intellectual curiosity, you know?
Almost like she's rejecting the label society gave her, pushing herself, learning, showing she's more than just the madam.
But was it all about personal growth? Or maybe also a way to change her public image, gain some respectability in a society that had, well, often judged her harshly?
It could be both, couldn't it? We're all complicated, made up of different parts. Even those who live in the shadows can have hopes, dreams for something more.
Absolutely. And that's what makes exploring these stories so important. They remind us that people aren't just one thing, even those who make choices we might not agree with.
It's about understanding the nuances, the gray areas, and honestly, that's how we understand human nature better, right? The push and pull between what society expects and what we want for ourselves.
So, as we get towards the end of Polly's story, I'm struck by, well, just how much her life covered, from poverty, trauma, to building this controversial empire, and then seeking some kind of, I don't know, redemption through education, writing. It's like a mini history of America itself, all those changes happening around her. You know, looking back at Polly's story, it really makes you think about how things would be different today. I mean, she navigated this very specific world back then, but would someone like Polly Adler even be possible now?
That's a question, isn't it? The world's changed so much, even just thinking about the internet, social media, the whole legal and social landscape around sex work is completely different.
Right. Back then, part of her success was those limited options for women, that whole underground scene during Prohibition. Things have shifted so much.
Imagine how someone would gain that kind of notoriety in the 21st century. Would it even be the same path?
It makes you wonder. I mean, Paula was a master of publicity, but that was a different time. Imagine her with Twitter going viral.
Haha. Notorious Madam becomes influencer.
Exactly. But jokes aside, it's fascinating how ambition, entrepreneurship, they take different forms in different eras. But that drive to stand out, to make an impact, even if it means breaking the rules, that seems pretty constant.
It's human nature, right? And that's what makes studying someone like Polly Adler so interesting. It's not just the juicy details. It's about understanding the bigger picture, how people navigate the world around them.
And I think that's a big takeaway for anyone listening. Agree with her choices or not, Polly's story shows us that history is full of these complicated people. You can't just put them in a box, label them good or bad.
It's a reminder to look deeper, understand the context. Every historical figure, every person really, has these nuances that make them unique.
So wrapping up our deep dive into Polly Adler's world, I'm left with this feeling of, well, respect for how she adapted, overcame challenges, and ultimately wrote her own story, literally and figuratively.
And for me, it's that reminder about the power of individual stories. They shed light on bigger historical trends and honestly make us question what we think we know about the past.
Absolutely. If anyone's intrigued by Polly Adler, definitely check out her autobiography, A House is Not a Home. It's her first-hand account and really gives you a look into that whole era of New York City.
A fascinating read, trust me. You'll learn a lot about Polly, the time she lived in, and maybe even yourself.
That's what we hope for with these deep dives, to spark some curiosity, encourage you to explore, to learn more.
Keep diving, keep asking questions, keep searching for those stories that make history so captivating.
Until next time, happy exploring.
All right, let's dive into one of hip-hop's biggest unsolved mysteries, the murder of Biggie Smalls.
The notorious B.I.G.
Yeah. We're going to be looking at this through the lens of someone you might not have heard of, Wardell Poochie Faust.
Yeah, Poochie's story is really fascinating, I think, for anyone who's interested in this case. We've got a great Wikipedia article on him that we'll be referencing.
And it's interesting because his life intersects with Biggie's in some really unexpected ways.
Absolutely.
Like I said, Poochie, he started out in Kentucky but ends up in Compton, California.
Right.
And that's where he gets involved with this gang called the Mob Pirates, a set of the Bloods.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the Mob Pirates is that their influence wasn't limited to just the streets. It extended into the music industry in a big way.
And that's the link to Suge Knight, right?
Exactly. Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records, was also connected to the Mob Pirates.
So it's more than just like a boss-employee relationship?
Oh, well, absolutely. It's a shared history, a shared sense of loyalty that goes way back.
And you have to wonder how much that influenced the way things were run at Death Row.
Because Death Row had a very specific reputation. It was hardcore, almost like a gang in itself.
Yeah, and Suge Knight was definitely cultivating that image.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
He understood the power of fear and intimidation.
And Poochie fit right into that.
With his presence, yeah.
Our sources actually quote Danny Boy, a Death Row artist, describing Poochie as someone you just did not want to cross.
Right. He had that enforcer vibe about him.
Yeah.
But it makes you wonder, what does enforcer actually mean in this context?
Yeah, it's a loaded term.
Because we're not talking about bouncing rowdy fans. We're talking about a world where problems are solved with violence.
Like in the case of William Rat Dog Ratcliffe.
Oh, yeah. This is a really disturbing incident.
Ratcliffe was an aspiring rapper trying to get signed to Death Row, and he was really pushing Suge Knight about it.
He even confronted Knight in a bathroom.
And according to the LAPD detective Greg Kading, Ratcliffe ends up dead, allegedly on Knight's orders.
And Kading believes Poochie was the one who carried out the hit.
There's even this chilling quote from Kading's book where Knight supposedly said about Poochie, "He doesn't fuck around. That's how I want him to do it."
Wow. If that's true, it paints a very dark picture of Knight's mindset. He valued that ruthlessness.
And there's another detail that's kind of eerie. The car Knight gave Poochie a Chevy Impala.
Right.
The car involved in Biggie's murder was also described as a dark Impala.
It's a detail that's hard to forget. It's almost like foreshadowing. But before we jump ahead to the night of Biggie's murder, I think it's important to understand the climate of hip-hop at the time.
Yeah, we can't forget about the East Coast-West Coast rivalry.
It was at its peak. Biggie on one side, Tupac on the other. The tension was incredibly high.
And the media just kept fanning the flames, turning it into this huge feud.
Yeah, it's impossible to ignore the role that played in what ultimately happened to both of them.
So let's set the scene. March 9th, 1997. Biggie's leaving a party hosted by Vibe magazine in Los Angeles. It's this big industry event, tons of celebrities, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, and as he's leaving, tragedy strikes. Biggie's in the second SUV of his entourage. They're stopped at a red light,
Okay.
and a dark Impala pulls up alongside them. Witnesses describe the driver as a black male.
And
Shots rang out. Biggie's hit multiple times.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast. You have this glamorous event, and then just moments later, this brutal act of violence.
the hip-hop world was in shock.
The world in general. Biggie was a huge star, and suddenly he's gone.
And the search for answers begins.
Yeah.
And the LAPD is under huge pressure to find out who killed Biggie.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of the biggest names in music.
And the lead detective, Russell Poole, he starts looking into Suge Knight and Death Row Records.
Right. Poole was convinced that Knight was somehow involved.
And his theory goes even further than that.
Yeah, he actually suspected that Knight might have used corrupt LAPD officers to help with the hit.
Whoa, hold on, corrupt cops?
Specifically, David Mack and Amir Mohammed. It's a pretty explosive allegation, right?
Yeah.
And it gets even crazier because according to our sources, Poole was actually told to stop investigating Mack.
No way!
Yeah, which ultimately led to him quitting the force.
Wow. Talk about a cover-up.
It's a mess, right? So the case ends up going cold for a while, but then it's reopened in 2006 with the new detective, Greg Kading.
Okay, so what does Kading find?
Well, Kading's investigation goes in a totally different direction. He focuses on Poochie.
As the shooter.
Yeah, he concludes that Poochie was the one who killed Biggie, hired by Knight, through his then-girlfriend, Teresa Swan.
And was there any evidence to support that?
Well, Kading actually got a confession from Swan.
Really?
Uh-huh. And they even tried to use her to get a confession out of Knight while he was in prison.
Like a honey trap kind of thing?
Exactly. They wired her up, but Knight didn't fall for it.
Wow. So what happened to Poochie?
Well, that's the catch. By the time Kading starts digging into all of this, Poochie's already dead.
Dead.
Yeah, he was shot like 10 times while riding his motorcycle back in 2003 in Compton.
Damn. So is that why they never officially named him as a suspect?
Right, because he was already gone. But it also raises a whole bunch of new questions.
Like, was his death connected to Biggie's murder?
Possibly. Was it some kind of revenge? Or was it something else entirely?
Like a gang hit?
Yeah, Kading seemed to think it was related to a feud between different blood sets.
Which just shows you the kind of world Poochie was living in. Always surrounded by violence.
Definitely. But there are other theories out there, too.
Like what?
Well, there's a book, Once Upon a Time in Compton, and it claims that Poochie was actually killed on the orders of this rival gang member named Lil Rod.
Interesting.
And they even say he was killed with an AK-47.
So we've got these two completely different stories about Poochie's death. One connecting it to Biggie's murder, and the other saying it was just gang warfare.
It's hard to know what to believe, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And what about Suge Knight? Where did he fit into all of this?
Well, Knight was never officially charged in connection with Biggie's murder.
But a lot of people still believe he was behind it.
Both Poole and Kading seem to think he was the mastermind, even if Poochie was the trigger man.
But the evidence against him is all pretty circumstantial as well.
And there's the Impala he gave Poochie, which matches the description of the car at the shooting, and his reputation for being ruthless.
But is that enough to actually connect him to the crime?
That's the question, isn't it? It's tough to say for sure. But even if we assume for a moment that Poochie wasn't the shooter,
Okay.
does that automatically clear Knight?
I don't think so. I mean, he created an environment where violence was like the norm.
Exactly. He surrounded himself with guys like Poochie who were willing to use force.
And he instilled fear in everyone around him.
He built this culture of violence and intimidation at death row.
So even if he didn't directly order the hit on Biggie,
his actions and his leadership created a climate where something like that could happen.
and that's what's really fascinating about this whole case. It's not just a whodunit.
It's bigger than that, right?
He's talking about the music industry, the role of gangs, the power dynamic.
And how all of these things came together to create this perfect storm of tragedy.
You're right. This is so much more than just one murder.
It's a reflection of a specific time and place in American culture.
When hip-hop was exploding, but also struggling with its own demons.
It's a reminder that success and fame often come with a dark side.
And that darkness can have devastating consequences. This deep dive has been quite the journey, hasn't it? Exploring the life of Wardell Poochie Faust.
Yeah, a figure who's shrouded in so much mystery and tied to Biggie's murder.
But even after examining all these sources and theories, where do you think this leaves us?
I think it's important to remember, even if we never know for certain who pulled the trigger,
Pucci's story offers a window into a really complex and dangerous world.
It's like we were peeling back layers of an onion, revealing all these intricate connections between the streets, the music business, and even law enforcement.
And each layer just adds to the complexity of this case.
But for you, what stands out as the most significant takeaway?
For me, it's that Pucci himself remains such an enigma. We have these glimpses of his character, his loyalty to Suge, his ruthlessness, but we never truly get inside his head.
I mean, isn't that part of what makes true crime so captivating?
Yeah, that desire to understand what drives someone to commit such acts, to unravel the psychology behind it all.
Was Pucci a product of his environment? Or was there something more, a darker impulse?
It's impossible to answer definitively.
Right.
But by exploring these theories, we at least get closer to understanding the forces at play.
Poverty, systemic racism, gang culture.
Yeah, all those things can create a breeding ground for violence.
And the music industry, with its allure of fame and fortune, can sometimes exploit those vulnerabilities.
Absolutely.
And what about the LAPD's role in all of this? That whole thing with Detective Poole being told to stop investigating a potentially corrupt officer is pretty disturbing.
Definitely. It raises questions about whether they were truly committed to justice or if other agendas were at play.
It makes you wonder if the truth was intentionally obscured.
Poole's resignation really is a turning point.
And this case isn't just about one murder. It's about accountability and the erosion of public trust in law enforcement.
Yeah, it really is.
It's also a reminder that even though decades have passed, the impact of this case is still felt today.
Absolutely. Biggie's music continues to inspire, but his murder remains this painful reminder of the violence that can permeate even the most celebrated corners of our culture.
What's the key message you would want listeners to take away from this deep dive?
I think it's that we may never have all the answers, but by engaging with these stories, by grappling with the complexities and the injustices, we keep the conversation alive.
It's about honoring the victims and demanding better from the institutions that are supposed to protect us.
Exactly.
For anyone wanting to explore further, we highly recommend checking out the Wikipedia article on Pucci, as well as those books by Greg Kading and Tim Brennan and Robert Ladd.
There's so much more to uncover, so many threads to pull.
In a case like this where answers are so hard to come by, the journey itself becomes even more compelling.
I think that's a great way to put it.
Well, that about wraps up our deep dive into one of hip-hop's most enduring mysteries. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We'll catch you next time.
Ever heard of a reggae star who ended up being called the most dangerous man in Britain?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a wild story.
Yeah.
So today,
I'm intrigued already.
we are diving deep into the life of Ranking Dread, a man who's really shrouded in contradictions.
Yeah.
We've got excerpts from his Wikipedia page
Okay.
to sort of guide us,
Okay.
but it's more like a puzzle with like missing pieces
Yeah.
than a straightforward story.
Yeah. What's striking is just that stark contrast. You've got vibrant reggae music on one side, and then you have these serious criminal allegations on the other.
Right.
So where do we even begin to unpack a life like that?
Exactly. It's almost like we're trying to solve a mystery here.
Yeah.
Was he a cunning manipulator?
Right.
Hiding behind this musical persona? Or was there something more to the story? Let's start at the beginning.
Okay.
Winston Brown, born in Jamaica, finds his voice on the Ray's symbolic sound system.
Okay.
Now, for those unfamiliar with reggae culture,
Mm.
sound systems were everything. They were like the breeding grounds for new talent,
Yeah.
the heart and soul of the scene.
Absolutely. And for Ranking Dread to rise within that world, that says something about his talent and charisma.
Right.
It's not easy to stand out in that environment.
Not at all.
It's very competitive.
So then he makes the move to London in the late 70s, right when reggae is exploding there.
Wow.
He even ends up working with Lloyd Coxone's sound system,
Oh,
a legendary name in reggae.
huge.
Imagine the energy and the excitement of that time.
I know. Can you imagine?
It seems like he was on this like perfect path to success.
Yeah, he was riding that wave. He's releasing albums like Girls Fiesta,
Yeah.
Lots of Loving, even titles that kind of hint at this like playful, even romantic side.
Yeah.
And then there's Kunta Kinte Roots, a nod to his Jamaican heritage, and a much more serious theme.
Right.
Do you think these two sides of Ranking Dread, the entertainer and the man grappling with identity, were ever truly separate?
Yeah.
Or were they always intertwined?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And to complicate things further, he drops this catchy single, Fatty, Boom Boom, which becomes a minor hit in the UK.
Okay.
Have you ever heard it?
I can't say that I have.
It's got this really infectious energy.
Okay.
A real party vibe.
Interesting.
But this catchy tune masked a looming storm in Ranking Dread's life.
Wow. Oh.
By the mid-1980s, the music fades and the allegations start piling up.
Okay.
Suddenly, he's branded the most dangerous man in Britain.
Wow.
Even Yardie Godfather.
Now, those labels, especially Yardie, those were loaded with prejudice and fear.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have this talented artist on one side and then this image of a criminal mastermind on the other.
Right.
Were those labels rooted in reality?
Yeah.
Or were they fueled by something more sinister?
It's crucial to remember the social and political climate of the time.
Yeah.
The UK was grappling with racial tensions,
Uh-huh.
economic anxieties, a rise in gang violence. Jamaican immigrants in particular were often scapegoated and stereotyped.
Right.
So it's possible that Ranking Dread, with his rising fame and undeniable charisma, became a target,
Right.
a symbol of those anxieties.
So we're already seeing how context shapes perception.
Right.
Ranking Dread's story isn't just about one man.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a clash of cultures,
Yeah,
a struggle for identity, and the power of labels to define a person's fate.
it's true.
Yeah.
Powerful stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like we're peeling back layers of a complex onion here.
Yeah,
And with each layer, the story gets more intriguing.
right.
So let's dig into those accusations a bit deeper.
Okay.
What were the specific charges against him?
Well, the details get a bit murky here.
Okay.
We know that he was deported from the UK in 1988 for illegal activities.
Okay.
Specifically, it involved an illegal drinking club and possession of drugs.
Okay.
But then there's this ominous label, the most dangerous foreign national living in Britain.
Right.
It's a pretty loaded statement, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And it raises the question, was this label based on concrete evidence?
Yeah.
Or was it more about perception and fear-mongering?
That's a crucial point.
Yeah.
The media at the time often portrayed Ranking Dread as this powerful figure in the criminal underworld,
Right.
linked to Jamaican gangs and even violence.
Uh-huh.
But remember, these were allegations, not convictions.
Right.
It's vital to separate what was reported from what was proven in a court of law.
Right. And it makes you wonder if his association with figures like Claude Massop, a Jamaican gang leader, wanted for numerous murders,
Yeah.
if that fueled that perception.
Undoubtedly, that connection played a role.
Yeah.
Guilt by association is a powerful force,
Right.
especially when you're dealing with these complex criminal networks and
Right.
sensationalized media coverage.
Right.
But it's important to note that Ranking Dread always maintained his innocence.
He did.
Even in a 1990 Canadian TV interview,
Okay.
he claimed he was being unfairly targeted and that the authorities were building a case based on speculation and prejudice.
So we're left with these two conflicting narratives.
Yeah.
The official account painting him as this dangerous criminal,
Right.
and then his own insistence that he was a victim of circumstance.
Right.
It's a classic he said, she said situation,
It is.
but with much higher stakes.
Precisely. And it's precisely this ambiguity that makes this deep dive so compelling.
Right.
We're not dealing with clear-cut heroes and villains,
Yeah.
but rather with complex individuals navigating a system that might have been predisposed to view them with suspicion.
Right. It makes you think about the power dynamics at play, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Here you have this Jamaican immigrant already facing potential prejudice, and then these allegations surface, further marginalizing him within the larger society.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's crucial to consider the historical context here. The
Yeah.
UK in the 70s and 80s was grappling with a lot of social unrest,
Yeah.
economic anxieties, and racial tensions.
Immigrant communities, especially those from former colonies, were often seen as outsiders,
Yeah.
easy targets for blame and suspicion.
So his story becomes intertwined with this larger narrative about immigration, identity, and the struggle for acceptance within a society that might not be fully ready to embrace difference.
That's a really insightful observation, and it adds another layer of complexity to this already multifaceted story.
Right.
We're not just talking about one man's alleged criminal activities.
Yeah.
We're talking about the systemic forces that might have contributed to his downfall.
It's like we're piecing together a puzzle.
Yeah.
Of missing pieces.
Yeah.
We have these glimpses into his life, the music, the accusations, the denials.
Right.
But we may never know the complete truth.
It's true.
What happens next in this international saga?
Well, after his deportation from the UK, Ranking Dread's life becomes this whirlwind of international intrigue.
Oh, wow.
He's deported from the U.S. in 1990.
And then just a year later, he's arrested in Canada for allegedly assaulting his girlfriend.
Wow.
Imagine the legal battles, the constant movement, the struggle to find a place to call home.
It's almost as if he was constantly running, trying to outrun those labels that had been attached to him.
Yeah.
Did he ever find any sense of stability or peace?
Unfortunately, his attempts to evade those accusations only seemed to solidify the narrative that had been constructed around him.
Right.
In Canada, he even tried to claim refugee status,
Wow.
arguing that he feared for his life if he were sent back to Jamaica.
Wow. Claiming refugee status is a serious move
It is.
that suggests he truly believed his life was in danger.
Right.
What was the basis for that fear?
Well,
Was he worried about retaliation from former associates, or did he feel threatened by law enforcement?
that's where the details get a bit hazy.
Okay.
We don't have access to all the legal documents or personal testimonies from that time. But it's clear that Ranking Dread felt trapped, caught between these accusations and his own insistence that he was being unjustly targeted.
So he's fighting deportation,
Yeah.
claiming refugee status,
Right.
insisting on his innocence.
Yeah.
It paints a picture of a man desperate for a chance to clear his name.
Absolutely.
Did the Canadian authorities believe him?
Unfortunately, his attempts to escape those labels proved futile.
Okay.
His refugee claim was ultimately denied,
Okay.
and he was extradited back to Jamaica in 1994.
That must have been a crushing blow.
Yeah.
To be sent back to the very place he claimed to fear for his life.
It's a tragic turn of events.
It is.
And sadly, the story doesn't end there.
Oh, no.
Just 2 years later, in 1996, Ranking Dread died in prison in Jamaica.
What a heartbreaking end to such a turbulent life.
It is.
It's like this cycle of accusations and escapes ultimately led him back to where it all began.
Right.
But even in death, the questions linger.
They do.
Was he truly a dangerous criminal?
Yeah.
Or was he, as he claimed, a victim of circumstance?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's one that we might never be able to answer definitively.
Right.
We've examined the evidence.
Mhm.
We've explored the social context,
Yeah.
considered the complexities of his life.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we're left with this cloud of ambiguity.
It's a reminder that sometimes the truth is elusive.
Mm.
We try to categorize people to label them as good or bad.
Right.
But real life is rarely so black and white.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the key takeaways from this deep dive into the life of Ranking Dread.
Yeah.
It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of hasty judgments, the power of perception, and the importance of seeking understanding even when faced with these conflicting narratives.
It's also a reminder that every story has multiple layers,
Right.
and every individual is more than the sum of their labels.
Absolutely.
We should approach each other with a bit more empathy,
Yeah.
recognizing that there's often more to the story than what meets the eye.
I couldn't agree more. Ranking Dread's story is a testament to the complexities of human nature, the enduring power of labels, and the need for nuanced conversations about crime, immigration, and identity.
Yeah.
It's a story that challenges us to think critically,
Right.
to question our assumptions,
Yeah.
and to approach complex issues with an open mind and a compassionate heart.
And on that note, we'll leave you with one final thought to ponder.
Okay.
If you had the chance to sit down with Ranking Dread,
Yeah.
what would you ask him?
Mm-hmm.
What would you want to know about the man behind the music and the controversy?
Good question.
Let us know your thoughts, and we'll see you next time for another fascinating deep dive into the unknown.
Welcome back, everybody. We're diving deep today into the life of Raphael Edmond III. You might know him, the name anyway, synonymous with DC's crack epidemic in the 80s. Went from basically nothing to running a drug empire. An empire, by the way, worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year. But here's the thing. The question I think we're all asking. How did a guy like that end up working with the very system he spent years fighting against?
Yeah, it's a story about power. Yeah, and fear, but also loyalty. And it is one wild ride. Lots of twists and turns. Really unbelievable.
I bet. We dug up court documents, a whole bunch of news articles, even some firsthand accounts from people who, actually knew Edmond.
Oh, wow.
So this is gonna be good.
You're in for some serious aha moments with this one. Seriously.
All right, let's set the scene. DC in the 80s, crack epidemic right at its peak.
Yeah.
And we got Raphael Edmond, barely out of his teens, already at the top of this massive drug operation, moving this tons of cocaine into the city every week.
Every single week. Yep. We're talking between 1,000 and 2,000 kilos. direct from the Medellin cartel.
Oh, hold on. The Medellin cartel, like the Medellin cartel.
The one and only.
Yeah.
The ones who, basically, they were the ones controlling the global cocaine trade at that point.
Wow.
And his organization, making estimated $300 million a year.
300 million.
A year.
Okay, but big money like that, you know there's a dark side.
Always a dark side, yeah.
And Edmund's organization, linked to some of the worst violence D.C. had ever seen. I mean, they were connected to 30 murders in 1 year.
30.
This was when D.C. got, the horrible title of murder capital of the U.S.
Yeah, and it's not just about selling drugs, right?
It is about
violence, controlling the city, maintaining his grip on power, total control. I mean, the crack epidemic was tearing apart communities.
Yeah.
Everywhere, and DC was right in the thick of it.
Yeah. And Edmund, meanwhile, living the high life. There's a story about him spending almost $500,000 in one clothing store in Georgetown.
$1 million.
On clothes.
That wasn't just clothes, though. It was, sending a message.
Yeah.
Projecting an image. Power. Wealth. Intimidate rivals. Attract followers.
Like a king.
Exactly.
It's insane that a kid like that, could build this crazy, complicated criminal empire.
Yeah. It does say something about, the whole environment around the crack epidemic, fast money, so many young people got pulled in. But you got to admit, Edmund, he had charisma, and he knew how to get people to be loyal to him or scared of him.
Or both.
Probably both.
Yeah. Speaking of fear, you know that story about him and John Thompson?
Oh, wow. Yes.
Yeah.
The legendary coach of the Georgetown Hoyas.
Yeah. Huge Georgetown fan, loved sitting courtside with, his whole crew.
Oh, yeah. Always with an entourage.
And he was seen with some of the players, too.
And that's what got Coach Thompson's attention.
Oh.
Thompson was not going to let anyone, and I mean anyone, especially some big-time drug lord, mess with his players' futures.
So Thompson, he was not a man to mess with, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He called Edmund into his office. Can you imagine that meeting?
Legendary coach, known for, being a bit intimidating, to say the least, and the most feared guy in the city. Intense, doesn't even begin to cover it.
So some say Thompson just straight up told Edmund to back off,
That's right.
stay away from his players, warned him, about the consequences. Others say it was more, respectful, an appeal to Edmund's sense of responsibility.
Huh. It's interesting how this one meeting, so much debate about what really happened in that room.
Yeah.
Did Thompson actually scare him? Or was there some kind of understanding between these two powerful guys?
Right. Whatever happened, though, it's clear Thompson's, stepping in. It stopped Edmund from being directly involved with the players. And it's pretty amazing that Edmund, with his, reputation, didn't do anything to get back at Thompson.
That really says something about John Thompson, the respect he commanded, or maybe the fear. Either way, even Rayful Edmund wouldn't cross him.
But Edmund's time at the top couldn't last forever. In '89, he's just 24 years old. His world comes crashing down.
Arrested.
Oh.
And it was everywhere. The news, massive story. And the trial, oh man, it was like something straight out of Hollywood. The authorities, they were so scared of him, of his crew, they went to crazy lengths to protect everyone involved.
What do you mean crazy lengths? Like what?
Witness protection.
Yeah?
On steroids.
Well.
Jurors were anonymous, totally secret identities. They were even behind bulletproof glass in the courtroom. Nobody from the public allowed in. And get this, every day. Edmund flown in from Quantico.
Quantico.
The maximum security prison, by helicopter.
A helicopter? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's serious. The justice system itself was terrified of this guy. Think about it. This is a guy who built his entire empire on fear. They weren't taking any chances.
So what happened? What was the verdict?
Guilty. No surprise there. Long list of charges, drug trafficking, racketeering, even using minors in his operation.
Yeah.
The sentence, life without parole. Seemed like the end of the road for Rayful Edmund.
You'd think so, right? Case closed. But man, life is stranger than fiction. Even behind bars, Edmund couldn't resist the pull of the drug trade.
You're not kidding. He actually kept running his operation from inside Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary.
Wait, how? How's that even possible?
Prison phones. To connect with suppliers in Colombia, coordinate deals on the outside. The guy was basically the CEO of a criminal enterprise while sitting in a federal prison.
That's unbelievable. I bet the authorities were not thrilled.
Furious. Huge scandal. Congressional hearings, investigations. How was security so lax? Edmund ended up getting another 30 years, tacked onto his life sentence. But then, the biggest twist of all, the one nobody saw coming.
This is where the informant part comes in, right? The part that I still can't wrap my head around.
Yep, 1996. The news hits. Rayful Edmund, the guy who built an empire by defying the system. He became a government informant, spilling the beans, helping the feds take down other big players in DC's drug world.
That's crazy. What made him do it? I mean, was it real? Like, did he actually want to make things right? Or was it just trying to save his own skin?
Well, officially, he agreed to cooperate to get his mother a reduced sentence. She was in prison, too, for her part in his operation. But some people, they think it was fear. Maybe for his own safety inside.
He definitely had some powerful enemies.
No doubt. By becoming an informant, he basically signed his own death warrant. In the eyes of his old crew, anyway. So to protect him. Witness protection program. Nobody knew where he was.
He just disappeared.
Vanished.
So did he ever come back?
He did. Fast forward to 2019. Edmund's in his 50s now. And he's back in a D.C. courtroom. This time. Asking for a reduced sentence. Because of his, cooperation.
Wow. What was the reaction? I mean, people must have been shocked.
It was mixed, yeah. Some people, they thought he did his time, deserved a second chance. Others, outraged. They said, this guy's dangerous. He should be locked up forever. Actually, a survey at the time found that half of D.C. residents, they actually supported releasing him.
Half?
Yeah. Shows how complicated his legacy is. He caused so much pain. But he also risked his own life, helping to bring down these other criminal organizations. No easy answers there.
So did he get out? Did they reduce his sentence?
The judge did, yeah, in 2021. Reduced it. But remember that extra 30 years for running things from prison?
Oh, right.
That one stuck. So it looked like he'd be spending a few more years locked up.
But not maximum security, right? He ended up in a halfway house.
Right. In 2024, July. Transferred to a halfway house, location undisclosed. Seemed like he was finally, nearing the end of this crazy journey. Then another twist.
Come on, this story never ends. What happened?
December 2024. Just a few months after getting to the halfway house, Rayful Edmund died.
He died.
Heart attack, age 60. Sudden, unexpected. End to a life that was, well, anything but ordinary.
Wow. That is a story. From kingpin to informant to a quiet death in a halfway house. It really makes you think about choices, and consequences.
Yeah. Full of contradictions his life was. Ruthless criminal who caused a lot of pain. But there were times he was generous, even willing to cooperate. It shows you people are complicated, even the most notorious ones.
For sure. But we can't forget, the bigger picture. His story is so tied up with the crack epidemic. Such a dark time in this country. Destroyed so many lives, so many communities.
Absolutely. Got to remember the victims, families torn apart, neighborhoods scarred by the violence. Edmund's story might be captivating, but it's a reminder of the real cost of the drug trade, the devastating consequences.
Okay, so let's recap. Rayful Edmund III, D.C. drug lord, built a multi-million-dollar empire, terrorized the city, even had that face-off with Coach Thompson, then arrested, high-security trial, life sentence, but even in prison he keeps running his operation, gets him an even longer sentence, then bam, he becomes a government informant, risks his life to take down other drug dealers, years in witness protection, and then he comes back. Asks for a reduced sentence. Huge debate about second chances, redemption. He gets out, goes to a halfway house, and then dies. Just like that.
It's a story. Crime, power, betrayal. Even a bit of mystery, but even more. It asks some really tough questions about justice, accountability, and just how messed up human nature can be.
Here's something to think about. Did Rayful Edmund really pay for what he did, or did that redeem him in any way? It's a question without an easy answer. It makes you think about the gray areas, the ones we all face in real life. We really encourage you, keep exploring this story. It's fascinating and complex. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. We'll see you next time.
His arrest, the trial, it was a spectacle. But the crazy part is how he managed to keep his drug operation running, even from prison. I mean, the audacity of this guy. And it really says something about the system and how it failed.
Yeah. Let's unpack that a bit. You were saying before he used prison phones to connect with suppliers in Colombia, but how did he actually move drugs and money? I mean, while he was locked up in a maximum security prison.
He had this whole network, loyal associates on the outside. They handled the day-to-day stuff, got their instructions from Edmund through coded messages during calls, visits. It was sophisticated. They exploited weaknesses in security.
This is what do you mean? Did he have corrupt guards helping him or prison staff?
Oh, there were definitely allegations of corruption. But the investigations never really proved any direct involvement. The problem was more not enough monitoring of inmate communications, their activities. I mean, think about it. This was before, email, social media. Everything was phone calls. Way easier to manipulate.
So he was basically taking advantage of how things worked back then.
Exactly. And it wasn't just the prisons. Law enforcement, they were still trying to figure out the crack epidemic, the scale of it, how complex it was.
Yeah.
Edmund's operation, it was a perfect example of how these traffickers, they were adapting, innovating, staying ahead of the game.
And this was all happening when there was so much pressure, to get tough on crime, crack down on drugs. So the fact that Edmund was running things from prison, I bet that made people furious.
Oh, yeah. It was a huge scandal. Congressional hearings, they called for stricter security. The whole Bureau of Prisons, they had to revamp their policies, how they monitored inmates, what they were doing, who they were talking to.
So in a weird way, Edmund's criminal enterprise, it actually made prisons more secure.
Unintended consequences, for sure. Edmund, he forced the system to face its weaknesses, to adapt to this new era of criminal sophistication. And then, well, you know the story. He becomes a government informant.
That's the part that still just blows my mind. This guy built his whole empire on defiance, intimidation, and then he flips, works with the very people he was fighting against.
It's dramatic, isn't it? And it makes you wonder about his reasons. Was it like real remorse or just desperation or something else entirely?
You said the official story is he cooperated to help his mother get a reduced sentence. But was there any evidence that maybe he was actually trying to make things right?
Hard to say, for sure, what was going on in his head. He always said it was about his mother, protecting his family. But some people, they think he was also trying to salvage his reputation, whatever was left of it anyway.
It's wild to think about the change he must have gone through, from powerful drug lord to an informant living in hiding. That's a huge shift, your whole identity, your whole life.
Like living multiple lives almost. Street hustler, kingpin, prisoner pulling the strings, then poof, informant disappears. Each part of his life, it shows you a different side of him and the choices he made.
Makes you wonder how he reconciled his past with cooperating with the government. Did he think it was a way to redeem himself, or was it just survival?
Those are questions maybe only Rayful Edmund could answer. But his story, it makes you think about how complicated people are and the possibility of change, even when things seem impossible.
It also shows you how morally ambiguous things can be in real life. It's rarely, heroes and villains, clear cut. Edmund was a criminal. He did a lot of damage. But he also took risks to help take down other criminals. He doesn't fit neatly into any box.
Nope. And that's what makes his story so interesting. It makes you question, crime and punishment, redemption, and just how capable humans are of both good and bad.
And we can't forget, Edmund's actions, they had a much wider impact. His rise and fall, they were tied to the crack epidemic, and that had devastating consequences for communities all over the country.
The crack epidemic, it was complex. Social, economic factors, poverty, inequality, racism. Edmund's operation, it was just one piece of it. But his story, it gives you a glimpse into the human cost of this tragic chapter in American history.
Yeah. It's easy to get caught up in the drama, all the twists and turns, but we have to remember the real consequences, the lives affected by the drug trade.
A cautionary tale. Remind us we have to address the root causes of crime, addiction, real justice. It's more than just locking people up. It's about understanding the social, the economic factors, and creating opportunities for real change.
So from running things in prison to becoming an informant, Rayful Edmund III's story, it's just full of unbelievable turns. But what happened next? What happened after he went into witness protection?
Well, we know he came back, right, to a D.C. courtroom in 2018, asking for a reduced sentence. But the reaction, it wasn't exactly welcoming.
Let's get into that. The debate about his sentence, what he left behind, and the final chapter of his life. Edmund's back in D.C., decades after running things, now asking for less time. Must have been crazy for the city.
Huge news. Oh, yeah. Think about it. People who lived through the crack epidemic, people who lost loved ones, and then his old associates, wondering what he might say.
Were they worried that, those associates might come after him?
Absolutely. Even after witness protection, all those years, people still held grudges. The authorities, they had to really protect him during those hearings.
You said people were divided about reducing his sentence. What were the main arguments for and against letting him out?
People who supported it, they said he did a lot of time already and he helped the government take down other drug operations. They said he deserved a second chance. Maybe he could, actually help society.
Right. What about the people who wanted him to stay locked up?
They said his crimes were too serious. The damage he did the crack epidemic, the impact it had, it was too much. Releasing him, they said, would send the wrong message and maybe put the community at risk.
It's tough. On one hand, you have rehabilitation, second chances, but then there's accountability, justice for the victims.
Yeah. It's a constant dilemma in the justice system.
Yeah.
How do you balance what the individual needs and what society needs? And how do you know if someone is really sorry, if they can actually change?
You said a survey showed half of D.C. residents wanted him released. That's a lot of people.
It shows you his legacy. It's complicated. He was a symbol of all the bad stuff that came with the drug trade. But some people, they thought he was trying to redeem himself. It's not, black and white.
And even though the judge did reduce his sentence, he still had those extra 30 years for running things from prison. So he didn't actually get out right away.
No, he went to a halfway house, sort of a transition between prison and freedom. It was controversial, but it reflected, the whole debate about how to handle cases like his.
So he's in a halfway house trying to rebuild his life, I guess. And then he dies. Heart attack. It almost feels anticlimactic after everything that happened.
It does make you think. Even the most notorious figures, they're still human. Same weaknesses as everyone else. And, a life like his, it must have taken a toll. Physically, emotionally.
It's like his death, it kind of brought an end to a story that just seemed to keep going.
And in the end, we're left with more questions than answers. Did he really regret what he did? Did he find any peace? We don't know. But we do know his story still fascinates us. It makes us think about justice, redemption, how complicated people are.
This deep dive, it's been wild. From drug lord to prison to informant, Rayful Edmond III's life, it was definitely not boring.
His story, it's like a snapshot of a really crazy time in America. The crack epidemic, how devastating it was. And it's a warning about power and greed, what they can do to you.
We've covered a lot. His rise, his tactics, John Thompson, the whole prison operation, becoming an informant, the debate about letting him out, and then his death. It's a story that still matters today.
Yeah, it makes you think about the justice system, what redemption really means, how to balance individual rights and what society needs. And it shows you the past, it never really goes away. Rayful Edmond III, his life, it still echoes in D.C. and beyond.
So what do you think? We want you to really explore this story. Look at it from all sides. Decide for yourself. Did Rayful Edmond pay for what he did? Did becoming an informant, was that redemption? Maybe there's no easy answer. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the life and times of Rayful Edmond III. See you next time.
All right, so today we're doing a deep dive into the life of Raymond Washington.
Founder of the Crips.
Exactly, the founder of the Crips.
Yeah.
And our main source for this is his Wikipedia article.
Sounds good.
And you might be surprised by what we find when we really start digging into this, right? Like, when you think Crips, you probably picture gang violence.
Of course.
But what about the person behind that name, right? Like, who was Raymond Washington?
It's easy to forget that these infamous figures, right,
Yeah.
were once just kids shaped by their circumstance.
Shaped by their circumstances.
Right, so
Yeah.
let's rewind the clock back to 1953,
Okay.
South Central L.A.
Okay.
That's where Raymond Washington's story begins.
And it's a story full of contradictions, right? Like right from the start.
Yeah.
Some of his neighbors, they describe him as this protector figure,
Right.
someone who wanted to keep his community safe.
Mm-hmm.
But others,
Yeah.
they paint a very different picture.
Right.
They call him a bully.
Yeah, it's interesting.
How do you make sense of that?
I think that paradox, right, like the desire for order mixed with a tendency towards aggression,
Yeah.
it really sets the stage for his later life, you know?
Yeah.
It's also important to note that despite being a talented athlete,
Okay.
he was expelled from school multiple times.
Wow.
You have to wonder how those experiences, that frustration with traditional systems, might have fueled his path.
It's like those seeds of rebellion were already planted.
Exactly.
And then you add on the backdrop of the late 1960s in Los Angeles, right? You have rising youth crime. The old gangs are kind of fading away.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like it was the perfect recipe for something new to emerge.
Absolutely. And Raymond Washington was already involved with a gang called the Avenues.
Okay.
He was already kind of primed to step into that void.
Yeah.
But things really shifted when he met Stanley Tookie Williams in 1971.
Okay.
Now, this wasn't just some chance encounter. This was a strategic alliance that would reshape the entire gang landscape of L.A.
I was struck by this detail in the article where it mentions that even before they joined forces, they dressed alike. both groups.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, leather jackets, starched jeans, suspenders. It's almost like a preview of the Crips' later emphasis on visual identity.
Absolutely. It's more than just a fashion choice. It's about branding and power.
Yeah.
They understood the importance of a unified image,
Yeah.
a way to project strength and intimidate rivals.
Right?
And by joining forces with Tookie's gang,
Yeah.
they created a force to be reckoned with.
Right.
Of course, we can't forget McThomas,
Oh, right. Yeah.
the third key figure in this early formation.
So from this meeting, the Crips, as we know them, were born.
Yeah.
And their rise was, what, meteoric?
It was fast, yeah.
They controlled criminal activities.
Mm-hmm.
Their name was everywhere.
Yeah.
The media was amplifying their image, which in turn, I'm sure,
Oh, definitely.
attracted more recruits.
Yeah, the media played a significant role, often sensationalizing their activities and inadvertently giving them the notoriety that I think they craved.
Right, yeah.
But just as the Crips were reaching the peak of their power, their founder faced a major setback.
Okay.
In 1974, Raymond Washington was convicted of robbery and sent to prison.
And this isn't just any prison sentence.
Oh, no.
This seems like a major turning point in the story.
Definitely.
He's the first Crip to be incarcerated at dual vocational institution.
Right.
And he tries to establish the gang's presence there,
Mm-hmm.
which leads to clashes with the established prison groups.
Right. Imagine the tension. He's trying to exert control in a whole new environment while simultaneously becoming a target for inmates
Right.
whose loved ones had been victims of Crip violence outside.
He becomes a symbol
He does.
of the gang's actions,
Exactly.
even while behind bars.
That's right.
It's like he's living this double life.
Yeah.
The Crips are gaining power on the streets,
Mm-hmm.
but he's facing increasing danger behind bars.
Right.
This imprisonment, it seems to me, is where things start to unravel.
Well, Washington's time in prison created a leadership vacuum that would have significant consequences for the Crips.
Okay.
Let's unpack that part of the story after a quick.
Wait, before we move on, I want to circle back to something you said earlier.
Sure.
You called this meeting between Washington and Williams a strategic alliance.
I did, yeah.
What exactly did that entail?
Okay, so from what we can gather,
Yeah.
it wasn't a hostile takeover. It was more about recognizing their shared goals
Okay.
and the benefits of collaboration, you know?
Yeah.
They essentially combined their resources, manpower, and territory.
So it was about more than just numbers. It
Exactly.
was about consolidating power
Yeah.
and resources.
That's right, which ultimately allowed them to dominate other gangs and exert control over criminal enterprises.
Wow.
It was a shrewd move
It was.
that paved the way for the Crips' dominance, albeit with unintended consequences, of course.
And it's fascinating to think about how this alliance, forged in the streets of South Central LA,
Right.
would go on to have such a profound impact
Yeah.
on the city's history.
And not just the city's history, but on the lives of countless individuals, both within the gang and those caught in its crossfire.
Absolutely.
But before we delve into that,
Yeah.
let's talk about what happened when Washington was released from prison in 1976.
Okay.
What he encountered upon his return was a far cry from the gang he had left behind.
Right, because during his time away, the Crips had transformed.
Absolutely. But let's explore those changes in more detail after a quick...
Hold on, I'm curious about something.
Okay.
We've been talking about the Crips' rise to power,
Yeah.
but what about the law enforcement response?
Ah, that's another crucial aspect of this story.
Yeah.
While law enforcement was certainly aware of the Crips' activities,
Yeah.
their initial response was hampered by several factors.
Okay.
The Crips were decentralized,
Yeah.
making it difficult to pinpoint leadership and disrupt their operations. Right.
Additionally, the gang stronghold was in marginalized communities where distrust of law enforcement was already deeply entrenched.
Okay.
This created a complex dynamic that allowed the Crips to thrive despite police efforts.
So a combination of the Crips' organizational structure and the strained relationship between law enforcement and the community contributed to the gang's unchecked growth. It's a reminder that we can't simply look at these events in isolation.
Right.
There's always a broader context, a complex interplay of social and political forces at play.
Precisely.
Okay.
And that context is crucial to understanding the events that unfolded when Washington was released from prison.
Right.
Remember, the Crips he left behind were very different from the ones he encountered upon his return.
Right. He was gone for 2 years.
Right.
And in that time,
The Crips he had founded had evolved in ways he never could have imagined.
That's right.
The violence had escalated, internal conflicts had erupted, and the gang was fracturing into rival factions.
It was a far cry from the organization he'd envisioned.
And this transformation, this descent into chaos and bloodshed, is where we'll pick up in the next part of our deep dive.
Okay, so we're picking up the story in 1976.
Okay.
Raymond Washington's getting released from prison.
Yeah.
He's returning to a world that has, moved on without him.
Right.
What did he find when he stepped back onto the streets of South Central?
He found a gang that was almost unrecognizable.
Wow.
The Crips he left behind, they were focused on maintaining order, protecting their territory. But in his absence, the focus had shifted to violence and power struggles. Guns had become commonplace. And the Crips were no longer this unified force. They had splintered into these various sets, often battling each other for control.
A monster he created had grown out of control.
Right.
And now he was facing the consequences.
Yeah.
What was his reaction to all of this?
From what we can tell, he was shocked
Yeah.
and disillusioned by what he saw.
It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
He went to prison for robbery.
Right.
Not for murder.
Yeah.
Or any of the increasingly violent crimes
Exactly.
that the Crips were now committing.
Yeah. He had envisioned a different path for the gang.
Yeah.
And now that vision was shattered.
It's a fascinating psychological dilemma, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
You create something with a certain intention,
Right.
but then it takes on a life of its own,
It does.
evolving in ways you never anticipated.
Right.
And now you're left grappling with the responsibility for the unintended consequences.
Exactly. And in Washington's case, those consequences were devastating.
Yeah.
The Crips' escalating violence was tearing apart the very community he had initially sought to protect.
It seems like he tried to regain control.
There is some evidence to suggest that, yeah.
To bring the various sets back under one umbrella,
Mm-hmm.
there was even talk of a truce with the Bloods.
It's pretty amazing when you think about it.
A truce with the Bloods. That's a pretty radical shift from where things were just a few years earlier.
It is.
What prompted that change of heart?
It seems that Washington's time in prison,
Okay.
witnessing firsthand the brutality and pointlessness of gang warfare,
Yeah.
had a profound impact on his thinking.
Okay.
He saw how the cycle of violence only led to more pain and suffering.
Yeah.
And he desperately wanted to find a way out.
So we have this complex figure
Yeah.
trying to navigate a situation that's spiraling out of control.
Right.
He's grappling with his own past, the unintended consequences of his actions,
Right.
and the very real threat of violence that's surrounding him.
Yeah.
How did he handle all of this pressure?
It's difficult to say for sure.
Yeah.
But by all accounts, Washington was struggling to
Right.
reconcile his desire for peace with the realities of the gang life that he had helped to create.
Right.
Some argue that he never truly wanted to leave that life behind, pointing to evidence suggesting that he was still involved in criminal activities after his release.
Yeah.
Others maintain that he was genuinely seeking redemption,
Okay.
but was trapped in a system that offered no easy escape.
It's that ambiguity, right?
Yeah.
That clash between intention and outcome.
Right.
That, I think, makes his story so compelling.
It really does.
But sadly, Raymond Washington's efforts to, change the course of the Crips, they were cut short.
Tragically, his story ends just 3 years after his release from prison
Wow.
in 1979, just 5 days before his 26th birthday.
Jeez.
Raymond Washington was gunned down in a drive-by shooting.
Shot dead in the streets he once ruled.
Yeah,
It's almost Shakespearean, isn't it?
it really is.
This rise to power,
Mm-hmm.
the fall from grace,
Yeah.
the violent end.
It's a classic tragedy.
Tell me more about the circumstances of his death.
Well, the details surrounding his murder are still shrouded in mystery.
Okay.
He was reportedly talking to someone in a car,
Yeah.
someone he likely knew. Okay.
When he was shot, and the case remains unsolved to this day,
Wow.
leaving us with more questions than answers.
Was it a rival gang?
Possibly.
An internal power struggle?
Could be.
Or something else entirely?
We may never know for sure,
Yeah.
but what we do know is that Raymond Washington's death marked a turning point in the history of the Crips.
How so?
Well, his death left a void in leadership,
Okay.
which further fueled the internal conflicts and violence that were already tearing the gang apart.
Okay.
The fragile peace he had been trying to broker, it shattered.
Yeah.
And the Crips descended even deeper into this cycle of retaliation and bloodshed that continues to plague Los Angeles to this day.
It's a stark reminder that even when individuals trying to step back from the violence they've helped create,
Yeah.
the consequences of their actions can continue to ripple outwards, shaping the lives of generations to come.
Absolutely. And it raises a crucial question.
Yeah.
Could things have been different if Washington had lived?
Yeah. Could he have steered the Crips away from the path of escalating violence?
Right.
Or was the gang's trajectory already set in motion beyond anyone's control?
It's impossible to know for sure,
It is.
but it's a question worth pondering.
I think so.
What do you think?
There's no easy answer.
Right.
On one hand, he had the charisma, the street cred, and
Yeah.
the vision to potentially unite the Crips and guide them towards a different path.
Okay.
But on the other hand, the forces driving the gang violence, things like poverty,
Yeah.
lack of opportunity, systemic racism,
Right.
were deeply entrenched.
Yeah.
And it's unclear if even someone with Washington's influence could have overcome those challenges.
So it's a complex mix of individual agency and societal forces.
Exactly.
Raymond Washington made choices that had devastating consequences.
He did.
But he was also operating within a system that stacked the deck against him, and countless others like him.
That's right. And I think that's the key takeaway from Washington's story. It's
Yeah.
not just about one man or one gang.
Right?
It's about understanding the intricate interplay of personal choices and societal factors that contribute to the rise and persistence of gang violence.
It's a reminder that we can't simply label individuals as good or bad
No.
and wash our hands of the problem.
Right.
We have to grapple with the complexities,
We do.
nuances, the systemic issues that create the conditions for violence to flourish.
Absolutely. And that brings us to the heart of what makes this deep dive so important.
Okay.
It's not just about revisiting the past.
Yeah.
It's about using that past to inform our understanding of the present
Right.
and to guide our actions towards a better future.
It's about looking beyond the headlines and the stereotypes
Yes.
and engaging with the human stories that lie beneath.
Exactly. And with that in mind, I think it's time to shift our focus to the broader context of Raymond Washington's story.
Okay.
Let's talk about the societal factors that contributed to the rise of the Crips
Okay.
and continue to fuel gang violence today.
So we've been talking about Raymond Washington's life and his role in the rise of the Crips and his, tragic death.
Right.
But now I kind of want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
Look at the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
What was it about South Central Los Angeles in the 60s and 70s that made it such fertile ground for gang violence?
Well, you have to remember, this was a time of, immense social upheaval.
Right.
The civil rights movement was in full swing.
Right.
The Vietnam War was raging,
Yeah.
and cities across America were grappling with racial tensions and economic inequality.
Yeah. And South Central Los Angeles was hit particularly hard, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we're talking about a community facing multiple layers of adversity.
Right.
Poverty, segregation, lack of opportunity.
Yeah.
How did these factors specifically contribute to the rise of gangs like the Crips?
Well, for many young people in these marginalized communities, gangs offered a sense of belonging,
Okay.
identity, and purpose that they just weren't finding elsewhere. They provided protection from the violence and chaos that surrounded them,
Yeah.
and they offered a path to power and respect in a world that often denied them both.
It's almost like a twisted reflection of the American dream, right?
It is, yeah.
The pursuit of success and status, but within a system that's rigged against you.
That's a powerful way to put it, and it's important to note that this wasn't just about individual failings
Right.
or a lack of personal responsibility.
Yeah.
The systems in place, education, law enforcement, social services,
Yeah.
they were often failing these communities.
Right.
Perpetuating cycles of poverty and despair.
So gangs became a way to fill the void, to
Exactly.
create a sense of order and community
Mhm.
in the absence of, effective support systems.
Right. But as we've seen, that solution came with a very heavy price.
Yeah.
A cycle of violence that only deepened the existing problems.
And that cycle, it continues to play out in communities across America today.
It does. Gangs are still a symptom of deeper societal issues, inequality, poverty,
Yeah.
lack of opportunity. We can't simply arrest our way out of this problem.
Right.
We need to address the root causes, the systemic failures that create fertile ground for gangs to flourish.
So what can we do? Like, if Raymond Washington's story is a microcosm of this larger issue,
Yeah.
what lessons can we learn from it?
Well, I think his story offers some important insights.
Yep.
First, we need to invest in these communities.
Okay.
providing access to quality education, job training, and social services.
Yeah.
We need to create pathways to opportunity to give young people a sense of hope and a belief that they can succeed without resorting to violence.
So it's about empowerment.
Exactly.
About giving people the tools they need to build a better future for themselves and their communities.
Absolutely. And it's also about addressing the systemic issues that perpetuate inequality.
Right.
And create fertile ground for gang violence.
Yeah.
We need to dismantle racist policies and practices, invest in affordable housing and healthcare,
Yeah.
and create a more just and equitable society.
It's a tall order.
It is.
But it's clear that we can't afford to ignore these challenges.
We can't.
The cost of inaction is just too high.
It is. And I think that's the most important takeaway from our deep dive into the life of Raymond Washington.
Right.
His story is a reminder that gang violence is not just a problem of individuals or communities. It's a reflection of our collective failures as a society.
Right.
And it's a call to action.
Yeah.
A challenge to confront these failures and work towards creating a world where every young person has the opportunity to thrive.
Right.
Free from the allure and the threat of violence.
It's a sobering message, but also, I think, hopeful.
I agree.
Because it reminds us that we have the power to change the course of history.
We do.
We can learn from the past, confront the present, and build a better future.
And that's what makes these deep dives so valuable.
Yeah.
They challenge us to think critically,
Right.
to ask tough questions, and to engage with the complexities of the world around us.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you with one final thought.
Okay.
Raymond Washington's story may be over,
Yeah.
but the conversation it sparks should continue.
Absolutely.
Keep learning,
Right.
keep questioning,
Yeah.
and keep pushing for change.
Couldn't agree more.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.